This young man is Ning, holder of the greatest god-tier talent on the entire continent. Just as monsters ravage Huaxia, in the capital's final battlefield, he tears the beast apart in a single strike, saving 3 Tier 3 members waiting for death. There is no time to let his guard down. Directly above them looms another mutant, one Ning has never faced before. But the Tier 3 Divine Archer and the Heavy Hammer Warrior completely lose their minds, charging forward in a suicidal rush. Before they can even touch a single hair of the monster, it obliterates both of them in a single shot. Devastated by seeing her teammates brutally killed, the Tier 3 psionic supporter charges forward to throw her life away too. She spreads her arms and pours out non-stop fire, but it does nothing. Just as she is about to be vaporized, Ning steps in to block. Any beast capable of one-shotting 2 peak Tier 3 warriors with a single blow is definitely no ordinary mutant. He tells the supporter to run. Staying here makes her a burden. He will face this thing entirely on his own. After blocking just one heavy strike, Ning's sword snaps clean in half. This is the monster the military warned about. It is the exact nightmare the military hypothesized about for years, a legendary threat, a Tier 4 mutant. Fighting this nightmare requires absolutely everything. Ning leaps into the air, ready to unleash his most powerful attack yet, but it fails. A blade pierces his heart and the young man completely collapses. Is this really Tier 4? It seems humanity knows absolutely nothing about this level of power. He failed to protect his world, filled with bitter regret. But then a familiar news broadcast suddenly rings in Ning's ears. His head throbs with a splitting pain as he wakes. Confused, he wonders, did I not just die? Seeing him stir, 2 guards approach. Someone wants him disqualified. They plan to claim he is infected with the virus to explain his coma, keeping him from taking the test. If he makes a scene now, their cover is blown. They decide to get rid of Ning, immediately whispering to move in. After all, he is just an ordinary guy, not some descendant of an awakened. He is a nobody they can easily erase. If he dies, they can just blame it on mutation. Meanwhile, Ning realizes in utter shock that he has regressed. 3 years back in time, on the exact day of his talent test, everything clicks. His failed test back then was rigged. He will not let them get away with it this time. Ning moves like lightning, snatching a guard's gun. He takes them down one by one. In his past life, missing this test meant surviving on scraps as a scavenger. It took 3 years of struggling before the military discovered his god-tier talent, but by then Huaxia had already fallen. There was no time or resources left to grow. It took him only 7 months to reach Tier 3, far from his peak, yet he had to fight a Tier 4 mutant on the battlefield. His deepest regret was failing to save his family. He could not protect his mother and sister Xiao An. But now he can change everything. He just needs to pass. By becoming the strongest, he can protect his loved ones and end this apocalypse. Suddenly, a cold system voice echoes. The apocalyptic sword god system has successfully bound to host Ning. Quest details: touch the testing crystal in 30 minutes. This will unlock the system. Failure to touch the crystal within 30 minutes will result in system deletion at minute 31. Completing this quest unlocks the system, granting a 100 times boost to any sword skill, evolving him into a taboo swordsman. This is completely different from the standard apocalyptic systems that every other awakened possessed in his past life. Ning wonders if this incredibly broken golden finger is a direct result of his sudden regression. Ultimately, as long as he gets stronger, the system details do not matter. He must start the test immediately. Then he will hunt down the mastermind behind his past failure. The 31-minute countdown begins right now. Just then, a security squad blocks his path, shouting that an infected patient has escaped and ordering him to halt. They order him to put his hands on his head. Ning quickly assesses the situation. The leader is a low-level awakened, while the others are just normal humans. The best move is to use the leader to force their way out. In a split second, Ning disarms the squad leader and takes him hostage, warning him not to move. Take me to the testing plaza. You have 3 seconds to decide before I blow your head off. The guards look at Ning like he is completely insane. The terrified captain stammers out, why go there? An ordinary person taking the talent test. There must be some misunderstanding. Let us just talk this over. Ning presses the gun harder against his skull, forcing him forward. The captain breaks into a cold sweat. Kid, you better pray you actually awaken, because even if you do, escaping this place alive is impossible. Meanwhile, over at the crowded testing plaza, the atmosphere is incredibly tense as everyone prepares for the evaluation. In the last century, back in 2042, the global apocalypse plunged the world into a dark era, wiping out almost all of the 10 billion population. That was when the first Awaken appeared, teaming up with the military to save Huaxia. Today is the big test to see if anyone has talent. Success means becoming a combat class Awakened to protect the region, but failure means leaving this place to live a totally ordinary life. The man holding the microphone is Liao Tian, the military representative of the Tianfeng safe zone. Today, the testing begins with the descendants of the Awakened. While people are lining up and waiting for their turn, a soldier suddenly runs in with an urgent report. He reports that an infected individual is holding a hostage and forcing their way into the testing room. Panic spreads through the crowd until Ning walks in with the hostage. Liao Tian demands that he drop his weapon and surrender. If he refuses, he will be executed on the spot. The soldiers draw their weapons, but Ning looks totally unbothered. He already made it this far, so he is not backing down. He clearly states he is not infected and just wants to take the test. Liao Tian completely loses his temper. He screams at the top of his lungs, ordering the guards to take him down. Ning drops his gun and starts reciting the rules, citing Article 137 of the Safe Zone Code regarding the rights of the awakened. Disobeying military orders is normally a death sentence, but according to the law, making enough contributions can completely wipe away the crime. Once the captain is finally freed from being held hostage, he charges forward in a rage and punches Ning right in the face. The punch sends Ning rolling across the floor. The captain pins him down. Who cares about rules right now? Liao Tian screams to execute Ning on the spot. Just as the blade is about to pierce through him, heavy sound echoes. A helicopter, which they call a supersonic spiritual energy jet, roars through the sky, from the cabin high above. The highest commander of the Tianfeng military zone, a level 3 awakened named Commander Xiao Hai, leaps right out. The massive energy radiating from this man instantly crushes the entire room. The pressure is insane, absolutely suffocating. Why is the great commander here before the testing even starts? Xiao Hai keeps a completely serious face as he speaks. He points out that they have plenty of high-level awakens, so if this kid is willing to bet his life, they should give him a chance. If the awakening fails, they will execute him. Ning just grins like a maniac. He wants to start immediately. The crowd in line starts to separate, reluctantly making way for Ning to step up and take his test before anyone else. The others watch him with nothing but pure contempt. A normal person dreaming of becoming an awakened is just laughing in the dark. Being at the bottom of society while bragging about talent is just pathetic. But Ning does not care what they think. He steps proudly into the testing area. In his past life, he was set up and missed his chance. One wrong step cost him everything. This time, he is determined to rewrite his destiny. Reaching out his hand, he is ready to take control of his own future. Instantly, an incredibly powerful wave of energy floods through his body. The crowd watches with wide eyes and open mouths. Once again, Ning experiences that familiar sensation of pure spiritual energy entering his body. Now it is time to see his potential. The system announces that talent evaluation is underway. Current talent is D grade. Evaluation continuing. Current talent is C grade. Now it is B grade. The system notifications keep popping up without stopping. Liao Tian stands there completely frozen. He never expected the rank to keep climbing like this. Could this kid actually possess some insane high-level talent? His talent rank hits A grade. Spiritual energy floods through his entire body, making him feel absolutely incredible. He demands the testing crystal to feed him even more spiritual energy. The power flares up with no signs of slowing down. Liao Tian can barely believe his eyes. For an ordinary person to have A-grade talent is a 1 in 10,000 chance. Xiao Hai watches closely, quite surprised himself. Since the final result is still pending, could his talent be even higher? And indeed, the numbers are still going up. Ning drops to one knee as the rank climbs even higher. The evaluation suddenly reaches S grade. Xiao Hai is completely speechless. No, this cannot be right. The crystal has not stopped glowing, which means the test is still going. Ning is actually a legendary S-grade genius. He has the potential to become a level 3 awakened. Xiao Hai knows they cannot afford to lose a talent like him. He immediately issues an emergency order, deploying underground armored units to defend the city against any potential mutant attacks. Supersonic spiritual energy jets are scrambled to patrol the surrounding airspace to prevent any unexpected threats from entering. Every single road leading here is completely blocked to civilians. With the airspace sealed, Ning continues his wild transformation. He roars in agony as fighter jets rumble overhead. Finally, the intense energy subsides and the test comes to an end. Xiao Hai is so shocked that he drops the tablet right out of his hand. This kid is actually an SS grade. While S grade is the reserve force for level 3 awakened, and SS grade is guaranteed to become an absolute powerhouse into a tier 3 city. It seems all of Tianfeng is about to change. Xiao Hai is so excited he cannot stop laughing with joy. Thrilled, looking absolutely delighted. He mutters that it is fantastic because their Tianfeng safe zone has finally produced a real genius. Meanwhile, those waiting to awaken below cannot help but feel deep admiration. Being praised like that by the commander is surely an absolute dream, leaving everyone incredibly envious. This sudden turnaround even makes a young man standing nearby speak up, pointing out how insanely fast some people change their tune. Just a moment ago, you called him trash, so stop being jealous. Who knows, he might end up as our boss soon. While the crowd is completely losing their minds over this insane turn of events, Ning actually feels a bit disappointed. His talent is clearly triple S, rank the theoretical limit of humanity, yet the testing crystal could only register double S rank. Oh well, the influence of a double S rank is still massive. The most crucial thing right now is his new system. The Sword God system has successfully loaded and bound itself to Ning, granting a 10,000% boost to his skill power. Now whenever he learns any sword skill, it will unconditionally upgrade directly to triple S rank, making it absolutely broken. Even better, every 48 hours he can use his skill once completely for free with no level limits whatsoever. Ning sighs in relief that the binding is complete. However, as he reviews the details, his jaw drops in shock. In his past life, even with the nation's resources, they only had 2S rank users. Now this is just insane. The system can casually buff any skill to triple S rank. His current quest is simply to acquire a sword skill. The reward is 4 free attribute points, but he must never reveal any information about this system or face immediate elimination. Knowing the stakes, Ning is determined to find a way to lay his hands on a skill book right away. Xiao Hai walks over with a beaming face congratulating him on awakening such a legendary double S rank talent. He asks Ning what reward he wants, promising to grant it. But while the commander is bursting with excitement, our main character is staring blankly into space, completely absorbed in examining his system interface. Seeing him totally zoned out, Xiao Hai quickly makes an excuse. He laughs it off, saying the kid is probably just overwhelmed by the shock of awakening his brand new powers. He playfully tells Ning that he was the exact same way years ago. He then leads him to his private office. Once inside, the treatment is night and day compared to before. The commander immediately addresses the earlier injustice. He reassures Ning that the corrupt officials who tried to sabotage his test have already been detained for investigation. He promises a thorough investigation and decides to nominate Ning as the top candidate for their special training program. Once approved, a high-level professional will arrive to personally mentor him alongside a massive supply of top-tier gear. With all resources secure, the commander asks Ning to share the exact details of his legendary talent so they can strategize. Ning keeps quiet, knowing he must keep his secret system completely hidden and only share his basic awakening details. He speaks up, explaining that his power is a psychic-type ability specifically focused on telekinesis and object manipulation. Xiao Hai strokes his chin in deep thought. A psychic type is incredibly rare and might require capital experts to assess. Then he remembers to ask about the reward again, prompting Ning to request a high-quality sword skill book. Xiao Hai gladly agrees, thinking this is far too simple a request. He instantly orders his men to bring their best book. After a quick search through their vault, a soldier returns with a manual presenting the absolute highest grade skill they have. Without a moment of hesitation, Xiao Hai hands the precious book over to Ning, who politely expresses his gratitude. Ning asks to head back home, which the commander fully understands, assuming he wants to share the joy with family. To ensure his safety, Xiao Hai immediately orders a squad of elite bodyguards to protect him 24/7. They are ordered to report any anomaly directly to the top. Meanwhile, the investigation into his test sabotage moves fast. The commander demands a full report on the incident within 24 hours, ordering arrests for anyone involved regardless of rank. With those orders issued, Ning is treated like a priceless national treasure, escorted with maximum security every single second. Feeling that they are being a bit too dramatic, he tells the guards to stay put while he goes home alone. As soon as he arrives, neighbors begin whispering in excitement, pointing out his military escort and wondering if he is a big shot now. They tell each other to lower their voices, noting that someone with this level of security is clearly incredibly powerful. Stepping up to his front door, he spots his sweet little sister carrying the trash outside. Her name is Xiao An. Ning suddenly freezes, haunted by horrific memories of his past life where he failed to protect her from danger. Deeply sorry for his past failure, he silently vows that this time he will shield her from any harm whatsoever. Overwhelmed with emotion, he rushes forward to embrace her tightly, while the sweet girl gently pats his back to comfort him. It has been a whole year. Aren't you supposed to be at the training camp? When did you get out? Ning still couldn't hold back his emotions. Tears streamed down his face as he told her he already finished his exam. Why are you crying then? She asked. It is nothing, he said, just so happy to see you again. Xiao An held her brother's hand tight, urging him home because mom had been worrying ever since he left. Look, she said, showing off some scrap metal she found today, hoping to trade them for bread so he could finally eat his fill. Her sweet innocence was almost painful to witness. Ning forced a gentle smile, telling his silly little sister they were going to feast tonight. Xiao An's eyes lit up. Really, she cheered. Do we actually get to eat meat today? Absolutely, he promised, as much as you want. Before long, he whipped up a massive steaming feast for his family. They had never had a meal this incredible in their entire lives. His mother looked at him warmly, asking how his awakening assessment went, a question that all the neighbors had also been whispering about. Ning took a deep breath, unable to hide his excitement. He proudly announced that he passed the test and was now an awakened warrior. Hearing the news, his mother broke down in tears of pure relief. Little Xiaoan jumped for joy, absolutely bursting with pride for her brother. "That is my big brother," she beamed, "my absolute hero. But wait, does this mean we get to eat like this every single day now?" Yining felt a sharp pang of guilt in his chest, but he forced a reassuring nod. Once his mother and sister finally drifted off to sleep, he slipped into the kitchen and summoned his system interface. A notification flashed instantly, quest completed, and the rewards were ready for pickup. He received 4 free attribute points and unlocked the rare C-rank skill Assault. Instantly, the system prompted him that his skill upgrade was successful. The basic skill evolved into a legendary triple S-rank technique called Storm Sword Tempest. Suddenly, a swirling sphere of raw energy manifested in his palm. Unleashing this devastating skill required a massive 4,500 mana points, but it would summon a catastrophic torrent of pure blade energy. This torrent would obliterate everything in the target area within a fraction of a second, leaving absolutely nothing but dust in its wake. It packed extreme speed, armor penetration, destruction, and razor-sharp cleaving traits. Most insane of all, its destructive power was multiplied by 10,000. He had to handle this power with absolute caution. Staring at the floating screens, Ning still could not believe his own eyes. He actually boosted a basic C-rank skill to a god-tier triple S rank. Think about that for a second. Even in his past life, he had never seen this. He read the details again, frowning. A single activation cost 4,500 mana. If he did not have top-tier gear, casting the Storm Sword Tempest even once was practically impossible. In theory, he would need to reach mid-tier level 3 first. Luckily, Yining's innate talent allowed him to cast any single skill for free once every 48 hours. Otherwise, he would be completely drained. Without this talent, even if the spell sucked him completely dry, he still wouldn't have enough juice to execute a single strike right now. However, there was a catch. The Sword God system strictly forbade him from revealing its existence, meaning he could never explain his sudden power. This also meant that until he reached Tier 2, he had to avoid unleashing the Storm Sword Tempest in front of anyone. The young man sighed. Right now, things were incredibly tense. The Commander-in-Chief had just announced the Seed Project, and Yining wanted to avoid causing any unnecessary trouble. And yet, having never possessed such a high-level sword technique in his past life, he was itching to test it. As he gripped his weapon, a sudden realization hit him. Wait, didn't the military base have a training ground specifically for things like this? Ever since the apocalypse hit and spiritual energy flooded the world, random dungeons had been popping up all over the place like wild weeds. Over time, through constant exploration and brutal training, humanity managed to study and understand the mechanics of these dangerous, otherworldly instances. The military, in particular, spent massive amounts of resources to build artificial trial dungeons designed specifically to prepare soldiers for real combat. Unlike natural dungeons, these simulators allowed trainees to escape the moment their lives were in danger, making them incredibly safe environments. Because of this maximum level of safety, Ning decided to head over to a trial zone and put his new skill to the test. He arrived at the Tianfeng Safe Zone trial grounds, requesting the operator to open a solo low-level dungeon of any type. The assistant's eyes went wide when he recognized him. This was the Ning, who had just awakened with a double S-rank talent. The Commander-in-Chief had already given strict orders to grant him full access. Still, the man looked at Ning with deep concern. "Are you really going in by yourself?" he asked. "Shouldn't you have a team? Entering alone at your current level is far too dangerous." "I am only going in to test a few things and will be right back out," Ning replied calmly, "so do not worry." With that, he stepped into the trial space, materializing inside a ruined city, simulating the early days of the apocalypse. The system handed him a basic dagger as his starting weapon. Reaching into his virtual inventory, Ning pulled it out. It was exactly what he wanted. The weaker the physical weapon, the easier it would be to measure the true output of his skill. Suddenly, a rustling noise. His first target had arrived, lunging straight at him. Ning sidestepped gracefully, leaping back to dodge the strike. "Did you seriously jump out just to hand me free points?" he muttered. He rammed the dagger deep into its bulging eye. The beast collapsed instantly, dead before it hit the floor. But that was only warm-up. Still not satisfied. His hands aren't even warmed up. He bolts to start the hunt, opening a door to the escape route. Outside, a few eerie red lights flicker. He pushes the door open, a multi-eyed monster, waiting in ambush, lunges right at him. Its massive jaws fly open. It's ready to eat him alive. He focuses, realizing there is actually another monster right behind it. As it draws close, saliva splashes onto his face. He slashes his blade. Though his current physical stats are pretty weak, his past life combat experience makes dealing with these zombies quite easy. He knows testing his skills requires a true area boss. First, he exits the building using the emergency stairs. Then he must head past the streets toward the boss zone. The zone lies to the right, just ahead of the plaza. But as he pushes the exit door open, he finds something unexpected. The zombies here have upgraded to mid-tier 1. The dungeon difficulty is scaling up, and Ning refuses to waste time on them. Sensing human life, they howl with wide-open jaws and chase after him wildly. Ning swings his blade in a clean, wide arc, then takes off. He needs to find the boss as fast as possible and get out of this place. The horde chasing him is growing exponentially now. Too bad killing these ordinary zombies won't grant him any ability experience points. That is why Ning heads straight for the boss zone. First, he needs to shake off this massive tail. Using his leaping skill, he springs onto a car roof. He easily slips into the boss territory. Immediately, he goes on high alert. The system warns him a peak tier 1 mutant, the Flayer, is lunging at him. It moves with such insane speed that Ning can barely react in time. This test dungeon boss is a deadly peak tier 1 variant, so he quickly leaps back to dodge the lethal strike. Under normal circumstances, defeating a peak tier 1 mutant takes at least 3 awakened heroes of the same level working together. Since he is only here for a skill test, Ning is currently sitting at level 0. No matter how overpowered his talent is, a direct clash seems totally impossible. Plus, a horde of ordinary zombies is rushing in right behind the Flayer. Even a peak tier 1 team would find it incredibly difficult to escape this trap. Yet Ning decides to charge in. If his skill is not as broken as he expects, he can simply escape the dungeon. He activates the ability ready to unleash the devastating power of his Tempest Sword Storm. A massive explosion echoes. The ground completely ruptures into a thick cloud of dust. He peers through the haze. The devastation is absolute. Without this test, the pure power of Tempest Sword Storm would be hard to believe. This level of force could easily vaporize a weaker peak tier 2 mutant in the blink of an eye. And to think, he is still only at level 0. Right after taking down the peak tier 1 variant, Ning receives 5 psionic experience points, though the artificial dungeon cuts the rewards by 50%. After all, the energy here relies on psionic stones from the military zone, meaning the item drop rate is far worse than a standard dungeon. In his past life, he never heard of anyone getting actual gear in a simple test dungeon, yet here he is holding a drop. He just received a piece of white tier gear called the Agility Gloves. They grant a bonus of 1 agility point, boosting attack and shooting speeds by 15%. In this harsh apocalyptic world, even tier 2 awakened fighters rarely own a full set of white tier gear. Getting this is a solid head start. Since his skill test is done and he scored some lucky gear, staying in the dungeon makes no sense. Ning immediately exits the dungeon. Once back, he casually hands the token back to the technician as if nothing happened. The technician processes his exit quickly, likely assuming the young man got terrified by the zombie horde. Suddenly, a white-haired man rushes in completely frantic, demanding to know who let a tier 1 team into the dungeon. Solo instances are off-limits for group runs. Maintaining these portals is incredibly difficult. How many times does he have to repeat himself before they listen? The technician looks utterly confused, stammering that he definitely did not send any team into the solo dungeon. No one. Are they absolutely sure? Then how on earth did the peak tier 1 mutant in that solo instance get wiped out? Even the unique gear dropped. There is no way a tier 2 awakened would waste their time on a beginner solo run. The tech assistant breaks into a cold sweat. Only Ning entered earlier, claiming he just wanted to test something. Could he have actually soloed the entire boss? Meanwhile, on his way back, Ning observes the desperate state of the refugees. People are trading guns for 15 kilograms of flour and 2 bullets, while others sell mutant mantis meat for pennies. Ning knows that while he can easily handle peak tier 1 mutants, now the overall situation is still incredibly bleak. He is especially worried about the massive catastrophe hitting in 1 year when the Tianfeng safe zone will be completely overrun by tier 3 mutants, leaving piles of corpses scattered everywhere. In fact, in just 10 days, the first disaster will strike Tianfeng City. A massive zombie riot has formed a horde to attack the Tianfeng safe zone, leaving Ning deeply worried because the danger to Xiao An and his mother remains unresolved. He absolutely must power up faster. Meanwhile, at the capital's safe zone base, the Central Military Command is holding an emergency meeting. Urgent intelligence from Tianfeng's safe zone reveals they discovered an individual with double S-rank talent. Has everyone reviewed this report? A double S-rank and a pure blood, he is an incredible prospect. Lately, we have lost many tier 3 combatants. Getting someone this talented to replenish our ranks is excellent. Yes, we must fast-track his training and allocate resources immediately. Or we could bring him to the capital so the commander can personally train him. Do you really think he can cross that impossible chasm from tier 3 to tier 4? Right now, all our high-tier awakeners, including the 4 great commanders and the dozen peak tier 3 elites in our military, and even our commander himself, have failed to reach tier 4. This is because we lacked proper training resources early on. Everyone is starting to agree with this logic. Focusing heavily on his training resources is a great move, highly worth trying. Ning, the double S-rank genius, will be our top seed. We must transfer him immediately to the capital military district. Everyone agrees, but a lone voice suddenly objects. This unexpected opposition leaves the entire room deeply frustrated. Why on earth would anyone object to such a genius? Is the 4th military district starting another classic argument? The spectacled officer stands his ground and counters. It seems none of you have read the end of this report. He is actually a mental type awakener. And in the last 70 years, we have never seen a tier 3 mental type. Their physical capabilities are incredibly weak, and they normally require constant support from others just to survive. If they are forced to fight alone without another awakener protecting them, they become nothing but a heavy burden. Furthermore, their advancement from Tier 1 to Tier 2 is a gamble, and going from peak Tier 2 to Tier 3 has a success rate of exactly 0. Hearing this, the director does a complete 180 on the spot. He instantly downgrades Ning's importance because they cannot waste precious resources. The next day, Xiao Hai receives the update. Ning's selection for the Spark plan is officially cancelled and heavily downgraded. They believe a mental type user can never reach Tier 3. His potential rating is slashed to A rank or lower, making intensive training pretty pointless. His trusted soldier asks if they should still treat him as promised. Looks like this sudden betrayal is about to begin. No potential means no perks. Since the higher-ups decided Ning has no future, they quickly cancel his benefits and recall the guards assigned to him. What about the investigation into the saboteurs who tried to block his initial test? The prime suspect apparently committed suicide, leaving the trail completely cold. Should we keep looking? Xiao Hai sighs wearily. Only his potential mattered to them. Now that he is deemed completely useless, there is absolutely no point. Shortly after, they drive over to deliver the bad news. Ning, the capital experts have reached a decision. You are capped at Tier 2. The safe zone has cancelled your benefits, and you are officially out of the C plan. I have delivered the message. Goodbye. Ning is left completely stunned. How could his potential only be rated Tier 2? He knows his true talent is triple S rank, and even the tested double S rank should have been more than enough. But then he realizes the situation. Tianan's safe zone is currently under heavy mutant attacks, and mental type awakeners are still widely dismissed as complete trash. Nobody knows yet that to break through to Tier 4 mental willpower is the secret. Since nobody has discovered this secret, things did not go as planned. It is a pretty unexpected setback. He did not expect another twist of fate to blind them to his value. Should he go to the capital and reveal his triple S rank status? Tell them that mental power is the key to unlocking Tier 4. After some thought, he decides against it. Without solid proof, nobody would believe him anyway. The best thing to do right now is to quickly recover his strength to Tier 3. Then his power will speak for itself. With the sword, God system, and storm sword style, his starting point is already far better than in his previous life. He cannot afford to hesitate anymore. He must head out immediately to hunt mutants. As he arrives in the wild forest, 2 young hunters yell out to him, "Hey kid with the gun, want to join our squad? We are hunting low-level Tier 1 mutants. Success gets you 1 credit, and we will guarantee that you stay completely safe." Ning flatly refuses. A team Tier 1 mutants barely offer any experience, and splitting it among so many is pretty pointless. "Go on without me, I do not need it." "Well kid, you sure surprised me with that attitude. We wanted to help since you are alone, but you are pretty ungrateful. Do not think just because you just awakened." They wanted to teach him a lesson. "We were nice enough to invite you, but with that attitude, do you have a death wish?" All this whining gives Ning a headache. Shut up and get lost. Just meeting Ning's eyes makes the trash talker instantly back down in terror. That freezing stare feels like being targeted by a wild beast. Only someone who has survived countless life or death battles could look like that. This kid is seriously dangerous. Without another word, Ning ignores them and heads right inside. He stops at the Lanshi Forest, one of the deadliest zones outside the Tianfeng safe zone. If he remembers correctly, the deepest part of this forest holds 2 Tier 1 variants, and one of them is at the peak of Tier 1. To advance from level 0 to level 1, an awakener needs to kill 3 Tier 1 variants. He already took down a peak Tier 1 mutant in the trial dungeon. Even with halved experience, it equals a regular Tier 1 mutant. Taking down 2 more in this Lanshi forest will trigger his level up. Speak of the devil, a monster immediately attacks, but he decides against using his storm sword and pulls his gun. He needs both soul experience and physical conditioning to strengthen his body. Monsters start swarming him from everywhere. Ning knows psychics have the weakest physical stats among awakeners. He has to change the higher-ups' perception of his class. It is not just him, other high-level capable awakeners must also find a way to awaken their minds. Waiting until Tier 4 descends will be far too late. He has to make the brass realize how critical psychic types are. Just as Ning opens fire, sending birds scattering everywhere, the rude group from earlier starts panicking. "Did you hear that? Gunfire. Could it be that kid from before. The sound is coming from the treant territory, which is right nearby. Let's move fast, we can't let that brat snatch the spiritual fruit first. Meanwhile, Ning is busy dodging and weaving through relentless attacks. The peak tier 1 variant, a massive tree demon, is trying to crush him, and there are actually two of them, attacking him, roaring with wide-open jaws. But Ning is pretty confused. He looks around but cannot spot the second monster anywhere. Right now, he only sees and senses a single target right before him, but something feels off. Dozens of its thick tentacles slam violently into the ground at blinding speed. Ning dashes, dodging every single strike. But suddenly, the beast vanishes. It actually leapt directly over his head, whipping heavy chains down with insane force. Who knew such a massive creature could be so agile? With the second monster still missing, Ning suspects it is waiting in ambush. The beast grows more furious by the second. No time to dodge or plan he has to block the strike head-on. He slams his gun hard against the monster's trunk, only to spot a strange, eye-like parasite embedded right in its center. Ning's wrist gets slashed open in the clash, but he is sure of what he just saw. Even the elite squad tasked with hunting Tier 2 mutants was heavily injured by these two monsters, losing two comrades. If the second mutant had not hidden so well, they would not have suffered such losses. In his past life, the military elite squad eventually killed both this tree demon and its hidden accomplice. Their reports back then totally misled him, but the truth is now staring him right in the face. The hidden disruptor is actually attached to the tree demon itself. Suddenly, the creature starts swelling up. Ning finally connects the dots. The disruptor's screams act as a power buff for the tree demon, though the effect does not seem to last very long. Plus, during the buff, the tree demon took a step back. There is no new trick, just the same basic strike from before. If he is right, it will jump next. Right on cue, the monster leaps toward him. Anticipating this, Ning immediately jumps onto its thrashing tentacles. Your biggest flaw is that parasite on your chest, monster. Now watch him go to work as he springs high and drives his sword straight into the center of the disruptor. The tree demon shrieks as green slime oozes out. Ning rips the disruptor away without its host. The parasite is incredibly weak and fragile. He crushes it barehanded. Watching its partner die, the tree demon goes completely wild, thrashing its tentacles in rage. But now it is the demon's turn. Ning unsheathes his sword and chops its tentacles to pieces in seconds. Without the power buff, this tree demon is nothing like a peak tier 1 variant. Ning charges forward again, completely unfazed by its screams, systematically slicing it into a helpless stump. Now the tree demon stands alone, its once fearsome tentacles completely severed. Ning looks at it calmly. Let us stop struggling now, shall we? Time to say goodbye. With a final swift thrust straight into its face, green liquid sprays as the beast explodes. A system notification pops up. You have successfully slain the mid-tier 1 variant disruptor, earning your reward, psionic experience. Defeating the peak first-tier mutant tree demon grants him a sweet chunk of experience points. He receives a white-grade tree demon bark material alongside some white-grade withered wood armor equipment. He also gets some white-grade giant claw materials and a psionic corpse fruit. Ning is pretty satisfied with this haul. Even with some minor side effects, it is a fantastic utility item for regular combat. The real prize, however, is that psionic fruit. Consuming it permanently boosts his constitution by 1 point and increases his health recovery rate by 20%. He eats it immediately. Normally, a major rank breakthrough only grants an awakened 4 stat points. He has already taken down 2 big bosses, so gaining 1 point here is quite a solid harvest. Meanwhile, the 3 trailing teammates are totally dumbfounded. The boss aura has vanished. Did that level 2 awaken shoot and kill it? But wait. Other than that useless kid from earlier in their own group, there is literally nobody else around. They already felt he was weird. Could he really have pulled this off? It seems absolutely impossible. Half an hour later, inside the Tianfeng safe zone, Ning arrives at the mutant material exchange shop with his bag of loot. Seeing the massive sack he hauled in, the merchant immediately greets him, asking if he wants to sell everything. Trading through the system is an option, but Ning cannot afford to waste any transaction fees right now. Every resource counts, making a direct offline deal the smartest choice. After carefully inspecting each piece, the cheerful shop manager, Manager Hugh, speaks up with some pretty exciting news. He explains that these 4 peak first-tier materials can craft a great set of armor. The base value sits around 697 credits. But since it is his first visit, they will round it up. They offer him an even 700 credits. Ning hesitates for a second, doing some quick mental math. In this harsh apocalyptic world, 700 credits can buy over 200 kilograms of meat or hire 8 cheap mercenaries. That is actually a very generous offer. Ning has no reason to decline, so he quickly agrees to finalize the transaction. The shopkeeper confirms the credit transfer, instantly asking him to check his device. He then proudly mentions their customized gear, supplies, and weapons. "Does the honorable guest need anything else?" Ning asks if they have any sword skill books. The owner hesitates, admitting they only have some lower-tier books. Honestly, the entire safe zone faces the same shortage. Sword arts are extremely rare, leaving them with only D-rank manuals. The staff member quickly retrieves 3 options. Ning takes them to inspect their details. The first book contains a D-rank skill called Furious Slash, a basic sword technique. This skill consumes a portion of stamina and focus to launch a charge-forward strike, dealing extra damage. It hits for 1.2 times his basic strength. Standard stuff. Nothing mind-blowing for our hero. The second one is a D-rank skill called Draw Sword Slash. It consumes quite a bit of stamina but increases attack speed. It deals 1.2 times his agility attribute on that first crucial strike. The third is a D-rank, Continuous Slash skill that demands heavy physical and mental energy. It unleashes 3 quick strikes in rapid succession. Each hit deals 0.6 times strength damage with a decent chance to trigger a bleeding effect on the target. Honestly, all 3 are pretty weak bottom-tier garbage. Even though his system can easily upgrade and fix any skill, the final modified version still heavily depends on the original foundation. He cannot just make a random choice here. Torrential Sword Breath is incredibly destructive, but its massive area of effect makes it slow and highly inflexible. If he faces a high-level agile mutant in the future, they could easily dodge the blast and counter him. They would strike during his cooldown window. The manager keeps up his greasy smile, eager to make a sale. He asks if the honored guest is unsatisfied. If there is no rush, he can order from other safe zones. By paying a small shipping fee, they can easily track down a C-rank skill or even a B-rank. Ning does not want to wait and instantly makes his decision. No need for that, he will take Draw Sword Slash. He is really curious to see just how overpowered an attack speed boosting skill can become under his system, and honestly so are we. The shopkeeper is secretly baffled. This kid can slay a peak first-tier mutant, yet chooses such a garbage skill. Maybe he just has money to burn. Oh well. A sale is a sale, so there is no need to overthink it. He plasters on his fake smile and packs the skill book for 600 credits, thrilled to make a massive profit. Ning walks home happily. With 100 credits left over, he plans to buy some treats for Xiao An. The moment he steps inside, his little sister is completely shocked to see him carrying so much delicious food. He confidently tells her that since he is an awakened hunter, he can easily afford this. "With me in the future, we will only eat the best." Ning even buys some snacks. In this apocalypse, just staying alive is hard enough, making snacks an absolute luxury. The moment Xiao An sees them, she screams with joy. Wow, she heard only high officials get snacks and no one on their streets has ever even seen these before. He pats her head gently. "Eat up, because I promise you will have plenty of this stuff from now on." 2 hours later, the little girl is fast asleep. Since their mother is working overtime, no one is around to distract him. Finally, he can learn the skill book. He opens it up instantly, mastering the D-rank ability called Draw Sword God. His skill slots are now 2 out of 4 as the skill evolves into the SSS-Rank Heaven Limit Flowing Light. Ning closes his eyes. He feels the skill. It consumes 4,000 spiritual energy points to unleash a single slash, boosting his damage by 600%. The buff also grants insane agility for 1 second while unleashing a destructive sword energy that tears enemies apart. It inflicts chaotic limb-cleaving damage on the first target with a high chance of triggering a special instant death effect. That 600% agility boost, even for 1 second, perfectly compensates for the heavy, slow wind-up of the skill. He definitely made the right choice. Now he needs a place to test it out. Suddenly, remembering something, he searches his cabinet. He pulls out a gas mask. If he wants to test true speed, only one place will do. 2 hours later, he arrives. Deep in the foggy outskirts of Yuan Tianfeng City, monsters are crawling everywhere. He stands right outside the old Kim Guan district. In both his past and present lives, this neighborhood has always been a complete dead zone that no one dares to explore. Ning recalls his previous life when he accidentally discovered that this quiet residential area actually hid something highly valuable. It was home to a deadly Stage 2 mutant that possessed maxed-out speed and agility, and it carried a highly valuable blue-grade equipment. Looking down, he realizes he is already stepping in its sticky slime. The monster is lurking, watching him from the shadows. It stalks Ning from behind. The second he turns his head, the creature lunges, opening its massive mouth to swallow him whole. Ning draws his sword just in time, slicing it down with a few quick moves. Luckily, it is just a basic zombie. If it were a crawler, the fight would have been pure hell on this swampy ground. He needs to move immediately. He quickly relocates to an empty warehouse nearby. But the moment he steps inside, hidden beasts begin to eye him from every corner. In his previous life, even when he possessed Stage 2 stats and full blue gear, this creature still left him heavily wounded. With his current slow physical stats, even a minor mistake means the crawler will shred him to pieces in an instant. If he remembers correctly, the beast should be close. Looking around, he spots a ventilation vent. He can use the iron bars on it. Maybe he missed this in his past life, but it looks like a perfect trap. Ning bends the heavy metal bars, turning them into sharp, outward-facing spikes to impale the beasts when they charge at him. Suddenly, an elite monster emerges from the murky water. It locks its eyes on Ning and lunges forward at full speed. He dodges the strike, sending the beast crashing headfirst into the wall. He needs to finish this fast. If the crawler joins the fight now, he is dead. The elite monster shrieks in pain from the trap. The trap actually worked, but then he hears a rapid scratching sound from behind the building. His worst nightmare is here. A system notification pops up the stage. 2 intermediate mutant crawler has arrived. This is bad. He did not expect to face a 2-on-1 fight so soon. Trapped between 2 massive beasts, Ning freezes. This crawler feels even faster than the one from his past life. Because they are so close, dodging is nearly impossible. While he can easily predict the crawler's close-range strikes, the elite monster's heavy charging attacks are much harder to anticipate. There is absolutely no time left to overthink his options. He must evade the crawler's deadly swipes at all costs. Dodging one monster only invites an attack from the other. He is forced into a desperate defense. His brief moment of confidence vanishes. That clever little trap was completely useless, and now he is taking heavy damage. Damn it, his own plan backfired. He came to test his skill, but the situation is getting too dangerous. Unleashing Windstorm's sword would keep him safe, but using it right now is practically impossible under these conditions. The crawler is just too fast for the Windstorm sword to land, especially while dodging 2 mutants at once. His current unranked physical stats simply cannot keep up with the overwhelming speed of these 2 monsters. That leaves him with only one option, using the Heaven Limit Flowing Light skill, a single-target quick-draw slash. Ning slowly sheathes his sword. Sensing an opening, both monsters lunged forward at the exact same moment. Suddenly, a thought hits him. Wait, the skill description for Heaven Limit Flowing Light mentioned it carried a special passive, following the sword aura. Although he does not know its exact maximum range to play it safe, he calculates based on the shortest estimate. Assuming things go as expected, the range is his arm length plus the blade's physical size. Combined with the sword aura, even though Glint of Sky Gap is normally a single-target skill, the reach of this aura should let him strike both monsters at once. Ning decisively triggers his draw sword slash Glint of Sky Gap, striking both at once with a heavy burst of energy. Energy radiates outward as severed monster limbs rain down. Ning stands right in the middle, decimating both beasts with just one single hit. The skill does not just cause irregular body tearing on the first target, as the description promised. The sword aura actually unleashes a massive splash damage effect too. Had he known this sooner, he would not have taken such a big risk to attack both of them at once. Then again, on second thought, he has some doubts. The bonus effects might not trigger every time, so he still needs to test this skill more. Right then, the system. Suddenly, notifications start spamming. He has defeated a climber, an intermediate Tier 2 mutant earning massive psychic experience points. Along with the experience, he lands some white-grade mutant materials, the climber's leg, and a rare blue-grade swift core. Plus, he scores a blue-grade weapon, the Gale Claws. It was a risky fight, but the payoff is absolutely worth it. Meanwhile, over at the Tianfeng military outpost, alarms go off as a massive energy wave sweeps the area. What is this? Unprecedented energy fluctuations detected. We need a full alert immediately. The sirens blare, sending the entire command room into a frenzy. What is going on? Why do the alarms trigger out of nowhere? They track a bizarre massive energy fluctuation spike. It is coming from the outskirts. Could a Tier 3 awakened be throwing down out there? But the base's records show no Tier 3 awakened registered to go out today. Could an elite fighter from another military zone be visiting, or is this some covert foreign operation? They immediately dispatch a team to investigate the scene. 20 minutes later, they track the source down. This kind of destructive battlefield is unlike anything they have ever seen before. No local Tier 3 awakened uses a technique quite like this. But then one of the scouts freezes. Wait, look. Residual readings show the psychic power pumped into this single attack was at least over 4,000 points. Unleashing that much energy without collapsing on the spot requires the stamina of a mid-level Tier 3 powerhouse. As the inspector digs deeper, cold sweat drips down. This is urgent and way above their security clearance level. They must report directly to the commander-in-chief. Meanwhile, having quietly finished up the battlefield, Ning is already moving on. He strolls back toward the Tianfeng safe zone. He is absolutely thrilled. This gear offers both mobility and explosive burst. It easily fetched 60,000 credits in his past life, and he hopes history repeats itself with a good price today. Since it is late, all physical shops are already closed. Ning decides to put it up on the online marketplace. He lists the clause, and literally a second later someone asks for the price. That was insanely fast. They want the Gale Clause and ask if there is any discount. Ning responds immediately with a firm price. 60,000 credits non-negotiable. The buyer pleads, asking if they can trade other resources to cover some of it. They offer gear, skill, books, and food to offset the cost. When Ning does not reply right away, they panic. Desperate not to lose the item, they message again, asking if 30,000 credits is enough to close the deal. Ning is highly amused. With this much demand, he certainly does not have to worry about finding a buyer. He starts negotiating, asking the buyer to add him so they can work out the details together. The minimum cash has to be 30,000 credits. Other items are fine, including common white-grade gear, but he specifically wants sword-type skills or ideally psychic fruits. Across the screen, the buyer is salivating. The buyer is absolutely hooked and determined. Even if he must liquidate everything, he will secure this god-tier item. He immediately orders his subordinates to take inventory of all tribal gear, especially anything related to swordsmen. The lackeys quickly set off to get it done. After a frantic 30-minute sweep, they bring back their findings. Every piece of salvageable gear is piled up. But looking at the hoard, the leader feels it is still not enough. He wants to secure the deal with a deposit first. He barks orders for them to quickly scrape together more credits. After a brief wait, the deposit credits are successfully transferred, landing straight in Ning's account. The young man smiles, pleased by how desperate this buyer is. In his past life, his mother and Xiao An live in constant fear, never knowing a single peaceful day. Now that he is reborn with resources, he won't let them suffer anymore. Always having to live in fear, never knowing a single peaceful day. Now that he has regressed and has plenty of resources, letting them suffer would be completely unacceptable. Reincarnation means absolutely nothing if he cannot give his family a better life. Ning vows to give his mother and Xiao An the absolute best. The contact promises that the rest of the items will definitely arrive tomorrow. The next morning, Ning arrives at the crowded Tianfeng real estate agency. The place is packed with people. As soon as they step inside, an eager saleswoman rushes over with a bright, welcoming smile. She politely asks what kind of property they are looking for today. Ning gently leads his little sister, who looks completely overwhelmed by the luxury. Ning tells her he wants the best house available right now since he needs to move in immediately. He asks if there are any move-in-ready units. The saleswoman instantly looks down on them. She scoffs in her head, wondering how a level 0 awakened even dares to walk into this place. She assumes they cannot even afford a single brick here. Coldly, she tells him that the premier homes cost 40,000 credits, which is incredibly expensive. Telling him to go look at the cheap 2,000 credit properties instead, she claims she has more important clients to serve. Ning does not even blink. He confidently replies that 40,000 credits is perfectly fine and tells her to start the direct transfer. The saleswoman scoffs and challenges him if he actually has the money he can pay right now and move in today. Her voice is sweet, but her mind is dripping with pure disgust. To her, this guy looks completely broke and is just wasting her time. Though she wants to kick him out for wasting her time, Ning calmly tells her to wait just a moment. His phone shows a balance of only 13,000 credits, meaning he is short on funds and cannot complete the transaction. The saleswoman loses the last of her patience. She snaps at him, asking if he came here just to play a joke on her. She mockingly asks if he expects tens of thousands of credits to magically appear. Little Xiao An stands there looking terribly confused and worried. But right then, a new notification pops up. The buyer messages Ning apologizing that they could only gather 39,375 credits. They ask if he will accept some extra gear and spirit fruit to cover the rest. The offered trade items quickly appear on his screen. It includes a tactical chest plate crafted from white mutant beast hide, 2 white shoulder pads, and a white arm guard. He also receives a white tactical ring and 6 white spirit fruits. Ning immediately accepts the deal. As the transaction completes, a loud chime rings out, causing the saleswoman's jaw to drop in absolute shock. A massive deposit arrives. 39,375 credits have been credited to his account. Instantly, her attitude flips and she becomes incredibly sweet. She praises him, calling him a young genius who is shockingly wealthy, and admits she is completely blown away by his deep pockets. Ning looks at her with pure amusement. He asks if they can complete the payment or if he should find another agent instead. The woman desperately pleads, begging him to stay because she can handle absolutely anything he needs with perfect service. She addresses him with utter devotion, promising complete satisfaction. Once the payment clears, she leads Ning and his sister to their new home. The villa is breathtakingly luxurious. Xiao An stares around in complete disbelief, asking her brother if they are really going to live here. Ning smiles and reassures her that she will never have to scavenge in the dangerous junkyards ever again. He hands her the keys. He tells her to bring their mother over while he heads out to take care of some urgent business. Soon night falls over the city. Stepping onto a high rooftop, his resources from the climber monster are running low, meaning he needs to find a new source. The military has already cleared out all the high-level mutants around Tianfeng, leaving only basic training spots for weaker rookies. Those spots are far too weak to help him level up. Now his only viable option is to head into the Corpse C Academy. This dangerous dungeon lies just outside the safe zone and is the only nearby area that drops valuable spirit fruits and high-grade monsters. It hosts Tier 2 mutants and offers unique bonus rewards for clearing it with a high rating. So far, no one has achieved the top rank. This means the ultimate special reward is still up for grabs. With his powerful triple S rank skill, Ning is confident he can conquer it. Leaping off the roof, he plunges down into the night. The system screen asks him if he wants to enter the C-Rank Academy dungeon. Since this instance is restricted to Tier 2, awakened Ning immediately confirms and the system begins matching. He is matched with 14 other players. 1 minute later, the system officially launches the Corpse C Academy dungeon. The setting is a standard apocalyptic environment. The main enemies here are mutated zombies along with a small number of rogue humans. The timeline is set to 7 days after the initial outbreak, right when hordes of newly turned zombies completely overran the campus. Players can exit the dungeon once they complete their basic quest. Ning suddenly materializes inside a dark, silent classroom. He finds himself surrounded by several other players. Keeping his cool, he focuses entirely on the glowing system screen before him. The basic mission is simple: survive inside the academy for 12 hours without leaving. Completing it awards a random white tier item. He will also earn 4 spiritual energy experience points. In addition, several optional subquests appear on his screen. These include hunting a headless female zombie, taking down a C-rank butcher mutant, or wiping out every single zombie in the school. Nearby, a blonde youth named Kao Yun speaks up asking if anyone has ever successfully cleared these high-difficulty side quests before. He asks if anyone has run this Corpse C dungeon before. Having cleared it once, he volunteers to lead the group. The bald guy backs him up, saying the academy difficulty is insane, and they need an experienced captain. Kao Yun strikes a serious pose, warning them that this dungeon has one of the highest difficulty ratings among Tier 2 zones. Poor teamwork means an instant party wipe. Yet despite all his grand speeches, Ning keeps his back turned completely, ignoring him. Unbothered by the noise, Ning looks away honestly. Who can blame him? Irritated, Cao Yun loudly calls out to the level 0 kid. He asks if entering a Tier 2 dungeon at level 0 is some kind of speedrun to get killed, warning him he is in the wrong place. He wonders if anyone warned the kid about the danger. Ning stays silent, casting a cold, sideways glance that immediately speaks volumes. The chilling look instantly makes Cao Yun break a sweat, wondering why this creepy level 0 is even here in the first place. He flatly tells him they will not carry dead weight, so he should stay far away and avoid dragging the group down. Shaking his head, Cao Yun waves it off, telling him he can tag along at the back just to leech some experience points. Every rookie deserves a break. But he quickly reminds the team that the base clear reward is merely a single piece of common white gear. Since they are all chasing high-tier quests, they must pay close attention to his warnings and avoid doing anything reckless. He strictly forbids them from accepting any side quests alone. Last time, someone did exactly that and accidentally pulled 2 bosses at once. Most of the team died right there, leaving 2 peak Tier 2 players to barely pull off a desperate, messy victory. That nightmare left Cao Yun completely empty-handed and traumatized, a terrifying memory he still hates to look back on. Meanwhile, Ning ignores the chatter and stares at his system panel. His attributes are still a bit low, meaning he must use his spirit fruits now. No more holding back his spirit fruits. He knows that most Tier 2 Awakeners do not even have a total attribute score of 18, yet his single strength stat alone is already sitting at 17. His raw stat screen is basically matching any elite Tier 2 Awakener. Combining these massive attributes with his 2 overpowered triple S rank skills, clearing this whole Corpse Academy should be a total breeze. Ning feels unstoppable. Pure raw power courses through his veins. Meanwhile, Cao Yun gathers everyone for a quick talk. He announces that the barrier is dropping, ordering everyone to accept the Headless Corpse quest first since she is a mid-level Tier 2 boss. With 14 of them fighting together, the casualties should be minimal. The party members nod, fully agreeing to follow his lead. The only attractive girl in the group immediately starts using her charms, playfully asking the captain to keep her safe if things get dangerous. As the barrier vanishes, the team steps forward. But before they can even coordinate, Ning suddenly bolts ahead of everyone. The entire squad is left staring in utter confusion. Seriously, who charges into a dungeon alone like that? They cannot believe a level 0 is blindly rushing in by himself, muttering if the kid has some sort of death wish. Worrying that his reckless actions might mess up their run, the team looks to Cao Yun, who quickly waves his hand in dismissal. He yells at them to ignore the rookie, telling the team to maintain their formation and follow his lead into the dark academy. The air grows increasingly cold and eerie as they advance. Meanwhile, Ning swiftly makes his way up the crumbling stairs. Sudden desperate cries for help echo from the shadows, with voices begging him to save them and lead them out. Although they look like helpless survivors, Ning easily sees right through their disguise, knowing exactly what monstrous things they truly are. He runs straight past them, delivering a swift kick to their faces. In his past life, his naive teammates fell for this exact trap. They mistook these monsters for friendly side quest NPCs, only to get brutally ambushed and torn to shreds the moment they helped. Ning can still vividly picture that gruesome scene. He knows the dungeon butcher drops the absolute best loot in this entire zone. His plan is to hunt down the butcher on the rooftop, lure out the hidden boss, and wipe them all out together. Meanwhile, the main group is still crawling through the shadows, carefully making their way toward the trash dump where the boss spawns. Cao Yun advises everyone to avoid attracting minor mobs to save their strength for the headless corpse, keeping the group moving in silence. He warns that killing too many minions early on will only trigger a massive horde frenzy later, making things far more dangerous. Rushing straight to the boss is actually their safest bet. Once the target is down, the remaining mobs will enter a temporary rage. They just need to lay low and wait out the buff before moving deeper. The strategy seems solid enough to keep everyone alive. The black-haired girl eagerly flatters Cao Yun, telling him that with such a great captain they are guaranteed a flawless clear. A player behind quickly tells her to pipe down as a massive shadow looms ahead. The system suddenly issues a high-level threat warning. The mutated headless corpse has arrived. Perched on a rusted car, the grotesque beast glares down at the trembling group. Clutching a severed skull, the monster locks its gaze directly on Cao Yun, who is currently hiding behind his rather pathetic-looking shield. Gulping in fear, he steps forward, stammering that his defense class can hold the monster while the rest of them launch an attack. This squad couldn't possibly be any clumsier. The archer steps up to initiate the fight, firing the first arrow. The bald fighter screams in panic. The captain shifts slightly to the right, barely avoiding a stray blast of dark magic. With his shield temporarily holding off the female corpse's magic, Cao Yun spots an opening and leaps forward to counterattack. But in an instant, she completely vanishes. 3 seconds of dead silence pass before she suddenly reappears right out of thin air. Right in front of the archer, the team panics, demanding to know why the boss is suddenly targeting them as Cao Yun stutters. He mutters an apology, claiming he lost aggro before raising his shield again to tell everyone to resume their previous attack rhythm. While they struggle, Ning stands completely alone on the sidelines, calmly observing the chaotic battlefield with a thoughtful look. The butcher mutant should be right here, yet it is nowhere to be found. He opens his system quest log. Wait, what is this? The quest to slay the butcher has already been claimed by someone else. If it wasn't him, then who was it? Back with the squad, everyone is completely dumbfounded when his second boss suddenly appears. Turns out Cao Yun has been playing dirty. He secretly accepted the quest without consulting anyone. As a defense-type awakener, he knows he cannot pull off high damage. Because of this, getting high-tier gear at the end of a dungeon is nearly impossible for someone with low damage output. But if his teammates get wiped out when the boss is near death, the sole survivor gets the best loot guaranteed. It is a dark, greedy plan. Cao Yun puts on a show, acting totally clueless before turning around to blame others. He demands to know who accepted the quest, suggesting it was that level 0 guy who ran away to get them killed. He vows to stop that fake scheme, charging directly toward the raging monster with his shield raised high in a heroic act. He shouts for them to focus on attacking while he holds the line. The squad is completely fooled by his bravery. They look at their self-sacrificing leader with absolute admiration, completely unaware that they are just pawns in his twisted game. Standing high above them, Ning hears the entire conversation. A cold smirk plays on his lips as he listens to the lies. Framing him to steal all the loot is a clever trick, but Cao Yun picked the wrong target to mess with. Knowing this dungeon holds 2 hidden bosses, Ning accepts a Class C quest and a Class B quest at once. The terrifying beasts are summoned instantly. Instead of backing away, Ning draws his weapon with complete confidence and calls them over. He goads the monsters into attacking, and as they charge, he flips backward and leaps down to the level below. Just as he planned, the enraged beasts follow him down, entering a state of absolute fury as they pursue their target. Cao Yun looks up in sheer confusion to see the level 0 guy landing right in front of him. He turns pale, wondering what the kid is doing here, just as the 2 massive boss monsters crash down beside them. While Cao Yun stands frozen in terror, Ning casually pats his shoulder and suggests they all play together with 4 bosses. Cao Yun completely loses his mind when he realizes this crazy kid has accepted every single high-level quest in the area. Leaning in, Ning whispers a mock apology for leaving him with such an incredibly unfair and overwhelming mess to handle. His brilliant plan to sacrifice his team and steal the loot is completely ruined by a worthless level 0 nobody. Having no other choice, he turns tail and runs for his life, screaming for everyone to retreat to the rooftop. The rest of the squad follows their running captain. Ning watches them go with a smirk, glad they are gathering together. This actually makes cleaning them up much easier. Once inside, one of the fighters snaps and directs all his rage at him. He lunges at Ning, swearing that he will not let the useless kid drag them down to their deaths. But Ning effortlessly sidesteps the attack, leaving the fighter baffled since a level 0 shouldn't have such speed. How could a tier 2 slasher miss a strike on a tier 0 rookie? That is when Ning calmly speaks. He points out that their teammate died to the Butcher Mutant, a quest that he never even accepted in the first place. The squad is stunned. They turn on Cao Yun, realizing he deliberately sacrificed Zhang Dao using that mutated student as bait. He wanted to use them as meat shields to hog all the experience points. Cao Yun stammers, completely unable to explain. He tries to deflect, yelling that infighting won't save them now because the kid just triggered every single active quest. The mutants are closing in fast, and defending this position is their only chance to survive this nightmare. But they cannot possibly hold out against 4 buff Tier 2 mutants, let alone the peak Tier 2 corpse Sea Lord. Frustrated by the loud arguing, one of them screams at everyone to shut up and focus on their immediate defense. Since the mutated student and the other giant beasts are too massive, they will have to climb up from the outside walls. They must split into 2 teams to block the incoming ranged attacks from the 3 approaching mutated beasts. Others block the disabled girl from the main entrance and the zombies, one of them yelling that if they survive this, he will definitely take Cao Yun's head along with that 0-tier trash. Monsters keep swarming up, and this guy is talking pretty big. Ning thinks he should survive first before talking, so he shouts for the whole team to coordinate their ultimate attacks. Fire blasts, icy tentacles, and explosive heat trigger a massive blast, but somehow 4 bosses have already climbed up to their level. Nobody expected them to move this fast. Panic sets in because their full-force attacks cannot seem to slow down the horde. It is over. Everyone is completely exhausted, and Cao Yun finds himself cornered, facing off against several beasts at the same time. They are forced to fight, but as the monsters swarm closer, Ning suddenly offers them a crazy way out. "Follow me if you want to live." He yells to jump down with him. The team watches in absolute shock as he leaps. Is he actually giving up first? What a complete lunatic. But as Ning spins midair, a sudden massive explosion violently shakes the entire area, forcing everyone to look. An overwhelmingly powerful pressure floods the sky. Did that 0-tier guy just cause this? It makes absolutely no sense, but they have to risk it. Deciding to gamble their lives, the group jumps down together after Ning. Now only Cao Yun is left standing up on the roof. He is terrified that jumping will lead to an even worse death. Since he is a defense type, staying up here might keep him safe. Ning grins, telling Cao Yun that staying behind was his final mistake. Instantly, he unleashes a massive sword storm to obliterate the rooftop. Cao Yun struggles to raise his shield, but the pressure is overwhelming. Meanwhile, the jumping team still cannot believe their eyes. That a 0-tier could unleash this level of destruction. Billowing white smoke fills the air from the sheer force. The bosses are instantly vaporized, and Cao Yun completely evaporates with them. Now the group finally understands why Ning was so confident. He has the power to back up his attitude. This kind of strength has to be at least Tier 3. Afterward, Ning emerges looking incredibly cool. Completely unharmed and without a single scratch, he casually asks if everyone is alright. Their leader bows down in deep regret. He begs for forgiveness, admitting they were completely blind to his true power before. The archer stutters, trying to explain himself. He insists his earlier trash talk was not directed at Ning. Ning waves it off, telling them it does not matter. He instructs them to hunt down any surviving zombies left in the area. They quickly nod, eager to follow his lead. The moment Ning walks away, the group starts showering him with endless praise. He is not only insanely strong, but also incredibly handsome. One guy seems completely infatuated with him. Meanwhile, Ning has already shifted his focus back to what really matters in this run. From his past life, he remembers rumors of a hidden blue-tier item dropped by the headless female corpse. Stopping, he suddenly spots something. It is just a broken skull fragment, and with the battlefield completely destroyed, searching is going to be incredibly difficult. But then he looks closer. He catches a sudden gleam of light. Hurrying over to inspect it, he finds exactly what he was looking for. A system notification pops up. He has acquired a rare blue item, the Skull of Grudge, which offers 2 skills, telekinesis and telepathic scouting. To use it, he has to press it, the skull, against his forehead. This item is absolutely perfect for spiritual-type users who have always been looked down upon, mostly because they cannot condense their power into physical attacks like other classes, making it hard to inflict direct damage. But with this massive new buff, the rise of the spiritual class is finally within his reach. The moment Ning presses the skull to his head, a violent rush of energy floods his mind, causing intense pain. It is a brutal process, but a massive power-up follows. With telekinesis now surging through him, he decides to test it out. Targeting a massive fallen boulder, he concentrates for 1 second before completely shattering the giant rock into pieces. Regaining his composure, he unleashes another strike, blowing smoking craters into the ground. Ning is highly pleased with the raw power. Once he levels up, this will be even more devastating. Next, he places his hands on his forehead to test out the mental probe. He checks to see what the other team is up to. Instantly, the movements of every single member flash clearly in his mind. He can track their exact positions and distances. It seems the maximum range is 29 meters, which is plenty for now. Right on cue, a system notification alerts him that every single zombie in the Corpse C Academy has been completely wiped out. All quests are now fully completed, and the exit prompt appears. Once he leaves, his rewards will be calculated. Because of his insane performance, Ning receives a flawless 100% completion rating, earning him a SSS rank. The random draw rewards him with 1 blue item, 6 white items, 3 free attribute points, and 1 B rank skill book. For defeating bosses way above his level, including the Headless Female Corpse, the Bloody Butcher, and the Skeleton Lord, he gets extra attribute points. These rewards are absolutely massive. Once he gets back, he can sell the lower-tier white gear online for some quick cash. Plus, Ning has officially reached the peak of level 1. He just needs to complete his promotion quest to finally level up. He eagerly checks what rare blue gear he ended up pulling. The moment he opens the prize, he freezes. The blue gear he gets is the Thunder Thorn Boots, boosting agility by 2, speed by 20%, and explosive power increases by 20%. Its passive effect inflicts paralysis without consuming any energy. As for the active gear skill, Thunder Walk, once activated, boosts agility by 10 for 2 seconds while granting a powerful dash attack. And with this attack, adding 10 agility, doesn't that basically make him an agility class? Scrap the idea of selling it. He instantly equips the Thunder Thorn Boots and heads off to accept his promotion quest. Soon he arrives at the Tianfeng Quest Center, demanding the yawning receptionist register him for a level 0 to 1-star promotion quest. But after looking through the options, our guy decides to take all 4 Tier 2 quests at once. The receptionist freezes, totally convinced she must be hearing things. What did you just say? Take all 4? Honestly, can you blame her for thinking he is absolutely insane? After double-checking the file of Ning, she just bursts out laughing. He really is level 0. Turns out he is the dreamer here. Even ignoring that, taking 4 promotion quests at once is absolutely mental. Unless you are a rare dual system awakener, nobody does this. Do you not know that the penalty for failing a quest is incredibly severe? Everyone else takes them one by one. Ning calmly replies, failing 1 quest loses 50% of my main attribute. If I fail them all, I will end up crippled or even dead. And yes, I can absolutely handle those stakes. He resolutely stretches out his hand to run the power test. The scan confirms he is at the peak of Tier 1. Now can you register these quests? For me, the stunned receptionist has no excuse left to say no. But right then a man walks up to them, asking if this is Ning, the famous double S talent. This guy is Huang Xiao, the scouting captain of Tianfeng Safe Zone. He mocks him, asking why a level 0 is trying so hard so late. Why take such reckless risks? After all, no matter how hard you try, what difference can a mental attribute user even make? The receptionist stammers, trying to explain that actually Ning, but before she can finish, a squad suddenly gathers behind them, reporting that the team is ready. They suspect a Tier 3 Awakener has been fighting over at the Corpse C Academy. The higher-ups ordered a quick investigation, so everyone move out now. Hearing this, Ning just smiles quietly, knowing that the destruction they are investigating was actually his doing. Meanwhile, over at the old zoo, now Tian Park, a scout asks his commander if they should inform the Tianfeng Safe Zone since their troops are searching everywhere lately. Could they be looking for us? The heavily armored man carrying a massive broadsword is none other than the commander of Zhenjiang, a Tier 3 Awakener named Hong Gang. He boasts confidently about his position, completely unbothered by any potential trouble. My son Hong Xing was just selected for the Fire Seed plan, he boasts. I just want to secure some decent blue gear for him, which is honestly no big deal. Besides, the Tianfeng Safe Zone has been absolutely miserable. Ever since their rare double S talent Ning was rejected by the higher-ups, telling them now would just rub salt right into their wounds. His underling quickly agrees with him, but Hong Gang turns back with a sudden frown, asking if their intel is absolutely solid. Is there really a peak Tier 2 beast about to advance to Tier 3 here? I did not travel all this way from Zhenjiang just to go home empty-handed. His subordinate quickly reassures him to not worry, promising that the Corpse Tiger is guaranteed to drop blue tier gear. With that settled, they prepare to move. Meanwhile, Ning is watching the entire scene play out from a high vantage point as his system screens pop up. The strength promotion quest requires him to hunt a peak Tier 1 mutant corpse dog. Next, the agility promotion quest demands a feather from a Tier 2 mutant wind vulture. For his constitution promotion quest, he has to form a team to slay a Tier 2 mutant blood bear. Lastly, his willpower promotion quest requires him to survive a low-level supernatural event for 24 hours. Since 2 of these quests are located right here in Tianlai Park, Ning plans to clear them. At the same time, activating his spiritual probe, he suddenly senses another squad of awakeners trying to steal his targets. He spots Hong Gang, the Tier 3 powerhouse. For some reason, the man suddenly looks straight up toward his exact location, sending a shiver down his spine as he instantly cancels the probe. Talk about a heart-stopping moment. He was almost spotted. Ning is deeply concerned. If they steal his targets, he will fail his promotion quests, which is a massive problem. He has to act immediately. Without wasting another second, he leaps down just as the corpse dogs and mutant bears suddenly surround the other squad. Chaos erupts as the hunters desperately scramble to hold their ground, shouting for everyone to split up and lure the beasts away from their commander to buy some precious time. A young man and a girl, named Aru, volunteer to handle the corpse dogs while the others face the blood bears. Aru confidently charges in. "Come here, puppy, big sister's got a bone for you." Hong Gang suddenly panicked as an overwhelming aura washed over him. It seemed that the corpse tiger had finally appeared. Turning around, he saw the beast looming right behind him. Yet Hong Gang remained completely calm, even showing a bit of excitement. It arrived at the perfect time. Sword in hand, he was ready to solo the corpse tiger. Meanwhile, Ning was hiding in the bushes. Honestly, this tier 3 warrior was probably after the blue gear, but Ning's mission came first. He had to complete his task. As for that blue gear, although he really wanted it, stealing a kill felt too unethical. There was no need to provoke a tier 3 over it. Though if the old man couldn't defeat the corpse tiger, that would be a different story. Right now, these monsters were not lined up and the distance between them easily exceeded 100 meters. Since he knew he only had one use of Sky Rift Glimmer, if the distance was too far, things could go wrong. He had to seize a guaranteed opportunity to use it. Meanwhile, the corpse tiger was in a state of fury, roaring as it lunged forward, forcing Hong Gang to constantly activate wind slashes. Assessing the situation, Ning decided he absolutely had to steal this beast. He focused his attention on them and activated Sky Rift Glimmer. An overwhelming surge of power erupted right after, leaving everyone completely confused about what was happening. Was this a mid-tier or high-tier tier 3? Just then, Hong Gang panicked too, looking around only to find the corpse tiger already pulverized. The team of Awakeners was furious, demanding to know who dared steal their boss. Hong Chiang stayed level-headed. Knowing his limits, he realized this person's power was far beyond his own, making a direct confrontation impossible. Instead, he decided it would be better to find the Tianfeng commander Xiao Hai to clear things up first. Meanwhile, in another development, Ning skipped away after successfully stealing the boss. Absolutely thrilled, the system suddenly notified him that he had defeated higher-level monsters, the corpse dog, blood bear, and corpse tiger, earning 3 attribute points. He also received mutant materials like dog fangs, bear paws, and tiger eyes, along with a white blood of assimilation. He also obtained a white great bear helmet, blue tiger's wrath gloves. The moment he landed, Ning immediately pulled up the status screen for this blue-grade item. These tiger's wrath gloves were an offhand weapon, boosting his strength by 3 points, his agility by 2, and increasing his attack speed by 30%. Activating them would deal a burst of mental damage to the target, inflicting a brief stun and a chance to trigger fear. The cooldown was 24 hours, and the item description rated it as an unholy glove filled with resentment, forcing opponents to face the terror of a beast. Reading this, Ning finally understood why that tier 3 commander wanted it. Ning immediately put them on, and honestly, who wouldn't? Meanwhile, at the Tianfeng Investigation Bureau, Captain Huang Xiao was yawning up a storm, completely exhausted from his fruitless search for clues. Investigating the corpse tide incident all night had yielded absolutely nothing, just like the previous case in the rotting corpse forest. There was no trace of that mysterious tier 3 powerhouse, and nobody knew if they were dealing with the same person. Just then an officer rushed in, reporting that the scout team had just detected 2 tier 3 spiritual energy fluctuations near Tianluo Garden. What again? And 2 of them had their Tianfeng safe zones somehow disturbed a nest of tier 3 elites. Huang Xiao couldn't afford to hesitate. He ordered everyone to stop resting and assemble immediately for an investigation, warning that if they didn't clear this up before the commander returned, he would personally skin them all alive. Right. At that moment, Hong Gang barged in to cause a scene, demanding that Xiao Hai get his butt out there. Officers quickly tried to calm him, realizing this was Commander Hong Gang from the Zhenjiang zone. They explained Commander Xiao Hai was at the defensive front line, asking why he was so furious. Hong Gang glared at Huang Xiao, demanding to know who the hell he was. Huang Xiao introduced himself as the investigation captain and the commander's right-hand man, proposing that, since the commander was away, they could talk to see if he could resolve the issue. Aggressively, Hong Gang began explaining how he was slaying the corpse tiger in Tianluo Garden to get gear for his son, only for a tier 3 warrior from their safe zone to steal it at the last second. Huang Xiao gasped, realizing Hong Gang was indeed one of those 2 tier 3 fighters. Hong Gang continued his rant, accusing Tianfeng's experts of having zero martial ethics by stealing bosses. Huang Xiao awkwardly laughed it off, saying the commander was the only tier 3 they had. Furious Hong Gang snapped, stating he knew talking to him would be a waste of time. He was going straight to the front line to demand justice from Xiao Hai. As they left, Huang Xiao grew increasingly worried, realizing things had gotten seriously out of hand. He knew he had to report this to Commander Xiao Hai immediately. Upon receiving the news, Xiao Hai was utterly shocked. A mysterious Tier 3 operating in Tianfeng successfully stealing a boss right from Hong Gang. If multiple Tier 3 powerhouses were secretly hiding in Tianfeng, it would be a massive threat. They had to investigate. The commander barks to investigate thoroughly. Now is not the time to cause panic. Understood, sir, sending out a team now to search the entire city for clues about that mysterious gear. Meanwhile, Ning is just chilling, casually munching on snacks at the Youth Community Center. He is only 2 quests away from upgrading the Wind Eagle Feather and the Supernatural Dungeon to hit rank 2. Buying the Wind Eagle Feather online is easy enough. Even though it is rare, it is just a low-tier material. Lucky scavengers usually just sell it off since they cannot use it anyway. Ning puts up a request for the feather and lists it. The moment it goes live, someone immediately hits him up. Talk about fast service. The seller asks if he wants to buy, demanding a high price because getting it was apparently dangerous. Ning, mouth stuffed with cake, is way too sharp for that. He knows this guy is a total scammer, but time is tight and he cannot afford to waste any breath. He throws out a direct offer. How about 800 credits? On the other side of the screen, the seller is absolutely ecstatic. 800 credits is a massive sum that a rank 1 hunter like him could not earn in a whole year. It is obvious he is dealing with a rich spender who does not care. So why not rip him off? The seller immediately counters, demanding 900. Wait, no, 1,000 credits. He claims he nearly died to get this feather. Ning is completely done with this nonsense. Gulping down his cake, he snaps back. What are you even talking about? Unless he is blind, this guy is only rank 1. How could he possibly survive a fight with a Wind Eagle? He definitely just found it lying around outside and decided to get greedy. Since Ning offered a fair price, this scammer tried to squeeze him. But everyone knows the actual market price. Sure, he needs it urgently, but he can wait. If the seller refuses, he can just go keep it. Hearing this, tongue-lashing, the seller completely crumbles. He begs him to stop talking, agreeing to sell it for the original 800 credits. But Ning is still annoyed by the blatant greed. He decides to teach this guy a little lesson on manners and slashes the price in half. Only 400 credits now. Take it or leave it, someone else will sell. The scammer can only cry and accept the low offer. With that dealt with, only the paranormal dungeon remains. This one is located right at the Youth Learning Center. Apparently, this trial is nothing like standard combat zones. No one in history has ever cleared it with a SSS rank. That is because it tests mental willpower, rather than brute strength. Ning is stepping inside right now, ready to see just how strong his own mind is. And right as he crosses the threshold, the sky shifts. But wait, he is not the only challenger here today. A few other hunters are tackling the trial alongside him, but looking at them, they seem to be struggling hard. A girl named Huang, he is clutching her head in agony, while another man, Fang Yuan, has already collapsed entirely. A guy named Liang Tengfei looks completely drained. This paranormal dungeon is seriously creepy, even the teleportation process feels off. A refined white-haired man wearing glasses steps forward, introducing himself as Li Zibing, a peak rank 1 willpower specialist. He asks if everyone else here is also a willpower awakener. Liang Tengfei snaps back, asking if that is even a question. No one else would touch this weird promotion trial. Huang, he nods in agreement, pointing out that their combat power is typically too weak. They usually cannot fight monsters or get invited to regular awakening parties, so they get rejected. The old man reassures them, saying that although they are not fighters, this trial is where their willpower shines. He is confident they will make it through. He even mentions he has run these supernatural dungeons twice before. Since he is the veteran, he offers to lead the team, which instantly fires up the rest of the group. Seeing Ning staying silent in the back, the old man asks if he has any better ideas to share. Ning just offers a polite smile. He has no objections, he is just in a rush to get this over with. The system suddenly pings, task activated. They must locate and seal the ghost hiding inside Fanghua High School. The system warns them to look for clues, never trust the spirit, and remember that throwing the talisman incorrectly will trigger an instant failure. Just the mention of ghosts is enough to make the group turn completely pale. The veteran leader steps in to calm them down. He explains that these so-called ghosts are actually just mutated humans, whose minds were corrupted by spiritual energy. They are essentially willpower mutants, though they are still incredibly dangerous. They completely ignore physical attacks and can easily manipulate a person's mind. The veteran suggests heading to the teaching building first to search for clues. If they run into the spirit, they should run and call for backup, instead of fighting. He claims he has a secret technique to handle it. It is time to split up. Uncle Lee splits everyone into 3 groups to search the classrooms, archives, and faculty office. Since Huang, he is fragile, she joins him. Liang Tengfei and Fang Yuan form another team, leaving Ning to go completely alone. He warns everyone to share any findings in their group chat immediately, without keeping secrets. Just like that, Ning walks into the archives alone, shining his flashlight onto a scrap of paper on the floor. This room is practically empty except for a dusty newspaper clipping. It claims homeroom teacher Dao Guosheng is suspected of doing something terrible to Wang Fang, driving her to end her own life. Right then, a hideous specter drops from above, aiming to bite Ning's head clean off. But she misses. He quickly freezes her in place, a female ghost. Could this be Wang Fang? He summons his willpower, pushing it to the absolute limit. This intense mental energy blasts the specter, forcing her to flee into the dark. She ran. Was it just a mental projection testing him? Suddenly, the group chat goes crazy with urgent updates from the others. Huang, he texts that she and Uncle Lee found an old report. A year ago, a devastating fire broke out at the teacher's dormitory, ending in a horrible tragedy for several staff members. Then Liang Tengfei texts that he discovered a compensation agreement demanding emotional damages. The only signature on the document belongs to Wang Fang's family. Right after, Fang Yuan sends another message, stating that after the fire, the school kept records of Taoist masters who drew powerful talismans to seal the area. Finally, Ning texts, a female student was harassed here a year ago. The victim, Wang Fang, reportedly took her own life. The main suspect is their teacher, homeroom mentor Dao Guosheng. Uncle Lee nods slowly, putting the pieces together. It seems the truth is finally coming to light. Wang Fang was assaulted by Dao Guosheng, and her family's demands for justice failed. After taking her own life, she became a vengeful spirit, triggering the fire to exact her revenge. Later, a Taoist master sealed her away, but now that talisman is fading. Their mission is to locate the talisman and lock her up again. Huang, he relays Uncle Lee's analysis, telling everyone to gather at the burned-down room 2011, where he believes the seal is hidden. But Ning thinks differently. This feels way too simple. How on earth could they confidently pinpoint room 2011 anyway? Meanwhile, Liang Tengfei immediately follows orders to group up, convinced the vengeful ghost is definitely Wang Fang. Right at that moment, a shadowy figure creeps up behind them, its long tangled hair dragging. His companion whispers that something is following them. Liang Tengfei screams out in pure terror, "It's Wang Fang, run!" They sprint away, shrieking at the top of their lungs for help. On the other side, Ning, Uncle Lee, and Huang, he arrive at the teacher's dormitory building. The other 2 still haven't shown up. Uncle Lee offers to wait outside while they head in to locate the talisman. Huang, he struggles with the rusted iron door, trying to force it open with her willpower. Watching them fumble around and wasting precious time, Ning walks up and kicks it wide open with a massive crash. Uncle Lee and Huang, he freeze in utter disbelief. That raw power, is he really just a willpower user? Ning isn't trying to show off. He just hates wasting seconds. After searching the dark room for a bit, Huang, he shouts out to Uncle Lee that they found the talisman. Meanwhile, Ning shines his flashlight on a strange human-shaped outline on the wall. He asks Huang if any of their previous clues mentioned exactly how many teachers were burned alive inside this room. She replies that they didn't, wondering why he's asking. Suddenly, Liang Tengfei's group comes bursting through the door, running for their lives. He begs them to save his friend because the ghost is right behind them. Just seconds ago, Fang Yuan was possessed by the spirit. He lunges, biting Liang Tengfei right in the neck. Uncle Lee shouts a warning. The ghost has taken over Fang Yuan and he will hold him down. He orders them to activate the talisman for the seal. But before Huang he can even move, Ning grabs the paper and activates it with his mouth. Uncle Lee summons his willpower chains, desperately trying to restrain the possessed boy. But the monster thrashes violently, and his grip is slipping fast. He yells for them to seal it now while he still can. Ning's expression turns deadly serious as he charges forward. In a shocking twist, he slams the talisman directly onto Uncle Lee's back, declaring, "I have got you, Teacher Dao Guosheng." Uncle Lee freezes in sheer panic, sweat pouring down his face. He never expected his cover to be blown so easily. Finally, it's over. Ning successfully clears the dungeon. The system interface flashes, showing a 100% completion rate with a SSS rating. He receives a special item, the Orb of Wrath, which boosts his soul energy recovery speed by 20% and raises his mental defense by 25%. When facing dangerous spiritual attacks, this powerful item can completely block a single fatal blow. Once the damage is absorbed, the orb shatters. Essentially, this item, condensed from raw resentment, is like a second life for Ning. Our main character is absolutely thrilled with this reward. "This is awesome. If another supernatural crisis pops up, this will keep me alive." Later at the Tianfeng Safe Zone Mission Center, it is already the middle of the night when Ning returns to submit his quest. The receptionist looks at him in complete shock. Didn't he just accept 4 second-tier advancement quests just last night? Could he have completed them already, so fast? After pulling up the database, her jaw drops even lower. All 4 quests are fully cleared. Ning keeps a straight face, telling her to hurry. Flustered, she immediately starts typing as fast as she can. Next. First step, the strength advancement quest is complete. He receives +1 strength point and his credit points increase. Second step, the agility advancement quest is complete. He receives +1 agility point and his credit points increase further. Third step, the constitution advancement quest is complete. He receives +1 constitution point and his credit points increase again. Fourth step, the willpower advancement quest is complete. He receives +1 willpower point and his credit points increase once more. His total credits earned from all 4 quests reach 7,300. Ning breathes a heavy sigh of relief. Reaching Tier 2 so quickly with the Sword God system is a massive leap compared to his past life. After Liang Shu leaves, the staff immediately calls to report to their superiors. As for Ning's personal stats, his current strength is 19. Agility is 18, constitution is 15, and willpower is 35. Not counting his gear, these base stats are impressive for a Tier 2. However, to learn that B-rank sword skill book he bought earlier, he still needs 25 more attribute points. Before his attributes hit 20 points, a single soul fruit can raise his stat by 1, but after 20 it requires more. Counting it all up, he is going to need at least 35 spiritual energy fruits to bridge the gap. Since each fruit costs 6,000 credits, he needs to secure at least 210,000. Right now, he is broke. With most decent dungeons in the Tianfeng zone already cleared, his only real option left is the Death Factory near Zhenjiang. If his memory serves, that place holds a top-tier blue-grade item that should fetch a handsome price on the market. Wasting no time, the young man revs up his heavy motorcycle and roars off. Right then, a crimson vortex swirls overhead, covering the entire sky like an omen of an impending zombie tide. In his past life, the Great Outbreak was a year away. But before that, the Tianfeng safe zone had actually suffered a devastating precursor attack that caused massive casualties. It is scheduled to hit next week. Out of pure goodwill, Ning decides he must quickly warn Xiao Hai to prepare. As Xiao Hai's helicopter cuts through the air, the commander receives the urgent text message on his device. The warning is clear: over the next week, the Tianfeng safe zone will face 3 massive zombie horde outbreaks. It urges him to deploy defenses immediately to prevent catastrophic losses. Xiao Hai is stunned for only 3 seconds. He immediately assumes Ning is just seeking attention after failing to receive double S-class treatment and scoffs at the warning. Talk about a massive mistake in the making. He completely brushes the threat aside and ignores it. Ever since the final showdown 40 years ago, the post-apocalyptic world has enjoyed peace, keeping the zombies safely contained. There is no way they could break out. Instead of wasting critical resources on wild rumors, Xiao Hai has other priorities. Finding the mysterious hidden Tier 3 expert of Tianfeng is far more important. Back at the Safe Zone's meeting hall, Xiao Hai rushes in to meet Huang Xiao, demanding to know if they really found key leads on the Tier 3 powerhouse. Huang Xiao confirms it, revealing that their main suspect is actually Ning, which catches the commander off guard. Xiao Hai is stunned. How could that be? Huang Xiao quickly explains their reasoning to clear up the confusion. They had doubted it too, but the materials Ning recently sold matched the exact time the Tier 3 expert fought. On top of that, investigations show he recently purchased a high-end spiritual energy house which ordinary citizens cannot afford. Xiao Hai begins to find this plausible. Could that mysterious Tier 3 titan really be this young kid? It seems impossible. Liao Tian, a high-ranking military representative, points out that Ning only awakened a week ago. Even with a double S-class talent, climbing to Tier 3 in a single week defies all logic in their world. Even Zhang Lin, the son of General Zhang and a prodigy with dual double S-class strength and agility, has only managed to reach Tier 1 despite having access to endless elite resources. The comparison speaks for itself. Liao Tian confidently asserts his theory: there must be a Tier 3 powerhouse secretly backing the boy from the shadows. Xiao Hai ponders this and agrees. Even if the military overlooked Ning, his hidden mentor clearly saw his potential. Double S-class talents are incredibly rare, so nurturing him secretly makes perfect sense. Suddenly, everything falls into place. If this is true, they do not need to worry, they just need to win over this mysterious backer. Right at that moment, Huang Xiao receives an urgent alert directly from the local quest center. He looks up in disbelief, reporting that Ning has just completed 4 advancement quests to reach Tier 2. The entire meeting room erupts in sheer shock. What, Ning again? How is that even remotely possible? Completing 4 tough quests to advance is unheard of. Xiao Hai stops and starts connecting the dots differently. He tells Liao Tian that their theory must be right. The hidden powerhouse carried the boy through his trials. He let Ning take credit for the defense right after his Tier 2 breakthrough, proving he isn't Tier 3. Xiao Hai orders Huang Xiao to put 2 scouts outside Ning's house to find his backer, then tells him to send more men with him to inspect nearby infected cities to prevent a zombie outbreak. Surprisingly, Xiao Hai suddenly believes the outbreak warnings. If Ning really has a Tier 3 powerhouse backing him, then the outbreak rumor might have come straight from that person. Preparing beforehand is the best way to avoid disaster. Huang Xiao immediately accepts his orders while Xiao Hai remembers one last detail. He reminds Huang Xiao to buy that bastard Wang Baden some blue-tier gear so he stops being a complete nuisance. Meanwhile, at the dead zone between Tangang and Zhenjiang safe zones lies the Death Factory dungeon. After waiting around Ning's sword, Storm's skill is finally off cooldown. It is time to enter. In a flash, he steps inside the low-level Death Factory. Currently, 15 Tier 2 players are present inside. This is a competitive dungeon with no specific quest lines to follow. There are 7 rounds in total, and surviving each round grants a specific reward. Once a round concludes, players get 3 minutes to vote on whether to continue or exit. If 70% vote to leave, everyone evacuates immediately. Otherwise, completing all 7 rounds triggers an automatic exit. With only 5 minutes until round 1, players prepare themselves. Ning scans the crowd and instantly realizes this group is far from ordinary. These are dangerous competitors. Along with several balanced teams, a Tier 3 awakened named Lin Lan has also entered, radiating a highly unsettling vibe. Ning gets a terrible gut feeling about her. Suddenly, a young man steps forward to announce his presence to everyone. He claims he is Zhang Lin, a high Tier 2, explaining that unity is vital to survive a competitive dungeon. Zhang Lin offers to lead them but quickly defers, noting they have a prestigious Tier 3 powerhouse among them. Out of nowhere, Lin Lan flies into a rage, punching Zhang Lin square in the face and sending him spitting blood. Her sheer speed puts Ning on high alert. Without missing a beat, Lin Lan walks over and stomps on his head. She warns him that if he moves again, she will end him. The crowd is left utterly baffled by her explosive anger. Lin Lan barks orders at her crew to round everyone up, telling them to execute anyone who steps out of line. Anyone wanting to live is told to stay put. Even the seasoned veterans here are terrified of Lin Lan's raw power. The shield wielder is peak Tier 2 Song Gang, while the white-haired fighter is peak Tier 2 Lin Deng. Song Gang whispers that they might have run into a legendary shepherding team, wondering how they can possibly fight back. As peak Tier 2s, they stand no chance against a Tier 3. Ning remains silent, analyzing the grim situation. Shepherding teams are notorious for trapping players, forcing them to act as cannon fodder before sweeping up the major loot. While mutants and awakened prey on each other, these wicked human shepherds literally feed on their fellow human beings. Song Gang speaks up, asserting that Zhang Lin is still alive. He proposes using their numbers to vote and escape immediately. Before he can even finish his sentence, Lin Lan shuts him up with a simple stomp of her foot. The ground trembles, silencing Song Gang completely. She introduces herself as Lin Lan, leader of the notorious Blood Wolf Squad. Announcing that she runs this entire operation, she warns the group that their lives are now entirely in her hands. She promises survival if they make it through round 6 and hand over all their rewards and credits. Ning instantly sees right through her lies, fully knowing there is absolutely no way she intends to let them live. People like her never leave witnesses. Unfortunately, his Sky Rift Flash skill is still on its cooldown. If it were active, 2 quick strikes would be enough to instantly wipe out this entire arrogant group. Right now, his only option is Sword Tempest, but using it blindly without a solid plan is highly risky. He has no defensive blue gear to fall back on. Failing to execute a one-shot kill means certain death. His best bet is to lie low and adapt as they go. He resolves to stay quiet and play along. Crossing her arms arrogantly, Lin Lan demands everyone state their abilities to be grouped up for round 1. They comply one by one. Song Gang introduces himself as a peak Tier 2 physical type specializing in close combat. Lin Deng is a peak Tier 2 agility type specializing in range, while Zhang Tao is a high Tier 2 strength fighter. When it is Ning's turn, he calmly states he is a Tier 2 primary willpower type specializing in ranged attacks. Hearing this, Lin Lan walks over and patronizingly strokes his face, amused to find a willpower user in this dungeon. She calls him cute but dismisses him as useless trash. Ning smirks inwardly, happy to let her underestimate him. Being seen as dead weight in the early rounds suits his plan perfectly. With that, the system announces round 1. 100 zombies are coming along with 2 Tier 1 mutants. She demands the peak Tier 2 fighters form a squad to prepare. Everyone must fight with everything they have. If Lin Lan catches anyone holding back their spiritual energy, she will personally crush their head. Song Gang fumes with absolute rage. Those bastards are deliberately sitting out the fight, waiting to watch everyone else get completely worn down. Zombies block the front, backstabbers guard the rear. Is there any way out alive? Lin Deng leaps onto a barge above to assess the field. There is no other choice right now but to survive these rounds. The team below grips their weapons tightly. They are standing on the absolute edge. Sharp-toothed lizard monsters leap forward to tear them apart. He draws his bow, channeling absolute power to clear the horde. Song Gang, you and I take the lickers from above and below. Everyone else focus on holding off the normal zombies. Song Gang swings his massive hammer high, ready to smash. Bring it on, you ugly lickers, taste your grandpa's hammer. The rear guards channel their energy for backup as Xiao Bao unleashes a barrage of ice magic toward the target. Shards of frost slice through the air, but they barely leave a scratch on the charging beasts. He looks over at Ning in frustration. A useless willpower user, his strike can only take down a single zombie. Watching from the high platform, Lin Lan scoffs in pure disgust. This Ning guy is a joke. How did he even dare to show up here? She gestures like she is watching a circus show. Without the other Awakened carrying him in a team, he would have died in the very first round. This is just the warm-up round. Let's see how long he lasts. The system chimes. Round 1 is complete. Dead lickers lie scattered across the blood-soaked ground. Half an hour later, the system announces the end of Round 3. Round 4 begins in just 3 minutes. As Ning and his group clear the area, Song Gang curses. Damn it, the difficulty keeps spiking like crazy. We might face a peak Tier 2 mutant next. And Lin Lan and her crew are still just sitting on their hands. Lin Dang grinds his teeth in frustration. She won't help us. We don't stand a chance against her anyway. Right on cue, Lin Lan struts over with a smug grin. It is only round 3 and you are already gasping for air. Crossing her arms, she looks down on them, knowing they can't fight back. I honestly can't tell if you Tier 2 losers are faking or just pathetic. Let me make this clear, I am not lifting a finger until round 6. So if you want to survive, stop holding back. Lin Lan struts over and sneers at Ning, surprised he is still breathing. No wounds, not even a single scratch on you, huh? He rubs his neck with a sheepish smile, claiming it was just luck. Xiao Ba snaps instantly. Luck my foot, we carried your weight. Besides hiding in the back and throwing useless long-range attacks that do 0 damage, what are you actually good for? Song Gang watches closely. There is more to this kid than meets the eye. There is no way he reached Tier 2 without a hidden trump card. He must be saving something big. It is probably a high-cost skill he can only use once or twice. Still, that might be our only shot at survival. The system issues a fresh warning as round 4 begins. Brace yourselves for 400 zombies, 1 peak Tier 2 mutant, and 6 Tier 1 mutated beasts. A massive wave of zombies is unleashed. Song Gang charges straight to the front lines, barking out quick orders. Lin Dang, let's focus on that peak Tier 2 zombie king first. The high Tier 2 fighters need to hold off the other 2 mutants. Keep that wailing banshee suppressed. The rest of you kill the ordinary level 1 trash. The zombie king's massive tentacle barely misses Song Gang. Providing cover from behind, Lin Dang fires a warning shot directly at the boss. He yells for Brother Song to watch out, but a vicious zombie lunges straight at him. Its tongue whips across his face, knocking him down before he can even react. Jiang Tao charges in with his spear, delivering a fatal thrust right through the heart of the bandaged zombie. Toxic blood sprays from the wound, leaving him in absolute agony. Xiao Bao rushes forward in panic, unleashing a freezing blast to stop the zombie from tearing his ally apart. He pushes his limits to close the gap, but the beast moves too fast for him to land a single hit. Huang Yan is dead, Jiang Tao is severely injured, and the other team refuses to help. They are completely doomed. Ning quickly scans the battlefield and realizes the situation is critical. At this rate, they will all be wiped out. If everyone dies before round 6, he won't be able to unleash his ultimate skill. He takes a deep breath, letting his raw power build up. Facing down, the monster sparks of lightning begin to crackle around his feet. He hesitates for a second, then decides to make his move. Darting forward, he grabs Xiao Ba and yanks him back, shouting to get out of the way. Xiao Ba looks up completely stunned. Ning focuses his telekinetic power, forming a blade of pure light in his palm before launching it directly at the monsters. He takes out the zombies decisively. Ning's move even redirects to chase down the fleeing ones. Sword straight through that ugly zombie's heart. Xiao Ba trembles. With just one move, he insta-killed a Tier 2 mutant. Is he really? The useless trash from earlier. Stuttering out his thanks, he's cut off as Ning coldly tells him to just keep his mouth clean. Is all. Controlling strands of purple energy over the fierce swarm, Ning tells him to stay focused. Plenty of mutants are still out there. And zombies. Xiao Ba quickly nods, saying he will handle the Tier 1 pests creeping up from behind. Watching from afar, Lin Lan finds his performance highly entertaining. This kid definitely has some real skills to stay alive. Tricks up his sleeve. With that incredible speed, could those boots be rare blue-grade gear? No wonder he had the guts to show up. Her men are growing wary, asking if they should just take him out right now. Lin Lan only chuckles, deviously. She tells them to hold off since they need hands to harvest the next wave. His telekinesis must have hit its absolute limit by now. A weak willpower-based attribute like his would only take them a few seconds to crush anyway. However, she orders them to keep a closer eye on those two peak Tier 2 fighters. They are definitely hiding something from her. The lackey quickly obeys. Half an hour later, the system alerts everyone that round 4 is over with round 5 starting in 3 minutes. Right at the feet of Song Gang and Lin Dang, the massive corpse of the zombie king lies defeated. Song Gang takes a grim count of their losses. In this round alone, they lost one melee fighter, one ranged attacker, and have another melee user heavily wounded. He only has 2 ultimate skills left, hoping they can somehow survive. Until round 6. Lin Dang grits his teeth in pure frustration, agreeing that no matter what, he must hold out until the 6th round. The moment Lin Lan joins the fight, they will catch her off guard and team up to kill her. Song Gang now views Ning in a whole new light, asking his ally if he saw how that kid fought earlier. Compared to his standard willpower system, which usually requires a long cooldown after launching a skill, this guy is somehow firing them off continuously. Lin Dang completely agrees, noting that while the kid is incredibly special, they have to hope he still has a trump card left. In the next round, they need to make sure he survives to round 6 so their plans stay on track. The system flashes red as round 5 begins, unleashing 500 zombies, 2 peak Tier 2 mutants and 3 Tier 2 mutants. Along with 8 Tier 1 mutants, swarms of hideous zombies spawn in, including a giant 2-headed beast and blood-sucking vampire bats. There is also an 8-meter-long centipede and other terrifying new monsters. A massive spider drops down, launching the first strike. Xiaoba is caught by the giant centipede. Ning, watch out. He didn't react in time to the multi-legged beast. Ning dodges and fires back, trying to rescue his teammate, realizing that fighting such a massive mutant without using ultimate skills is nearly impossible. No weakness is found. Half an hour has already passed, and the screams of terror echo from every corner as people beg for backup, but with so many elite monsters roaming around, focusing fire is completely impossible to coordinate. They curse the bastard puppet masters, realizing those scoundrels have absolutely no intention of letting them survive until round 6. Meanwhile, Song Gang is struggling against the 2-headed demon and the vampire bats, turning to discuss with Lin Dang. They must unleash their ultimate moves, otherwise they simply will not stand a chance. Right after, Lin Dang fires a freezing ice arrow at the bat while Song Gang charges directly at the 2-headed beast, yelling for it to die. Watching them, Lin Lan flashes a wicked smirk, mocking their pathetic strength for trying to hold back their energy. To her, they are just delusional fools. Suddenly, a giant spider lunges at Ning from behind, slamming the ground with shattering force. Oh no, too late. Song Gang turns pale, while Lin Dang looks on in horror, wondering if the kid is dead. But with a sudden explosion, Ning bursts through, absolutely tearing the beast apart. The two men watch in complete disbelief. Even Lin Lan is utterly stunned, wondering if this kid still has hidden trump cards left. Lin Dang fires an arrow directly into the giant spider's head, telling the beast to eat his strike. He and Song Gang wield their hammer and shield, charging forward to slay the spider and give Ning a fighting chance. Meanwhile, Ning scales the massive centipede, channeling purple energy along its body to find its weakness before throwing his purple blade straight into its head. Having found the weak spot, he unleashes a powerful whirlwind punch to finish it off. His purple energy lifts the giant centipede off the ground, completely obliterating it. Lin Dang gapes in awe at the counter kill. He actually pulled off an over-tier defeat. Usually these monsters hunt in packs, but Song Gang's stunned face says it all. Lin Lan stares at him like a prime target, a mere low tier 2 carrying 2 pieces of blue gear as a massive prize. To her, he is just a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered, so she wickedly orders her team to harvest him next. Grab that brat Ning, crush his limbs, and leave him for me to slowly torture, she commands as her lackeys shout back in agreement. Song Gang's face darkens as he sees the other side, making their move, knowing only they and Ning are left for the next round. Lin Lan and her crew will definitely join the fight. Lin Dang agrees, planning to use the chaos to take her down. Even if they cannot kill her, they must leave her heavily injured while Ning assists. Suddenly, the system screen flashes. The 6th wave begins, unleashing 3-star peak tier 2 mutants that are 3 times larger and far more aggressive than before. On Lin Lan's side, the zombies attack and she immediately charges to the front, telling her team to go all out because she can slice through them like paper. Slicing through zombies like wet paper, she promises that if they can hold their own, she will only take their money, not their lives. Lin Lan unleashes a flurry of punches on a giant zombie, treating it like a punching bag in a gym. She decides to deal with the peak tier 2 zombie first, telling the others to focus fire on the rest. Suddenly, the red-eyed, sword-wielding zombie swings, barely missing her side and forcing her to dodge before she retaliates with a kick. Her clean strike splits the beast in half, but another hideous zombie immediately creeps up right behind her. But Lin Lan is one step ahead, deploying a red defensive barrier just as the creature tries to sink its teeth in. While fighting a giant scorpion nearby, Yi Ning watches her crimson shield and cannot help but feel impressed. Dual attribute speed and strength, burst damage, and ultra-high defense, she is far more formidable than she ever was before. He warns himself that besides these skills, she must be hiding a final trump card that he needs to watch out for. In this round, making a rash move is not an option. Meanwhile, Lin Dang fires arrows while coordinating their battle plan. They need to block the blood slaughter monster first, knowing Lin Lan's team will try to steal their kills once they finish. Song Gang focuses his attacks on a giant wild boar mutant, replying that this will be their perfect chance to strike back. Lin Lan easily takes down another beast as if she is just playing around, then immediately rushes toward Lin Dang and Song Gang. Song Gang glances over, signaling that it is time to execute their plan, and starts gathering his energy as she approaches. But to their surprise, Lin Lan's true target is the giant boar, yelling at them to hold the mobs while she kills it. Song Gang frowns in frustration, but Lin Dang instantly shoots a blazing blue fire arrow directly at Lin Lan instead. Unleashing his spirit flame arrow, Song Gang coordinates by slamming his heavy shield, sending both devastating attacks straight toward her. Yi Ning watches the sudden clash and realizes things are looking bad, knowing Lin Lan is definitely prepared for their betrayal. A massive explosion rips through the air and Lin Dang yells out in panic as the dust begins to clear. While the giant boar is dead, Song Gang lies defeated on the ground with his shield completely shattered into pieces. Lin Lan stands over him, mocking their stupidity, but Yi Ning, currently slicing off a scorpion tail, sees right through her trick. She had swapped positions with Song Gang using a damage transfer skill, and now she viciously stomps on his face. Angry about wasting her life-saving skill, she turns her murderous gaze toward Lin Dang and lunges forward like a predator. She mockingly praises his guts before throwing a devastating punch right into his stomach, leaving him gasping for air. Stomping violently on his right hand, she sneers that she will crush his arm first to see how he fights back. She calmly orders her lackeys to clear the battlefield and start collecting the loot while she handles the rest. They quickly obey her command, and one of them grabs Lin Dang, pointing a sharp needle dangerously close to his eye. He demands his gear and credits, threatening that if he refuses, he has ways to make him wish he was dead. Getting impatient, the thug grabs Lin Dang's left hand, warning that if he stays silent, he will break this one too. Song Gang yells in fury, telling them to just kill him because he will haunt them as a ghost. Unexpectedly, Yi Ning raises his hands in surrender, begging them not to torture him and promising to give them everything. The thug smirks at his submission but replies that their boss already ordered them to break all his limbs anyway. Yi Ning quickly backpedals, asking them to at least wait until he transfers the money before they break his bones. But internally, he is already planning a counterattack, realizing his only chance is to drag this out until the 7th round. Just then, the system announces that the 6th round has ended, prompting players to vote on entering the final 7th round. As the final battle prompt pops up, Yi Ning prepares to unleash his deadly strike, his eyes glinting with pure cold murder. He registers for the 7th round at the maximum difficulty, knowing very few people realize this bypasses the voting process. The dungeon automatically continues, and the system confirms that a player has forced progression into the next phase. With the ultimate level 7 combat about to begin, the smug lackey suddenly freezes in sheer disbelief as the portal opens. Didn't the boss say we would disband after harvesting? The second guy is just as confused. What is going on, isn't it? Supposed to require a 70% vote to make the call. The third guy starts sweating bullets. He heard round 7 might bring a tier 3 mutant, and the boss won't survive it. Song Gang laughs heartily in front of his nearby subordinate. It is heaven's will to eliminate you guys, so go down together. Lin Lan's face twists with pure rage. Song Gang, did you do this? She dashes toward him with maximum speed, screaming that she will kill him. But suddenly, a massive beast resembling a giant worm erupts from deep beneath the ground, revealing a mouth packed with razor-sharp teeth. It blocks her path, towering over her with its absolutely massive, overwhelming size. With a flash, a purple energy beam cuts down Lin Lan's lackey near Lin Dang, while another beam pierces right through Song Gang's man. Yi Ning shouts from above, asking Song Gang and Lin Dang if they can still move. If they can, they need to run as far away as possible. Lin Dang supports Song Gang as they flee the giant worm monster. Wei Yining is finally making his move. He points his divine sword forward. Lin Lan, you probably don't know this yet, do you? Yining stands tall, holding his superior blades, staring down at them like they are mere insects. A tier 3 mutant possesses intelligence and will always prioritize high-level awakened targets first. Once you are pinned down and unable to escape, he can easily finish everyone off in a single strike. The giant beast opens its massive jaws wide. Lin Lan grits her teeth, swaps her position, and bolts forward at absolute full speed. Yi Ning continues to watch everything closely. Just as he thought, her injury-swapping ability has a strict distance limit, making it completely impossible for her to swap over to this side. The monster's gaping mouth closes in on Lin Lan. She leaps up desperately to dodge the attack, but the beast is even faster, whipping her hard. Ning instantly grabs his blade. This is the moment he unleashes a barrage of sword strikes, activating his ultimate sword barrier. Lan is absolutely terrified by the sight. What on earth is this? This is 10,000 times scarier than any Tier 3 mutant. Could there be another Tier 3 powerhouse here besides her? The massive worm is instantly shredded into pieces. She stares at the remains and shudders. The area of effect is just too massive, there is absolutely no way she can escape it. Suddenly, the system announces that the death construction site is cleared and they will be transported out of the dungeon in 5 minutes. Ning looks down from above. Song Gang can barely believe his eyes. Did he really just insta-kill a Tier 3 awaken and a Tier 3 mutant with one shot? Lin Dang stands there completely slack-jawed in absolute shock. Is this guy a mid-Tier 3, or maybe a high-Tier 3? Ning looks down with cold eyes. He senses a faint human presence lingering below. Could that evil woman still be alive? Ning immediately hurls his dagger, activating his telekinesis to guide its flight. At this point, Lin Lan is severely injured, but she spots the weapon flying straight at her. Her eyes lock onto the blade. Could this dagger belong to Ning? How is that even possible? He stares down at Lin Lan with a piercing gaze. As expected, she is still breathing. She must have some life-saving defensive gear on her. He tells her to take this strike first. The flying dagger is about to pierce her forehead, but an invisible barrier shields her. It cannot penetrate. Fine, then he will make it drill. Lin Lan sweats profusely, seeing the dagger spinning like a drill. Luckily, she spent a fortune on this passive defense item. It is a Tier A single-use barrier. Ning grips his long sword and charges down. Telekinesis alone is not going to cut it. It cannot pierce the shield. However, she is extremely weak right now with absolutely no strength left to fight back. So he decided to finish her off personally. She looks up in sheer disbelief, asking if he launched that massive ultimate attack. She demands to know if he is a hidden Tier 3 powerhouse. Even though he channels all his strength to strike, the sword is blocked. What kind of barrier is this? It will not budge a single millimeter. Lin Lan looks up, filled with resentment. She tells him to just kill her already instead of trying to humiliate her like this. Ning is quite amused. Oh, so she thinks he is just playing with her rather than being unable to break her defense. He suddenly grins. If she fears humiliation far more than death, this makes his job much easier. Even though this tactic is a bit shameless, he must put on a show to secure the loot. He gently lifts Lin Lan's chin with his finger. He asks if she wants a quick death. When she tortured other awakened ones, did she ever think about this day? She gets incredibly angry, demanding to know what he wants. Ning just keeps wearing his sly, teasing grin. He asks if she is already breaking. Just wait until she experiences real humiliation. She grits her teeth hard, demanding to know what it will take for a quick death. He immediately states his terms. It is simple, really. Just hand over all of your items, gear, and credits, and he will grant her a swift, painless end. But Lin Lan remains deeply suspicious, asking how she could ever trust him. He just gently taps her leg. She has no other choice but to trust him. Petrified with fear, she begs him to stop, promising to hand over everything. No peace for him. Just then the system flashes a request from serial number A178391. He wants to trade, offering blue tier blood soul armor. Serial number A178391 also offers frost flame gloves, another blue tier item. Next, serial number A178391 requests to trade and transfer 13,000 credits. Ning looks pretty satisfied with this trade. This pile of gear is seriously impressive. Turns out looting is indeed the absolute fastest way to get rich. Lin Lan finally accepts her fate, handing everything over, telling him to just kill her. But he coldly asks, is that really all? With barely 10,000 credits, how can I believe you? If you do not hand over everything, guess what I will do to you next? Ning tightly grabs Lin Lan. She yells out, you bastard, that is all I have, believe it or not. But he instantly pins her down and asks if she is still stubborn. He threatens to stop playing nice. Lin Lan stops resisting, telling him to bring it on and do his worst. But he just walks away in disappointment, realizing she is truly tapped out. Meanwhile, she is still screaming, asking why he is standing up and if he is too chicken. Suddenly, Lin Lan realizes something. Wait, you are not killing me or laying a finger on me. So what do you actually want? Then it hits her that ultimate skill can only be used once. Since he is only level 2, he cannot even break her defense right. Just then, the system notifies them that a 10-second countdown to exit the dungeon has begun. 10, 9, 8, 7. Lin Lan stands up and mocks him as a fool for making her believe he was level 3. Ning quietly curses, realizing she has seen right through his bluff. At his current level, he cannot actually kill her. Now Lin Lan is absolutely furious, asking if he is Ning. She screams that she will remember him, and no matter where he hides, she will hunt him down. She vows to chop him into a million pieces and turn him into pig feed. But Yi Ning just silently turns back to look at her, thinking that she only knows his fake name, Yi Ning. Once she discovers his true identity, who dies first is highly up in the air. The system pops up again to tally his clearance rewards. Dungeon Challenger Ye Ning. Basic completion rate is 70.3%, main quest completion is 20%. Defeating the hardest boss, Sandworm, brings his total rating to 90.3%. He secures an S rank, and psychic experience is boosted by 10% for defeating a higher tier boss. He acquires a white tier Morning Mask and a centipede Sin's weapon. He also grabs a blue tier boss item. Drop materials include corrosive acid and arthropod shell, a white tier compound eye. Combined with all the loot he shook down from Lin Lan, selling this haul will definitely fund his psychic fruit purchase. Plus, all his base attributes just jumped by 25 points. Later, Yi Ning rides a sleek motorcycle. He plans to hit Zhenjiang tonight, grab a hotel room, and master his new B-tier sword skill. Then, tomorrow, he will head to the legendary ruins battlefield to hunt for gear and get used to the terrain. But, just as he sets off, a random guy suddenly blocks his path, desperately screaming for help. The frantic stranger begs Yi Ning to save them, claiming their car rolled over. Yi Ning steps off his bike and inspects the scene, skeptically asking if the vehicle really just flipped. Right on cue, a gang of armed bandits surrounds him. He remains completely unfazed by the ambush. Their masked leader barks out to stop talking and hand over all his credits if he wants to live. Instead of talking, Yi Ning draws his blade and effortlessly tears through the gang. In seconds, spotting the last survivor trying to flee, Yi Ning hurls his dagger straight at his back. The blade slices cleanly through the man's leg, sending him crashing face first onto the dirt road. But as Yi Ning inspects the gash, he notices something bizarre. There is absolutely no blood. The man slowly stands back up, showing he is neither human, zombie, nor mutant. Sobbing hysterically, the strange creature begs for mercy, promising to reveal where all the stolen loot is hidden. Yi Ning roughly grabs him by the collar while the creature whimpers about being forced to help the bandits. With cold murder in his eyes, Yi Ning demands to know what kind of entity he is dealing with. Terrified, the strange man quickly pulls up his status screen, offering to show his personal stats if Yi Ning spares his life. System flashes his profile. Identity: Li Fugui, a level 0 dungeon NPC. His special talent is Golden Olfactory, paired with Master Merchant. This unique talent allows him to sniff out any item hidden in a target's inventory. His Master Merchant skill automatically inflates prices by 10%, keeping it completely hidden from buyers until the entire trade is fully finalized. There is also a 5% automatic transaction fee deducted from. Deduct it and keep it for yourself. This effect is immune to any trading rules. Yi Ning still finds this hard to believe. Looking at the panel, he peppers the creature with questions. Are you an NPC? How did you escape the dungeon? Did you have consciousness the moment you were born? Fugu trembles as he answers he has no idea how he ended up here. Ever since he gained consciousness, he has just been out here. He begs his new master, please, can you just spare my life? But despite the pathetic display, Yi Ning has no intention of letting him go. Instead, his mind is busy calculating a brilliant plan. The guy has 3 skills that are basically system bugs, things regular awakened players can never learn. If he can force this guy to handle all his trades and business, he could save a massive fortune. Decision made. Yi Ning pulls out a blank scroll. Holding it right in front of Fugui, he delivers a cold command. Sign this contract and I will spare your life. Fugui is absolutely terrified when he realizes it is a servant contract. But with no other choice, he reluctantly signs his name. The system notifies him. Li Fugui has signed the deed, opening the follower interface. Master Ye Ning, rank 2. Servant Li Fugui, loyalty 60. Yi Ning smiles with absolute satisfaction. He looks down at his new servant and gives him a friendly pat on the shoulder. From now on, you follow me, he says, we are teammates. But Fugui is definitely not buying this friendly act. He breaks down in tears. What teammates? This is forced labor. Why am I always so incredibly unlucky? First, I meet wealthy snobs and now a ruthless tyrant. Seeing his absolute misery, Yi Ning offers to let him keep all looted goods. Hearing this, Fugui's eyes light up instantly. He eagerly throws himself forward and hugs Yi Ning's leg with pure joy. Really, thank you, master. You are the most generous master ever. Right on cue, his loyalty starts ticking upward. Servant loyalty +1/+1. Yi Ning can only sweat drop at this, thinking to himself that raising loyalty is way too easy. Now Fugui helped me sell off all my extra gear except the armor, blood, soul, and leg guards. Oh, and buy me some power fruits. Also get a much bigger storage ring and find yourself a decent room. Normally, you will stay behind and manage all my assets. Even the bustling noise of the massive city cannot drown out Fugui's ecstatic cheers. He is absolutely thrilled with this deal. Master is the best. Leave everything to me. Just like that, they are back home and Ning is relaxing. He lounges on the sofa, devouring his expensive power fruits. Fugui watches him in sheer disbelief, complaining about how wasteful he is. Other people cannot afford a single fruit in their entire lifetime, yet you eat them like regular daily meals. But before he can finish, Ning simply waves his hand, sending Fugui back to his pocket dimension to count his coins. Now Ning is stuffed. The system screen flashes with a long list of stat increases. He consumed the fruits and gained 25 strength, agility, and constitution. He lets out a satisfied sigh. Gaining 25 points across the board is massive. Standing up, he opens his interface to check his progress. He decides to learn his B-tier sword skill, Shadow Strike. The system quickly responds, confirming the skill has been successfully acquired. Better yet, it automatically upgrades into a triple S-tier skill, Dimensional Slash. This legendary power can literally tear through space. It grants 1 full second of complete invincibility while completely bypassing all enemy defenses. Reading through the details, Ning is thrilled. An attack that tears open space and ignores all armor is incredibly broken. He decides he will test it out tomorrow. He plans to head to the Ruins Battlefield dungeon to test his new power. Soon enough, the next morning arrives. The system pops up a prompt asking if he wants to enter the Ruins Battlefield, a B-tier difficulty dungeon. After hitting accept, he is instantly teleported into a different dimension. As soon as he spawns in, a man approaches him. The man introduces himself as Chen Yang along with his younger sister Chen Jiao. He says they are both beginner rank 2, but Chen Jiao does not look friendly at all. She speaks up with a sarcastic smirk, bringing up the system notification. The system mentioned a high rank 2 teammate, which must be him. But looking at his young age, she doubts his strength. She openly wonders if his power level is just a glitch. Hearing this, Chen Yang immediately snaps at her to shut up. Ning quietly studies them from head to toe. Looking closely at their high-end gear, he reminds himself to be cautious. They are likely second or even third-generation military elites. In a place like this, it is always best to play it safe. After putting his sister in her place, Chen Yang turns to apologize, asking Ning not to take her rude comments personally. She has been spoiled since childhood. Ning simply brushes it off, introducing himself under the fake name of Ning. Suddenly, the system blares a warning. A special event on the Ruins Battlefield will commence in 3 minutes, urging them to prepare. He murmurs in surprise at the mention of a special event. He has only ever heard of these rare legendary occurrences. They are considered one of the 3 great mysteries of the apocalypse. This is his first time seeing one in person. Chen Yang tries to reassure him, telling him not to worry, even though these special events are extremely dangerous wildcards. Supernatural indeed. But from what I know, the Ruins Battlefield is actually a special event that is relatively safe. It has no mission restrictions. You can leave at any time as long as you escape from combat. This special event is a replay of the historical war that happened when the apocalypse first began. But when mentioning the enemy, his face suddenly contorts. Our enemies are ordinary zombies and mutated ones. As the countdown ticks down to 0, a swarm of mutated zombies begins to flood in. All 3 of them quickly assume their combat stances. Chen Yang turns to say to Ning and his sister, telling brother Yi they should go down to handle the mutated zombie while Chen Jiao stays put. But ignoring him entirely, Ning leaps straight down into the zombie horde, leaving them completely stunned. Talk about being incredibly decisive. How can you just jump in like that, brother? This guy is way too rude. Without a shred of fear, Ning charges at the largest sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the giant zombie is slashed twice by Ning, ending it on the spot. Seeing the massive zombie taken down in mere seconds, Chen Yang is completely amazed. Brother Ye is indeed a high-tier rank 2, Awakener, finishing it so quickly. But my sister and I won't be left behind. Feeling even more pumped up, Chen Yang swings his heavy axe, fiercely clearing out the surrounding zombies. He shouts out to Ning, brother Ye, let us try our best to hold the line as long as possible. When we can't hold on anymore, I can summon undead soldiers to fight in our place and maximize our gains. Hearing this, Ning is genuinely surprised to hear this. Summoning undead soldiers. In his past life, he only heard rumors that such powers were closely guarded military secrets. He never expected it to be real. But Chen Yang quickly adds that this is a massive military secret, loudly warning Ning not to speak of it once they get back. Suddenly, a zombie lunges forward, trying to pounce on Chen Yang. Ning spots the danger and instantly hurls his knife at the beast, shouting a warning to watch his back. Just as Chen Yang turns around, the blade pierces right through the zombie's head. He is utterly shocked by Ning's immense strength, telekinesis, killing a high-tier rank 1 with just 1 throw. Once they finally wipe out the rest of the horde, the system flashes another notification. The warm-up battle has ended. A massive continuous wave will begin in 3 minutes. Chen Yong walks over pulling out a pack of cigarettes as thanks for saving him earlier, asking if Brother Yi smokes, adding that these are special military issues while thanking him profusely for saving his life just now. But Ning politely declines, saying he doesn't smoke. Such items are incredibly rare in the apocalypse, suggesting Chen Yong's background must be quite impressive. Hearing this, Chen Yong proudly waves it off, boasting about his family status to recruit him into his squad. To be honest, Ning, my grandfather, is the North China Deputy Commander, and my father commands Zone 191. Both are rank 3. Now I am building my own faction. Since Brother Ye travels solo, I assume you haven't joined any group yet. Right, why not join us? But before he can even finish, Ning flatly rejects him, saying he prefers being alone. This leaves Chen Yong completely flabbergasted, literally dropping his cigarette in shock. Not giving up easily, he tries to offer sweet benefits to persuade him. Brother Ye, hear me out first. If you agree to be my second in command, I will give you full official benefits right away. That is 3,000 credit points monthly, and I will personally add another 1,000 points. Seeing Ning remain silent, Chen Yong sweetens the deal even further. On top of that, I can secure a rare blue weapon for you for free. Even your family members can easily get a place in the military. Sensing her brother is going way too far, Chen Zhao quickly steps in, asking if he has lost his mind, and arguing that even if this guy is decent, he is not worth all this. Ning, completely fed up, turns away too, leaves shouting back that he has no interest. A massive horde is coming, so they better focus on getting ready to fight. In his mind, he sneers. Trying to bribe me? Just wait until I reach tier 3, I will get way more than anything you guys can offer. Chen Yong sighs regretfully as Ning walks away, muttering that such heavenly benefits for a rank 2 are things countless others would beg for, yet he turned it down instantly. Chen Zhao, on the other hand, angrily scolds Ning for being so ungrateful, wondering who on earth he thinks he is. Forget high-tier rank 2, even peak rank 2 experts are plenty in their powerful family. Meanwhile, time flies by. Half an hour later, the official battle begins. On Chen Yong's side, a mutated zombie relentlessly overwhelms him. Struggling to hold his ground, he cries out for help, calling to Brother Ye that he can't hold on any longer, so they should summon the soldiers and retreat. Ning decapitates a zombie, calmly telling him to wait a bit longer. Drag the monster a bit closer to me. Seeing Chen Yong finish, he leaped high into the air and shouted for his friend to go hide. Get up on the wall first. With those words, Ning leaps without hesitation straight into the gathered zombie horde, his sword glowing brilliantly in his hand as he slashes down at the mutants below, slicing their bodies cleanly in half. Not a single one can escape his wrath. Watching from a distance, Chen Yong and Chen Zhao stand completely stunned by this terrifying display of power. They can only gape in absolute shock. Is he really just a rank 3? No way, a normal rank 3 could never take out several mutated zombies in a single hit, especially not with peak rank 2 beasts in the mix. No wonder he completely ignored their invitation. This single move is far more powerful than anything their father or grandfather could do. After completely wiping them out, Ning lands gracefully right next to the siblings. He calmly tells them to go ahead and summon their soldiers now. Chen Zhao, still dazed, asks in confusion why they need to do that when he is already so powerful. It is not even the critical turning point yet. Chen Yong reaches out to stop his sister, saying that if Lord Yi says so, they should just follow his lead. He then raises his axe and loudly chants the summoning spell, Marin Marin. In just a moment, the phantom soldiers materialize. One of them shouts out an order to prepare for battle and protect the defensive line, announcing that the 1st Artillery Regiment is ready to fire and kill the targets. The spirit soldiers charge ahead, engaging the mutants in a brutal clash that quickly turns the ground below into a chaotic, fiery battlefield. Seeing this, Chen Yong says, Lord Yi, we can just sit back and watch now, though these soldiers can only hold out for a short while, before vanishing once they clear a wave of the zombie horde. Ning turns around, getting ready to head somewhere else. He tells the siblings to wait there as he ventures deep into the city, walking through a desolate wasteland of ruins. Ning stops and activates his search skill, calculating his next move. He killed a peak rank 2 monster earlier, but it did not drop the legendary blue equipment he expected. He figures he might have to wait until the soldiers are fully summoned for it to appear. His intuition tells him it is definitely hidden somewhere around here. Suddenly, his eyes glow brightly as his search finally yields a result. Glancing toward a specific spot, he speaks aloud, found. It really is here. He hurries over to find a glowing blue orb and a worn, tattered diary waiting for him. The blue orb suddenly speaks, announcing the activation of a special quest, a final wish to discover the cause of this ruined battlefield and resolve the underlying issue. Upon completion, a special reward will be granted. Ning picks up the old diary, examining it closely before deducing that this special quest must be deeply tied to this book. But as he flips to the next pages, a tragedy unfolds. On the 25th, the first zombie wave began. I never expected things to happen so fast. A Yan is dead, and we could not even find his body. Among the faded, ink-stained words in the old diary, only a single weathered photograph remains worn down by time. At the very end, the author wrote their final entry, asking the survivors if they had any last words. They were usually just mischievous kids who loved to play around, yet in that moment they only left me with one simple sentence. On the very last page of the diary, written boldly across the blank silent paper, is the phrase, "Marin, let us go home." After finishing the journal, Ning stares intently at the jade bracelet in his hand, muttering the words "Covenant of the Last Wish." Clenching his fist around the bracelet, he activates the origin truth. Meanwhile, the Chen siblings watch the chaotic battle unfold below, whispering quietly about Ning's true identity. Chen Zhao asks if Ning might not actually be a rank 3, wondering if he just has a special item that lets him unleash one massive ultimate move. Chen Yang agrees it is possible, but warns against provoking a rank 3. If they anger him, they might not make it out of here alive. Hearing this, Chen Zhao scowls, her voice flaring up with anger as she asks if he would really dare, claiming their grandfather would hunt him across North China. Chen Yang sighs at his sister's attitude, warning her that she needs to change her temper before she gets herself hurt. Regardless of whether he attacks them, if he is indeed a rank 3 powerhouse, they should be trying to recruit him into their faction. He is certain both their father and grandfather would support such a valuable alliance. Just as he finishes speaking, Ning returns. Seeing him, Chen Yang hesitates before asking if they are ready to head out, pointing down at the battlefield to update him on the situation. He warns that the phantom soldiers will not last much longer. Once the rank 3 mutant arrives, they will only hold the line for a short while, before vanishing completely. They must retreat before that happens, or getting targeted by that monster will be incredibly troublesome. But Ning does not look pleased at all. Instead, he turns to them with a serious expression and asks. Ning asks if they know what became of the battlefield ruins, wondering what ultimately happened to those soldiers. Chen Yang is taken aback by the question but answers anyway, noting his own father wasn't even born back then. Still, his grandfather said the battle was a complete disaster with 0 survivors, though their sacrifice saved the safe zone. That evacuation saved his grandfather. But Ning presses further, asking how the zombie tide was eventually stopped if they lost. This makes Chen Yang hesitate, as the details of how that massive horde finally settled remain a mystery to everyone. Rumor has it the monster tide simply vanished on its own. Hearing this, everything finally starts making sense to Ning. They just vanished. So that is the truth. Seeing his bizarre, intense reaction, the siblings look at him in utter confusion. They ask what is wrong, wondering why Master Ning is suddenly so obsessed with things that happened ages ago. Ignoring their confusion, he just keeps pushing, asking them if they have any idea what the word Marin actually means. Chen Yang admits it is just a secret phrase passed down within their ranks with no known concrete meaning to them. His sister Chen Zhao chimes in, saying they only know that chanting the word brings those heroic spirits to fight for them. It acts as a summon, bringing those ancient soldiers back to the battlefield to shield them from danger. She sharply warns him that this is a classified military secret shared only because her brother respects his power. She warns him not to let the secret slip, forcing Chen Yang to step in and tell his sister to calm down. Ning ignores the sibling bickering, asking them directly how many times they can actually exploit this summoning trick. Surprised, Chen Yang reveals they have done it hundreds of times to grind for gear, though it has one catch. Each person only gets one shot at it. Try it twice and it fails. Hearing this, Ning's face darkens. Hundreds of times. He demandingly asks if they ever actually helped these fallen soldiers defeat the final boss monster here. Chen Yang calmly shakes his head in response, explaining that they only ever faced Tier 2 threats inside this place. A Tier 3 monster is unheard of here, making Ning the very first Tier 3 player to ever enter this zone. Before Chen Yang even finishes, Ning leaps down, charging straight into the zombie horde before the siblings can react. He pieces the truth together, realizing this is the origin of the battlefield. Frowning, Chen Zhao demands to know what he is doing. She begs her brother to leave immediately. But Ning is locked in his mind, racing with the dying wishes of the past. He connects the dots. Their collective trauma and sheer obsession turn them into lingering spirits trapped in this endless battle loop, creating this unique event. Driven by pure combat instinct, Ning quickly moves to unleash a rapid series of devastating strikes, his blade flashes, decapitating a zombie in the blink of an eye. Yet his mind remains focused on those heroic spirits. His thoughts linger on the soldiers. They knew that once the Tier 3 mutated boss died, the summon code would fail. No more exploiting the ancestors' trauma to harvest cheap loot. That is why they kept this endless loop going on purpose. Thunder rumbles as torrential rain pours down like a waterfall, slicking the dark, desolate battlefield and making the scene even gloomier. Yi Ning tears through the muddy puddles, boiling with rage as the true depth of this military deception finally sinks in. Leaping high into the air, he brings his heavy weapon down with absolute merciless fury to strike the enemy directly ahead. He pours all his hatred into the blow. The word Marin, which held the sacred hope of those fallen heroes, was cheapened. The military shamelessly exploited that word hundreds of times, milking easy resources out of their ancestors' eternal suffering. With a single devastating slash, he cleaves a mutated zombie completely in half, his eyes burning with cold, absolute resolve. He vows to lay those spirits to rest even if it cost him his life. Watching this terrifying fury, Chen Jiao is completely horrified. She gasps in fear, asking her brother if the guy has lost his mind trying to solo the final Tier 3 monster here. Even Chen Yang is deeply baffled by Yi Ning's erratic behavior, trying to make sense of this bizarre tactical move. It makes no sense to summon the ghostly soldiers so early if his goal is just to defeat the boss. Fighting alongside them just wastes valuable stamina. Why on earth isn't he letting the summons do the heavy lifting instead? Clinging tightly to her brother's sleeve, she urgently begs him to retreat before the massive Tier 3 threat finally arrives. Even if Master Yi Ning is a Tier 3 powerhouse, she argues he stands no chance. They need to escape right now. He knows she is absolutely right, but abandoning a powerhouse like Yi Ning feels like a massive, regretful, wasted opportunity. Leaving is the safest path, but it destroys any chance of aligning with him. Chen Yang quickly makes his decision. They will wait a bit longer. It only takes 10 seconds to flee if things actually go completely south. They can easily escape in time. But suddenly a massive tremor tears through the earth, shaking their building violently. The rooftop tilts violently. Chen Jiao screams in panic. From behind the thick fog, a massive, horrifying shadow begins to loom in the distance. A giant emerges. With every heavy step it takes, the entire world trembles. Beside him, the siblings watch in absolute paralyzing dread. They recognize it immediately. Is it really here? They scream out. The beast charges forward, eager to crush everything in its path. Its massive body is completely deformed. It towers over them with freakishly long arms covered in sharp, jagged spikes. Each slow step is heavy. From its mouth, the behemoth exhales thick plumes of dark smoke as it draws closer. They finally recognize it. Chen Jiao screams in pure terror, asking if this giant is really a level 3 mutant. It is simply too massive. The beast rampages through the ruins, heading straight for Yi Ning with destructive force. Up close, Yi Ning looks like a mere grain of sand. A flash of anxiety hits him, but it quickly vanishes. He speaks with quiet confidence. Only one charge of dimensional slash remains. Taking a deep breath, he calculates his next move. He must bring it down, but without knowing the exact limits of his skill, rushing in would be suicide. No room for mistakes. After a tense moment of silence, Yi Ning exhales softly, his mind finally made up. He slowly raises his blade, dropping into a combat stance. Waiting for the beast to get closer is his safest option. He stands there completely fearless as the distance rapidly shrinks. 70 meters. 59. Finally, they are 40 meters apart. The monster strikes. Showing zero mercy, it swings its heavily spiked, deformed arm down like a massive wrecking ball. But Yi Ning stands firm. He doesn't even try to dodge. His eyes flash with a sharp, brilliant light as he prepares to strike. Now, in the blink of an eye, before anyone can even react, the massive towering beast is suddenly sliced clean in half. Yi Ning lands gracefully amidst the billowing dust. He looks completely calm, his blade having effortlessly cleaved the giant monster. He keeps his guard up. His eyes lock on the target. He calls out, declaring absolute stillness as everything around them freezes. He stands alone on the ruined rooftop. Desolation surrounds him. Right ahead, the massive mutant remains completely frozen. He wonders if this is the dimensional space. Here, his timeline flows completely differently from everyone else. Yi Ning narrows his eyes, staring ahead. But there is more to this space than just frozen time. He can see right through it. His vision penetrates solid objects, revealing the beast's glowing skeletal structure. Moving slightly, his legs surge with energy. He can target any part of this dimension to manifest his power. Without a second thought, he launches himself forward. A precise strike is already mapped out in his mind. He phases right through the monster's body with zero resistance. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts from his boots. In this space, he is completely invincible. He swings his hilt hard, driving the blade deep into the mutant. Dark blood sprays everywhere. Teleporting at a blinding speed, he passes right through the creature's massive skull. The fatal blow completely shatters the zombie's head. The massive corpse collapses, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Chen Yang stares in absolute shock. That was a level 3 mutant, powerful enough to wipe out an entire safe zone. Yet it was slaughtered in a single heartbeat. Chen Jiao stands frozen, her mouth wide open in utter disbelief. The attack was too fast to see. She covers her mouth, whispering to her brother that she was completely wrong. Yi Ning is definitely level 3 and easily far stronger than their father or grandfather. Sweat drips down Chen Yang's forehead. He completely agrees. They grew up watching level 3 combat in the military district, but they have never seen anything like this. Could Ning actually be a high-grade level 3 expert? If so, he is already a walking national treasure. Shortly after, a system announcement rings out. The dungeon event is officially over, and they will be teleported out in 10 seconds. Once those 10 seconds pass, this battlefield will vanish forever. The Phantom soldiers freeze at the sudden notification. Confusion spreads quickly among the spectral soldiers. Meanwhile, Chen Yong and Chen Jiao rush over as Ning lands. Seeing Ning land back on the rooftop, they sprint over, calling him Ning. He quietly raises his hand, revealing a turquoise stone necklace. He calls out the word Marin, immediately catching the attention of the spectral soldiers. They quickly form lines, offering a solemn salute as they chant Ta Mai in deep gratitude. Chen Yong stands behind him, completely stunned, utterly bewildered. He asks why he is still using that weird incantation, but Ning quietly cuts him off. He tells him to save the questions for outside. This place is about to collapse. Right on cue, the system issues the exit order. The system begins calculating rewards. His completion rate stands at 70%, plus an additional 30% for bonus achievements. This brings his total to 100%, earning him a legendary SSS rank along with a massive haul of gear. Even after receiving the notification of his massive level up and rewards, Ning simply sits in silence, completely lost in thought. Standing in the ruins of the battlefield, he realizes he finally reached high tier 2. He should be happy about this. But instead, his heart feels completely empty. Besides freeing the spirits of his predecessors, what else can he actually do for them? Before he can dwell on it, a new system notification flashes. The current event has cleared, but new quest lines have just unlocked. The Last Wish quest has been updated. He can choose to continue by bringing the fallen soldiers back home to their families, or he can simply end it now and claim his special rewards. But continuing the quest will completely alter the future rewards. Even his skills might evolve in highly unpredictable ways. The system warns him to choose very carefully. Reading this, Ning lets out a soft, relieved smile. Frankly, he would have done this even without a quest. Eventually, Chen Yong and Chen Jiao manage to track him down in a quiet corner of the ruins. Chen Yong laughs, praising Ning for his incredible skills. Since they entered the dungeon from different spots, they almost missed him. Stepping closer, Chen Yong lets him know that he just transferred all of the loot from this run to him. It is everything Ning rightfully earned. Hearing this, the young man remains completely unfazed and calm. He simply nods and thanks them. The siblings then offer to treat Ning to lunch back in Zhangjiang. They ask if he would consider it, but he politely declines and asks for a favor instead. He has something more urgent to take care of. Chen Yong happily agrees, calling it an absolute honor to help. He urges Ning to go ahead and speak. Ning then asks him to find the hometowns of the fallen soldiers. He wants to visit those places himself. Without wasting a second, Chen Yong immediately contacts his adjutant for help. He orders his man to quickly look up the home records of the Zhuang soldiers from the ruined battlefield. He wants the information sent as soon as possible. The officer obeys immediately and soon brings back good news. They found the location. It is about 300 kilometers from Zhenjiang, and he has already arranged a helicopter. Ning thanks him. As he boards the helicopter, Chen Jiao watches in silence, her expression filled with worry. She asks her brother how he can just let him leave. With the ruined battlefield gone, how will they explain this? She knows how much the military values that ruined battlefield, and she is terrified of the consequences. After all, their grandfather worked incredibly hard to secure their slot this time. She frowns, glancing sharply at her brother. She blames him for giving away all the loot and asks why he is trying to help hide the truth. Keeping his eyes fixed on the departing helicopter, Chen Yong replies calmly. He knows the situation is very serious, but she is not wrong either. He is ready to cover for him and take full responsibility for what happened. As the helicopter takes off, Chen Jiao is still filled with questions and doubts about the whole thing. To her, giving away 10,000 or even 100,000 points is not the real issue here. She wonders aloud. Yes, the guy is powerful, but he has not shown any desire to be close with them. Is all this risk really worth it? Chen Yong simply smiles, offering a profound and quiet look. It is absolutely worth it. He explains that they cannot avoid trouble anyway, so they might as well play it smart. Their political rivals will jump at any chance to blame them no matter what they do. Instead of being passive, they can use this crisis to build a solid relationship. And honestly, it is a brilliant move. He looks at her, pointing out that Ning asking for this specific favor actually reveals something huge. It proves he does not belong to any military faction yet, meaning he is still a free agent. The helicopter speeds away, leaving powerful swirling winds and trails of light in its wake as his words echo. Even though the guy speaks very little, it is clear he deeply values loyalty and connection. To earn his trust, they must treat him with genuine sincerity. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Ning looks out. Staring at the sky through the window, he gently holds his blue jade necklace, whispering softly to the fallen. He wonders if their spirits are still out there, inviting them to fly back home with him to Wanshan. A small town nestled in a valley surrounded by magnificent mountains and a turquoise river. A soft voice asks, "Grandma, do you still remember the soldiers who left 60 years ago to defend the city of Zhenjiang?" A pair of weathered hands holds up an old photo of comrades laughing and smiling together. An old man leaning on his cane squints, trying to remember. He points out a Yan then Ma Rancy. Ning nods in confirmation. Yes, they are finally back home. Soon after, young Chen arrives in a hurry. He brought an old man along to deliver the news, reporting that after checking, only 5 families still knew about the tragedy from 60 years ago, with those elders still alive today. Plus, following his instructions, a huge amount of survival supplies had been distributed to help the villagers improve their lives. Then he turned to introduce the chief regarding the memorial tablet Yi Ning mentioned, saying he brought him along. Yi Ning smiled, thanking him for his hard work. The chief sincerely replied that Yi Ning shouldn't be polite since young Master Chen had personally assigned him this task. They would follow Yi Ning's arrangements to the letter. After Chen Yang left, Yi Ning pointed toward the distance and asked for the chief's input. He proposed sending the old chief an extra 4,000 credits to gather people and build a proper memorial monument right over there. The old man gasped, waving his hands frantically at the mention of 4,000 credits, insisting it was far too much to ever spend. Yi Ning gently suggested that whatever funds were left over should simply be distributed among the children in the village. Though unable to sway Yi Ning, the deeply moved chief grabbed his hand tightly, expressing his endless gratitude. He promised to carve every single hero's name perfectly. Yi Ning could only bow his head in gratitude, not to stand on ceremony. Snapping back to reality inside the helicopter cabin, his gaze drifted back to the distant sky as he softly whispered that the brave souls could finally rest in peace. Suddenly, his system chimed. The notification flashed, confirming the quest was complete, rewarding him with 100 reputation points and a blue covenant necklace. This item granted a +1 boost to all attributes, increasing health and spiritual energy regeneration by 33%. It also featured an active skill, Unyielding Faith, which instantly restored 15 points of willpower within 10 seconds. The system evaluation noted that the blessed accessory was far stronger than before. Yi Ning opened his eyes wide in disbelief, deeply moved. He silently thanked his predecessors, swearing to wear this keepsake until the war was finally won. Furthermore, looking at the screen, he realized this rare reputation reward was something money could never buy. Having such a high standing would make it much easier to build up his own influence within the military. Suddenly, Chen Yang came to mind. If he wanted to establish a foothold in the army, that guy was a solid option. After leaving the dungeon, Chen Yang didn't ask a single question about the disappearing ruins, showing he could keep a secret. He even agreed to all of Yi Ning's demands. Though a bit annoying at times, Chen Yang was surprisingly reliable. Besides, he clearly had no clue what was actually happening in the dungeon. Yi Ning decided to test him further. It was the perfect chance to squeeze some extra perks out of him before heading back. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, an ornate wooden door stood majestically, exuding an air of wealth. Inside, Chen Yang practically jumped out of his seat. He was thrilled that his idol had finally called him, first eagerly asking what Yi Ning needed from him. Yi Ning went straight to the point, asking to borrow 2 blue-tier swords, preferably with very short cooldown times. Chen Yang blinked in surprise, wondering if he heard right before frantically waving his hands to refuse the word borrow. He quickly clarified that he would gladly find the best weapons and give them to Yi Ning as an outright gift. Just before the call disconnected, Yi Ning offered a brief word of thanks, leaving Chen Yang absolutely thrilled. He pumped his fist in excitement, overjoyed that the powerful Yi Ning was already relying on him for assistance. He was clearly earning his trust. His father and grandfather would be absolutely ecstatic to hear about this progress. Over at a local Lanzhou noodle shop, Yi Ning slurped his food happily, appreciating how straightforward Chen Yang could be. He had only gained 3 free attribute points from this dungeon run. Excluding the blue equipment bonuses, his core stats sat at 26 points each, with only his willpower reaching a slightly higher 31. The blue necklace was far too valuable to sell, and the rest of his loot was barely worth pocket change. In 2 days, once his ultimate skill cooled down, he would grab those blue-tier swords from Chen Yang. Then he would use them to conquer high-level dungeons and rake in the rewards. But suddenly, a thought struck him. Reaching Tier 3 would grant a rare chance to double his attributes. In his past life, his stats were terribly low. His Tier 2 stats had only reached 20 points before he advanced, which severely crippled his overall potential later on. Walking home with his hands in his pockets, Yi Ning vowed to do things differently this time around. He would max out his stats to 31 before attempting the Tier 3 trial, timing it with the upcoming crisis. That was right around when the massive beast tide would strike the Tianfeng sanctuary. But suddenly he froze. He sensed a chilling presence, the unmistakable murderous intent of a Tier 3 enemy. With his ultimate skills still on cooldown, he was in deep trouble. His skills are still on cooldown, so facing a Tier 3 opponent right now is a total death sentence. Yining walks wondering who this stalker is. Who wants him dead? He quietly analyzes the situation. He is deep inside the Zhenjiang safe zone and absolutely nobody except Chen Yong even knows he is here. Could it be that Tier 3 Zhenjiang commander he robbed earlier? Or maybe Chen Yong is having second thoughts and wants him gone. But he immediately shoots down that idea. No way Chen Yong would do this. The man is actively trying to recruit him, so there is zero reason to kill him. Plus, that Zhenjiang commander has absolutely no clue who stole his monster hunt in the first place. Suddenly, a realization hits him as he recalls the pure hatred in Linlan's eyes. Could it be that crazy woman from the Blood Wolf squad? Did she actually track him down this fast? With all his skills currently on cooldown, he cannot afford to make a reckless move to confirm it. Putting aside who wants him dead for now, his main focus is shaking off the shadow behind him. This is bad, guys. His top priority is escaping this place. Should he just activate his thunder boots and bolt? He needs to stay calm. The fact that his stalker is just tailing him instead of attacking means they are hesitant about something. They do not know his skills are on cooldown. If he runs now, he will expose his weakness and they will definitely strike. The best move right now is to play it cool, act like absolutely nothing is wrong, and look for a place to lose them. Yining scans his immediate surroundings, desperately searching for a way out. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a bright bar nearby. Perfect. In this post-apocalyptic era, anyone who can still afford to hang out at a bar must be filthy rich. He smirks to himself. Time to find a big player to shield him. Meanwhile, inside that very bar, a girl named Yan Wuqing is sighing. She complains about how all the guys in the bar tonight are total brutes. Just then, her bodyguard steps up. He asks if they should head home after this drink. Annoyed, she waves him off. Then she spots someone. She locks eyes with Ning. He sits nearby looking completely relaxed, but he is secretly studying her every move. She is young, has dyed hair, and wears heavy makeup in a nightclub, basically a classic rebellious rich kid. Yan Wuqing struts over and calls him handsome. He looks her up and down, checking her out. Her flashy earrings and rings are purely cosmetic gear. But then he notices the bodyguards standing right behind her. 4 Tier 2 peak combatants. Since absolutely nobody dares to mess with her, she must have some serious backing. Her background is definitely elite. Yan Wuqing leans in close and softly asks if he is drinking alone tonight. She invites him for a drink. Meanwhile, Yining keeps a very close eye on the stalker outside. The killing intent of that Tier 3 stalker is still hovering nearby. Yining smiles and agrees to drink but warns her he is broke. Yan Wuqing laughs it off and says she will cover it. She immediately orders 2 strong cocktails on her tab. Looking at her, Yining silently apologizes. To get out of this alive, he has no choice but to use her as a shield. With her unknown strength and those 4 elite bodyguards protecting her, even a Tier 3 stalker would hesitate. With those high-level bodyguards in the mix, even a powerful Tier 3 stalker would have to think twice before launching a reckless attack. Holding her wine glass, she teasingly asks the little brother if he has the guts to get a room with her tonight. Yining acts hesitant. Since she loves playing the hunter so much, he decides to play along as her helpless prey. Outside the bar, a bodyguard nervously asks Brother Lee if they should stop their young mistress from leaving with a random guy. Brother Lee snaps back, asking if he actually dares to cross her. He reminds him of the trouble she caused them last time. The other bodyguard panics, asking what they should do instead. Brother Lee barks out orders to follow them immediately. They need to keep a close watch and protect her at all costs, so nothing goes wrong tonight. Glancing back, Yining senses the stalker is still hovering just behind the guards. For now, he has to stick with her. The killer is not backing down, leaving him with no choice but to head straight to her luxury hotel. Inside the lavish room, highly intoxicated Yan Wuqing flops onto the bed. Yining takes a quick look around. No wonder she is the daughter of Yan Lijun, the leader of Safe Zone 317 and president of the powerful Xingniao Commerce Guild. One night in this ultra-luxurious place costs as much as what a regular survivor would make working hard for 6 full months. It reminds him of his past life as a desperate refugee scraping by in the guard squad of her father's guild just to survive. Back then, his main job was clearing out dangerous zombies for them. Standing before her now, he cannot help but chuckle. He tells her that her father was technically his boss. Hearing this, Yan Wuqing yells at him to shut up about that old man. She calls her father an absolute monster. Suddenly, she clings to Ning, whispering for him to hold her. He decides to tease her, asking why she is rebelling against her boss of a father like this tonight. He was just doing it to annoy the old guy. Honestly, pretty childish. What if he scared her a little, just to see how sincere she was? And so, Ning suddenly shoved her onto the bed. Are you seriously for real? Because I am not holding back anymore. Wuqing gasped in surprise. Staring at his face so close to hers, she stammered out that she was just too embarrassed. Wuqing then pushed him away and bolted straight to the bathroom to wash up first. Ning chuckled. She really was the most hilarious prey, always trying to play the hunter. As the sound of running water started echoing from the bathroom, Ning walked onto the balcony. A paper tiger like her probably would not dare to come out for a while. Looking down at the alley below, Ning sensed the Tier 3 killer's murderous aura still lingering. That shadow down there looked highly suspicious, but the build did not look like a woman at all. If it was not Lin Lan, who else could it possibly be, he wondered. Even after 2 past lives, he still had no clear answer about why he was knocked unconscious before taking that exam. It made absolutely no sense for a complete stranger to target him like this. It was incredibly baffling. If someone wanted him dead, they could have just poisoned him back then. Why go through such elaborate schemes? Then another thought crossed his mind. Lin Lan was seriously injured last time and should still be recovering, but he could not rule out that she had teamed up with another group to hire a Tier 3 assassin to eliminate him. Putting all those speculations aside, he had to figure out a way to escape. No matter who the enemy was, he first had to lose his tail and get out of here. Once safe, he could plan his next move. Ning quickly summoned his loyal system assistant. Li Fugi, buy me a disguise kit right away. It needs to look incredibly realistic, making it completely impossible for anyone to recognize me. His assistant instantly complied with a respectful yes, master. Ning then headed out. The bodyguards outside looked surprised and asked why he was done so quickly. Ning just told them their lady was drunk, so they should take good care of her. Stepping into the elevator, he opened his status panel and activated the disguise. Instantly, his entire appearance changed into someone else. Walking out of the building, Ning carefully scanned his surroundings. The Tier 3 assassin was gone. The disguise worked perfectly. Thankfully, there was no danger, but he still needed to push himself to reach Tier 3 as soon as possible. Otherwise, he stood absolutely no chance against the enemies hiding in the shadows. As for Yan Wuqing, he could only hope she would take good care of herself. Back at the hotel room, Wuqing sat quietly on the bed. Frowning, she stared at a short note Ning had left for her. He wrote that he did not want to take advantage of her, so she should not worry. Thanks for tonight. Time quietly passed, and 2 days later at a base, Ning's excited voice echoed. Chen Yang, you really are a wealthy second-generation soldier with some insane resources. Ning kept praising him, amazed that his friend had managed to secure rare blue-grade gear so fast. Holding the 2 swords, he admired the Crimson Flame Greatsword and the Yuchang Dagger, which were both top-tier blue-grade weapons. Testing the flaming blade, first, he activated the Crimson Flame enchantment and swung it with a powerful burning slash. It consumed 270 energy points per second, raising the blade temperature to 2,000 degrees. With that tested, Ning moved on to the Yuchang Dagger. Swinging it down, the enchantment consumed 240 energy points per second, cutting as sharp as a laser beam. He calculated that with his current reserves, he could easily handle any small-scale battle. Looking over his entire gear list, he calculated that these 2 weapons combined with his thunder boots, the protective shield of his blood soul armor, his defensive chestplate, and his unyielding vow necklace were more than enough. Adding in his other active skills and his 3 ultimate moves, which were currently on cooldown, he could just barely pass as a Tier 3 fighter, allowing him to enter the high-level Hell's Gate dungeon. He quietly recalled the details of the area. The Hell's Gate dungeon was a massive underground challenge where players face endless waves of zombies or sudden mutant ambushes on every single floor. Every 7 levels there are elite mutants waiting to attack. The final floor forces players to face off against a peak Tier 3 mutant boss. Beside the standard monster drops, this dungeon drops rare energy crystals that are not found in any other place. If he got lucky and found a large chunk, it would be worth far more than any standard blue-grade equipment. Right at that moment, a system prompt popped up asking if he wanted to enter the Hell's Gate dungeon. The minimum requirement was mid-stage Tier 2. With extreme difficulty, the system recommended a party of 3 or more players. Ning instantly clicked agree. The system immediately confirmed his entry, noting that 40 other players had already entered. As the notification faded, he resolved to finally max out his Tier 2 attributes right here, really counting on this run. Inside the Hellgate dungeon, the Awakened look eagerly at the surrounding spirit crystals. One of them cheers, asking why there are so many spirit crystals here, while another nods in agreement. They start digging together. After all, a single spirit crystal shard is worth 7,000 to 8,000 credits. Just harvesting a few of these means they will never have to worry about money again. Then someone warns them. Stop chipping away at those. The crystals at the Hellgate only form when monsters explode, so you cannot just take them. They are impossible to pry loose. Standing among the crowd, Ning counts around 40 Awakened gathered for this run. 21 of them belong to the military. Suddenly, a booming authoritative voice cuts through the chatter, telling everyone to quiet down. Their military unit is taking charge of this Hellgate dungeon, meaning the freelance Awakened are actually in luck. Standing before the crowd, Wang Yangping sternly introduces himself as a Tier 3 colonel from the 7th Corps. Yangping starts explaining the layout. The dungeon branch contains 18 tunnels, all crawling with zombies. Survival means securing the final rewards. To maximize their profits, they must form 3-man teams for each tunnel. Any more than that, and their earnings will drop accordingly. He explains the strategy with complete calm. At the 7th level, all these tunnels converge and everyone will join forces to fight the elite mutants. Next, he proudly presents his squad. Among their 21 military personnel, they have highly capable fighters. There are 4 Tier 3 warriors and 10 peak Tier 2 fighters, so civilians can pair up and follow them. The crowd erupts into cheers. Some say it is fantastic, while others claim they hit the jackpot. But nothing in this world is free. Yang Ping immediately lays out the steep price for their protection. If they want to follow a Tier 3 soldier, 70% of their loot must go to the military. Choosing a peak Tier 2 fighter drops the fee to 50%. In exchange, they guarantee survival. Yang Ping yells out, ordering all Tier 3 and peak Tier 2 combatants to step forward, while the rest step back. The military awakened quickly fall into line, their discipline and morale incredibly high as they salute. With a loud shout, Yang Ping tells the crowd to make their choice. The freelancers immediately begin discussing their options. Having reliable military backup sounds great, but those steep protection fees are a bit too high for comfort. One of them points out that anyone entering a dungeon is already prepared to risk their lives for resources. Still, the powerful aura of a Tier 3 fighter offers a far greater sense of security. Suddenly, a tall man steps forward. He introduces himself as Yun Ming, a Tier 3 beginner from the famous Demon Hunter Corps, asking for only 50%. He will only protect high-level Tier 2 players. Ning watches him, surprised to see a freelance Tier 3. To make things even wilder, he is actually from the Demon Hunter Corps, the most prestigious non-governmental group around. Just then, another man steps up. Huang Kai, a Tier 3 beginner, offering the same 50% deal. He also only accepts high-level Tier 2 players. The moment he appears, Ning immediately tenses up. This independent player has an aura that feels incredibly familiar. Suddenly, Huang Kai spots him in the crowd. His face darkens with pure killing intent as he glares toward Ning, instantly identifying him as Ning. That deadly vibe is a total giveaway. This is the mysterious Tier 3 who tried to kill him 2 days ago. Ning quietly evaluates him. Surely the herder group would not send someone to a Tier 3 dungeon like this. Since he came alone, it must be a coincidence. Ning calmly meets Huang Kai's hostile gaze. Huang Kai glares right back, frowning deeply. He recalls how Lin Lan recently sent people to search for him. She warned him that this target has some dangerous tricks. He must wait for him to waste his ultimate skill first. Only after that can he safely execute his plan to eliminate him. Suddenly, Ning shatters the heavy silence. He steps up to introduce himself as Ning, a Tier 3 beginner charging only 40% with no level limits. The crowd whispers, analyzing him. He does not wear a badge, nor does he project any powerful aura. He looks completely ordinary. Someone whispers that he does not look like a Tier 3 expert at all. His cheap price is tempting, but safety comes first. Overhearing this, Huang Kai bursts into a mocking laugh. He mocks Ning openly, doubting his rank. Inside the dungeon, Ning merely gives him a cold glance. He calmly retorts, asking if lying about being a Tier 3 inside a dungeon is not just suicide. Confused by the clash, a soldier turns to Yang Ping, asking him to use his advanced detection skill on Ning. What kind of rank is that? He wore a serious expression, saying that while they could not see his stats, right now the blue gear on his body was definitely special. It is not something a normal Tier 2 cultivator could ever get. Besides, he is right, only a complete fool would fake being a Tier 3 expert. Only an idiot would falsely claim to be Tier 3. Suddenly, a system alert pops up announcing that the dungeon run will begin in 1 minute. Everyone needs to prepare. Seeing this, Wang Yangping calls out, telling them that the quest is about to start and they must quickly form their teams. The surrounding awakeners scramble to form groups. Many of them plead, asking Lord Huang Kai to let them join his team. Others beg Yun Ming and the colonel to take them along. Soon everyone finds a squad, leaving only 3 lonely figures standing on their own. One of them is Ning, who scratches his head in confusion, asking if no one is going to pick him. That is when Huang Kai steps up. He mocks Ning, laughing loudly about some Tier 3 dog crap that nobody would ever believe. Then he points directly at the remaining 2. He shouts that Ning is stuck with 2 Tier 2 military outcasts, asking if he actually wants to carry 2 pieces of trash nobody else wants. The 2 outcasts look embarrassed but decide to approach Ning anyway. The girl speaks up first, introducing herself to Lord Ning. She says her name is Li Kei, a ranged spellcaster, and politely asks if she can join his team. The other man speaks up next. He says he is Zhang Bin, a willpower user. Ning does not look down on them at all, readily agreeing to let them tag along. He tells them to just follow him. Overjoyed, they thank Lord Ning in unison. Once all the teams are finalized, Wang Yangping steps forward. He announces that since the groups are set, each team should choose a tunnel. Ning immediately leads his 2 new teammates forward. They head toward Tunnel 18, and he tells them it is time to move in. He wants to know what they both specialize in first. Lee Kei is the first to explain, saying she's a mage who can cast her skills up to 3 times, but her magic is basic. Since she only knows low-tier spells, she admits she is pretty weak. Beside her, Zhang Bin holds his machine gun with a bit of hesitation. He explains that although he uses willpower, he has a spiritual Gatling gun which makes him decent at suppressing low-level threats. Dealing with Tier 1 mutants should not be a major issue. Hearing their stats, Ning pauses, leaving them feeling deeply embarrassed. She has no excuse and can only apologize to Ning. Zhang Bin also feels awkward, admitting they did not really want to come here. He confesses that life forced their hands. However, Ning simply turns around to reassure them, telling them not to worry. He says their squad is actually not bad at all. Since he already took their protection fee, he will make sure they get out alive. Hearing this, the two are incredibly grateful, thanking Lord Ning as a sudden sound echoes from the dark depths of the tunnel. Sensing something heading their way, Ning raises his voice, warning his teammates to get ready because the enemy has arrived. Staring at the oncoming horde, he calmly notes there are 473 zombies and 2 Tier 1 beasts. Zhang Bin is stunned. He wonders how Lord Ning could count the monsters so quickly and accurately. Lee Kei is equally amazed by his skills. She figures this has to be the power of a Tier 3 elite. Meanwhile, Ning draws his blade effortlessly, slicing through the oncoming beasts. While fighting, he analyzes the situation, realizing this stage is pretty simple and he should conserve as much energy as possible. He advises his teammates that before they reach the 7th floor, they should only use basic skills without relying on ultimate moves. They do not need to waste any high-tier gear yet. Watching Ning move with such grace, Lee Kei can only stare in awe. She praises his incredible agility as he darts forward easily, striking down a massive, hideous centipede in a single flash. Zhang Bin is also amazed, noting that Lord Ning seems to be relying entirely on raw physical combat without using any energy. A moment later, the system sounds an alert, announcing that the first floor has been cleared and they may proceed. They are invited to enter the 2nd floor. The battle is over, but the two teammates are still dazed by his speed. They wonder if it is really over already, since they did not even have to lift a finger to help him. System notifications continue to flood in. A Tier 1 mutant has been slain and they have received 170 crystals. Another Tier 1 beast is defeated, granting more resources. For clearing the stage, all party members receive 100 crystals. Staring at her reward screen, Lee Kei is utterly shocked. She cannot believe they got 60 crystals just like that. They did absolutely nothing yet walked away with 600 credits. Standing beside her, Zhang Bin is ecstatic. He says they hit the jackpot by teaming up with the right person. Meanwhile, Ning reviews his total earnings. Each crystal fragment is worth 10 credits, bringing his earnings on this floor to 4,800 credits. He also gets a nice commission. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, Yunming grumbles about Ning taking 5 minutes. He wonders why that Tier 3 fighter has not shown up yet. Huang Kai immediately chimes in with a mocking sneer. He scoffs that the guy's rank is fake. Hearing this, Wang Yangping frowns, suggesting that might not be the case. Even a peak Tier 2 would take half a day. Staring at Tunnel 18, Huang Kai quietly plots his next move. If this kid doesn't use his ultimate, he can't even beat a Tier 1 mutant. So if he has to face a peak Tier 2 mutant without his ultimate, he'll either get killed by the beast or crushed by his own move anyway. At that moment, Ning and his teammates finally arrive. Leading the group, he says they have arrived. Once everyone is gathered, Yangping announces that the head count is complete and 7 floors are clear. Next, they must kill 5 peak Tier 2 beasts. To maximize their gains, each of the 7 Tier 3 combatants will form a group while the smaller teams can merge into an alliance. He then turns to Ning's group to ask if they are struggling and need help, saying they can ask anytime as long as they share the loot. But the young man immediately declines, thanking them anyway. Meanwhile, Lee Kei grows quite anxious as she recalls the previous floors, whispering her deep worries to Zhang Bin. She notes that although Master Ning fought fast on the lower floors, facing the peak Tier 1 astral pattern beast on Floor 6 was clearly a struggle. He was incredibly agile, but his raw damage output seemed pretty low. Zhang Bin is also worried, but he still chooses to believe in the youth, saying that he might just be conserving his power and they must trust Master Ning. Suddenly, the system blares a warning just as terrifying monsters emerge, roaring with absolute fury. 8 peak mutants have been activated, prepare for battle. Staring at the massive beasts in front of him, Ning is secretly thrilled, noticing that the monsters are practically lined up in a single straight path. If he strikes while everyone charges forward and casually wipes them all out, the crowd will surely be left utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Huang Kai is plotting his own revenge against Ning. He mutters to himself to let him clear these beasts first before quietly ending Ning. Ning quickly assesses the battlefield and leaps directly toward the horde. It is a shame that Huang Kai must live for now. But to avoid accidentally injuring the military personnel, the young man decides to hold back his killer urge. With that, he slashes down with a single stroke of his blade, unleashing sky rift flowing light to obliterate every single monster. As the instant wipeout leaves everyone in utter shock, hushed whispers erupt through the crowd. Did Ning just slay them all with one swing? How is that even possible? A standard Tier 3 strike would struggle to one-shot a single target. Huang Kai watches this unfold, feeling a sudden surge of panic. Damn it, Lin Lan only mentioned his ultimate was strong, not this absurdly broken. Li Ke gasps in absolute shock, wondering if this mind-blowing power is indeed Master Ye Ning's true strength. Zhang Bin is equally amazed, reminding her that he told her so the young man was definitely just hiding his real power. Landing smoothly from the air, Yi Ning silently calculates his earnings, figuring this run should easily bag him 60,000 credits. Right on cue, the robotic voice of the system announces the death of the peak Tier 2 mutants. Slaying the multi-headed blood corpse yields 680 spirit shards, while the giant fiend dread corpse drops 720 shards. For clearing the floor, everyone receives 150 credits. Li Qi hugs brother Zhang, screaming, with joy, asking if she is dreaming because they have hit the absolute jackpot. He is also thrilled beyond belief, replying that scoring 900 credits out of nowhere is insane, considering it would usually take them a whole half-year to earn that. Wang Yangping steps forward to commend him, remarking that Yi Ning kept his skills well hidden but is incredibly powerful. Yi Ning calmly apologizes, claiming that he still has not fully mastered controlling his skills output, so it was just an accident. Hearing this excuse, Huang Kai immediately sneers, mockingly asking how anyone else is supposed to make a living if he hogs all the kills. He snarls that no matter how strong Yi Ning is, he must still show some basic respect, especially in front of the military. Yi Ning narrows his eyes at him, instantly realizing that Huang Kai is intentionally making a scene, perhaps hoping to use the military to test his limits. Meanwhile, Huang Kai smirks with absolute confidence, plotting that now the kid's ultimate is on cooldown, he stands no chance against the Tier 3 military officers. He decides to test him first. Yi Ning calmly tells everyone to be patient, explaining that this floor is manually activated and cannot be cleared by force. This means there are still peak Tier 2 monsters remaining. He suggests that everyone can just ignore his presence, promising not to interfere if they activate another wave, but Huang Kai refuses to let it go, pointing his finger right at Yi Ning's face and yelling that he is far too arrogant, acting like nobody else matters. He demands to know if Yi Ning even has any respect left for Lord Wang Yangping, but Yangping immediately cuts in to stop the bickering. He orders them to shut up, declaring that infighting is strictly forbidden during dungeon battles and having such a powerful teammate is actually a blessing. Besides, Yi Ning is right, they just need to trigger the next wave. Seeing that Yangping is clearly defending Yi Ning, Huang Kai has no choice but to back down for now. Still, he keeps complaining. Colonel Wang makes a fair point, but without proper compensation, he would have to go out and personally hunt down a peak Tier 2 mutant. Besides, a generic bonus for the entire staff can hardly be considered actual compensation anyway. Left with no choice, Wang Yangping explains the situation, calling him Sir Yi Ning to calm the crowd down. Would you mind taking down just one more? Honestly, Wang Yangping is secretly shocked by his drastically improved performance. No problem. Yi Ning just smiles back, but Wang Yangping realizes watching him fight is a major learning experience. Deep down, Yi Ning sneers. That bastard Huang Kai failed to cause trouble, so now he is testing him with a beast. He wants his trump cards out. Yi Ning must save his Storm Sword skill for the 14th floor Tier 3 boss. He must keep dimensional slash ready. Meanwhile, the system alerts everyone that 8 peak Tier 2 mutant beasts are fully active. Get ready to fight. As the savage creatures charge right at him, the young warrior quickly assesses his strategy. He relies on pure technique. Defeating one beast is easy, plus it might expose Huang Kai's real motives. A giant mutated crocodile emerges. Yi Ning locks his gaze on the beast, quickly analyzing its attributes. It is a high defense variant. He leaps high into the air just before its heavy foot crushes him down. He prefers a war of attrition. Landing a heavy strike, his blade hits the reptile's back. The blow leaves absolutely no scratch on its tough hide. He is stunned, his raw strength is simply not enough. His single blade cannot penetrate its thick defense, dealing 0 damage. Meanwhile, the rest of the team fights their own monsters. While fighting, Huang Kai keeps a sly eye on Yi Ning. Watch, he lets out a wicked, knowing smirk. The kid clearly exhausted his ultimate moves. Once this beast is dead, he is going down next. Facing the roaring Leviathan, Yi Ning charges back in. He instantly activates his blazing enchantment and Yu Chang enchantment. Moving like a streak of pure light, he sweeps under its legs. Yet the beast remains totally unharmed. Spectators gasp in shock. That zombie crocodile's hide is ridiculously thick. Even a blue gear enchantment strike fails to cut it. Infuriated, the giant reptile roars, whipping its massive tail straight at Ning. The young fighter quickly braces himself. He blocks the strike. The beast roars in his face, prompting Li Ke and Zhang Bin to scream in panic. They warn him of the danger. Zhang Bin unleashes his heavy machine gun, spraying bullets at the beast. Beside him, Li Ke conjures sharp icicles to strike. However, their combined efforts fail to pierce its scales. Instead, it only enrages the beast, causing it to charge. Zhang Bin panics, realizing their skills are completely useless. Li Ke trembles in fear, thinking they are doomed. But in the nick of time, Ning steps in. He tells them to stand back. He can handle this alone instantly, delivering a sharp slash. Staring at his twin blades, he realizes even his enchantments cannot defeat this monstrosity in a single blow. The impact is less than expected. Still, he keeps pushing forward, knowing his damage is slowly stacking up. By maintaining this relentless hit-and-run pace, he can definitely chip away at its health until it falls. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Wang Yangping effortlessly finishes his target. Yunming also manages to slay his opponent. Huang Kai dominates using his gilded pestle. Seeing that almost everyone else has already cleared their monsters, Li Ke grows increasingly anxious. The other high-tier fighters are done, yet Ning is still playing tag. Zhang Bin agrees. His fighting style is bizarre, especially since he easily wiped out 8 monsters earlier. He wonders why on earth the young hero is struggling so much against a single opponent right now. Watching Ning struggle with the giant beast, Wang Yangping begins to question his surprisingly low damage output. Even without the boost from blue gear enchantments, his raw power should easily match a peak Tier 2 fighter. This makes absolutely no sense. Meanwhile, Ning notices that sneaky Huang Kai lingering right behind him. He realizes the others are done, meaning Huang Kai is about to strike. He must stay prepared. Right on cue, Huang Kai charges forward with a loud shout, offering to help Ning finish things. Ning sneers at the obvious attempt to steal his kill and attack. Suddenly, lightning sparks around his feet. Luckily, he is already close to finishing. Moving like a bolt of lightning, Ning bursts forward. Activating his full set of enchanted gear, he uses Bolt Walk to instantly teleport right above the crocodile. Plunging his dual blades down, he activates both enchantments. Suddenly, Huang Kai lunges from behind. He faces the gilded pestle unfazed, instantly conjuring his Blood Soul armor shield to block the blow. Instantly, he dodges. Withdrawing his heavy blade, he delivers a ferocious slash that cleaves the giant crocodile's head clean off. The sheer force knocks Huang Kai back. Ning's massive barrier shield had sent him flying. He barely manages to fight the heavy momentum to keep from crashing backward, right into the soldiers behind him. Watching the whole thing, Wang Yangping can't help but crack a smug grin, calling out to him. Looks like Ning doesn't need your help at all. Huang Kai just snorts and responds, too annoyed to waste his breath arguing. Getting back into his guard, he glares at Ning. Damn it, he thinks that is clearly Lin Lan's top-tier gear. But with Ning's limited spiritual energy, there's no way he can sustain it. He will probably have to exit the dungeon soon. I need to handle him as soon as possible. Settling into his defensive stance, Ning coolly asks if Huang Kai is looking for trouble today. Are you really going to pick a fight with me here, Huang Kai? Before things escalate, Wang Yangping grabs his shoulder to stop him. Look, Huang Kai, Ning already killed the boss. Don't go trying to steal the loot is a bad look. But Huang Kai refuses to back down. He snaps right back. Colonel Wang, this is a personal grudge between me and him. Stay out of it. Hearing this, Ning sheathes his blade with a cold look. I have no idea what you are talking about, but if this is indeed a personal matter, we should settle it properly. He smirks, issuing a direct challenge. Why not wait until the 14th floor so we do not waste everyone's time? Huang Kai freezes in surprise. You do not plan to retreat at this level. His mind races, trying to figure out the kid's angle. He used his ultimate move already. Trying to clear the next stage using only basic talismans and equipment is pure suicide. Is he actually stupid, or is he hiding a massive trump card? The two lock eyes, tension thick enough to cut. Ning keeps baiting his rival with a smug grin. Do not worry, I am not going anywhere until the 14th floor. Huang Kai sneers back. Good see you on the 14th floor. Assuming you can even survive long enough to make it there. Their hostile auras clash, looking like they want to tear each other limb from limb. Wang Yangping quickly steps in to redirect the team. All right, if that is the deal, pick a tunnel and let's move on to the next round. The soldiers salute in unison. Yes, Colonel Wang. As the squad enters tunnel number 9 on the 10th floor, hideous monsters watch them from the shadows. The beasts silently track the humans running past them, calculating the perfect moment to spring a deadly ambush. Hundreds of glowing eyes stare out from the pitch-black abyss. To these creatures, even those glittering crystals do not look nearly as appetizing as these mud-covered humans. Leading the charge at the very front, Huang Kai can't help but let out a frustrated shout. Damn it, past the 8th floor, these damn ambushes are constant. Move your asses or do not blame me when you die." His two lackeys quickly nod in agreement. "Yes, Lord Huang Kai." But right behind them, a massive danger is already closing in. A long decayed gray arm suddenly erupts from the darkness, lunging at the squad with a terrifying inhuman speed. Its jagged razor-sharp claws are an absolute nightmare. Before anyone can react, the creature swipes at one unfortunate soldier. It tears right through his arm, leaving him screaming in agony. The other soldier watches in horror, swearing as he runs. Luckily, Huang Kai leaps forward just in time, raising his massive shield to block the monster's devastating claw. He barks a warning to the rest of the group. Damn it, it is a claw demon. He slams his warhammer down. The shockwave forces the beast back, but they are not out of the woods. More monsters creep out from the dark. They swarm forward with terrifying speed. The terrified soldiers scream out a frantic warning, telling him to watch his back. Huang Kai spins around only to find razor-sharp claws millimeters from his face. Instinct kicks in and he barely dodges. "Damn it," he growls. The soldier he just saved immediately fires a rapid barrage of mana bullets, driving the beast back. As the monsters retreat, Huang Kai turns to his team in an absolute fury. "I almost lost an eye back there, so I am taking a 90% cut of the loot. If you do not like it, get the hell out." The soldiers are stunned and furious. "What? But Lord Huang Kai, if I had not fired that shot," he cuts them off. "That was your last spell, was it not? Your buddy is crippled. From here on, you are fully dependent on me." The soldier snaps back, pointing out that Huang Kai is also completely relying on Hasty Cow's power to get through. The wounded teammate groans. "My lord, I will be useless out there without any money." But Huang Kai just barks at them. "Shut your mouth." He points his heavy hammer at their faces, his voice dropping. "Do you want money or your lives?" He turns his back on them and starts walking. "If you do not have any more complaints, then keep moving now." The three of them push forward on their grueling path, but their quiet moment does not last very long at all. Spotting several eerie dark shadows ahead, he flinches in surprise but quickly raises his guard. Meanwhile, over with Wang Yangping. He has just finished off another massive beast, thick black smoke still swirling heavily through the cramped cavern. One of the soldiers behind Wang Yangping speaks up, clearly relieved. The next floor is right ahead, meaning they only have 2 left before it is over. It seems this dungeon run has been pretty smooth so far. But he remains on guard, warning everyone to stay focused and stop chatting. Suddenly, a lightning-fast shadow pierces the talkative soldier's head. Everyone freezes. Looking closer, it's a bizarre stingray-like beast with a razor-sharp tail. The team frantically warns each other to watch out for the Yao Shi ray above. Meanwhile, in another corner and tunnel, 18 on the 12th floor, Ning and his 2 companions are sprinting through. He confidently takes the lead, turning left then right, keeping up the pace. He keeps urging them to move faster and stay close. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoes. A desperate scream rings out. Li Ke warns them that other tunnels are suffering, yet they haven't met a single beast. Zhang Bin agrees, pointing out that besides being a bit tired from running, this is way easier than the first 7 floors. Still, Li Ke feels a bit anxious. She wonders if their tunnel simply has fewer monsters than the rest. Zhang Bin immediately dismisses that idea. It is impossible because the monsters are likely just sensing Lord Yi Ning's aura and staying away. Suddenly, Yi Ning stops dead in his tracks. Zhang Bin immediately tenses up, asking what is wrong. His eyes glow, signaling immediate danger. He tells Li Ke, there is a corpse ghoul right on the ceiling ahead at 97 degrees, warning her to stay clear. He quickly calculates his next move. No matter which way they go, a clash is completely unavoidable now. Using his X-ray vision, every single hideous monster stands out clearly. He calls out their exact positions. A blood maiden is hiding 16 meters to the left, while a bone crusher worm lurks underground, heading right for them. Zhang Bin looks like he just discovered a miracle, realizing Yi Ning isn't just sensing them, he can actually see everything. Li Ke is stunned. Such an insane ability actually exists, but Yi Ning remains completely unfazed. He charges ahead, giving orders as he runs. He plans to strike first and instantly wipe out the corpse ghoul. He tells them to follow 3 seconds later while he lures the bone crusher worm, setting a meeting point at the 3rd junction. He swiftly unleashes his dual blades, slicing the monster clean in half the very second it tries to pounce. He yells for them to run while he engages the next wave. Even mid-combat, he gives precise instructions, telling them to keep their speed up and never look back no matter what. They sprint forward, shouting back their agreement to Lord Ye Ning. Down on floor 14, a limping soldier helps his wounded comrade back to the main army. Seeing only 2 survivors, Wang Yangping quickly asks where the rest of their group is. The exhausted blue-haired soldier reports that everyone else is dead. Dealing with sneaky low-level monsters turned out to be far more dangerous than fighting high-level bosses head-on. He had to burn several high-tier skills just to pull this agile survivor out. Hearing this, Wang Yangping frowns deeply. The higher-ups demanded they bring back enough spirit crystals, but at this rate, they won't even secure half of them. A soldier suggests their only remaining option is to buy what they need from other rank 3 players in the area. Just then, a guard shouts out as Huang Kai and his team finally arrive at the camp. Yunming walks out beside Huang Kai, even dragging an outsider along. It is clear that Huang Kai took a pretty brutal beating. Huang Kai curses furiously, complaining about a stupid rot worm that suddenly ambushed them out of nowhere. Wang Yangping gazes toward Tunnel 18, noting that the only remaining team is led by Ye Ning. If he manages to bring his survivors back, they might make the quota, but his true combat strength is hard to guess. Huang Kai scoffs, calling him a total fake who only relies on high-tier gear to look strong. He claims those impressive instant kills from earlier were probably just one-time ultimate skills he cannot use again. The cocky warrior bets his own face that Ye Ning's squad is already completely wiped out. Just as the words leave his mouth, Ye Ning steps out of the shadows with a cold smirk. He dryly suggests that Huang Kai might want to throw away that precious face of his. The trio steps out completely unharmed. Seeing them without a single scratch, the entire camp freezes. Huang Kai gapes, shouting how Ye Ning is still alive. Wang Yangping is just as shocked. Not only did they survive, but they don't have a single scratch on them. Yunming's jaw drops, demanding to know how they avoided the brutal ambushes that hit everyone else. Li Ke and Zhang Bin proudly boast, explaining that Lord Ye Ning guided them past almost every single mutant. Easily. Why does everyone look so pathetic? Is it really that hard to dodge? The crowd went completely silent. They just stammered. Ye Ning suddenly drew a dagger right in front of Huang Kai with a smug smirk. Ye Ning asked who just claimed their team would get wiped out. Staring at the shiny blade near his face, Huang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. Yet he refused to back down, claiming they had simply memorized the entire layout beforehand. That was impossible. Wang Yangping immediately spoke up, explaining that Hell Dungeon layouts completely change each run. The terrain shifts the moment someone steps inside. In his mind, Wang Yangping began to calculate. Ye Ning must possess some incredible evasion skill. Recruiting someone like him would bring massive value to the military. Meanwhile, Huang Kai stepped back in frustration, cursing silently. He grumbled that this was no trick, realizing Ye Ning's actual power was completely different from what Lin Lan had told him. Knowing he couldn't act rashly, he decided to wait until the Tier 3 mutant appeared to test Ye Ning again. Meanwhile, Ye Ning kept mocking him. "Brother Huang, you are brave enough to talk big, but too chicken to face the music right." Wang Yangping quickly stepped in to change the subject, addressing Ye Ning. They were about to face a Tier 3 mutant. He suggested they focus on the main battle first. Ye Ning readily agreed since Colonel Wang had spoken up, so they would follow his plan. Wang Yangping then laid out the next strategy for the group. 2 Tier 3 mutants awaited them. The military would take charge of one of the beasts. The rest of the hunters would team up to handle the second mutant. Once both monsters fell, they could finally leave this dungeon. But Huang Kai immediately protested, saying he did not agree with this setup. He argued that the military had 4 Tier 3 fighters and 6 peak Tier 2 warriors. He then pointed directly at Ye Ning. Pointing at Ye Ning's group, he complained that they only had 3 Tier 3 members, one likely being a fraud. Out of their 5 Tier 2 fighters, 2 were supposedly useless. Ye Ning did not hold back and fired right back, asking Huang Kai, "Can a fake Tier 3 instantly wipe out 8 Tier 2 monsters?" He added that they could call for backup if things got dangerous. They just needed to spend some cash to get out. Ye Ning flashed a confident grin and looked over to speak with Colonel Wang, saying that they were fine on their end and he should just yell if his team ended up needing help. Hearing this, Huang Kai frowned, suspecting that Ye Ning must be hiding another powerful trump card up his sleeve. Yunming also pondered in silence, realizing that Ye Ning's true power was completely unfathomable. Meanwhile, Wang Yangping stepped up. He rallied the team and raised his hand to signal the start. Their targets were 2 massive gravedigger worms. The entire force split into 2 groups to strike both ends of the battlefield. Huang Kai, Yunming, and Ye Ning charged forward. They targeted a roaring gravedigger worm, unleashing a barrage of skills. But Ye Ning noticed the rear army holding back. Before Ye Ning could even process this, the beast lunged at them. The furious gravedigger worm rushed forward, forcing Huang Kai to quickly use his shield to block, shouting at Ye Ning to finally make a move. Ye Ning quickly dashed in. Calling out that he was coming, Ye Ning quickly drew his dual swords. Nearby, Yunming leaped high into the air. Yunming unleashed his psionic battle axe skill, bringing his massive axe crashing down on the beast's head. But it barely did anything. Unfazed, the raging monster swatted him away. Undeterred, Ye Ning charged straight into the path of the thrashing beast. Delivering 2 powerful slashes across its body, he prepared for a counter, quickly activating his swift thunder boots to dodge. He narrowly avoided the lightning-fast strike. Using Huang Kai's head as a springboard, he leaped forward, still mocking his companion. Ye Ning casually told Brother Huang to move aside. Left in the dust, Huang Kai was absolutely furious, screaming in rage and cursing at him, asking if Ye Ning wanted to die. Suddenly, the gravedigger worm lunged. Huang Kai could only curse out loud. Cursing his luck, he barely raised his shield to block. The worm quickly pulled back its sharp claw. It immediately launched another sudden swipe. Huang Kai desperately struggled to hold his shield, but the impact was far too heavy. The massive force sent him crashing to the ground. Ning noticed and casually asked if Brother Huang was doing all right, or not. Furious, Huang Kai screamed that Ning must have done that on purpose. Meanwhile, both squads continued their relentless assault. They bombarded the worms with skills, but the beasts barely took any damage. Ning's group quickly rushed to cover Huang Kai. With their backs covered, Ning calculated the distance. The two worms were still 200 meters apart. If they got within 100 meters, he could insta-kill both at once. Up front, Ming yelled out for support. He urged Ning to focus on this monster first, as he couldn't hold it off alone. Ning quickly turned around. Ordering all the Tier 2 fighters to assist Ming, he told them not to worry about their side. Ning and Brother Huang would handle this worm themselves. But as the beast chased them closely, Huang Kai fumed with rage. Huang Kai screamed as he ran for his life, "Damn it, Ning. You sent all the Tier 2s to the other side, we have no support here. How the hell are we supposed to hold out?" Ning calmly explained that if they could just buy him 3 seconds, he could finish the beast. Seeing his confidence, Huang Kai reluctantly agreed, muttering that he would trust him this once, but he promised to settle the score right after the monster died. As he activated his shield, he thought to himself that Ning definitely had a hidden trump card. He braced himself, struggling to resist the grave worm's heavy strikes. He urgently shouted to hit it now since he blocked it. Though things were slightly off plan, Ning had to go all out. Only 50 meters left, so he had to try. When Ning made no move, Huang Kai cursed in rage, "Ning, you bastard." Ning rushed straight toward Wang Yangping and yelled out, "Colonel Yang, watch your back. We can no longer hold this thing off." Hearing this, Wang Yangping turned around in confusion. What? But before he could react, the massive grave worm sent him flying. Ning screamed for everyone to get back as he prepared his ultimate skill, warning them not to get caught in the blast. As he gathered his energy, he smiled. He wanted to bait them a little more. Getting them closer would guarantee the kill. Then he hurled his twin swords outward, aiming straight at the beasts. The crimson blade grazed the face of the demon worm, while the azure sword sliced clean through the other. Wang Yangping stared in horror. This instant kill effect was totally different from before. Huang Kai stood frozen, screaming in utter disbelief that this was not even an ultimate skill at all. Standing right between the beasts, Ning yelled. With the 2 grave worms trapping Huang Kai, it was the perfect moment. Ning unleashed his devastating sword tempest, severing the heads of both monsters. A wave of terrifying power erupted outward, forcing everyone nearby to struggle just to stay on their feet. Ming frowned in awe at the shocking technique. "This power is terrifying. Even if he wanted to steal our kills, we could not complain, since he could have easily wiped us all out instead." He stared in utter disbelief as he realized something even more shocking. Ning was not just a basic Tier 3 anymore. He had likely reached mid or even high Tier 3. Low-level Tier 3s like them stood absolutely zero chance. Meanwhile, poor Huang Kai, caught in the blast, collapsed onto the ground with his eyes rolled back. Ning sighed, shaking his head. "Brother Huang, did I not tell you to get back? Why did you just stand there?" Despite his worried words, he did not actually help but began looting the guy's gear. Through the rising smoke, "You died for me, so do not worry. I will make sure all of your gear is put to excellent use." The onlookers watched the shameless act, too speechless to even complain. Suddenly, a screen flashed. The system notification showed that the round was clear, granting all members 300 soul crystals. Personal rewards would be calculated separately based on performance. They could now choose to proceed to the next area or exit. Wang Yangping called out to stop him. "Sir, Ning going any deeper will bring us face-to-face with mid-tier rank 3 mutants." He explained that their military forces decided to stop here, but given Ning's incredible abilities, the young man quickly declined. "I am pretty exhausted today as well, let's all head back together." Secretly, he knew he only had his dimensional slash left, and he absolutely needed to keep his life-saving trump card safe. Wang Yangping nodded and ordered everyone to gather up first. "Before we exit, there is something I would like to negotiate," he announced, making an offer. "Our military wishes to buy all the soul crystals you have gathered. The market rate is 10 credit points each, but we will pay 11 instead." Zhang Bin's eyes went wide in surprise, but he quickly agreed with a grin. "That is amazing, a nice little bonus for us." Ming agreed as well. "I have no issues with that. Selling to the military is the same as selling to anyone else." Wang Yangping continued, explaining that once the transaction was complete, they could leave. He then turned to invite Ning into the deal. "What do you think, Sir Ning? You hold the largest hoard of soul crystals here, which is exactly what our military needs most." Instead of answering right away, he asked why the military was in such a rush to gather so many soul crystals. Wang Yangping explained that they required a massive quantity of these crystals for their ongoing project to upgrade low-level awakeners. They had already bought out the entire open market, but it was still nowhere near enough. Hearing this, Ning fell deep into thought. Although soul crystals could indeed enhance power, the extreme consumption rate and actual results were not proportional at all. If a basic Tier 1 wanted to upgrade to mid-tier, they had to consume at least 10,000 soul crystals. Reaching peak Tier 2 would easily demand millions of credits. Seeing him completely lost in thought, Wang Yangping gently called out his name, pulling him from his thoughts. Lord Ning, he remained lost in his own world. Still, the military's plan was incredibly generous. He spoke up. Wait. He needed to do some quick math first. In his hands, he held a total of 27,000 spirit shards in total. So could they just round that up to 300,000 credits for him? Yang Ping readily agreed. No problem. Honestly, even if Lord Ning had not asked, he had already planned on doing it. Besides, was Lord Ning interested in running this dungeon again? He gave a cold, flat refusal. Not interested. Running a dungeon with the exact same party repeatedly only dragged the loot drop rates down. He felt it was completely pointless, but Wang Yangping kept pushing. If Lord Ning was willing to carry other military squads inside multiple times, he would surely earn the high respect and deep appreciation of Captain Tang himself. Suddenly, Wang Yangping's eyes lit up with pride. To be totally honest, all the spirit shards they were collecting this time were meant for Captain Tang's own son. He was already ranked 3rd on the seed list, and eventually he would reach Tier 3, maybe even Tier 4. Hearing this name, Ning suddenly snapped, shouting at him to shut up. Just finish the deal, then get lost. Wang Yangping froze, startled. Meanwhile, thick black smoke kept billowing and enveloping the house. He sped down the road thinking, and honestly, his earning speed felt pretty slow now. But compared to the massive assets the military could easily dump, his earnings were mere pocket change. Then Ning replayed Wang Yangping's offer in his head. Those coddled seeds on the list were just waiting for resources to build their strength, but their combat skills were highly unstable. They would be utterly crushed on a real battlefield. The military was just throwing precious resources away on them. He thought back to his grim past life. Originally, his memories let him gather huge wealth now. But back then, he had been painfully, miserably poor, truly poor. Compared to his current fortune, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Yet, now even some random nobody ranked 3rd on the list received way more than he ever did. The thought of this corrupt bureaucracy made Ning absolutely furious. This had to change. He needed to max out his stat points immediately to enter the Tier 3 trials. Once he claimed the #1 spot on the leaderboard, he would finally have the power to change things. Inside his luxurious villa, Ning sat and counted the mountain of glowing psionic fruits spread across the table. He calculated that excluding his willpower, all his core attributes were sitting at 26, and to boost them, he needed plenty of psionic fruits. His stat panel popped up, showing strength, 26, agility, 26, constitution, 26, and willpower, 31. He stuffed the psionic fruit into his mouth. Time to eat them all and see if it is enough. He did not stop. His hands shoved fruit after fruit down his throat. The system alerts began flashing non-stop. Strength +1, agility +1, constitution +1, strength +1. As he ate faster, more alerts popped up. Strength +1, agility +1, constitution +1. He kept eating, gorging himself endlessly on the pile. His stomach was about to burst. He gritted his teeth. He was on the very last fruit, almost at 30. Using every ounce of his strength, he forced down that final fruit. The system chimed, adding his last constitution point. And check this out, reaching 30 in all stats unlocked a lucky lottery wheel, catching him completely off guard. A free spin just for hitting 30, he did not hesitate, immediately clicking the draw button to start it. Hoping to pull an epic tier item, he watched the reward wheel spin, carrying all of his hopes with it. An epic sword would be perfect to skyrocket his combat power. Suddenly, the system flashed the final result. Epic item acquired, Ring of Ling An. He stared in disbelief, disappointed he only pulled a single ring. But he quickly shook it off. He closely examined the ring in his hand. Well, a ring was okay. Did this Ring of Ling An have some hidden connection to his soul or willpower? The system quickly pulled up the detailed stats of this newly acquired epic Ring of Ling, an accessory. Under attributes, they showed absolutely nothing, but it granted a massive spatial storage room of 1 million cubic meters capable of holding even living beings inside. Ning fell into silent thought. Though it offered no combat stats, a space of 1 million cubic meters was incredibly impressive. He could carry an entire military warehouse with him on his finger. Packing even a dozen nuclear warheads wouldn't be a problem. The system screen then flickered with more details. The ring possessed a unique skill called willpower conversion, allowing him to convert willpower into other stats for 3 seconds with a cap of 5 points for Tier 2 and 10 points for Tier 3 trials. Exchanging willpower, a 4th stage conversion yields 20 points while the 5th stage cap hits a massive 100. He is absolutely thrilled. This is completely broken. Since he is currently at the peak of the 2nd stage, it means that during combat, he can extract willpower points at any second and dump them into other stats. But just a moment later, Ning notices a small detail. Wait. There are stages beyond the 3rd, a 4th, and even a 5th. Could that be the ultimate limit of humanity, or does a 5th stage mutated entity actually exist out there somewhere? Meanwhile, the system keeps doing its job, appraising his gear. Exclusive equipment for the Lingon world. Wearing this ring will automatically grant the Descender privilege upon entering the Lingon world. Note that this is a double S-rank privilege, so please, use it with extreme caution. Reading this, Ning cannot help but wonder. What is the Lingon world? In his past life, right up until humanity went completely extinct, he had never even heard of it. He takes off the ring to plan. This item is probably connected to some mysterious future, so he definitely cannot sell it. Ning turns to give Li Fugui an order. Li Fugui, sell the war hammer we just got along with the golden shield and other enchanted materials, then exchange them for spirit energy fruits. The man quickly complies, replying right away, Master. Meanwhile, the system chimes in with another notification. Ordinary spirit energy fruits can only boost base attributes up to 30 points. If you want to keep leveling up, you must acquire high-grade spirit energy fruits. He immediately turns back to issue another order. Li Fugui used all the money to buy high-grade spirit energy fruits instead. The subordinate happily complies, saying, Understood, Master. Once he is left alone, Ning sinks back into his thoughts. He is so close to hitting the 2nd transition stat cap of 31 points. The monster tied in the Tianfeng safe zone will definitely break out the night after next. By then, his ultimate skill will have finished cooling down. Standing above tens of thousands of people, he is determined to max out his stats today. Then he will use his ultimate skill to completely awe everyone before requesting the 3rd stage trial. No one will dare refuse. Suddenly, Fugu rushes back and, looking completely panicked, to deliver some news. Master, we cannot find high-grade fruits on the market. Ning is instantly taken aback, asking, What do you mean? His assistant quickly explains, apparently the military bought them all. Hearing this, he rests his chin deep in thought. Does he really have to ask Chen Yong to find a way? Right on cue, a call comes in. It is Chen Yong quickly greeting him. Respected Ye Ning, do you still remember me? Ye Ning calmly replies, Of course, but internally curses him. This guy literally calls the moment he thinks of him. Does he have mind-reading powers? Chen Yong then explains his reason for calling. The Tiansheng Chamber of Commerce just discovered a supernatural dungeon prototype that is at least A rank. They want him to lead, so he is inviting him to explore it together. The danger is pretty low, but the potential rewards are incredibly high. Hearing this, Ning is quite surprised. An A rank and a supernatural dungeon prototype at that. On the screen, Chen Yong smiles and responds, Yes, respected Ning. This supernatural dungeon currently has boundaries and the system tasks are not fully formed yet. He raises his hand, continuing, which means going in right now is much safer and easier than later. If anything goes wrong, we can just run back outside the boundary lines to safety, and generally speaking, A-rank dungeons usually host a ton of supernatural entities. But right now, this one only has a single entity while others are still transforming. Ning nods understandingly, telling him to just skip the small talk and state his actual conditions directly. In the next second, Chen Yong smiles widely and replies, If you agree to go this time, even if we fail, I will still give you 100,000 credit points. If we succeed, not only will 70% of the loot be yours, but they will also pay you extra 300,000 points. Hearing his incredibly generous offer, Ning rests his chin on his hand and gets straight to the point. Quite generous. I assume you want to use this to secure a long-term business strategy later, right? Chen Yong raises an eyebrow, hesitantly looking away before replying, You guessed correctly, respected Ning. If you have any other conditions, please let me know. Without making him wait, Ning speaks up. You are a smart man. On top of everything you mentioned, I also want 20% of future profits and some high-grade spirit energy fruits. Meanwhile, at Beihe Village, the rolling hills are bathed in the orange glow of twilight, painting a peaceful scene. A gray car slowly glides down a winding dirt path heading toward a cluster of houses. Staring out the window, Ning is deep in thought. The monster riot in Zhenjiang is scheduled for the day after next, and since his ultimate skill is on cooldown, taking on a dungeon that does not require physical skills is a great way to invest his time without losing out. Upon arriving at their destination, he quietly prepares himself for the next challenge. The car screeches to a sudden halt, its tires tearing against the road as a thick cloud of dust and smoke erupts. Right ahead is a group of 5 waiting in silence. Sitting up front, Chen Yong turns his head to address him, saying, Lord Yi Ning, we have finally arrived. The two step out of the car, and the waiting group approaches immediately. The young man in green places his hand over his heart, smiling as he introduces himself as Wang Zheng, the son of the vice president of the Tiancheng Merchant Guild. He claims to be honored to meet the esteemed Yi Ning. Yi Ning calmly replies that Chen Yong already briefed him. Wang Zheng then turns to gesture at the man standing beside him, eagerly offering to introduce their hired muscle. This is Fang He, a powerful willpower and agility awakener, whom they paid a hefty fortune to recruit for this specific mission. The rest are merely subordinates. Fang He frowns immediately, scoffing that as a simple Tier 2, he cannot accept such high praise. He adds with a sneer that his fee is nothing compared to what their Grand Lord Yi Ning must be charging. Yi Ning says nothing, just observing. Wang Zheng quickly waves his hands to break the sudden awkward silence, nervously laughing and pleading with Lord Yi Ning to overlook the attitude. Brother Fang is just a very straightforward guy, but he has successfully cleared several supernatural dungeons and possesses incredible reflex skills. Wang Zheng eagerly invites Yi Ning, suggesting that since they have all gotten acquainted, they should head straight inside to investigate the area. Yi Ning gives a slight nod of agreement, stepping directly into a small muddy puddle. Ahead of him, Fang He suddenly looks back and narrows his eyes with a harsh warning. He demands that once inside, Yi Ning must strictly follow his lead and obey every single system prompt he provides. He warns that being a Tier 3 won't save him from death if he gets sloppy. Hearing this, Yi Ning is genuinely taken aback. He questions how there could be system prompts in a raw prototype dungeon. Such instances should not have any system quests. Fang, his eyes light up with a flash of arrogance and amusement as he points to himself. He proudly explains that his unique talent allows him to receive system alerts near any major clues. These alerts act as invaluable quest information. Hearing this, Yi Ning tilts his head as his eyes grow remarkably sharp. He realizes how incredibly rare this ability is. It basically means knowing the objective without having to formally accept it. It becomes clear that Chen Yong and Wang Zheng went to great lengths to prepare for this raw prototype dungeon. Wang Zheng begins guiding them, explaining that this village runs along the river and locals survive by selling water to safe zones. However, they recently discovered that all the tricycles used to transport the water have completely rusted over from neglect. This implies the villagers haven't left in ages. Nearby, two locals are busy drawing water. Wang Zheng points them out, asking if they notice the strange behavior. The locals seem completely oblivious about selling the water. They walk past another man, who is pouring water into a massive jar that is already overflowing. His pale face is completely blank, yet his hands keep working. He looks completely trapped in a bizarre, endless loop, tirelessly hauling river water just to dump it into a full vat. Suddenly, a man dressed in white approaches the group. He politely greets them, asking if they are military officers. Chen Yong steps forward to reply, stating they represent the Zhenjiang Safe Zone military investigating reports of polluted local water. The villager's face instantly darkens as he mutters that he knew it, grumbling that letting that witch drown herself caused this disaster. At the mention of a drowned witch, Yi Ning instantly reacts. Gritting his teeth with immense tension, he presses the man. He demands to know if the river is truly contaminated when this happened and why she would jump in the first place. Caught off guard by the fierce interrogation, the man begins to tremble violently, stammering that he was merely joking about it. He insists the river is clean. Yi Ning narrows his eyes, warning that if he cannot explain himself, they will take him in. Terrified of being arrested, the villager waves his hands in panic, crying out that Zhang Sue's death has absolutely nothing to do with them. She apparently stole something 7 days ago and jumped into the Sissy River. He explains that it was raining heavily that day, and she was instantly swept away by the raging current. Hearing this highly suspicious explanation, Chen Yong feels it makes no sense. He steps closer to the frightened villager, demanding to know why someone would steal and immediately drown themselves unless they were forced. The man takes a step back, shivering uncontrollably. His voice cracks as he desperately insists that they are completely innocent. He pleads for mercy. Thoroughly losing his patience, Chen Yong points directly at the man's face, gritting his teeth in frustration. He demands to know what is actually hiding behind him if he is truly innocent. Seeing his hot-headed approach, Yi Ning steps forward to hold him back, advising against rash physical action. He takes a moment to closely analyze the strange villager. Despite the man's ordinary looks, his hands have clearly been soaked in water for an unnaturally long time. Making a reckless move against a trap could cost them dearly. Having watched the entire display from behind Fang, he sneers. He mockingly commends the young man's surprisingly quick observation skills. Yi Ning simply responds with a cold, silent glare. Then he turns to the man, telling him not to worry, and asks where the deceased person's family lives, urging him to lead them there right away. He promises that if the man is innocent, they will never bother him again. Left with no choice, the man helplessly agrees to help them. After reluctantly agreeing, the man leads the group of 4 toward a rundown abandoned house. He points his hand toward the inside of the eerie property. An indescribably dark aura creeps out from within. This is the place. Only the mother of the deceased girl and her daughter Li Ru remain inside. The man warns them that it is freezing cold inside and tells them to go in on their own. With that, the four of them step forward. As they enter, Wang Zhang shivers and complains about the extreme cold, feeling like they walk straight into winter. Chen Yang nods along in agreement. It seems this house definitely has some serious issues. Venturing deeper inside, they are suddenly greeted by a massive row of water jars. Ning silently wonders why there are so many jars completely filled with water. The atmosphere turns dead, silent, when suddenly a figure stirs inside. An old woman emerges from one of the jars, sending water splashing everywhere. Ning keeps his composure, but the other three scream in terror. Fang. He quickly regains his composure and tries to calm them down, telling everyone not to panic because the old woman is harmless. He senses that she is only severely affected by the supernatural energy, but has not yet fully transformed into a dangerous, malevolent spectral entity. With heavily wrinkled skin and eyes tightly closed, the old woman asks who they are. Ning calmly steps forward to address her. He gently explains that they came to investigate her daughter's tragic jump into the river, asking if someone had forced her to do it. He promises to bring her justice if that is indeed the case. Hearing this, the old lady hangs her head in deep, heartbreaking sorrow. She mutters that her daughter is under the water, pleading with them to find her, repeating that they must find her under the water. Seeing her state, Chen Yang whispers to Ning that the poor woman is completely out of her mind and cannot help them. Ignoring the warning, Ning keeps his focus on the old lady, gently asking her about her granddaughter's current whereabouts. The old woman raises her trembling hand, explaining that her granddaughter went to fetch water from the river and will return by nightfall. Ning suddenly turns to Fang, he asking if his system has triggered any alerts. Fang, he shakes his head. He explains that his system only activates when close to key figures, making him suspect that the granddaughter Li Ru is the real key. Chen Yong suggests heading down to the riverbank to search, but Fang, he instantly rejects the idea, saying no. When asked why Fang, he glances away nervously, sweat dripping down his face as he hastily tries to correct himself. He stammers that night is falling, so they should wait here first. Ning shoots him a long, highly suspicious look. He clearly suspects that Fang, he is hiding something. A drowning with no body. A mother and daughter constantly hauling water. Could the villagers' constant water fetching be driven by a water ghoul manipulating them to pull it out of the river? Just then a young girl in a blue dress walks in carrying a bucket, smiling brightly. Fang, he immediately recognizes her. He asks if Li Ru is back. As the girl approaches, Ning covers his nose, overwhelmed by a thick stench of blood. The smell is coming straight from her bucket. Ning focuses his vision using his investigation skill to analyze the contents. Inside the bucket, a dark red liquid swirls as a grotesque object emerges. A severed human tongue wriggles right before his eyes. Night fully falls, wrapping the area in a dense fog. Li Ru stands outside the wooden house, warily staring at the intruders. She frowns and demands to know who they are. Fang, he quickly raises his hand, alerting the team of his system warning. He warns them that the system says not to anger the girl. Hearing this, Ning softens his voice and kneels. He politely explains that they are military patrols from the Zhenjiang safe zone investigating a report of her missing mother. The girl snaps back coldly, stating her mother did not go missing but was driven to death by the vicious villagers. They spread rumors and push her to the brink. Ning frowns, finally starting to piece the dark puzzle together. Hoping to learn more, Ning expresses his sympathy and asks if she knows the exact names of those responsible. Without any hesitation, Li Ru hands him a folded piece of paper, claiming she wrote down every single name herself. Ning gently accepts the list, assuring her that they will arrest them as soon as they find her mother. However, the girl firmly shakes her head, declaring that her mother is already home so they can make the arrests now. Her words leave him momentarily bewildered. If her body was swept away by the river, what does she mean by home? Li Ru stares deeply into his eyes, demanding to know if he is hesitating and lying to her about helping. Ning recalls Fang He, warning him not to anger her, but rushing to arrest people now would be too reckless. He quickly flashes a reassuring smile, waving his hands to promise they will handle the arrests first thing tomorrow morning. He explains they just need to complete some minor official paperwork first. But suddenly, the young girl's eyes flash a dangerous purple. Her face is filled with pure malice as she threatens him, warning what will happen if they dare lie to her. "I will definitely kill you," all the voice snarls. The terrifying threat sends cold shivers down everyone's spine. Finally, Fang, he makes the call. They will camp out tonight in the abandoned house nearby while Chen, Yan, and Wang Zheng share a room while the others sleep separately. The teammates quickly agree, but Ning has some serious doubts. He wonders why they are splitting up in a dangerous place like this. Fang, he explains with a dead serious tone. At night, entities target either the absolute strongest or the weakest first. We need a direct confrontation to gather clues. That is when the truth finally clicks for Ning, prompting a bitter laugh. "Oh, so that is how it is. You dragged me here just to act as monster bait tonight. A panicked Chen Yong quickly tries to de-escalate things. Wang Zheng chimes in, insisting they only suggested it because they know he is strong. But Ning remains completely unfazed. He casually waves off their excuses. Taking their money to get the job done is fair game, and he intends to deliver. His cooperative attitude lets them breathe easy, thanking him for being so understanding. Meanwhile, Fang, he just scowls, looking rather annoyed. He mutters a dark warning, telling them to focus on surviving the night before making any grand speeches. He smugly lays out his analysis. Current clues suggest Jiang Shui was driven to death by the villagers and became a ghost. Since she is in the early stages, her spectral powers are limited to manipulating the locals and her own daughter. All this is done just to secure her revenge. To resolve this case, they only need to complete two key objectives. First, they must locate Jiang Shui's corpse. Fang, he plans to check on Li Ru's house himself, leaving Ning to search the river if that fails. Their second goal is assisting the ghosts in carrying out their bloody vengeance. Once the body is found, they will round up the targets on the list and hand them over to Li Ru. Ning raises his skeptical eyebrow. Is it really that simple? This feels way too easy for an A-rank supernatural instance. Fang, he instantly shuts down his doubts. Simple, remember, this is just the dungeon's initial phase. The real danger is coming. Right now, no one even knows Jiang Shui was the primary victim. Eventually, the entire village might turn into monsters. Hearing that, both Chen Yong and Wang Zheng turn pale. If that happens, they will stand zero chance of survival. They whisper about how lucky they were to arrive early. Soon night falls, bringing a heavy, silent chill over the village. Under a pale moon, the wind rustles through bare trees. Ning lies awake in bed, staring at the ceiling. Fang, his logic seems sound on the surface, but something still feels off. He can't shake the uneasy feeling. He recalls the man hiding something by the river earlier, only to specifically suggest that Ning search there tonight. Considering how much Fang he dislikes him, he probably wants him dead. It is likely tied to the reward money. That means the riverbank is a total death trap. With that in mind, Ning pieces together the man's plan. Fang, he is likely sneaking off to Li Ru's house alone tonight to search for danger and hoard whatever valuable treasure is hidden there. If Ning survives and beats him to the punch, that prize is as good as his. Things are getting interesting. Still, his mind wanders back to those sinister glowing red eyes. And what about Li Ru? Her behavior was bizarre. She did not look like someone merely under a spell. Plus, there is that severed tongue swirling in the vortex. A normal little girl could never pull off something so gruesome, even with a burning desire for bloody vengeance. Suddenly, a strange scratching sound cuts through the silence. Ning instantly sits up, eyes locked on the ceiling. Soft, eerie footsteps echo directly above him. He gets to his feet, bracing himself for the fight of his life. Swirling purple energy erupts around him, casting a freezing chill. Let's see who's trying to sneak up on me. Unleashing his mental power, he demands the stalker show its true face. Suddenly, a horrific specter crawls down the ceiling. Blood-red eyes glare at him as long, distorted limbs stretch out to grab him. Are you Jiang Shui? He demands. Right then, the system presents a glowing purple artifact. The resentment bead he salvaged from the last supernatural instance. It is finally time to put this powerful item to use. He raises the beads, channeling his dark energy inside. Activating the resentment bead, he infuses his raw mental power. The system interface flashes with the item's upgraded stats. It boosts psychic attack by 25% and automatically blocks a single fatal blow from any spiritual entity. Although the item breaks upon activation, it is worth it. He draws his blade, charging forward with a fierce shout. Unleashing his sword slash, he strikes, but the screeching ghost retreats, fleeing out of the room to escape him. Ning kicks the wooden door open and pursues it outside, but the courtyard is empty. The ghost has vanished. Suddenly, a terrified scream tears through the quiet night air, begging something to stay back. Ning quickly turns around, following that sudden noise. Chen Fang and Fang He were in the adjacent yard. Within seconds, everyone comes rushing over. Wang Zheng pants heavily. Who screamed? Chen Yang looks completely lost, asking Ning what happened. But he remains dead silent. Then he calmly replies, a ghost just visited, and both Chen Fang and Fang He were likely targeted at the exact same moment. Total shock. Both of them struck down at the exact same time. That creature is clearly nothing like what Fang He analyzed. Its killing power is terrifying. Another hunter wonders if the entity somehow grew stronger the very moment they arrived. Chen Fang was by far the weakest, so his death makes sense. But Fang He Ning frowns deep in thought. He warns them that their calculations were wrong. This place is too dangerous. Everyone needs to retreat immediately. Pull back now. He will stay behind to continue the investigation. Hearing this, Wang Zheng and the remaining hunters nod. They wave goodbye and prepare to leave. Chen Yong reluctantly tells Ning they will head out first, still looking deeply worried. He hesitates, but Ning cuts him off immediately, reassuring them that he has solid protection. Finally, they leave. Once they are gone, Ning eyes the darkness. His body begins to surge with an intense, mysterious purple energy. Knowing the resentment bead only offers a single shield, he must be careful. His spiritual sensory network is now fully open. The purple aura creeps down toward the severed leg of a lifeless body. Chen Fang only has one leg left. Was he mind-controlled and devoured by the female ghost? The gap between his first scream and his death must have taken some time. He couldn't have died instantly, so she couldn't have killed Fang He at the same moment. Yi Ning's gaze shifts. He spots a shattered water vat. Nearby Fang He lies lifeless, his body completely untouched. This points to a dark truth. There is definitely more than one ghost lurking here. Did Fang He try to unearth something in the yard before the attack? He looks over at a deeply excavated dirt pit. The real answers must be buried deep. Spiritual scan descend. Deep underground, a horrific corpse appears, floating in a dark pool with pale gray skin and hollow black eyes. This is the terrifying white-robed female ghost. But then Yi Ning spots something highly unusual on her slender skeletal hand. 6 fingers. It is a hereditary trait, but little Li Ru has normal hands, meaning they are not related. This ghost is not Jiang Shui. So who is she? Right then, wait, those glowing green eyes are suddenly snapping wide open. It is absolutely bone-chilling. She knows he is there. In a flash, she leaps up and charges straight toward him. Even under direct attack, he closely analyzes her features. Those eyes must be the rare green-tier gear Fang He wanted. With lethal danger closing in on him, Yi Ning raises the bead bracelet high. Resentment bead activate full spiritual energy. Massive waves of dark purple mist erupt, drawing her attention. But the ghost is too fast to be stopped. She slashes back with a toxic green counterattack. Her physical strikes hit way harder than her basic spiritual attacks. Suddenly, his jade bracelet explodes with a brilliant light. Just as her razor-sharp fangs are about to sink into him, the glowing shield holds, blocking her jaws completely. The resentment bead has now passively triggered its absolute defense, but her raw strength is off the charts. Her body swells up, unleashing a devastating fist right at the barrier. The shield completely shatters. He gets thrown far backward, realizing he needs to escape from this place immediately. Activating his swift thunder boots, Yi Ning channels energy to his feet and leaps away to escape the area. The furious ghost pursues him relentlessly. She stays right on his heels, absolutely determined to tear him to shreds. Luckily, he vaults over the boundary barrier, blocking her advance completely. He pants heavily. That was way too close. He might be separated from Chen Yang's group, but at least he is finally clear of that barrier. Slipping away from the danger, he sprints forward while analyzing the situation. That specter is definitely not Jiang Shui. She was probably washed down from upstream during the storm, so the real Jiang Shui must be located further downstream. She might even still be alive. Yi Ning makes up his mind to search the downstream area before sunrise. Meanwhile, Chen Yang is growing increasingly anxious. Lord Yi Ning has been gone all night without a single word. Wang Zheng explains that the communication system is jammed by the barrier, making contact with Yi Ning impossible. He suggests they search inside. Just then, 2 of their subordinates return to deliver a quick status report. They have searched absolutely everywhere, but there is no sign of Yi Ning. Even Li Ru's yard is completely empty. Wang Zheng strokes his chin, deeply perplexed. Missing? How is that even possible for someone of his tier? Suddenly, little Li Ru speaks up from behind. Mister, didn't you say you would help me catch someone this morning? Why aren't we moving? Chen Yang quickly turns around, reassuring her that they are heading out right this second. He orders them with a dangerous look in his eyes. Take them all to the riverbank, I will carry out the execution there. Then he turns to Chen Yang. Let us go now, our only lead is to help that girl get her revenge. We need to finish this first. He has no choice but to agree. Fang He is dead and Yi Ning is missing, leaving them with no other option. Now those 3 wicked men are dragged and tied up right in front of Li Ru. One of them screams his innocence. It has nothing to do with us. Another begs and desperately denies it, claiming they never wanted her mother dead. The last one protests as well, demanding that even the military must follow reason. But the little girl just grabs scissors. She charges at them, screaming that they are the ones who force her mother to die. Without hesitation, Li Ru stabs the closest man straight in the heart, roaring for him to go to hell. His horrific screams fill the air. She coldly declares she will not just kill them but cut out their tongues too. Watching him perish, she smiles. Li Ru smirks and asks who is next. The remaining 2 tremble in sheer terror, begging desperately for their lives. I was wrong. I should not have lied. I am so sorry. The other prisoner tries to play the sympathy card. He pleads that he is Uncle Zhang Tao and did not say anything. But it is useless. She yells that it was him. He wanted to sleep with her, she rejected him, so he spread lies. Both men die, screaming under her blades. Chen Yang is horrified, questioning if a 10-year-old child could truly do this. Beside him, Wang Zheng can only sigh. He hopes that once these men are gone, the curse will end. With her brutal task complete, the girl turns. She asks them if they can throw the bodies into the river. Wang Zhang nods, totally stunned by her request. After disposing of them, Chen Yong asks if her mother is finally avenged now. He even offers to help find her. But the girl does not even look at them, her expression growing incredibly dark. "No need to worry," she whispers. "My mother is already here. And she says you both have to die too." Suddenly, a demon rises from the river. Suddenly, a horrifying demon leaps out from the river. Talk about a complete nightmare coming to life right now. Before they can even flee, the monster bites one of them. Panic spreads instantly. Wang Jing shouts to run away. The demon opens its massive maw, unleashing a toxic green mist that starts dragging everyone into its bottomless throat. Terrified screams ring out. The pull is too strong. It sucks Wang Zheng inside as Chen Yong watches in horror. Chen Yong screams out, begging his brother to end his own life rather than suffer such an agonizing, gruesome death. Wang Zheng struggles frantically from inside the demon's mouth. Suddenly, a flash of purple energy stops Chen Yong's blade, right as he tries to slice his own throat. The savior, who just arrived to rescue them, is none other than Ye Ning. With one powerful strike, he blasts the demon away, rescuing them both. Landing safely, Chen Yong gasps with relief. He calls out, thanking Ye Ning for arriving just in time. Ye Ning then confronts the girl, asking her to look. He wants her to see who the woman in front of her is actually cradling. Tears well up in her eyes. The woman Zhang Sui holds the child tight and calls her name. Li Ru runs toward her mother, weeping uncontrollably. She asks if her mother is still alive, while she herself is already dead. Zhang Shui cries, apologizing deeply. She says it is all her fault. Watching this unfold, the men are totally confused and Chen Yong asks a question. If Zhang Shui is alive, who was the ghost in white? Beside him, Wang Zheng wonders about Li Ru's identity. If Li Ru is dead, she must be a ghost too, so what is the real story here? Ye Ning responds. He tells them it is a long story, but they must retreat immediately because the danger is far from over. Suddenly, the undefeated demon screeches and sucks Zhang Shui right into its maw. Li Ru screams out in pure agony. She refuses to let her mother go. Her soul erupts with a surge of raw spiritual power to save her. Ye Ning notes that she has finally regained her senses, making things safer. But her mother is still trapped inside. Li Ru charges as a spirit, crying out for her mother. She clashes fiercely with the beast, finding an opening. She bites down on its shoulder and their dark energies collide in an explosive, fiery battle of souls. During the chaos, Ye Ning reveals the truth of that fateful rainy day. Zhang Shui fell into the raging river, but washed ashore downstream and survived. Her daughter, searching for her, fell in and drowned, becoming a vengeful ghost. Blinded by rage and desire for revenge, she unconsciously cursed the entire village. But that was not the end. She later found the white-clothed corpse in the water and mistook it for her mother. That is the truth. The only way forward is to reveal this truth, letting them destroy each other. Hearing this, Wang Zheng chimes in. Chen Yong starts to wonder if those captured villagers, despite their wild claims, were actually completely innocent. But with two monsters out there, everything makes sense. No wonder Fang He and Chen Fang died together. The battle finally ends and Ye Ning retrieves a strange round item, triggering a blue-tier system notification. Equipping this unique blue item grants him incredibly useful real-time system alerts directly within his line of sight. Holding the glowing blue eye, he realizes its visual ability is almost identical to Fang, his old scouting talent. A risky play for some raw power, but maybe that is why Fang. He risked everything. Wang Zheng bows deeply. He promises to transfer all the credits originally meant for Fang. He over to Ye Ning now. Chen Yong also bows, offering deep thanks to Ye Ning, while Ye Ning calmly accepts their gratitude with a nod. Not bad at all. Ye Ning is pocketing nearly 700,000 credits today, a very handsome payday. But massive cash aside, his main focus remains those high-grade spiritual energy fruits. He immediately turns to ask the duo. He asks if his precious high-grade fruits have finally arrived, causing Chen Yong to stammer in deep hesitation. Wang Zheng quickly steps in to apologize, explaining that the high-grade fruits will still take a bit longer. Why the sudden delay, he demands. Chen Yong confesses that all high-grade stock is currently being held. High-ranking capital officials have locked them down for some sealing project, prompting Ye Ning to smirk with amusement. Guess he will have to take matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, Chen Yong makes a strange offer. He invites Wang Zheng to watch a play in Tianfeng tonight, hinting to bring their influential fathers along. They repeat the invite in confusion. Ye Ning smiles, calling it a live show about the coming zombie tide. Later in Safe Zone 199, Chen Yong looks around, wondering why his own father is missing. Deputy Commander Zhang Tao explains with a serious face that Commander Chen was held back by urgent business. Instead, Zhang Tao came to Tianfeng. Fortunately, the young man is glad his proxy has full decision-making power. With that power, Ye Ning won't mind the swap. First, they must go collect Wang Zheng. Once everyone is together, they will head to Tianfeng. Meanwhile, at the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce headquarters, Talk about a brutal reality check. Wang Tian suddenly slaps Wang Zheng, leaving him staring in complete shock. The furious vice president points a finger right at his son, angry that the boy went way too far. Meeting this, Yi Ning guy was fine, but stealing military reserve spiritual fruits is completely crossing the line. The stock is strictly for the capital command. Had he not caught it, they would both be ruined. Wang Zheng tries to explain that Yi Ning saved his life and he had to keep his promise. The military orders from everywhere anyway, so missing a few spiritual fruits won't hurt their massive supply. Shut up, his father yells back, claiming his naive son understands absolutely nothing of the real stakes. Wang Tian cools down slightly to explain the immense corporate pressure they face from the guild president. Even without that pressure, they absolutely cannot afford to make an enemy of the military right now. Pleasing some mysterious mercenary like Yi Ning is simply not worth risking their entire business with the army. Placing a hand on his son's shoulder, he reminds him that Yi Ning is just a hired protector. They will deliver the fruits eventually, just a bit late. Looking out the window, Chen Yang has arrived. It is time to go to Tianfeng, meet Yi Ning, and see what this guy is truly made of. If he is truly as strong as the rumors claim, Wang Tian might reconsider releasing those spiritual fruits. Wang Zheng remains highly skeptical. Meanwhile, a blood-red sky looms ominously over the Tianfeng safe zone. A sudden system alert flashes, warning that the massive zombie horde will strike tonight. Prepare defenses immediately. Staring at the grim screen, Commander Xiao Hai recalls a warning Ye Ning sent him a week ago. He had made some basic arrangements back then, but the quiet streets made him doubt the tip-off. Now a second alert has arrived with a highly specific timeline, leaving him deeply anxious about what to believe. Suddenly, a scout bursts in with frantic news that the old district is crawling with massive zombie activity. The monsters have breached the defensive barrier, sending a wave of lower-tier mutants straight toward them. Though no high-tier mutants are spotted yet, Xiao Hai is shaking. Ye Ning was completely right. Red alert is declared. Everyone prepares for defense as the unstoppable undead tide closes in on them. Suburban residents must immediately evacuate to the safe zone in the rear. The zombie tide is fast approaching. All citizens in the suburban area, please flee to safety. Meanwhile, soldiers are planting landmines every 15 meters, arranging them in a sharp, triangular pattern. Everyone is working together to lay the mines, ensuring they can blast a funnel path for the undead, so our awakeners can easily charge in to wipe out the enemy. Not only that, but they are also pouring some kind of flammable liquid down into the trenches. Hurry up. In the sky, fighter jets are circling around. Yi Ning stands there quietly, taking in the entire scene. Defending Tianfeng won't be easy, he mutters. Hearing this, Li Fugui finds his master's words quite strange. Master, the Tianfeng defenders seem incredibly well prepared, the companion notes. Yi Ning keeps his gaze fixed ahead. They are utilizing every obstacle and interlocking fire path at their disposal. But while these traps might stop ordinary zombies, they are far too weak against mutated variants. Yi Ning says thoughtfully. The entire safe zone only has about 2,000 awakeners and 1,000 defenders, with the actual front line holding barely more than 600. Among them, long-range fighters count for only 200. With a combat distribution like this, it is basically a suicide mission. Li Fugi gets worried, asking if everyone down there is in grave danger based on his master's grim prediction. Yi Ning keeps his eyes locked on the field. No, he answers, because this zombie horde includes a mutated beast that has surpassed normal limits. And just like that, the real chaos begins as fighter jets drop spiritual energy bombs to halt the advancing enemy. But flying zombie variants quickly tear the helicopters apart. Soldiers are warned to watch the skies as long-range awakeners concentrate their fire. The undead charge like a violent storm, immediately triggering the landmines underfoot. As the two forces collide in absolute chaos, the frontline commander orders melee fighters to follow him straight into the meat grinder. Up on a high cliff, 4 spectators watch the battle unfold, including Zhang Tao, who complains. That guy Yi Ning told them to wait for the horde here when they arrived at Tianfeng 2 hours ago. But now that the zombies are finally here, he has completely vanished. What is he playing at? Wang Tian replies in a very serious tone, clearly believing that Yi Ning is just waiting for the high-level mutant variants to appear. Otherwise, why put on such a theatrical show for them? Yet there is still no sign of a Tier 3 mutant. Surely he is not planning to show off by fighting Tier 2 monsters. Zhang Tao laughs out loud at the joke, praising President Wang's humor. Wang Tian smiles faintly, admitting that he also finds the entire situation ridiculous. However, Chen Yang looks highly annoyed by their mocking, speaking up to defend his friend. He warns Uncle Zhang and Uncle Wang that they highly respect Yi Ning, so they should probably watch their tone and not make fun of him. Zhang Tao pats the young man's shoulder with a smile, assuring Chen Yang that he trusts his judgment. The older man promises they will stay and watch until the battle ends. Once it is over, whatever Yi Ning wants to say, Zhang Tao will not embarrass him. But since he watched the boy grow up, he still wants to look out for him and keep things under control. He smiles warmly, adding that just because they found a mid-tier 3 fighter does not mean they should treat him like a savior. Wang Tian chimes in agreeing that while a tier 3 fighter is rare, the youth should not overhype them. Wang Zhang cannot stand the condescending tone any longer, urging his father to focus on the battle instead of lecturing them. He remains confident that Ye Ning will soon deliver a stunning performance. Down on the battlefield, a soldier screams for help as the zombies overwhelm him. Yunming urgently warns the squad that a peak tier 2 putrid corpse has appeared on their left. Yunming orders his team to alert Commander Xiao immediately. Just then, Commander Xiao Hai arrives on the scene, rallied by his shouting men. Brandishing his glowing weapon, Xiao Hai unleashes his blood blade cleave, instantly cleaving the high-tier zombie in half with one strike. The soldiers cheer at the display of raw power, but here's the twist: the ground beneath them suddenly cracks. Oh no, Xiao Hai realizes. This terrifying tremor points to a tier 3 mutant, possibly even a double-headed beast. Such a monster requires at least 6 tier 3 fighters to conquer. Realizing they are outmatched, he immediately orders a full retreat. They must fall back to the safe zone immediately. Xiao Hai watches in grim silence as the raging zombies ignite the defensive trenches. His only hope now is holding out for reinforcements. But out of nowhere, Ye Ning unleashes his signature Gale Force Tempest, slicing the massive beast in half. Xiao Hai gasps in utter disbelief at the one-shot kill, frantically searching for the mysterious powerhouse. It is Ye Ning who steps forward with a calm smile. "Long time no see, Commander Xiao," he greets, stepping up to fight. The young hero tells the shocked commander to wait until he clears the trash. In an instant, his flowing flash skill obliterates a massive wave of oncoming zombies. Xiao Hai stands completely frozen in shock. It really is Ye Ning, but in just half a month, he has somehow reached tier 3 and far surpassed my own power. How is this even possible? Have I spent half my life only to end up completely overshadowed? Ye Ning looks back with a knowing smile, assuring the commander that his troops can handle the remaining cleanup. He pats the older man's shoulder, gently telling him to follow as they have more important matters to discuss. The four of them continue discussing and observing everything, with Chen Yang and Wang Zhang excitedly asking the others if they saw that. This is the true power of Master Ye Ning, something they are seeing for the first time, proving he is far beyond any ordinary tier 3. Wang Tian is completely shocked and calls it incredibly rare, while Zhang Tao also looks on in sheer disbelief at the sight before them. This strength is easily on par with Commander Chen Kele, making him top tier among intermediate level 3s, which finally explains his massive pride. Smiling, Chen Yang checks his system interface and receives a message from Ye Ning stating that the young man is currently waiting for them. He is at the Thienfang Guild Hall and urges everyone to head over where the guild buildings are still brightly lit up. Commander Xiao Hai looks incredibly tense, while Ye Ning calmly waits for their arrival, which leaves Chen Yang quite surprised to see him here. He wonders why the commander is present, but Ye Ning maintains a welcoming attitude and suggests they skip introductions since they already know each other. He invites them to sit and discuss things openly as a family, while Xiao Hai silently observes everyone and processes the situation. He notes the presence of the deputy commander from Safe Zone 119 and the vice president of Thienthan Chamber of Commerce. Seeing Wang Tian confirms their theory that Ye Ning is not working alone but is backed by incredibly powerful and influential factions. Wang Tian cannot help but praise him, stating that his reputation is fully deserved and truly exceptional even among intermediate tier 3s. Zhang Tao is equally impressed, mentioning that he heard the young man has already provided them with a massive amount of help. Speaking on behalf of Safe Zone 119, Chen Yang thanks him for the invite, while Xiao Hai feels utterly confused by what he hears. He wonders if his ears are playing tricks or if they got the name wrong, but Ye Ning immediately steps in to clarify. He reveals to the group that his real name is actually Ye Ning, not Ye Ning, instantly putting deep thoughts into everyone's minds. It turns out they did not even know his real identity, meaning there might not actually be any powerful faction backing him at all. So how did Ye Ning manage to level up 3 times so quickly on his own? Ye Ning then addresses them in a completely calm tone. He points out his strength is around intermediate level 3, then asks Commander Tiu to fetch a device to measure his current power. He wants to run the test right there, prompting Xiao Hai to rise and tell Ye Ning that they have already witnessed his strength. Both Wang Tian and Zhang Tao agree, nodding that they never doubted his standing as an intermediate level 3 fighter in the first place. They wonder if he thinks they lack experience, but the young man remains completely firm in his demand to proceed with the test. He politely asks the commander again, leaving Xiao Hai with no choice but to comply despite the growing annoyance of the other 2 men. They wonder if Ye Ning gathered everyone here just to show off his tier 3 rank, calling the whole display entirely unnecessary. Chen Yang quickly steps in to ease the tension, reminding Uncle Zhang Tao and Uncle Wang Tian that waiting a bit will not hurt anyone. Ye Ning just smiles silently as Xiao Hai brings out the measuring device and places it directly in front of him, ready for use. He thanks the commander for his trouble, while Zhang Tao and Wang Tian find the situation quite amusing, thinking his attitude is far too petty. They feel that having some pride is fine, but showing off in front of them like this is just a waste of their valuable time. Now let us see what happens when Ning places his hand onto the device, prompting the system to immediately calculate his rank. The result is generated instantly, revealing his true rank is only at peak tier 2, leaving everyone in the room completely dumbfounded. Xiao Hai stares at the screen in pure shock, unable to believe his eyes and wondering if there is a massive mistake here. They lean in to check the device together, but the display clearly confirms he is indeed a tier 2, not a tier 3. Zhang Tao still struggles to accept this reality, admitting he would not be surprised if the kid were high level 3 or even peak. Wang Tian is equally stunned that a mere tier 2 possesses the raw explosive power of an intermediate tier 3 combatant, which is insane. Xiao Hai is left completely dizzy, remembering they previously found his database records of completing 4 different level 2 promotion quests. He really is not a level 3, meaning there is no massive hidden faction supporting him, which completely blows their minds right now. Confused by how this is even possible, Chen Yang turns directly to the young man to ask what is actually going on. Ning calmly replies that he understands how hard this is to accept, but he truly is just a peak level 2 fighter. He reveals that half a month ago he awakened a double S-grade talent, but because it belonged to the willpower class, it was abandoned. The Spark Project deemed his talent to have 0 potential, which leaves the commander staring at him in absolute shock and disbelief. A double S-grade talent reaching peak tier 2 in just half a month with the combat power of a tier 3 is mind-blowing. Xiao Hai yells out that if this is considered useless, then everyone inside the Spark Project might as well just give up entirely. Ning's gaze turns serious as he explains his true purpose of proving his insane potential to establish a solid long-term partnership. He is confident they all understand how easily he can reach level 3, which will definitely force the Spark Project to reevaluate him. The potential he holds is simply too massive to ignore, setting the stage for a completely new chapter in his rapid rise. He wants to completely shatter the military's prejudice against the First-Order will system. He must have it. No exceptions at all. Right now, his resolve is absolute. He plans to crush those so-called seed geniuses one by one. He will show everyone who the real fire seed is. Wang Tian is highly impressed by this exceptionally bold youth. He asks Ning about his true power level. What is his strength after all? Ning does not hide it. He explains his ability to convert willpower into raw attack power, adding that a secret faction is currently backing him, but he refuses to name his sponsor. Secretly, Ning has his own private reasons to stay silent. He spins a vague story as long as he protects the Sword God system. Wang Tian nods, completely fooled. So that explains everything. Xiao Hai grinds his teeth, glad he guessed right about the major backers. Ning then immediately details his plan. He wants to form an alliance with the 3 of them, and they must serve him. He demands full control and absolute support. Once he reclaims the number 1 rank, he will reward them generously. With that, he turns and leaves. He gives them 10 minutes to decide while he waits outside, slamming the door behind him. He knows Xiao Hai has been stuck at tier 3 for years. Meanwhile, Wang Tian is constantly overshadowed as vice president. And Chen Yang's grandfather, the vice commander of the Northern War Zone, is likely tired of being second best. Chen Yang is the first to speak, asking Uncle Zhang why he is hesitating when Ning has such immense potential. He will easily become a lieutenant general, even surpassing Chen Yang's grandfather. Wang Zhang quickly supports this. He asks his father why they should not agree immediately. With Ning, they can finally surpass their president. They could even become the absolute number 1 chamber of commerce in Huaxia. Wang Tian turns to Zhang Tao. He asks Zhang Tao what he thinks of the mysterious force behind Ning. Zhang Tao shares his candid thoughts. First, since he has no psychic fruit, his backing is not the military. Second, his vision is incredible. His experience must be vast, meaning he is likely backed by an incredibly powerful lone cultivator. Wang Tian agrees completely with this theory. Chen Yong, however, is left totally confused, asking what they are talking about. Zhang Tao warns him that siding with Ning means making enemies with the Fire Seed Project elite. For instance, the father of the current number 1 is General Zhang Meng, a peak tier 3 monster. He is a peak tier 3 powerhouse. Wang Tian grinds his teeth in frustration, recognizing the extreme risk. That mountain of power is terrifying. But get this, Xiao Hai finally steps up, risking it all on Ning. He tells the others that despite their doubts, he is ready to bet everything on this young man. First, he refuses to make that mistake again. Second, high risk is always tied to high returns. He has been stuck at tier 3 for far too long, and he is sick of it. Wang Zhang cleverly sways his father, agreeing with Xiao Hai. The bigger the storm, the more precious the prize. Does his father really want to stay a vice president forever? Chen Yang also presses Zhang Tao. He reminds him to consider how his grandfather would choose if he were here. Just then, Ning walks back inside. He asks for their decision. Bowing their heads, they all pledge their absolute loyalty to his cause. This satisfies Ning. He hands them a list of resources he needs prepared by tomorrow morning. He also demands they contact the military leaders in the capital to arrange his Tier 3 trial. Wang Tian looks at the list, realizing Ning had this plan from the start, showing no hesitation. He truly has the qualities of a great leader. After all, he knows how to use people. Xiao Hai heads off to deliver the reports to the capital. Ning smiles, thanking Uncle Xiao for his support. Xiao Hai sighs as he departs. Meanwhile, Ning looks out at the city lights, deeply satisfied. He finally has his own faction bridging both north and south. Next stop is the capital for the ultimate clash. In a capital meeting room for the Fire Seed project, a loud voice demands to know if everyone read the report. Despite being completely unbelievable, the news is verified by Vice Commander Chen Kai. The project leader, General Yang. Guobing slams his hand on the table. A double S-rank genius was missed by their entire system. If another mistake happens now, everyone in this room will be held responsible. One member shouts in protest. He urges General Yang to act immediately, report the situation, and seize the chance to fix their mistake. Another member quickly agrees, suggesting they immediately dispatch their own elite force to bring him in. A Tier 3 squad will escort Ning to the capital to ensure his absolute safety. As for his ranking, we can wait until he arrives so that the higher-ups can personally evaluate him, General Yang says. At this point, it is our only option. First, we must register Ning into a special sequence. For a talent like him, delaying his training by even a single day is completely unforgivable. Hearing this, Tang Zhen stands up, slams his hand on the table, and shouts, "General Yang, can you temporarily keep this news from being reported up?" General Yang glares over with a deep scowl. "Tang Zhen, when Ning was first tested as double S rank, you were the one who wanted to abandon him. How dare you speak up now?" General Yang snaps, his anger visibly rising. He glares fiercely at Tang Zhen. "Are you looking for trouble?" Tang Zhen panics at the threat. He frantically waves his hands in embarrassment, trying to explain his true intentions. "General Yang, I do not mean delaying the report for a whole half-month. Even just a single week would be enough." Tang Zhen is trying to protect Zhang Yang, the son of General Zhang Meng, who currently holds the top rank. But Zhang Yang has not even reached peak Tier 2 yet. Hearing this, the entire meeting room falls into a heavy silence. General Yang breaks the silence. With Ning's current combat strength, breaking through to Tier 3 is already a guaranteed certainty. If Ning reaches Tier 3 first, Zhang Yang will lose his top spot despite his double S-rank talent. The best resources after Tier 3 are extremely rare, and General Zhang Meng holds massive power as one of our top leaders. General Yang turns to Tang Zhen with a smirk. "Advisor Tang, you really are incredibly loyal. But a week is impossible. I can only keep this secret for 3 days. That is my absolute limit. If your young master still fails after that, do not blame us." His voice turns cold as he issues a final warning. "Also, within the next 2 days, I am sending Ning straight to the capital. Do not try anything funny with him. Otherwise, even your powerful backing won't save you from my wrath." Meanwhile, in a high-tech training facility, Zhang Yang is undergoing brutal preparation alongside a powerful, mysterious figure. Chugging down expensive growth serums to boost his stats, Zhang Yang wipes his mouth and turns to the man beside him. "I just broke through to high Tier 2, he complains. "Asking me to reach peak Tier 2 in 3 days is just impossible." The man next to him is none other than his father, General Zhang Meng, who looks at him with dead seriousness. "I am completely serious, son. Do you remember Ning, that double S-rank recruit? With Chen Kailai's help, he has already reached peak Tier 2 and already wields Tier 3 power." Zhang Yang is completely shocked by this news. "Does that mean he is coming to steal my #1 ranking?" General Zhang Meng nods grimly. "That is exactly right. Chen Kailai is a nobody, but if we let Ning reach Tier 3 first, you will lose your top spot forever." Placing a hand on his son's shoulder, he promises to send him into a high-difficulty dungeon to quickly close the gap. "During the Tier 3 promotion exam, as long as Ning is not the sole survivor, I will find a way to protect your rank. No matter how strong he gets, I can secure your spot." Hearing this, Zhang Yang clenches his fists in sheer determination. "I understand, Dad. Do not worry, I absolutely will not let you down." General Zhang Meng smiles proudly at his son. "My brave boy has real ambition. Do not worry, your father will buy you as much time as possible. Surviving on the outside won't be easy for Ning." Meanwhile, guards heavily patrol the perimeter of the Tianfeng safe zone. Inside a cluttered room, Ning sits at his desk, staring down a pile of rare spiritual fruits and a manual. Having powerful backing really makes a difference. Old man Chen Kailai not only secured these spiritual fruits in record time, but he also gifted me an A-rank swordsmanship manual from his private collection. This book alone is worth a literal fortune. He picks up a glowing fruit and takes a bite. Time to max out all of his Tier 2 stat points first. The system screen flashes rapidly as he consumes the high-grade spiritual fruits, increasing his strength and critical burst rate. His constitution, endurance, and agility shoot up with every single bite as the system notifications keep stacking. All of his core attributes reach 31. Suddenly, a massive wave of vibrant green spiritual energy erupts around Ning. He grins with pure delight. Having maxed out stats feels incredible. His mana channeling speed is practically instantaneous now. Picking up the manual, the system screen reveals the powerful rank, a technique known as Vanguard's swordsmanship. It features a high-impact leap skill that suppresses enemies, finishing them off with a devastating crushing blow. While active, he gains complete crowd control immunity and a massive 200% defense boost. Ning is stunned. This rank A technique is incredibly versatile in both offense and defense. It is insanely powerful even without upgrades. He tosses the manual into the air to learn it. The book bursts open, glowing with a red and green aura. A miniature sword manifests, channeling raw energy directly into his body as he braces himself to absorb this new power. The A-rank skill upgrade is a massive success, elevating it to the SSS-Rank Fallen Heaven. A brand new notification pops up on his system interface. This is a devastating SSS tier destruction skill. Its first effect allows him to dash to any targeted spot within a 1-kilometer radius, instantly initiating a target lock. Once locked, the target gets pushed back, giving him a rapid strike effect and making them freefall at absolute breakneck speeds. This triggers a massive area of effect shockwave while launching a crushing attack on the locked target. Its second effect remains active throughout the skill duration. He becomes completely immune to all crowd control while gaining a spiritual energy shield that significantly absorbs damage using his mana reserves. As long as the enemy's willpower attribute is lower than his, they cannot target or attack him at all. This incredible power is basically godlike. Ning shouts out in pure disbelief. A 1-kilometer locking range is absolutely insane. Plus, while he locks on his enemies, cannot lock back. This is virtually equivalent to becoming completely invincible whenever he activates the skill. Once he returns to the capital, he can test it. He plans to test this power during his Tier 3 trial. Suddenly, his status windows materialize right in front of him. Looking at his current skill list, he sighs. It is a pity his skills are totally maxed out, meaning his pre-Tier 3 strength cannot increase anymore. But that is fine. Once he passes Tier 3, even without relying on these abilities, he can still unlock incredibly powerful skills on his own. Right then, the system screen flashes with an urgent quest notification. He is ordered to quickly collect and consume 4 very rare materials. Those 4 special materials. The first is the heart of the mountain breaker. The second is the face-gathering bone vessel. The third is the broken guardian jawbone. The fourth is the specter core. The first quest reward will unlock the skill fusion feature, allowing him to combine 2 active abilities into one and free up a slot. Second, SSS tier skills will trigger without any energy cost, dropping their cooldown to 12 hours while boosting his spiritual energy by 1,000 points. Ning stares intently at the notification. He knows the Sword God system rarely hands out quests, and the rewards this time are incredibly generous. But what about these 4 items, he thinks back. The Mountain Breaker was a peak Tier 3 mutant that surfaced 27 years ago, and was eventually slain by several top Tier 3 masters. As for the other 3 items, he has never even heard of them. They are likely ancient forgotten relics from a bygone era. Ning's gaze turns thoughtful. Items like these can only be found inside the National Resource Treasury once he secures the #1 rank. Right then a knock sounds. Xiao Hai opens the door, calling out with news from the capital. Smiling, Ning invites his uncle in. Xiao Hai enters with a joyful grin, speaking excitedly. They say a Tier 3 team will arrive tomorrow to escort him back to the capital. Ning answers calmly, noting they showed some sense. He asks about his rank, wondering if he has been restored to the first position. Xiao Hai sighs, explaining that remains unannounced. They only mentioned placing him in a special category for now, deciding his rank after arrival. Ning's face immediately turns serious. With his current level of power, securing the top spot should be a given. The leaders behind the Sparks project likely hesitated, fearing pressure from powerful interest groups. Xiao Hai replies that both he and Commander Chen believe Ning might be pushing too hard for this top rank right now. The current first rank belongs to Zhang Meng's son, whose family holds immense power in the capital. Since their own strength is clear, they are guaranteed a high-ranking spot later. Taking a step back now is a smart move. Doing this might even make Zhang Meng's faction friendly toward them instead of hostile, but Ning raises his hand, cutting him off. He understands their concern about becoming the tallest tree catching all the wind, which is destined to be broken by the storm. With a serious look, Ning explains that he has an absolutely non-negotiable reason to fight for this. It involves matters too massive to explain right now, but he needs them to trust him. Every single step he takes is a carefully calculated move, not the reckless arrogance of youth. His words leave the older man in complete stunned silence. Ning suddenly summons 2 swords, one glowing red and the other green. He looks back at Xiao Hai, declaring he will crush any stumbling block in his way. Late the next afternoon, massive armored vehicles arrive at a grand hall parking right in front of Yi Ning's waiting group. Everyone looks up as Xiao Hai explains that these are the latest generation of spiritual energy fighter jets. Just a few of these aircraft could reduce the entire Tianfeng safe zone to absolute rubble in the blink of an eye. A loud shout echoes as local guards quickly line up to welcome the visitors. A group of soldiers emerges with incredibly imposing, powerful presences. Seeing them march forward confidently, Xiao Hai gasps at the overwhelming pressure. They are elite Tier 3 warriors from the capital. He quickly runs over with a warm, welcoming smile, eager to greet the distinguished guests after their long, exhausting journey. However, the visitors completely ignore him, walking straight past without even giving him a single glance. Xiao Hai is left standing. They're turning around with an awkward, forced smile. He tells himself he is just a minor commander of an insignificant zone. They obviously did not travel all this way for him. Suddenly, Lin Rui steps right up to Ye Ning, extending a hand. He asks if he is indeed Ye Ning, introducing himself as the captain of the Elite Space Division team. He introduces himself as Lin Rui from the 27th Army, telling the young man to just call him Old Lin. He is there to escort him to the capital district. Yi Ning shakes his hand and gives a brief, polite greeting. Seeing the boy so completely calm makes Old Lin think. He does not act like some country bumpkin at all. Yi Ning walks right past them, waving his hand. No time to waste, Old Lin, let us get moving. The escort team watches him leave with pretty sour faces. Delaying this guy for General Zhang will not be easy. Lin Rui recalls General Zhang Meng's strict orders: make sure to stall Yi Ning as long as possible. As the jet cuts through the gloomy sky, Lin Rui tries his best to play the polite host. He mentions they are nearing the capital sector, and some powerful military figures have prepared a welcoming banquet. They want him to attend, but the young man keeps a totally blank face, completely ignoring the offer. Old Lin keeps pushing, telling him he will gain some serious influence if he just meets these people. Plus, it has been a long trip, so he must be exhausted. But this excessive kindness makes Yi Ning suspicious. Is someone trying to stall him so he misses the Tier 3 trials? With a calm smile, he declines. He says he appreciates the kind offer, but any social meetings can wait until after his breakthrough. He wants to hit Tier 3 first. Lin Rui starts sweating. Polite talking clearly is not going to work here. It is time for Plan B. He secretly signals the pilot to initiate a fake emergency. Boom! The perfectly fine jet suddenly starts coughing, black smoke violently shaking in mid-air as the pilot screams. The pilot yells that the spiritual engine is failing, forcing them to make an emergency landing immediately. Yi Ning narrows his eyes. This is such a blatant setup. General Zhang sure has some nerve. Without hesitation, Yi Ning vanishes and reappears right behind the pilot, pressing a cold blade to his neck. He whispers that the plane is fine, it is just the pilot's trash skills that are the problem. If he keeps flying, they will all end up dead. And if that happens, his superiors will pay. He orders the pilot to move so he can take the controls. Lin Rui breaks out in a sweat. He is stunned. Did this kid actually see through their little act, or is he threatening to crash them? A fight at high altitude means a guaranteed crash. How does a backwater kid have this much crazy confidence? Realizing he cannot push further, Lin Rui quickly steps in to defuse the situation before it gets bloody. He tells the trembling pilot to let Yi Ning take over if he thinks he can fix it. There is no reason to risk a deadly fight over a simple stalling mission, anyway. Yi Ning grabs the controls and coldly warns them that he is only showing them this once. They had better watch closely. With a sharp, flawless motion, he pulls back on the throttle. He tells them not to forget these steps or mistake who they are dealing with. Immediately, the jet stabilizes. It shoots forward smoothly. Lin Rui and the pilot can only stare in absolute shock at his mastery. That level of decisive control is something even top military officials rarely possess. This kid is going places. Lin Rui realizes he might have picked the wrong side to support here. Respecting his skill, he offers a sharp, formal salute and formally introduces himself as Captain Lin. He salutes the impressive youth. Yi Ning merely nods, saying he looks forward to working together later. They soon land at military base number 2. Guo Ping and Tang Zhen are already waiting to greet them. Guo Ping steps forward warmly, asking if he is brother Yi Ning, introducing himself as the project director. Yi Ning shakes his hand politely and greets the general. The older man gets straight to the point. He says they have prepared a special dinner with several high-ranking officers who are dying to meet him. But the youth casually waves it off, demanding to start his Tier 3 trials right this second. The officers stare at him in complete disbelief, asking if he is seriously doing this right now. Yi Ning smiles, asking why they put him on a special track instead of the standard procedure. Is it not because the higher-ups want a direct look to evaluate his true potential themselves? If he just smashes through the Tier 3 trial, his actual power will be crystal clear immediately. That way they save everyone a lot of useless paperwork. Guo Ping realizes this kid talks sharp. He does not want to waste even a single minute, but this calm and collected attitude is somehow incredibly respectable. Tang Zhen strokes his chin behind them in deep thought, realizing this kid really knows how to play his cards. Since Jiang Yang is still stuck inside a dungeon, he suggests Yi Ning wait until tomorrow for the trial. That way, all the top brass can watch the match together. Guo Ping immediately chimes in to support the idea. He tells the kid to rest up tonight so he can perform even better on the field tomorrow. Having got exactly what he wanted, Yi Ning agrees right away without pushing his luck any further. He politely thanks General Yang while celebrating on the inside because his psychological trick worked like a charm. He originally planned to schedule this for tomorrow anyway, but directly asking for it would have been rejected. The roof-breaking trick he just pulled is actually a classic psychological negotiation tactic to get what you want. If you tell people a room is too dark and ask to install a window, they will probably refuse. But if you threaten to tear down the entire roof, they will quickly compromise and let you have the window. Thanks, Lu Zone. Meanwhile, on the other side of the base, Zhang Meng slams his desk in pure fury. He demands to know why the report was delayed another night and asks where Lin Rui went with Ye Ning. Guo Ping tells him to forget about Lin Rui, who completely ignored both of their orders without a second thought. He warns they cannot play rough right now. Naturally, this makes Zhang Meng scowl in sheer frustration. He insists on reporting this to Zhang Yang immediately. He refuses to let this slide without a fight. If all else fails, he will send Tier 3 assassins to make sure they never walk out of that dungeon alive. Over in his room, Yi Ning sits surrounded by glowing elemental spirits, quietly absorbing their rich energy. He is amazed by the absolute luxury of his temporary VIP treatment, wondering if the state is just loaded now. Even if these spirits do not boost his power much, they still do wonders for stabilizing his physical condition. Sitting next to him is a document detailing the massive benefits of the Elite Seed program. He looks over the perks, noting a massive monthly allowance of 1 million points to spend. He also gets a full set of customized blue-tier gear along with an epic-grade weapon of his choice. Plus, he can raid the National Treasury twice a month for resources, which should speed things up. At this rate, purple tier is less than a year away. The next day, crowds gather at the tower. Thousands of spectators fill the arena, and trust me, they are all here for one specific challenger. People are shocked since the Elite Seed program only just started. How could anyone be ready so soon? Most people took over a decade to reach Tier 3. Suddenly, the gates swing open to deafening cheers. The crowd goes wild as the candidates walk in, but their faces quickly trigger some confused whispers. Why do these young geniuses look like they are in their late 30s? Yi Ning sneers at the sight. He knows the corrupt higher-ups sent these older veterans because they wanted to cheat the system. They put forward 2 peak Tier 2 fighters just to exploit the loopholes and steal his resources. But Yi Ning is ready. He is about to show these old cheaters exactly how outclassed they are. Guo Ping takes the microphone, welcoming the distinguished guests and officially declaring the Tier 3 trial open. He begins calling out names to verify that every single registered candidate has arrived at the arena. Suddenly, a dusty and battle-worn Zhang Yang pushes through the gate, claiming his spot at the front. Yi Ning locks eyes with him, immediately noticing the fresh battle dirt from his recent dungeon run. Sure, the guy is strong, but that first-place rank is about to change hands very soon. Zhang Yang glares back with pure hatred, remembering the 4 loyal allies he lost in the dungeon. He blames Yi Ning for their tragic end. Now he wants bloody revenge sooner rather than later. A glowing portal opens up as the announcer calls for the first phase of the strength trial. Getting to the 10th floor secures promotion, but climbing higher brings much greater rewards for the challenger. Breaking into the global leaderboard will also unlock rare exclusive prizes that are completely out of this world. The massive holographic system screen flickers to life, showing the current rankings of Elite Seeds worldwide. Number 1 is Northway from North America, followed by Eastern Europe's Ivan Vlen and Soviet sectors and Yossi. At the Euaxia war zone, the speakers keep blaring about this rare opportunity they must seize. Yi Ning can't help but feel annoyed. He never expected their nation's rank to be so low. He vows to wipe away this humiliation today. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang volunteers, first aiming to conquer the dimensional trial for a top 5 spot. A few others quickly chime in, eagerly volunteering for the strength and agility tests as well. Seeing the growing crowd, the organizer asks if anyone else wants to join. Yi Ning steps forward immediately, saying he is in too. His choice of the willpower trial leaves everyone completely stunned, prompting Guo Ping to quickly yell out a warning. He reminds Yi Ning that this is the strength trial and his willpower test is later. Why rush when he can just wait? Yi Ning calmly asks if there is any rule forbidding him. If not, they should just get on with it. He plans to dominate not just the strength trial, but all 4 categories, and trust me, they are not ready. Zhang Meng sneers in contempt, thinking the boy just wants an easy path to reach Tier 3. Mr. Lin asks why, and the general calmly explains that out of all the Tier 3 trials, the willpower test. Willpower is notoriously the hardest, with 0 historical success. He suggests letting the kid try anyway to see how far he gets. Maybe he can miraculously clear floor 10. Zhang Meng laughs, adding that Yi Ning will only serve as a foil for the actual strength users. Mr. Lin immediately agrees, sucking up to General Zhang and praising his sharp logic. Down below, Zhang Yang also taunts Yi Ning, asking if he really thinks they are equals just because their Tier 2 stats match. He claims his own talent boosts his physical power while Yi Ning has nothing. Yi Ning coldly tells him to shut up. Stepping into the portal, he throws a sharp retort back. He dares him to stop talking and enter the trial. Unable to argue, his rival stubbornly says he is not afraid. The system announces that several challengers have entered the strength trial. Inside, they must face waves of enemies. Defeating them clears the path to the next floor. During this challenge, all gear is temporarily disabled. Other attributes are also reduced. A system notification tells them to prepare as the battle begins in 10 seconds. Once inside the dungeon, Yi Ning plans his moves. All enchanted gear is stripped, leaving only basic functions. Reaching floor 10 to floor 20 secures a spot in the global top 3, while floor 23 is the peak human limit. A zombie dog lunges out of nowhere, but he remains calm, casually adjusting his strategy on the fly. His goal is floor 24. With 2 cold slashes, the beast dies without a sound. He shrugs it off. These early floors are just warm-ups to clear quickly without breaking a sweat. System alerts: Tier 1 zombie dog dead. Floor 1 cleared in 30 seconds. Slicing a hideous giant monster in half, he sighs in boredom at how weak these early monsters are. The system alerts that the iron-clawed zombie is dead. Watching through the monitors, Guo Ping notes that the first 7 floors are actually pretty easy for everyone. The real gap in skill will only show between floors 7 and 10. He wonders who will pull ahead. Hearing this, Zhang Meng points directly at the screen, showing Zhang Yang bragging loudly about his son. He asks if they are blind because his boy is already fighting on floor 10. He then mocks Yi Ning. He laughs that Yi Ning is still struggling down on floor 8. Mr. Lin instantly jumps in to kiss up. Congratulating the general, Mr. Lin adds that Yi Ning is clearly overhyped and will gas out early. Rushing through the first 7 floors will only drain his stamina. Meanwhile, Yi Ning remains calm. Silently laughing at those fools, he casually lures a monster behind him. They will see who gets the last laugh in this trial. Meanwhile, everyone closely watches every single move of the contestants. Suddenly, Zhang Yang's camera goes completely dark. Guo Ping reassures the crowd, explaining that the strong mutant energy field disrupts feeds past floor 10. Zhang Meng laughs even louder, boasting that his son was the very first to make the screen go dark. Mr. Lin quickly chimed in with more flattery. Clearing 10 floors in just 10 minutes is lightning fast. Entering this strength trial was a massive mistake for Yi Ning, only bringing him shame and humiliation. The general gloats, happily stating that the top rank undeniably belongs to his own brilliant son. Guo Ping ignores him and calmly announces that Wang Kai, ranked 11th, has just cleared floor 10. Yi Ning is in 18th place after clearing floor 10, while Zhang Yang is on floor 13. Behind them, Zhang Meng grins from ear to ear. He mocks that 18th place is slower than a snail, laughing at how one barely cleared floor 10 while the other dominates. Is already on floor 13. General Yang, you should open your eyes and watch closely. Meanwhile, Guo Ping simply ignores the loudmouth. He ignores the empty talk. Deep in thought, he reasons that even though Yi Ning is not a strength type, his reported power should be higher. It makes no sense. Inside the dungeon, Yi Ning leaps into the air, desperately searching his past life memories. He recalls the monster's weakness from his past life as its back. Before the beast can even turn, he delivers a devastating strike. The fatal slash to its back finishes the beast in an instant. He lands gracefully, thinking to himself that his plan is working. Having safely reached floor 12, he calculates his resources, noting that his spiritual energy and stamina are still completely untouched. The system announces floor 12 is cleared with a 10-second countdown before the next battle. He is told to prepare. He quickly formulates a combat strategy, planning to gradually use his attribute points to convert his stats for the upcoming floors. This will release his spiritual energy and stamina. He aims to push hard until floor 21 before unleashing his ultimate moves. Meanwhile, on floor 17, a smug Zhang Yang clears floor 16. He feels certain he is currently leading. Still, he keeps his guard up. He wants to push through more floors, climb the leaderboard, and shock everyone with his performance. He is determined to utterly crush Yi Ning. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a group of failed candidates rest. They are completely exhausted and complaining loudly about how absurdly difficult the later floors of this trial have become. They wonder if those who clear floor 20 are actually monsters. One admits he could never achieve such a feat. Reaching floor 14 nearly killed him. Still, they console themselves since passing floor 10 is enough to complete the mission. The monitoring screens are now filled with red elimination marks, with only a few challengers still fighting deep inside. Guo Ping notes that most of the strength class challengers have exited. Yet Yi Ning is still pushing forward inside. Holding out on floor 15 is a remarkable achievement for a willpower type user. Hearing this, Zhang Meng snorts in contempt. He turns to gossip disdainfully with Mr. Lin, nearby, guessing that floor 15 is the absolute limit for the boy. He proudly contrasts this with his own son on floor 17, who is only 3 floors away from the global top 10. Mr. Lin quickly chimes in to flatter him, agreeing that Zhang Yang is exceptional. Guo Ping can only look on with sighing disappointment. He notices that Zhang Yang is slowing down, while Yi Ning's performance is incredibly strange, maintaining a steady, powerful pace. His speed on screen isn't dropping at all, it's actually rising. Suddenly, the display flashes with Yi Ning's latest progress. He is on floor 16. It is no illusion, the boy is actually accelerating, leaving everyone completely stunned. Zhang Meng's eyes widen in sheer panic as he shouts, wondering how he could possibly catch up to his son. Mr. Lin quickly reassures him that it is likely just dumb luck, warning that reckless pushing will only lead to death. Get ready, because Yi Ning has already reached floor 17, sending the entire crowd into absolute madness. They wonder how a willpower type could possibly clear floor 17. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng's brow furrows deeply in frustration. Clenching his fists, he silently begs his son to hold the lead and not let Yi Ning overtake him. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang is unleashing a flurry of desperate slashes at the beast, but the monster remains completely unfazed by the assault. It counters with a brutal punch that sends him flying backward. He barely manages to steady himself on his feet. Gritting his teeth, he realizes this floor is his absolute limit. He entered the trial without fully recovering his peak condition. Since his condition is far from perfect, he quickly makes a rational decision to preserve his own life. He figures he is already leading, so there is no need to risk his life. He begins focusing his remaining energy. Channeling all his spiritual power into his battle axe, he leaps high into the air to unleash a final desperate strike. The heaven-cleaving axe slash shatters the monster into pieces. Exhausted and gasping for breath, he can barely speak. He gasps out his withdrawal. Instantly, the system teleports him straight out of the dangerous dungeon. Zhang Meng rushes over to support him. Seeing his father, the exhausted boy happily hugs him, celebrating his success. He boasts that he cleared floor 18 and came out on top, but his celebration is cut incredibly short. Noticing his father's sudden silence, Zhang Yang asks what is wrong. The heavy atmosphere immediately makes him uneasy. He looks toward the judges in confusion, asking why no one is congratulating him for his historic run. After all, clearing floor 18 is the best result for the region in 2 years. He should be the champion. Instead, the screen coldly displays Yi Ning reaching floor 19, leaving the arrogant fighter screaming in absolute horror. Zhang Meng added that Yi Ning had cleared the 19th floor in just 3 seconds right before his son exited. Zhang Yang gasped in utter disbelief, clutching his chest tightly and coughing from the sheer shock of it. There was no way Yi Ning reached the 19th floor, it had to be a broken system glitch. Zhang Meng calmly reassured his son that Yi Ning indeed reached the 19th floor, a fact already confirmed. In fact, from the 15th floor onwards, he cleared almost 1 floor every single minute, a terrifying pace. Zhang Yang muttered in absolute despair, unable to accept how a strength-type user like himself could possibly lose. He had double S-rank talent. Did the people who sacrificed their lives for him die for a joke? Seeing his son in such a state, Zhang Meng softened his tone, placing hands on his shoulders to comfort him. He gently urged him never to doubt his potential, blaming this failure only on the tight time limit. One setback meant nothing. With proper preparation, his son could definitely conquer the 19th floor just the same. Just when you think the tension is maxed out, a massive uproar erupts as Yi Ning clears another level. He conquered the 20th floor, meaning he just secured himself a spot in the elite global top 10. General Yang quickly ordered his subordinate to report this massive achievement immediately to the vice commander of Daxia. The soldiers saluted and rushed off, knowing that such a miraculous genius deserved the attention of Daxia's leaders. Meanwhile, inside the active dungeon, Yi Ning stood face to face with a hideous towering monster that blocked his path. He quickly calculated his odds, knowing everything past floor 20 would be dangerous, tier 3 type 3 mutant variants. Without using his enchanted gear or ultimate skills, taking these beasts down solo was going to be pretty tough. Gaining momentum, he activated his system instantly, converting 5 willpower points into agility to boost his speed. The beast unleashed a thick screen of toxic mist, but Yi Ning gracefully maneuvered around it, planning ahead. He knew the boss could not keep up with his boosted speed, but running away was not an option. To defeat it without taking a single scratch was almost impossible, so he leaped high into the air. He decided his first priority was disabling its poison attack, channeling his energy straight into his sword. He converted another 5 willpower points to strength and delivered a massive slash, severing the monster's main snout. But that was still not quite enough, as converting only 5 points left his overall physical stats slightly unbalanced. He could not maximize everything at once, which was a hassle, so he jumped to dodge a swift counterattack. Fortunately, the beast could no longer spit poison, allowing him to gather his energy for the final strike. Shifting his stats to raw power, he unleashed a devastating blow that sliced directly across the monster's neck. The boss's head flew clean off, But he didn't stop there, hacking the massive body into absolute pieces. He landed perfectly without a single scratch, leaving nothing but a pile of shredded monster flesh behind him. The system announced that floor 21 was cleared, giving him just 1 minute to prepare for the next. Now he was ready to unleash his ultimate move right from the start to end things instantly. Outside, a soldier reported that Vice Commander Fang Hao and Commissioner Hu Ziping had finally arrived at the scene. Seeing the two officials arrive, General Yang hurried over to welcome them, expressing his immense relief at their arrival. The Vice Commander immediately asked about the current situation as they all turned their attention to the giant monitor. General Yang pointed to the screen, explaining that Ning cleared floor 21 a minute ago and was continuing. Fang Hao was thrilled, proud of Daxia's rising star, but before he could finish his sentence, the screen flashed. Ning had already cleared floor 22, causing Commissioner Hu to point at the screen in utter shock. Hold on, that puts him in the global top 3, a milestone so huge it literally shakes the room. General Yang quickly told the commander to calm down, warning him that his intense energy waves were overwhelming everyone. Realizing his slip, Fang Hao quickly suppressed his aura, coughing awkwardly as he apologized for losing his composure. He recalled that even as a top Daxia elite, he had struggled for half an hour just to clear floor 21. Yet, Ning bypassed floor 22 in a single minute, leaving him completely baffled by the massive talent gap. General Yang noted that Ning performed quite average before floor 15, but his speed skyrocketed right after that. He took 10 minutes on floor 21, yet cleared floor 22 in the absolute blink of an eye. This weird pacing made absolutely no sense, prompting Commissioner Hu to deeply consider a potential theory. He asks if there is a problem since he belongs to the willpower system, then suddenly glares at the nearby contestants. He folds his arms mockingly. After all, some folks will resort to any dirty trick just to claw their way to power. His sharp, mocking gaze makes them flinch in guilt. Seeing this, Fang Hao suddenly loses his temper and shouts. Grimacing, he warns that while minor tricks are forgivable, anyone compromising the nation will face severe and unforgiving consequences. No one gets a free pass. Hearing this, Zhang Yang hangs his head while Zhang Meng turns pale with intense fear. He wonders if Chairman Fang is targeting him, admitting he let Tang Zhen play some minor tricks but nothing major. He definitely did not fake any data. Meanwhile, Guoping speaks up, pointing out that almost a minute has already passed. Ning still has not exited. Is he really going to keep pushing past level 22 alone? He answers yes. From here on, challengers must fight tier 3 mutants solo, completely stripped of any special gear, talismans, or outside skills. It is all raw talent. Yet, inside, Ning is tearing through monsters with his signature Heavenly Rift streaming light. As the leaderboard updates, Fang Hao shouts in pure disbelief. Ning has actually cleared level 23 already. Absolute joy. He pumps his fist, laughing out loud as Ji Ping excitedly chimes in that it is over. The previous global record was only level 23, and at this rate, Ning is about to completely shatter it. Jaws drop. Zhang Meng and his sons stare in shock. It is true, Ning has firmly claimed the top spot. Mr. Lin can only facepalm, muttering helplessly that his entry into the elite first sequence is now a done deal. Fang Hao practically tears up with joy. They initially wanted other candidates to make Ning look like a side piece, but now that plan seems like a total joke. It has been 37 long years since anyone achieved this milestone. North America's top powerhouse Wayne held that spot for over 3 decades, while Huaxia has been out of the game. Their last top 10 finish was over a decade ago. Fang Hao turns to Guoping, his face beaming with intense pride. Great Xia can finally stand tall again. He orders him to report this massive news directly to the Supreme Commander. Ning deserves their absolute highest level of hospitality, and they need to prepare a grand welcome right now. They want a detailed talk. Guoping salutes seriously, and the entire crowd quickly gathers near the gate to wait. But as time drags on with no sign of him, Ji Ping grows anxious. It has been another minute. Surely he is not trying to push even further. If the next floor opens, he might get trapped inside. Fang Hao rubs his chin, realizing the next level likely features mid-tier level 3 mutants, which is a whole different beast. At that point, the difficulty spikes exponentially. Suddenly, a cold realization hits him, and he spins around in a panic. He barks at Guoping to contact Ning, immediately telling him to abort the trial and exit right now. He also orders a medical team on standby, but Guoping replies that the tower blocks all outside communication completely. Hearing this, a worried Fang Hao clasps his hands, practically praying for his little ancestor to stop being reckless. Just one tiny slip up in there and everything they have built could go down the drain in an instant. The clock ticks down. Tension fills the room. Sweating bullets, everyone watches as the system screen finally flashes. Ning has successfully completed the strength trial. Seeing this notification on the screen, intense relief washes over them. He stopped. Yes, he actually stopped. Fang Hao quickly turns to Guoping, demanding to know where the boy is. The trial is over, so why hasn't the global announcement sounded? Guoping quickly explains the shocking truth to him. Seriously, this kid is crazy. He skipped the exit and jumped straight into the speed trial portal, delaying the broadcast. The announcement only triggers once he completely exits the tower. Suddenly, the system screen flashes with a brand new prompt. The portal for the speed trial is now active. Ning approaches it, wishing he could have pushed further. However, level 23 is already enough for the top spot. He decides to save Dimensional Slash for later. Keeping those trump cards ready is much safer. As he reaches through the portal, he recalls a hidden trial rule. If an awakened challenger tackles these trials back-to-back, their final results and score bonuses will stack up. But if they leave early, the massive bonus rewards vanish. He is determined to claim every single one of them. A new system alert pops up. The agility trial, Monster Maze, opens in 1 minute, grading him on completion speed. Monsters will assault him inside, and counterattacking is strictly forbidden. He must rely entirely on his agility to survive. Reaching the exit is the only goal. Naturally, the faster he maneuvers through, the better his rewards will be. Standing in the maze, he stares at the screen, which is currently displaying the final rankings of the strength trial. Global rank number 1, Miyamoto Fujiyama from Japan and Gauss from the British zone. Ning muttered Miyamoto's name. His innate talent is a rare physical integration. By merging directly into the walls, he can keep charging forward without any obstacles. And it seems Gauss has more than just raw speed. He also possesses an incredible mind for tactical calculation. He can map out precise evasion routes instantly. The top 10 list is mostly filled with double S-grade warriors. Simply converting willpower and boosting speed stats is not going to be enough to compete. Meanwhile, over on this side, Ling Yu stares intently at the leaderboard, noting that every single eye is on Ning right now. Even though it is annoying, it might not actually be a bad thing. After all, the top geniuses from Great Xia have finally arrived. Plus, Zhang Yang was already utterly crushed by Ning. Suddenly, the agility test begins, urging everyone to head for the exit. She quickly bolts forward. If she can just beat Ning in this run, she can at least lock in a spot on the second roster. Taking the top spot would bring immense glory to their own Tin Daiyu safe zone. She analyzes the layout. It is a highly complex maze with completely indestructible walls, but with her specific abilities. The optimal solution is to hug the right wall. It is a bit of a detour, but it is the path she trusts the most, and also the absolute fastest. Suddenly, she leaps high and kicks down hard on the head of a purple serpent monster. The mutated beast squeals in pain, spitting green venom right at her, but she nimbly dodges it, using her S-tier agility. She keeps sprinting, glancing back to assess the threat. Dodging them should be a breeze. Meanwhile, Ning is currently being pursued by 2 massive mutant beasts. He runs while calmly assessing his surroundings. Even though it is complicated, the board times suggest the actual area is quite small. His eyes turn razor sharp. If he can just sprint straight to the center at full speed and unleash his Dimension Slash, he can instantly teleport right to the exit. But as he nears the center, 2 more mutated beasts block his path. They charge at him with vicious fury. It is annoying how the monster density spikes near the core. He leaps high to avoid a green beast's swipe, and simultaneously swings his sword, slicing deep into a purple monster. Fortunately, by relying entirely on his muscle memory, he can still effortlessly dodge almost every single incoming attack. He quickly scans his surroundings. After all, those battles from his past life have already engraved these intense combat instincts deep into his bones. Meanwhile, Ling Yu runs straight into a massive, terrifying octopus mutant. She groans in frustration. These creatures are getting harder to handle. Activating her Swift Wind skill, she uses her ultimate move to slip right past the giant beast. But the moment she slips free, another threat blocks her path. Terrified, she realizes there is one more and screams out. The impact sends her crashing back, leaving her bruised, but she manages to break away. Her stamina is almost entirely depleted. She urges herself to move faster as the exit draws near. She has to surpass Ning. Meanwhile, on his side, Ning reaches the center of the maze only to find himself completely surrounded by a dense pack of monsters. It is absolute chaos. Ready to end this, Ning triggers his signature skill, Dimension Slash, aimed right at the exit. Outside the maze, Fang Hao and the other 2 watch the blank monitors. He notes that this trial is completely hidden. Guo Ping turns to reassure him, telling President Fang not to worry as the agility test will be over soon. It usually takes at most 3 to 5 minutes to see the final results. Right then, Ji Ping chimed in too. He notes that Ning's calculated pause during the strength test proves he has exceptional control over his own abilities. He glances over at Zhang Meng and his son, warning that proud geniuses often struggle the most with unexpected setbacks. He points out Zhang Yang as a prime example of someone whose entire spirit seems completely shattered by defeat. Ji Ping counters, suggesting that since Ning is a willpower type, he likely possesses much stronger mental fortitude. Meanwhile, a dejected Zhang Yang keeps muttering to his father, asking if Ning will finally taste defeat this time. His father just smiles back, assuring his son that Ning will absolutely lose and fail spectacularly in this round. Suddenly, an announcement chimes. Someone has already finished the maze, prompting people to wonder who could possibly be that fast. An excited voice asks if it is Huang Lingyu, claiming her S-tier talent makes her the strongest in this batch. Finishing in just 1 minute would secure her spot. But then the leaderboard flashes the actual results, leaving Zhang Meng and his son absolutely frozen in shock. Guo Ping gasps out loud in pure disbelief. It is Yi Ning again. Xu Ping is equally stunned to see a time of 1 minute and 8 seconds. Fang Hao beams with pride, wondering what other secrets this kid is hiding. Meanwhile, Ling Yu limps out, clutching her fresh wounds. She tiptoes out, looks at the scene before her, and cheers happily. Not a single challenger has made it out yet, not even Yi Ning. She is the first to emerge, finishing in exactly 2 minutes and 1 second. With a proud smile, she figures that even if she didn't fully dominate, she should at least secure a spot in the global top 20. But as she glances up at the leaderboard, she freezes in shock. Yi Ning took first place. The gap between them is even wider than the distance separating him from Zhang Yang. Linggok is so stunned that her head starts to spin. She collapses, sending her father rushing over. Suddenly, someone shouts out to look over because the Grand Commander has finally arrived. It is their very first time seeing the Supreme Commander of Great Xia in person. Li Xuanguo enters with a majestic aura. Yi Ning has caused an absolute earthquake. Fang Hao immediately approaches and gives a sharp salute, reporting that Yi Ning just grabbed first place globally in the agility trial. The commander immediately asks where he went. Fang Hao replies that he already chose to proceed with the Constitution trial. This makes Xuanguo explode with anger, shouting out to shut down the system and drag him out. His intense outburst sends a wave of panic through the crowd. But then he instantly switches up, beaming with a wide laugh. He says everyone looked way too tense, so he was just joking around. That kid, Yi Ning, is a flat-out monster, so they should all just sit back and watch. The officers are left completely speechless, smiling awkwardly. They silently think that his terrible timing only makes the atmosphere 10 times worse. Meanwhile, the system board flashes to life. It shows the Constitution trial leaderboard. First place is Yapu from Southeast Asia with an endurance value of 1.4 T. Second place goes to South America with 0.7 T. The top rank has nearly double the stats of second place. He must possess some insane double-life skill to pull that off. The screen then flashes, displaying the trial rules. This challenge drops participants into a brutal regional battlefield. The mutated monsters scale based on each city sector. In this trial, they are strictly forbidden from attacking and can only defend. The more damage they absorb, the higher their score. The time limit is 10 minutes, though participants can choose to tap out early if things get too intense. However, leaving early means failing the trial. The starting zones only spawn weak mobs, but the deeper sectors host much stronger monsters. Yi Ning stares at the endless swarms of beasts charging his way, reminding himself that he cannot fight back at all. He realizes that to secure a legendary high score, he needs to dive straight into the most dangerous high-tier zones. Shifting his willpower stats entirely into speed, he only needs to dodge the initial wave. He instantly draws his twin blades. With both weapons ready, he plans to leap right into the Tier 3 danger zone to maximize his endurance rating. He sprints straight toward the horde, preparing to activate his fallen angel barrier for a few seconds of absolute defense. Survival should be an absolute breeze. Back outside, Xuanguo crosses his arms, asking Fang Hao if he can take first place. Fang Hao immediately waves his hands, admitting that while he desperately wants to witness another miracle, it is likely impossible. He points out that unlike other stats, raw physical talent is usually pretty obvious just by looking at someone. A massive muscular build is a dead giveaway, just like the legendary generals Qin Feng and Zhang Hai. Both are absolute powerhouses in size, but Yi Ning looks pretty ordinary and does not fit that heavy build at all. In comparison, his competitor Wang Kai is built like a brick wall. Hearing this, Xuanguo glances over with a smirk. He tells Hao that he always plays it too safe, asking if he ever predicted Yi Ning would dominate both stats. The tough question leaves Fang Hao completely stumped on how to respond. As he awkwardly stammers over his words, Xuanguo lightly pats his own cheeks, declaring that he will lead by example. He boldly bets that Yi Ning will win, but he will also become the very first purple tier seed. Even if he is wrong, getting slapped in the face is no big deal. Fang Hao grows even more bewildered, reaching out to sheepishly plead with the commander to stop slapping his own face. Meanwhile, back inside the peak tier 2 zone, a colossal beast is launching a series of frenzied attacks against Yi Ning. Though he manages to dodge them, the surrounding pressure is mounting. The creature grows more desperate, channeling force into its arms. Catching him off guard, it delivers a devastating smash that sends him crashing across the battlefield. He hits the ground hard, kneeling down and digging his feet in to stabilize himself. That single blow was powerful enough to make him cough up blood. Giving him zero breathing room, the beast stomps down with a massive foot. Yi Ning musters every ounce of speed he has left. to slip aside, dodging the colossal foot by a hair. Wild clouds of dust and debris force him to shield his eyes. Through the thick haze, a hidden tentacle suddenly whips out, striking his arm with force to send his sword flying. Forced to fall back, he grunts in frustration. His left arm is completely paralyzed. He needs to withdraw from this peak Tier 2 zone immediately to regroup. He quickly summons his beast helper, calling out for Li Fugui to retrieve his dropped sword. His sword glints as Li Fugui emerges from the spatial rift, answering with a simple, "Yes, master." Thick smoke blankets the peak of the second floor. Standing right in front of him is a massive heavy-type elephant beast. That deadly trunk is clearly its main weapon. Ning brandishes his sword and leaps high into the air, aiming to use the beast to clear this zone. His gaze turns, razor sharp. If he can target its weak spot, he can ride the impact to fly right across this zone. He charges straight at the elephant beast, bracing for impact as he triggers his physique conversion. He guards, but the monster's massive trunk blasts him away exactly as planned. Sent soaring all the way to the third-floor peak, Ning looks down in absolute triumph. He shouts it worked. With a heavy crash, he slams into the dusty ground. Ning pushes himself up, muttering that his physical defense is still too weak. Going any higher right now is pure suicide. Suddenly, a hideous new monster bursts out from beneath the soil. He locks eyes with it, ready to test the power of fallen heaven. If things get too intense, he will just have to retreat. The beast lunges, snapping its jaw full of razor-sharp teeth straight at Ning. He raises his blade to unleash his defense. With his soul power fully unleashed, he casts Fallen Heaven Defense. A massive barrier instantly erupts, shielding him from those deadly fangs. Ning's eyes flash with confidence. He grins, noting how insanely thick the barrier is. System skills never lie. That triple S-grade sword skill never lets him down. Suddenly, the system screen flashes with his rising endurance stats. It reads 1.03T, then 1.3T. His stats have completely shattered the previous global record. Why do these 10 minutes feel like an eternity? Under the beast's relentless biting, the shield begins to crack. Ning holds on with everything he's got. His energy is running on empty and the barrier is about to burst. He has to use his jump and speed buffs just to survive. The barrier suddenly explodes, blasting the mutant beast backward. Seizing this perfect split-second opening, Ning launches himself high into the air. He soars directly over the thrashing monster. Right then, a glorious notification pops up. The 10-minute survival challenge is finally over. The system asks if he wants to withdraw. Ning lets out a massive sigh of relief. Finally, he selects yes. Outside, the crowd is glued to the massive leaderboard screen. Suddenly, a brand new update flashes right before their eyes. Ping gasps at Ning's endurance score of 1.74T. Ping adds that Ning just beat Arnold by 30%. Fang Hao is completely speechless. An absolute one-sided slaughter. General Xuan Guo suddenly looks dead serious. He points out that taking first place in 3 categories is an absolute miracle, adding that he seriously suspects Ning might have some issues. Then his face breaks into a grin, joking that the kid might actually be a god. He laughs, saying he was just trying to ease the tension. Fang Hao and the others can only let out an awkward laugh at their commander's antics. Meanwhile, Ning is kneeling on the ground. The final willpower trial is right in front of him. He realizes he needs to use every second to recover and prep his mind. His left arm is completely out of commission for now, but fortunately, a willpower trial shouldn't require physical combat. A system notification pops up, warning him to read the rules and prepare within 1 minute or forfeit his entry entirely. The countdown begins ticking down from 59 seconds. Ning quickly scans the screen, realizing the system won't let him rest if he wants that hidden reward. A confident smile spreads across his face as he prepares himself. There's no turning back now, it is time to start. Now get this particular trial is basically his home turf. The screen prompts him to select his challenge mode. He has 2 options, starting with the standard willpower trial. In this mode, he can use all his normal skills to fight. His final score will be determined by how quickly he clears the waves. He must survive 7 rounds to pass. Then there is the special willpower trial. In this grueling mode, things are completely different and far more dangerous. He won't be allowed to use any skills at all, except for his innate talents. All the enemies he faces will be generated directly from his own memories. Clearing 7 rounds means passing. Looking at the screen, Ning smiles. He remembers the standard trial well. It is the most popular choice and exactly what he used in his past life. But right now, all of his skills are on cooldown, and his injured left arm makes physical combat virtually impossible. His only real choice is to take the special trial. He doesn't hesitate and taps the screen. Instantly, a flash of light wraps around him. The special trial begins, teleporting him into a bizarre, simulated space where he spots Uncle Xiao Hai running frantically toward him. Ning looks around, realizing this first-round memory is set in the Sky Peak safe zone. The simulation feels incredibly real. Suddenly, Xiao Hai sprints over, totally out of breath. He gasps that Ning arrived just in time and needs to hurry. He yells that the Sky Peak zombie tide is breaking through, urging Ning to follow him outside the city walls to fight. But the moment Xiao Hai reaches out to grab him, Ning steps aside, whispering a quiet apology to his uncle. Xiao Hai whips around in confusion, demanding to know what he means. But Ning just stands there, keeping a completely calm face. With a cold face, Ning does not hesitate. He punches Xiao Hai straight in the stomach, coldly declaring it is hard to tell real from fake here. In this trial, he must guard himself, and his guess is simple. This is just a memory-born clone. Looking at the collapsed fake wearing Xiao Hai's face, he remains completely unmoved. Why is the true monster hiding? He asks if it wants him to feel guilty to test his mental limits. Taking the punch, the fake Xiao Hai groans. He never expected his own nephew would do this. But Ning only leaves a cold message. Sorry, uncle. Even if his heart wavered, he cannot stop here. He steps right into the glowing gate opening before him, refusing to look back even for a second. Instantly, the next round begins. He lands in a wild scene with Chen Jiao and Chen Yang. They are fighting off thousands of alien beasts. Chen Jiao is already trapped in a giant creature's tight grip. She screams for help. Panicking, Chen Yang yells back to hold on, then turns to find Ning. Help us, Chen Jiao is trapped. He admits he has never begged anyone for a favor in his life. Just take her and run while I hold this thing off. But Ning responds coldly, he is here. He steps up and kills Chen Jiao immediately while she is trapped. A shocking move that leaves everyone stunned. Chen Yang turns pale, screaming in rage. Why did he do that? Before he can process the horror, Ning slashes him like lightning. He sends Chen Yang to join his sister in an instant. He coldly remarks that while their sibling bond is touching, it will not make him lose his mind. With a sharp gaze, he mutters a brief apology. Next round. He now stands before Lin Lan. She sits on the ground, calling him a half-breed, mockingly asking if he still wants her. Striking a provocative pose, she stares up at him. Since she cannot fight back now, it is his chance. Suddenly, Ning raises his sword high. This mental test might break most challengers, but not him. Without a single hesitation, he drives his blade straight down into her, with absolute ruthlessness, completely unbothered. He claims this round is actually much easier than the first two. After all, his conscience is perfectly clear here. Leaving Lin Lan with one final gasp, he calmly walks away. Her lifeless body is left behind. He calmly complains that the system has severely underestimated his resolve. With that, he signals for the next round. Now he faces Wu Ting for the fourth trial. She stands before him in a loose bathrobe, blushing deeply. She softly admits that although she usually acts quite wild and reckless, she only does it to anger her father. Right there, she drops the robe shyly, expressing her hope that he will be her very first. Facing this seductive sight, Ning simply covers her eyes. His face shows no emotion at all. Thank you, but close your eyes, Yan Wu Ting. This is the highest respect he can offer. In a flash, he finishes her off and starts the next round. He lands inside a high school. Panic fills the air as terrified students huddle together. The entire school seems to be under some brutal attack. Severe cracks cover the glass windows, showing the absolute force of the massive shockwave that hit this building. Heavy banging rattles the classroom doors. Despite the barricades, their brave teacher grabs a weapon to calm the students. Do not be afraid, he reassures them. He promises to lead every single one of them out safely. Now dressed in a uniform, Ning looks around in shock. Is this really his old classroom from age 14? The terrifying banging grows louder. A dark realization hits him. This was the day everyone died except him. He was the sole survivor. He looks at the tearful, frightened girl sitting right next to him on this day. This was the last time he ever saw Wang Zhen. Suddenly, sweet memories of her begin to flood back. He clearly remembers her sharing half a piece of bread with him even though she went hungry herself. Suddenly, the sobbing Wang Zhen grabs his hand tightly, breaking him out of his quiet train of thought. Will you protect me, Ning? Will you actually get me out of this terrifying place alive, please? Looking at her with regret, he says he truly wants to save her and everyone else. But his face darkens as he pulls his hand away. Regret is just regret. There are no do-overs. Saving her now means failing the trial, and she will not truly come back to life anyway. Confused, she asks what he means. Instantly, Ning pins her down and grips her throat. With teary eyes, she keeps muttering apologies over and over, completely ignoring Wang Zhen as he desperately struggles. Once Wang Zhen goes completely limp, Ning clutches his head, screaming in absolute agony. He curses the damn system for weaponizing his emotions while panicked whispers start spreading through the crowd. They yell that Ning choked Wang Zhen to death and has mutated, warning everyone to run away. He does not care, immediately using his telekinesis to lift the shattered glass shards and eliminate the targets. Not a single soul is spared. Leaving the blood-soaked classroom behind, Ning mutters a quiet, painful apology. No matter how cruel the path is, he has to survive. Then the system's cold voice announces the next round. Inside a quiet house, Ning is suddenly forced to watch his little sister, Xiao, sobbing over their mother. After so many brutal trials, Yining's mind is completely shattered. He wonders if this round is testing family bonds. First friendship, then love, and now family. He bitterly questions how much more cruel this experiment can get. Crying hysterically, Xiao An looks up and asks if he is finally home, pointing fearfully at their mother. She runs over to hug him, crying that she is absolutely terrified, leaving the exhausted Yi Ning standing in shock. Gently patting her head, he tries to comfort her, but in an instant, the little girl expression completely twists. Overwhelmed with sudden bloodlust, she attacks him, whispering that as long as he is here, she is not afraid. Her bare hand plunges straight through Ye Ning's chest, finally snapping him back to reality before she acts innocent again. She sweetly asks why he is not hugging her, wondering if she did something wrong to make him angry. Pushing past his agonizing heartbreak, Ye Ning hardens his resolve and prepares to deliver a decisive, merciful blow. Whispering apologies to his little sister, he approaches his trembling mother as she watches him with pure terror. She cries out for Xiao An, begging to know why he would do this, but Yi Ning only continues apologizing. Apologizing with every fiber of his being, he raises his sword high and strikes before collapsing in tears. Sobbing on the floor, he groans that he has killed everyone he loved. Only one single round remains. He screams at the system to throw its worst at him, but an excruciating pain suddenly jolts through him. Passing out from the agony, a strange energy begins wrapping around him, leaving him wondering if he actually died. But then muffled voices start calling out his name, urging him to wake up because he finally succeeded. Slowly opening his heavy eyelids, the frantic pleas continue, begging him to open his eyes because they need him. Surrounded by a massive crowd, Yi Ning slowly opens his eyes, triggering a wave of relieved cheers from everyone. They shout in excitement that he has finally returned, while a confused Yi Ning looks around wondering where he is. He struggles to remember, recalling his time in the Rank 3 trial when a nearby survivor speaks in delight. The man tells Yi Ning that he succeeded. After breaking through to Rank 4, he fell into a coma. They were worried sick, but now that he is awake, humanity finally has a real fighting chance. Hearing this, Ye Ning is completely stunned, silently wondering if he has somehow returned to his past life. Right then, streams of vibrant, unknown energy begin flowing naturally through him, leaving him staring in utter disbelief. His heavily damaged left hand is fully healed, and his old abdominal wound has completely vanished without a trace. Not only is he fully healed, but his internal power feels absolutely limitless, making the entire room glow. A brilliant blue light radiates from his body, filling the space and leaving Li Yan watching in absolute awe. Li Yan gasps, asking if this is the true might of Rank 4, far surpassing any peak Rank 3 expert. Just as hope returns, a panicked soldier bursts through the door to report that the front line is about to collapse. The dreaded Rank 4 mutated beast has breached their main defense lines, leading its swarms straight toward them. Turning to Ye Ning, the general urgently asks if he is in any condition to join the battle. He promises that if Ye Ning needs more time, they will happily die fighting to buy him every second. Staring at his glowing palms, Ye Ning tries to make sense of his sudden, overwhelming surge of power. He clearly remembers falling to that Rank 4 monster, wondering if his squad actually managed to save him. He realizes he must have barely survived, rescued by his Rank 3 allies who risked their lives for him. To survive, he had forced his will core to shatter, triggering a Rank 4 breakthrough before passing out cold. Yet why does this feel so disconnected from his memories? He suddenly groans in pain, wondering about the aftermath. Is this the price for forcing a level 4 breakthrough? Suddenly, Yi Ning wonders if his regression was all just a dream, a hallucination from his coma that completely scrambled his memories. The more he dwells on it, the worse his mind spirals. Panic grips him, and Yi Ning screams out what is actually real. His raw, unchecked energy suddenly explodes outward in waves. Seeing this, Li Yan quickly deploys a protective shield and warns him, Yi Ning, you cannot control your new power yet. Stop trying to force it, just rest up. We only stand a chance if you recover your full fighting strength. Holding back Yi Ning's raging aura, Li Yan barks out orders to the squad. Everyone with me to the front lines. We must buy enough time for Yi Ning to heal. Realizing he lost control, the young warrior forces himself up. Breathe. Just breathe, he tells himself. He forces his racing heart to slow down, demanding absolute calm from within. Even after waking from a coma, he needs answers. To uncover the truth, he has to get out of this room first. Step 1 is leaving this bed. Outside, the world has already plunged into a dark, chaotic nightmare. Strange, monstrous birds fill the sky in a massive swarm accompanied by the desperate screams of terrified people. The front line is failing, making the underground shelter their only hope. Meanwhile, a swarm of bloodthirsty creatures is closing in. Hungry beasts swoop down to feast on prey, sending the panicked crowd into a desperate, crushing stampede towards safety. People scream to let them through, begging for their families as mutant beasts begin flying in from the front lines. Those trapped outside are torn apart by the swarm. Terrified voices shriek, "Get out of the way, let me in first." Amidst the chaos, a desperate mother shields her child, while a brutal man stomps right over them to escape. "Get out of my way," the man snarls. "I am an awakened, and anyone who stops me dies." Ignoring the crying child, the heartless man keeps pushing forward, muttering about how hard he worked to awaken his powers. Nearby, a gang of armed thugs begins shoving civilians aside using force to clear a path for themselves. "You fools dare block the awakened? Get out of the way or die," they shout, showing absolutely no mercy. Drawing their blades, they slash at the helpless crowd, boasting about their status as elite awakened warriors. "Peasants belong out of the way. We are humanity's true hope and ordinary lives do not matter anyway." Suddenly, a massive force locks onto the two thugs who were just boasting about their powers. In an instant, that overwhelming energy tears both of them apart. Talk about immediate karma. Looking up, they realize it is Ning, standing tall in his battle gear, radiating absolute dominance. He looks down from above with majestic authority, prompting the crowd to shout in relief, "Lord Ning is here." "Move inside." In an orderly fashion, he commands coldly, "Anyone who turns on their own will be treated like a monster." Sensing the massive swarm of mutant birds closing in, Ning mutters his skill, Spirit Flame Blade, summoning a giant blade. With a single devastating swing, he completely obliterates the entire flock, clearing the sky in one clean move. Feathers drift down like snow. Testing this new power in battle for the first time, Ning feels the difference. This level 4 strength is so real, so incredibly powerful. Right now, he feels like absolutely nothing is impossible. It is time to head to the front lines and face that dangerous level 4 mutant monster again. While the sky is clear, danger still rages on the ground. Desperate civilians flee in terror as soldiers move in. Fully armed squad members prepare to block the ground beasts. One brave soldier charges forward, his spirit blazing. "Follow me and block the breach," he roars, but before he can make headway, monsters lunges at him. Pinned to the dirt and unable to swing his weapon, the soldier refuses to give up, gritting his teeth. "Do not think you are the only ones who can bite," he snarled. "Even without arms or legs, we still have teeth." He bites hard into the monster's flesh, spitting out a curse, "Damn, your meat tastes like absolute garbage." But the sheer number of beasts is simply overwhelming, and they begin tearing his body apart without mercy. Still, with an unbroken spirit, he screams out one final defiant battle cry, "Humanity will endure forever." Witnessing his heroic sacrifice, his comrades find new strength. "Brothers, our commander gave his life," they yell. "We must fight like him, and if we die, charging forward." Meanwhile, high up in the sky, 10 miles away, elite officers fly toward the beast's location to engage with Xuan Guo leading the charge. "Listen up," Xuan Guo calls out, "we only have one shot at this. If we can slay this level 4 threat, or even severely wound it, we can still save our city from the incoming tide. If we fail here, everything is over." Qi Bin quickly reassures the commander, "Even if we fail, Ning is still here. Humanity still has hope." Hearing this, Li Yan sighs deeply. Regrettably, Ning still cannot control his massive power. Fang Hao believes it is all because of us. They failed to discover and train Ning sooner. Trying to lift their heavy spirits, Li Shuangwo laughs loudly and says if there was a regret pill on the market, he would already have a house full of grandchildren by now. But he urges them to not dwell on it. They are about to close in on the stage 4 monster, so prepare to strike. Nearing the beast, he orders everyone to form up immediately and aim straight for its head. Seeing the high-ranking officers assemble, the soldiers below slowly begin to reclaim their hope. They shout in excitement that with the 7 top combatants of Great Xia working together, even flattening mountains and seas is easy. And if they kill this stage 4 beast, hope will return. High above, the 7 officers raise their legendary weapons, preparing to seize the moment. Pouring every ounce of energy into the assault, they scream out their ultimate moves, Solar Arrow, Chaos, Slash, and the Heaven Cleaving Drill. But suddenly, the eye on the chest of the stage 4 monster begins to pool in massive, terrifying energy. Together. In an instant, the officers' attacks are deflected entirely. Seeing this, Li Shuangwo grits his teeth in sheer frustration, realizing that the monster avoided them. Instantly, massive tentacles whip out, tightly binding the officers. Fang Hao cries out in absolute fury at the immense gap in power. How is this possible? With just one single remaining tentacle, the giant beast easily crushes their defenses, instantly killing an elite officer and leaving behind a horrific bare skull. Witnessing this absolute nightmare on the battlefield, soldiers below panic instantly. 3 seconds, that is all it took for their hope to die. "We are doomed," they scream. "We are really going to die. Why must it be like this?" Inside the command center, the battle is being watched on dozens of screens. Watching the tragedy unfold, Commander Chu Tian cannot hide his absolute shock. He decides that Li Shuangwo and his generals must alert Ning, telling him to lead the last group of survivors to break the enemy's siege and retreat to protect the last embers of humanity. He makes a painful decision to broadcast one final call to the entire globe before ending it all. But his assistant suddenly stops him, shouting for the commander to look at the main monitor right now. It is Ning, and trust me, his entry is nothing short of spectacular, charging straight for the beast with overwhelming power. With a sharp, confident glare, Ning mutters that they meet again. The massive Stage 4 mutant stands before a massive encroaching horde. Ning stands tall and proud, his powerful energy blazing wildly around him. Seeing his heroic figure, everyone begins to cheer. Ning has finally arrived. Below, the monster horde feels his terrifying presence and starts to back away in fear. The armed soldiers immediately rally each other to move, noting that under Ning's supreme pressure, the monster tide is actually retreating. They charge forward. Meanwhile, the Stage 4 giant remains motionless, standing like an immovable wall. With no movement at all, Ning finds this strange. The horde is fleeing, but this Stage 4 mutant is staying put. Even with his current Stage 4 strength, it shouldn't cause this kind of abnormal reaction. He reasons that if all of this is merely a grand illusion, a Stage 3 trial after his reincarnation, then what exactly does he need to do to pass? This trial, while slaying this giant beast in front of him, finally put an end to his regrets from his past life. From below, the desperate voice of a soldier echoes, begging Lord Ning to strike now, while the beast is completely idle, and make his move. He is their absolute last hope. Hearing those desperate words, Ning grips his sword tight, thinking that if he truly wishes it, he can end this entire catastrophe at any moment and restore their beautiful world. Whether this is a trial or not, a single strike to slay this Stage 4 monster should wash away all his regrets and clear his mind. But before he can even finish his thought, a sudden voice calls out the name Ning Shi, making him freeze. His eyes widen in shock. Another child's voice rings out, calling him Big Brother. Turning toward the sound, two faint silhouettes emerge in the empty space. It is Xiao An and his mother. His mother immediately urges him, asking why he is hesitating, and begging him to kill the beast so their family will never be parted again. Beside her, Xiao An chimed in, begging his big brother to kill the monster so they can live happily ever after. Yet their expressions look incredibly distorted and bizarre. Suddenly, the figure of Wang Zhen appears with a sly smirk, promising that if he just kills this terrible beast, she can finally return to his side. Hearing this, Ning fiercely shakes his head to clear the deceptive thoughts being forced into his mind. He realizes the system is going to extreme lengths just to make him act and waste his energy. Tightening his grip on the hilt, he whispers that he now understands the final stage of this willpower trial. If everyone desires an end to all of this, then let it finally end. Back at the Central Command Station, the senior officers are anxiously monitoring the battle. Guobin wonders why it is already almost 9 o'clock and Ning has yet to. Fang Hao immediately speaks up. This makes absolutely no sense. He always cleared those stages in record time before. Hearing this, Xuan Guo worries that some unexpected disaster happened, but Ji Ping disagrees. He doubts anything went wrong. If Ning opting for the first trial means clearing it easily without losing any skills. But the second path is different and demands absolute unshakable belief in his own willpower. Based on that logic, Ji Ping thinks there shouldn't be an issue, unless the previous 3 rounds completely drained him. Hearing this, Xuan Guo tells everyone to just keep waiting and watch. But suddenly, a fist slams onto the table behind them. Jiang Meng steps forward, wearing a dark, deadly, serious expression. He addresses the room. Maybe they are missing something and there is another possibility. Xuan Guo immediately looks up, questioning him. What exactly do you mean, Jiang Meng? Speak plainly. Jiang Meng narrows his eyes, calling out to the commander about his crucial theory. It involves critical national security. He requests a top-tier lockdown to cut off all external communication and keep everything classified. Not a single detail can leak. Jiang Meng demands that even the personnel currently on site be placed under Class 1 security control. Fang Hao snaps back immediately. What on earth is Jiang Meng trying to say? Locking down a crowd like this is insane. Jiang Meng completely ignores him, turning back to the commander. If his theory proves false, he is ready for any punishment. He will willingly resign on the spot. Faced with such a high-stakes gamble, the commander hesitates, feeling the heavy pressure. Seeing Xuan Guo waver, Jiang Meng raises his voice, urging him. With no other choice, the commander finally yields and barks orders. He orders an immediate lockdown of the perimeter, upgrading the entire facility to Class 1 security status. Instantly, the base reacts. A massive energy shield activates, completely enveloping the control center as automated system warnings echo that the defensive barrier is online. Jiang Meng leans in close. He believes Ning only ranked first globally across 3 classes by exploiting a system loophole. Because no matter how broken a player's talent is, their raw stats alone shouldn't allow them to clear these brutal trials. Fang Hao counters, asking if that is the only logical explanation for why their best player is suddenly struggling like this. Why the trial of willpower, which should have been easy, is a struggle. Fang Hao warns Jiang Meng that he is crossing the line, but Jiang Meng shoots back, warning him not to dismiss the possibility so quickly. Things like this have happened before. He brings up an incident from 16 years ago involving an awakened in North America, who could temporarily duplicate system items. Even though the copies were useless, dungeon NPCs still accepted them as valid. It was a massive cheat code. Using that exploit, that player thoroughly drained every major dungeon, hoarding an unbelievable mountain of rare resources. But the moment he slipped up and showed his true strength, the system caught on and deleted him instantly. Zhang Yang chimes in, pointing out that even these godlike systems are actually prone to making critical mistakes. He believes his father is absolutely right. Yi Ning must have found a loophole. Zhang Meng nods, smug and utterly convinced. He urges the commander to interrogate Yi Ning directly the moment he finally steps out of the dungeon. If they can somehow replicate his special ability, their Huaxia military region will experience an unimaginable leap in power. Fang Hao immediately objects, arguing it is far too early to judge. Yi Ning is still fighting for his life. It would be outright cruel to arrest and interrogate him right after he barely survives such a deadly trial. That kind of betrayal would destroy everyone's trust. Xuan Guo raises his hand, instantly shutting down the heated argument. He has already made his decision. They wait for Yi Ning to return safely first. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, haunting voices echo endlessly in Yi Ning's head. Lord Yi Ning killed it, brother did it, my dear Ninger actually killed it. Facing the three spectral figures that constantly haunt his memories, he quietly apologizes, telling them not to dwell on the past or obsess over old failures. No matter how hard things get or how beautiful the future seems, he refuses to hide. Yi Ning refuses to live in a sweet, comfortable lie. Without hesitation, he drives his blade straight through his own chest. Agonizing pain rips through him, but he forces himself to stand. Eyes burning with determination, he makes his ultimate choice. No matter how brutal reality gets, he will face it head-on. Only by looking forward can he find the truth. Ripping the blade from his flesh, Yi Ning admits he lost miserably in his past life, haunted by constant fear. He was terrified of failing again. But as he raises his sword high, his raw power begins to surge violently. This time he will shatter this illusion to pieces. He roars, channeling every ounce of his strength into one final blow. A massive explosion erupts, shattering the space. Utterly exhausted from the backlash, Yi Ning begins to free fall through the air. Bright system notifications suddenly flash right before him. The trial of willpower has concluded. His current rank first globally. For completing the trial, a special worldwide announcement triggers, calculating and finalizing his massive rewards right away. Calculations complete. Securing first place in the strength trial grants 3 extra strength attribute points, which doubles upon upgrading to Tier 3, totaling 68 points. First place in the strength trial grants 3 extra strength points, which doubles when advancing to Tier 3, totaling 68 points. Ranking first in the agility trial, he receives an additional 3 agility attribute points, doubling upon advancing to Tier 3, totaling 68 points. Ranking first in the willpower trial, he gains 3 extra willpower attribute points, which doubles at Tier 3 to 68 points. Totaling all of rewards, he secures first place overall, receiving 10 bonus points to all stats. Every single attribute rises to 78 points. He obtains the Strength Talent Enhancement Berserk and the Agility Talent Enhancement Super Overload. He also gets the Constitution Talent Enhancement Unyielding and the Willpower Talent Enhancement Mental Pressure. The system announces the final gear rewards. Clearing the hidden trial earns him 4,000 reputation points and a rare title, the Perfect One. Equipping it grants him prestigious A-rank privileges, allowing him to bypass certain system transaction fees. A new wave of notifications flashes, finalizing his gear rewards. He can choose any 4-star blue equipment or trade his selection for a 1-star epic item. He also receives a special epic grade regeneration potion and another special item, an epic grade time key. Summing up his talent rewards, his triple S rank willpower talent is now upgraded to Mindstorm. This active skill grants a 100% stat boost for 3 seconds, along with full psychokinetic control, a defensive mental barrier, and the chaotic thinking skill. The talent cooldown is 24 hours. Right then, he emerges from the spatial portal. Spotting Yi Ning, Xuan Guo, and the others cheer in absolute excitement. He is out. Yi Ning completed the trial, still number 1 in the world, and he is the only pure willpower type to conquer the Tier 3 trial. But Yi Ning is in agonizing pain silently, thinking that his limit is near. The global announcement will drop soon. And then it begins. The global system message alerts everyone. The trial tower rankings are updating right now. First place in strength, Huaxia Warzone Ye Ning. First place in agility, Huaxia Warzone Ye Ning. First in constitution, Huaxia Warzone Ye Ning. First in willpower, Huaxia Warzone Ye Ning. His name echoes everywhere. The entire world is in shock. Only now does he let go, collapsing heavily onto the ground, his face completely pale. He weakly whispers that the system did not let his desperate struggle go to waste. Fortunately, Fang Hao and the medical team arrived just in time. Fang Hao frantically shouts for the medics to stop standing around and help. After checking him over, the doctor reassures the commander and vice commander that it is nothing too severe. His left arm is broken and his physical strength and willpower are utterly depleted. He just needs a few days of rest to fully recover. Hearing this, Xuan Guo sighs with relief, saying his heart nearly stopped. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng finds this highly suspicious. The world's #1 only suffering minor injuries. That makes no sense. He steps up, urging the commander to reconsider his earlier theory and suggesting they use mental force to wake and interrogate Ning immediately. Unable to hold back any longer, Fang Hao furiously snaps back at him. He warns Zhang Meng that if he wants to touch Ning, he will have to go through him first. Zhang Meng sneers mockingly, asking if Commander Fang is letting raw emotion get in the way of national security. If his theory holds, Ning is merely a sacrificial pawn, an argument that drives Fang Hao absolutely insane. Ping chimes in, advising the commander against it since even a tiny mistake could lead to disastrous consequences. Chu Tian agrees, pointing out that Ning performed flawlessly and they have no reason to doubt him. Doing this would not only betray Ning but also crush the entire future of the Huaxia war zone. Xuan Guo silently contemplates before delivering his decision. They will wait 3 days to see if he wakes. He orders them to transport Ning immediately for top-tier medical care, demanding absolutely zero mistakes. Watching him get loaded into the ambulance, Zhang Meng plots with a cunning glare. 3 days, he will wait and see. He wants to see if Ning actually dares to wake up. Soon the high-ranking officers gather around the bedside. Zhang Meng asks the commander how they should respond as over 117 nations are demanding answers. Xuan Guo sighs, deeply concerned that 3 days have passed with no change. But Zhang Meng quickly intervenes, arguing that the nation's top doctors confirmed all injuries have healed and his vitals are perfectly stable. His continued refusal to wake up makes it highly likely that he is hiding some dark secret from them. He claims it is just a show of guilty conscience. Then he suggests they immediately start mental interrogation on Ning. Fang Hao immediately objects. He refuses to agree. But Zhang Meng counters, reminding him they promised to wait 3 days. Can Vice Commander Fang not distinguish right from wrong? The Supreme Commander loses his temper and barks for total silence. Continuing like this will cause a major misunderstanding. Zhang Meng falls silent. Still, he orders his men to proceed. Bring in the machines. Prepare for the mental interrogation on Ning. Immediately, researchers wheel in the heavy equipment. Even as they prepare the test, Fang Hao desperately protests. He pleads that they cannot treat Ning this way. Nearby, Zhang Meng glares at him. He wonders if Vice Commander Fang is actually trying to start a rebellion. But Li Xuanguo interrupts with a cold look. He admits he dislikes this too, but national interests must come first. Fang Hao falls silent, unable to argue. The test begins. Zhang Meng barks for everyone to step back immediately. Researchers attach brainwave sensors all over Ning. Zhang Meng watches with a smug grin. He thinks he has won. Once the helmet is secured, his secrets will be laid bare. But wait for it, the boy's eyes snap open. Ning sits straight up, accidentally tearing the sensor wires loose. He groggily wonders aloud where on earth he is. Seeing him awake, Guo Ping shouts in relief. Beside him, Fang Hao looks absolutely ecstatic. It is a miracle. Fang Hao thanks the heavens. Meanwhile, the Supreme Commander happily orders the staff to shut down the machines immediately. Ning looks around in total confusion, trying to ask what they are doing. Suddenly, Fang Hao rushes over. He tosses the equipment aside. With great excitement, he introduces himself as Fang Hao, Vice Commander of Great Xia. He points around the room. He explains that Ning has not met Li Xuanguo, the Supreme Commander of Great Xia. He also introduces General Zhang Meng. Holding the heavy metal helmet in his hands, Ning looks at it suspiciously. He asks what the device is. It certainly does not look like any kind of medical equipment he knows. To ease the tension, Ping steps forward. He suggests they discuss a few things now that he is awake. He asks about Ning's talent. Can they see his system panel? Hearing this request, Ning merely stares. Oh, so that is how it is. Ning realizes that instead of rewarding him, their first instinct is interrogation. They even prepare to torture him. It is hilarious. But his sword god system must remain secret at all costs. Otherwise, he will be wiped out. Ning immediately counters, asking if the military does not already know his talent. He demands to know, since when the military forced awakened individuals to share their private system panels. His words leave them speechless. Ping stammers. Behind them, Zhang Meng is furious that his fun was ruined. He steps forward. He tells Ning they suspect his trial results are fake, achieved only through a loophole. He warns that this is a serious matter. He demands full cooperation instead of trying to hide the truth. Before Zhang Meng can even finish his threat, Ning scoffs. A loophole? Do they actually suspect him of cheating? He asks if they believe he is a fraud. Zhang Meng is speechless. Fang Hao quickly tries to defuse things. He begs Ning to listen to their explanation. but Li Shuangguo cuts him off. They must be thorough. The commander apologizes. He admits they suspected a loophole because Yi Ning's record-breaking score was simply too unbelievable. Facing the young man, Li Shuangguo speaks politely. He expresses how proud they all are of his incredible achievement. He adds that even if a loophole was used, such information would still be incredibly valuable to Huaxia. As the Supreme Commander, he promises that if Yi Ning admits the truth, his first-place rank will remain secure. This drives Zhang Meng crazy. He protests that they cannot let Ye Ning off so easily, warning of severe consequences. But the Supreme Commander quickly snaps at him. He tells Zhang Meng to shut up because he has said enough. The harsh rebuke instantly silences Zhang Meng. He is left seething with quiet rage as he glares at them. He grits his teeth. He is convinced that Yi Ning is hiding a guilty conscience by refusing to share details. Yet the commander still insists on letting him keep his rank. All of Zhang Meng's plotting feels completely useless now. Yi Ning realizes that while Zhang Meng is the real snake here, the leaders are just trying to protect Huaxia. Still, a bitter taste of disappointment lingers. If they doubt his talent over a simple loophole, now what next? He cannot let the tragic betrayals of his past life repeat themselves. Never again. He accepts their term. All right, I will show you exactly what this loophole is. Vice Commander Fang, please help me with one thing. Find me a talent-testing crystal of the absolute highest grade. Hearing this, Fang Hao immediately volunteers to go. Fine, he agrees, heading out. Zhang Meng is secretly thrilled, thinking it will only take a few seconds to open the system panel, but instead Yi Ning goes looking for a crystal testing ball. Is this guy trying to prove he is completely versatile? Even if he is a double S rank, there is just no way he should be performing this insanely. No matter what this test results in, it still cannot prove he did not exploit a major loophole. Little do they know, Yi Ning has already planned everything, suddenly turning around with a sharp gaze. He speaks up, addressing Commander Zhang Meng directly. If you still have doubts after my test is done, we can keep talking then. Right at that moment, Fang Hao rolls in a heavy cart carrying a giant crystal block heading straight toward them. He introduces it as the highest tier testing crystal available. Standing right before the massive block, Yi Ning challenges them. You all wanted to find a loophole, right? Well, watch closely. He places his hand on the crystal and immediately condenses a devastating surge of power. Facing this massive explosive energy, everyone in the room gasps in pure shock. Under Yi Ning's overwhelming power, the massive crystal begins to crack and split open as his energy seeps deep inside. In an instant, the crystal completely shatters. Suddenly, a loud system notification rings out. Ding, test results are in willpower talent triple S rank. Hearing this, everyone is absolutely stunned. Triple S rank, really? Yi Ning asks them if they are satisfied with this loophole now. Witnessing this, Xuan Go praises him. Excellent. Beside him, Fang Hao gloats. I told you there was no loophole. Even Ji Ping gasps in disbelief. Triple S rank. Does such a power actually exist? Has this ever even happened before? Guo Ping cannot hide his sheer shock, muttering about god-level energy waves. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng turns completely pale. Thinking it is all over, he has completely lost. Yi Ning calmly reassures them, it is fine, I understand. But I heard that evaluating first-place potential requires comparing actual combat records alongside the standard test results. The general objects, Yi Ning, you do not need that, you have already proven yourself. Did not the Commander-in-Chief rank you first? He continues, the Commander-in-Chief already ranked you first, so you can rest completely assured about your placement here. Yi Ning approaches Zhang Meng saying, Commander Zhang, I heard your esteemed son Zhang Yang was previously ranked first. I prefer fairness over relying on privileges. Zhang Yang is incredibly talented, but without actual combat, it would be totally unfair to his reputation. Hearing this, the commander can only gasp. Yi Ning respectfully addresses all the leaders, Commander-in-Chief. According to regulations, a lower rank has the right to challenge a higher rank. I will not just accept first place, I want a life or death battle to challenge him. Hearing this threat to Zhang Yang, Zhang Meng panics. Yi Ning, what on earth do you mean by this? The Commander-in-Chief looks thoughtful before offering a quiet assessment. You are pretty good and ruthless enough. He internally grumbles, I wanted to compensate him, but he goes and plays with fire behind my back. Even if Zhang Meng went too far, killing his son is excessive. Zhang Meng is cornered, realizing he must endure and suppress his rage. He reminds himself to keep his temper in check, or he will look like a father abandoning his own child. His only option is to surrender, giving everyone an easy way out. Forcing a fake smile, Zhang Meng speaks up. Yi Ning, first place is rightfully yours. Your talent far exceeds my son's, so on behalf of Zhang Yang, I willingly forfeit the top spot. I apologize for earlier, I only said that out of concern for your safety. It was all just a big misunderstanding. Facing this hypocritical act, Yi Ning coldly replies, Commander Zhang, you flatter me, but we must follow the rules. I do not want anyone calling me arrogant or saying that I abused my privilege to break regulations. If Zhang Yang is so outstanding, a duel is the only way to prove who is stronger. Do you not agree? By now, Zhang Meng looks completely pale without a single drop of blood. Suddenly, Ji Ping speaks up in agreement. Commander-in-Chief, if Yi Ning wants to stick to the rules, then let us follow them. He adds that Yi Ning just reached Tier 3 and needs time to adapt to his new power, suggesting a 3-day delay. Once the battle concludes, they can announce the final rankings and rewards. Xuan Guo realizes old Hu is a clever old fox. Fang Hao normally says nothing, yet he also stood up to support this. Thinking about it, there must be a good reason. He must have a reason to act like this. Luckily, a 3-day window gives them some buffer, and the commander-in-chief agrees. He declares they will do as old Hu suggests. Hearing this, Zhang Meng grits his teeth in sheer rage, feeling abandoned. He silently vows that he will never allow Ye Ning to lay a single finger on his beloved son. If anyone tries to harm his child, he will kill them first. Meanwhile, Ye Ning merely smiles, thinking of his ultimate revenge. Revenge is never too late. Actually, delaying even a day is disrespectful to the enemy. There is no need for Zhang Meng to rush, as he and his son will be reunited soon. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, two figures are caught in a deep debate. Hands behind his back, Xuan Guo speaks his mind. Elder Hu, now that we are alone, tell me why we had to agree to Ye Ning's terms. Standing nearby, Ji Ping quietly asks the commander if he has forgotten the cross-continental dungeon starting 10 days from now. Looking into the distance, he adds that their past failures have severely drained their strategic reserves, making this next run absolutely critical. If they fail to secure enough spirit energy blocks to distribute, then a massive number of their fighter jets will soon be reduced to nothing but useless piles of scrap metal. Xuan Guo turns to Ji Ping, asking if he wants Ye Ning to join. The elder answers that it is obvious because besides fighting mutants, this intercontinental dungeon will force them to clash with Tier 3 awakeners from several other nations. Ji Ping analyzes further, pointing out they should use this battle to see if Ye Ning actually has the guts to take a human life. Slaying mutants and killing people are completely different things after all. Xuan Guo is still hesitant, asking what happens if Zhang Yang dies, as Zhang Meng might go mad and spark a massive civil war. Ji Ping frowns in deep thought, explaining that this is exactly why he went ahead and proposed a 3-day delay. Once Zhang Meng arrives, he will definitely fully equip his son. It also grants them enough time to prepare 2 separate plans, to adapt dynamically to whatever happens. Hearing this, Xuan Guo happily claps the elder on his shoulder with praise, calling him a clever old fox who somehow always manages to plan ahead. Yet despite the praise, Ji Ping is still worried, advising the commander that they must announce Yi Ning as only a double S rank to the public. Otherwise, the boy might attract too much deadly attention. Xuan Guo nods reassuringly, telling him to make it happen. He orders all other files to be kept tightly classified. Meanwhile, in a dark room, a young man is curled up on the cold floor. Suddenly, the door swings open and someone steps inside. Zhang Yang looks back at his father, his exhausted face instantly lighting up as he cries out, "Dad, you're back. Did you expose that brat's talent? Is he cheating?" But Zhang Meng stands there as silent as a stone, ignoring the eager questions as his son keeps babbling, desperately asking if that little brat exploited some loophole and got himself thrown into his cell by now. He begs to know if he is still number 1, but Zhang Meng remains completely silent under the barrage. Zhang Yang demands to know what's going on until his father finally speaks in a dark tone. They ran the check. Yi Ning is clean. On top of that, he is challenging you to a death match in 3 days. Zhang Yang panics, screaming, "What? How is he clean? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Dad's stunned by the horrific news. His voice begins to shake. "Wait, a death match between me and him? No way, I'm not going. Can't I just give up the number 1 spot completely? If he wants it so badly, I'll let him have it all." Zhang Meng looks at his sobbing son helplessly, sighing that he tried offering that, but the kid is determined to fight. Zhang Yang gasps, realizing that the kid doesn't want the title, he wants him dead. His fear turns to sheer rage as he snarls, "Dad, kill him before the match. If he wants me dead, go. Do it right now." Zhang Meng listens to his son's desperate pleas and mutters that he wants to, but taking him out now is nearly impossible. The boy is surrounded by a guard of Tier 3 experts. Confused, Zhang Yang asks who they are. Zhang Meng's face turns dark. When the boy suggests threatening them, his father's grim expression says it all. The military itself sent guards to protect him, and they are completely out of time. Zhang Yang freezes in terror, asking if he is as good as dead, but Zhang Meng assures him, "Yang, you are my son. I won't let you die. I have already contacted several Tier 3 experts who will step in when the moment is right." Hearing this, Zhang Yang acts like he just found a lifesaver, pointing out that his father served the nation for many years, so the higher-ups will likely turn a blind eye. He eagerly asks if there is a way to guarantee a win, perhaps with some powerful gears or items. While trying to reassure his son, Zhang Meng's gaze grows incredibly devious. He explains those are useless, as external gear is strictly banned in death matches. But while they cannot rely on outside help, there is still a way. Zhang Yang catches his father's meaning, a confident smirk returning to his face. Since Ning keeps lecturing everyone about the rules, they can simply use those same rules to completely destroy him. Zhang Meng whispers with a wicked grin, adding that they will also have sacrificial pawns ready when the time comes. He wears a devious smirk. Scoffing in a sarcastic tone, he mutters that no matter Ning's strength, a dragon cannot beat local snakes. Let's see him survive. 3 days later, at the capital military district arena, the crowd completely packs the stands for the epic duel. High above, Xi Ping bows respectfully. He reports to Commander Xuan Guo that everything is perfectly set for this death battle. The three rank 3 referees are already in position, ready to secure the arena and start the match at any moment. Xuan Guo nods. Start the announcement. Suddenly, a figure enveloped in a brilliant silver-white aura steps out from the backstage. Whispers immediately ripple through the crowd. Spectators wonder if this skinny newcomer is really the infamous Ye Ning who caused so much chaos. He looks like a weakling, so thin and fragile. Is this really the terrifyingly evil powerhouse they all expected to see? One spectator even jokes about knocking him out with a single finger. It is unbelievable. He looks barely 18 years old. Ignoring the chatter, Ye Ning walks proudly forward. He stands right in front of the chief referee, Lu Wanzhou. Wanzhou hands over a roster. He tells Ye Ning that this is the list of combatants for this brutal death match. Review it. If there are no issues, prepare for battle. But the young warrior immediately notices something strange about the roster. Why is there a list? He was only supposed to duel Zhang Yang. He takes the paper and scans the names. Aside from Zhang Yang, 9 other rank 3 contenders are challenging him. His primary target is placed dead last. Wanzhou quickly explains. The High Command approved this roster, letting other top seeds challenge him alongside his original target. Since Yi Ning challenged Zhang Yang, other candidates can legally challenge him too, according to the official tournament rules. He warns that the first 9 rounds will be exhausting. If Yi Ning cannot hold his ground, he will fail. A confident smirk. Yi Ning cuts him off, saying he gets it. Just start the match already. He raises the roster high. He dares every single challenger listed on the paper to step up right now. Come at me all at once. I want to fight all 10 of you. The stadium erupts in massive uproar. Did they hear him right? No amount of genius talent justifies such insane arrogance in a deadly match like this. Fighting 10 opponents simultaneously is suicide. Even a mid-rank 3 master would crumble under that many combined strikes. The chief referee is stunned. The higher-ups approved the list to protect Zhang Yang, but they never anticipated this madness. Neither of these geniuses can die here. Wanzhou panics, completely unsure of what he should do now. Guoping rushes forward. He shouts at Yi Ning to keep his cool, warning him not to act so impulsively. Back out. Refusing this death match is allowed, and it will not affect his hard-earned first-place ranking anyway. Yi Ning grasps his twin swords. Confident as ever, he asks the shocked crowd if there is actually a rule forbidding group battles. If there are no rules against it, then let's begin. After all, bringing a bunch of trash together still just makes them trash. Watching from the VIP stands, Fang Hao chuckles. He loves the kid's sheer arrogance, finding it absolutely thrilling. The elder beside him sighs. He grumbles that Fang Hao only cares about entertainment while ignoring the massive crisis unfolding. Commander Xuan Guo intervenes. If Ye Ning wants it, grant his request, but ensure the referees monitor the fight closely. Privately, the commander grins. This stubborn kid behaves exactly like he did during his own hot-headed youth. Still, standing out too much brings trouble. It is a harsh lesson the commander had to learn the hard way. This chaos is perfect. It is the best opportunity to teach the overconfident boy a much-needed lesson about reality. In the arena, Wanzhou understands. The commander clearly wants them to step in and protect Yi Ning if things go south. He officially signals the start of the match, calling all 10 seeded fighters, including Zhang Yang, to enter the arena together. Zhang Yang snaps. Gripping his weapon tightly, he roars that he must slaughter this arrogant bastard for humiliating him. His father, Zhang Meng, restrains him. He quickly whispers a devious strategy to turn this situation in their favor. This madness is a blessing. The crazier the boy is, the easier it will be to defeat him. Let the others wear Yi Ning down first. Once his spiritual energy is fully depleted, strike with a lethal blow. 10 heavily armed opponents surround Yi Ning. They glare at him with absolute malice, ready to tear him apart. The automated system echoes. The life and death trial is officially about to begin. Everyone prepare for battle. All external battle items are completely banned. All equipment enchantments are now disabled as the final countdown begins ticking. The spectators erupt with excitement. A 10 versus 1 match has never happened in the history of Great Xia. How many seconds will it last? One spectator guesses 5 seconds, while another thinks it might end in just 2. Another bets on 10 seconds. Even a genius like Ning cannot survive any longer against those overwhelming numbers. He is top tier in agility and stamina, so he should last a bit longer. Then the countdown finally ends, and the match begins. The 10 combatants scream and charge forward, yelling to kill and wear him down. Meanwhile, Ning simply unleashes a gentle storm ward sword strike. Before they can even touch him, Zhang Yang is hit and sent flying yards away, completely unable to dodge or block. Pale with terror, Zhang Yang screams for help, calling for his death squad to step up. Before he can even finish his sentence, a warrior wielding a giant sledgehammer rushes forward and screams Ning's name. He vows to take the boy down with him, leaping into the air and aiming his weapon straight at Ning. A massive wave of fiery red energy swells right before his eyes. Ning just looks up with a mocking smirk. He mutters that they even brought a miniature nuke but notes that they will not get the chance to use it. The terrified attacker cowers, screaming desperately for help as another voice suddenly echoes right in front of Zhang Yang. Lu Yuanzhou barks at the referee team to move and help. 3 of his referees quickly rush to the scene. They materialize right in front of him, desperately raising defensive shields to withstand the sheer pressure of this overwhelming power. Struggling to hold the line, Yuanzhou wonders how an early third-rank fighter could possibly possess such insane speed and energy. The referee beside him panics, warning that while past failures were fine, they must save this particular boy. If Zhang Yang dies, their entire livelihood is ruined. Watching this unfold, a terrified young master scrambles to run. He flees in absolute terror, crying out for his father and screaming that he wants to forfeit the match. Suddenly, a cold voice whispers right behind his back, but as Zhang Yang spins around in pure panic, his head is already severed. The nearby referee freezes in sheer disbelief, unable to comprehend that Zhang Yang is actually dead. Up in the VIP stands, the organizers jump to their feet. One of them gasps in utter speechless shock. A single move wiped out the entire arena. This level of power and ruthless, decisive will is absolutely terrifying. Another official asks how Zhang Yang was even killed. Guoping nearby responds that he saw absolutely nothing. Despite the barriers being active, nobody saw the strike. Old Hu wonders if time itself momentarily stopped for a second. Back in the arena, Ning stands over the lifeless body of his enemy, his aura cold and ruthless. With eyes full of pure disdain, he declares that no one can save anyone he marks for death. He unleashes his void potential to show everyone his true strength. Meanwhile, a devastated father cradles his son's head. Zhang Meng weeps in agony before turning a gaze of pure fury toward Ning, vowing to end his life. Ning merely scoffs with cold indifference, saying the old man arrived at the perfect time. The enraged father unleashes his signature tiger fist and charges, screaming that the boy must die. Facing the incoming strike, Ning calmly notes that while the man is a peak third rank, it is not enough. He bets the old man won't even scratch him and will instead end up dead right here. Suddenly, Fang Hao yells for Zhang Meng to stop, instantly flashing onto the battlefield to intercept the deadly blow. He counters with a powerful dragon fist, easily forcing the furious father to stumble back several steps. Zhang Meng glares at him with venomous hatred, warning him to step aside and let him avenge his son. Fang Hao issues a stern warning, advising him to back down if he wants any leniency from the commander. If he refuses to stop and listen, there will be absolutely no mercy left for him on this field. Internally, Fang Hao admits he wants the man dead too, but they must follow proper protocol first. While Zhang Meng sees in speechless fury, Ning watches closely and begins plotting his next move. He has no intention of letting this slide. Standing behind Fang Hao, he flips the old man off with a smirk. He taunts that since it was a life-or-death duel, his weak son got exactly what he deserved. He calls the father a useless old dog, laughing that the two of them make a pathetic pair. Zhang Meng loses his mind, screaming to get out of the way, but Fang Hao unleashes his divine pressure. He sends the grieving father flying with a fierce shout, asking if he has a death wish. Spitting blood, Zhang Meng desperately pleads with the commander, begging for a single ounce of justice for his deceased son. He begs the leader to consider his decades of loyal service and all the times he risked his life for this nation. Commander Xuan Guo watches in silence, wondering if there is any merit to the old warrior's desperate plea. Suddenly, Ning's mocking voice pierces the quiet, asking the old dog what right he has to demand justice. How does he dare demand justice? When your strength fails, you play the victim card. Is this guy out of his mind? Meanwhile, inside his mind, Ning calculates his options. Normally you leave an escape route, but this time he plans to corner this mad dog completely. Ning steps right up to him, mockingly asking if he wants to kill him. He says he gave him a chance that was completely wasted. Now I am standing right here for you to kill. Do you even dare? If you so much as scratch a single finger of mine, I will make your entire family pay with their lives. Even your dogs and chickens will not survive. This push completely drives Zhang Meng over the edge. He screams in rage, calling him a beast and swearing to kill him. Behind them, Fang Hao silently praises the boy, thinking that Ning is actually pretty impressive. Since the kid gave him such a perfect reason, he will absolutely not let him down. Just as Zhang Meng lunges at Yi Ning, Fang Hao steps in fully prepared. He delivers a devastating strike directly to Zhang Meng, with an earth-shattering punch declaring that he will show him the massive difference between a true peak expert and a fake one. Watching this, Yi Ning realizes that a gap in power levels cannot be measured by simple numbers, although he can easily insta-kill those of his own level or even fight up to defeat mid-tier, Tier 3 enemies facing a peak Tier 3, or even high-tier Tier 3 means certain death. Meanwhile, after Fang Hao completely finishes his satisfying beating on Zhang Meng, turns to report to the commander. He explains that Yi Ning was in extreme danger, and in that desperate split second, he simply lost control. Xuan Guo calmly replies that Vice Commander Fang had no other choice and orders him to arrange a proper burial for General Zhang Meng. Up on the platform, Xuan Guo silently grits his teeth. He wonders if Fang Hao thinks he is a total fool playing a double act with Yi Ning as if he is completely blind. But whatever, luckily, Elder Hu already prepared an emergency plan. Down below, Yi Ning bows and sincerely thanks the commander, expressing deep gratitude to the vice commander for saving his life and delivering justice. He swears to serve his country to the death, which draws Xuan Guo's sharp, piercing gaze. The commander silently notes how incredibly smooth the kid talks. This brat is definitely not simple. Since Yi Ning is so eager to make a name and establish authority, the old commander decides to grant his wish. He immediately orders that tomorrow at the Capitol Plaza, the grand medal ceremony for the first batch of the Seed Project will commence. Hearing this, the crowd immediately bursts into frantic whispers. People are shocked by how fast things escalated. Yi Ning wiped out a whole group of seeds, and now Zhang Meng is dead too. It is just one massive wave after another. Some feel like their hearts might stop. They realize Yi Ning is absolutely ruthless. Everyone agrees that they must never offend this guy. Meanwhile, hosting the medal ceremony at the Capitol Plaza is a massive deal. This is a national-level event. Great Xie is truly on the brink of a massive shift. Watching all of this, Tang Zhen and Lin Rui are trembling in sheer terror. Tang Zhen silently panics, realizing that with General Zhang Meng dead, his own survival is highly unlikely. Beside him, Lin Rui desperately tries to calm himself down, relieved that his quick wits saved him from sharing the same brutal fate. On the other side, the commander instructs Elder Hu to personally oversee the upcoming ceremony and ensure it is incredibly grand. Additionally, all details from today's deadly clash must be completely classified, including Yi Ning's actual combat power and unique talents. Anyone who leaks this unauthorized information will be executed for high treason. Ji Ping immediately steps forward to salute and accept the order. The next morning, the Capitol Plaza is packed with an excited crowd as a military representative takes the stage to address everyone. He announces that with the unanimous approval of the Great Xia military, Yi Ning is officially ranked first in the Spark Project. Because of Comrade Yi Ning's legendary performance in the global trials, his initial rewards have been heavily upgraded across the board. As the commander pins the medal onto Yi Ning, the announcer declares that his initial A+ rank authority has now been officially upgraded to S tier. Additionally, his A tier resource limit is now completely uncapped, and his monthly credits have surged from 1 million to 3 million points monthly, along with a massive specially approved annual bonus of 10 million points. His reward to choose epic grade gear is also upgraded to legendary grade. The physical medal itself is a stunning solid gold emblem featuring 3 prominent stars in the center. The announcer continues, adding that his rank benefits are also officially promoted to vice commander level, and his military rank jumps from colonel straight to general. Furthermore, Yi Ning has been specially appointed as an honorary member of the Standing Committee. Wang Tian beams with joy, pointing out the 21-gun salute. This massive celebration is practically fit for the Supreme Commander himself. Xiao Hai eagerly chimes in, recalling that only a month ago, Yi Ning was just breaking into the Tianfeng testing grounds. It is honestly mind-blowing how fast he climbed. Kai Lai happily joins the conversation, laughing that he just received a promotion notice, all thanks to Yi Ning. On the stage, Zhu Guo smiles and asks if Yi Ning has any other requests. Hearing this, the young man gets extremely quiet. His rewards are already incredibly massive, so demanding anything else at this point would just be pure, bottomless greed. Besides, his rewards were already incredibly massive. Trying to demand anything more at a time like this would just be pure, bottomless greed. But if he doesn't speak up right now, there might never be another chance. Yi Ning politely addresses him, "Commander, I hope to attend the Triennial Military Conference over the next 2 days." Hearing this, Xuan Guo breaks into a cold sweat, thinking this brat really knows how to throw a tough problem at him. He quietly observes, "The boy. Yi Ning is only 18 years old. What could a kid his age possibly know? What is his goal in attending?" Standing nearby, Fang Hao is also wondering. This kid is incredibly talented, so shouldn't he be focusing on combat instead of politics? Why would he want to join some boring political meeting? But the commander just pats Ning on the shoulder, smilingly agreeing. As an honorary committee member, he naturally has the right to attend as an observer, and if he has any suggestions, the military is always ready to look into them. Ning politely thanks the commander as darkness begins to fall. Once resting inside his cabin, Ning is deep in thought. Look into them. Know what he truly needs is absolute and total execution. To stop the upcoming disaster in the East Sea, he must mobilize the strength of at least one entire military region. For now, he will play along and adapt later. Suddenly, Fang Hao walks up and speaks. Ning is told to follow him. Before he can react, a massive armored vehicle rolls into the military compound. Leading him through the gates, Fang Hao tells Ning that starting today, this is where he will live. With tight security and lush surroundings, this is top-tier treatment. Then they arrive at a fully sealed metal room, the most highly classified conference room on the entire base. Once inside, Fang Hao gets straight to the point. He personally brought the boy here today because he has a highly classified mission for him. Even though, theoretically, a newly promoted Tier 3 shouldn't take this on, they simply cannot find a better candidate. Ning calmly tells Uncle Fang to speak freely. With a grave expression, Fang Hao reveals the details. It is an A-rank intercontinental dungeon called the Zombie Realm. Every single country can only send 2 mid-tier and 8 low-tier rank 3 fighters. Along with defeating the mutants and completing the main quest, they must also fight off awakened fighters from rival nations to secure valuable spirit energy crystals. Ning quickly runs the numbers. He remembers entering this dungeon in his past life, but back then it was not intercontinental nor did it have crystals. Right then, a glowing blue system screen flashes in front of his eyes with an unexpected notification. A mandatory quest requires him to enter the zombie realm and seize maximum authority over the entire dungeon. The reward is an S-rank strategic weapon blueprint for a massive sky carrier. This makes him freeze. Fang Hao warns him of the high risks, but promises the squad will prioritize his safety at all costs. But before the vice commander can even finish his sentence, Ning snaps a sharp military salute and accepts. He is going. He has no fear of danger, and besides, he is confident they will succeed anyway. Fang Hao laughs heartily at that response. They certainly did not misjudge him. Before leaving, Ning is told that he can take whatever he needs from the national treasury. As he walks out, Ning is absolutely thrilled. Even without the system forcing his hand, that sky carrier blueprint is absolutely worth risking his life for. According to the description, the ship is 17,000 meters long and 34,100 meters wide. With a 10,100-ton capacity, it carries 64 spirit jets and 26 spiritual cannons. It can also easily accommodate 7,000 personnel protected by energy shields and a fully automated defense network. This is just downright insane. Simply reading the basic specs is more than enough to blow his mind. If he can actually build something like this, he would easily dominate the entire world. He must get it. As he walks, he plans ahead. Reaching Tier 3 unlocks 2 more skill slots, so he needs to prepare. With a few days left, he must boost his strength as much as possible. Now, with top priority, he will head straight to the National Treasury to pick out 2 S-rank sword skills first. Suddenly, he senses a strong presence nearby. It is a near-peak, Tier 3 aura moving toward him way too fast. Ning wheels around defensively and demands to know who is there. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl in tight gear appears. Introducing herself as Guard 009, she suddenly leaps forward to give him an unexpectedly tight hug. She whispers that her only duty is to protect Lord Ning. Shoving her off, he coldly asks, 00, who sent you to be my personal guard? And who taught you that close protection meant this? Fang innocently replies. Vice Commander Fang Hao assigned her, and she only learned this concept from some study materials just today. What study materials? She asks, hearing that Fang instantly strikes a sultry pose, shaking her hips right in front of him. She wiggles her hips and says it is just like this. Then she drops to her knees in an even more suggestive pose. She even puckers her lips for a kiss. Flustered, Ning waves his hands, telling her to stop right there as she looks on innocently. Seeing this, he can only sigh and curse those higher-ups. Aren't they worried this might get his blood pumping too much in public? Why even do something like this? If this is real, they have seriously underestimated the gravity of the situation. He uses his mental scanning skill to inspect her. Instantly, a highly detailed diagnostic scan of her body appears before him. There's an external antenna connected to a brain chip with countless physical circuits running through her. Her original brain has shriveled. It is completely dead, leaving all her thoughts and movements controlled by the chip. She is far more machine than human. Finishing the scan, he reaches out his hand and asks why she became this way. Suddenly, she grabs his wrist tightly. She pulls his hand to her forehead, pressing his index finger down to authorize her system. A chime signals successful biometric verification. Ning's eyes widen as a system alert chimes. Brace yourselves because her backstory is about to begin. The update is complete, and her memories suddenly flood straight into his mind. Inside his sterile hospital room, Fang Hao holds his daughter's hand with overwhelming grief. A pale Fang Fang forces a weak, comforting smile, trying to reassure her weeping father. She tells him not to cry since her time is running out anyway, rather than letting her life fade away for nothing. She wants to donate her body before she passes. If the experiment succeeds, she can still serve their country. She has always believed in his grand vision for the future of humanity. Clinging to his dying daughter's hand, Fang Hao weeps, saying this research is 1,000 times more painful than death itself. It has never even succeeded before. Even if it does, her soul will vanish, leaving only a cold, unfeeling machine. How could he possibly bear to watch her go through that? Gently, she reaches up to wipe away his tears. She reminds him of the stories he told her about ancient heroes whose bodies perished while their battle spirits endured. Why can't she do the opposite? Her soul might disappear, but her physical form will keep fighting on. With a gentle smile, she whispers that a little physical pain is nothing compared to disappearing without leaving a trace. Holding back his tears, Fang Hao silently memorizes the fleeting warmth of his daughter's hand for the very last time. Tears stream down her smiling face as she whispers that becoming a machine is fine because she trusts his guidance. As the memory scan ends, Ning is completely stunned by her tragic past. Honestly, who wouldn't be? He turns away, wondering how an ordinary guy like him could ever deserve such devotion from Vice Commander Fang Hao. What was the man thinking, sending his own flesh and blood to serve as a personal bodyguard for him? Calling her 09 must be his way of forcing himself to cut off all emotional attachment to her. Understanding the painful truth, Ning firmly calls out her code name, 09. Instantly, she answers in the affirmative. He commands her to erase all those inappropriate study materials. From now on, she will focus solely on protecting him. She responds with a crisp acknowledgement. Turning around, he tells her to follow him to the Military Research Institute. They need to claim an S-tier sword skill. She obeys. As they walk, Ning thinks of Fang's ultimate goals. With the country in peril, personal desires mean nothing. Though he doesn't fully agree with the commander's extreme methods, he is profoundly grateful. If they are willing to bet everything on his future, then he won't let them down. He swears to carry this heavy burden. With Fang Fang right behind him, they head straight to the military facility. As they arrive at the entrance, a researcher rushes out to greet them warmly, welcoming Ning to the institute. Giving a crisp military salute, the man introduces himself as Wang Xiaotian, the deputy director of the facility. Ning politely returns the greeting, asking if he can choose 2 S-tier sword techniques from their collection. Director Wang happily leads the way. Ning turns to Fang Fang, instructing her to wait outside. She acknowledges the command immediately. As they walk through the secure facility, the deputy director speaks up with curiosity. He mentions they only have 4 S-tier manuals left, but suggests looking at the highly rated A-tier techniques instead. Ning coldly declines, demanding to go straight to the S-tier selection. The director hesitates as if to say more. Noticing his hesitation, Ning tells him to speak his mind. Director Wang sighs, choosing to be completely honest. He explains that with so many Tier 3 experts in the capital, reserving these rare S-tier manuals might cause major trouble. Other high-ranking fighters have their eyes on them. But before he can finish, Ning calmly cuts him off. He calmly said he got it, and it was fine, suggesting they go check it out first. The other man stared back in utter surprise. 4 thick brown books sat before Ning. Immediately, his systems analysis interface popped up. The 4 notifications showed Infernal Blaze, which costs 6,000 spiritual energy points. When targeted at a weak spot in the Earth's crust, it triggers a massive volcanic eruption after 10 seconds of channeling. Right after that came the Desperate Slash skill, which costs 5,500 spiritual energy points. When health falls below 10%, Desperate Slash can be triggered once, dealing 100% massive damage. If the user kills the target, it restores 30% health. Then came the skill, Deaths Song, costing 18,000 spiritual energy points to launch a devastating single-target execution attack. Once that target is dead, their captive soul is released for 3 seconds, inheriting all their former combat power. Finally, there was the Oblivion skill, which consumes 8,000 spiritual energy points to continuously charge up and build power, and deal massive damage after 10 seconds. During this charge, the user cannot move, cast any other skills. Ning appraised the 4 books in front of him, thinking it was no wonder only these remained. Desperate Slash is only for near death. Infernal Blaze requires a specific location. On top of that, Death's Song drains 18,000 spiritual energy points, which no ordinary person could ever afford. Meanwhile, Oblivion forces the user to stand still for 10 full seconds, making them a complete sitting duck. Hearing Ning speak, Chief Wang broke into a sweat. He cautiously asked if Ning would prefer to check out some A-rank sword skills instead, since their combat effectiveness wasn't too far off. We have hundreds here. Suddenly, Ning raised his hand, instantly absorbing both books. Wang Xiao stood nearby, jaw-dropping in sheer disbelief as he realized that Ning had actually learned both Death's Song and Oblivion. Unable to contain his shock, he blurted out to ask what Ning was doing. Ning simply turned around, grinned, and apologized, because he was too rushed to bother with A-rank skills. Wang Xiao was speechless. Ning casually waved goodbye to the utterly baffled Chief Wang, thanking him for the help and stating he was leaving. The chief stood frozen in complete bewilderment, wondering what being too rushed to look even meant. His mind was racing in chaos. Weren't there strict limits on the skills a Tier 3 combatant could learn? Was Ning actually an exception? Otherwise, how could he be so reckless? Outside, Ning started calculating. Despite the flaws, these were still S-rank skills. That alone proved their destructive power was bound to be utterly terrifying. Death's Song allowed him to harvest souls in battle, while Oblivion granted him the ability to defeat opponents of a much higher tier. With his current abundant spiritual energy and the Sword God system in hand, why not take the gamble? Now prepare yourselves, because here comes the upgrade. Notifying Ning of a successful upgrade. The S-rank skill Death's Song had been elevated to an SSS-rank sword skill. It was now Yama's Descent, with S-rank Oblivion becoming SSS-rank Divine Wrath. Yama's Descent offered a zero-cost instant cast once every 48 hours. Its normal cost was 20,000 spiritual energy points. Once he kills a target, he can seize their soul within a range of 100 meters, turning them into a puppet for 10 seconds. This puppet's combat power matches their strength in life with the system, noting that commanding life and death itself makes him Yama on Earth. Divine Wrath also had a 48-hour free cast. With a normal cost of 20,000 spiritual energy points, it summons a Tier 4 Phantom for 10 seconds, delivering devastating colossal damage to the target. The system labeled this Divine Fury as truly terrifying. After reviewing the system's analysis, he silently marveled that the Sword God system had truly never let him down. It was always delivering beyond his wild expectations. Blade Storm dealt area damage. Sky Rift killed elites. Void Slash was for stealth, for survival, and Skybreaker was ideal for parrying and counterattacking. Now with Yama's Descent turning the souls into soldiers, he could easily turn a monster horde into his personal army. Plus, Divine Wrath's Tier 4 Phantom would make any Tier 3 peak challenger despair. Ning deduced that besides the 48-hour free cast, he could still freely unleash these abilities by consuming his own spiritual energy. Essentially, they functioned as independent skills, operating outside his system. He desperately wanted to test them out right away, but with the Intercontinental Dungeon Challenge coming up in 2 days, so he had to wait. Suddenly, someone blocked the exit. It was Wanru, accompanied by 2 of her lackeys. She immediately demanded answers in a condescending tone, asking Ning why the system showed he had just registered 2 S-rank sword skills. He merely smirked and calmly replied, asking what of it, and if there was some rule stating he wasn't allowed to use them. Her face twisted in annoyance as he prepares to leave, Ning coldly asks if such a rule even exists. He demands to know if it is truly mandatory. She snaps back that it absolutely is. Suddenly, Wang Xiao rushes over to keep the peace, apologizing deeply to Ning. He explains that she is Director Wanru and she likely just wants him to leave the combat data of his 2 sword techniques. This is meant for the military to reference later on. It is not exactly mandatory, just a highly encouraged voluntary contribution. After all, it helps national research, but the director snaps back aggressively. She insists that leaving the data is a strict rule. She demands he hand over all his combat secrets and cooperate with their testing. Inside, Wang Xiao is secretly panicking. He curses the crazy woman in his head. Her previous research failed and her own son has a useless willpower attribute. Silently warning her not to drag him down, Wang Xiao watches as Ning shrugs off her demands. He flatly refuses. Wanru grits her teeth in fury, demanding to know how he can refuse after taking military resources. Her demands focus on physical tests, including blood work and bone density scans. She asks if his fame makes him think he can defy military orders. He looks at her with absolute disgust. His cold eyes narrow as he thinks about her twisted views. To her, everyone is just another lab rat. She hides behind the nation's name to feed her selfish desires. Who knows how many awakened she has already ruined. Even if the Sword God system has no limits, he decides he will not let this woman walk away easily today. Without wasting words, he summons his sword from spatial storage. He asks if she intends to force him to stay. She screams in pure rage, demanding to know how he dares. Wang Xiao steps in to defuse the situation. He begs Ning to leave, insisting the director did not mean it, but she has no intention of stopping. She points directly at him, screaming that he is violating military orders and will not be leaving this place alive. Claiming her actions are entirely legal, she boasts that even the commander cannot touch her. He warns her that since she is threatening him, she only has herself to blame for what happens next. Get ready, because things are about to get physical. Suddenly, a heavy foot slams directly onto the director's face. Fang looks down coldly, declaring the threat neutralized. As she keeps her foot planted on Wanru's face, she asks again if he wants her dead. Pinned to the floor, the director begs for her life. Nearby, Wang Xiao anxiously pleads on her behalf. He begs Ning to spare her, promising she has learned her lesson and offering his own apology. Ning remains silent, weighing his options. He wants her dead, but he just killed Jiang Meng 2 days ago. Pushing things too far might cause widespread panic. He decides to give his bodyguard a different command. He tells Fang Fang to spare her life for now and just kick her out of his path. Instantly, Fang Fang sends the director flying with a brutal kick that has her spinning wildly through the air. She crashes hard into the wall, spits up blood, and goes completely limp. Wang Xiao stammers in absolute horror. Ning is shocked. Fang Fang is completely unfazed. She calmly apologizes, admitting she totally underestimated the distance of the kick and overestimated the woman's fragile physical endurance. He turns to Wang Xiao and suggests that they both saw it was purely an accident. Wang Xiao quickly agrees, stammering that the director simply tripped and hit her head, completely freeing him of blame. In his mind, he vows never to cross this terrifying powerhouse. Ning simply turns to leave. He casually asks Wang Xiao to clean up the mess before taking his leave. The trembling director Wang quickly waves them off, politely telling them to take care on their journey back. As they walk away, Fang Fang quietly asks if she caused him any serious trouble. Assuring her, Ning says it is totally fine since that woman was absolute scum. He adds that if the higher-ups have a problem, they can deal with it. 2 days later, a national assembly gathers. The massive conference hall is completely packed. Ning slowly makes his grand entrance. Whispers instantly spread across the room as the crowd spots him. Many wonder if he is just here for show. Some in the crowd mock his arrival, while others point out that he is carrying actual proposal documents. They whisper among themselves, wondering if a kid like him could actually propose anything useful. Most assume he is just putting on a show. Ning simply ignores them. He pulls up a chair and sits down. Right next to him is a man in military uniform with a deeply gloomy face. This is none other than Feng Dang, the Minister of Armed Forces for the East Sea region. Spotting the kid, Feng Dang fumes silently, thinking that Ning killed his wife, Wanru. He vows that even if he cannot kill the boy today, he will strip away his special privileges. Just then, a staff member approaches and hands some documents to Ning, addressing him as the special honorary member number 119. She presents the agenda for the conference and politely asks him to review it carefully before reminding him that all communication devices must be turned off to strictly prevent any leaks. Ning muses to himself that in his past life, by the 3rd year, he had already organized countless conferences and was completely used to this. But now, he has to pretend it is his first time here, which is highly annoying. The staff member continues her instructions, explaining that he has voting rights once the main proposals are finalized and he can express his opinions by pressing the button next to him, though she cautions him to think twice. He chuckles softly and waves his hand to reassure her, saying he understands. He promises he will not press it randomly unless presenting his own proposal, so she does not need to worry and can go back to her duties. The girl nods politely to Ning, but then she stops in her tracks, suddenly asking him to wait and clarifying if he actually has a proposal to submit. Her face breaks into a cold sweat as she panics, remembering her leader's strict warnings. To explain everything clearly and prevent him from causing trouble, she rushes off in a hurry, her mind screaming that she must report this to her superiors immediately. Watching her sprint away, Ning wonders if he is really that terrifying. Just then, Feng Hao arrives and catches this dramatic exit. Sitting down with a booming laugh, he teases Ning, asking if the kid has already set his eyes on the receptionist here. He wonders if 9 is not enough to satisfy him. Greeting Uncle Feng, Ning looks him straight in the eyes, replying that 9 is incredible and truly the best person in the world who treats him with all her heart. He adds that he only mentioned his proposal before the girl ran off. Feng Hao lets out a surprised grunt, then turns his gaze away and chuckles dryly, asking if this is why they sat them together, wondering if the kid is actually planning to make a scene. He asks what Ning wants to suggest. Ning calmly replies he will find out once the session ends, assuring him it is not to stir up trouble. Feng Hao bursts into laughter, teasing the kid for learning how to keep secrets now. He then turns serious, advising Ning that as an experienced elder, he thinks it is best to hold back on whatever he wants to bring up. After all, military and political affairs are always a delicate system of checks and balances. The young man reassures him calmly, telling Uncle Feng not to worry, because he knows exactly what he is doing. Still uneasy, Feng Hao covers his mouth with a clenched fist, deep in thought as he analyzes the kid. He wants to trust the kid who closed the ruined battlefield, hoping Ning stays worthy of the country and Feng Feng. At that moment, Li Kuangguo steps onto the hall's podium and announces the official opening of the 13th Survivors Conference. He prepares to declare the agenda. Behind him, the giant projection screen lights up to show. The giant screen behind him outlines several critical issues, starting with neighboring countries, showing signs of border invasion and resource plundering. To handle this threat, the military is currently preparing to deploy 3 major army corps to their respective sectors. Secondly, a massive divide is steadily growing between the descendants of the awakened and ordinary survivors. Third, the North American sector station on the C-shaped island chain is preparing for reconstruction. 6 hours later, Ning sits with his hands clasped on the table deep in thought. Out of 9 proposals, 6 are tied to foreign nations. This explains the bizarre period of vulnerability before the great disaster in his past life, forcing people like him to rush into intercontinental dungeons. Li Kuangguo raises his voice, declaring it is now time for members to independently raise and present their proposals. Once a proposal passes the vote, the official review process will begin. Suddenly, the screen behind him displays 2 names: honorary member number 119, Ning, and number 23, East Sea Armed Forces Minister Feng Deng. Seeing the kid's name up there, Feng Deng glares at him with burning rage while the crowd behind starts muttering dismissive insults, wondering what on earth Ning is trying to pull. They scoff at his audacity, questioning if he thinks his special status lets him do whatever he wants, mocking his youthful ignorance. With a dark expression and a mocking tone, Feng Deng sneers, asking Ning if he pressed the wrong button. He tells the boy to sit down quickly and stop wasting time, warning him not to delay his impeachment hearing. Entirely unfazed, Ning questions what impeachment he is even talking about, though silently he still worries if his proposal will make it through. Donghai had not even been mentioned yet. Had the other side caught wind of this beforehand, he had gathered these secret files completely on his own. He investigated everything in secret over the last 2 days, so a leak should have been impossible. Ignoring him, Feng Deng turned to address Li Xuanguo. He reported directly to the commander and committee, stating that 2 days ago Ning had gone to the First Research Institute. There, he ruthlessly murdered Director Wan, who was his wife, along with Wan Ro. He declared that this was absolute lawless chaos. Clenching his fists in anger, he shouted that talent should never put anyone above the law, immediately proposing a harsh punishment. He demanded stripping all of Ning's resources and privileges. Yet Ning listened to the accusations without a single trace of fear. Instead, he cast a cold gaze at the man, realizing he was the husband of that despicable director. It all made sense now. Hearing the charges, Li Xuanguo turned to ask the young man if this was true. Ning calmly prepared his reply. He calmly stated that Minister Feng must have misunderstood, as he only visited the academy to learn sword techniques and killed nobody. He claimed Director Wang got too excited upon seeing him lost her footing and accidentally crashed into a tree, resulting in her death. Hearing this absurd excuse, Feng Deng lost his mind, cursing and screaming for the boy to repeat those shameless words. Ning deliberately provoked him further, explaining that when the man's wife saw a handsome young guy like him, she simply lost control. She crashed straight into that tree and died. He even added with mock pity that she never got to enjoy life's finest things. The crowd in the hall instantly erupted into whispers, deeply shocked and wondering if this ridiculous story could actually be true. They joked about how a serious military conference had suddenly turned into a soap opera about an unfaithful wife. They couldn't believe Feng Deng actually brought this up. Li Xuanguo cleared his throat, demanding order in the hall. He told Minister Feng that such private family matters should be settled outside. Furiously, Feng Deng pointed right at Ning. Refusing to back down, he yelled to the commander that Ning was a deceitful villain who abused his authority. He claimed the boy deserved to be executed immediately. Unable to watch, Feng Hao stood up and yelled back. He challenged Feng Deng's audacity, but Ning patted his shoulder, telling Uncle Feng that he would handle this himself. He added that if Minister Feng doubted him, he could simply ask Director Wang at the institute. Then he turned away, completely ignoring him. Ning stated his opponent's proposal was disqualified, meaning it was now his turn. Coincidentally, his own proposal involved Feng Deng. He looked right at his rival, formally proposing to strip Feng Deng of his ministerial position within the Donghai combat zone. Standing at attention, he requested the immediate mobilization of all military combat forces in the entire Donghai region. He also demanded the urgent evacuation of 67 million survivors from Safe Zone 239, moving them far from the coast. He warned that in 17 to 23 days, a massive sea beast tide would strike. This incoming invasion was Class A. The crowd erupted into chaotic chatter. Many scoffed, asking if this kid had any real idea what he was talking about. They questioned where such rumors came from, wondering if he had ever even set foot in Donghai, calling the proposal utterly ridiculous. Feng Deng scoffed loudly at the report, mockingly, calling Ning a brainless brat who was just spouting absolute nonsense. He argued that over 40 years had passed without a single Class A tide in Donghai, asking if the kid was dreaming. Losing his patience, Li Xuanguo slammed his hand on the table, knocking over the microphone, and commanded everyone to be quiet. He warned that interruptions were strictly forbidden during proposals before turning his sharp gaze toward Ning, demanding a solid explanation. Ning showed absolutely zero fear, calmly picking up his official report and beginning to read the critical data aloud. He detailed that in Donghai Sea Area C13 water spiritual energy had risen by 1.9%, a 40-year high. Meanwhile, Sea Area D51 suffered 43 submarine earthquakes this year, reaching up to B+ intensity. This was the highest frequency in 40 years. At Resource Port Number 2, undersea power systems had failed 13 times. During routine maintenance, 3 combat teams vanished and 23 engineers were killed in what were labeled simple Class D accidents. As Fang Deng grew increasingly panicked, Ning revealed that sea beast attacks in Donghai had skyrocketed. Attacks rose by 195.7%, a 40-year high. Fang Deng frantically wondered how the kid knew this. How could he possibly have acquired this classified information? Ning slammed the report on the table and stood firm. He challenged the High Command to verify these records themselves in Donghai if they had any doubts about his claims. He promised to face full execution if any of his data was falsified. Li Xuanguo then turned to the minister. He demanded to know if the Huadong combat zone records matched. Sweat pouring down his face, Fang Deng could only stammer. Deng is furious, sweat pouring down his face. He knows that whether he admits to the data or not, a dismissal is coming his way, and a military court-martial is waiting for him. He quickly makes a decision, knowing he has to survive no matter what. If he is going to die, he might as well take Ning down with him to get revenge. Having been completely exposed by Ning, Fang Bang is absolutely furious and lunges with a fatal blow. He screams that he will kill Ning, but luckily the boy reacts quickly, raising his arms to block, taking the blast and getting thrown back with minor injuries. But that does not stop Fang Bang from pressing the attack, trying to strike again while Ning is still sliding backward on the dirt. Right at that exact second, suddenly Fang Hao leaps in front of Ning, raising his arm to block Fang Bang's brutal incoming strike. Furious, he yells at his opponent, asking if he has completely lost his mind. But Fang Bang is far past reasoning, screaming like a lunatic that since he is doomed anyway, he will ruin the kid first. Commander Xuanguo watches this madness unfold, completely enraged as he points at the chaos and barks out orders. How dare they fight at a national assembly? Are they trying to start a rebellion? He orders them to capture the traitor and authorize lethal force if necessary. Fang immediately moves in to neutralize the threat, announcing that a level 1 threat has been confirmed. Meanwhile, Fang Bang and Fang Hao lock horns, neither of them backing down an inch, as both channel massive amounts of energy into their fists. Watching this close clash, Ning gets pretty worried, shouting for Uncle Fang to back off so he can deal with this himself. Hearing this, Fang Hao quickly responds that there is absolutely no need because a single strike is more than enough. He then charges directly at Fang Bang, ready to melt the man's ice with his own raging flames. He throws a heavy punch with zero hesitation, sending the traitor flying back from the sheer impact. At that exact moment, Fang Hao calls out to 009 to catch him. Hearing the command, Fang positions herself right where the target is about to land. Staring coldly at him, she says she is in position, then swings her leg up to deliver a brutal kick straight to his spine. The pain is so intense that his eyes roll back as he coughs up a spray of blood. Stepping back, she stares down at the broken man, who collapses onto the floor, declaring in a flat voice that the target has been neutralized and the danger is gone. Fang Hao turns around to check on Ning, asking if he is okay. The boy just gives a polite smile, saying he is fine, but they all moved so fast that he did not even get a chance to do anything. Meanwhile, the crowd in the hall finally snaps out of their shock, whispering in total disbelief. How did a powerful Tier 3 general get taken down in under 5 seconds? Of course, he did, since Deputy Commander Fang is at peak Tier 3. Plus, that female guard is almost at peak combat strength herself. But did the commander actually order them to execute Fang Bang on the spot? That goes without saying, because right now Ning is treated like an invaluable national treasure. Trying to hurt him is basically a suicide mission. Commander Xuanguo calls the room back to order, demanding quiet. As they resume the meeting on Ning's highly critical proposal, he grants the council members 3 minutes to discuss before the official voting starts. The room quietens down, but instead of analyzing the boy, the crowd shifts their focus to whispering about Fang Bang. His desperate outburst pretty much confirms that Ning's evidence is completely genuine, but even if the data checks out, that does not guarantee a monster tide will hit. If they act too hastily and nothing happens, the waste of resources would be massive. Yet, if the threat is real, they have no choice. Before long, those crucial 3 minutes are up. Commander Xuanguo calls for attention, announcing that the vote is officially open. Once the ballots are cast, the massive screen displays the final tally: 14 in favor, 1 against, 104 abstentions. Checking the numbers, the commander officially declares that the motion has passed. Once this meeting wraps up, experts will head to the East Sea to set up an evacuation plan. There is no time to waste. The council disperses and the scene shifts to the next day at Ning's family home in the military compound. Fang Hao is caught up in a conversation with him explaining that Ning will head out for the Intercontinental Dungeon this afternoon. Since anyone at mid-tier 3 or higher is restricted from entering, he glances over at Fang, adding that 009 will have to stay behind this time. Ning just smiles warmly and tells him not to worry, because he is fully aware of the restrictions. The commander then gestures toward a large container sitting nearby, explaining that inside lies the legendary gear promised by the government along with several rank and materials, including the Mountain Destroyer heart and the corpse-shattering spine bone bead he requested earlier. Ning nods, impressed by the delivery. Then he asks about the human face, bone fluid, and the exotic fruit core. Fang Hao turns back to face him, and gently explains that those items are simply too rare to be found even in the National Vault. According to what he heard, a bizarre creature with a bird's body and razor-sharp eyes was sighted roughly 27 years ago. That disaster previously killed 60,000 people in South China. Rumors claimed 4 high-tier rank 3 elders fought it, but the beast still escaped. He pauses briefly. Then he goes on to describe a horrifying skull-faced creature. Dark storm clouds swirl all around it. As for the anomalous core, rumors say it was created by a spirit anomaly. He glances over. The man explains he already contacted the 7th Research Institute, the group handling those 3 major cases, but they need time. Hearing this, Ning is deeply grateful. He waves a hand with a warm, friendly smile. Thanks for the hard work, he says. Let's move everything inside first. I want to get familiar with this gear. The rest can wait until after we clear the Intercontinental Dungeon. He opens up the next case. Time to look inside. He reaches in for a strange blue and red heart. The rest of the materials will be incredibly hard to find. Upgrading the Sword God system will take some time. Holding the heart, Ning quickly triggers his unique absorption ability. The raw energy flows into him as he slowly absorbs the core. Suddenly, a familiar system alert rings in his head. Special material consumed. Progress is now 2 out of 4. The first required item is the Mountain Destroyer's heart. That one is done. Material 2 human face bone marrow is 0 of 1. Material 3 corpse shredder tracking bead is 1 of 1. Lastly, anomalous ghost heart remains at 0 of 1. Finishing up, he reaches for another box with high expectations. This legendary item must be special. The scanner recognizes Ning's fingerprint, and the box clicks open with a chime. Identity verification is complete. Opener is Honorary Commissioner Ning holding A+ clearance. The box lid slowly swings open. A robotic voice announces that his new legendary loot has been acquired. He has unlocked the paralyzing gauntlets. Next is the legendary Windblade sword. Inside the box, a pair of reddish-brown gloves slowly emerges before his eyes. The system displays the glove's stats. They grant a massive 12-point boost to Ning's overall agility attribute. The skill Blood Explosion costs 500 to 700 energy points. It triggers a beautiful rain of exploding corpses. Next is a sharp sword with a brilliant blue gem embedded in its hilt. It is the Windblade Element Sword. This weapon grants +9 to strength and agility. Its skills, Raging Flame and Absolute Cold use, 700 energy. The flame attack inflicts a burn effect for 75% bonus damage, leaving a wall of fire for 10 seconds. The Absolute Cold skill costs 900 energy. It slows enemies down and freezes them completely on impact with every strike. Driving the sword into the ground instantly freezes the surrounding area, triggering a massive chain reaction of ice explosions. The weapon summons the pure power of the elements. Hearing this, Ning immediately picks up his new sword. He is incredibly satisfied with this weapon. Holding it makes his blood boil with the clashing forces of ice and fire. It feels almost too powerful. He definitely needs to practice. Ning suddenly drives the blade deep into the ground. The earth around the tip instantly glows red hot. In under 2 seconds, the ground melts into bubbling magma. Ning is stunned. A simple tap of the blade was enough to unleash that insane volcanic level of heat. Could it really release such temperature? He slams the blade down once more, shouting to switch to absolute cold. In a single blink, the molten earth beneath him freezes completely solid. Ning is absolutely thrilled with this weapon. He examines the blade with a delighted smile. Combining these legendary items easily rivals a triple S-rank ultimate move. With his 6 previous ultimates, he can now easily unleash 7 or 8 high-powered moves in rapid succession. Compared to this legendary elemental force, his old flame sword was basically just a slightly heated metal rod. He brings up his system interface, preparing to use the built-in lucky draw function. Let's see what he gets. Since he took first place overall, the system awarded him a draw. He decides to test his luck today. His attack power is already off the charts and his speed is solid. His only real weakness is defense. Better physical defense would have let him easily dodge Fang Deng's heavy punch earlier. He watches the lucky wheel spin. Give me some solid defensive gear. Survival is his absolute top priority for the upcoming Intercontinental Dungeon trials. He does not have to wait long. The wheel stops spinning and a bright notification reveals his epic reward. A system alert announces that he has obtained an epic tier item, the experimental 3-form demon armor combat suit, but Yanning raises an eyebrow in disbelief, highly skeptical. Is this plain fabric outfit really considered epic-grade armor? It looks like ordinary cloth rather than sturdy metal. He wonders if the system is secretly playing a prank. Sensing his confusion, the system quickly displays a detailed stat breakdown for this highly advanced experimental battle suit. The 3-form demon armor adds 7 to constitution and 3 to speed. It also features a rule-level bulletproof effect. The gear boasts explosion-proofing fire resistance up to 3,000 degrees, extreme cold protection down to -95 degrees, and reduces pure weapon damage. It cuts sharp weapon damage by 33%, ranged attacks by 33%, never breaks, and allows for unrestricted underwater movement, along with total radiation immunity. Ning reads this completely thrilled and laughs that this light combat suit is practically a literal cheat code, a total war fortress. With a smug, confident smile, he marvels at how incredible these absolute immunities really are. Having rule-level defense is mind-blowing, especially since all the high-end gear from his past and current lives combined cannot even compare to this single set. Nothing else comes close to this legendary power. Just as he finishes that thought, the system starts displaying the suit's special active skills. It is called Infinite Purgatory. Once he takes down an enemy, the suit can trap their soul inside and summon them back out whenever he wants. He can unleash these bound spirits to inflict massive damage on the battlefield. The raw power of their attacks matches how strong they were alive. Best of all, this soul-collecting effect stacks infinitely. The system then displays the official gear rating detailing its divine origins. It is classified as divine tier equipment from the Ling, a world forged into a legendary artifact after soaking up the blood of countless high-level beasts. This massive power upgrade turned a basic uniform into a legendary relic. However, the system adds a warning about its dark side. It naturally triggers hostility in otherworld creatures, sparking relentless hunting instincts, though its blood aura can terrify foes and unlock hidden rewards. Looking down at his ring, Ning cannot help but admire how well his current inventory synergizes with his newly acquired gear. The synergy between the Infinite Purgatory Ultimate and his Mortal Yama class is a match made in heaven, perfectly balancing offense and defense. One collects souls to block damage while the other harvests them to strike. But he wonders if this Ling and place is the same world. Is it connected to his Ling and ring? Where is it? The gods worship. There are at least rank 5 deities. If the gear's original owner ever finds out that Ning has taken his belongings, will he come hunting him down across dimensions? Putting those worries aside, Ning equips his sleek new combat suit, looking incredibly cool as he mutters his next thoughts. Step by step, he reasons that since the sword god system gave it to him, they can go blame the system. With everything ready, the departure time for the upcoming intercontinental dungeon draw is fast approaching. The scene now cuts to another location entirely. Deep within the capital military airbase, a massive fighter jet rests on the tarmac. Inside the aircraft, a tense group waits anxiously. 2 rows of soldiers sit along the cabin walls. One of them speaks up to their squad leader to voice his growing concerns. He points out that it is almost 11 o'clock and Ning still hasn't arrived, noting it takes 4 hours to get there. If they miss their window, they will lose their chance entirely. Hearing his subordinate's anxiety, the squad leader tries to calm him down. Ming Luo tells him to wait a bit longer since he should be arriving soon, before turning to warn the rest of the crew. He orders them to watch their language, telling them to use titles like Commissioner or Excellency instead of calling him a kid. His rank is far higher than theirs now. Hearing this, Zhang Qiming speaks up to defend his own earlier complaints. He claims he didn't mean any disrespect, but points out that the newcomer has not shown up early or trained with them. Sitting nearby, another squad member named Huang Yun scoffs at the idea of training, reminding them of their real orders. The higher-ups already made it clear that combat is only a secondary objective, while keeping Ning safe is their absolute priority. He is totally stunned. Why the sudden change? On the opposite bench, Lin Bin mutters in clear frustration. He complains about the point of going into an intercontinental dungeon if they are just acting as glorified bodyguards instead of gathering resources. If someone is too scared of danger, they shouldn't even go, rather than wanting the glory while needing a personal escort. Mid-complaint, Vice Captain Zhang Cheng cuts them off, alerting the squad that their high-ranking guest has finally made his grand entrance. Talk about a grand entrance. Watching Ning walk in with 6 elite escorts, Zhang Cheng cannot help but marvel at the lineup. Having 6 rank 3 experts as personal bodyguards is incredibly overkill, proving that the rumors did not even do him justice. Ming Luo is the first to recover quickly, standing up to offer a respectful salute to Excellency Ning as the mission captain. He offers to introduce the rest of the crew, to which Ning replies with an easygoing, friendly smile. He tells Ming Luo to drop the formalities and just call him Ning before asking for a quick rundown of the squad. Ming Luo reports that there are 10 members in total, with himself and Vice Captain Zhang Cheng acting as rank 3 intermediates. The rest of the team are low-level combatants consisting of 3 ranged fighters and 4 dedicated to close-quarters melee combat. Ming Luo handles assault with his strength and agility, while Guancheng manages scouting with his rare agility and willpower dual-class build. Guancheng offers a warm grin as they pivot to discussing their primary objectives for this high-stakes dungeon raid. Their main goal is to harvest as much spirit ore as possible while taking out any rival awakened from competing war zones. Taking a seat, Ning nods calmly, telling the leader that he understands the stakes and asks for the rest of the details. Ning asks if he can get files on the awakened from other war zones, and Ming Luo quickly agrees. But Ming Luo wonders why he is not reading the dungeon brief first, which Ning casually brushes off. He claims he already researched all of it beforehand, and Ming Luo quickly pulls out a folder to hand over. He explains they are facing multiple war zones this time, including Sector H, Sector R, Sector C, and Southeast Asia. With 6 regions total, this will be the most brutal showdown in recent years, but Ning just skims the files. Glancing at the list of enemy names like Yamato, Loco, and Dong Feng, he scowls with absolute disappointment. He mutters that Jinwu Wufa and the rest sound like absolute trash he has never even heard of before in his life. Standing nearby, Qming watches Ning react and wonders if this new guy is just fearless or just incredibly arrogant. Ming Luo quickly tries to ease the tension, reminding Ning that they cannot afford to underestimate these opponents. He warns him that Huaxia has clashed with them before, and many of their own veteran fighters were ruthlessly slaughtered. Hearing that several mid-tier rank 3 elites died by their hands, Ning clenches his fist in cold anger. Crushing the document in his hand, he growls that if these bastards killed his people, they will pay in blood. The massive gateway opens, waiting for the challengers, while a group in front is already locked in a heated argument. Standing in the center, a woman coldly demands that her war zone must receive 40% of the loot. The man next to her immediately snaps back, claiming 30% is the absolute limit for her region. Another representative from Sector H chimed in, boasting about their heavy lineup of 2 mid-tier rank 3 experts. The rest of their squad are peak low tier, but the Sector R Captain Yamato quickly steps in to stop the bickering. He tells everyone to drop the argument since the split will follow the usual ratio. But there is a catch. He insists that they must completely block Huaxia from obtaining any resources, offering a cold, reassuring smile to the group. By cutting off their spiritual energy and grounding their aircraft, their air defenses will crumble in no time. Once that defense line falls, the entire Huaxia safe zone will basically become their personal hunting ground. The crowd sneers in agreement. Yamato boasts that once they beat them into submission, the enemy won't dare resist again. But one cautious warrior warns that they must stay alert since Huaxia might deploy their ultimate lineup this time. Having suffered so many consecutive losses, the desperate nation is highly likely to bring out their absolute best. Another hunter mocks the concern, laughing that Huaxia's old team captains all ended up dead by their hands anyway. He completely laughs off the danger, asking why anyone would feel cowardly with a 6-to-1 advantage over them. Others join in the mockery, noting that despite Huaxia's vast territory, their strongest fighters are tied down defending borders. Since their elites are busy guarding the frontiers, only weaklings from privileged factions would dare enter this dangerous domain. The Sector H Captain Jinzu Du swaggered over with a cocky grin, claiming he could easily wipe them out. He boasts they are just a bunch of low-grade talents, and a girl behind him quickly starts stroking his ego. She giggles that their beloved Jinzu Du is easily strong enough to rival a high-tier, rank 3 entity. Seeing his arrogance, Xiao Li speaks up, pointing out that a global announcement recently mentioned a formidable new opponent. He mentions Ning, the legendary 4-element user, but Jinzu Du just dismisses the threat with a scoff. He claims Huaxia would never risk their prize, prodigy, and even if he joined, a newly awakened weakling is useless. Dong Feng stomps over, declaring that if this Ning actually shows his face, he will gladly claim his head. The surrounding crowd quickly backs away in fear as someone warns the others to stay far away. He is a spatial assassin known for snapping at any moment, and no one wants to set him off. With a twisted smile, he brags about his sick trophy collection, claiming he already has 6 heads so far. Suddenly, a massive system announcement blares out, declaring that the Huaxia war zone has officially entered the dungeon. The countdown officially begins, giving all participants exactly 60 seconds to make their move into the zombie kingdom. The system introduces the trial as an A-rank intercontinental instance featuring a persistent environment with no resets. The dungeon is set in a highly advanced parallel future where the entire social order resembles the real world. Though the locals in this realm have yet to awaken any special powers, their technological advancement is incredibly high. They have already developed massive combat armor and advanced machinery that can easily match rank 3 power levels. While no major outbreak has hit yet, a small zombie wave is active, and Yamato immediately leads his squad inside. He steps inside, waving at his group to follow him in. His partner nods, quickly wiping out the remaining enemies. Meanwhile, Ning and his squad teleport into the dungeon, but everyone around him immediately collapses, completely knocked out. Clutching his throbbing head, Ning struggles to stand. He looks around wondering if they have actually made it inside. He realizes that as an intercontinental dungeon, the teleportation strain is insane, making even his high willpower feel dizzy. Once his vision clears, he is shocked to see a massive grid of glowing circles filling the entire zone. Each boundary holds unconscious players huddled together. He stares in utter confusion, wondering what this place is. Right on cue, the system chimes in. This is a temporary preparation zone used solely to register the incoming players. Attacks are disabled here. After a 30-second countdown, the system will calculate each team's overall power to determine entry order. Weakest teams enter the zombie kingdom first. Hearing this, Ning wonders why they are still waiting out here. In his past life, this dungeon did not have these complex rules and there were no other rival squads around him. Back then, most players remained unconscious for hours. Suddenly, a voice calls out from a neighboring team's circle. The player mocks the high-octane squad, noting the new face woke up fast. Privately, however, he is deeply shocked. He prided himself on his recovery speed, yet this random rookie managed to shake off the teleportation daze even quicker. It makes no sense, especially since the kid only seems to be a shaky low-level rank 3. Just then, Zhang Cheng finally wakes up, groaning that witnessing an SS-Rank willpower class in action is truly mind-blowing. Ning turns to him, relieved he is awake, and immediately asks about the strange rules of this zone. Zhang Cheng catches his breath, gets to his feet, and explains how this temporary preparation space actually works. This lobby acts as a handicap system, granting weaker teams a massive head start to balance out the competition. The dungeon system allows the lower-ranked squads to enter first, giving them precious time to prepare. Nearby players are finally waking up, clutching their heads and complaining about the brutal physical toll of teleportation. On the other side, Dong Yifeng's team recovers. One of his members sneers, throwing a mockery across the divide. He asks if the high-octane server has completely given up bringing a literal kid to a high-level dungeon. Another rival laughs in agreement, claiming that aside from Captain Ming Luo, the rest of the team is pure trash. Dong Jiefeng boasts loudly, promising to take Ming Luo's head as a trophy. Instantly, Yamato steps forward. He leads his crew toward the high-octane barrier, eager to cause trouble and mock their rivals face to face. Slamming his fist against the energy barrier, he laughs, asking if they forgot how many of them died last time. He raises his fist arrogantly, laughing and mocking them as useless trash who are not even worthy of standing in his shadow. He even makes a sickening joke about cooking their former captain, laughing about how long it took to stew him. Dong Yifeng picks his teeth, adding that losers like them only belong in a trash heap as fertilizer. The high-octane players explode in rage, screaming that they will tear that fat bastard apart to avenge their captain. Yamato just laughs off their threats, telling them they better prepare themselves to become his next meal. Before the brawl starts, Ming Luo steps in, holding his angry teammates back to de-escalate the situation. He urges them to stay calm, explaining that the enemies are just trying to bait them before entry. Since Huaxia gets to enter first, the rivals want to rattle them. Observing this, Ning nods in approval. He respects the captain's cool head. Suddenly, Jindu approaches casually, stepping right through the barrier between zones. He mocks Ming Luo for being soft, reminding everyone that their old captain died trying to save him. Pointing at himself arrogantly, Jindu declares that none of them will make it out alive today. He promises to grant them a quick and painful death, making sure they understand just how completely powerless they truly are. Seeing Jindu casually walk through the barrier, Ming Luo gasps in sheer disbelief at what is happening. He realizes there are no boundaries separating the rival teams, meaning they have officially formed a massive and dangerous alliance. They must have used a rare union item. This realization sends a wave of worry through Ning. Ming Luo immediately voices his dread, realizing their initial intel was wrong and they are in deep trouble. Yamato bursts out laughing, asking if the fools have finally realized they are completely doomed. He mocks them further, asking if their superiors failed to warn them because they are all just worthless trash. Even their intel was trash. Yet Ning remains calm, unfazed by the threat of their alliance. He boasts that human wave tactics are completely useless against high-level fighters. 60 tier 3s might seem like a lot, but trash is still trash, no matter how many there are. However, this leak proves there is a spy hiding within their group or at the very top. Yamato then continues to provoke Ning and his crew, demanding they get down on their knees and beg for mercy so he might leave them a whole corpse instead of turning them into absolute garbage. Suddenly, he points directly at Huang Yun and shouts that they could always trade the girl to save their own skin, taunting her with filthy comments about his bedroom skills and how much she would enjoy it. Hearing those vile words, Huang Yun loses her temper and charges forward, swearing to beat them all to death, but Ming Lang quickly grabs her hand from behind to hold her back, warning her not to fall for the trap. Over in the rival camp, a bunch of men join in, the mockery shouting that if they want the precious ore, they should trade the girl for it. The behavior from that side gets even more repulsive, as one creep presses his face right against the barrier, licking it and laughing that it sounds like a brilliant deal. Truly, disgusting behavior mocking how incredibly attractive the female awakeners from the Huaxia war zone are. Yamato's eyes gleam with a twisted and perverted grin as he brings up Zhang Wei from their previous squad, mentioning how she was famous for being a military beauty. Then he continues his cruel taunts, asking if they have any idea how long his men passed her around after she was captured. He targets Ming Lang directly, mocking his feelings for her since she was the most promising star in their squad back then. She was gorgeous, adored by everyone, yet a coward like Ming Lang probably never even dared to touch a single finger of hers. Hearing this and remembering that sweet gentle girl, Ming Lang grits his teeth so hard they might shatter, trembling with pure rage. Seeing his reaction, Yamato lets out a sickening smug laugh and goes on asking if Ming Lang knows just how many men used her. He relishes describing how she begged for mercy right before they finally broke her completely, laughing at the memory of her desperate cries. Mockingly, he adds that he almost felt bad since she kept waiting for rescue, but those cowards ran like rats and abandoned her. Joining the sick game, Dong Ye Feng flashes a creepy grin, raising a human skull to lick it while whispering about the unforgettable taste. This is the absolute breaking point. Ming Lang snaps, screaming at them to shut their filthy mouths as he vows to slaughter every last beast. He hurls himself forward, slamming his fists violently against the energy barrier while roaring at them to keep their hands off her and return her. Huang Yun and the rest of the squad quickly rush to support him, shouting that they have nothing left to lose in this dungeon anyway. The entire team is ready to throw their lives away and fight to the bitter end. But right then, Ning steps in and snaps at them to shut up. He commands Ming Lang to cool his head and actually use his brain for once. Ning reminds him that a high-tier awakener like her would have detonated her own core before ever letting enemies capture and abuse her. Yamato's smug grin vanishes, replaced by a grim expression as he realizes this kid is surprisingly sharp and not easily shaken. He assumes Ning only remains this rational because he never knew the girl personally, letting him analyze the situation without any emotional bias. Ming Lang finally regains his composure, admitting he knew deep down the enemy's story was just a lie to break their spirits. He quickly shifts focus, telling Ning to rest easy because he knows exactly what matters most in this mission. The squad promises to shield Ning with their lives and urges him to use their military gear to avenge them if they fall. Seeing his team so ready to write their own death warrants before the battle even starts, Ning can only sigh in frustration. He is too lazy to explain his insane strength to them, silently deciding he will just slaughter the entire enemy side himself in a bit. Meanwhile, Yamato asks Dong Ye Feng if his sharp ears caught the name Ming Lang just used to address the quiet kid. Dong Ye Feng sneers, amused by the discovery, claiming that the brain of the world's top-ranked rookie will make a fine addition to his collection. Suddenly, a loud system prompt echoes, announcing the preparation phase is over and granting the Huaxia squad immediate entry into the dungeon. Since the other national zones are locked out for another 6 hours, Ming Lang is absolutely thrilled by this massive head start. He believes this early access might actually give them a fighting chance, but Ning remains completely unfazed by the news. He quietly muses that this dungeon structure is incredibly generous to the weak yet utterly pathetic. With that, they step toward the portal. Just before entering, Ning turns back to address the fat enemy captain, asking if he enjoys eating absolute garbage because, once they get inside, he plans to shove his head where the sun does not shine. He casually flips them all off and delivers a chilling promise, warning the rest of the scum that begging for mercy won't save them from being torn apart. He even jokes about feeding their bodies to the stray dogs, leaving the rival awakeners absolutely stunned by his sheer audacity. They instantly break into a frenzy, mocking the Tier 3 rookie for having the nerve to make threats he cannot back up. They laugh it off as classic rookie bravado. However, Yamato stands completely silent, watching the portal where Ning vanished. He senses something is off, noting the kid was far too calm. Beside him, Jinzu anxiously calls out to his captain. Yamato points out that they are entering much later than expected compared to that kid. More importantly, 6 hours have passed, meaning they might have completely hidden away by now. Dong Ye Feng licks his dagger with a terrifying expression, confidently sneering that he thinks they are all overthinking this. Even if Ning hides in a tiny crack in the ground, he has the confidence that he can easily snap the kid's neck. Just then, an announcement rings out as they enter the Intercontinental Zombie Nation dungeon. Their entry time is logged at 5:59 and 32 seconds. Mission 1 is to retrieve genetic research data from within the area. Mission 2 requires collecting at least 1,000 kilograms of spirit ore to determine their upgrade evaluation. Mission 3 allows them to start the next phase of the quest once they locate this world's core objective. A warning states that after completing all 3 missions, they can either exit the dungeon or hunt down enemy players. Eliminating an enemy awakened increases their overall rating by 1.2% and grants exclusive bonus rewards. Meanwhile, Ning and his crew teleport directly into the dungeon. He immediately issues commands to the group, urging them to hurry. They need to find a terminal connected to the network to locate the target NPCs and complete their objectives quickly. This way, they can escape before the enemy arrives. Suddenly, a teammate yells in panic asking Ning what he is doing. He warns that acting rashly will make them wanted by the NPCs. Ning simply draws his sword and reassures them. He declares himself the commander, now promising to carry the entire team to victory. Suddenly, loud sirens start blaring. Red lights flash as system warnings alert of an active intrusion. Ning leaps forward, shouting orders to the rear. He tells them to find the target NPCs. Are they supposed to avoid provoking local factions? No way, he has other plans. They need to fight, conquer this realm, and claim absolute control. Ning dives right into the heart of the system terminal. The team watches in utter terror, muttering that if they get surrounded by the Alliance, none of them will survive. Holding a glowing blue orb, Ning smirks and says this is the perfect moment to start his ultimate slaughter. A computerized voice rings out, confirming the password is correct and asking the operator to start the vehicle. Huang Yun gasps as the red warnings suddenly vanish. Ming Luo narrows his eyes, asking Ning how he hacked the system. Ning coldly tells him it is a military secret. He urges everyone to get in since time is running out. Ming Luo hesitates looking at the transport, but Ning immediately flashes a special military badge to stop any arguments. He announces they are now under the Special Operations Unit command, meaning everyone must obey his orders from now on. Ming Luo stares in absolute shock at the official military authorization. Ning offers no explanation, keeping it casual. He asks if Ming Luo plans to disobey orders. Ming Luo quickly backs down, telling the squad to load up. Qi Ming watches the whole display from behind, muttering about how ridiculous it is that they were sent to protect him. Yet here he is driving them straight into a hornet's nest. Huang Yun remains surprisingly cheerful, laughing it off. He jokes that they probably weren't getting out alive anyway. Suddenly, the GPS chime sets their destination to Route 91. Their target is the Lysenchamps Elysees Manor, and the vehicle blasts off like a rocket. Inside, Ming Luo watches Ning closely. He is baffled by how incredibly familiar Ning is with the controls. Meanwhile, Ning is deeply lost in thought. He needs to prioritize. Completing his hidden sword god system mission is vastly more important than the standard dungeon quest. This is the only way to secure the aerospace carrier blueprint, which is absolutely vital for saving humanity. It's the key to turning the tide of the apocalypse. No matter how powerful he becomes individually, fighting a world-class zombie horde on his own is like trying to empty the ocean with a cup. As he ponders this, a sudden system notification breaks his focus, announcing a mission update to seize the dungeon's ultimate authority. By rewriting the future of this world, the system will grant him massive authority. However, he must avoid getting killed by this world's main protagonist, Lin Rui. Ning reads the notification and starts planning his next move. Since the protagonist can't be killed, the fastest way to shift history is to seize political power. This control will also help him suppress the hostile Six-Nation Alliance. The quickest route to achieve this is to infiltrate the governor's office. Seeing the direction they are headed, Ming Luo starts to piece his plan together. He asks if Ning intends to capture the high-ranking officials here and rely on their influence to help them wipe out the opposing factions. Ning replies directly that this is indeed his master plan. Ming Luo points out how insane this is, calling it completely impossible. They don't just face 60 elite fighters, but controlling a massive army is a pipe dream when they don't even know where the targets are. With no certainty on when they will appear, setting an ambush seems impossible, yet Ning remains completely unfazed. Dismissing the doubts Ming Luo raises, he calmly explains that tracking them is actually quite simple. Triangulation is all it takes. First, the system will never spawn them too far away from their enemies. That is why it is a competitive trial. Second, neither side can wander too far from the main objective. His fingers fly across the controls as he lays out his theory, treating their own location as the center. Multiplying an awakened one's maximum speed by 3 gives them the exact boundary where the enemy is bound to materialize. Pointing directly at the map, he confidently overlaps the geometric zones to dramatically shrink their search area. Even with this brilliant breakdown, Ming Luo remains skeptical, knitting his brows as another glaring issue comes to mind. That zone is still massive, he points out, and they need to strike the very moment the enemy spawns. Instead of getting annoyed by the questions, Ning patiently breaks down the final piece of the puzzle. He reminds him of their 2 key non-player character targets, Professor Claw in his laboratory and Lin Rui. Lin Rui is likely in Chinatown, so connecting the midpoints of both locations narrows the zone even further. This leaves only a few specific spots, since the system always tries to keep awakened ones hidden from locals. That means they will spawn near the highway outskirts or local parks. Ming Luo listens to this in absolute awe. His brilliant analysis makes it clear that this was never an impulsive, reckless decision. Standing nearby, Huang Yun is completely blown away by his preparation, realizing she had seriously underestimated him. Meanwhile, Ning secretly gloats, knowing his flawless calculations are just the tip of the iceberg. His absolute certainty actually stems from a crucial secret tip-off provided by the mysterious Demon Eye hacker. An hour later, they pull up to a lavish estate. Ning coldly orders everyone to get out of the car. Their sudden arrival triggers the security systems. Alarms blare, instantly screaming about intruders across the entire compound. Armed guards rush out to intercept them, demanding they freeze, but a strange heavy pressure suddenly radiates from Ning. Staring ahead, he calmly commands his squad to strike first and knock every single guard unconscious. No killing, he warns, assuring his team that his mental power has already completely severed all local communications. Before the words even settle, Ming Luo leads the charge, moving so fast he looks like a blur of light. He unleashes a wind-cleaving slash, throwing the panicking guards into total chaos as they scream to open fire. They yell about monsters and try to shoot, but Yining's team is already unleashing devastating elemental attacks. Skill after skill rains down. Xiao Dong uses winter frost to freeze the guards solid, rendering them completely helpless. Soul fire blazes right after pushing back any guard who dares to step forward, while Huang Yun joins the fray. Refusing to be left behind, she mockingly suggests they could use a little curse energy to spice things up. Cries of triumph fill the air as they realize Tier 3 combatants fighting normal humans is just plain unfair. They laugh about how easy this is, wishing their war against the Six-Nation Alliance could be this simple. Ning tells them to stop dreaming before stepping forward to test his new cloak against the guards' electromagnetic rifles. Dozens of laser beams hit him dead on, but he just smiles, noting the armor feels like a second skin. The guards watch in horror as their high-tech weapons do absolutely nothing, realizing he is completely immune to their attacks. Get ready, because Ning is about to drop a chilling warning that makes their hair stand on end. He announces he is in a rush before unleashing a chilling wave of frozen wind blades across the battlefield. The massive blast of elemental energy sweeps forward, instantly enveloping the entire defensive line in a thick sheet of frost. Within seconds, every single guard is frozen solid. Ming Luo rushes in with the rest of the team, shouting. He urges everyone to find Ning quickly to protect him, but the sight ahead stops him dead in his tracks. Talk about an awkward rescue, he just finds a beautifully preserved collection of frozen statues, leaving him feeling pretty foolish. It is almost poetic how easily the entire force was neutralized. Moments later, Ning makes himself comfortable inside. Lounging in the main office, he greets Governor Brad, promising him safety as long as he chooses to cooperate. The terrified politician can only wonder why this terrifying intruder claims to be so pleased to meet him. Shaking, Governor Brad notes that hundreds of his elite estate guards were wiped out in mere seconds. It is a feat far beyond normal human capability, eclipsing even the power of highly advanced genetically modified soldiers. He claims he cannot do that. Trembling in fear, he quickly begs them not to kill him, promising to cooperate. But first he needs to know who they are and why they captured him. Right then, a glowing purple light appears before Brad. Ning explains they are time travelers from 10 years in the future. Their exact mission is to stop a massive upcoming crisis, so he can rest assured that they are not the bad guys. After all, they have not killed any of his subordinates, only temporarily putting them out of commission. Pausing for a quick beat, the young man continues, explaining that finding the governor was actually an incredibly easy task for them. He needs Brad to mobilize all armed forces in Obama province within 3 hours and activate Skynet to track down some specific targets. They are rogue time travelers bent on destroying this entire world. Brad listens with sheer disbelief, hesitantly asking if this is some kind of movie, a reality show, or just a wild dream. To prove it is real, Ning hits him with a wave of magical pain. He asks if he is finally awake. Painfully beaten, Brad quickly begs him to stop shouting that he is wide awake. Once he collects himself, Brad tries to argue that a simple governor cannot mobilize so many troops. Ning instantly fires back, asking how many troops he can actually mobilize and specifically how many A-class mechas are at his disposal. He knows that an A-class mecha can barely match a beginner Tier 3 awakened user, which makes this calculation quite critical. A faint smile plays on Yining's lips. If they can deploy dozens or even hundreds of these machines, hope is not lost. Brad runs the numbers in his head before answering carefully that he has at most 3 A-class mechas, the B-class is higher, roughly around 120. He can order the B-class, but the A-class pilots make their own choices without his direct command. Hearing this, Ximeng cannot help but sigh, muttering that this setup is completely useless for their plans. What a mess. A moment later, Ning calmly orders Ming La to find a specific target. He wants him to capture a girl named Anna, and though Ming La is confused, he obediently nods and gets to work. The moment Brad hears his daughter's name, he panics and screams, pleading with them not to lay a single finger on her. Ning stands up to expose the governor's lies, reminding him that under federal law number 78, he can declare state of emergency. He can easily mobilize every unit because his province actually boasts at least 60 A-class mechas at its disposal. Along with 2,400 B-class units, he could easily order a drill or site counter-terrorism, but he chose to be dishonest instead. Brad never expected his secrets to be laid bare like this, and his face instantly turns pale with sheer terror. He frantically stammers that it is not that simple, explaining that any war state activation requires approval from an artificial intelligence expert. Without that key approval, the soldiers simply will not obey, and there is no way to trick the security system. Lacking the patience to listen to any more excuses, Ning snaps, pulling out a control panel to issue a final command. Just do it. He orders Brad to assemble all provincial troops within 3 hours. On top of that, he must dispatch engineers and technicians right away to monitor those exact coordinates. Too terrified to make a sound, Brad quickly agrees to every single demand, doing exactly what he is told. Satisfied with the outcome, Ning tells him to leave the system expert to him, feeling incredibly lucky deep down. Thanks to his past life, he knows the backdoor commands to bypass the security artificial intelligence without triggering any alarms. Watching the young man's fingers fly across the screen, Brad is filled with doubt, wondering if he is truly from the future. Before long, his daughter Anna is dragged into the room under heavy guard, looking completely furious at their captors. Spotting her father, she demands to know what they are planning and what they have done to her family. Heartbroken to see his daughter in handcuffs, Brad quietly begs Ning and his companions to let her go. Unfortunately, Ning shows absolutely no mercy, turning to Brad with an icy stare and stating that he has no time to waste. Game over. Anna watches in horror as her father is suddenly knocked unconscious. Ning calmly explains that her father embezzled $3.9 billion and routinely assassinated his political rivals. If she helps them locate Lin Rui within 6 hours, he promises to spare her corrupt father's life. He warns her not to lie, revealing that he even knows about Lin Rui's secret feelings for her. Assuring her that Lin Rui is safe because they are here to protect him, the scene shifts to 4 hours later on Highway 077. A group of smug soldiers boast to each other, confident that there is absolutely no ambush waiting for them. You thought way too highly of those pigs. True, they probably got scared out of their minds the second they heard us coming. Angry grumbles keep echoing. Damn it, they threatened everyone before, but now they are just running away. Running off to hide in the city, grabbing some managers to help find those pigs. Meanwhile, Yamato looks at what is in front of him. He hesitates, saying something feels off. Are these warheads too densely packed? Plus, the ground looks strange. The dirt looks like it was freshly turned over. Suddenly, the devices activate all at once, making him gasp. This is an ambush. The moment the sensors detect the intruders, a massive robot army rises from nowhere to strike, catching them completely off guard. Looking at the robotic horde, Yamato cannot help but scoff at the situation. So this is their military. How could the Huaxia faction possibly mobilize such a massive army in a place like this? Suddenly, a command rings out, signaling the fighter jets to begin their attack immediately. Jets 1, 3, and 7 immediately begin dropping toxic fog bombs, unleashing special canisters onto the battlefield. A thick green smoke rises quickly, swallowing the entire area. The men below start inhaling the heavy mist. They choke and collapse to the ground, gasping for air. Seeing this, Yamato screams that it is a nerve agent. He barks orders at his men to counter it immediately. The psychic users quickly pool their willpower together. They activate a powerful mental shield. Thanks to their quick thinking and teamwork, the defense holds strong. The toxic gas slowly starts to dissipate. Realizing their first attack failed, the enemy issues a new set of commands. Fighter jets 2, 4, and 6 drop vacuum bombs while the armored squad prepares a devastating saturation attack. A storm of cannon fire and shrieking shells erupts, tearing everything to shreds. Caught in this overwhelming crossfire, airstrikes above and a hail of bullets below tear through the ranks. Escaping this meat grinder seems impossible. Knowing they cannot last much longer, Yamato charges directly at the robots while shouting orders to his team. Tier 3 beginners defend cover the Tier 3 mid-ranks and charge with me, he roars as he charges forward. He punches a robot to pieces, screaming that anyone standing in his way will be completely crushed to dust. Jindu matches his pace, tearing through machines to clear the path. He unleashes a sweeping strike. For 7 long years, I chose to stay at Tier 3 mid-rank without advancing. Want to guess why? His words fire up the others and they charge together to trash the remaining robots, shouting encouragement. Class A armor might match a Tier 3 beginner, but they are nothing but scrap metal in front of us. Exactly, and those Class B junkers behind them are not even worth mentioning. Did they really think this could kill us? How naive. While the ground war rages on, Ye Feng uses his unique space abilities to ambush the high-altitude base. He sneers at them, asking if they honestly believe flying high made them safe from his space-warping attacks. With a wave of his hand, Ye Feng unleashes a spatial rift directly at the massive enemy warship. A violent explosion rocks the sky, raining shrapnel everywhere. Watching from a distance, Yi Ning and Dong observe the chaos. Observing their every move, Ming Luo realizes the battle is turning south and warns Yi Ning to back off. If this keeps up, we are done for. The raw power gap between our forces is just too vast. We might take down a few low-tier beginners, but we stand no chance against the rest of their squad. Despite his friend's anxiety, Yi Ning remains calm, telling him that he never expected these mechs to win anyway. Ming Luo is utterly confused, asking what they are even hoping for then. Yi Ning just gives a smirk. He slowly draws the sword from his back and confidently tells him what their real hope is. He is putting all his hope on the sword in his own hand. Without hesitation, he leaps forward. Ming Luo frantically tries to stop him, yelling that he is just running headfirst to his own death. Seeing how stubborn he is, Ming Luo sighs and insists that they at least charge in first to protect him. Yi Ning finally relents, agreeing to let them join him on the battlefield to clear the way. But he sets one strict condition, ordering them to stay outside the defensive perimeter of the mechs. They must not let a single enemy escape, and no one charges without his command. Ming Luo is instantly frustrated. He opens his mouth to protest, but Yi Ning cuts him off, reminding him that disobedience means military court. Damn. Seeing that Ming Luo had nothing else to say, Yi Ning dashed straight into the chaotic battlefield, targeting the enemy base. Under the thick hail of bullets, his figure flickered, making it almost impossible for the enemy to tell a shadow was rushing forward. Right in the heart of the enemy base, Yi Ning holds his sword steady, ready to wipe out everyone. His cold eyes are now filled with pure death. The hunting season has begun, and first up is clearing out this trash. Just as Yi Ning prepares to strike, the enemy finally spots him. But it is far too late. This is Yi Ning from the Hua Xia squad. His deadly slashes tear right through space, flattening everything in sight. A thick blanket of choking dust completely covers the base. Hearing his teammates report this, Yamato quickly turns around in a panic. He stands frozen at the sheer devastation Yi Ning left behind. He screams Yi Ning's name. But before the words even leave his mouth, Yi Ning's slashes rip forward, cutting down the soldiers around him. Yamato reacts fast, deploying his absolute defense just in time to save his own skin. But the others, who manage to raise their shields, cannot hold out for long. The pressure is simply too insane for their barriers to endure. The shields crack, injuring everyone inside. Back at the edge, Yi Ning's teammates watch him lay waste to everything, with sheer terror in their eyes. With just one move, he wiped out a crowd of Tier 3 low levels and even injured the Tier 3 mid-levels. No wonder he told us to stay back. This terrifying power defies all logic. It is even crazier than the rumors. How did he even pull that off? These Tier 3 fighters are not rookies like Zhang Yang. Still, Ming Lai closely watches the battlefield, ready to leap in and support at a moment's notice. Could it be? The mechs from earlier drained the spiritual energy of those Tier 3 fighters. What comes next is the real danger. We must be prepared to rescue him. If things go south, we will break orders if we have to, just to save his life. Yi Ning has single-handedly wiped out almost the entire enemy force, driving the desperate survivors into a corner of pure hopeless rage. They charge at him, throwing away all regard for their own lives to avenge their fallen comrades. You slaughtered every single one of our brothers. I am going to end you, you bastard. We will tear you apart and feed you to the dogs. How dare you touch our squad? Yi Ning, we are going to skin you alive. But before they can even get close, two giant mechs block their path. Yamato roars, get out of the way, do you want to die? Seeing them focus entirely on the giant mechs, Yi Ning circles around to ambush them, shouting out a provocative taunt. Bring it on, he yells. Giving them absolutely no time to react, Yi Ning swings his sword, ready to finish them. This path is going to be your graveyard. A brilliant flash of sword light slices straight through, cutting the charging enemies in half. Suddenly, Yi Feng teleports right behind him, speaking with absolute confidence. Yi Ning, I am taking your head right now. Seeing their captain arrive, the others seize the chance to back him up, unleashing a barrage of fire and ice arrows. Yi Feng rushes at Yi Ning alongside the two elemental spells, aiming to exact bloody revenge for their fallen squad. But those two lackeys are far too weak. They completely lose control of their spells, causing the friendly fire to slam directly into Yi Feng, instead making him scream. Seeing the stray attacks fly his way, Yi Ning does not even bother to dodge, calmly muttering, charging at me, not a chance. He immediately unleashes a counterattack called Wind Blade Raging Fire. As soon as Yi Feng recovers, his arrogant smirk returns. He barks out orders to the remaining fighters. Yi Ning can only use two ultimate moves at most, so charge in together. Of course, his head belongs to me. Yi Feng's confident claim puts Yi Ning on high alert. He quietly wonders, how can he be so sure about my limits? If he already knew about this, why wait until now to mention it? And why did he keep his distance during that ambush? Why yell out to warn me first? Hearing Yi Feng's words, the rest of the enemies regain their confidence and charge. He is completely out of tricks. They scream, kill him. Listening to their confident shouting, Yi Ning finds it incredibly amusing. Out of tricks, he chuckles. Suddenly, a dense pitch-black shroud of dark mist begins to swirl around his body. His eyes burn with pure murderous intent. Calmly raising his blade, a massive surge of dark energy erupts outward. Yi Ning summons a giant horrific skull that instantly swallows the two foolish enemies who dared to approach him. He coldly mutters, then let me show you what else I have got. his brand new skill is officially unleashed. The demonic gates of Yama devours the two attackers, instantly leaving behind nothing but skeletal remains. A system alert flashes. 20,000 spiritual energy consumed, 35,000 remaining. Seeing the black mist expand, Yi Feng is also caught in its path. He frantically activates his teleportation to escape, screaming in pure frustration. Damn it, what is this thing? Was I set up? How is this even possible? Not just the enemies, but even Yi Ning's own teammates are completely terrified by this display. Is this the power of the #1 4-element talent? It is absolutely insane. I have never seen a technique like this. It is not just the skill itself, but his spiritual. Even his released energy surged easily, hitting 20,000 points. Talk about absolutely insane. But the two enemy captains, they still resolved to fight. They still wanted to desperately charge forward to fight Yi Ning, swearing that not a single Huaxia pig would escape alive today. Leave Yi Ning to me, one yelled. Seeing them still acting so reckless, Yi Ning only scoffed at their stupidity. He mocked them, asking how they dared to rush him when his current skill was not even finished yet. Then the Underworld Lord rose. Yama rose from the black smoke as ghostly skulls materialized, floating all around him. He pointed his blade directly at Jinzu. He commanded the spirits to rip him apart. Right on cue, they swarmed forward to surround Jinzu. With Jinzu busy, only Yamato remained. Yi Ning slowly closed the distance, asking Yamato Ichiro if he knew his plan, why he was spared from the ghostly army. Taken aback by the sudden question, Yamato felt a chill and stammered out his guess, asking if it was because their weak power could not kill him. Hearing that, Yi Ning gave an arrogant smirk. Ron, he said, because he was going to personally shove Yamato's head up his own ass. He always keeps his promises. Infuriated by the brutal insult, Yamato boiled with rage, bracing himself to fight. But Yi Ning did not waste a second. He swung his blade, tearing through the air to activate his ultimate elemental wind blade, the Glacial Dragon. Instantly, the battlefield froze. A massive ice dragon materialized, whipping up a freezing, bone-chilling blizzard. It let out a deafening roar, but Yamato stood ground. Yamato was not about to back down. Channeling his energy, he unleashed the Amber Fist, summoning a blazing fire tiger to clash head-on with the ice dragon. Neither beast gave an inch as they collided violently. Capitalizing on the chaos, Yi Ning made his move. The distraction, Yi Ning instantly teleported right behind his target. Ready to unleash another lethal strike, he lunged. He activated his Phoenix Flame Elemental Slash. A fiery beast erupted from his sword, lunging to tear the enemy apart. But Yamato sensed the sudden threat just in time, quickly raising his ultimate defense, the protective Phoenix Wings. The wings formed a shield just as the blazing beast slammed in, triggering a massive explosion that shook the entire area. As debris rained down, Yi Ning could not help but respect his opponent. That berserk physical defense was truly impressive. But he warned Yamato that playtime was officially over. Suddenly, a barrage of projectiles cut through the air. A swarm of flying daggers materialized, shooting straight at him. Sensing the danger instantly, Yi Ning reacted with lightning speed. He sneered, asking if that coward Dong Yifeng was back for another cheap sneak attack. He was sick of these sneaky games. He unleashed a counter. Did they seriously think they were the only telekinetics around? With a casual flick of his wrist, he threw a small dagger, easily deflecting the entire barrage of projectiles. As the metal clashed, Yamato roared from high above, shouting that the flying daggers were nothing but a distraction. He fell right into their trap. Activating Heavenly Fire Meteor, Yamato dove down like a massive flaming fist toward where his target stood. Facing this tag team onslaught, Yi Ning simply scoffed. Get ready, because things are about to get wild. No cheap trick can stand against absolute power, he declared. And he was about to prove it. Standing his ground, he slowly raised his blade, initiating his ultimate defensive barrier. The Suitian defense activated. Purple flames wrapped around his blade, exploding outward to form a solid shield just as Yamato collided with it. The shield blocked the impact effortlessly, leaving Yamato completely stunned. Staring at his useless attack, he quickly leaped back, retreated to establish a safe distance. He raged, unable to believe a mere master-tier weakling possessed such defense. But Yi Ning was far from done, not even close. He broke from his barrier and leaped high. Ready to launch his counter-strike, he yelled. His move was not finished, diving down with another skill. The Suitian target strike unleashed a massive wave of invisible gravity, locking onto Yamato and freezing him. The crushing force brought him straight to his knees. No matter how much he struggled, he could not budge. He screamed that it was impossible to be pinned down like this. Even Dong Yifeng, hiding in a separate dimension, was affected. Felt the terrifying pressure radiating through the void. Far across the battlefield, Jinzu finally finished off the spirits. Gasping for breath, Jinzu bragged that his high tier 3 strength made him immune to such weak amateur phantoms. He swore he would personally end Yi Ning today, but he was completely blind to the threat behind him. An incoming beam of light targeted him, and the sudden explosion made Jinzu scream in absolute terror. He shrieked, asking what was happening. From the thick, billowing smoke of the blast, a figure slowly emerged. Ning stepped forward, thoroughly satisfied with his new abilities. His basic defensive shield had worked wonders. He never expected its offensive output to easily match his windstorm sword. Meanwhile, his surrounding teammates watched in awe. Everyone was completely stunned by his insane power. Ming Lu could only watch in awe, wondering how many hidden skills Ning actually had. Is he even human, or is he some kind of monster? Distraught by how easily he was being outclassed, Yamato finally lost his mind. He triggered his berserk transformation, instantly swelling into a towering massive giant. Not wanting to give Ning any chance to recover, Yamato unleashed a devastating sweep to crush everything in sight, but Ning reacted instantly, ordering his summon to block the strike. He used the bottomless underworld barrier, summoning Jinzu's soul to shield him. Seeing his ultimate move blocked, Yamato roared in absolute fury. "How could you use Jinzu's own soul to defend yourself?" he screamed. "How is this even possible?" But no matter how much he raged, Ning was already gearing up for a counterattack. "Have you thrown all your big moves?" he muttered, "because now it is my turn." He instantly summoned Divine Wrath, making his sword glow with blinding light. Right then, the system flashed a sudden warning notification, consuming 20,000 spirit points, leaving a balance of 4,800. Ning roared, summoning his 4th-tier phantom, a dark shadow that looked identical to him. It burst from the sword, lunging straight at Yamato. Even Ning was shocked by the uncanny resemblance. He had assumed a 4th-tier summon would be dozens of meters tall. To his surprise, its body was exactly his same size. How is that even possible? Watch this. Seeing the small shadow, Yamato can only laugh at its pathetic size. "Is this supposed to be your soul?" he sneered. "Handing it over willingly, does your spirit stand a chance?" How utterly naive. But mid-laugh, his voice suddenly cracked into a terrified stutter. It was way too naive. When did that shadow slip right through his body? Before Yamato could even finish his sentence, his knees buckled and he collapsed. Yamato was covered in countless deep cuts, yet the shadow's speed had been so blindingly fast he had not even noticed it. In the blink of an eye, his entire body shattered into hundreds of bloody pieces. Even Ning was stunned by this terrifying power. A single strike kill. Though the shadow shared his exact appearance, it was somehow vastly more powerful than he was. The onlookers stood, frozen like statues, feeling incredibly grateful that Ning had kept them out of this. Did we actually just win this insane fight? Was keeping us back just to prevent us from getting caught in the crossfire? Through the thick dust, Ning approached his relaxed shadow. Sitting there calmly, the phantom reached out its hand and offered him a polite gesture. Ning smiled, highly amused by the shadow's attitude. "Do you already know what I want to do?" he asked. The shadow grinned, replying that of course he did since they were one. But the phantom slowly began to fade away. Ning felt a wave of regret, saying goodbye to his own future self. It only lasted 10 seconds per summon. Turning around, he kicked Yamato's severed head across the dirt with a smug smirk on his face. "Yamato Icho, I told you I would shove your head up your own butt," he boasted, now seeing his entire squad completely wiped out. Dong Yifeng was paralyzed with fear. Having spent the entire fight hiding, he realized with dread that everyone else was dead. He needed to escape immediately to at least report these terrifying events back. But as if sensing his mounting panic, Ning let out a chilling, sinister laugh. "There is still one little fish hiding in the shadows," he called out. "I ignored you before, but now, Dong Yifeng, get the hell out here." When the coward refused to show himself, Ning unleashed his full mental perception to search the area with angry flame tracking. Within moments, Yifeng was exposed. He screamed in terror, desperately shifting his stats to agility to outrun the burning flames. "Oh my god," he thought. "He cannot see me clearly, but he can sense my general direction. Is he trying to smoke me out with fire?" Hearing him scramble, Ning merely snorted with disdain and issued a loud warning. "Trying to run? I said I would wipe you all out. Did you think I was joking?" Seeing his stubborn determination to purge absolutely everyone, his allies rushed forward to stop him. "Do not chase him, Ning," they pleaded. "Dong Yifeng still has an unknown trump card. Your energy reserves are critically low." Regardless of their desperate warnings, Ning stood his ground. "Letting him escape alive would be infinitely more dangerous," he replied. He rained down endless waves of fire on Yifeng, forcing the assassin to scramble for survival. The attack speed of this fire was just too fast. At this rate, he was as good as dead. Yifeng frantically calculated his next move. He figured Ning had spent a massive amount of spirit energy already, meaning he must be running extremely low on mana. Instead of running away, it was better to turn around and gamble everything on one final strike. Even if the price was immense, taking Ning down with him would still mean the mission was a success. Meanwhile, Ning's cold, murderous intent drew closer. Suddenly, the assassin tore through the very fabric of space, lunging straight at the young warrior with a maddened wild roar. "Life burn, void, breakthrough, die," he shrieked. Leaping out from the rift, Yifeng put his life on the line. He prepared to fight Yi Ning to his absolute last breath, smugly assuming his burning life force made his strike stronger than a standard high-tier level 3 warrior. No matter how fast Yi Ning was, there was no way he could outrun this. He bursts into a completely wild laugh, his eyes filled with absolute murderous intent as he roars for Yi Ning to die. Faced with this incredibly arrogant display from his opponent, the young man simply scoffs, which immediately throws Yi Feng off. Why on earth is he still smiling with death right in front of him? But when he lunges forward, things get weird. There is absolutely zero physical resistance as the blade slides straight through his body. Yi Feng whips around in total shock. It is nothing but an empty after-image, and he has been completely fooled. How could a shadow clone even be possible here? Could he actually possess a rare spatial skill? To trigger something like that without consuming any energy makes absolutely zero sense. In a flash, Yi Ning materializes right behind him, launching a brutal counterattack before the enemy can even react. With a swift and decisive swing of his sword, he slices clean through his opponent's legs, leaving him completely crippled. The guy screams in agonizing pain, swearing to kill Yi Ning, while the teammates look on in absolute horror. They immediately rush over to check on him, shouting for everyone to finish off the crippled enemy right now. Hearing the clear command, Kaiming and Zheng Cheng immediately unleash their ultimate magical skills to obliterate the helpless target. But Yi Ning steps in to block both incoming attacks, shouting at them to stop because he needs this guy alive. The two stubbornly ignore him and press their assault, making his voice drop dangerously low as he demands they stop. Why are they still using full power? Realizing he crossed a major line, Kaiming quickly lowers his bow, looking highly apologetic. He stammers out that he was just too tense to stop his attack in time, just as Captain Ming Luo catches up. The captain advises him to just end the guy's life quickly, questioning if keeping him alive for info is even worth it. Even if they interrogate him, they will never know if the answers are real or fake, so why risk more trouble? But Yi Ning stands completely firm in his decision. He turns around and points his sharp blade directly at his face. He demands to know which member of the Huaxia squad is acting as a secret spy, giving the crippled man no escape. Despite losing his legs, he remains stubborn, mockingly telling Yi Ning to go ahead and kill him if he has the guts. Ming Luo is completely baffled by this, asking Yi Ning if there has been some kind of major misunderstanding here. Everyone was strictly vetted and all communications are closely monitored, so they should not fall for his obvious mind games. But Yi Ning just smiles back with absolute and total confidence, telling his worried teammates not to panic just yet. He tells them to calm down and wait for the interrogation to finish, leaving the captain completely speechless. With that settled, Yi Ning turns his attention back to his captive, systematically exposing every little trick he has left. Normally, a guy in this situation would have self-detonated, but his ultimate move already drained every last drop of his energy. Now he is nothing but a useless lump of flesh, unable to even muster up a basic spell to resist. Realizing his secrets are completely laid bare, Yi Feng's entire face pales in absolute terror, utterly unable to speak. Before he can even process his fear, Yi Ning swings his sword and slices off one of his arms as a warning. He calmly offers him a quick and painless death if he talks, otherwise things are about to get incredibly brutal. He calmly mentions ancient horrific torture methods, and when the cripple still refuses to speak, the blade draws much closer. The cold blade hovers right over his face, and the sheer terror of what is coming finally breaks his spirit. He begs for mercy and points a trembling finger right at Kaiming, screaming that he is the spy. Realizing his cover is completely blown, Zhang Kaiming instantly bolts, leaving the rest of the squad in absolute shock. They cannot believe Kaiming actually betrayed them, questioning what could have possibly driven him to sell out his brothers. But there is no way they are letting a traitor escape that easily, and Zheng Cheng is already on the move. He unleashes his fiery technique, and a massive wave of flames completely engulfs Kaiming as he tries to flee. With the truth finally out, the heavily wounded Yi Feng begs for the quick death he was promised. Yi Ning merely scoffs, because he is far from done stripping away the rest of this guy's secrets. Now watch, there are actually two more traitors standing right here, a revelation that leaves everyone completely frozen. Before anyone can process this, Yi Ning moves like lightning, suddenly appearing directly in front of Zheng Cheng. Pointing his sword at him, he mocks his attempt to sacrifice a pawn to save the king, completely exposing his act. Zheng Cheng stammers in panic, but before he can finish his sentence, a cold blade pierces through his chest. Ming Luo rushes over in absolute disbelief, screaming to ask why he is attacking their teammate when Kaiming was the spy. Yi Ning just gives him a cold, mocking smirk, asking whoever said there was only one traitor among them. What he still can't believe his ears, insisting it is absolutely impossible. Yi Ning turns his gaze toward Yi Feng. He plays his final card. Did you really think Dong Yifeng would just confess that easily? This is nothing but sacrificing a pawn that's already been exposed to save a hidden one. Seeing his entire plan collapse, Yifeng panics. He quickly tries to defend himself. No way, it's just a wild guess. But Yu Ning doesn't let him finish, swings his hand and decapitates him. Talk about no mercy. In his eyes, Yifeng is completely useless. Didn't your reaction just confirm everything anyway? If he wasn't the traitor, then why would you be celebrating like this? Kick a man when he's down right. Your very existence has officially become entirely meaningless to me now. But Ming Luo still refuses to believe Zheng Cheng is the traitor, desperately trying to defend him against Dong Yifeng's claims. He argues that the cunning villain is just playing dirty tricks. Seeing his chance, Zheng Cheng quickly plays along. Zheng Cheng claims he has a clear conscience toward his country. On what grounds are you framing me, Yi Ning? Yi Ning finds their acting utterly ridiculous. He immediately lays out his cold chain of evidence. On what grounds? You were indeed incredibly careful. No written evidence exists, and there was no direct contact with Jiang Kaiming. Instead, you relied on long-range attacks to leave physical imprints on targets. Remember Dong Yifeng's previous strike? He intentionally broadcasted it to draw you and Jiang Kaiming into the fight. Yi Ning pulls out a scrap of paper. Back then, Jiang Kaiming's strike hit me directly, while Zheng Cheng's attack landed straight on Dong Yifeng's own arm. That specific mark on the flesh I carved off serves as the absolute proof of your secret data transmission. The exact same evidence appears in every single dungeon, and I bet his body holds even more proof. Faced with an ironclad case, Zheng Cheng finally breaks down and confesses, "You are right, I am indeed a traitor." Hearing this, Ming Luo is completely devastated. "Old Zheng, why on earth would you ever do this?" Yi Ning is curious about what drove him down this dark path. "I really want to know," he says. "Why become a spy? Your profile is absolutely flawless." Yi Ning begins summarizing Zheng Cheng's life for everyone present. 54 years old. Rescued by the military after his parents died, leaving him with no vulnerabilities to exploit. Enlisting at 16, you single-handedly lured away a level 2 mutant to save your supply squad at age 26. You reached level 3 and joined the Special Forces, fighting 13 times on the border and surviving critical wounds twice. An honorable background, deep lifelong bonds. Even with all that, Yi Ning still couldn't find a logical explanation. Why did you betray them? Captain Liu treated you like a real brother and Jiang Wei looked up to you. I am really curious what the enemy zone promised to make you turn your back on your teammates like this. Pain washes over Zheng Cheng's face. If I said I don't feel like I betrayed anyone, would you believe me? On the contrary, I only wanted to devote all my efforts to protecting the Huaxia war zone. Yi Ning finds this perspective rather amusing. Honestly, who tries to justify betrayal like this? Quite a fresh spin. Zheng Cheng shouts, trying desperately to prove his actions were for the greater good. You are right, Yi Ning. I don't crave power or greed from those monsters. Honestly, I hate those bastards more than any of you. Every day I wished I could slaughter them all, but I couldn't. To save my friends, I became their dog. Ming Luo can't take this betrayal anymore. He snaps, delivering a brutal kick directly to Zheng Cheng's face. He strikes Zheng Cheng right in the face. What kind of garbage is spewing out of your mouth, Zheng Cheng? Selling us out was for our own good. Is this really how you treat Jiang Wei and our old captain? Seeing his captain's fury, Zheng Cheng just laughs bitterly and mockingly asks how else they could have survived. Last time our strongest captain and Jiang Wei both died. Why do you think nobody chased after us then? It is because I begged them like a dog. We can't win anyway, so reducing casualties is the best we can do. He screams in bitter resignation, clutching his own shirt. Do you think I've ever been afraid of dying? No, but I am terrified of watching every single one of my brothers die in front of my eyes. Suddenly, Zheng Cheng rips his shirt open, exposing a torso covered in deep scars. He cries out in utter despair. You think I didn't want to save everyone? I couldn't. We are just pigs trapped inside a pen. Only by sacrificing a few can the rest of us survive. Hearing this, Yi Ning responds with absolute confidence. This time is different. This time I will lead you all to victory. Zheng Cheng freezes in shock. He doesn't deny a thing, fully admitting Yi Ning's talent. He admits he never saw this coming, wishing he had met him much sooner. Zheng Cheng admits he is genuinely happy to see him. With those final words, a sudden burst of flame completely engulfs his entire body. He sets himself on fire peacefully, leaving everything in Yi Ning's hands. Now that the young man is finally here, his long-standing worries vanish. He can finally leave his miserable life behind without any regrets. He whispers that he deeply misses his old leader Jiang Wei and the others. He wants to find his fallen comrades to beg for forgiveness, urging the survivors to live well, watch over Yi Ning, and protect the future. Seeing him choose self-immolation just to escape his sins, Ming Luo cannot help but feel incredibly frustrated by the man's final act of cowardice. She curses Uncle Zheng as a complete bastard. Watching the flames consume the old soldier, Yi Ning falls into deep, silent thought. Throughout history, the law of the jungle has never changed. The weak are always weeded out regardless of how they became vulnerable. Foreign powers, hostile beasts, or alien races do not matter. If his rebirth this time fails to save this world, the consequence will be unthinkable. He silently reminds himself that after everything he has witnessed, the single path to preventing another tragedy is to become far stronger. He needs absolute strength, a power that can tear the world apart and entirely rewrite the very laws of destiny itself. Zheng Cheng's body finally crumbles into ashes, scattering into the dirt. Turning back to the group, Yi Ning signals it is time to move. He tells them to keep moving since more urgent missions await them. Soon, they arrive at the governor's office in Wuba province. Walking through the silent manor, one of the team members grows highly suspicious, wondering aloud why the entire area has suddenly gone quiet. Just as the words leave his mouth, a massive swarm of combat robots suddenly emerges from the shadows, completely surrounding their entire squad. Without warning, the machines open fire in a relentless barrage, but the squad reacts instantly, raising a powerful defensive barrier to block the bullets. Ming Lu barks out orders to hold the line, protect Yi Ning. But the young man has no intention of standing idle. Channeling his energy, he prepares to hunt down the mastermind behind this ambush, realizing this force goes far beyond a local governor's jurisdiction. It seems high-ranking officials from above have arrived right on schedule. That works out perfectly since he has a few words for their president. Watch closely because in the blink of an eye, Yi Ning unleashes a devastating first strike, utterly obliterating every machine standing in his path. Combining wind blades and absolute frost, his blade sweeps outward instantly, freezing the entire opposing force into lifeless blocks of solid ice. The soldiers stand frozen like empty, soulless statues. Seeing this, the teammates who were desperately trying to shield him can finally let their guards down. Breathing a collective sigh of relief, one of them points out that Yi Ning clearly does not need any of their protection. Ming Luo agrees, but she knows they cannot just stand by and watch him fight alone. She quickly orders her team to charge into battle. As they leap forward, unleashing their powerful shield-breaking strikes, Yi Ning notices and immediately calls out to stop them from going too far. He warns them to keep their cool and avoid unnecessary casualties, wanting to leave some leverage alive for the upcoming negotiations. Dongqing nods in agreement, allowing Yi Ning to stride forward confidently, easily freezing any foolish enemies who dare stand in his path. Within seconds, Yi Ning spots the cowardly governor trying to hide, instantly lunging directly in front of the terrified politician. Pressing his freezing blade directly against Governor Brad's neck, Yi Ning coldly notes that he never expected the governor to try such a stunt. Trembling with sheer terror, Brad frantically denies everything, desperately crying out that he has absolutely nothing to do with this attack. Dropping to his knees, he pleads with clasped hands, explaining that the squad caused such a massive scene that the higher-ups got suspicious. He claims he never requested those reinforcements and even warned them not to interfere, but they completely ignored his warnings. He whines that they even used him as mere bait. Yi Ning narrows his eyes, his voice laced with heavy skepticism. He asks if that is really the truth. Terrified by his cold reaction, Brad presses his forehead to the dirt, begging for mercy. He swears everything is the absolute truth, promising full cooperation if they just spare his miserable life. Suddenly, a panicked voice calls out. Anna stands nearby, desperately begging Yi Ning to spare her father, promising that she has brought the person he was looking for. She brings forward Lin Rui, who frantically tries to pull her back, warning her that she is getting way too close to danger. Stepping in front to shield her, the trembling youth demands to know what Yi Ning wants, while Yi Ning simply flashes a calm smile. He asks Lin Rui if he really looks like some kind of villain. Seeing him step closer, the youth grips his weapon even tighter. Clinging tightly to his battle axe, the boy is clearly on high alert, forcing Yi Ning to quickly explain the actual situation. He points out that while things look bad from their perspective, the reality is completely different, urging him to look around. He highlights that he has not actually killed anyone, claiming his entire dramatic staging is simply necessary to save their world from destruction. Lin Rui refuses to buy it, calling his claims total nonsense. Undeterred, Yi Ning keeps trying to win him over with an offer. He asks the young future leader of humanity if he is willing to join him in saving the world from the apocalypse. Before Lin Rui can even formulate an answer, Yi Ning reaches out and effortlessly crushes his steel axe to seal the deal. Even with the threat, Lin Rui processes his words and responds with a sudden spark of hope in his eyes. Saving the world from the apocalypse, is he really talking about him? Could this guy actually be a time traveler from the future? Hearing this, Anna smacks his head furiously, asking how he can believe such a stupid lie. But Yi Ning already has Lin Rui completely hooked. Rubbing his sore head, he turns to Anna, trying to defend the claim. He genuinely thinks the guy might be right after all. How else could anyone explain those crazy godlike powers? Lin Rui pulls her aside to whisper, pointing out that with strength like that, the stranger could easily wipe them out. He has no reason to lie, and besides, Lin Rui always felt deep down that he was destined for greatness. Yi Ning smirks, highly pleased with how easily his bluff worked. Exactly, he praises him, calling him incredibly sharp. No wonder he is the future savior. Privately, Yi Ning sizes him up, brave, kinda bit dumb, and a high schooler. He is the textbook definition of a hot-blooded shonen protagonist. Honestly, a guy like him makes the perfect puppet. But Lin Rui suddenly looks down, realizing he has zero powers right now and wonders how he can save anything. He asks how a normal kid is supposed to stop the end of the world. Yi Ning quickly jumps in to reassure him. Don't worry, he says, those powers will manifest soon enough. For now, he just needs to tag along and follow the plan. Lin Rui nods, his confidence restored. Totally. But right then, a frantic Ming Luo bursts in. He rushes over with the rest of the crew to give Yi Ning a vital update on what is happening outside. Yi Ning, a massive fleet of fighter jets, is heading straight for them, armed with nuclear warheads likely sent by the Alliance. No matter how strong they are, they cannot take on the military might of an entire civilization all at once. Unfazed, Yi Ning grabs Brad. Time to fix this. He tells the others to stay put and wait. He tells the governor he is going to need his full cooperation. Terrified for his life, Brad immediately agrees to comply. He begs for his life, promising total cooperation. Outside, countless fighter jets swarm the skies. The military locks onto the castle below. Blaring over the speakers, they warn them that they are completely surrounded. They demand the governor's release, but Yi Ning is completely unfazed as he holds a blade to Brad's trembling neck. He demands to speak directly to the Alliance president, warning them that they better listen if they want to save their world. Back at headquarters, the president watches the broadcast, scoffing at the threat as if it is some bad action movie. Destroying the world, he sneers, who does this guy think he is some kind of movie villain, and orders his troops to get ready. He gives them 10 seconds to surrender before authorizing carpet bombing and even a nuclear strike if things get out of hand. His subordinate quickly speaks up to remind him that Governor Brad is still down there held hostage. The president scowls, calling Brad a useless fool who deserves to die anyway for leaking their secrets to the enemy. Since the citizens of Obama province have already been evacuated, losing one politician is a price he is willing to pay. With the order issued, the jets prepare for attack, tracking systems lighting up as they lock onto the targets below. The warnings blare out once more, giving the intruders 10 seconds to surrender before they completely vaporize the area. The systems are primed and ready for a nuclear strike, cold-bloodedly thanking Governor Brad for his sacrifice to the state. They cold-bloodedly thank Brad for his service. He freezes, unable to believe he is being discarded. He stammers in panic, unable to believe his own government abandoned him, while the rest of the crew watches in disbelief. Ming Luo groans at the sudden escalation, admitting that things just got a whole lot more complicated than they expected. Lin Rui panics, asking if he is seriously about to die before his legendary protagonist arc even has a chance to start. Seeing that the governor is completely useless to him now, Yi Ning casually tosses Brad aside like a piece of garbage. He tells the weeping politician to step aside, confidently laughing off the threat of an incoming nuclear missile. He claims he will handle it personally immediately, pulling up his system interface to quickly map out his options. His advanced battle suit can easily withstand thermal and kinetic attacks, but he still has to protect the others in his squad. His fingers fly across the system keyboard, desperately calculating a way to keep Ming Luo and Lin Rui alive. If normal threats cannot deter the military, he might actually have to show them what real destruction looks like. Just as Yi Ning finishes inputting his commands, the military prepares to open fire from above. The fighters finalize their locks, preparing the launch sequence, but suddenly the pilot consoles begin flashing red. Alarms scream throughout the cockpits as a terrified officer frantically reports that the nuclear command systems have been compromised. Our nukes have been hacked, the nuclear strike is cancelled. Ben gasped in shock, demanding to know how that was even possible. Then the system flared to life with endless alerts. The original strike coordinates had all been rerouted to completely different provinces. Warning. Warning. Bohinia province is targeted by a nuclear warhead. Warning. Warning. Andong province is now targeted by a nuclear warhead. Warning. Jatidayan province is targeted. The staggering number of launched targets left him utterly speechless, over 700 of them. 700 provinces. No, that was impossible. Even he only held half of the activation keys. His subordinate rushed to update him. Mr. President, it is real. Our entire facility is locked down and there is absolutely no way to override the system commands. We cannot regain control. Whoever they are, their threat to destroy the world is completely real. These people are barely even human. Backed into a corner, Ben was forced to negotiate. He barked at his men to stop the offensive and tell them to stand down. He agreed to negotiate, ordering a transport jet to be sent immediately to bring their mysterious visitors straight to his headquarters. As the fighter jets backed off, Yi Ning led his team forward. The crowd watched on, completely paralyzed with fear and awe. And who can blame them? Yi Ning's sudden display of raw power was enough to leave anyone completely speechless. The mere thought sent shivers of excitement down their spines. A teammate muttered if their entire understanding of combat had been completely wrong. Yi Ning's sheer efficiency was almost terrifyingly broken. He quietly pulled Ming Luo aside and leaned in to whisper a few words. He told Ming Luo to back him up once they met the president, instructing him exactly how to play his part. Ming Luo looked highly skeptical, questioning if the high brass would actually fall for it. Soon they arrived at the federal headquarters. Before entering, Yi Ning paused to instruct the group that only he and Ming Luo would go inside, while the rest guarded Lin Rui. The squad saluted in agreement. Inside, Ben stood waiting with his elite guards, glaring furiously as Yi Ning finally stepped into the room. Ben demanded to know if he was Ning, barking at him to state who they really were and what they wanted. Skipping the small talk, Ning got straight to the point, revealing that they were time travelers sent back from the future. He warned them that in exactly 1 year, the entire world would face a catastrophic extinction-level event known as the apocalypse. He laid out the terrifying events destined to unfold, detailing an unstoppable crisis that no military on Earth could hope to prevent. Hordes of ravenous zombies and mutated beasts will overrun the cities, slaughtering humanity and completely dissolving the Federation by the 4th year. In a desperate bid to survive, humanity will launch a global nuclear strike, destroying what is left of human civilization. Yet even that self-destruction failed to stop the monsters. Fortunately, by year 6, survivors managed to construct a temporal device. They leaped backward through time to rewrite history. To back up his claims, Ning pulled out a high-tech data drive. He played actual footage of their brutal future battles against the mutant beasts, encouraging Ben to analyze the raw data files. Once verified, the truth would be undeniable. They came as saviors, not hostile conquerors. Ben stared at the screen, deeply unsettled. He was starting to believe it, yet hesitation lingered as he asked if man-eating beasts really were destined to take over. It sounded like a nightmare. Even if the footage was highly convincing, he questioned how he could trust Ning's true intentions. He wondered if the travelers were actually Vanguard agents sent by the monsters. Seeing Ben's stubborn hesitation, Ning's tone turned icy. He delivered a chilling threat, warning Ben that before the apocalypse even arrives, he could easily destroy them all himself. Hearing this bold claim, the presidential guards instantly raised their rifles, shouting at him to stand down or they would shoot. But with a casual flick of Ning's wrist against the table, the guards' weapons suddenly ripped clean out of their hands. As their weapons floated in mid-air, Ning finally snapped, warning them that he had zero patience left for their foolishness. If they refused to cooperate, their entire future would burn. He made it clear he was not going to waste another second. Getting obliterated by his hand was far better than being eaten alive by mutants. At least his way would be swift. Sensing the boiling tension, Ming Luo quickly stepped in front of Ben, pleading with Ning to calm down and be reasonable. He argued that Ben was simply struggling to digest the insane news, reminding his friend of their shared goal to save humanity. They both knew this was their absolute last chance to fix things, but he begged Ning to grant the president a little more time. Suddenly, Ming Luo spun around and grabbed Ben tightly by the collar, his voice dropping to a dangerously sharp, icy register. He warned the president that hesitation would seal their doom, recalling how their previous operational attempts had miserably failed to secure the timeline. The original rescue mission was a disaster. This time, a vicious group of future beasts managed to slip through the temporal rift with them. They were the exact same monsters they had just slaughtered in the city outskirts. Ming Luo gripped the president's collar even tighter. Raising his voice, he revealed that Ning was incredibly disgusted by the High Brass's complete incompetence during their previous temporal run. A close teammate of theirs had even died because of their reckless military blockade. Watching his partner's masterclass performance, Ning kept a straight face. Ning instantly regretted his decision. Ming Luo's acting skills were honestly terrible. He really could not bear to watch it anymore. If only he had chosen someone with actual talent. But despite the bad act, he continued trying his best to convince the other side. As he spoke, Ming Luo pulled out a high-tech pen and warned them that if they did not cooperate this time, there would be no second chance. Of course, they also brought back a special genetic serum designed to boost their physical limits to an entirely new level. Just drink this and you will gradually become as strong as us. The representative took the pen, marveling at its advanced technology. He immediately agreed to Ning's deal, asking if it could really extend their lives and grant them such incredible strength. He promised full cooperation. Hearing this, Ming Luo turned back to smile at Ning, celebrating their highly successful negotiation. Ning finally let out a sigh of relief, glad he brought the enhancement serum along, since threats always work better with incentives. Once the deal was signed, the official bowed with deep respect, asking how they could best support the alliance. Upon hearing the official call them revered saviors, Ning wasted no time in laying out his main conditions. First, he needed the Federation to mine as much spiritual energy ore as possible, and second, to locate Dr. Crocker. He wanted the doctor to help investigate the root cause of the apocalypse, leaving the official quite surprised by these simple demands. The official immediately agreed, promising to get to work right away as everything continued to go perfectly smooth for them. Ning smiled to himself, thinking how incredible this quest was now that they had official backing for their mining operations. It practically felt like owning the mines himself. Just then, his system flashed a notification about the celestial realm. The third stage of the beginner quest was complete, and the next phase was to locate the origin of this world's apocalypse. He accepted the next stage without any hesitation, realizing that while his system's primary quest was moving along fast, the Sword God system had barely progressed. It seemed that changing the fate of this world required much more than just power. Simply controlling key players was just a small step. To truly reshape the future, he had to stop the apocalypse at its very source. Only by doing that could he obtain the blueprints for the Sky Carrier and turn this world into his own personal farm. Doing so would not only unlock the blueprints for the Sky Carrier, but also turn this entire world into his personal resource farm. Standing before his crew, Ning issued clear commands to Ming Lu, Huang Yun, and Lin Rui to follow him. They would head out to meet Dr. Crocker, while Lin Bin led the rest with the army to oversee the mining operation. Lin Bin confidently guaranteed he would complete the task, then turned to chat happily with the others nearby. In the past, they could only control a few merchant guilds, severely limiting the amount of ore they could mine. But now they just had to stand back and watch while pulling in billions of tons of precious spirit ore. His companion agreed, praising Ning's brilliant leadership for ending the days when they were constantly hunted down. He even wondered if the military back home would pass out from sheer excitement when they heard the amazing news. Arriving at the Federal Genetics Research Institute, Ning and his squad pulled up outside the massive building. Staring up at the towering structure, they wasted no time heading straight inside to locate the head scientist. A man stepped forward, introducing himself as Dr. Crocker, the chief researcher of the entire facility. Ning got straight to the point, telling the doctor he had a few urgent questions that needed immediate answers. He wanted to know exactly what they were researching and if there had been any strange occurrences during their projects. Lastly, he demanded to know if the doctor was secretly running any unauthorized research of his own on the side. Sweating from sheer panic, Crocker quickly claimed that all of his work was fully compliant with federal laws. He explained they had two focus areas, starting with genetic enhancement to boost the physical limits of mech pilots. The second project was classified as a top-secret federal file. Hearing this, Ning pulled out a high-level authorization card. He warned the doctor that his security clearance now overrode all rules, so there was no need to hide anything. Crocker trembled at the sight of the presidential order card, immediately stuttering that the second project was about human origins. They were trying to simulate human evolution itself, which immediately made Ning wonder if this was connected to the apocalypse. He asked how long they had been researching it and what the original plan for the project had been. The doctor revealed it had been nearly 7 years, starting back when they first began genetic modification on human embryos. Pointing at glass tubes filled with grotesque creatures, he explained they were successful hybrids of spider and snake genetics. As they walked past these bizarre specimens, the rest of the crew looked around in complete horror. Only Ning maintained a dead serious expression, deep in thought about the dark secrets hidden within these walls. Looking around, Lin Rui hesitantly says that he cannot believe the Federation actually allowed this, and Ming Luo quickly chimes in that they actually permitted it, using human subjects for this kind of sick experiment. Huang Yun laments that this is simply too cruel, but Crocker overhears them. He interrupts their conversation, arguing that these trials actually make humanity stronger. Besides, he claims this is just an experiment on embryos rather than actual living people. Ning suddenly asks him a direct question. Crocker, are these all the successful test subjects? If that is true, then where are the failures? The scientist replies that the failed test subjects and the broken modulators are still kept deep inside, right in the facility's core. He then opens a heavy door before them. As the heavy door slides open, Huang Yun gasps in absolute horror at the sight of glass tubes holding insanely bizarre creatures. Ming Luo covers her mouth, crying out that this looks way more disgusting than any mutant. Ning looks at the tanks and calmly asks what they are. Crocker raises his voice, explaining this is test subject, codenamed Cocoon, inspired by the way a caterpillar transforms into a butterfly. He continues, his voice dripping with insane arrogance, sharing his goal of researching whether they can create a subject with 2 full sets of organs. He asks if they have ever watched a caterpillar. Before it becomes a butterfly, it wraps itself up and dissolves back into pure cellular fluid. Then those liquids spontaneously reform into the completely different organs and tissues of a butterfly. It is basically just a puddle of soup, yet those cells somehow know exactly which part becomes the head and which part becomes the body. With an incredibly creepy smirk, he adds that if you slice the cocoon, it actually hatches into 2 separate halves of a butterfly. The top half is the head, the bottom is the body. Slicing it lengthwise even leaves half a head on each side. It is mind-blowing how their cellular fluid seems to know what it is. Even crazier, if you insert a tiny straw into the cocoon, it hatches with that straw stuck right through its body. He keeps rambling on about their creation, explaining that mixing the cellular fluids from 2 different cocoons will ultimately hatch a bizarre butterfly with its head inside its abdomen. They are completely unaffected by the chaotic mixture. Suddenly, Lin Rui snaps, lunging forward to grab the twisted scientist by the throat. He angrily demands how he can be proud of running such a sickeningly cruel, inhuman experiment. Hearing this, both Ming Luo and Huang Yun rush forward as well. Ming Luo swings her fist in rage, asking if this exact insanity is the source of all mutants. She never imagined humans were behind their creation. Huang Yun raises his voice next, declaring they found the root cause, so they should just kill this maniac and blow this entire lab sky high. Still, Crocker stubbornly defends his work, claiming the subject's brain cells are undeveloped, meaning they do not feel any pain. Suddenly, Ning steps in to block them. He tells them to calm down, urging that there is more to this mission than they realize. Ming Luo angrily snaps back, asking if he thinks this is easy just because his group has some influence over the Federation. For normal people like them, this is not easy at all. Yi. Ming calmly replies that while this room looks absolutely grotesque, his gut tells him this is not the root of the problem. He gives Lin Rui a stern look, forcing him to reluctantly let go. Crocker gasps in relief, thanking him. He praises Yining's wisdom, insisting no virus could ever originate from the rotting meat here. But Ning ignores him, thinking to himself that since his evil eye skill is not reacting, this cannot be the source. He demands to know if Crocker is hiding anything else, but the scientist quickly insists there is absolutely nothing. Hearing this, Ning merely lets out a cold scoff before instantly activating his mental probe skill. A massive wave of psychic power erupts as he coldly accuses Crocker of lying, declaring there are still hidden structures deep underground. Gathering his strength, he instantly shatters the concrete floor beneath them, sending dust flying everywhere. The sudden collapse throws everyone completely off balance, sending them plunging downward amid panic screams. While Ning lands perfectly on his feet, the other four crash down in awkward, painful tangles. Crocker quickly stammers that this is merely an old abandoned laboratory that was completely buried. Ning just lets out a chilling laugh, mockingly asking how the scientist still dares to lie to his face. Right before them are massive conveyor belts lined with piled-up human corpses. Ning coldly raises his voice to interrogate Crocker, demanding to know how he explains the fact that these victims died within 48 hours. Avoiding the question, Crocker desperately asks why they are pushing him when the high-level leadership silently approved every part of this. He quickly adds that several highly important political figures have failing health, requiring them to harvest and replace their organs. Lin Rui approaches the bodies, his voice shaking with absolute horror at their secret. They are actually harvesting their organs. This was never some harmless embryo experiment of yours. These are real living children just like us. How could you be so completely heartless? And to think before all this, I actually wanted to join your federation. You people are nothing but hypocritical bastards. Old man Crocker quickly tries to dodge the blame, claiming it has nothing to do with him. He says he was just following orders. Then he offers another excuse, claiming these things are not even human. He calls them pigs, raised on an assembly line. Just like farm animals, humans eat them and harvest their fur. Ning snaps, telling him to shut his mouth before grabbing Crocker by the collar and staring him down. Where's the production line, he demands. Take me there. 10 minutes later, Crocker leads him to a restricted area. They arrive at a sealed door, heavily guarded by a squad of armed soldiers standing on high alert. The lead guard raises his hand to stop Ning, telling him there is nothing worth seeing inside. He claims he knows the young man is searching for answers, but promises this is not the place. Ning completely ignores the warning. Drawing his blade, he tells them to move before blowing them away with one strike. The guards crash to the floor, groaning in pain as Ning steps up to the door and asks if this is it. Crocker trembles and nods. With a surge of raw strength, Ning rips the door open with his bare hands. And honestly, nothing could have prepared them for the massive glass tank holding countless human bodies inside. Corpses are being dumped into a glowing green liquid mixed with malformed embryos still attached to umbilical cords. Ming Luo screams out in horror, asking if these monsters even comprehend the absolute nightmare they have created. Lin Rui watches in disbelief, muttering that humanity has truly lost its mind. Beside him, Huang Yun is completely speechless. Suddenly, the system alert chimes in, announcing that the source of the viral outbreak has finally been located. Countless infected hosts are detected nearby. Ning keeps a cold, blank face, but his mind is racing. He realizes these mindless embryos are actually cannibalizing one another, locked in a never-ending cycle of horror. In a way, they are just another breed of zombies. Burning with pure hatred, Ning turns on Crocker. How long has this been going on, he demands, and how many of these things have you shipped out? Terrified by the young man's furious glare, Crocker stammers that the facility has only been running for a few years. They have produced millions of units, and this is the only facility. He tries to defend the horrific operation. Sure, it seems unethical. Crocker whines, slowly backing away, but he insists this tech is incredibly useful. He explains that a single harvest can easily save up to 5 citizens, keeping their society alive. Politicians, doctors, and generals have all been reborn through this tech. But Ning does not care. Grabbing the old man by his collar, he lifts him off the ground, giving him exactly 3 minutes to comply. He wants a complete list of everyone who received these organs, or he will end him right here. He throws him to the ground. Crocker trembles, agreeing instantly. Ning realizes the massive scale of this disaster. With millions of harvested organs shipped out, the number of infected hosts must be absolutely staggering by now. They are in every industry, including high-ranking officials, and every single one is a walking pathogen carrier. He watches Crocker scramble away, wondering if hunting down everyone on that list is even a realistic option. The elites of the Federation would never willingly go to their deaths. To truly solve this crisis, they might have to burn this entire world down, but that would ruin their mission of saving it. Ming Luo frowns, asking him if he suspects this facility is the true root cause of everything. Ning pauses for a brief moment before giving her a slight nod, keeping his eyes on her. It is not a suspicion, he tells her, he is absolutely certain. Worry lines her face as she asks what is next. Do they just blow this place sky high, she asks. But Ning slowly shakes his head in silence. It is too late for that. Too many people have received organ transplants, and destroying this place now would only cause panic. It would just tip off their enemies. Lin Rui steps in, clenching his fists with absolute determination. He suggests they either negotiate with or threaten the Federation into handing over all the infected hosts. But Ning closes his eyes, scoffing at the idea of trying to persuade these people to step down. That is basically asking them to commit suicide, which is impossible, and threatening them will not work either. If they are facing death anyway, nuclear threats mean nothing. Still, Lin Rui refuses to back down. He stops pacing, completely impatient. Are they really just going to sit and wait to die when someone as strong as him could easily wipe them out? Hearing this, Ning quickly explains that his time is limited, making it impossible to destroy everyone in such a short window. If even one slip-up happens and someone escapes, disaster will strike. Plus, if he acts alone, the military will definitely turn on him. At that point, the resulting chaos would be no different from the apocalypse itself. Lin Rui steps closer, gently placing a hand on his shoulder to offer a much better solution. What about acting from the shadows? Even if they can't stop this completely, they can at least buy some time. Ning falls into deep thought. That is exactly what he was thinking. Trapped in a chaotic mess of thoughts, Ning desperately tries to find a way out to make a final decision. If they can delay the end of the world, it would be a massive shift in the timeline. Besides, as long as he can alter the course of events, there is still hope of securing authority, getting the blueprints for the Sky Carrier. Clearing his mind, he tilts his head. Lin Rui, are you willing to be a savior in the dark? Lin Rui freezes in pure disbelief, hardly trusting his own ears. Me, a savior in the dark? That actually sounds pretty cool. Ning looks him straight in the eye, his voice resolute. That is right. On the surface, I will continue working with the government to keep order, while you as the Dark Knight must save this world. Lin Rui stammers, feeling completely helpless, muttering that he does not have superpowers like the rest of them. Ning tells him not to worry because he can unlock his potential first. He then reaches into the system panel, pulling out a sleek suit of iron armor that gleams under the light, along with a pair of solid, beautifully crafted metallic boots. Ning then reaches into a tray, quickly picking up a syringe containing a mysterious green fluid. Without saying a single word, he injects it straight into Lin Rui's neck, catching him completely off guard. Unable to react, he screams in terror as his body suddenly turns, burning hot purple flames of energy starting to flare and swirl around his body while his breathing grows heavy. Ning just stands there perfectly calm as expected. Calm down, he says, this is a strengthening serum to boost your power. Now put on this gear. With that, Ning hands the combat suit over to him. The moment Lin Rui puts on the heavy armor, an incredibly powerful aura surges right through his body, making him gasp in awe. This kind of power, this level of gear, it feels even stronger than piloting a mecha. Just then, Ning senses something off as an automatic system warning suddenly flashes in his mind, sparking a sudden wave of doubt. Is the warning dismissed because he is a protagonist of this dungeon, or is it the sword god system? While Lin Rui awkwardly tries to peel off his sweat-drenched clothes, a low voice suddenly interrupts, telling him to keep it on. His body had a weird reaction earlier, but now it is fine. Suddenly, Crocker bursts in, breathlessly, tightly clutching a tablet, his frantic voice catching Ning's attention. Mr. Ning, I have the list you requested, it is all here, he gasps. Ning takes the tablet from Crocker, scanning the lines of information as his brows furrow. He instantly orders them to seal off the entire experimental base. Every researcher, project, and vehicle going in and out must be strictly monitored. Without his direct orders, not even a single fly is allowed to slip through. Ning turns to leave, glancing back at Crocker with a reassuring look. He tells him not to worry since this is just supervision to keep them safe. Soon enough, Ning and his group board their aircraft and he delivers a firm command from above. Lin Rui drive to the federal government building. Lin Rui immediately acknowledges the command. Sitting right beside him, Ming Lang glances over. He asks if Ning wants to find the president, tricking him into handing over the target list to kill as many people as possible. But relying solely on Lin Rui as the assassin seems risky, even if he is stronger than before. However, Ning calmly explains the actual tactics, noting that Lin Rui is only helping to put on a show. while the real heavy lifting is up to them. Ming Lang freezes in shock, remembering what was said before about not clashing with or exposing themselves to the military. Yi Ning simply smiles, explaining that while that approach won't work anymore, they can easily bypass this by wearing monster disguises. Just imagine the chaos. Behind them, Huang Yun frowns slightly with a worried look. Suddenly, the genius of the plan clicks and she realizes it is a classic case of killing two birds with one stone. Yi Ning touches his temple, sending out his next order to Li Fugi to buy 4 disguise items and an illusion tool. On the other end, his loyal subordinate instantly complies. At the federal government building, an official stands huddled in a corner, shoulders hunched as if trying to disappear. He nervously speaks up, asking Mr. Yi Ning, "Perhaps you have misunderstood the research base," he says, slowly clarifying the situation. "The experiments are indeed brutal, but they have absolutely nothing to do with the virus." Hearing this, Ben feels a massive weight lift quickly, bowing with a stammer. "That is great news," then Ben mutters in relief. Yi Ning smirks, knowing Ben had a kidney transplant at this very facility 2 years ago, meaning he must avoid triggering the president's suspicion. Yi Ning then opens the briefcase, resting in his hand, revealing neatly arranged vials filled with glowing emerald green liquid. "But Mr. President," he continues, "the modified physical state of these test subjects will likely attract vicious monster attacks in the near future. To prevent a global tragedy, I need you to call an international summit and gather everyone on this vital list. I have brought special serums from the future that will not only resolve this critical issue, but also boost physical strength and extend your lifespan." Ben stands frozen, his eyes completely locked onto the glowing briefcase. "Really? Then I will make the arrangements immediately." Soon, inside the Grand Federal Conference Hall, 2 mysterious figures appear. A squad of black armored special forces wearing expressionless white masks stands in a perfect, incredibly rigid formation. They look like living stone statues, each one a lethal, finely tuned killing machine standing completely silent. An icy, deadly aura fills the room as a commander steps forward, barking out a low, stern order. "Secure the perimeter." Half of the federal leadership is present alongside elite politicians and top business magnates. Several high-profile public figures are also attending, so absolutely nothing can go wrong during this historic assembly. Standing right beside Ye Ning with a grave expression, Ben raises his hand to signal the massive crowd. "Please join me in welcoming our messenger from the future, Master Ye Ning," as he takes the grand stage. Yi Ning lays out a detailed warning, his voice echoing with absolute authority across the silent hall. "I believe you have all read the military reports regarding the looming apocalypse. To protect your unique physical bodies and shield you from future monster attacks, I will distribute these serums." But then, an unexpected surge occurs. A terrifying wave of energy suddenly erupts, and amidst the blinding light, savage beasts begin to materialize. Yi Ning glances over, feigning shock as he warns that the beasts have warped through time ahead of schedule. Ben recoils in absolute terror, frantically asking what they should do now. Yi Ning keeps his composure, though. He reassures the president, claiming his allies are currently away but promising he will personally handle the threat. Suddenly, Huang Yun rushes in to help suppress the magic array, just as a deadly purple gas spews forth from the monster's maw, twisting into a grotesque skull that hovers in midair, threatening to consume everything. The corrosive purple mist sweeps violently across the hall, leaving the nearby soldiers coughing up black blood and collapsing. Within seconds, Ming Luo ignites like a blazing golden flame, charging in to deliver a devastating close-range strike. He unleashes his signature move, the legendary 8th form blade kick, carving through the air with incredible force and speed. Dark energy waves ripple outward, spreading chaos and destruction to anyone standing nearby. But then Yi Ning erupts. Clad in a violent aura of green wind, he unleashes a barrage of razor-sharp gale magic sweeping across the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, the desperate soldiers scream as they focus their gunfire on the 3 rampaging beasts. "Fire, open fire," a commander screams. But the giant beast simply glows with a strange purple hue, opening its cavernous maw to generate a terrifying gravity well, sucking the soldiers in like moths to a flame. The intense suction continuously releases blinding shockwaves. Watching the absolute chaos from above, Lin Rui, disguised as Yi Ning, smirks with pure amusement. He wonders when he will finally wield this level of raw destructive power himself. We flash back to before this grand scheme unfolded, when the real Ye Ning gave Lin Rui instructions. Placing a trusting hand on his shoulder, Yi Ning spoke in a low, serious tone to prepare his double. "Lin Rui, our first elimination mission tomorrow night is crucial, so we will play the role of the monsters. Your job is to act as my double and play along. Once our temporary trial period here officially ends, everything will be handed over to you, allowing you to freely switch between my identity and the monsters. Gradually, we will wipe out all the infected targets." Hearing this, Lin Rui nods in complete agreement. "I understand perfectly," he replies. Back in the present, Ben, pale with terror, slowly creeps forward. "Master Yi Ning, why are you not attacking yet?" Ben stammers. "We are entirely relying on your protection." Lin Rui slowly draws his blade, his cold eyes focused as he calmly reassures the terrified president. "For you," he says as his blade flashes like lightning toward the monsters bound under his teammates' control. Lin Rui roars, "Die, you monsters!" Under Meng Luo and Huang Yun's control, the two beasts fake their terror. They back away, melting into the raging flames and slowly vanishing. Only one massive black serpent remains. That is Ning evolving and controlling it all. Meanwhile, Lin Rui aggressively kicks aside giant boulders. Loud crashes echo. Lin Rui charges forward with a menacing shout, trying to make everyone think only Ning remains. In his beast form, Ning holds a sword, overflowing with dark energy, and claims his ultimate skills cost nothing. He has one human king Yama and one divine wrath left, intending to end this clash by making them kill each other. Suddenly, a gloomy purple mist materializes, rolling in like a savage gale that carries a freezing, deeply menacing aura. Swirling black smoke rises to form a terrifying demonic skull, letting out a hair-raising howl from deep within hell. Terrified out of their minds, the masked agents drop their weapons and scatter in panic as others freeze in absolute horror. Under Ning's direct command, the giant black snake suddenly lunges upward and escapes into the sky. Lin Rui rushes forward. He puts on a show, screaming in absolute rage that he will destroy him. Back at the Federal Mobile Facility, Ning slowly emerges from a spatial rift in his giant serpent form. He looks around. He cannot break this base himself, but a mindless monster certainly can. Opening his massive jaws, Ning bares his terrifying fangs and breathes a torrent of flame that incinerates the base. After this harsh lesson, he is pretty sure the locals will not dare to restart their shady organ transplant trials. Replacing body parts here only makes a human far more vulnerable to deadly monster attacks down the line. The giant serpent coils in midair, a strange purple light ripples across its scales before dissolving into a thick fog. This vapor floats as if it has a mind of its own, condensing back into Ning's human form. Landing gently, he barely kicks up any dust as he calmly decides to spare the president to help control things later. Once Lin Rui cleans up all the remaining infected trash, it will be the perfect time to strike. By then, Lin Rui can easily step up as the world's new leader and secretly work for him. Suddenly, the system screen flashes with massive updates showing that the current dungeon progression has shifted. The original protagonist was Lin Rui, but the storyline has diverged by 49.1%, while the protagonist of the Death Growler dungeon shifted by 87.2% and infected numbers dropped by over 10%. With over 53% total narrative change, Ning now holds the absolute highest authority over this dungeon. But wait, a sudden cascade of red alerts blares. System anomaly detected. Severe unknown errors found. Dungeon authority is instantly revoked. The system immediately starts a forced cleanup sequence. Ning freezes, panic flashes across his face as bright red warning signs rain down on him like spears. In a single breath, the entire space is violently torn apart by a terrifying chaotic surge of raw power. Agonizing pain rips from skin to bone. He screams as the cleanup protocol kicks into overdrive. A burst of green energy completely swallows him, while thick black smoke begins pouring from his chest. Lifted by an invisible force, he hovers helplessly upside down as the dark mist continuously erupts from his body. He stammers in sheer panic. The space around him fractures. A sudden blinding flash and then total darkness. It feels like a shattered dream, leaving him completely dazed as the gravity pulling him vanishes, dropping him hard. A dull ache shoots straight up his spine upon hitting the cold, damp earth surrounded by swirling haze. Strange glowing characters start to manifest in the fog, drifting across a floating sphere into the silent void. A cold, familiar voice echoes through the silence, stating that the error scan is clean with no anomalies found. The check is complete, the alert is cancelled, and the dungeon settlement sequence begins. Staring at the bizarre screen, Ning wonders if that mysterious black and gold light is actually the Sword God system. Could it be connected to the Doomsday System deletion program, he thinks, suddenly recalling the earlier warnings. The system had warned that he violated the rules and must retrieve all gifted equipment from unawakened NPCs. He only had 10 seconds to comply, or he would be forced to become a permanent dungeon NPC himself. Ning frowns with deep suspicion, realizing that previous close call was definitely the work of the Sword God system. He used to think it was just a sneaky, somewhat useful tool, but this level of power is absolutely broken. That's strong. He runs his hands over his body, confirming there are no wounds, and mutters to himself that he is completely fine. Not a single scratch. And that mysterious golden light appearing from thin air, even overriding the apocalypse system, is absolutely mind-blowing. You see, the apocalypse system literally controls the life and death of every survivor. It is basically a god. And yet Ning taps his chest a few times, testing it out. "Hey there, big boss," he whispers. "You are awesome, but can you just end this apocalypse?" "Hey, Sword God system, or should I say Sword Big Bro Sword Buddy, Little Sword." He waits, but gets absolutely zero response. He sighs, letting his arms drop. The system is totally ignoring him. Looks like he still has to rely on himself. Just as he accepts this, the system screen flashes with the final settlement. Current dungeon progress, dungeon cleared. Overall progress, 19.7%. Evaluation tier, triple S. Rewards include spiritual energy ore and bonus attribute points, plus 1 attribute point reputation points and a blue equipment piece, the Blood Lion Sapphire Claws. He also gets the Blue Angel Elemental Fists and a B-tier reinforcement skill. An exclusive dungeon reward. Next is an A-grade mechanical sync rate. The endless notifications just keep scrolling down his screen. He has unlocked triple S rank exclusive permissions. Storyline skip enabled. On his next entry, he can bypass irreversible future plots. He can force his way into any future scenario. He also receives a blue-tier combat item for the main battlefield. The details of the item pop up. Once activated in the Zombie Kingdom dungeon, all team members will receive a massive boost. We are talking about +3 to all attributes and a 35% increase in status recovery speed. Second, when entering the dungeon, they can jump in early without caring about any power gaps with opponents. This early entry window lasts up to 4 hours. Third, the item works in other dungeons, but the bonuses will not stack. Ning rests his hands on his hips, carefully reviewing the loot. There is a whole list of rewards here. Honestly, most of these are useless to him now. But he can hand the blue gear and skill over to Lin Rui. It will definitely give him a massive boost. As for the battlefield items, those can go to Ming Luo. He can use them to lead the team next time. But suddenly, the system panel glitches out, turning a completely different color. Wait, is it supposed to do that? Ning chuckles, asking if the system is just trying to show off. The screen flashes. You have successfully seized control of the Zombie Kingdom dungeon. Talk about a massive flex. Right then, the ring on Ning's finger suddenly erupts with a strange blue light sparkling with magical energy. It slowly releases everything stored inside, completely catching him off guard. All the reward ores are suddenly dumped onto the floor. Another system alert chimes. Quest completed. The full S-tier combat gear set the Sky Carrier has officially been delivered. Please inspect the delivery. Suddenly, sheets of experimental data fly wildly across the room, swirling around like a storm. They look like scattered birds caught in a tempest. Ning sighs, watching the papers flutter everywhere in chaos. Some even stick to the ceiling. Does there really have to be this much? Reading all of this will take forever. He ponders quietly, scanning the messy room. He needs to figure out who should study this technology first. He does not mind handing it to the military, but he worries it might trigger internal struggles and unnecessary political drama. It is much safer to trust people he actually knew from his past life, like Huang Qi-Qian, Sanliang, or Chu Tian. Suddenly, a familiar chime alerts him that the dungeon instance has fully ended. Any useless test subjects are being purged. Sweat starts dripping down Ning's forehead as he hears the alert. Wait, what does the system mean by purging? Before he can panic, another system chime sounds. Dungeon permissions have officially been updated. The new owner is now Ning. His authority level is now maxed out. First function unlocked, active entry. He can now open the dungeon at any time. There are no more time limits. Second, quest management. He can publish any custom quests and set the rewards himself. Of course, he has to provide the rewards. Third is time acceleration. He can now control the flow of time. He can speed it up by up to 10 times. Fourth, NPC creation. He can actually design and deploy custom NPCs. This does consume some materials, though. Fifth, weather control. Reading through all of this, Ning is completely stunned. He takes a step back, clenching his fists to calm his racing heart. Is the system actually handing him the reins? Taking over this dungeon basically gives him absolute control. He is literally looking at hundreds of different administrative privileges. This pocket world is officially his domain, and he is the god here. As long as he has enough energy, he can spawn a massive army of warriors in the blink of an eye. But then he suddenly freezes. A strange creeping dread fills his mind. Wait, why do these permissions exclude the zombies? Could they be? So this power doesn't actually belong to the dungeon. Ning simply crosses his arms, shakes his head, and chuckles, deciding it is fine since his current authority is more than enough. This authority is more than enough. If war breaks out and we do not wipe them out, we only have ourselves to blame. He casually walks away without a single care. Meanwhile, Ming Luo and the others finish gathering up the raw ore. They quickly explain the situation to Lin Rui. It is time to leave, but the moving beast tide still looms. Nobody knows the situation outside. Back at the border military base, the briefing room remains dead silent. Officers sit in stiff rows as Tianming slouches in his seat, not even bothering to shift his comfortable posture. He loudly objects, declaring that he will never authorize any increased military support standards for a kid who is probably dead. Why are they holding a massive meeting for a dead man? There are far more critical issues to discuss. Why waste precious time debating financial compensation for Ning's family? It is a waste of resources. Across the table, Yuansen sits up straight, his freezing glare cutting right through the quiet room. Watch your mouth, Tianming. he warns him with an icy tone that refuses to compromise on the matter. Yuan-san crosses his arms, demanding to know how he can shamelessly dismiss their finest soldiers so easily. They are discussing how the military should properly handle this crisis, not assuming the worst has happened. They must protect active troop morale, not write off a brilliant young warrior as if he were already dead. Ming clenches his fist as his gaze darkens mockingly, addressing the furious commander with pure venom. Stop deluding yourself, Yuan-san. It has already been half a month since they entered that high-level zombie dungeon. Even with time dilation, a brutal 6-on-1 ambush leaves absolutely zero chance of survival even for a high third tier. Ning and his squad are dead. Ming sneers, trying to crush Yuan-san's last remaining shred of hope. His voice drops to a cold, mocking steel. How many times has your special ops team failed already? He advises abandoning high-risk dungeons altogether and focusing their valuable military resources on real-world campaigns instead. We must prevent our soldiers from dying in vain. Hearing this, Yuan-san's face darkens, twisting with pure rage. His anger boils over and he barks back, pointing out that the dungeon difficulty was completely unprecedented. Besides, the intelligence division made a massive blunder here, meaning this failure has nothing to do with Ning. Ming stands up abruptly, putting on a show of fake concern that fails to hide his frozen stare. He flashes a smug, calculated grin and tells Commander Yuan-san that there is no need to get worked up. He argues that if the kid is dead, pouring massive resources into family compensation is a total waste. Those assets should be preserved and given to active soldiers who can actually produce real results instead. Ming smirks and points out that Ning held the first seed rank, which is now vacant since he died. He demands they promote Wang Kai to that spot immediately while redistributing all the supplies Ning took. Talk about a cold-hearted move. Ming refuses to let a dead soldier hog resources, sending Yuan-san into a fury. An unquenchable rage flares within Yuan-san, his face turning bright red as his muscles tense and fists clench. Looking ready to tear the room apart, he slams his fist onto the table and points at Ming. He roars, accusing Commissioner Ming of pushing things too far, but Ming remains entirely unfazed by the outburst. He simply smirks with absolute arrogance, softly mocking Yuan-san by asking if he actually dares to hit him. Ping suddenly stands up, cutting off the heated argument and causing the entire room to fall silent. He demands they drop the subject, noting that the first seed position represents the very face of their military. It is far better to replace Ning sooner rather than later before the global media humiliates them all. The old officer explains calmly, his steady voice delivering the news as if it were a routine announcement. He adds that Ning's family will still receive a standard state pension, assuming they can confirm his death. He promises to report the matter to the commander-in-chief. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the entrance of the National Zombie Dungeon. A massive portal opens under swirling green energy, attracting a crowd of gossiping guards standing around the pit. It has been 2 weeks, and some wonder if Dong Ye Feng and his elite squad were somehow wiped out. Others laugh it off, confident that their elite team would easily slaughter their targets, who are probably cowering. Rumor has it even the enemy military has already written off their entire strike team as dead in the water. In the dim light of the barracks, a tall, shifty-eyed soldier lets out a mocking laugh as his buddies cheer him on. A smug smirk spreads across his face as he realizes this mission is actually much easier than the last one. After this, Huaxia definitely won't dare to set foot in here ever again. A raspy, mocking chuckle cuts through the air. That is right, once our men finally step out, it will be time to declare all-out war. Without the spiritual ore, Huaxia is doomed to fail. Women, resources, and land, they can take whatever they want. As the green portal energy swirls wildly, someone suddenly shouts out to look at the teleportation gate. It is starting to activate, and their heroes are finally stepping out. They need to call backup immediately because hauling this spiritual ore will take a massive effort, without a doubt. Eager soldiers pack the receiving station, their eyes completely locked on the space ahead, as if watching some grand spectacle. To the roaring energy vortex in midair, treating it like some entertaining show. Arrogant booming laughter erupts across the room without a single care. They laugh loudly. Aside from the raw ore, they joke that Higashino Feng will likely return, carrying a few fresh decapitated heads. He even plans to record a video showing off those Huaxia pigs' heads. Suddenly, a cold chime from the system echoes from the vortex. A sharp notification window materializes in midair. Wait, check out this. Twist the screen reads, Survivor 0. The smug soldiers freeze in absolute shock, their jaws dropping and eyes nearly popping out of their skulls. One of them stammers, his voice cracking in sheer panic. 0 survivors. Another soldier nearby gasps out the exact same words. No survivors. Confused whispers ripple through the crowd. This cannot be happening. How is this even possible? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Zombie Kingdom dungeon, inside the Huaxia port station, soldiers stand in solemn ranks under dim lights. Long shadows stretch from Ming and Hu, casting a tense and heavy silence over the room. Hu looks at Ming with deep doubt and speaks with clear hesitation. Colonel Chen Ming, are we really retreating right now? Do we not need to wait for them any longer, Chen Ming? Hears this and fires back instantly, his tone sharp and absolute. There is no point in wasting any more resources on this place. Commissioner, Liu has ordered all of you to be reassigned to the southeast border immediately. Xiang Hu tilts his head, unable to hide the deep anxiety swirling in his eyes. But what if Ning and the others are still in there? Chen Ming does not even glance his way, merely crossing his arms, with an unyielding attitude. His cold, dark eyes narrow as he lowers his voice. As a colonel of the East Sea Peacekeeping Force under Liu Tianming, I am in charge here. The backup team of the Special Operations Unit under Captain Zhao Shantu has no room for buts. When you are told to pull back, you pull back, so stop talking nonsense. Xiang Hu speaks up, still cautious, yet choosing his words with deliberate care. Colonel Chen Ming, how about we do this instead? First, I will leave a few men behind to keep watch here, and you can take the rest of the unit with you first. Chen Ming sneers coldly, showing absolutely no sympathy. You really refuse to give up until you hit rock bottom, he scoffs. Have it your way, I will leave behind 2 men at most, and the rest of you will follow me without another word, because if after 3 days nothing happens. Both men fixate on the swirling portal, as waves of intense light ripple outward. Xiang Hu clenches his fists tight, his voice growing hoarse with anxiety. Has the dungeon finally ended? Is anyone from our team still alive? They absolutely have to make it out alive. Chen Ming takes a step back, his face turning pale as panic flickers in his eyes. There is no way they survive. Do not hold on to such foolish hopes. But hold on. A silhouette suddenly emerges from the center of the vortex, slowly tearing through the blinding light. Ming Luo steps out, his armor flawless, and his expression remarkably calm. Chen Ming stands frozen in utter disbelief, his mind descending into pure chaos as he wonders how this could even be possible. Beside him, Xiang Hu rubs his eyes and stammers out. Is that really Ming Luo? We still have survivors. Ming Luo, are you the only one who made it? But then right behind him, Huang Yun, Ye Ning, and the rest of the team step forward. Huang Yun glances over with a half-teasing, half-impatient grin, asking her captain why he is spacing out and blocking the way. Ye Ning and his squad stride triumphantly out of the portal, leaving everyone nearby completely dumbfounded. Right then, the system chimes once more to announce the dungeon is complete, revealing the total survivor count to be 8. Xiang Hu cannot believe his eyes and quickly rubs his eyes in disbelief. All 8 of them are alive, every single one of them. Am I dreaming right now? What happened in there? Is anyone hurt? He barks at the medical team to stop staring and go check on them. Meanwhile, Chen Ming stands in silence, watching everything unfold without uttering a single word. Ning slowly walks up, his voice incredibly calm but firm, saying they do not need medics, because what they brought back is all raw ore. Xiang Hu frowns, scanning the area before looking back at Ning with confusion about moving it. Did their specialized storage equipment get damaged inside? Ning simply shakes his head, letting out a soft sigh as he replies that is not the case. They just do not have enough hands. He tells Xiang Hu to call everyone over. Hearing this, Xiang Hu gasps, in utter shock. A single Tier 3 Awakener should be more than enough, yet he wants to call the whole squad. Suddenly shimmering ore cascades from the portal like a waterfall of pure light. Xiang Hu cannot hold back his excitement, rushing forward with glowing eyes as he shouts. He laughs hysterically, staring at the glittering mountain of ore as if he has lost his mind. I have never seen this much ore in my life before. Did you rob an entire mine? No, this looks like robbing 10 mines at once. But while Xiang Hu is completely mesmerized, back at the mine, Chen Ming silently faces Ning with a dead serious look, questioning how they avoided clashing in the danger zone. He presses him on whether their intel was correct if the enemies joined forces and how they even managed to survive. Ning tilts his chin, asking coldly if Chen Ming really thinks they got out of there purely by luck. Standing right behind him, Ming Luo glares at Chen Ming with a freezing gaze, speaking with a voice as sharp as a blade. Without hesitation, she addresses him directly as Colonel Chen Ming, calling him out as one of Commissioner Liu's loyal men. She reveals they brought back a mountain of resources and Ning actually led them to wipe out every rival faction. Hearing this, Chen Ming turns pale, his jaw dropping as he stutters in absolute disbelief at what he just heard. Pure terror grips his chest because just yesterday Commissioner Liu went ahead and seized everything from Ning's family home. Sweating bullets and with his heart hammering, his mind completely scrambles as he realizes the replacement report is already submitted. Ning survived and pulled off a massive victory, so if he finds out about this betrayal, it is over. Panic sets in as Chen Ming realizes he must warn Commissioner Liu immediately, but Ning is already stepping forward. Standing tall with his hands on his hips, Ning glares at him, asking why his reaction seems so incredibly off. He cold-bloodedly demands to know if Chen Ming wished they had died, forcing the terrified colonel to back away trembling. Stuttering that the commissioner is just overthinking, Chen Ming breaks into a cold sweat, desperate to stall him for time. He needs to find an excuse to keep Ye Ning here while Lu covers their tracks, desperately trying to look calm. He lies, claiming he is only worried because Ye Ning's previous plan to evacuate Donghai has been officially cancelled. Rage instantly flares in Ye Ning's eyes as he grabs the colonel by his collar, demanding to know what he meant. How could they cancel it? Chen Ming explains that the higher-ups sent an influential representative to investigate Donghai thoroughly, but they found no evidence of any monster beasts, suggesting Ye Ning should head down to investigate the situation himself. Taking the bait, Ye Ning turns to the Ming Luo squad with absolute resolve, ready to move out. He orders Ming Luo to follow him to Donghai immediately, but Huang Yun steps forward, frowning in strong objection. She warns him they must report to the capital first, voicing her suspicions that Chen Ming is plotting something sinister. But Ye Ning is completely set, declaring that 7 million innocent lives in Donghai are worth far more than bureaucracy. They can write the report on the way, and since they just pulled off a miracle, nobody will blame them. Any dirty political schemes can wait until they return, and soon their aircraft touches down on the Donghai coast. Looking out the window at the vast blue ocean, Ye Ning is deep in thought as the clock ticks down. The devastating sea beast outbreak will strike in 4 to 6 days, yet his approved evacuation plan was suddenly halted. Bureaucracy in times of peace is proving to be a much bigger nightmare than he ever could have imagined. He recalls how in his past life commanding armies was so much easier amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. To truly save humanity this time around, he realizes he must seize absolute authority at the very top. Without supreme command, saving lives is impossible, which means he must push his limits and break through his current rank. He can reach the peak of the 3rd stage in 3 months, but to break through to the 4th stage. Stroking his chin with razor-sharp eyes, he realizes he must immediately initiate the top-secret super project. That exact project was the sole reason humanity survived for 2 whole years in his apocalyptic past life. If his memory serves him right, the lead scientist behind it, Dr. Sun, is currently in the Donghai safe zone. Once the evacuation of Donghai is complete, tracking down Dr. Sun becomes his absolute #1 priority. Suddenly, a holographic screen pops up, initiating a direct conference call with 4 of his trusted allies. He urgently requests Uncles Xiao, Chen, and Wang to mobilize every available soldier to Donghai for immediate support. On the screen, Kai Lai stares back with wide, worried eyes, asking what on earth is going on. Ye Ning cuts her off, stating there is no time to explain, so they must move now if they trust him. While the others hesitate in shock, Fang Fang immediately spins around and starts barking out orders to mobilize. Meanwhile, inside the Liu family mansion, the worried director leans forward to face Commissioner Liu Tianming directly. He anxiously asks what their next move is, since Ye Ning survived and returned as a highly decorated hero. The leadership is thrilled, but since Ye Ning is incredibly vengeful, he will definitely come for blood. If he learns what they did behind his back, they are dead, leaving Tianming to grit his teeth in absolute fury. The guy is an absolute monster, and nobody knows how he pulled this off. Beside him, the director stammers in panic, "Commissioner Liu," but before he can finish, Tianming cuts him off, telling Director Wang to stop panicking so easily. Didn't Chen Ming say Ye Ning went straight to Donghai? They still have time to clean up and return the stolen resources. But the director's face pales as he admits to Commissioner Liu that returning those goods is actually impossible right now. His own son ate those high-grade spiritual energy fruits last night, and to make matters worse, Ye Ning's sister is proving troublesome. The image of Xiao An lying motionless on a hospital bed flashes through his mind as the director frowns with a heavy sigh. He only told her that Ye Ning was dead, and the poor girl apparently could not handle the shock, ending up hospitalized. Hearing this, Tianming turns livid, lunging right into the director's face and screaming at him for their absolute stupidity. He calls them incompetent fools who ruin the rules, leaving the terrified director to stutter out a desperate question. Is it too late to send some flowers and fruit to the hospital to comfort his sister? Tianming simply turns away. His sharp voice barks out a ruthless order, telling him to find a scapegoat immediately in case Ye Ning actually investigates. Just blame it all on some temporary contractor. Hearing this, the director finally breathes a massive sigh of relief. He promises to arrange it immediately, but Tianming's face darkens further as he whispers that they need a backup plan. A hidden trap is necessary just in case things go south, leaving the confused director frowning and asking what he means. Tianming tilts his head, explaining that Ye Ning skipped reporting back and headed straight for the Donghai safety zone. Arrogance and ignoring the chain of command are major military taboos, and one wrong move from him is all they need. If he breaks even a single rule, they will crush him instantly. Meanwhile, in the Donghai conference room, a deal goes down. Li smiles and holds out a high-level credit card smoothly, handing it over to Qian Fen with a satisfied grin. The two share a warm handshake as Li politely thanks the representative for clearing Donghai's name and saving them. He calls the hefty credit bribe a mere trifle, promising a massive seafood feast prepared specially for him tonight. Qian Fen plays it cool, telling Commander Li that he is far too polite, claiming an honest soul has nothing to fear. He mocks Yining's paranoia about a Class A sea beast tide, laughing off the idea that such a disaster could happen. But his laughter is cut short when the doors fly open with a loud crash, sending a soldier flying into the room. The poor guard hits the floor like a sack of bricks. Both men spin around as Li demands to know who dared barge in, who has the nerve to crash the Donghai military headquarters. That is when a very familiar figure steps through the dust. It is Yining and his crew. Li freezes in absolute shock, his lips trembling as he mutters the intruder's name. Ning walks in with absolute authority, demanding a full investigation into Donghai's safety and warning them to cooperate. He warns them to play nice or face the consequences, but Qianfen just puts his hands on his hips in defiance. He claims they already ran a thorough check on all those supposed anomalies mentioned in the previous meeting. The data matches up and the report went out yesterday, leaving Yining free to go verify the boring details himself. Li steps forward too coldly, warning Commissioner Yining to leave the premises immediately before things get ugly. He threatens him with Military Article 27 Section 33, which allows lethal force if anyone breaks into a base for classified files. He boasts about having hundreds of awakened soldiers ready to strike, but Yining completely ignores the useless threat. Instead, he flashes his high-clearance black card commanding Ming Luo to take a team and search the facility under Class A authority. He demands full access to their files within 30 minutes, specifically targeting the deep waters data and military deployment logs. Ming Luo nods obediently, and half an hour later, the entire tense group marches straight into the main database room. The room is packed with glowing displays and complex monitors, and Yining steps forward, silently scanning the flashing data. Suddenly, a brilliant purple aura flares around him as he crosses his arms, activating his split-mind analysis skill. Qianfen scoffs at the dramatic display, sourly muttering that an amateur shouldn't pretend to understand complex military readings. How could an outsider spot anything when even the top experts found nothing? He claims Yining is just wasting everyone's time. Li cannot hide his rising anger either, scoffing that this is a complete and utter abuse of his high-level military clearance. He vows to file a formal complaint with the capital to have his Class A authority revoked, but Yining just turns to them. With a cold stare, he questions them about a minor tremor in Ocean Sector C07 that happened a month ago. They shrugged it off as a normal wave, completely ignoring the massive migration patterns of the deep-sea beasts. On the 1st of the month, the tidal plant's temperature spiked by 3.9 degrees, yet they blamed a faulty sensor. He smiles slightly and replies, "Sure, it exists. But if standard theories can explain it, then there is absolutely no need to blame a beast tide. Minor earthquakes happen every year. If we assume they were all beast tides, the East Sea safe zone would not exist." Qianfen quickly chimes in. "Let me explain why we are certain this is not a beast tide. A few days ago, I personally led 30 Tier 3 warriors to search across a 300 nautical mile radius, yet we found absolutely no sign of any beast tide gathering." Yining raises his hand to point at the glowing touch screen displaying massive footprints and data of 4 masked figures. He demands if there are no signs of a beast tide, then what was that battle? In the offshore waters 4 days ago, our monitoring equipment recorded clear traces of a Tier 3 level battle. The time and location match other military logs. The data shows you deployed 7 Tier 3 soldiers at 3 a.m. 4 days ago for a routine patrol, yet only 4 returned. So where did the other 3 die? Do routine patrols normally end in casualties? This hits Qianfen right where it hurts. He is completely shocked, thinking they are doomed because Yining actually noticed this minor detail. Li desperately forces himself to calm down because this is a top national secret that can never be leaked. Yining points his finger at the coordinates displayed on the screen. He asks what they are doing there, demanding they take him or he will go alone. Li feels extremely guilty. He shouts that Yining has no right to go there because it is an A+ level secret. Yining grips his sword, hilt suddenly slashing the air. He orders them to get out of his way immediately. Li and Qianfen stumble backward in sheer shock, frantically shouting for their guards to stop Yining. But they are ordered not to kill. Yining turns and commands 00 and Ming Luo to charge. They reply in unison. Together with Yining, they strike at once, moving like bolts of lightning, easily blasting away the rushing special forces, sending their bodies crashing into the walls and floor like paper dolls. And they are not holding back. Qianfen panics, his mind screaming that they must stop them. "Commander, we cannot kill them, and honestly, we cannot stop them." 10 minutes later, at the lab entrance, Yining, Ming Luo, and Fang halt in front of a towering door. Yining confirms that this is indeed the place. Qianfen and his men catch up in a panic, drenched in sweat, as he screams his final warning. He warns that this place has absolutely nothing to do with the beast tide. Even he has no clearance. If they dare force their way in, they will bear all consequences when they face a military court-martial. Yining does not even look back as he commands 00 to break it open. Fang steps up, unleashing a powerful, decisive strike that crushes the steel door, blasting a massive gap. Inside the spacious lab, Yuan Xiao stands in his lab coat, hands in his pockets, turning his head toward the entrance in absolute panic. He turns around and demands to know who is foolish enough to break into his lab. Yi Ning steps forward, his eyes icy. He points directly at Yuan Xiao, demanding answers in 1 minute. Yuan Xiao's face immediately darkens as he barks, "Who do you think you are? Let me tell you. This project was approved by the former leader 14 years ago. Even if Commander Li Shuangguo himself came, he would show us respect." Without saying a word, Yi Ning simply glances over to send a silent command. He orders 00 to seize him and take over the entire area within 1 minute. Fang Fang charges, unleashing a powerful decisive strike that throws Yuan Xiao back, clearing the path for Yi Ning to step forward. Yuan Xiao falls hard onto the cold floor, looking up in pain as he screams that they are crazy. He yells that they are finished and he will report this to the military. Yi Ning coldly orders to shut him up. Fang Fang immediately complies, stuffing a shoe into Yuan Xiao's mouth, leaving him unable to speak. Yuan Xiao can only look up, eyes burning with pure boiling hatred. Yi Ning approaches a massive water tank, studying it. His mind races with sea beast modification, gene extraction, biological fusion, and embryo screening. He asks if they are combining human embryos with sea beasts. Yuan Xiao spits out the shoe and yells, "So what? Combine their powers and we can easily create an incredibly strong awakened warrior." He claims they do not test on living survivors, making it completely legal. Yi Ning quietly sneers. The familiar events and dialogues are playing out exactly like they did in the Zombie Kingdom game. Human ignorance and arrogance really are nothing new under the sun. Yi Ning lunges forward, moving fast as lightning. He cuts through the air, aiming straight for Yuan Xiao's face at a speed that leaves no room to react. "Tell me what happened 4 days ago. Did you release that modified creature? Speak now or you die." Yuan Xiao grits his teeth and mutters that Yi Ning shouldn't know this before finally confessing. A modified specimen did escape 4 days ago, but he claims it is just a harmless juvenile with no aggressive instincts. Yi Ning glares. "Not aggressive? Then what about the 3 Tier 3 experts who vanished? Do not say they drowned." Yuan Xiao groans, warning Yi Ning that knowing this truth will only bring him a very swift and painful death. Yi Ning shuts him down coldly, ordering him to stop wasting time and just spit it out. Yuan Xiao grits his teeth and confesses those 3 are alive, just locked up for seeing things they should not. They saw the mother body head used for the experiment, which was created using the old chief's genes. Yi Ning's eyes darken. He slowly tilts his head, demanding to know what he just said, right as the system suddenly flashes with alerts. A special mission triggers an A-rank sea beast raid. The corrupted juveniles are leading a massive beast tide toward them. Driven by instinct, they are searching for the mother body, and the first wave will hit in just 4 hours. The system orders him to evacuate all survivors from Donghai with rewards based on how many people make it out. Surviving lives dictate his score, promising 1,000 reputation points and an epic-grade spiritual energy solution as rewards. There is also a crucial tip: killing the mother body will slow down the encroaching sea beasts. Yi Ning sighs. His mind races with only 4 hours left. He wanted to gather solid evidence for the military, but time has completely run out. Realizing the military won't move without proof, he doesn't have time to get. Yi Ning murmurs to himself. Killing the mother body is the only way to buy time, but his gut tells him it is a suicide mission. His current strength is nowhere near enough, and even the commander cannot pull it off. They have to retreat. All they can do is fall back and fight. His determination is strong, but the cold reality is brutal. Yi Ning shakes off the doubt, his eyes turning razor sharp as he orders 009 to contact Xiao Hai. He tells Chen Kailai and Wang Tian they must prepare for battle and initiate the evacuation of Donghai immediately. Fang Fang hears the command and instantly rushes off like the wind, acting without asking a single question. Meanwhile, inside the Secret Research Institute, Ming Luo is visibly uneasy, warning Yi Ning that mobilizing troops without permission is basically treason. Even if his prediction turns out to be right, it will not erase his crime. He asks if Yi Ning is absolutely sure about this, but Yi Ning does not hesitate to respond. He tells Ming Luo that he understands admitting the easiest path would be to walk away and play dumb. With a dead serious look, he notes he would remain great-sized top genius with a limitless future. Once the disaster inevitably strikes, his unheeded warnings would only make him look like a tragic, ignored prophet. The military would regret ever doubting him, and he would earn nothing but praise and ultimate prestige for his foresight. Even if millions of people die tragically, no one would blame him. They would assume he did his best. Ming Luo looks stunned. If he knows all of this, why on earth is he throwing it away? Yi Ning looks at him, his gaze heavy. He knows that if he does not fight for these people, his conscience will burn. What is the point of being reincarnated if he just stands by and lets the same tragedy unfold again? It would be a complete waste of a second life. He turns to Ming Luo, offering a final choice. They can decide whether to jump into this mess with him, but even if they walk away, he is staying. Ming Luo stands there speechless. Suddenly, the soldiers nearby snap to full attention, saluting their commander. They tell Ning not to misunderstand because he saved their lives and they will follow him to hell. Ning smiles and thanks them while Fang Fang watches quietly, but their war moment is cut short. Li sneers smugly, telling Ning that they have learned secrets they were never supposed to know. None of them will leave alive, and while he cannot touch Ning, the defense system certainly will. If they throw themselves into the high-voltage grid, it is their own funeral. Qian Fen sneers alongside him. Qian Fen taunts Ning, asking if he finally understands why the investigation was dead in the water. He advises him to stay put and wait for orders from above, but Ning instantly draws his sword and charges forward. Time is running out. Ning says, "I do not have time to waste talking to you." Both of them are completely shocked. How is he resisting the high-voltage current? Ming Luo wonders what kind of skill this is as both sides deploy their ultimate defenses. They activate Extreme Frost, spiritual shields, and elemental armor. But Ning swings his blade, invoking a dimensional slash, and moves incredibly fast. He instantly presses his sword against their necks. What just happened? It is impossible to even see how he pulled that off. He glares at them with a threatening look, ordering them to freeze. "Shut down the electrical field right now if you want to live. Do not waste time." Qian Fen looks utterly terrified. Li grabs a device, pleading not to hurt Representative Qian as he turns it off. The barrier instantly dissolves. Ming Luo is still deeply confused, asking Ning what they should do next. Ning immediately orders him to restrain Li. Ming Luo grabs the remote, telling the others to cut off all outside communications. He orders them to isolate the Donghai safe zone, then snatches the device from Li. Fang Fang acknowledges the command. She pins Li down. Ning shoves him inside, saying there is plenty of food and water for Representative Qian here, so he should just behave himself. Ming Luo immediately activates the device, turning on the electric field so nobody can escape. Qian Fen is furious at this bold move and screams, calling Ning a complete bastard. Ning immediately commands Li to hand over all military authority of the Donghai safe zone to him. Li is absolutely livid, asking if Ning is really rebelling, shouting that he has some serious nerve. "Do you even know who is backing me? It is the former commander, someone even the current chief respects." Li keeps threatening Ning, claiming he has an irreplaceable position inside the secret research laboratory. "Touch me and you are dead." But Ning only looks at him with pure contempt. An irreplaceable position. Ning does not care about his status at all, but Li still sneers that he has no right to know. Ning stares back, realizing something is off. He suspects Yuan Shao lied about the mother host. The old chief is indeed a mother host, but this time the escaping offspring might not be his. Yuan Shao probably said all that just to scare him off. Those sea monsters were just showing off their strength in his past life. The main target of this sea beast tide is definitely the Donghai safe zone. Once the apocalypse worsens, they will hit the capital. If the offspring triggered the tide to find its mother host, then the target this time might actually be Li. Suddenly, Ning's eyes flash blue as he activates his demon investigation eye. The system immediately processes the scan. Scan complete. Identity: Li, commander of the Donghai safe zone, hiding a sea beast gene fusion mother host. There are 2 in total. Ning raises his fist. He did not want to kill him at first, but now his death sentence is absolute. Ning orders Fang Fang to finish him off right away. She executes the command without hesitation. The system announces the Class A Sea Beast Strike event. The Donghai mother host has been successfully eliminated. The outbreak of the Sea Beast tide is delayed by 3 hours. In 6 hours and 51 minutes they will arrive. The tide will reach the coast, so please evacuate all survivors from Donghai as quickly as possible. Ning looks at the screen. He realizes 3 hours is all they bought, but it is better than nothing. It gives them a chance to save more people. They quickly move out. Ning tells Ming Luo they need to split up and take immediate action. He directs him to head to the outskirts with Chen Kailai while Xiao He and the others gather everyone. They must bring them into the city and organize an orderly evacuation. Use the video system if any issues come up. Ming Luo quickly acknowledges. Meanwhile, a massive crowd gathers in the wilderness near the Donghai safe zone. Wang Tian is curious, asking Commander Chen and Commander Xiao why Ning has summoned them all here. His eye has been twitching non-stop. Xiao Hai is also confused, hoping it is nothing serious that will last too long. They can easily train here, but staying too long will definitely draw unwanted attention from the higher-ups. Kailai speaks in a serious tone, advising everyone to prepare themselves because this is clearly no small matter. Otherwise, they would not make such a huge fuss. But even if it is major, they should not panic. After all, Ning did just achieve a massive victory. Suddenly, an armed helicopter appears in the sky. It seems to be heading right toward them. Could it be Ning? Ming Luo steps out of the chopper. He delivers Ning's order to immediately lead the troops into Donghai and evacuate all survivors. He will take full control of Donghai within an hour to secure the evacuation. All 3 are completely stunned. Xiao Hai cannot believe his own ears. deploying troops taking over Donghai and forcing a massive evacuation. Over on this side, Wang Tian is also deeply anxious, seeing this as nothing short of treason. Kai Lai speaks up questioning if this is the military's direct command, or if Yi Ning is acting entirely on his own. Ming Luo clarifies that the military has given 0 orders, this is all Yi Ning. He warns that a Class A disaster is about to strike Donghai, making it their duty to evacuate every single survivor immediately. This move is incredibly risky. Still, he fully trusts Yi Ning's judgment because their remaining time is running out. He truly hopes everyone can decide quickly. Deep down, he is terrified. Whether this plan succeeds or fails, they are in serious trouble. Xiao Hai is extremely frustrated by this reckless gamble. Yi Ning clearly has a brilliant future ahead of him, so why do this? Kai Lai places a hand on his shoulder, agreeing that while he is right, they must look at who has the most to lose. Of everyone here, Yi Ning has the brightest future, if he is willing to discard all of that to take this risk. How can we only care about ourselves? Since they chose to follow him, they must share his fate through thick and thin. Hearing this finally calms Xiao Hai down. After all, true leaders throughout history have always sacrificed themselves for the greater good. Meanwhile, Ye Ning gazes around asking Fang Fang if this bustling Donghai safe Zone 9 reminds her of life before the apocalypse. Fang Fang honestly admits she never saw the pre-apocalypse world, though she heard it was absolutely beautiful. She sees happy families nearby, everyone assuming life is only getting better, treating the apocalypse like some distant legend. But unfortunately, all of this can be destroyed in a single blink. Even if they save these people's lives today, there is simply no escaping the sheer pain of displacement and loss that inevitably follows a massive evacuation. Suddenly, heavy thunder cracks across the sky, and here we go. The alarms are screaming as a sea beast tide approaches. His forces immediately spring into active motion, ordering every single survivor inside the Donghai safe zone to begin evacuating without delay. Soldiers direct the massive crowd to move quickly, but remain orderly as loud warning sirens continue to echo through the streets. Watching the chaos, Yi Ning looks down, muttering that if they ever want to end this nightmare, they have a long way to go. Fang Fang gently encourages him, expressing her full confidence that he can achieve it, giving him the resolve he needs. Her support snaps him out of his worries. He realizes she is right now is definitely no time to be sentimental. He quickly assigns her a crucial mission, ordering her to search through every single research facility in the Donghai safe zone. She must track down a specific scientist named Sun Licheng. Right after delivering the order, Yi Ning heads out himself. This scientist is a pivotal key to their future success. Fang Fang acknowledges the command and immediately begins her search. 4 hours later, the capital military headquarters erupts in total chaos. High-ranking officers scream that this is a blatant rebellion. Xuan Guo is furious and deeply let down. He was literally just planning a massive reward for Yi Ning upon his return. Instead, the kid handed him a complete disaster. Tian Ming steps forward in a rage, reporting that all communications are completely dead. He explains that satellite imaging reveals Yi Ning has completely taken over the safe zone, initiating a full military coup. The commander is outraged by Yi Ning's absolute arrogance, claiming the kid has let his power go straight to his head. After assassinating the Donghai commander and seizing total authority, Yi Ning's actions cannot be forgiven no matter how powerful he is. Another officer steps up to advocate for him, arguing that while Yi Ning went too far, they must look closer. What if his warnings are correct? What if a massive sea beast tide really is about to lay waste to Donghai? Satellite telemetry shows that on top of the evacuation, Yi Ning is actively sending troops directly to the front lines. He honestly believes a massive monster crisis is unfolding. But Vice Marshal Fang scoffs, looking completely annoyed by this defense. He questions if a guard commander of 14 years, a capital commissioner, and 34 high-ranking scientists are all completely useless. Are over 600 disaster warning staff really so incompetent that they cannot even compare to a single hunch from Yi Ning? Even if he actually spotted an anomaly, why did he refuse to report it to the high command in the first place? Tian Ming grits his teeth, adding that psychological profiling suggests Yi Ning has fallen into a state of extreme delusion. With his mind clearly unstable, he proposes sending an elite force immediately to neutralize Yi Ning before things get worse. This decapitation strike proposal outrages the director, who snaps that they are going too far. Fortunately, Xi Ping intervenes with reason. He suggests ignoring the assassination plan for now, arguing they must first focus entirely on containing Yi Ning's movements. The best move is capturing him alive and questioning him. Xuan Guo nods, agreeing that this is indeed their only option. He orders Commissioner Liu to deploy his forces immediately to bring Yi Ning back alive. This decision absolutely delights Tian Ming. Oozing pure killing intent, he quietly gloats that he was worried Yi Ning might actually survive to settle their score. And with us too. Nobody expected him to be stupid enough to kick open the gates of hell himself. Capture him alive, guns do not have eyes. Accidents happen all the time in the heat of battle. Meanwhile, at the coastal seawall of the Donghai safe zone, a system notification suddenly flashes. The remaining time for the sea beast raid is 29 minutes. Kai Lai hesitantly speaks up, looking out over the dark water. Yi Ning, will the sea beasts really come? The time you mentioned is almost up, but except for the rain, there is absolutely no sign of trouble on the sea. Hearing this, Yi Ning replies with absolute certainty. They will come. Their speed is incredibly fast, and they can strike at any moment. Wang Tianqian hesitates for a long moment, but he finally decides to speak his mind as he looks out over the water. Yi Ning, if this really happens, our end might be a bit easier. But if nothing happens, he sighs, trail of thought breaking off. Even if you are right, is our best-case scenario really only slightly better? That is a pretty depressing thought, honestly. Kai Lai suddenly speaks up in a deeply thoughtful tone. It has always been like this since ancient times, so there is no need to overthink. As long as we keep a clear conscience, that is enough. But once those sea beasts arrive, should we try to hold this line or what? Yi Ning immediately understands his concern. He calmly replies that they only need to delay the enemy because defending this place is impossible. Yi Ning pauses briefly before explaining further. The scale of this upcoming attack is simply too massive for their current forces to stop. If they can hold out just long enough for all the survivors to evacuate, it will be a miracle. But Kai Lai remains unconvinced. He still has some deep doubts lingering in his mind, completely unsure about Yi Ning's drastic plan. What about the Donghai safe zone? A flash of deep sorrow crosses Yi Ning's eyes before he gives his cold response. We can only abandon the Donghai safe zone. Hearing this, Kai Lai immediately protests with intense and furious disagreement. It took over 10 years to build Donghai to what it is today. The higher-ups will absolutely never agree. Yi Ning understands this completely. That is exactly why I did not report or negotiate with them. If we do not abandon it, the losses will be far worse. If we do not abandon it, the losses will only be catastrophic. Hearing this, both Kai Lai and Wang Tianqian freeze in stunned silence. As the silence stretches, a booming voice suddenly cuts through the air, announcing that the person Yi Ning wanted has finally been delivered. Sun Lisheng is suddenly dragged out of a helicopter. Terrified out of his mind, he starts screaming at the top of his lungs for help. Seeing Yi Ning, he lets out a desperate cry. But before he slams onto the hard ground, a savior catches him just in time. Fang Fang catches him safely. As they land, she quickly explains that when she found him, he was being chased through the streets. Low-level awakened ones were hunting him down, trying to steal his mysterious black box. Sun Licheng immediately begins to plead for his life. Sir, my name is Sun Licheng. I am just a temporary janitor at the Research Institute. Please do not kill me, this stuff is mine. I did not steal any of this. Seeing how terrified Licheng is, Yi Ning immediately pieces the whole picture together in his mind. A temporary janitor, no wonder he could not find his name on the official staff roster. Yi Ning quickly reassures the trembling man. Do not worry, why on earth would I kill you? While keeping a calm face, Yi Ning is actually celebrating wildly on the inside. Finding Sun Lisheng is a massive victory, easily worth as much as saving all the survivors in the entire Donghai area. Finding him is a massive deal worth as much as saving all of Donghai. Just wait, this timid guy is the ultimate cheat code. Despite his cowardly appearance, his role after the apocalypse begins is nothing short of a divine weapon for humanity. Thoughts race through Yi Ning's mind. In his past life, Li Sheng's psionic extraction technique could pull pure energy straight out of psionic ores. Once humans absorbed that extracted energy, even ordinary people could awaken. This is a massive shortcut to surviving the end times. In this lifetime, with the massive ore mines in the kingdom of Kangxi, they have a virtually endless supply of psionic minerals. By funding and speed-running his research, Yi Ning can easily push himself to the 4th stage in no time. After finalizing his plans, Yi Ning commands Fang Fang to arrange an armed helicopter to escort Licheng to safety. Bring him straight to Uncle Fang's place and ensure his absolute safety. He must survive until Yi Ning returns. Fang Fang obediently accepts the direct order, promising to personally make all the necessary arrangements for his protection. Still completely lost about what is happening, Licheng nervously asks what exactly they mean by protecting him. Before Yi Ning can answer, Fang Fang grabs Licheng by the collar and hauls him back toward the helicopter. She reassures him that she is taking him to a safe place. Licheng can only scream in sheer terror as he is dragged away. He desperately yells for help. Watching the helicopter fly away, Fang Fang turns back to report to Yi Ning. Everything has been taken care of. Yi Ning nods in approval, thanking her for her hard work. Suddenly, the scene shifts as a series of loud, urgent emergency broadcasts cut through the airwaves with intense force. They announce that they are the border peacekeeping forces acting on the direct orders of Commissioner Liu. Ning, the chairman of the peacekeeping force, orders all rebel forces to surrender immediately. He demands that all survivors stop their evacuation. Everyone has been lied to. The military never issued an evacuation order, and there is no sea beast attack at all. At that exact moment, countless warriors charge straight toward them. Kai Lai panics, asking if backup has arrived. Ning narrows his eyes, furious. Damn it, those pests are finally here. Uncle Chen, keep an eye on the sea. Leave these troublemakers to me and 009 to handle. Just as he says this, one of them aggressively shouts out, Ning, I am Luo Cheng, Vice Commander of the Peacekeepers. I am here to arrest you under Commissioner Lu's orders. Then, feeling like his words lacked enough weight, Luo Cheng adds that Xiao Hai, the person arranged for the evacuation, has already been captured, meaning their entire escape plan has completely failed. Hearing those words, Ning boils with rage, his extraordinary power exploding outward in all directions. If you are smart, you will come quietly, resist, and we kill you without hesitation. Ning just sneers. Not only did they capture Uncle Xiao, they even stopped the survivors from fleeing. These fools are literally begging to die. Luo Cheng still has no idea he is talking to the Grim Reaper, arrogantly continuing his warnings and empty threats. Ning, our satellites show everything in the East Sea is completely normal, with absolutely no signs of a looming beast tide. He demands Ning drop his delusions, pointing out the immense damage already caused to the region. The high-ups are furious and have dispatched Tier 3 capital elites who will be arriving any minute now. He swears he will not let him go today. Yet unlike the furious Ning, Fang remains completely calm, asking if they should eliminate them. Ning calmly tells her to hold off and delay them as long as possible, saving their energy for the upcoming beast tide. Plus, those useless lives might actually come in handy later. Hearing this, Fang obediently acknowledges the command. But before they can even warm up, Luo Cheng suddenly launches a preemptive strike, cursing Ning for his stubbornness as he summons his heaven-opening axe. Instantly, Ning reallocates all stat points to agility, dodging the lethal blow with lightning speed. A barrage of attacks like the space-shattering fist and the 1,000 gold hammer, earth-breaking axe, and sun-chasing arrow rain down on them, but Fang effortlessly blocks the heavy blows barehanded. She easily deflects the earth-shattering strikes. Ning quickly commands his system to equip the Type 3 defensive battle suit. A solid crimson barrier instantly wraps around him, rendering the relentless onslaught from all directions completely useless. Moments later, Ning breaks out of the protective shell, unleashing a shockwave that throws his opponents to the ground. This makes Ning realize they are truly trying to kill him, leaving him with no choice but to retaliate. He resolves to settle this score with them later. But before he can even finish his thought, Luo Cheng lunges at him with a sneer, mocking him for trying to fight back as a mere low-tier level 3. He calls Ning a weak ant who does not know his place, while Ning begins blocking every incoming strike. He issues a final warning, telling them not to push their luck, but his words fall on deaf ears. They do not care. A split second later, another elite soldier charges in, aiming a heavy blow. Right before the impact, Ning leaps into the air, dodging effortlessly and leaving the attacker crashing into the dirt. He maneuvers swiftly, dodging and countering in one smooth motion. The stench of blood fills the air, but he ignores it, focusing on saving his ultimate move for the real threat. Fortunately, he still has another trump card up his sleeve. His strongest mental attribute attack has to be revealed today. While it might not work well on the beast tide, it is incredibly lethal against other awakened humans. With that in mind, Ning unleashes a massive psychic storm. An overwhelming wave of pure mental energy immediately erupts, completely paralyzing the enemy soldiers and leaving them entirely helpless. Luo Cheng and his team are instantly crushed by the sheer pressure, collapsing to their knees in agony. Realizing it is a mental attack, they try to activate their psychic shields, but the impact is simply too overwhelming. The barrier shatters instantly. One of the elites looks on in absolute horror at Ning's terrifying power. He cannot believe this comes from a supposedly trash attribute completely paralyzed and unable to move even a muscle. Taking advantage of their vulnerable state, Fang unleashes a devastating whirlwind kick that sends the entire group flying. They crash heavily back to the ground in absolute agony. Landing smoothly beside them, Ning confidently estimates that these consecutive attacks should keep them stunned for at least 2 minutes. But right then, Wang Shan suddenly yells out. He points out to the ocean as Kai Lai asks in absolute shock if the beast tide has actually arrived. The system blares, non-stop warnings, beep beep, high-speed moving object, 1034 detected. Beep beep, another object detected. This one is moving at high speed, 771. Faced with this life-and-death threat, La Cheng and his crew completely panic. Is the beast tide actually here? Was Ning right all along? What do we even do now? Hurry and inform Commissioner Lu. Meanwhile, seeing the beast tide approach, Ning immediately barks an order. Ming Lu, drop it right now. Launch those 2 tactical nuclear bombs from the underground reserves to stop their advance. Receiving the message, Ming Luo acts without hesitation. Copy that order received. A second later, a cold commanding voice echoes out, deploy the nuclear warheads immediately. A colossal apocalyptic explosion rips through the water, shaking the entire ocean. Watching the blast, Kai Lai's jaw drops in pure shock. He gasps in horror. Ning, did you seriously just detonate nuclear weapons? Donghai won't even be livable after this. Ning keeps his cool and calmly explains. Once you see the sheer size of the incoming wave, you will understand my choice. This is why I had to abandon Donghai. It is only the beginning, and even these nukes will only buy us some time. With that, he raises his voice, commanding everyone. All artillery crews prepare to fire, awaken Quarks, get in your positions. The moment those beasts reach the shoreline, strike them down. The entire force roars back in agreement, their spirits burning hot. Having deployed his units, Ning turns to address La Cheng. You're La Cheng, right? Can we start the evacuation plan now? Release Xiao Hai and broadcast the order to the whole city. Keep backing up the evacuation and fight like your lives depend on it. Survive this ocean beast tide and I promise you all a clean slate. I won't hold your past against you anymore. He firmly nods deal. Back at the Donghai Command Center, Tianming asks in a relaxed tone, so did you catch Ning yet? Or did you just kill him already? Talk about counting your chickens before they hatch. A sudden report completely shatters his smug attitude, leaving him absolutely furious. Face twisting in rage, Tianming barks back at the messenger. What did you just say? The sea beast tide actually broke out, and Ning actually detonated a nuclear bomb in Donghai. His expression turns dangerously dark as he begins to plot his next move. Ha, what a twist. Even if that brat Ning predicted this right and managed to hold off the beast tide, so what? Even if he saves every last survivor, the radioactive fallout left in Donghai will be more than enough to destroy him. He will pay the price. Meanwhile, inside the capital's grand conference hall, the high-ranking officials are in a panic as Ji Xuanguo stands up. He urges the room with desperate haste. Gentlemen, the Donghai beast tide has actually erupted. We are running out of time. We need a solution immediately, and we must make a final decision on how to handle Ning right now. Hu Jiaping takes the floor with a decisive proposal. To counter this threat, the 6 major war zones must mobilize immediately. They are sending high-level Awakened to support the front. 27 coastal safe zones are already prepared to receive the survivors. His tactical calculation is brilliant. If they can hold the front line for just 2 hours, casualties will drop significantly. Casualties will be capped under 7%. Fang Hao readily agrees with this, then what is there left to even debate? Ning saved millions of lives, which is a massive achievement. He firmly adds that the military's cowardice can easily be covered up. We can easily spin it. Just tell the public that all of Ning's actions were orchestrated by the High Command. As for the Tier 3 experts sent to arrest him, we say they were deployed as reinforcements. Once the crisis is over, we hail Ning as a national hero and reward him handsomely. But Liu Tianming immediately shuts down the idea. Liu Tianming scoffs. Vice Marshal Fang, you must be joking. Ning forged military orders and hijacked troops without authorization. He detained representatives and violated direct commands. Every single one of his actions is a textbook definition of high treason. On top of that, he illegally detonated a nuclear warhead in Donghai. Just because he saved lives, we should just play blind. Tianming argues that letting this slide sets a dangerous precedent. If Ning gets away with this level of massive insubordination, what stops him from doing something even more insane next time, like turning his blade on us? Do we just look away? Where is the law? Where is national order? Besides, who is to say his prediction was not just a lucky guess? It is a fluke. After all, he never presented a single shred of actual evidence to back his claims. A sharp-nosed, green-haired official beside Tianming quickly chimes in, agreeing with Commissioner Liu. Merit cannot simply erase treason. We must proceed with Ning's arrest as planned and announce that the military uncovered the issue themselves. State that his rogue actions had nothing to do with saving Donghai. As for his role in rescuing those civilians, we can offer him a lenient sentence at best, but his followers must be severely punished to make an example. Fang Hao slams his hands down, roaring in pure fury. What absolute garbage are you dogs spewing? Have you completely lost your minds? The front line is fighting a life-or-death war, and you are plotting arrests. Tell me, is saving lives a crime now? Was this warning actually wrong? He shows zero fear, jumping straight onto the table to point right in Tianming's face. If we do not use nukes, how do we shore up the defense line? Besides, nuclear fallout clears up over time. But the East Sea commander and military reps keep insisting there is absolutely no issue. What is the result now? Do these guys literally have a death wish? He demands an answer. From ancient times, a general on the field can ignore distant orders. How do you still not understand this simple truth, Liu? Tianming is left completely speechless with no comeback. Seeing the rising tension, Hu Jiaping stands up to defuse the situation. Stop arguing, he says. I suggest we make a compromise. Yes, Ning acted on his own, but it is also true that he saved everyone. Without his reckless move, what would have happened to us, even if we arrest him now? Can we really lie to the public and the soldiers by claiming the rescue was entirely the military's doing? We did not trust him, and we were wrong. We must admit our mistake. We cannot fail our people any further. Li Kuangguo can no longer sit by stepping in with a swift decision. If that is the case, then Notify all military districts immediately. Declare that all of Yi Ning's actions were fully authorized by military command. Command over this A-rank beast tied in the East Sea is temporarily transferred to Yi Ning. He ends the meeting. Before another argument breaks out. Once Yi Ning returns, if there is solid proof, those involved will face severe punishment. Dismissed, he orders. His secretary follows him out quickly, reading between the lines. Commander, from the very beginning you had no intention of going after Yi Ning, right? This entire meeting was just to silence the Lu faction. He laughs heartily, walking away with a smile. You have grown up, he notes. Yes, I also bear responsibility for the East Sea. If we are wrong, we admit it. Even if we take a beating, we stand tall. She looks admiringly at the Supreme Commander. Yi Ning is indeed exceptional, though how he managed this forecast is still a mystery. But tell me, Commander, don't you think he closely resembles that man from over 10 years ago? The commander raises his hand, signaling her to keep quiet. That is taboo, do not speak of it. Meanwhile, Tianming slams his desk in fury. Damn it, is this what they call a compromise? Guangguo and those progressives are clearly playing me. They have completely forgotten the old chief who died over 10 years ago. Tianming's eyes turn ice cold with resolve. Either way, he is not the one risking his life on the front lines for this tide. Let's see if Yi Ning can survive this on his own strength. Over at the East Sea line, the intense battle still rages on. Hordes of beasts crash against the defenses. Taking the lead, Yi Ning immediately shouts out his orders. Those sea beasts, heading our way, have spiritual energy shields. Standard artillery won't pierce them. Now that I am in command, all awakeners must form up along the coastal defense line. If they manage to breach our perimeter, do not engage them head-on. Their health pools are massive, so we must isolate and take them down one by one. Remember, our main goal is not to win this outright, but to buy as much time as we possibly can. He leaps forward to lead the charge, calling out to 009 to help him take down the Tier 3 beasts. The pink-haired girl 009 acknowledges the order with a fierce grin. Drawing his sword, he leaps into battle. First, let's clear out this trash in front. He unleashes a barrage of rapid slashes toward the approaching monsters. Blue sword energy tears the monsters to shreds. Witnessing the storm sword, current Wang Tian can only watch in absolute awe. Honestly, seeing that level of destruction from a single sword strike is just mind-blowing. We back the right genius. Kai Lai, however, keeps his guard up, pointing out several beasts breaching the right flank of the defensive perimeter. It is time to show our true strength to stop them. Meanwhile, Yi Ning unleashes another devastating special move, wiping out the horde with his Heavenly Rift Streamlight. 009 joins in slamming down a ground-shaking punch. Suddenly, a massive whale beast with toad-like skin and terrifyingly sharp jaws emerges from the deep waters. 009 spots the high-tier Tier 3 giant whale immediately charging straight ahead to bring the beast down. She delivers a devastating whirlwind kick right into its throat, but the strike only serves to deeply anger it. It lets out a massive sonic wave, blasting everyone backward. The sound is so intense, soldiers start bleeding. Clutching their heads, they scream that their internal organs are about to burst from the sheer pressure. 009 is blown back by the impact. Suddenly, a crab-like monster with spider eyes creeps up. Spotting this Tier 3 crab trying to ambush her from behind, she is forced to disengage and fall back. Leaping into the air, she narrowly avoids its crushing claws, but another threat looms right above her head. Just as the devastating blow is about to crush her, she realizes there is no escape. A powerful enemy strikes from above, making it impossible to dodge. Suddenly, a deep voice echoes out. Out of nowhere, Yi Ning charges onto the battlefield, utilizing his dimensional slash to block the deadly strike for her. He delivers a clean, sharp slash that breaks the pincer grip of the two beasts, saving 09. Feeling deeply guilty, she whispers that she failed her duty. She feels she failed her role as his protector, but he quickly brushes it off. He tells her he never saw her as a bodyguard but as a comrade. She freezes in surprise, echoing the word comrade. He gently reassures her, warning her to stay focused since these sea beasts are much tougher than normal mutants. Quickly snapping out of it, her fighting spirit flares back to life as she prepares to face the terrifying crab ready to stand alongside her comrade. She feels an inexplicable surge of power flooding her veins. Right behind her, Yi Ning steps up to lend a hand, launching a strike against the massive whale. The massive whale suddenly dives deep into the ocean, catching him off guard. Did that giant beast actually run away out of pure fear, he wonders. Even Yi Ning cannot explain this strange behavior. After all, it is only a high-tier stage 3 sea beast with a massive health pool. But their relief is cut short as a massive shrimp joins the fray, leaving them completely surrounded by 3 giant sea beasts. Yi Ning is stunned. These monsters do not just possess high intelligence, they actually know how to use coordinated military tactics. He thinks back to his past life, remembering how he only heard rumors about the absolute brutality of this particular battle. The East Sea fell and every attempt to reclaim it failed because nobody knew this tactical coordination was the real cause. Suddenly, all three beasts attack. He deploys his defensive armor, activating the Fallen Heaven defense to withstand their brutal, crushing onslaught. Gripping his blade, he struggles to hold the line, realizing their force is too strong and they must find a way to counterattack. 09 instantly agrees. The two of them leap high into the air, preparing to unleash their ultimate skills on the beasts below. Ning fires his devastating Fallen Heaven target lock strike, while 09 provides backup with her powerful Meteor Palm. The massive combined blast explodes the three monsters to pieces. He immediately orders 09 to strike the giant shark while they can. She understands and charges forward, landing a heavy blow right on the giant shark's head, but a new threat is already waiting. A massive swarm of jellyfish suddenly surrounds them. Realizing the extreme danger, he curses upon seeing these deadly creatures. These are Stage 3 funeral cap jellyfish, making a direct confrontation highly disadvantageous. He quickly makes a split-second decision. He commands her to break through and retreat while he dives deep into the ocean to hunt down the giant whale. Believing it is the leader of the entire horde, he knows it must die first. 09 quickly obeys and he dives deep. Moving with incredible speed through the water, he activates his sensory perception ability to track down the hidden alpha whale. He dares the beast to try and hide, confident his three advanced battle suits can locate it, even at the ocean floor. He does not have to wait long before the giant whale appears right before his eyes, flanked by a massive horde of sea monsters. He sneers, knowing it already deployed its strongest forces, leaving only these weak minions that cannot hope to block his path. With a single sweep, he clears out the annoying fodder, then transforms his sword into its superpowered state. He prepares his pseudo-stage 4 God's Wrath to decapitate their leadership, planning to use the whale's soul to crush the rest. But the giant whale is no pushover, retaliating fiercely by shooting explosive energy spheres from its massive mouth. It also releases a deadly high-frequency sonic wave, but Ning has no intention of standing still to take the hit. Moving like a flash of lightning, he tears through the whale's attack, taunting that its strongest moves will never hit him. He swings his blade for the final strike, plunging it directly into the whale's forehead and unleashing a massive surge of power. But the beast deflects the strike to counterattack. Ning is genuinely impressed, realizing this whale is indeed a true boss. Its strength is impressive, but Ning strikes back with blinding speed, carving a deep gash along the beast's massive body. He remarks that the monster's only mistake was running into him today as he completes his devastating lethal sword technique. As his crimson aura begins to fade, Ning stands suspended in the water, watching the giant whale slowly sink into the abyss. The power was epic, but he complains that the 10-second limit is too short before leaping effortlessly back to the surface. Emerging completely unscathed, he swings his blade to conjure a brilliant blue aura that paints the sky, ready for his next move. He knows the rest is up to his allies and the military forces dispatched here. Now it is time for the mortal Yama. He summons the spirits of the fallen sea beasts, raising a massive loyal army of souls to fight under his command. Pointing his blade at the enemy, he commands the beast spirits to turn around and hunt down their former allies while 09 struggles. She is still heavily surrounded by hundreds of bizarre jellyfish, cursing at how incredibly annoying these Stage 3 monsters are to deal with. She stands tall, bracing herself to face the glowing electric tentacles that can attack from a distance or blind her vision entirely. Throwing powerful punches at the incoming tentacles, she struggles to keep them at bay as the relentless swarm continues its assault. To make matters worse, their disgusting tentacles instantly regenerate every single time they get severed, making it nearly impossible to completely cut down their roots. Her fist is pinned down by a massive jellyfish, adding to her growing frustration. If she keeps going in circles, her energy reserves will run dry. Forget about breaking through. She is about to be completely drained of her spiritual energy. With a desperate slash, she cuts away the annoying tentacles. She gasps for breath. Her visor flashes a red warning that her power is almost gone. She needs to escape soon or she will die. Suddenly, an electrified tentacle whips out of nowhere. She fails to dodge in time, taking the full brutal shock of the electric strike. The voltage surges through her body, leaving her completely helpless on the ground. Tears of defeat begin to stream down the cheeks of 009. I am sorry, my comrade. She thinks I cannot finish the mission you gave me, and I will never see the day this world ends. But then Ning appears riding atop a massive, terrifying spectral whale. 009 can barely believe her eyes. Is that really her comrade? Did he actually come back for her? Ning quickly reaches out to grab her hand, pulling her up. He tells her to go with him. Overjoyed by his timely rescue and their deep bond, she eagerly agrees to follow her trusted ally. The giant whale leads a spectral army, completely wiping out the annoying jellyfish swarm. That is when 009 looks at him with deadpan sincerity. She asks if she should activate her blushing and rapid heartbeat protocol right now. Ning immediately shoots it down, telling her not to. He advises her to delete that useless data immediately, and she quickly obeys. Meanwhile, a massive horde of sea beasts is invading the city. A battle-hardened warrior swings his heavy axe. One clean strike decapitates a hideous spider-faced mutant, crashing the beast down. Panting heavily, the veteran marvels at the beast. A peak Tier 2 mutant is far tougher than anything he has ever faced. But he is a survivor of countless battlefields. He will not go down easily. Suddenly, a giant spiked urchin unleashes a deadly barrage of needles, forcing the team to group up against a thrashing octopus. It's pure chaos. The bearded commander grips his axe and charges straight ahead, leading a dangerous battle to the death. Curse it, these sea monsters are just too overwhelming. Lower-tier soldiers are falling by the dozen. If they keep this up, they will all die today. Stealing his resolve, he raises his axe to command the rear guard. He orders them to focus all their firepower on the colossal Tier 3 octopus blocking their path. Everything else can wait. With a brutal axe strike to its face and a direct hit to its eye, the massive creature finally crashes down, completely defeated. Leaning on his weapon, the veteran gasps for air. Taking down just one Tier 3 monster took everything they had, yet countless more still remain. This is a meat grinder, and they are just throwing away their lives. He growls, questioning what on earth Commissioner Liu is actually doing. Ning was absolutely right about everything. Without his warning, the entire front line would have already been wiped out in a bloodbath. Another soldier snaps, warning him not to speak about their high command that way. Meanwhile, a terrifying dragon chameleon hybrid swoops down from the sky. Ignoring the raging thunderstorm, the bearded veteran scoffs. So what if he talks? This time, that coward of a commissioner went way too far. Sending them out to die while he hides in safety is pure evil. Since they are likely going to die anyway, who cares about ranks? Forget about that useless commander. He orders his men to follow him, planning to lure out an electric stingray to trap and kill it. Suddenly, an army of spectral sea spirits rises behind the giant dragon. The veteran looks up, completely stunned by the bizarre sight. These are the ghosts of the fallen sea beasts. How are they still fighting after death? What kind of madness is this? How are they supposed to win against an army of ghosts? But wait, these spirits are actually attacking the live sea beasts. Someone is controlling them. The undead horde relentlessly tears into the dragon hybrid from all directions, leaving the soldiers completely speechless at the overwhelming power. Who could possibly do this? They are supposed to be the strongest ones on this battlefield, yet someone else is pulling the strings. The bearded commander wonders if it could be Ning, but dismisses it because the kid is only a low Tier 3 warrior. A gray-haired soldier mutters that they cannot be so sure, reminding him of the strange mental attack they felt earlier during their duel. The commander freezes in shock. If Ning truly possesses the power to command the dead, it means he was holding back during their fight. Before they can process the thought, Ning suddenly materializes right in front of them, his dark aura commanding the battlefield. He points his blade forward, scolding the high-ranking veterans for standing around like fools while dangerous sea monsters are still running rampant. Do they have a death wish? Intimidated by his overwhelming presence, the bearded commander quickly steps back, stammering out a hasty apology. They were simply awestruck by his power. But Ning has no time for idle chatter, cutting them off with an icy glare. Although the worst of the beast tide has been contained, several monsters have broken past their defenses, and they need to hunt them down. The commander salutes and quickly leads his men out. As Ning walks ahead, his mind is heavy with silent worry about the battle. All of his free ultimate skills are currently on cooldown. Although he still has spiritual energy, he can only cast his final moves once more. He only has enough power left for one single activation of God's Wrath and Mortal Yama before his reserves completely run dry. Normal skills like Wind Blades and Paralyzing Bracers should be enough for the other awakened ones to handle those remaining sea beasts. If it is not absolutely necessary, he won't step in again. Suddenly, his system panel flashes to life. The first wave of sea beasts is fully controlled. However, the second assault will hit in just 3 hours. This time, their numbers will double. His eyes lock onto the final alert. A second wave. He carefully reflects on his past timeline. Back in his previous life, the military had not even discovered him yet, so he never took part in this battle. He'd only heard rumors of how brutal it was, leaving the completely unprepared Donghai safe zone entirely destroyed. Later, the military tried to retake the zone, but they faced defeat after defeat until they finally abandoned it. So there really was a second wave. He lets out a tense, ragged breath. 3 hours, normal reinforcements can't make it. The other military divisions cannot possibly arrive in time. For the weary soldiers here, surviving this first battle was already a miracle. Everyone is utterly exhausted now. Fighting the next wave head-on is suicide. His only option is to establish a massive quarantine zone. That way, the survivors and weary soldiers can evacuate safely. He immediately starts a video call with his uncle on the front lines. He checks in on the screen. "Uncle Xiao, how is the evacuation going over there? Is everything under control? How much longer until the evacuation is fully complete?" The old man on the screen sighs clearly, facing a massive uphill battle. The fools assigned to help actually convince some of the previously evacuated survivors to turn back and return. He speaks with a voice trembling from suppressed rage. They locked all those survivors inside a shelter and posted guards. Wait, get this, things are going downhill incredibly fast. Yiming is stunned as his uncle shows the locked doors. It is shut tight. As you can see, the survivors inside are trapped. They do not trust us and refuse to open up. Our only choice is to force the doors open and drag them out, but that only destroys whatever trust we have left. This entire evacuation has become 10 times harder than before, and we are running out of precious time. At this agonizing rate, his uncle estimates it will take at least 3 hours to get all survivors out. Honestly, you can't blame him for losing his mind. Yiming grits his teeth tightly, suppressing a storm of anger. He cuts the feed, but his uncle's parting words still echo. Do not worry, even if I must risk my old life. His face darkens with absolute resolve. In this seemingly peaceful era of abundant resources trying to do the right thing, it is 100 times harder than in the apocalyptic future. Similar obstacles will definitely keep getting in his way. If he wants to succeed, his eyes flash with sharp resolve. Once this Donghai crisis is settled, he must take control. He needs to climb to the absolute peak of authority. Only then can he implement the extreme measures required for these disasters. His tone turns chillingly cold as he makes a silent, dark vow. Anyone who dares to stand in my way dies. 009 quickly catches up, asking where they are heading next. He gives her a firm, unyielding command. 009, go gather the fuel reserve data from all safe zones near Donghai immediately. He walks off coldly. He tells her to transfer every single drop of fuel to the Donghai safe zone within 2 hours. They must also replenish their spiritual energy and stay safe. 009 salutes, accepting the direct order immediately. Understood, Commander, she replies. He looks up at the pouring rain and the distant silhouette of the airship. Donghai is doomed. Instead of letting it bleed out slowly, a swift, brutal strike is better. He clenches his fist, finalizing his plan. He will spark a massive inferno, burning down the entire Donghai safe zone to create an absolute fire barrier. This is the absolute best way to ensure the survivors will not be hunted down. Meanwhile, at the inland border, Ning stands atop a tall building, staring down at the messy battlefield while taking a call. On the other end, 009 delivers some troubling news. Commander, we do not have enough fuel. He freezes in utter disbelief. That is impossible, he tells her, since he personally verified those exact fuel reserves. Meanwhile, 009 is stepping on a green-haired punk she just trashed. Most of these guys kept fake records, and the ones with real records refused to cooperate. Even executing them on the spot will not solve this crisis. The captured thug complains loudly, asking why Ning wants to burn the zone when the beasts are already controlled. He asks if Ning knows how long this place has stood, boasting that he already reported to the capital. The capital will definitely reject this insane plan, he yells, and Ning has no right to take their fuel. Yiming listens to the screen with a completely unreadable expression, his mind racing for a solution. Understood, he says quietly. 009 head back. His eyes flash with deep anger at this corrupt world. He is completely out of potions. If he does not wipe out these useless fools, he will eventually drop dead from sheer exhaustion. But for now, he has to stay calm and solve the immediate crisis first. Taking a deep breath, he tries to steady his racing heart. Just stay calm. The pickup truck drives away from the chaotic city while the refugees wail. Their homes are completely gone and a bitter, angry crowd begins to form. Why did they not warn us earlier, and why pull out only now? A man in a heavy cloak grumbles, furious that they pay so much in taxes. Just for the military to abandon them like this. Some refugees even push back against the soldiers, desperate to slip past the blockade and get back inside. They scream to get their belongings back and demand their vehicles. By what right does the army get to requisition a civilian truck? On the muddy, freezing ground, a woman with her arm in a cast kneels under the pouring rain, desperately begging the soldiers to show mercy. They spent their entire life savings to buy these goods, and more than half of their crew died just to transport them back to safety. The men and her family risked their lives for this cargo. If the military destroys the city and these goods are lost, they have nothing left. Gu Yu suddenly steps forward, placing his hand over his heart with deep theatrical sincerity, declaring that the city must not be destroyed. Every neighboring safe zone opposes burning the city, going so far as to cut off all fuel supplies to the Donghai safe zone itself. Gu Yu looks at the innocent crowd with a highly determined gaze, offering them what sounds like a solemn, honorable promise. Speaking as the rescue representative of the Dongqing safe zone, he guarantees that the frontline battle is going incredibly well. In just a few days, everyone will be able to return home. Hearing this, the desperate refugees rejoice with hope. They ask if it is really true, overjoyed by the news. The kneeling woman is helped up, crying tears of deep gratitude toward the military. She promises they will cooperate fully and retreat, but the second the crowd turns away, Gu Yu immediately starts mocking Ning under his breath. He scoffs, asking how they could possibly burn the city. If Donghai is wiped out, what would all these poor civilians even do? That brat Ning knows absolutely nothing. He has no idea how much devastating damage his reckless actions would actually cause to Donghai. Gu Yu laughs triumphantly, brushing off the threat. To him, those sea beasts are just minor pests, nothing to worry about at all. His spiky-haired lackey eagerly nods, praising Gu Yu as a wise leader. Gu Yu then points toward the city and orders his troops to move. He commands them to follow him into the ruins to search for and rescue any survivors hiding inside the buildings. The soldiers salute and shout their agreement. A sinister, murderous look enters Gu Yu's eyes as he thinks of Ning. He adds that they must protect the wealth of the survivors, especially the assets of the major chambers of commerce. With the city empty, they need to move fast. Nobody will investigate looting during a massive crisis like this. This is their golden chance to steal as much as possible. But Gu Yu has no idea that Ning is watching his every move. Ning watches from afar, laughing bitterly at the pure greed. These hypocrites are literally using a national disaster to enrich themselves. When a situation is this absurd, all one can do is laugh. Ning chuckles, bitterly disgusted by their shameless greed. Even after regressing, he realizes he was still far too naive. He forgot that in this era, cowards still hold all the power. He mistook these corrupt officers for the heroic united army that was forged through blood and tears in his previous life. He was dead wrong. He forgot the old truth that people never learn their lesson until they are staring down their own graves. He tilts his head back, letting the cold rain wash over his face to cool his anger. This is just the beginning of the horror. Ning's plans have entirely fallen apart. From warning the city to Fang Dang blocking his path, the military did absolutely nothing. They watched and did nothing. He tried to force a mobilization only to face slander and protests from corrupt officers. Ning wanted to burn the city to stop the impending disaster, but these greedy pests kept getting in his way. Looking at this corrupted world, he finds it utterly ridiculous. With a cold glare, Ning leaps down from the highest rooftop. He dives through the heavy downpour like a lethal arrow. He wanted to save this city, but these fools left him no other choice. Ning bounds across the rooftops, locking onto his targets. If they want to profit off a tragedy, they can pay the price. He is ready to send them straight to the afterlife. Meanwhile, right beneath the massive psionic tower of the Donghai safe zone. In this post-apocalyptic era, psionic nodes provided by the system have emerged globally, sparking a massive awakening among humanity. These towers hold pure energy spheres. Since the old world was devastated by the zombie hordes, survivors have gathered around these crucial nodes. They established new safe zones around them. Every single node serves as the life support core for humanity's survival and recovery. Without these nodes to anchor them, awakened humans would have no safe haven to call home, leaving them completely vulnerable. The Donghai Tower is a Tier 3 node. If its unstable energy erupts, this entire safe zone will be wiped out forever. Ning has already arrived at the base of the tower. But if he is going to stop this disaster, time is running out. Otherwise, the Donghai safe zone would disappear forever. Ning had already arrived right beneath the massive energy tower, but without taking this extreme step, how could humanity ever be warned? What they stand to lose in the future is far more than just this zone. This deliberate explosion will unleash violent spiritual energy, easily wiping out every trace of humanity while forming a massive barrier. It will completely scramble the sea beasts' senses, stopping their relentless attacks and creating the ultimate isolation zone. On the other end of the line, Xiao Hai reports that the rescue mission is already finished, 30 minutes ahead of schedule. However, reports show that soldiers from the surrounding battle zones have already started returning to the city. Ning cuts off the older man to focus on the immediate crisis, telling him to ignore them. All you need to do is get those survivors out of the East Sea safe zone as fast as possible. He hangs up and immediately contacts his pink-haired android. 009, reach out to Ming right now. Get Chen Kailai and the other frontline soldiers to evacuate the coast within 10 minutes. She acknowledges instantly. He swings his Huo-Fei sword toward the core, unleashing raging fire and wind blades to say goodbye to the East Sea safe zone. A single slash tears right through the energy core, causing a massive backlash that heavily damages his protective barrier. He struggles against the violent impact, commanding his combat suit to hold the line as he charges forward. To end this once and for all, he drives a lethal stab straight through the center of the sphere. He leaps high into the air as the overloaded core begins to crack and shatter past its absolute limit. He dashes out of the building at breakneck speed, dodging the incoming blast that threatens to swallow the entire area. Activating his maxed-out agility speed boost, he escapes just as Representative Gu's greedy men are busy looting civilian homes. A subordinate runs up carrying stolen gear, shouting to Representative Gu that they have struck gold with all this high-grade loot. Gu smirks smugly with his nose in the air, laughing that they won't even have to doctor the financial books this time around. He shamelessly shouts their heroic slogan like a sick joke, yelling that saving the citizens is their noble duty. His assistant flatters him, praising his wisdom and promising to document every single word of his speech. But get this, the massive energy wave expands right toward Gu's location, swallowing everything in its path before they can react. Gu barely gets a word of confusion out before the sphere ruthlessly consumes him, expanding rapidly to engulf the entire landscape. The city is swallowed by a miniature sun, vaporizing every building in its path. Meanwhile, inside the capital's war room, the High Council watches the screen in absolute horror as the sphere devours the East Sea. Hu Xiaobing's face falls. What on earth is Yi Ning doing? Commander Li Kuangguo growls, demanding to know if the spiritual node has been completely destroyed. The purple-haired secretary confirms the worst, stating the spiritual node is gone for good and the safe zone is ruined forever. Fang Hao stands frozen by the sheer scale of Yi Ning's actions just as Lu Tianming barges into the room. Lu Tianming rants that Yi Ning has gone completely rogue, claiming the tide was fully under control before this disaster. He accuses Yi Ning of forcing a plan to incinerate the city, despite things going perfectly well on the front lines. He plays the victim, claiming he tried to stop the boy but had to rush back to report his madness. He urges the commander to discard this dangerous lunatic immediately. Hearing this, Li Kuangguo's patience completely runs out. He questions if he foolishly misplaced his trust in Yi Ning. Fang Hao immediately steps forward to volunteer. He offers to hunt Yi Ning down himself confidently, stating he can handle both the boy and his android guard. However, Fang Hao secretly plans to get to the bottom of this mess and find the truth. Sending anyone else might just escalate the misunderstanding, making it impossible to save Yi Ning from execution. Commander Li agrees, telling him to take his personal Thunder Fighter and bring Yi Ning back for interrogation. 10 minutes later, the high-tech aircraft touches down right in the middle of the devastated East Sea safe zone. The assistant notes that Yi Ning's high-clearance tracking card places him on a nearby mountain outside the zone. He is currently positioned on the mountain ridge just outside the borders of the East Sea safe zone. Fang Hao orders an immediate landing while Yi Ning calmly waits on the peak to face whatever comes next. He chuckles to himself, noting they even deployed Great Xia's top fighter jet just to bring him in. As Fang Hao steps off the ship, he warns Yi Ning that he has caused an absolute disaster. Recognizing his uncle, Yi Ning listens as Fang Hao begs him to explain so they can find a defense. He demands to know why he destroyed the spiritual node, urging him to speak before they have to head back. He promises to help find a solution, but Yi Ning just sighs, saying he is far too tired to care. No more explanations are needed. Right before your eyes, I am the energy field spreading across the city. Yi Ning points in that direction. Look over there, in just 1 minute you will understand. Fang Hao still does not get what his young friend is trying to do, or what he even means. But moments later, towering and bizarre giant shadows rising in the distance make him realize immediately. This is the second sea beast tide. They wildly charge the energy field only to be instantly reduced to dry bones. Yi Ning asks him if he finally gets it now. Fang Hao stands stunned, realizing his nephew used an extreme method to stop the beast tide from hunting down the survivors. But why on earth did he not explain this clearly to his superiors? Yi Ning closes his eyes in exhaustion. Was there even time, he asks? Did he not explain clearly from the very start? But what was the result? Who would have believed it without seeing it first? Fang Hao pats his shoulder to comfort him. Uncle Fang tells him he has been through a lot. It is unfair, but he still advises him to return to the capital first. He urges him to clear things up now that the results speak for themselves. The commander is not unreasonable. The remaining loose ends can simply be left for his uncle to handle. Yi Ning obediently nods and agrees to follow his lead. Fang Hao warns him about the tense situation at headquarters, telling him to watch out for Lu Tianming and his dangerous crew. While Yi Ning was still fighting inside the dungeon, those scumbags went to his home. Now his mother and sister are hospitalized. Hearing this, Yi Ning freezes in absolute shock, demanding to know what happened. Heavy, hurried footsteps begin to echo through the streets. He runs frantically toward the hospital, his heart heavy with worry. Inside, Xiaolin is curled up on a small chair. Beside the bed, her face is stained with tears as she wonders where her brother is and if he is still alive. She begs him to come home because their mother has been unconscious for days. Suddenly, Yi Ning bursts through the door, utterly panicked. His voice shakes with worry. Hearing the noise, the little girl slowly looks up, her tear-filled eyes widening in disbelief as she gasps. Crying out, Xiaolin leaps up and throws her arms around him, sobbing that she thought he was gone forever. Yi Ning gently holds her, whispering for her not to cry because he is right here, safe and sound. He pats her head, telling her to be strong so he can check on their mother first. She nods quietly. Their mother had fainted the moment she heard the false news of his death. The doctors say she is stable, but she won't wake up. Yi Ning quietly walks over to the bedside, gently grasping her thin, frail hand as she lies there unconscious. He apologizes for causing so much worry, begging her to open her eyes. And wait for it, those thin fingers twitch. They tremble slightly, reacting to his voice. Yi Ning looks up quickly, his heart skipping a beat with sudden hope. Xiaolin whimpers next to him, asking if their mother will ever wake up. He squeezes her hand, his eyes filled with determination. He assures her that she will indeed wake up. He then turns around, his warm expression instantly hardening. Turning a stern eye on her, Yi Ning asks who exactly came to their home, claiming he had died. She says it was some director Wang. They tried to steal his belongings, and when she resisted, they claimed he was dead. Xiaolin explains how bizarre it was when he returned yesterday with flowers and fruit, claiming it was all a big mistake. But after answering a call, his face changed and he insisted Yi Ning was dying anyway. She threw his trash out. She did not believe a single lie and threw his gifts right out the door. Hearing this, Yi Ning is not surprised. He knows exactly who is behind this. Without another word, he silently begins to plan his next move. Director Wang, father of Wang Kai and Liu Tianming's loyal dog, they cross the line by targeting his family. He is back and he will pull them out by their roots. Xiaowen is startled by his terrifying expression. She tells him he looks incredibly frightening. But she adds that there were also good people who came to help, like Uncle Fang, who arranged their hospital stay and even assigned 2 guards to protect them both from harm. Yi Ning offers her a warm, reassuring smile as he gently strokes her hair, telling her everything is fine. She looks up with pleading eyes, asking if he can please stay with them until their mother fully recovers. Being entirely alone is just too terrifying for her. He promises he won't go anywhere until she wakes up. Meanwhile, at Liu Tianming's residence, the powerful man sits comfortably with his legs crossed, listening to updates. The arrest team sent to capture Yi Ning has returned. They report that a second beast tide has actively broken out. Yi Ning has managed to return safely. Liu Tianming cuts in sharply, telling Director Wang to get straight to the point. He sneers at his partner's lack of courage, asking how a coward like him expects to accomplish anything major. The ruthless leader frowns, reminding him there is still time before the commander calls the upcoming assembly. We still have plenty of room to maneuver. Do not forget the commander-in-chief's final order was for Fang Hao to arrest him. After that, whether the beast tide comes or not does not matter. Stay calm and victory is ours. Tianming leans forward to speak. Do you remember the person from 10 years ago, Director Wang? At the conference we will arrest Yi Ning. The director gasps. Brilliant. An absolute masterstroke, pulling the rug right from under him. That is the ultimate taboo in Great Xia, and anyone who touches it dies. At the military airport, a jet speeds down the runway with breakneck speed. 4 figures, Wang Tianming, Luo Xiaohai, and Chen Kelai, step off the plane one by one. They look exhausted, dead tired. The moment they step onto the ground, Chen Kelai, Deputy Commander of North China, Tianfeng Safe Zone Commander Xiaohai, Chamber of Commerce Vice President Wang Tian, and Special Ops Captain Ming Luo are stopped. An officer confronts them, his voice cutting through like steel, declaring they have seriously violated military orders and discipline. They must go. Ming Luo, burning with rage, yells that they just bled in battle to save millions. On what grounds are you arresting us? We demand to see the commander. Chen Kai-lai turns with a grim expression. Save your breath, Ming Luo. No reasoning with them. The 4 of them march forward with heads held high. Chen Kai-lai speaks loudly. Get out of the way, I can walk myself. I, Chen Kai-lai, have lived with a clear conscience. Fang witnesses everything. Shocked, she tells herself she must warn her ally Yi Ning right away. Meanwhile, inside the capital's massive military conference hall, Xuan Guo stands tall and commanding on the grand central stage. His powerful voice echoes through the room. I believe everyone has seen the reports on the second beast tide outbreak in the East Sea, which Deputy Commander Fang is managing. Since East China's safe zone is barricaded for now, no major chaos will occur. The main reason I have called everyone here today is to discuss the actions of Yi Ning. Silence in the room. Sitting among the delegates, Hu Guoping remains deep in thought, looking grim. Slowly, he raises his hand. Looking at the results, Yi Ning saved millions of survivors and stopped the sea beasts. While his methods definitely bypassed our standard protocol, I believe the lives he saved far outweigh any minor rules broken. His foresight was remarkable. Clear his name. Praise him. In fact, we owe him a massive apology. Tianming leans in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Commissioner, who is your conclusion? Not a bit too hasty. Suddenly, Qian Fen slams his hands down. He stands up, voice trembling with rage. I completely disagree. You are all being fooled by Yi Ning. Do you know that before he destroyed the EC, broke into the secret research facility? He did not just murder Commander Li, he also stole all the research results to keep them for himself. He leveled the entire East Sea safe zone. Why? Simply to destroy the evidence of his crimes. Qian Fen rips open his collar to reveal a massive jagged scar, pointing across the room with a trembling voice. He almost slaughtered me too. If Commissioner Liu had not sent men to rescue me, I would have died there, and the truth would have been buried with me forever. Sitting nearby, Lu Zhang calmly raises his hand to get attention. It is a slow, effortless gesture, but the sheer weight of his authority instantly commands absolute silence in the room. Looking up, his cold eyes scan the crowd. Aside from these crimes, I must speak as a representative of the coast. Lu Zhang stands up, his voice harsh. First, the East Sea beast tide was never that severe, yet Yi Ning completely destroyed the entire safe zone. Second, nearby areas sent dozens of officers to rescue survivors, but the moment they entered the city to help, Yi Ning deliberately destroyed the energy nodes and trapped them all. He let them die, all because their commanders refused to supply fuel. This was just a personal grudge. Pure silence. Then the director leaps to his feet, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. Furthermore, we have discovered that Ning embezzled a massive amount of supplies from the East Sea safe zone. I highly doubt his so-called predictions. In fact, he is likely the one who triggered this beast tide. Otherwise, how could he predict everything with such terrifying accuracy? It is a classic case of a thief crying thief. Hearing these blatant, baseless lies, Chang Yuan-san can no longer contain his fury and slams his hand down. Enough. You are just spreading rumors, twisting the truth, and dragging an innocent man's name down. You only care about your own selfish gains and framing others. If you are so capable, fight on the front lines. The director responds with a smug, mocking sneer. Commander Chang, why so angry? I know Ning did wonders for you. Commander, are you really that furious? I know Ning made some massive contributions to that useless squad of yours back in. This is a competitive dungeon, but let's keep things straight. Open your eyes, Director Wang, and don't be like those treacherous staff who betray Ning just because they have minor achievements. Chang Yuan-san is so furious he can't hold back, pointing his finger and yelling. He screams that he will kill him right here. Seeing this, Guoping quickly rushes over and tries his best to calm him down, telling him to take it easy since Director Wang's actions are actually quite understandable. Guoping continues, saying that after all, if he can use this chance to eliminate Ning right off the bat, his own son Wang Kai will take over that coveted #1 spot. He's just being a dad, right? Hearing this, Director Wang's face fills with panic, as if his deepest secret was just exposed. He stammers that Li Shuangguo is flat-out slandering him, but Tianming cuts in, asking to say a few words. Stepping out of his seat, he declares that while nobody can deny Ning's brilliant talents, as a rare 4-element genius who has achieved great things, doesn't his fighting style and incredible raw power seem a bit too familiar? Does the commander still remember that minor beast tide outbreak 10 years ago? He seems to be chasing the exact same thing. Up on the high platform, Commander Shuangguo slams his hand down hard, yelling across the hall for Commissioner Liu to shut his mouth and watch his words carefully. But Tianming just walks straight toward the platform, saying not to worry because he knows how to keep a secret. He claims he won't leak it, but he simply wants to share a highly interesting discovery he recently made with a cold, mocking smirk. Before coming to the capital, Ning went by the alias Ning in various dungeons. Surely that's not just a coincidence. Suddenly, a strange crash echoes from outside, causing both of them to snap their heads around in surprise. Shuangguo immediately demands to know what is happening out there, while Tianming narrows his eyes, guessing that perhaps Commissioner Ning has arrived. He suggests they go check it out, leading the hurried crowd outside. But the moment they step out, they freeze in absolute shock. Amidst the scattered rubble, Ning stands quietly, surrounded by defeated guards, all taken down by his razor-sharp blade. Tianming walks over, gloating about being right all along. Pointing to the legendary paralysis gloves and wind blades, Ning turns around with a look of pure disgust, muttering that it really is a trap, another damn scheme. Just 2 minutes earlier, outside the conference hall, Ning was speaking to Fang, frustrated that these bastards made a move on Ming Luo's group so quickly. Luckily, Ming's mother is awake, so it's time to end this. He tells Nine to conceal herself while he checks inside, advising her to act as she sees fit. She cleanly acknowledges the order. Suddenly, Ning senses a dark aura. Noticing a hidden killing intent, slowly drawing his sword, he scans the area until 3 figures suddenly drop from above. He spins around, locking his eyes onto the 3 rushing guards as they swing their weapons like flashes of lightning. Ning quickly calculates his options. They are using Tier 3 early-stage killer moves without saying a word. If he unleashes his wrath of God, he might accidentally kill them, which would be impossible to explain later. Clenching his fists, bright red sparks erupt from his gloves. He decides he must counter them head-on first. Activating his legendary Blood Rage paralysis gloves, Ning violently swings his arms, unleashing a massive crimson burst of energy that blasts the guards back and shatters the surrounding ground. One of them coughs violently, spitting out thick blood that stains the dirt crimson. Ning blinks in surprise, his face showing genuine shock at what just happened. Damn it, they pulled back their attacks and completely dropped their defense on purpose just to get hurt and frame him. Back in the present, one of the injured guards struggles to stand, claiming they only asked Commissioner Ning to wait, yet he resorted to lethal force against them. Tianming dramatically waves his hands, slowly speaking to fuel the fire. See that, Commander? He points out that Ning has clearly lost his mind, trying to kill anyone who opposes him. Shuangguo watches silently before asking in a heavy voice if Ning has any defense. Ning simply scoffs. This is getting ridiculous, he says, admitting he's too lazy to explain either this setup or the East Sea incident. Standing tall with his hands on his hips, Ning calls for Nine to show herself. Immediately, Fang leaps down. Blue light flashes from her eyes as she begins to play the recorded footage. A clear holographic display appears, showing the exact moment the guards ambush Ning. Tianming stands frozen, his eyes wide in utter disbelief. Stuttering in shock, Tianming can't believe his eyes. Yining smirks, shooting Commissioner Liu a highly mocking glance, stating that the bright light out here ruins the projection quality, so they should head inside to watch it together. Right in front of all the assembled leaders, Fang Fang plays the entire sequence, completely exposing the scheme. Fang Fang reports the video playback is finally complete. Witnessing everything, Commander Shuangguo's face darkens as he struggles to hold back. He suppresses his boiling rage, warning Commissioner Liu that this was completely wrong. Tianming stutters nervously. He pleads, admitting the ambush at the gate was a mistake, but insists it was only to protect Great Xia. He makes excuses, arguing that although the sea beast tied at Donghai was fierce, there was still no reason. He claims there was no need to destroy the city. Ning must have done it purely for selfish personal gain. He asks the commander if he has already forgotten his warnings, leaving Shuangguo silent and deeply troubled. Suddenly, a critical alert flashes across the screens, warning that the Huaxia war zone faces an imminent A+ rank attack. They must prepare for a massive war zone mission to eliminate a Tier 3 peak monster, the giant sea siren. Tianming seizes the chance to deflect, shouting in shock. The commander and his council receive the notification at once. Stunned, the commander reads the system message, a disaster-level event featuring a Tier 3 peak sea beast threat. The second wave is already at A+ rank. This has never happened even once since the Great Xia was rebuilt. At this, Ye merely chuckles calmly, noting that the system's timely warning saves him the trouble of explaining. He asks if the commander still needs proof, just as an urgent call from Fang Hao comes through. Shuangguo answers, demanding to know the situation. Fang Hao reports that the scale of this beast tide is unimaginable. Even though he has deployed all of his available soldiers, their current military forces are still not enough. His men do not fear death, but charging directly into a head-on clash will only lead to useless sacrifices. He broadcasts the live footage of the area, adding that fortunately the Snow Point's spiritual energy is holding them back. This barrier allows the survivors to retreat safely without being chased. Commander Shuangguo gives a direct order. He tells them to protect the survivors, abandon Donghai, and withdraw immediately. Fang Hao complies at once. Suddenly, Tianming steps forward, asking how on earth Ning was able to predict this so accurately. He claims Ning is clearly manipulating everything behind the scenes, which completely enrages Cheng Yuan. Losing his temper, Cheng Yuan lunges at him, shouting that by his trash logic, every historic hero would be a villain. He barks, asking if he has no shame. Tianming sneers back, asking Cheng Yuan if he wants to fight. Unable to stand any more bickering, Commander Shuangguo's eyes flash with fury as he growls for silence. A powerful energy blast erupts from him, blowing both Tianming and Cheng Yuan completely out of the room. The commander declares that with things as they are, there is no more room for doubt. Ning is definitely the undisputed hero of this crisis, and a national commendation ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow. But Ning speaks up. He suggests skipping the ceremony and just releasing a simple announcement instead. But if the commander wants to make amends, he wants to investigate a personal matter. After all, some bold dog targeted his family while he was in the dungeon. They dared to harass his loved ones while he was away. Hearing this, Director Wang's face instantly turns pale. He stammers, begging the commissioner to let him explain, claiming the entire incident was the fault of an intern. Commander Shuangguo cuts him off, stating that this action has completely violated the regulations and cannot be excused. He officially hands the case to Ning, promising to dispatch an elite task force to support his legal investigation. Ning thanks him while the terrified Director Wang can only tremble in absolute fear. As the sky outside darkens, a private vehicle quickly speeds away from the high-ranking official's compound. Inside the car, a desperate voice appeals to Commissioner Liu, reminding him that they are both in the same boat. He begs the commissioner to save him this time. Beside him, Liu Tianming remains completely cold and detached. He asks Director Wang if he is trying to threaten him. Terrified, the director quickly stutters out a denial. Tianming sneers, confidently telling him not to panic. After all, the commander already warned Ning to be reasonable. They will handle whatever comes, and since the law is supreme, the boy would never dare make trouble. If Ning refuses to back down, the commander himself will step in. The forbidden seed has already been planted. Yet, despite these highly reassuring words, Director Wang remains completely paralyzed by a deep, overwhelming anxiety. Meanwhile, back at the headquarters, Fang Fang asks her partner if they should rescue Ming Luo first. Ning calmly replies there is no rush, choosing to make a brutal example of their enemies first. A little fear will naturally make the survivors much more talkative. Fang Fang then asks what. Ning wonders which chicken he should slaughter first. Without any hesitation and with a highly amused look, he decides it has to be Chief Wang. Inside Chief Wang's estate, Ning realizes the corrupt official has embezzled 30 million points over just 4 years, not even sparing the basic charity funds. He stares at the mountain of gems, diamonds, and cash overflowing from chests around the room. Ning bitterly wonders if this monster even knows that a normal family lives on a mere 20 points a month. With a cold expression, Ning admits he completely underestimated the man. Chief Wang, currently pinned down by the guards still, screams at the top of his lungs, yelling that none of this belongs to Ning and he has absolutely no right to search his private property. He warns Ning to remember his place, but before he can finish, Fang steps forward and delivers a brutal slap. She continues, striking his face without hesitation, leaving the corrupt chief dazed while Ning quietly unsheathes his blade. Approaching the man, he mockingly asks how a parasite like him could ever speak of rights. Pressing the sharp tip right against Chief Wang's neck, Ning sternly announces that taking his life today is simply purging a public menace. Yet the stubborn chief still clings to his arrogance, believing Ning does not have the authority to execute him. With eyes colder than ice radiating sheer fury and deep resentment, Ning growls, asking if the man really thinks. Only now does the reality sink in. Honestly, seeing this greedy monster finally tremble is incredibly satisfying for everyone. Terrified, the chief breaks down in tears. He begs Ning to spare his life in exchange for doing absolutely anything. Seeing his surrender, Ning sheathes his blade with a satisfied grin, saying that is much better, demanding to know the mastermind. He warns the chief not to lie because while Ning already has his suspicions, confession is the only path to survival. Besides, there is no loyalty left to protect here, as the chief is clearly nothing but a disposable pawn in someone else's game. Remembering Lu Tianming's cold expression in the car, Chief Wang suddenly realizes that the powerful official never intended to help him. In fact, Lu Tianming wanted to use the chief's death to frame Ning. Even the commander's soldiers kept silent, wanting to throw him to the wolves to absorb the hero's rage. Realizing he has been abandoned, the chief quickly spills everything. He confesses that Lu Tianming was the mastermind behind the scheme, and all the stolen treasures from Ning's house are kept at his mansion. Lu Tianming promised to help the chief's son, which was why he obeyed, including organizing the local fuel disaster. Having obtained the confession he needed, Ning orders his assistant, Agent 009, to quickly record the statement. The chief must sign the confession, and then they will deal with him. Fang immediately nods in agreement. Ning uses his system abilities to seize all the hidden loot, declaring he will hold it until the investigation concludes. Once outside, Ning dials Xiao An, who immediately picks up and asks her brother what is going on. With a serious tone, Ning tells his sister that he wants to teach her a very important life lesson. When dealing with wicked people who prey on the weak, mercy is not an option, and promises to them mean nothing. Meanwhile, right behind him, Fang is already carrying out the execution. She quietly puts an end to the corrupt chief. But back at the mansion, our main villain has no clue. His world is about to fall completely apart. Lin Lan is in his arms as he creepily whispers that he had an incredibly frustrating day and needs her comfort. Suddenly, a panicked guard bursts straight into the private bedroom to deliver a highly urgent message to the commissioner. Catching them in a deeply intimate moment, the young guard instantly blushes red and stammers out an apology. Infuriated that his romantic evening has been ruined, Lu Tianming grabs a nearby teacup and hurls it at the guard. He curses loudly while scrambling to put his clothes back on, furiously demanding to know what could possibly be so urgent. The trembling guard quickly reports that Chief Wang is dead and Ning has arrested dozens of their men. To make matters worse, Ning is currently marching straight towards their mansion, prompting Lu Tianming to explode in rage. He demands to know if the kid has lost his mind, ordering the guard to immediately contact the commander. The guard quickly scurries away to deliver the message, leaving Lu Tianming alone as his face suddenly turns pale with fear. He realizes the commander sent his own men to follow Ning, so he must already know everything. Deciding he must immediately visit the old chief, he has no idea that outside his mansion all his corrupt associates are already being arrested by Fang. Unbothered, Ning marches forward, ordering his guards to round up the captives. He wants them march down Chang'an Avenue right past Lu Tianming's estate, while broadcasting their crimes live for everyone to see. Public exposure is the ultimate humiliation. Wang Hai rushes forward to stop him, begging Ning to hold back. He warns the young commissioner that the high brass has already been incredibly lenient and pushing further could bring disaster. But doing this is going way too far. What do you think national law and military discipline even are? Ning only felt anger boiling hot inside him. He scoffed in reply. This is too much. When they framed me and tried to kill me, where were you all? When they did not care whether the survivors lived or died, did you not think that was too much? He yelled out. Too much. I am just getting started and things are about to get a whole lot worse. Rushing straight toward the Lu family mansion, Ning unleashed his spiritual power to cover the entire city, throwing reckless strikes to provoke Lu Tianming. Get out here, you old dog, Lu Tianming. He roared, swinging his blade with manic fury, sending massive shockwaves crashing down. Lu Tianming, show your face. You coward, you have the guts to plot against me, but not the spine to face me. Massive flames erupted quickly, swallowing the entire Lu estate. Ning knew he had already crossed the point of no return. Revealing his national zombie dungeon authority to save Min and the others was a massive gamble, so now he had to milk every benefit. The more shocked everyone became, the better his position. Only by pushing the sea beast's threat to its absolute limit would he stand a chance. Dragging that old bastard down was the goal. Political calculations did not matter anymore because humanity was completely out of time. Stop being a coward, Lu Tianming, face me. Meanwhile, Lu Tianming was desperately trying to avoid the death god coming for his head. Watching his luxurious mansion turn into a heap of ashes, Lu Tianming boiled with absolute rage at the young upstart. To think that kid would broadcast insults across the entire city using his spiritual power. It was an intolerable humiliation. He vowed to tear the brat apart with his own hands, ready to charge out. However, his loyal attendant quickly held him back. He warned Commissioner Liu that the kid was trying to bait him into a reckless trap. Facing him now was simply too risky. The outcome of a direct clash was uncertain, especially since Ning still had a powerful elite like Kong Qi guarding him. Lu Tianming snorted coldly, deciding to retreat. Once he met with his superior, he would make sure the boy died a painful death. Inside the capital's grand military hall, the highest-ranking officers gathered, the heavy silence thick enough to cut with a knife. Commander Xuan Guo spoke up, telling Ning that since they were behind closed doors, they needed to talk straight. He warned that things had gone far enough and it was time to back down, or protecting him would become impossible. But Ning countered, presenting Chief Wang's dying confession as solid proof of the plot against him. Everything was masterminded by Lu Tianming. Did they genuinely not know this, or were they just choosing to ignore it? Xi Ping took the paper, gently reminding Ning that they had purposely left the commander's personal secretary outside the room. They wanted an open conversation, so the old man was quite frustrated by the youth's sharp, sarcastic attitude. Yuan San joined in, pointing out how he had consistently supported the boy ever since the dungeon trial ended. He admitted he also wanted Lu Tianming dead, but explained that the timing was simply terrible for such a move. They could not force the commander into a corner. Confused by their hesitation, Ning demanded to know their actual point. Xi Ping got straight to the point, admitting that some classified secrets were normally kept far above the boy's rank. But seeing his incredible potential, they were willing to take a massive risk by telling him the truth. Lu Tianming was not alone. Think about it, he had massive factions backing him, forces that even the commander feared. Pushing too hard would trigger a civil war, tearing the country apart, while hostile neighboring nations watched like hungry wolves. If the commander risked everything and tore down the faction, it would only leave them vulnerable to foreign invaders. Commander Xuan Guo spoke up next, explaining that some actions were simply impossible given the fragile state of the world. No one wanted that traitor dead more than him, but the current situation was far too critical for internal conflicts. Survival depended on keeping the nation united against outside threats, meaning personal grievances had to be temporarily put aside. He urged the youth to endure it. Lu Tianming could be slowly demoted and stripped of power but not killed outright. Hearing this, Ning remained silent for a long time, his expression growing incredibly dark and cold. He spoke quietly, thanking them for their trust and stating that he finally understood their delicate position. He then proposed a solution, challenging Lu Tianming to an official fair and square duel to the death. He cited Article 131 of the committee regulations, which allowed rank challenges based on pure ability. Commander Xuan Guo immediately slammed his hand on the table, yelling at the boy for being so stubborn. He stood up in a rage, shouting that those old laws were completely outdated for their current system. Even putting the laws aside, he asked if Ning truly believed a Tier 3 powerhouse like Lu Tianming was weak. He warned the boy that the old man did not get his high position by being a harmless pushover. Years of battlefield slaughter earned him his current position. But Ning is no pushover, instantly standing to fight back. So what of it? Xuan Guo immediately snaps, asking if a mere brat like him has a death wish. Unleashing a crushing wave of pressure, the commander tries to force Ning down, furious that this kid dares to challenge his authority. Does he really think that relying on a mere low-tier rank 3 power is enough to fight back? Xuan Guo warns him that raw potential is nothing compared to actual strength, as Xi Ping quickly tries to intervene. Xi Ping begs the commander to calm down, warning that fighting a kid ruins his reputation, while Yuan San comforts Ning. They try to explain that Xuan Guo only wants what is best for the alliance, but Ning refuses to back down. Even under the crushing weight of Xuan Guo's aura, Ning channels his energy and sneers that their caution is just cowardice. Sure, he understands their cautious standpoint, but then he suddenly erupts with a massive burst of energy to shatter the pressure. He declares he has a very different perspective, leaving Xuan Guo completely stunned that a kid could break his hold. Xuan Guo demands to know if he is planning a rebellion, but Ning only responds with a freezing, murderous glare. He asks what if their real threat isn't internal factions or even foreign rivals, but something far more terrifying. What if the recent East Sea Beast tide was just a minor warm-up for incoming A+ and S-rank disasters? What if multiple tides erupt simultaneously across the globe and hordes of rank 4 mutant monsters swarm their cities? Will humanity survive if they do not even have the luxury of time to slowly adapt to this boiling pot? Hearing this, Ping panics, deeply terrified by the thought of a rank 4 mutant apocalypse destroying humanity entirely. Yuan San anxiously asks if he has completely lost his mind, while Xuanguo demands to know why he thinks this way. Ning meets his gaze with absolute confidence, asking if they would believe him if he said he could predict the future. Silence fills the room instantly, but right at that very moment, a call from the old chief comes in. Xuanguo mutters that real trouble is arriving before quickly answering the call with a deeply respectful greeting. Ning wonders silently if this mysterious old chief is actually the ultimate host of the system mother body. A masked figure wrapped in a heavy black coat appears on the screen, mockingly calling Xuanguo by his old nickname. He asks why he is still working so late, suggesting that if the job is too exhausting, he should just step down. Why not let the younger generation handle things? Xuanguo chuckles and says his old mentor is teasing him again. He claims he is only 60, still young enough to eat 8 bowls of rice and fight on the front lines. Despite his boasts, the masked chief cuts him off to get straight to business. The old chief mentions a wild new genius who has been wreaking absolute havoc without a care. Of course, geniuses are treated differently and some rules can be bent, but his subordinates must face consequences. If they broke the law and ignored military discipline, they must be punished with the absolute utmost severity. Beside the old chief sits Lu Tianming, who smugly slides into the screen with a highly self-satisfied grin. He tells the commander that if they strictly follow the law, Ming Luo and the others all deserve execution. Xuanguo quickly promises his old mentor that he will handle the matter with the utmost care. The old chief warns him not to tear the Great Xia alliance apart for the sake of one single prodigy. He warns against repeating the tragedy of that other genius 14 years ago, making Ning extremely curious. Ning wonders why this powerful leader hides behind a dark mask and uses an electronic modulator to speak. Judging by the tension, these two major factions are holding onto a very fragile balance of power right now. And what was that dark tragedy from 14 years ago? Once the call ends, Xuanguo turns back to Ning. Xuanguo demands that Ning release Lu Tianming if he wants to save his own allies. Giving in is not an option, so Ning counters with a surprisingly bold proposal. If there is a way to defend their borders without making compromises, is a choice even necessary? A completely bewildered Xuanguo asks what he means, and Ning confidently reveals his ultimate trump card. He has acquired absolute authority over the Zombie Kingdom dungeon, sending all 3 high-ranking leaders into a complete frenzy. They ask if he really secured the legendary dungeon authority, wondering if it allows teleportation of awakened users. Ning explains is the absolute highest rank, giving him full access to every resource and technology inside. He now commands every entity within the domain and can rewrite its fundamental rules entirely at his own whim. Hearing this wild decision, the high-ranking officials stare in absolute shock. The moment they snap out of it, they instantly erupt. They cheer like they just won the lottery, crying out that a rule-grade skill is a literal godsend. We hit the jackpot, we are going straight to the top. Taking advantage of their excitement, Ning flashes a sly smile and speaks up, asking if they are getting a little too carried away. He asks if this is enough to help them withstand the brutal pressure of internal conflicts, demanding a solid, straight answer right now. The heavy question drags Xuanguo straight back to reality. He clears his throat and weakly tells everyone to calm down. He walks right up to Ning, ignoring the other 2 officers who are still celebrating, and speaks with a stern face. Calling him an absolute monster of a genius, Xuanguo promises to make his stance perfectly clear right now. Suddenly, Xuanguo lunges forward to hug Ning and tries to kiss him, making Ning push him back in sheer panic. But Ping and Yuan San join the dogpile, shouting that a rule-grade skill lets them wipe out any high-tier foreign threat they want. They can easily dominate now. No wonder Ning was able to slaughter everyone in the dungeon, they all want a piece of him. Ning sighs, pushing them off. Keep your distance, he warns them, and stop being so ridiculously dramatic. He complains about their bad breath. Finally, Xuanguo laughs and decides to release Ming Luo and the others first thing tomorrow morning. They will even get promotions and raises. But Ning changes the subject, asking about his upcoming death match against Lu Tianming. Xuanguo grows serious, warning Ning that for his own safety, he should not go through with this duel. Ning calmly states that the death match is scheduled in 3 months. That is more than enough time for him. He is confident he will crush his opponent, while the military can use these 3 months to prepare for internal political fallout. Furthermore, in 2 months he plans to open a competitive dungeon to wipe out a massive chunk of foreign enemies. This will relieve some pressure. Realizing his plan, Xuanguo remarks that Ning is only killing without hesitation because of this trump card. It looks completely reckless on the surface, but in reality, every single step he takes has been meticulously calculated. Xuanguo looks him in the eye and asks if he truly possesses the power to predict the future. Ning simply replies that it exists if they believe it and does not if they do not. Then he turns the question back. He asks what the commander would do if he actually had that power. Xuanguo smiles and gives a surprising answer. He says he would gladly hand over the reins to the younger generation, joking that he cannot eat 8 bowls of rice anymore. Xi Ping chimes in saying that since Ning predicted the East Sea Beast tide and seized dungeon authority, they have to believe him. If the future is truly as grim as he claims, they no longer have the luxury of sitting around like boiling frogs. Yuan San nods in complete agreement. Seeing their unwavering support, Ning realizes he might not be as alone as he thought. Even in this brutal era, he has allies standing right beside him. He decides to bring up another mystery. He asks about the old chief and the incident from 14 years ago. Xuanguo sighs and begins to explain. It is a massive taboo in the Great Xia. 14 years ago, there was another commoner genius just like Ning. She rose rapidly as a shining star of the empire, but then she secretly led a team to the East Sea. Upon her return, she committed high treason. She attempted to assassinate the former commander-in-chief, who is now the old chief. Her assassination plot failed and she was executed, but the chief was so severely wounded that he had to retire. That retirement opened up the path for Xuanguo to take charge. Strangely, her name was also Ye Ning. A wild twist, right? Ning realizes this insane coincidence is exactly why everyone previously treated him with both fear and high expectations. Xuanguo nods. It sounds ridiculous, but they genuinely feared he might be the reincarnation of that very traitor. This sparks a wild theory in Ning's mind. Did they share the same style because she was a regressor too? 14 years ago, the East Sea experiments were already underway. Her sudden assassination attempt makes a lot of sense now. She probably uncovered the truth. In that case, this mysterious old chief might actually be the prime host himself. Ning asks if there is any known reason for Ning's sudden betrayal and why the old chief always hides. Why does he always wear that heavy mask and cloak? Xuanguo explains that the motive was kept strictly private. No one dared to dig deeper back then, and his strange wardrobe choice only started after that incident 14 years ago. They said his severe wounds forced him to cover up. Ning presses on, asking if anyone has seen his face since. Xuanguo grows suspicious of the questions, asking if Ning is actually doubting the old chief's true identity. Ning avoids a direct answer, simply asking the commander to answer him first before he explains his reasoning. Suddenly, Xi Ping interjects, saying Ning's questions just triggered a very specific memory of his. Years ago, a house servant in the old chief's mansion suddenly went completely mad. He fled into the night. He kept babbling about the chief being a non-human monster with scales, but he was quickly silenced forever. Naturally, everyone just ignored his crazy ramblings back then. But hearing this now, Ning instantly knows it is absolutely true. Here is the terrifying truth. Every single beast tide is triggered by gene fusion experiments between humans and sea monsters. These massive attacks are triggered by a mother host. Ning reveals there are actually 2 of them right now. One is Li, who is still maturing. The other, the old chief himself, who started this dark research. Hearing this, the 3 high-ranking commanders are utterly stunned. But Ning remains dead serious about the looming threat. This current sea beast tide is pretty tiny compared to the apocalyptic future. Next time, they will easily destroy everything. They will shatter the spiritual storm shield and directly capture the capital. Forget political drama, they must kill him. Xuanguo cannot hide his deep worry. Does the old chief even realize his actions triggered the beast tide? Ning looks incredibly grave. He quietly hopes the old man remains completely clueless about the disaster. Because if he actually knows, the trouble is 10 times worse. Sadly, things rarely go the way they want. Even worse, the old chief might not just know, he might eventually control the entire beast tide all by himself. After all, these gene-modified abominations cannot even be considered human anymore. This danger is on a whole new level. Xi Ping agrees. Commander, looking at it this way, our political struggles are actually just a minor issue. Yuan San speaks up too. He fully backs Ning since this massive war is bound to happen anyway. Better to strike fast and clean. Xuanguo agrees they must put this on the immediate agenda. But Ning warns them. They only have 3 months, and there is still so much to prepare. The commanders must handle the grand strategic layout while Ning does everything to reach peak Tier 3. His scheduled life-or-death duel with Liu Tianming in 3 months will serve as their signal to start the war. Xuanguo looks completely dumbfounded. Going from early Tier 3 to peak Tier 3 in 3 months, is he dreaming? That usually takes an average fighter 10 to 20 long years of brutal training to achieve. It is basically impossible. Ning just grins. How long does a normal person take to reach Tier 3, and how fast did he do it? With the right resources, 3 months is more than enough. He even challenges them to a friendly little bet. Xuanguo accepts immediately. Deal, he says. Name whatever kind of resources you need. Soon Ning is sitting comfortably in his room surrounded by a mountain of glowing gems and rare treasure. Once he finishes absorbing this massive batch of high-tier spirit energy, he will be extremely close to intermediate, Tier 3. But he cannot afford to rush things early on. A solid foundation is key to making future breakthroughs even faster. And just like that, the system notifications start flooding his screen, showing his raw stats climbing higher by the second. Strength +1, agility +1, stamina +1. His stats keep ticking upward in a very satisfying rhythm. Suddenly, a massive golden system alert pops up, confirming the A-tier Sea Beast defense quest is completely finished. The survivor rate is 93.31%, securing an incredible triple S rating. As rewards, he receives Epic Spiritual Solution 1,000 reputation points and an Epic A-tier Awakening token as well. The rescue mission was a total success. With his reputation skyrocketing, climbing to power will be much easier now. He can hand the Epic Spiritual Solution straight over to Sun Licheng to help speed up his superhuman research. Suddenly, the bonus reward materializes right in the air. Ning looks closely at the peculiar token floating before him. The system displays the item details and Epic Grade Awakening token, which is a pretty powerful single-use consumable. Upon activation, this item summons a mutated sea beast to a chosen ocean zone to utterly devastate the surroundings. The summoned monster scales directly with the local ocean waters, reaching all the way up to peak tier 3. This is a weapon designed to awaken primal terror from the deepest oceans. Ning is completely blown away. This item is a total cheat code. If any neighboring country tries to cause trouble, he can summon a Leviathan. Alongside his master dungeon powers, this gives him another perfect guarantee to always keep all outside threats in check. Now watch through his system screen. Ning starts checking up on his allies to see how they are doing. He quickly contacts Uncle Xiao, Uncle Chen, and Uncle Wang to make sure they made it out safely. On the other end, they laugh, reassuring him they are doing fantastic and have actually got way stronger. More news just came in from the military. According to the North China War Zone, the 3 major safe zones surrounding Tianfeng have been merged into the Huafeng War Zone, making his uncle a colonel. From now on, the Zhenjiang safe zone will also fall under his command. Not only that, but the capital is even giving him the chance to promote to a mid-tier Tier 3 warrior as well. Wang Tian chimed in with excitement, adding that his uncle was appointed as director of the Foreign Resources Department under the North China War Zone, holding way more power than the head of the Tianjin Commerce Chamber. Ning following you was definitely the most rewarding investment he has ever made in his life. Plus, Ming Luo also received a massive chunk of resource rewards. But since he had urgent business and had to leave early, he asked his uncle to express his deep gratitude on his behalf. Hearing this, Ning smiled and said he was glad everyone was happy with the outcome. Chen Kale also expressed his heartfelt thanks, saying Ning did not just save their lives but also put them in such crucial positions with great effort. In response, Ning politely replied that Commander Chen could either choose to become the supreme commander of the North China battlefield or let Chen Yong take the post, but his real hope was for Chen to lead the new Xinjiang Army Corps with Chen Yong serving as his successor. Ning explained that this newly established military unit would report directly to the Special Operations Bureau or essentially run under his own name, leaving Chen Kalai absolutely speechless. With newfound determination, he agreed to go along with whatever Ning arranged, while Xiao Hai cheered in excitement. Establishing a brand new zone and military branch, Ning was now officially forging his path as a supreme commander. Talk about a massive upgrade. Meanwhile, Chen Kalai reported that their own brand new sun was finally about to rise. Over at Research Institute No. 7, Ning introduced the eccentric researcher Sun Licheng to a state-of-the-art secret laboratory built inside Research Institute No. 7. He asked if the man was pleased, promising that whatever staff or high-end equipment he needed would be provided immediately. Following right behind, Licheng could barely contain his disbelief as he stammered out, "A laboratory of my very own." He nervously asked if Commissioner Ning truly cared that much about his project, wondering if this was just a cruel joke. After all, he was just a former janitor, so maybe there was some mistake. But before he could say more, Ning gave a sharp clap. Instantly, a large crowd of professional researchers filed into the room, standing at attention. They warmly greeted Professor Sun, telling him to just say the word and they would fully back his projects. Licheng stood completely stunned. Seeing this level of respect brought tears of pure emotion to his eyes as dark memories of his past filled his mind. Back then, cruel bullies always mocked him, saying a mere janitor like him should not even dream of doing science. They laughed at his theories about applying industrial mind psychic energy to humans, calling it as absurd as forcing people to drink gasoline. They even told him to just sweep himself away. Calming Licheng's overwhelming emotions, Ning stepped forward, placing a warm, supportive hand on the brilliant researcher's shoulder. He assured him with absolute confidence that his research would shake the entire world and change the course of history. Overwhelmed, Licheng cried out Ning's name. Reclaiming his lost confidence, the researcher turned back to face the staff. With a look of fierce determination, he confidently declared that they were officially launching the Transcendent Human Project right now. He ordered his new team to prepare the Type 3 gaseous spiritual energy purifier and set up the cryo-electron microscope. Watching Licheng finally find his stride, Ning smiled to himself. This was the brilliant doctor's son he truly needed. A moment later, the director of Research Institute Number 7 rushed in breathlessly with urgent news for Commissioner Ning. He reported that they finally located the human face grass and the aberrant core that Ning had previously ordered them to track down. With a grave expression, the director explained that the human face grass was currently held by the captain of the Blood Shadow Legion in the distant Yuanjiang region, Captain Ying Long. As for the rare aberrant core, no one currently possessed it, but legendary tales placed it somewhere deep in that same region. Ning then asked if the military could simply have the human face grass transferred over first. The director sighed, admitting it would be extremely difficult. Due to historical conflicts, the far borderlands were overrun by heavily armed private factions. The Blood Shadow Legion, in particular, ruled like absolute tyrants completely out of the military's jurisdiction. Forcing a deployment would only spark a bloody clash, inevitably resulting in a high number of innocent civilian casualties. Hearing this, Ning nodded in quiet understanding. He thanked Director Chen for the valuable information. Privately, he knew his time was running dangerously short. He had to gather these rare materials immediately to upgrade his sword god system. No time to waste here. An internal military power struggle was about to erupt, meaning the army would be too distracted to help with the frontier anytime soon. Ning figured he might as well head over there himself to hunt down that anomaly core. After all, training in Yuanjiang would also be highly beneficial for solidifying his Tier 3 foundation. Plus, winning over the local factions there would be a massive bonus. Meanwhile, in an underground military training room, a line of advanced combat robots stood ready. Strangely, every single one of those machines projected the same face. Ning's face. Outraged, Tianming snapped that the old fox Li Shuangguo was treating him quite well and handing out hefty rewards. The man clearly still feared the old chief. But if he was so terrified, why did he release Ning's subordinates and let that brat challenge him to a literal duel to the death? Recalling their meeting, the old deputy director had told him this was actually a golden opportunity since the targets they could never assassinate before could now be killed out in the open. Over 10 long years had passed, and though Li Shuangguo was still anxious, he could not get his own hands dirty. Luckily, Ning was foolish enough to play right into his hands, making him the perfect tool. Back then, Tianming simply agreed to follow the old chief's lead. Seeing Tianming looking a bit unsettled, the old deputy had asked if he was truly that angry because he lacked the confidence to finish Ning off. Back then, Tianming had proudly declared that as a peak Tier 3 fighter, killing the kid was easy. Replaying those words now, he had to admit Ning's performance during the Beast Tide was pretty extraordinary. Since he had not fought a real battle in nearly 3 years, he simply could not underestimate him. Over the next 3 months, he would train relentlessly to avoid any slip-ups, immediately activating the combat robots. Staring at dozens of Ning's faces glaring back at him, Tianming dropped into a fighting stance. Screaming his name in pure rage, he let loose his full power, violently tearing through the dummy targets. He kept cursing Ning, telling him to drop dead, obliterating the entire line of bots within seconds. Standing amidst the wreckage, he smiled, noting that a quick warm-up felt pretty good after years of rust. Tomorrow, he would challenge the Hell's Gate dungeon to fully sharpen his long-lost killer instincts. Suddenly, a guard rushed in with news that Ning had officially departed for the Yuanjiang region. Tianming raised an eyebrow. Yuanjiang, he grinned to himself, recalling that was Lin Lan's old hometown. This was getting good. He immediately ordered the guard to fetch Lin Lan for him right away. When Lin Lan stepped into the room asking what he needed, Tianming leaned in and gently stroked her. He suggested she follow Ning to Yuanjiang and put an end to him. Lin Lan looked hesitant, admitting that with her limited combat strength, she probably stood absolutely zero chance against him. Tianming cornered her, whispering that he never expected her to overpower him in a straight fight. She could always catch him off guard, maybe sliding a blade in while he was busy enjoying her body. Besides, he added with a wicked smirk, she surely remembered how Ning had humiliated her back then. That old grudge could finally be settled because Ning was actually none other than Ning himself. Lin Lan gasped in disbelief, pointing out that Ning was only a weak Tier 2 just recently. Tianming shrugged, telling her she would understand once she saw him. Still, she worried it was risky. Will be even tougher. Ning already knows her face, but she knew disguise items could easily fix that. Before she could voice her next concern, Tianming cut her off, repeating that disguises were incredibly simple. He suddenly lost his temper, squeezing her throat tightly as he snarled that he wanted absolutely no excuses. He made it clear he had zero patience for whining, violently tossing her onto the hard floor. His face turned pitch black as he ordered her to destroy the target, even at the cost of her life. If she failed to kill him, she at least had to leave him severely crippled. He cold-bloodedly threatened her sister's life, leaving Lin Lan with no option but to nod and accept the dark mission. Tianming smirked, knowing that even if she failed, it would not hurt him at all. Besides, who does not love a good show? High above Yuanjiang, peering down at the endless mountain ranges below, Huang Yuan reported to Commissioner Ning that they had officially entered the airspace over the Yuanjiang region. Heading further southwest would bring them right into the territory controlled by the Blood Shadow Legion. Tarim suggests landing outside the Kanglang safe zone, which might be their absolute best move. Yining falls into deep thought, wondering if a massive private faction sits right between these military borders. He never visited this region in his past life, only vaguely remembering a massive rebellion breaking out next year. He turns to Huang Yuanhao, asking if the Kanglang safe zone was established 22 years after the apocalypse. He heard their chief leader possesses incredible off-the-charts strength. Listening to him, military envoy Huang Yuanhao, a mid-tier rank 3 expert, immediately answers that the Kanglang safe zone is indeed a massive territory. Although the local population is not considered highly dense, it still houses over 8.6 million people. According to military records, there are 3 major awakened legions, over 200,000 rank 2s and 31 rank 3s. The legendary figures take shape. The ruler of Kanglang achieved high rank 3 status 17 years ago. His exact current power remains a major mystery, while Mullah Delhi's father reached high rank 3 40 years ago. Huang also mentions their unique resource, a special copper ore that surfaced right after the end times. This mineral is extremely durable and perfect for crafting psionic gear, and since the territory occupies a central location, it serves as one of the primary trade routes connecting the borderlands to the interior. Huang Yuanhao offers a solid suggestion based on his own experience, advising that they disguise themselves as merchants to enter the city. This disguise will make things far smoother, especially since he was stationed here over 20 years ago. Knowing the layout well, his plan makes sense, prompting Ning to readily agree with his uncle's advice. Staring out the window as the sun quietly dips below the horizon, he carefully calculates his options. Their hidden combat power far exceeds the official records, meaning he cannot afford to act rashly here. To reclaim this territory, he must boost his strength as fast as possible. At the Kanglang gate, the rowdy crowd shoves and yells. Guarding soldiers shout that line cutters will have their legs broken. Ning successfully slips inside in his disguise, keeping his eyes wide open as he walks through. Most outer stalls sell fried rats and bizarre food, but the inner streets showcase high-grade combat gear. Suddenly, a hostile guard blocks his path, shouting for them to pay the entry fee before proceeding. Ning asks with confusion if rank 2 awakened merchants are really required to pay entry fees. The guard scoffs, barking that merchants pay double and rank 2 status means absolutely nothing in this city. Demanding they learn the local rules, he watches as Huang Yuanhao quickly steps in to hand over money. Uncle Huang quickly apologizes, explaining it is the young master's first trip while paying the caravan fee. But the arrogant guard snaps back, calling the young master a nobody who needs to keep quiet. Grabbing the registration card Huang handed him, the guard suddenly stares at it and curses out loud. He demands to know if they are capital military dogs, immediately summoning the entire guard squad. He orders them arrested, shouting that capturing capital spies will net them a massive reward. Ning asks Uncle Huang what is going on, and the older man sighs, shocked by this chaotic development. Fang tenses up beside them quietly, whispering to ask if they should fight their way out. Ning declines, noting that starting a brawl before entering the gates will only ruin their plans. Suddenly, Uncle Fang's voice echoes through his communication device, saying he sent someone to assist. Use Tang Hai's name to get past them, he instructs, and play the part of a wealthy heir. Amused by his uncle's timely backup, Ning steps forward to negotiate with the hostile guards. He claims they are delivering goods to Tang Hai, but the guard questions the name mockingly. He asks if they mean the logistics director, laughing that capital trash do not deserve such connections. Without waiting, the guards swing a blade at him, demanding they surrender immediately or face death. Suddenly, an angry voice echoes from the distance, ordering the corrupt guards to halt their assault immediately. The man running over is indeed logistics director Tang Hai, furiously barking at his blind soldiers. He demands to know how these blind fools dare lay a single finger on his esteemed personal guests. The terrified guards stutter his title, dropping to one knee as they quickly try to stammer an excuse. They wave the capital registration card, but Tang Hai snaps back, asking why that matters for his guests. They represent major trade chambers, so can't we even do business there? Instantly, the guards respond in perfect unison, understood Director Tang. The director then turns to Ning with a deeply respectful bow, apologizing for making the young master suffer like this. He promises to host a magnificent banquet tonight to make it up to him. Ning only offers a quiet warning to watch his step. Confused by the sudden brutal actions, Huang Yuan speaks up. Is the director part of the military? He wants to know what is wrong with the local soldiers. Why execute capital troops on sight? Sure, they were never popular, but this is insane. Director Tang just laughs. He explains he has no ties to their military. He is only helping to repay a debt. Taking care of them settles an old favor. With a mocking smirk, he shifts the topic. As for the military standing around here, they're basically treated like street rats these days, especially after all those recent disasters. A recent clash with some major factions left a ton of their men dead. Hearing this, Ning starts analyzing the situation. It makes sense why they called him a young master from the wild. Besides the intimidating factions controlling this entire territory, Tang Hai cannot be trusted blindly. Ning must be careful, very careful. They arrive at Heavenly Wolf Palace. The director brushes the heavy topic aside to lead them inside. He turns to Ning with a sly grin, asking about the most alluring thing post-apocalypse. What is the true specialty of the far border? He ushers the three inside. Ning looks up at the massive glittering chandelier. Insane wealth. This place is incredibly luxurious. Even a rare blue-tier heavenly eye orb is casually used here as a central air conditioner. Just then, the manager approaches. She asks if this is the director's esteemed guest, and if he is indeed the famous young master Ye. The director nods, ordering her to prepare their absolute highest-tier banquet, warning her of the severe consequences if these three VIPs are neglected. Bowing respectfully, Hana tells Ning he arrived at the perfect time as they just received a brand new shipment of goods, and she hopes he might show her a thing or two tonight. Scanning her closely, Ning asks if she is a rank 2 awakened. Director Tang chimes in with a playful, sleazy chuckle, saying that if Ning takes a liking to Hana, all he has to do is say the word, and she will gladly warm his bed. She might be a bit older, but her skills are top tier. Still, he suggests checking out the other live performances first before choosing his companion for the night. Ning stops him with a hand on his shoulder. No rush for the show. Let us talk. They sit down in the private lounge. As the host, Director Tang proudly speaks up. The room is heavily soundproofed. Tang invites Ning to ask for whatever he needs. Taking him up on the offer, Ning asks about the military clash. Tang sighs. A couple of years ago, they actually worked hand in hand. They always coordinated back then. But everything shattered just 2 months ago. Out of nowhere, the army demanded massive sacrifices, ordering every major safe zone around Heavenly Wolf to mobilize their elite fighters to defend the borders. This forced mobilization sparked massive outrage among the Grand Commanders, especially when the army used the guise of national duty to demand total compliance. Tang grinds his teeth in anger, spitting out the harsh, ugly truth. They received zero help when the world ended. Why bleed for them now? Huang Yuan cannot stand the disrespect. He immediately shoots back, furious. Without military reinforcements during the Taklamakan Desert Crisis, this place would be ashes. Angry and losing his cool, Huang Yuan stands up. We saved so many. Countless soldiers died protecting this zone. The military struggled for 20 years to rebuild. During the massive zombie wave 60 years ago, they pushed the monsters north. How could anyone just forget those sacrifices? Director Tang falls quiet, stunned. Sensing the explosive tension, Ning clears his throat. Calm down, Uncle Huang. Huang Yuan realizes he let his emotions take over. He offers an apology. He never meant to be rude, but thinking of fallen comrades brings back the pain. To ease the heavy tension, Director Tang raises his glass, focusing back on Ning. Apologizing, Tang warns him to tread carefully here, admitting he is not a man of many words. He heard since childhood that the military abandoned this region, so he raises his cup to drink away the slip of the tongue. Ning joins him in a friendly drink, but his mind is completely elsewhere as he mulls over the heavy implications. The older generation brainwashed these people thoroughly, making his plans to seize this territory far more difficult than he ever anticipated. Glass empty. Ning decides it is finally time to steer the conversation back to his real goal. Leaving the military topic behind, he reveals he actually traveled all this way on a personal quest to acquire something highly specific. He wants the high-grade human face files belonging to the Blood Shadow Legion commander Ying Long, which immediately shocks the director. Absolutely impossible, the director objects, warning him that he clearly does not understand what he is asking for. He reveals Blood Spear Ying Long reached the absolute peak of 3 disasters tier 17 years ago. He rules multiple safe zones, dozens of settlements, and precious spirit mines, keeping the legendary files as his ultimate prize. There is absolutely no way he would sell a trophy earned from the brutal battle that established his entire regime. Searching for another route, Ning asks for a personal introduction to negotiate a potential trade using some rare high-tier gear. The director immediately shakes his head, explaining that even he does not possess the high standing required to meet him. Since a direct meeting is out, Ning adapts and asks if there are any rumors about his recent whereabouts. Tang shares a rumor that the commander is actually preparing to move to a newly discovered dungeon in the near future. Although the exact location is unknown, this tiny clue is more than enough to raise the young master's spirits. Confident, Ning says he will track the dungeon down himself, offering a warm thanks that the director politely dismisses. Under Tang's watchful gaze, the young master remains silent, feverishly calculating his next moves based on his deep past life knowledge. A legendary dungeon appeared in the far frontier back then, known for dropping a mythical tier set. He realizes that is the commander's target, knowing they stand zero chance of stealing the files from him in the real world. But a chaotic dungeon changes the rules entirely, presenting a golden opportunity to strike if they play their cards right. With enough leverage, anything is possible, but then the director suddenly claps his hands to break his train of thought. Declaring business finished, Tang invites the young master to relax and experience the legendary royal treatment of Tian Han. Promising elite steeds to ride, the director snaps his fingers, summoning a lineup of absolutely stunning women. He proudly introduces them as highly trained pure maidens who understand exactly how to please their highly distinguished guests. Best of all, they are low-level awakened class capable of incredible physical coordination and flexibility that normal women simply cannot match. Tang eagerly boasts about their total compliance in any position, leaving Ning frozen in complete and utter shock. Before the young master can even process this crazy situation, one of the gorgeous dancers slithers right up to him. Flaunting her supple body, she purrs, asking if she may pour her lord some fine wine. She drapes herself over his shoulders, climbing right onto him and sending his anxiety levels through the roof. Taking a sip, she leans in to feed him mouth to mouth, but Ning quickly panics and dodges away, rejecting the offer. Taking his rejection as an insult, Director Tang frowns and commands the guards to drag her away for punishment. Panicking, Ning quickly explains it is not like that at all, claiming he is just worried about his own self-control. He argues that these girls are so incredibly fragile he might accidentally break them if he lets his power loose. Internally sweating bullets, he desperately tells himself he must protect his playboy image while finding a quick excuse to escape. But Director Tang completely misinterprets his panic, laughing that the young master should have just said so from the start. Believing the youth simply wants a rougher, far more thrilling experience, he gives Ning an incredibly bad feeling. He orders the disappointed dancers to leave, calling instead for a much more powerful third-tier beauty, Miss Blood Oriole. The group retreats with a bow, leaving Ning and his two companions staring in absolute disbelief. Huang Yuan is completely stunned, wondering how a powerful third-tier combatant could possibly be treated as a mere toy here. Fang Fang remains silent, her icy glare cutting through the room, as Tang claps a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Smiling, Tang assures him there is no mistake, promising that her striking beauty will absolutely satisfy his demanding taste. He emphasizes that Miss Blood Oriole is no manufactured weakling, but a genuine high-level powerhouse. Her raw strength might even surpass the young master's own, making her a truly rare and formidable prize. With her captivating looks and fierce aura, the director proudly claims she is unmatched in the entire Great Xia Empire. After hearing Chief Tang speak, Ning cannot help but question him. By the director's own logic, he highly admires Miss Blood Oriole. Yet he is willing to just give her away, Tang quickly explains. If he could keep her for himself, he absolutely would. But this Blood Oriole lady has a pretty prideful personality. She is no flatterer. Countless safe zone commanders have tried to get her into bed, but they all failed miserably. Chief Tang drops another legendary name to convince him. Even the mighty captain of the Blood Shadow Legion, Ren Yinglong, was totally captivated by her. But even a powerhouse like him could not make a single move. Ning is surprised. Yinglong Tang nods and says yes, that very code name was actually given by Lord Yinglong himself, so today he only invited her as a guest. Winning her over is entirely up to Ning. Just then, Miss Blood Oriole arrives. She walks in wearing a stunning red dress, her aura and figure far outclassing the previous four girls. Ning is momentarily stunned. Seeing this, Chief Tang laughs and says the young master looks exactly like he did back then. He adds a quiet warning. Ning needs to prepare himself because surviving a few minutes with her is already a miracle. He must absolutely avoid being disrespectful. But right then, Ning turns around and makes a rather surprising request. Can Chief Tang please yield his seat? Ning wants to get a closer look. The old man is totally stunned. He chuckles to himself, commenting that the youth are indeed full of passion. With that, he gladly yields his spot. Tang moves to his seat next to Huang Yuan, smirking inside. He remembers how the kid was just acting so calm. Now the kid cannot even contain himself. Tang is eager to watch this impatient brat make an absolute fool of himself. Blood Oriole walks over and politely greets him as young Master Yi. He immediately responds, telling her not to be polite. He pats the empty seat beside him, inviting her over. He tells her to sit closer so he can admire her. Blood Oriole is clearly displeased, letting out an annoyed huff. She tells him that he is being incredibly rude. Ning does not argue. Instead, he playfully acts surprised, asking if everyone else is usually this rude to her too. Hearing this, Fang Fang stands up in a flash of anger. She fiercely warns Blood Oriole not to try anything funny or she will end her life in 3 seconds. Watching this, Huang Yuan is shocked to sense her near Tier 3 peak pressure. Chief Tang sits there completely terrified. He wonders if this crazy kid Ning is trying to rely on raw force. Is he not afraid of mutual destruction? Tang quickly tries to diffuse the tension, saying this is not a good idea. Ning agrees and orders Fang Fang to stand down. He laughs, saying he and Blood Oriole actually get along great. They are not enemies, so everyone should just relax. Fang Fang obeys. Then Ning leans in close to Blood Oriole. He gently touches her face and asks if they have met before. He jokingly suggests they might have met in a dream, or maybe even in a past life. Blood Oriole is both surprised and deeply annoyed by his cheeky pickup lines. She mockingly comments that the young master is quite smooth-talking, so she will temporarily overlook his previous rudeness. She then pours him a glass of wine, offering a toast. Watching this scene unfold, Chief Tang is completely flabbergasted. How is this even possible? He had to spend 30,000 credit points just to get her to drink with him. What does Ning have that he does not? Honestly, who knew being incredibly blunt could actually work? But Ning can already see right through her disguise. A simple item might change her face but not her aura. Her murderous intent is a dead giveaway. He chuckles, realizing this is actually the former captain of the Blood Wolves. It is Lin Lan. Looking at her, Ning starts plotting his next moves. According to what Tang Hai mentioned, there definitely was a real Blood Oriole here. But right now, Lin Lan has secretly swapped places with her. Since disguise items have strict time limits and cost a fortune, she wouldn't use one without a very good reason. Her appearing as Blood Oriole means she is definitely targeting him. Instead of exposing her now, he will play along. He will wait until they are alone in bed to slowly interrogate her. As Blood Oriole raises her glass, Ning speaks up, remarking out loud that it smells so sweet. She quickly explains that it is a famous specialty from the frontier. But before she can finish, Ning pours the wine out smoothly, whispering that he was actually talking about her. Blood Oriole is completely speechless. He suddenly scoops her up in his arms and she asks if he is rushing things. Ning counters that a romantic night is worth gold and they can always save the foreplay for the bedroom. With that, he carries her out of the room. Blood Oriole playfully asks if his female guard will get jealous. After all, she does not want to be killed in 3 seconds. He casually reassures her to just relax. You will also die in my bed. Director Tang recalls his past groveling and wonders what that was all about. What was it anyway? Lin Lan wraps her arms around his shoulders while plotting her next move. What Blood Oriole said is absolutely right. The colder and more mysterious a woman acts, the easier men fall. But in bed, Ning is no exception. With his toughest bodyguard out of the way, making him die in bed only takes a word, she thinks. He tosses her onto the bed and welcomes Miss Blood Oriole to their personal battlefield. Ning presses close, caressing her thigh and noting how soft she is, especially if she wore black fishnets. He asks which position she prefers, her on top or him. Lin Lan quickly tries to stall him, saying, "Don't be in such a rush, they should wash up first and shed all their heavy gear. Be a good boy, and she will wait in bed." Ning touches her gently, making her gasp as he teasingly plays with her. He teases that Miss Blood Oriole should bathe first since her rose is already dripping. He reaches for her face, but she stops him, telling him she prefers to take things slow regardless of how excited he is. Even though she knows he wants it, this is still way too fast. With that, she turns around and heads to the shower, leaving first. Lin Lan steps into the bathroom. She desperately tried to steady her breathing. Keep cool, she had to stay calm to kill him. She absolutely could not let him lead her by the nose. Lin Lan looked deeply depressed, remembering the past. Was her body's incredibly weak resistance due to the trauma from when he humiliated her before? The more she remembered, the more she hated and felt disgusted with herself. Honestly, this never should have happened. Since she sought Lu Tianming's protection just to survive after that incident, she had long ago discarded her own body. So what was there left to feel ashamed of? She thought of her little sister Xiao Yu currently fighting for her life against a severe illness. Was this weak resistance her body's way of fighting off death? But what could she do? If she did not die, then Xiao Yu would. Though she felt uneasy, at least Shui Ying had already gone to the capital to look after the little girl on her behalf. She just hoped that once this mission succeeded, Lu Tianming would keep his promise. She calculated that her only option was mutual destruction, so stripping down to lower his guard first was a price she would pay. After all, a miniature nuclear bomb was already implanted inside her body. She just needed the right intimate moment to detonate it using her own spiritual energy, ending everything forever. Her life would have to stop here. Meanwhile, Ning lay waiting near the bed. No way, he never expected her to actually go take a shower first. She couldn't possibly like him, right? If that was the case, it meant she didn't want to use concealed weapons. Could she be planning mutual destruction? During their last battle, she had shown an incredibly strong will to survive. Someone like that would never throw their life away just for revenge. Unless this was her absolute last resort and she was forced into it, meaning there had to be someone calling the shots behind the scenes. He instantly thought of Lu Tianming, carefully analyzing the situation. At this current stage, if anyone could track his movements and coordinate such a detailed plot, it was likely only the faction belonging to him. Only Lu Tianming could pull this off. Before putting an end to Lin Lan, he had to locate the real Sui Ying and use her to get close to Ying Long. Once the intel was secure, Lin Lan stepped out of the bath with damp feet wearing a loose nightgown. She emerged wearing a loose nightgown, teasingly telling him it was his turn. He grinned and told her that seeing her dressed like that, he had absolutely no desire to wash up anymore. She climbed onto him, whispering that even if he did not need a shower, he should still shed those clothes. He grabbed her wrists, agreeing he should do it himself before pinning her flat on the bed. His move was incredibly smooth. Lin Lan, caught off guard, gasped and asked what he was doing. Ning just grinned, saying that he preferred playing from behind. Reaching over to open a cabinet, he pulled out a thick rope and tied her hands tight. Lin Lan, pinned beneath him, kept up her seductive act. She asked how he wanted to play, promising to please him, but pointed out that he was still fully clothed. He laughed, tossed his cloak aside, and told her to be patient. He was stripping right now. That got her incredibly excited. She urged him to hurry, desperate to experience a feeling that would drive her crazy. But instead of undressing, Ning threw his heavy cloak over her, telling her to prepare herself as he moved in. She screamed, demanding to know why he stopped. In response, he used the cloak to wrap her up like a tight cocoon. He laughed, bragging that his epic cloak could survive a nuclear bomb. Honestly, who actually talks like that in bed? He did not want her self-detonating and ruining such a fine bed since he could not afford to replace it. She panicked. She stammered, asking what he meant. He just tied her up tighter, leaving her rolling helplessly on the floor. Ning crossed. He stares her down, questioning her. Stop pretending, Lin Lan. The moment I walked through that door, your familiar aura completely gave you away. I already suspected you. I only tested you a little, and you went and leaked your killing intent. That just proves my theory. Lin Lan stops denying it. Instead, she screams in disbelief. No, that is impossible. My disguise tool cannot be broken by a normal rank 3. He smiles and replies that she must have forgotten something. He is definitely not just some average rank 3 cultivator, especially since he possesses the so-called useless willpower type that they always mock. He kicks her hard, pinning her down. He begins his interrogation. Self-destructing now would be completely pointless for you. If you do not want to suffer, you should just speak up. Tell me the truth and maybe I will consider sparing your life. First of all, did Lu Tianming send you here? Tied up and helpless, Lin Lan finally compromises. She agrees to confess, but only if he frees her from her bindings first. She wants him to free her first. Surprisingly, Ning agrees to her terms, though he issues a very stern warning. He tells her that she better not play any tricks because with his current strength, she stands absolutely no chance. Once freed, she grinds her teeth and admits Lu Tianming sent her, but she threatens to self-destruct if he uses this against him. Ning is genuinely curious. She is willing to confess, yet she still threatens suicide to protect the old man. It seems Lu Tianming holds some leverage over her. Besides death, what else could terrify her this much? Perhaps a family member. Lin Lan looks down. She mutters that since he already knows, there is really no point in asking. He then asks where the real Sui Ying is. Lin Lan honestly admits she went to the capital to look after their sister. This makes Ning frown. The capital is a difficult place. Reaching Yinglong quickly just got a lot harder. To pull this off, he realizes he must keep relying on Lin Lan's disguise. He decides to press her for more details. He asks her how she can play Shui Ying so perfectly. They must share a very deep, unusual connection with each other. Lin Lan explains that she, Xiao Yu, and Shui Ying all grew up together in this remote frontier, close as sisters. She shares how she ended up here, explaining that she brought the injured Xiao Yu to the capital seeking medical treatment. To afford the expensive medicine, she joined a breeding squad. Meanwhile, Shui Ying used her charms to manipulate powerful local men. She slept her way through the frontier elite, all to raise enough funds to keep their little sister alive. Ning cuts her off, annoyed. He has no interest in her sob story, especially since she has murdered innocent awakened people. He demands she get straight to the point. Defeated, Lin Lan admits she knows absolutely everything Shui Ying knew about this region. She claims to understand the entire frontier inside out. Hearing this, Ning sits down to lay out a deal. He points at her and offers a compromise. He explains the massive benefits he can provide, starting with saving her life. In addition, he promises to rescue her sister from Lu Tianming and guarantees he can match any medical resources the old man offered. Stunned by the offer, she asks what he wants in return. He gently lifts her chin, giving her a sly smile. His demand is simple: she must keep wearing this disguise and help him steal the face album from Yinglong. Lin Lan immediately refuses, claiming he vastly overestimates Shui Ying and completely underestimates how much Yinglong actually values that artifact. He unties her. Honestly, isn't there a rumor that Yinglong is pursuing Shui Ying? Why not just ask? Lin Lan bursts out, laughing at the naive suggestion. She asks if he really thinks people are that generous in this wasteland. Yinglong's courtship is nothing but a cheap pursuit. He only wants her body, not to hand over priceless treasures. Men like him only want a free ride. They might throw some money around, but giving up rare resources is out of the question. She explains that even their own resources are barely enough to get by. Getting anything valuable out of them is a pipe dream. If Sue Ying tried to extract something that precious, she would have to pay a massive price, probably in the bedroom. That would completely ruin her leverage. It is like killing the golden goose without even guaranteed access to the eggs. The only reason Shu Ying remains so highly desired by these powerful men is because of her pride and untouchable nature. Since they can never truly possess her, she maintains her value. Hearing this, Ning realizes his plan needs to change. He unties her hands, admitting he understands. If that strategy is out, he asks if she can at least help him. Instead, he needs her to find Yinglong's schedule, or even better, introduce them face to face. Honestly, she might be right. Yinglong is a peak rank 3 powerhouse who could easily crush him like a bug. He brushed off her warning, telling her that his survival is his own concern and she just needs to cooperate. Rubbing her freed wrists, she wonders aloud if he fears betrayal. What if she uses Yinglong to get rid of him? Ning remains entirely confident. He knows she would never risk it because the ultimate price she would pay is simply too high. It is no different from killing me yourself. Plus, did you know? Not only will you die, but your younger sister will not survive either. He bluntly continues, of course, if you do not betray me, even if I die, it has nothing to do with you. But I guarantee that regardless of my fate, I will absolutely never betray you and Sue Ying. Lin Lan thinks this sounds fair and agrees, saying if you put it that way, she really has no reason to refuse this cooperation. After that, Ning takes out a scroll from his inventory, holding it right in front of. This is a life and death contract for this deal containing all terms and commitments. Signing it is a guarantee for both of them. Lin Lan says that this contract truly has 100 benefits and 0 harms for her. After all, he is targeting Yinglong, which is basically a death wish anyway, so she has no reason to betray him. She unhesitatingly places her hand on the contract, saying if he dies, she will not only complete her mission, but also secure a safe retreat. If he does not die, then according to the contract, he must fulfill his promises in the future. After that, they walk out to the living room from earlier. Seeing him come out, Director Tang asks why young Master Ye finished so early. He replies, it is not like that after testing her. Lady Sue Ying can indeed only be admired from afar, but not toyed with. Director Tang is highly pleased to hear this, laughing and saying that he already told him so beforehand. Asking if he has learned his lesson now, he says yes, and Shu Ying remains his goddess. After that, Ning proposes a request. Lady Shu Ying wants to take them to the Blood Shadow safe zone to meet Lord Yinglong. He wonders if Director Tang could provide a spiritual aircraft for this trip. Hearing the name Yinglong, Director Tang instantly exclaims, asking if he is crazy. Lin Lan speaks up from behind him, telling Director Tang not to worry, she is only introducing them to talk. He also adds that it is just a friendly greeting, so there will be no problems at all. Finally, the director agrees, noting that providing a spiritual aircraft is just a minor matter anyway, but he still offers a kind warning, emphasizing that before they leave, they must keep one crucial thing in mind. Yinglong's combat power is completely unfathomable, and if a fight breaks out, even Lord Fang Hao might not be guaranteed to win. They must understand this risk. He firmly replies that he understands and they can rest easy. At the Blood Shadow Legion's safe zone number 1, the aircraft carrying Ning's group finally arrives and prepares to land. Guards immediately surround them, ordering them to shut down the engines as they disembark and present their 6 identification cards, warning that any suspicious movement will result in execution. Talk about an intense welcome. He notes that security clearly feels much tighter than Kang Lang's safe zone. He suggests they disguise themselves for safety, activating their disguise items. A subordinate steps forward to hand the guards some items, introducing Ning as their young master, who is under Director Tang's orders to trade resources, offering a small gift for them to accept. The guard takes the cards, snorting that they at least know the rules, and tells them to go on in. They can only stay for 3 days before registering back at Kang Lang's safe zone. Suddenly, he notices Lin Lan playing Shu Ying in the back. Calling out to Lady Shu Ying, she steps forward and shows her card, but he quickly waves his hand, saying she does not need to be checked. They had no idea she was on board, asking if she is visiting the safe zone. Lin Lan replies she wants to go to the commander's sector, asking if they can arrange it. The guard readily agrees, promising to arrange an escort to accompany her. He quickly calls his men, ordering the Tier 3 guards to immediately clear the path and ensure her absolute safety. Watching this, Ning secretly rejoices. Seriously, who knew her name carried this much power here? He did not expect here. He wonders if it is because of the rumors that Yinglong is actually in love with her. The guard explains that if Lady Sue Ying wants to meet Lord Yinglong, there is absolutely no issue, but they have no authority to arrange entry for the others from Kang Lang's safe zone. Lin Lan casually replies that there is no need to worry about them. After that, she is led inside by the guards, while his group is blocked. Just as she warned, the difference in treatment here is like night and day. To meet Yinglong, they must let her go in first and then find a way to introduce the group. Deciding to move, he tells the group to stick to the plan and head to the night market to check things out while waiting for news. Entering the night market inside the safe zone, they are greeted by a bustling, lively crowd as the noisy chatter of merchants fills the entire atmosphere. The market air hums with shouts of vendors selling raisins at 6 points a pound and freshly slaughtered roasted meat. They guarantee it is not human meat, offering goat and camel milk for taste tests while Yuan Hao closely scans the area. He reports to young Master Ye that the development here is vastly better than 10 years ago, rivaling the prosperity of the capital. Even the smallest street vendors here can easily afford electricity, showing a standard of living that clearly stands out. Their organization is also far superior to the Kanglang faction, proving the Blood Shadow Legion operates under a highly organized system. With such complete military and administrative regulations, it is obvious their true ambitions stretch far beyond what anyone might expect. Suddenly, loud shouts from a rowdy merchant ring out, and a massive packed crowd nearby immediately catches Yining's attention. Wondering what the commotion is about, they head over only to find a slave trader standing right at the center. He barks out that the Black Camel Guild's fresh cargo is up for grabs, urging wealthy bosses to start bidding. The merchant aggressively markets a bound man, forcefully prying his jaw open to show off his teeth to the crowd. He yells for everyone to look at those perfectly healthy teeth, a rare find for someone of his age. Good teeth mean he was well-fed and remains strong, making him a perfect slave to be used however they please. Yuan Hao whispers that this is clearly a slave caravan, likely capturing these poor souls after raiding some defenseless outpost. Such brutal raids are all too common in these lawless frontier regions, but Fang Fang can hardly stomach the sight. Gritting her teeth, she points out a female slave being auctioned off by a sleazy female broker known as the Madam. The Madam shouts that 400 transaction points is a steal, claiming these girls are the absolute finest in stock. She boasts that this batch is incredibly young, whereas the low-grade ones have already been shipped off to the mines. A buyer grumbles that 400 is way too expensive, but the Madam grabs a girl's wrist in defense. She scoffs at the complaint, insisting they are fully trained and pure, showing off the young girl's soft, delicate hands. She promises the buyer that this girl is perfectly submissive and will never fight back no matter what he does. With her family held hostage in their minds, the poor girl has no choice but to do whatever she is told. A sleazy customer sneers, demanding to come up onto the stage and personally inspect the goods to verify her purity. The Madam instantly shuts him down, snapping that she cannot let him examine her or else the merchandise is ruined. She guarantees a full refund if she is lying, but the stubborn customer below only gets more demanding and aggressive. When he refuses to buy without an inspection, the Madam ruthlessly pinches the girl's chest, forcing a painful shriek from her. She asks the crowd if they heard that cry, claiming only an untouched girl could sound so sweet and innocent. She offers a package deal of 750 points for two, which actually makes the cheap buyer hesitate. It is a decent bargain, but 750 points could easily buy hundreds of kilograms of actual food. Besides, these girls are just ordinary humans, not awakened ones, meaning they are completely useless for anything but basic pleasure. The Madam mocks him, laughing that he must be dreaming if he expects an awakened fighter for just a few hundred points. Watching this tragedy unfold, Ning frowns quietly, noting that these captured girls probably won't survive more than 2 or 3 years. Hearing this, Yuan Hao asks if he wants to buy them, but gently warns him that doing so would be pointless. They are pitiable, but saving this batch only means another will take their place and then another right after that. Even if rescued, unless they are taken far away, they will simply end up right back on the auction block. The only real fix is to dismantle this entire twisted system. Hearing this, Yining's expression darkens as he speaks with sharp resolve. He agrees with Uncle Huang, stating that pouring hot water into boiling water does not solve the root of the problem. To truly solve this, they must pull the firewood from under the cauldron. Suddenly, Fang Fang points into the distance. She asks if the person being tortured over there is one of their own, drawing their eyes to a grim scene. Armed soldiers are chaining up a group of gagged captives wearing identical uniforms, which immediately strikes a chord with Yuan Hao. Those are the exact uniforms of the 3rd Mixed Infantry Brigade from the Construction Corps. Right then, a guard barks a threat. He demands to know if they still dare to resist, brutally slamming his heavy baton right into the helpless captives. He curses at them to behave, knocking a prisoner to the ground while the gagged crowd behind him groans in terror. A woman in the back glares at the guards with pure defiant rage, which only provokes one of them to step closer. He sneers at her, asking why she is glaring when she cannot even fight back, mocking her helpless state. He taunts that her protectors are gone, threatening to tear her apart right in front of them. Ning realizes he must act. He has to make a move now. No choice. He actually recognized that female soldier from his past life. Meanwhile, a ruthless guard holds a dagger right at her eye. He screams at her for staring, threatening to blind her on the spot. Suddenly, a sharp shout cuts through the air, telling him to stop. The guard turns as the captain yells at Lahei to stop. Lahey is startled and begins to argue back, but the captain snaps at him, demanding if he has a brain to ruin their valuable merchandise like this. If the goods are damaged, they can't sell them. Seeing this, Ning quietly breathes a sigh of relief. For now, things aren't too bad. There is still hope. If he can somehow rescue these captives without resorting to violence, that would be the best outcome. The captain points aggressively at the captive girl, angrily asking his guard if he's brainless or just stupid. If you damage her, who would ever want her? Don't you know the wealthy elite are incredibly picky? If we can't get a good price, I'll chop you up and sell you instead. The guard frantically explains to his boss that these captured soldiers are actually Tier 2 awakened, so nothing serious will easily happen to them. Besides, they even dared to riot and that woman kept glaring at him. Not to mention several of their own crew members died at the hands of these soldiers. He just won't stop complaining. The captain tells him to shut up, saying they should sell them today while it's crowded to make up for their heavy losses. That'll be their revenge. He spotted several powerful figures arriving, likely here for the grand banquet hosted by Lord Yinglong, which is happening tonight. Those big shots will definitely be interested in buying high-quality merchandise like this. With that, the captain orders his men to bring the captives to the stage and get the madam over to handle these high-value goods. Night falls quickly. The madam stands before the crowd of eager buyers, announcing that the final main event has finally arrived. She invites everyone to take a look at these Tier 2 awakened captives from the Frontier Construction Corps. Anyone holding a grudge against the military, or simply wanting to try something entirely new, must not miss this chance. The crowd below instantly erupts with sheer excitement. Actual military soldiers and top-tier quality too. Buying them would bring massive prestige. Some wonder if they are really that good. Yuan Hao is absolutely furious. Ning quickly puts a hand over his mouth, whispering that right now he is young Master Yi, promising to save them. Startled Uncle Huang apologizes, admitting his anger made him foolish and suggests buying them himself to avoid implicating Ning. But Ning shakes his head and whispers back that if trouble breaks out later, he won't be able to stay out of it anyway. Besides, if they actually end up in a real fight, Uncle Huang won't be able to escape this place on his own. Up on the stage, Lahey begins pitching the first captive, calling for bids on a peak Tier 2 awakened soldier. The captive is a former company commander from the military with incredible strength. The crowd can clearly feel his intense killer aura. The madam quickly chimes in, assuring the dear buyers that once they win the bid, they will train the slave for free. Making him kneel or crawl won't be an issue at all. Having a guard dog like this would bring immense prestige to any household. The starting bid is 70,000 transaction points with increments of 10,000. Instantly, the crowd begins to buzz with excitement. A peak Tier 2 military commander is indeed a rare find. Someone immediately bids 80,000 to use him as a guard dog, sneering at those disgusting soldiers. But another buyer quickly counters, raising the bid to 90,000 points. Before the first bidder can raise again, manager Xiao steps forward with a frown, cutting him off entirely. He introduces himself as the manager of the Towai Cot Arena, politely asking them to give him some face and let him have this slave, to please his big boss. Startled, the previous bidder backs down immediately, letting him take the captive without a fight. Hearing his famous name, the surrounding crowd starts whispering. Though manager Xiao himself isn't exceptionally strong, the arena is backed by a high-level Tier 3 powerhouse, with several other Tier 3 masters under him. Their overall strength is immense. Many estimate they are even stronger than their own private safe zone. Nobody dares to challenge someone with that kind of backing. Manager Xiao confidently steps onto the stage, demanding they send the slaves straight to the arena without wasting time on training. The arena is currently short on high-quality fighters, and he wants to see if this soldier can survive against the mutated beasts. It has been a while since they enjoyed a brutal bare-handed deathmatch. He then asks if there are other decent captives available, telling them to introduce everything directly. If any catch his eye, he might buy a few more. Hearing this, the madam is absolutely thrilled by their good fortune, and Lahey quickly steps forward with a broad smile. He proudly points out the next captive, a mid-tier Tier 2 range-type combatant who was extremely difficult to capture. They even lost 2 men capturing him. Next to him is a Tier 2 scout who fought like a rabid beast when cornered. And finally, a giant tank-type fighter with incredible physical strength. The madam chimed in, urging the manager to look closely at them. Their raw power is undeniable, and she is confident they will put on an amazing show in the arena. Look at their eyes, filled with pure killing intent. This merchandise comes from the border, constantly clashing with foreign awakened ones. The madam suggests buying them all, but manager Chen Yang wants a moment to think first. Suddenly, he spots the girl in the back. Is she a second-rank military officer? Drag her out, he demands. I want to see her body. The madam suddenly breaks into a cold sweat, pleading that this might not be right. Aren't you looking for fighters to kill monsters? This girl is not suitable. We plan to train her for other services. He frowns deeply, telling her to just bring the girl out and stop wasting his time with endless chatter. What he does with his purchase is none of her business. Besides, watching unclothed women fight is highly popular these days. Terrified, the madam quickly agrees to bring her out immediately. Meanwhile, this absolute pervert looks at the girl with sinister eyes. He imagines a second-rank female military soldier stripped of all her clothes, forced to fight vicious monsters. It would be a highly thrilling show. Throwing in a few special mutated beasts would make it even more intense. He can barely contain his excitement. Manager Chen Yang is sure that such a brutal show would drive VIPs wild. Watching from below, Nguyen Hao is absolutely boiling with rage. But Yi Ning quietly signals him to stay calm for now. He tells Uncle Huang to wait and watch, wanting to see the final total price they offer first. Moments later, the girl is brought out. The madam boasts that she is a rare beauty from the military. He steps forward, eagerly unable to resist. His arms. He walked over, touching her face. She was wild, gorgeous, and had a great body, a true masterpiece. Then he ordered his men to strip her naked, complaining that the blood all over her completely ruined the view. The guard eagerly obeyed. With his master's green light, the greedy bastard drooled, lunging at the poor girl like a wild beast. He was ready to tear his prey apart. The guard smirked, knowing that without her power-suppressing collar, she would have destroyed them. Quite right, looking at how helpless they were, they probably could not have even touched her tiny hand. He mocked them, saying, today was their lucky day, and they should take their time enjoying it. But before anything could happen, the madam rushed over to stop them. She warned that doing this was highly inappropriate, especially if the manager here suddenly decided to change his mind. Doing that would make selling to other major players almost impossible. Hearing this, the subordinate hesitated immediately. He slapped the madam right across the face in a total rage. Regret, ridiculous. Is 350,000 enough? La Haye happily agreed it was plenty. He rushed to the girl with a devious smirk. Since Manager Xiao wants you, you must obey. He sneered, calling her a filthy brat who finally got what she deserved. But right then, Yi Ning spoke up. Wait. Hold on, I'll take everything for 400,000, including all these slaves. I want the Kanglang safe zone. Too shocking, Manager Xiao. Kanglang safe zone, who are you? Yi Ning replied that they were the Celestial Wolf Palace, making the manager laugh in utter contempt. A tiny, insignificant faction like yours dares to challenge a big shot. Just then, a powerful booming voice echoed through the room. 410,000. The Blood Shadow Legion is operating, so everyone else get lost. Instantly, the panicked crowd began to murmur. Terrified Manager Xiao backed away, declaring his immediate withdrawal. Listening to this explosive entrance, Yi Ning quietly observed the situation. While Yi Ning watched the gloomy madam step forward, welcoming them to the Black Camel slave caravan and asking what they needed. Just say the word and we will deliver it directly to you, she pleaded, but the leading commander barked at her to shut up. Did she think they wouldn't pay? Everyone knew the strict rules of the Blood Shadow safe zone, and they wouldn't skip a single penny. With that, the commander ordered his men to bring the payment and pack everything up immediately. As the soldiers moved to seize the slaves, Yi Ning suddenly shouted out, bidding 42,000 instead. Since it is an auction, the highest bidder wins. Surely, the Blood Shadow Legion would not break the safe zone rules. The crowd gasped in shock. Did this crazy kid from the Kanglang safe zone seriously just provoke the Blood Shadow Legion? Kanglang safe zone. The captain sneered, asking if he was serious. Yi Ning just calmly raised it to 44,000. He told the captain that whatever amount he added, he would match it instantly, making the Blood Shadow officer boil with rage. Furious, the captain sneered, asking if the kid really thought his status in the Kanglang safe zone made him someone important. Did he actually dare to fight him? Yi Ning calmly replied that bidding was only about money, not background. Unless the captain wanted to break the rules and bully people with his status. The Blood Shadow leader laughed in contempt, mocking his big mouth and asking if he had any real money. Yi Ning calmly pulled out 2 gold cards. Is that enough? If not, I will add another 1,000,000. The crowd gasps. Damn, someone from the Kanglang safe zone. Where did he get all that cash anyway? Like having money actually means anything. They seriously think petty rules can bind the Blood Shadow Corps. Talk about naive. That bidding is just for show. If they really want someone, they do not need to say a single word. That kid is dead meat. The madam is secretly horrified, thinking that if they had not run into the Blood Shadow Corps, they would have struck it rich. Meanwhile, the bald guy is on his guard, buying them as slaves for 2 million. That is absolutely not normal at all. What does this guy want with them anyway? Now the Blood Shadow captain is starting to cook up some rather wicked schemes. Sure, he does not have the authority to move over 1,000,000 credits, but the rules from above still stand. Looks like he will have to play dirty. With that, he shouts out, Kanglang is it? The prominent figures in your safe zone are mostly familiar to him. He demands to know why he does not recognize him and why he wants to buy these people. He even accuses him of being a military spy. But Yi Ning just calmly replies that he works in logistics for the Kanglang safe zone. The youth explains that their Heavenly Wolf Palace wants to build a business out of this brutal fighting game. To make it real, he absolutely needs these recruits. The captain instantly snaps back, calling it total nonsense. Nobody in this world does business without Considering costs like that, he orders his men to arrest and interrogate them, claiming he highly suspects their true identities and intentions. The captain tells them to cooperate and come along quietly. Meanwhile, Xiao He whispers, asking if they should fight. She claims she can wipe them out in one shot. Ning calmly replies that he can too, but they already contacted Blood Oriole. They need to wait for her signal first. Looking at the clock, the news should arrive any second now. With that, he raises his voice, mocking the Blood Shadow Corps for using brute force instead of bidding. Didn't they always claim to stand for fairness and never abuse their power? Hearing this, the Blood Shadow Captain's face instantly turns completely dark. He snaps back, telling him to stop making wild accusations. Just 2 days ago, they received intelligence about some military spies sneaking into the safe zone to rescue prisoners. The captain glares, asking why that description fits them so perfectly. Standing his ground, Ning calmly agrees to go with them, but warns there will be serious consequences. The youth mentions that when Lord Yinglong invites him to his banquet later, they will have to be the ones to escort him there. And he cannot guarantee what he might say at the party. The captain just facepalms and laughs out loud. He mocks him for trying to use Lord Yinglong's name as a threat, pointing out the banquet has already started. Since they want to be stubborn, he commands his men to beat them down until they learn some manners. But right as they prepare to strike, the captain checks his system screen and suddenly gasps, yelling for everyone to stop. Bowing deeply, he rushes over to apologize, stammering that he did not realize they were actually on the same side. The captain admits he had no idea Ning was Lord Yinglong's personal guest, offering to arrange an escort immediately. Ning mocks him for changing his tune so quickly, admitting he preferred his arrogant attitude from just a moment ago. Sweating bullets, the terrified captain barks orders to immediately escort their honored guests from the Kanglang safe zone straight to the central district with utmost care. Ning then turns to his crew, instructing old Huang to take the recruited soldiers and settle them down somewhere safe. He promises to inspect them later, then tells Xiao He it is time to meet Lord Yinglong. With a swift nod, they soon arrive at the Grand Tianlong Manor, blending into the crowd. Ning scans the room, quietly assessing the high society crowd. Just as he figured, everyone attending the party is a powerful figure from the surrounding private factions. Meanwhile, Ning and his crew are treated as complete nobodies, receiving no warm welcome whatsoever. He realizes that the only reason the Blood Shadow Captain showed them any respect earlier was because orders had been passed down through several channels until it sounded like Lord Yinglong had personally invited them. So he instructs Xiao He to keep a low profile, suggesting they just stay in a quiet corner to observe. Xiao He nods, but before they can slip away, Lin Lan spots them. Spotting Ning, she immediately waves him over quite loudly. The surrounding crowd instantly begins to whisper, wondering who this kid is to deserve a personal greeting from Lady Blood Oriole. Unlike the envious crowd, Ning is secretly annoyed. He wonders what on earth she is playing at since they agreed to keep their distance. Is it really wise for the hostess of the entire banquet to show him this much attention? Seeing him hesitate, Lin Lan calls him her little brother, inviting him and his girlfriend to sit at her reserved table. Ning is completely stunned by her antics, but the cover story immediately stops the crowd's hostile stares. Since he is apparently her brother, the crowd's suspicion fades. Ning quickly thanks her, gesturing for Xiao He to sit as the guests keep whispering. Many whisper that they have never heard of Lady Blood Oriole having a brother, assuming he is likely just an adopted one. Even so, he is really not the kind of guy you think. Can you not see he already has a girlfriend? Ning sits down and immediately asks with growing impatience what she wants to do. Lin Lan whispers back, reminding him that he wanted to watch Yinglong. She tells him this is the absolute best spot for it. Plus, she already told Yinglong that he is her highly capable adoptive brother, someone with serious skill. She adds that without this cover, he would never have even gotten in here, so he must try to act as natural as possible. He whispers back, asking if she even realizes she is putting him in a highly dangerous situation right now. Lin Lan chuckles softly. Yinglong is not even here yet, and he is already scared. How does he expect to plot against him, is it not completely ridiculous? He counters that it is totally different, as he hates dealing with danger that is entirely out of his own control. But Lin Lan points out that Yinglong is the master of this house, so nothing is up to him anyway. Ning frowns silently, realizing that she is clearly putting his adaptability to the test, gauging how he handles these wild situations to decide if he is a worthy ally to stand beside. She is incredibly cunning, and this kind of subtle provocation is not outright betrayal, so she has nothing to lose. He must keep his composure and avoid letting her get the upper hand. Before he can even finish his thought, a massive crimson surge of power floods the room, making everyone gasp in awe. Ning is completely stunned, wondering what this massive energy could be, right before a booming voice echoes through the hall, welcoming the captain of the Blood Shadow Legion, Lord Yinglong. He enters, apologizing for keeping everyone waiting so long. As he arrives, He explains that some minor issues held him back warmly, inviting everyone to be seated and comfortable. Instantly, the entire crowd shouts back in unison thanking him. Meanwhile, Ning silently analyzes the commander, noting an aura as oppressive as a crimson hell. This power is likely even above Uncle Fang. The smell of blood is still fresh. Did he seriously hunt down a mutant right before dinner? Hunting high-level mutants right before a feast. It seems he is a textbook battle maniac. Nearby other guests whisper in hushed, fearful tones, shuddering under his sheer pressure. Just being near him makes them break into a cold sweat, proving Commander Yinglong is on a different level of power altogether. Another guest agrees, pointing out the physical blood shadow hovering right behind him, looking almost ready to come alive right before their eyes. They whisper, wondering if Lord Yinglong hunted down another elite mutant just to absorb its dark energy. Ning listens closely, deeply contemplating this mutant fusion technique. He wonders if the blood shadow is a unique innate talent. He quietly leans over to Xiao, asking 00 what her odds are in a direct fight against Yinglong. She hesitates, calculating that based on his current power display, she has at best a 30% chance of escaping. If he has hidden depth, it becomes nearly impossible. After making his rounds and greeting all the guests, Yinglong finally sits down at the main table. Ning remains locked in deep thought. There is an absolute world of difference between just hovering on the edge of Tier 3 and being a true peak, Tier 3 powerhouse. Although he has several formidable sword skills, actually escaping from him alive would likely require using his dimensional slash. He absolutely must analyze this man's combat habits now to prepare for any worst-case scenario. The muscles in his left arm are much more developed and his back spear has fresh blood on the tip. This guy must be left-handed, meaning he specializes in thrust attacks. He observes further, noticing a custom anti-slip grip is fitted onto the weapon. Does he prefer drawing back the spear for rapid recoil? Perhaps he wants to fully maximize his superior reach in combat. Ning visualizes the fight while moving at high speeds. The moment his target gets close, he would instantly swing that incredibly sharp tip of the spear to shatter the opponent's defenses. Without a doubt, this is the textbook fighting style of an agility type awakened. Furthermore, he notices almost no blood splattered on the rest of the spear, proving his burst power is absolutely terrifying and clean. Based on the direction of the fresh blood stains on his gear, he likely possesses at least 2 distinct high-speed movement skills. Just as Yinglong sits down, he directly addresses her, asking Lady Blood Oriole if this young man is indeed her adoptive brother. He notes the young kid is quite amusing, apparently having spent the entire evening stealing glances at him. Ning, slightly dazed, could not hide his intense gaze and is startled to be put on the spot. Lin Lan quickly chimes in, saying his name is Ning, and he is probably just a little nervous seeing him for the first time. She adds that he is actually a huge fan, constantly talking about how much he admires the legendary commander. She then turns to Ning, telling him that she already assured him before. Lord Yinglong is a very kind person, so there is no need to be so tense. If he wants to look, just look, no need to peek. Ning stammers, playing along by acting extremely embarrassed, and apologizes to Yinglong while pretending to be a shy, starstruck little brother. Hearing this, Yinglong immediately lets go of his killing intent. Since he is the brother of Lady Blood Oriole, he is treated like family. He asks if he is from the Kanglang safe zone, noting that he is actually pretty close friends with their commander. Yinglong promises to put in a good word for him once they return. Ning quickly plays along, thanking Lord Yinglong while secretly planning his next move. Ning thinks this is definitely giving him massive face. It seems Blood Oriole is far more important to Yinglong than she claimed. Right after that, a man bows deeply and approaches. He politely greets Yinglong on behalf of the Winged Tiger Safe Zone, offering a toast and asking to report on their current situation. Yinglong happily agrees to listen. Ning picks up his chopsticks. He notes that others can only perceive his current strength as early-stage Tier 3. Yet Yinglong is surprisingly defensive. This sharp instinct of his is highly likely a result of climbing up from the absolute bottom. At that exact moment, Ning suddenly feels a strange sensation beneath his foot, giving him a sudden jolt. Glaring darkly at Lin Lan, Ning curses under his breath, "Damn it, this witch is trying to get him killed." She looks at him provokingly and whispers if he dares to dodge, she will poke right there. What is wrong? Does he not like this? Is it too scary? Ning shudders inwardly, knowing he must keep his cool or else they will all end up dead. He does not care whether this woman lives or dies, but both 09 and himself absolutely cannot afford to lose here. His body trembles uncontrollably. This is pure madness. At this close distance, if Yinglong uses his mental perception even slightly, he will notice. He will fly into a deadly rage. What on earth is Lin Lan thinking? This is clearly not her best option. Ning cannot help but ask her, is she trying to get revenge for the humiliation he caused her? Or is she just testing his self-control? Lin Lan casually replies that she wants both, but she is far more curious about his self-control. Ning warns her that if she keeps playing this dangerous game, she's going to end up dead too. This is insane. He refuses to believe she is stupid enough to blow her cover, yet she remains completely unfazed. Even if she dies, she claims it does not harm her personal plans anyway. Ning is totally speechless at her crazy logic. If her only goal is to kill him, why not just expose his true identity to Yinglong instead of playing these wild mind games? Lin Lan looks at him and says this is far more amusing. Just thinking about the news of Frontier Commissioner Ning dying here is thrilling. Facing Yinglong and getting slaughtered by him would be mind-blowing news. She wickedly asks if he remembers how he humiliated her during their first meeting. She also admits she has always wondered if he is actually a eunuch. Ning is left completely speechless by her bold remark. He downs a gulp of wine. She is furious, not because she is about to die, but because he ruined her plan. Lin Lan suddenly reaches her hand down into his most private area, driven entirely by her own twisted and intense curiosity. How important is that mutated material to him anyway? Why is he willing to endure this much just to secure it? With his current status and power, why would he take such an extreme risk? Every time she thinks of him, this contradiction bothers her. It gives her an indescribable, thrilling sensation. She admits she has a wild urge to devour him, to crush him inside her. She begs him to tell her why she feels this way. Ning breaks out in a cold sweat under her intense gaze. Does she really think this is enough to kill him? He tells her that he can easily kill her and still make a clean escape. If this crazy witch truly wants to die, he will gladly grant her wish right here and end her games. Lin Lan acts surprised, whispering, "Oh really?" Completely speechless with her, Ning turns to quietly instruct Xiao He. He warns her that Blood Oriole has lost her mind. Once he unleashes his dimensional slash, she must be ready to break through together. She quickly agrees. Meanwhile, two men sitting directly opposite them notice Ning acting rather strange. They whisper that the kid looks off, joking that maybe his girlfriend is playfully teasing him under the table. These young kids are quite bold. However, the other man remains skeptical, pointing out Blood Oriole's rather odd posture. He wonders if they should use mental perception to check. His companion quickly shushes him, asking if he wants to die. Hearing their conversation, Ning finds it strange. All three Tier 3 fighters sense something is wrong, but what about Yinglong? Even if he is not looking as a peak Tier 3 powerhouse, he should easily maintain constant awareness of his surroundings. Even if he does not deploy full mental perception to cover the area, he should still sense his immediate environment. At that moment, Lin Lan suddenly squeezes him hard down there, mocking him for being distracted. Is her technique not good enough? Or does he actually prefer men? Ning is incredibly frustrated, realizing that Lin Lan has successfully ruined his entire plan. He stomps hard on her foot, warning her that once he kills her, he will escape with her severed leg. Back home, he will forge it into a massive blade as a permanent reminder to never underestimate women again. Lin Lan finally starts to panic. She begs him to stop frantically, promising him that they will not be caught. Yinglong will not notice anything. She only wanted to tease him, never intending for them to die together. Ning is surprised. What does she mean? Is he really not using his perception, or does she have a hidden trick? Block his perception. Is Yinglong's real strength just a lie? No, that is impossible. Lin Lam seems to understand this guy completely. Want to know? Beg me then. Are you really that worried that others will notice us? Nobody dares to. Everyone else is far more terrified of Yinglong's wrath than you. Ning glances over, hoping she is not completely crazy. He needs her to tell him because this information is crucial. The more he knows, the better. It raises his chances of success. When it is over, he will give her whatever she wants. Lin Lam whispers softly to him. Not so fast. Yinglong is about to speak. Right on cue, the man himself begins addressing the crowd. He claims they have all felt the military threat, which is ridiculous since the army just watched them struggle at the distant border with cold eyes, never sending a single soldier. Now that they have built a safe zone themselves, why should the military expect them to hand over their rights with a single word? Peace in this frontier. And the absolute survival of everyone here was bought and paid for with their own blood. Because of that, he urges all leaders and high-ranking officials across the zones to unite. The crowd instantly reacts in agreement. They shout that Yinglong is absolutely right, arguing the frontier was always the military's job to begin with. They only guard it to save face, so what does that have to do with us? If outsiders cross over, will they actually start a war? He doubts it. At this point, national borders do not even matter anymore. We are all just humans trying to survive. Lin Lam claps her hands, giving Ning a sultry look, saying she wants him. Ning is taken aback, immediately on his guard. This witch is playing games again. Is she actually being serious? That is highly unlikely. He wonders what kind of scheme she is cooking up this time. Annoyed, he fires back, asking if she wants his head instead, telling her to drop the act and spill Yinglong's secret already. Lin Lam stands up lazily, complaining about her sore feet, and tells him to follow her to the restroom. She turns to leave with a clear threat: if he has the guts, she will share the secret there. If he does not show up within 3 minutes, she will tell Yinglong that Yi Ning has a crush on her. Left with no choice, he stands up. Her secret could give him a massive advantage in the near future. To get those crucial materials, he has to take the risk. There is no turning back now, is there? Lin Lam casually touches up her lipstick, leaving him waiting. A tense Yi Ning asks if this is really the place. It is the men's restroom after all. She rolls her eyes, asking what he is so afraid of. Since the area is abandoned, they are totally alone. She cannot help but tease him, asking if he actually needs to use it. Annoyed, he snaps back, telling her to cut the talk. He knows she already figured out when Yinglong is entering the dungeon. Lin Lam quickly spins around, beckoning him closer with a smirk. She swings open one of the stall doors. She tells him to step inside to see all her secrets. The moment he does, he holds a blade to her throat. He has already shielded the area with mental power, so she needs to start talking. His patience is running thin. With Yinglong away, he will not hesitate to act. She smiles, pleased that he is still the same ruthless guy. The dungeon is located at the front line of Blood Shadow Safe Zone number 3 inside an ancient ruined city. It is 370 kilometers away, buried deep beneath an old air raid shelter in the suburbs. This massive dungeon was only activated about 2 months ago by a Blood Shadow military supply squad. This dungeon is highly unique. It only opens at exactly 6 a.m. on the second day of every month. That means tomorrow morning. The window is only 30 seconds. Miss it, and he has to wait a whole month. He asks why she kept this quiet and dragged him here just to test his courage. Lin Lam denies it. Based on what she knows about Yinglong, he will likely wipe out the entire area before he slips inside the portal. That means he must follow right behind him without getting caught, which she highly doubts he can pull off. Yi Ning frowns, telling her not to worry about that part. Now he wants to hear Yinglong's actual secret. Lin Lam is casual, complaining that she has shared plenty and asking if he expects her to stand forever. He puts the blade away, promising not to make things difficult as long as she keeps cooperating. But before he can finish, she suddenly shoves him backward. Propping her leg up on him, she complains again. Her feet are sore, and she asks if he feels any pity, demanding a massage before she talks. Yi Ning snaps, asking what on earth she wants. He knows she is not stupid enough to believe this works, that he would end up falling for her tricks. Lin Lan smiles slyly, admitting she just cannot believe he has absolutely no feelings at all. She looks almost possessed now. Her expression turns dead serious. She says she does not just want to die with him. She wants to live. She slips off her outer coat, saying as long as he survives to keep his promise, she is willing to betray Lu Tianming completely to serve him instead. Because of that, he can do whatever he wants with her. Once he reaches full strength, they can do anything. Yi Ning quickly grabs her shoulders. He pulls her coat back up. Does she really think he will die in there? Lin Lan immediately grabs his hands. She has thought about this. For her, there is absolutely no hope left. She knows he has military backing, but they won't risk shedding blood against Yinglong just for him. Otherwise, why take such a massive risk? She begins breaking down the facts. Yinglong's group consists of at least 12 Tier 3 beginners and an advanced fighter. Even if his bodyguards are strong, they cannot handle them. Even if everyone charges together, they can't defeat Yinglong alone. The human face ledger is his ultimate prize. To take it, Yi Ning has to kill him first. As she speaks, her hand reaches down to touch him. She explains that Yinglong is extremely suspicious. If Yi Ning dies, she is dead anyway, regardless of her loyalty. It is simply too much of a coincidence. As long as Yinglong is alive, she has zero chance of escaping. Honestly, you can't blame him for doubting her. Yi Ning frowns, pointing out Yinglong treats her quite well. Lin Lan looks down sadly. Their relationship is not simple. He has never once cared for her as a human being. Watching her, Yi Ning softens slightly. He clicks his tongue. Her eyes and expression are totally genuine this time. She is nothing like the crazy woman he used to know. She definitely is not acting or lying right now. He decides to look past her relationship with Yinglong for now. The priority is getting some solid intel. Yi Ning pushes her away again. What if he told her he can mobilize several peak Tier 3 fighters? Peak Tier 3 warriors entering the dungeon alongside them. Lin Lan is utterly shocked. Is that even possible? To prove his claim and earn her trust, he immediately pulls a special token card from his system inventory. He explains it was a secret reward for defeating the legendary East Sea Beast. Lin Lan gasps in shock. It is an S-rank military token. But if this is really true, why not just take it by force? Yi Ning explains that starting an open war costs way more than quietly making a move inside the dungeon. He knows this fake token is enough to scare her. Given her status, she has never seen one before. Convinced, Lin Lan decides to share a crucial secret. She reveals that Yinglong has absolutely zero mental energy. This basically means he cannot perceive or sense anything that lies outside his own direct line of sight. Yi Ning is stunned. How can a peak Tier 3 fighter not have any mental energy? It makes zero sense. Mental energy and willpower are deeply linked. Even a 3-year-old child has at least 2 points in willpower stats. Lin Lan explains that Ying Long's talent is unique. His system passively converts all mental energy into other stats. Except for the bare minimum willpower needed to stay conscious, every single one of his attributes is completely converted. Ning realizes this means Ying Long cannot scan his surroundings. He has to rely entirely on his eyes. Lin Lan confirms this. Ning is still processing this shocking news. It gives them a massive advantage. She warns him not to underestimate Ying Long, though. His physical body is actually incredibly tough as a result. Lin Lan steals her resolve, claiming she is the only person currently alive who knows this critical weakness. Originally, she wanted to trade this secret for protection from a powerful Tier 3 expert like Lu Tianming, but now she is choosing to give it to him instead. And yet Ning remains highly cautious. Her knowledge about Ying Long is suspiciously deep. She seems even more desperate to kill him than Ning is. She cups his face teasingly, asking how he plans to reward her now. Ning is completely caught off guard. He asks what she wants once the job is done. She pouts, pressing her cheek against his right now. Startled, he pushes her away. He calls her crazy and says he has no time. Meanwhile, the scene shifts. Outside the Kanglang rest stop in the Blood Shadow Zone, Yuan Hao stands waiting, growing increasingly anxious. He mutters about how long they have been gone, praying nothing went wrong. Inside the warehouse, others wait. A bald man speaks up, noting that there is absolute silence outside. The group from the Tianlang zone is likely gone. He whispers that the guards have left and security is incredibly lax, promising to break the door so everyone can split up and escape. Once free, they must never look back but focus on destroying their collars and heading to their secret meeting spot. Two of the prisoners speak up, wondering if the old man was lying about their allies coming to save them. After all, they are still locked up, and this entire setup could easily be a trap to keep them from fleeing. One young captive feels conflicted, pointing out that their savior did just spend 2 million coins to buy their freedom. Another snaps back, telling him not to be an idiot, demanding if he already forgot what kind of people they are dealing with. That Kanglang safe zone is infamous for trading human lives, and Lin Ru would surely face a truly horrific fate there. The reality strikes him hard, and knowing they cannot take that risk, the bald leader rallies the group to stand together. He counts down from 3, and on 1 they slam against the door, bursting outside with a deafening crash. But their escape comes to a sudden halt when they find Ning standing right there, watching them with a calm look. Ning turns to Uncle Huan, asking why he did not warn them, only for Yuan Hao to reply that he did. Perhaps the truth was just too simple for them to believe. Yuan Hao then telepathically warns Ning that despite being a rest stop, they are still within the Blood Shadow safe zone, prompting Ning to nod. Suddenly, the bald prisoner steps up to take all blame. He shouts that the escape was his idea alone and to punish him, which Ning agrees deserves a severe lesson. He orders Xiao He and Uncle Huang to round them up and put on a show of beating them, which they quickly acknowledge. Once everyone is herded back inside, Ning casts a mental barrier around the room for absolute privacy before pulling out a medallion. He shows them they are actually on the same side, members of the Capital Army Special Ops, and that it is finally safe to speak. The prisoners gasp in relief, recognizing the Rank A military medallion, wondering if a massive army is on its way to save them. One prisoner happily reminds the others that only their own people would spend 2 million coins on a rescue. But another wonders how. He wonders why their savior did not just unlock their cuffs, but Ning explains it is necessary to maintain their cover. Without a convincing performance, they would all be caught. But he reassures them that they only need to endure 1 more night. Under the cover of darkness, Ning plans to smuggle them back across the border, where they will finally be free from danger. Once they are clear of the Blood Shadow Legion's territory, their freedom is guaranteed, leaving the captives completely overjoyed at the news. As they celebrate their salvation, Ning interrupts, requesting to speak with Lin Ru alone before they make their final move. Still highly suspicious, Lin Ru narrows her eyes as the guards lead her out, while Ning loudly orders Uncle Huang to keep beating the others. He commands them to whip the prisoners until they submit and tells Xiao Jiu to clean the girl up so he can personally deal with her. Knowing they are being watched, Yuan Hao loudly complies, addressing him as young Master Yi. Ning then glances back at the fierce girl. He knows exactly who Lin Ru really is, the future queen of the Border Sand Nation, making her an ally he cannot afford to lose. In his past life, winning her over required ruthless force, but securing her loyalty early on would make things much easier this time. Under a shroud of secrecy, they retreat to Ning's private room at the Kanglang rest stop to talk. Lin Ru cannot hide her shock, wondering how someone so young obtained a rank and medallion, asking if he is the legendary Ning. Ning smiles, praising her sharp intellect before pointing out that she is currently an agile close combat fighter of the 2nd rank, blessed with a rare talent for water manipulation. Lin Ru plays no games, confirming his assessment and demanding to know his true goal. Ning gets straight to the point, asking why a capable border guard like her was captured alongside ordinary survivors. Clutching her fists in bitter anger, she explains that about 2 weeks ago, her patrol unit made a shocking discovery. During a routine border patrol, they detected a group of hostile Awakened Ones infiltrating from the neighboring nation's war zone. After crossing over, these raiders began terrorizing small local settlements, seizing precious resource mines and capturing survivors for food. Horrified by their brutality, her squad engaged the enemy, pursuing them relentlessly as they tried to breach a local refugee camp. They managed to wipe out the invaders but were left exhausted and wounded, forcing them to head to the nearby camp to recuperate. But disaster struck as they had no idea the Black Camel Merchant Guild had already launched a surprise raid on the camp. No one warned them of the danger, leaving her squad completely blind as a ruthless band of slave hunters ambushed them. A bloody skirmish erupted, claiming the lives of most of her allies, though the slave hunters suffered even heavier casualties in return. Desperate, the hunters summoned a powerful third-rank fighter stationed nearby, and as Ning knows, fighting a rank 3 is impossible. Against such overwhelming power, resistance was futile, leading to their capture. She quietly thanks Ning for coming to their aid. Ning simply nods, assuring her that as fellow soldiers of the army, rescuing them was the only right thing to do. Ning recalled rumors from his past life about Lin Ru's bloodthirsty and brutal nature, but there were never any detailed reports about those dark days. He only heard she was a slave who somehow transformed into a high-tier slave. After the apocalypse, she publicly defied the leader of the Black Hawk's safe zone, killed him, and instantly seized control of the entire territory. A massive rebellion then broke out in the borderlands, leading to a brutal clash with the Blood Shadow Legion. Ultimately, she gathered all the survivors from multiple safe zones and abandoned the borderlands, marching straight into the Kyrgyzstan war zone. There, her power spiked insanely, allowing her to seize control of the entire nation with absolute ease. Ning realized that from his current perspective, if he had not intervened, her path through slavery would have been unimaginably brutal. Yet even with that nightmare start, she still rose to become the queen of a nation, a feat even he could never hope to match. He asked her what she plans to do next. Will she return to the border with the others or something else? Lin Ru instantly snaps back. No, she is not going back to the military. She is done protecting ungrateful people. Shaking with pure rage, she vows to slaughter every last one of them. Ning asks if she truly hates the military that much. Lin Ru sneers, calling it pure hatred. Ning gently counters, asking if she hates them just because backup did not arrive in time. As a soldier, she knows the harsh reality. Sometimes commands simply cannot send help no matter how much they want to. They have to look at the bigger picture. Besides, he adds, the crowd of survivors has both good and bad people. Most are completely innocent, and she cannot just generalize and kill them all. Lin Ru lets out a bitter, mocking laugh. Good and bad, she asks. What kind of joke is that? If 9 out of 10 are rotten to the core, does that count? Their capture camp actually became a sanctuary for the invaders. Her squad had literally risked their lives to rescue those people from brutal slave hunters. But as those bastards were preparing to leave, they had completely missed Uncle Wang, who was hiding nearby. The wounded man was safe in a cellar until the very survivors they rescued dragged him out to buy their own freedom. She spits out the words, if they betrayed them just to stay alive, she might have accepted it. But this, the locals watched them bleed out in the borderlands with cold eyes, never sending a single hand to help. And yet these wolves still sold them out without hesitation. They did not actually hate the monsters ruling over them. They hated the soldiers. They feared a tiny slave convoy more than the entire military. Look at that raw venom burning in her eyes. Ning lowers his voice. A few bad apples do not represent everyone. Normal citizens lack training. But Lin Ru laughs mockingly. An isolated incident, she scoffs, pointing right at his chest. Are 300 active slave hunting squads across the borderlands really just an isolated incident? Is it a fluke that 60% of the population willingly works for those tyrants while their own military gets hunted down like dogs? They cannot even show their faces without fear of betrayal. Agonizing memories rush back to torture her mind. She presses her finger against Ning's chest, declaring that the borderlands are completely rotten, decaying from the top down. The survivors gladly offer up their own flesh and blood like loyal dogs just to please high-level awakeners. Has he ever visited the bone-crushing Yard Grey Wolf or the Blood Factory? If he saw those places, he would know. Those victims do not actually hate the tyrants ruling them, they only hate their own weakness. They wish they were the ones holding the whip. Tears finally break through Lin Ru's icy, hardened expression. History in the borderlands has been completely warped. Nobody remembers the sacrifices they made. The very survivors they saved treat them like feral beasts. They would rather submissively cooperate with foreign invaders than offer a single drop of water to their own military. Bloody tears stream down Lin Ru's face. They fought so hard to save everyone, with soldiers starving on the front lines just to protect the border. They willingly shared their own meager rations with the hungry, only to be stabbed in the back. Her rage boils over, unable to be contained. She slams her fist down, shattering the teacup on the table. Why, she demands, is it because they are good? Because they have to stay silent and suffer for the sake of some grand imaginary big picture? Or is it because elites sitting high in the sky can sentence them to death with a single effortless command. Those leaders demand peace, forcing the soldiers on the ground to constantly retreat into the meat grinder. She collapses backward into her chair, completely drained. She asks if he has any idea how they actually live down there. She asks if he even knows how they survived. How many of them died? Was it all just a number? Lin Ruo continues. She explains that because the border lacked water, the military ordered them to source it locally. They had to find water. But in a barren desert, finding anything to drink was next to impossible. In the hardest times, they resorted to drinking their own urine. Meanwhile, the secure zones did absolutely nothing. Instead, greedy merchants jacked up prices. They demanded a bucket of rare ore just for a single bucket of water. Many soldiers died protecting those supplies from enemy awakeners. And with a remote border, transport was incredibly difficult. Superiors forced them to suffer and budget their food. But how could any of them fight on empty stomachs? Can an empty rally cry fill their bellies? Early that year, they worked to the bone clearing a resource dungeon. They managed to harvest a tiny amount of food, but then a nearby private faction claimed the dungeon as theirs. They demanded everything be handed over to them immediately. And do you want to know what happened after that? That corrupt faction sold them back their own supplies at 10 times the price, even offering dirty dishwater as a drink. Retreat after retreat, they endured everything. No healing elixirs, no proper equipment, and absolutely zero basic supplies. Countless soldiers lost their powers or died because of this neglect. Lin Ruo looks back on those dark days. She scoffs at the empty promises of a safe home front. Suddenly, she unbuttons her military shirt in anger. She exposes her scarred chest right in front of him. Talk about a brutal wake-up call. Ning is completely caught off guard. She asks if he knows what she saw in the enemy slave camp. She found a young female soldier. The girl was pinned down by a horrific zombie. She was already dead, her body torn open and hollowed out. Her skin was dried up with 2 large numbers carved deep into her chest. Lin Ruo demands he look closely. That girl was number 11 and Lin Ruo was number 12. Ning stays silent, his face completely unreadable. He stands up, pulls out a warm cloak, and gently wraps it around her. He tells her to wear it. Lin Ruo is stunned by his kindness. She admits she expected him to lecture her about duty and sacrifice. She thought he would call her weak, tell her that sacrifice is unavoidable, and curse her as a traitor. Instead of arguing, Ning simply asks where she plans to go now that she has left the military behind. He even offers to let her follow him. Her mood softens as she mentions joining a squad to hunt mutants. She wants to grow stronger or maybe build her own safe haven to gather survivors who have nowhere else to go. But she declines, thanking him for the offer. She admits she is not as noble or great as he is. Now her only goal is to slaughter every corrupt bastard she meets and hang their severed heads on a pole. She coldly throws her military badge onto the dirt, the very symbol of the oath she once swore to protect. Seeing her turn away, Ning asks what she would do if he told her he is different from them. What if he can change everything, follow him, and she gets unlimited resources? Now that is a proposal you simply cannot refuse. She can completely forget about the bigger picture and just kill. Lin Ruo frowns, looking back at him in disbelief. She asks if he even knows what he is saying. Ning calmly tells her he knows exactly what he is doing. He tells her to stay put and wait for his return in 1 week. Soon after, Ning is flying to his next destination. He thoughtfully asks Fang Fang how many seconds they could hold out if they were to clash directly with Ying Long. Fang Fang immediately replies that in a direct battle, she can only withstand his attacks for a maximum of 4 seconds. If his target is Ning instead, she can only buy him 1 second. Ning begins to analyze their grim odds. With only 1 to 4 seconds, even his ultimate skill, fired 8 times, might not defeat a peak Tier 3 master. Looking out the plane window, he knows Ying Long is a peak Tier 3 powerhouse with years of combat experience. A monster like that is bound to have a lethal trump card up his sleeve even without possessing any mental energy. This means his physical defense is incredibly tough. If Ning burns all his ultimate moves and fails to kill him, Ying Long will wipe him out in the blink of an eye. Even a mental attack might fail if the man is prepared. He likely has advanced protective gear. Ning turns to Fang Fang, warning her that they must tread very carefully this time. He tells her they must stay far away from Ying Long and completely avoid running into Shui Ying inside the dungeon. Fang Fang asks how they will obtain the human face ledger. Ning smirked, noting there are other ways to get it. If brute force is too risky, they can just outsmart them and steal it. Meanwhile, the bright entrance of the dungeon awaits. At 5:30 a.m., Fuang reports that they have arrived. Ning orders her to activate the floating item to avoid leaving footprints. She agrees immediately. Landing on the ground, Ning quietly observes the area, wondering if this unexpanded light orb is indeed the dungeon entrance. He reaches out his hand to touch the glowing sphere. Staring at his system screen, he begins to calculate his next move. Ning stares at the system screen, wondering if this mutant battlefield holds the exact mutant core that the sword god needs. If they are connected, this single run might allow him to gather every material needed to fully upgrade his sword god system. With that, the upgrade would finally be complete. Meanwhile, a group of heavily armed combatants marches deep into the underground tunnel. Yinglong breaks the silence, speaking to Sui Ying. He notes that she seems to be incredibly interested in this dark, ominous place. She replies that she is merely curious to see if there is anything unusual surrounding an A-rank dungeon since it is her first time. He nods, accepting her answer. Deep down, Shui Ying lets out a silent sigh of relief that she managed to deflect his suspicion. Ning did not leave a single trace behind. If she had not received his message, she would have never known he was already here. Yinglong reminds them that there are only 3 minutes left. He orders Zhang Ming to sweep the entire building for intruders. He instructs his man to report back immediately if anything unusual is spotted. The loyal subordinate quickly acknowledges the command. She curses Kanghai Yinglong in her mind, wondering if her suspicious behavior just now made him raise his guard. Talk about high stakes. She guesses that Ning is planning to slip inside during the final 30 seconds of the countdown. She worries whether Ning is hidden well enough. Suddenly, Yinglong points out that her heartbeat seems incredibly fast. He asks if she is nervous. Shui Ying quickly lies, claiming she is just anxious about how difficult the dungeon might be. Reports echo through the dark corridors, confirming that Floor 1, Floor 6, and Floor 30 are completely clear of intruders. Yinglong reassures her, telling her to relax because she will be safe as long as she stays right behind him. She thanks him politely. Meanwhile, some of the guards begin to whisper among themselves as they walk down the path. One guard whispers, asking if Yinglong is actually trying to hit on her since he is acting so unusually attentive. After all, she is just a low Tier 3 hunter. Why not just be direct instead of playing all these tedious games? The captain tells them to shut up, calling it his personal taste. Outside, dark clouds begin to gather in the night sky. A scout rushes back to report that the entire building is clear. Yinglong nods in approval, satisfied with the sweep. He orders everyone to prepare for entry now that the portal is active. Sui Ying grows increasingly anxious. She wonders where Ning could possibly be hiding. Did he stand her up, or is he just lurking far away? Once her group goes through, Ning will only have 10 seconds at most to slip inside. Will he make it in time? Watching from afar, Ning notes how overly cautious Yinglong is being. Fortunately, 10 seconds is all he needs. He can easily close the distance with his dimension slash. He asks Fuang if she can reach the basement in 10 seconds. He specifies that she must do it silently without damaging the structure. Fuang replies that she can teleport. She can teleport anywhere within 1 kilometer, but she will lose this ability for the next 10 days as a consequence. Ning warns that they must be extremely careful inside. With precious little time left, he prepares to unleash his skill. He casts dimension slash, soaring straight toward the entrance. Fuang watches in absolute shock as he takes off. He plunges into the dungeon portal. Instantly, a massive violent vortex erupts as darkness consumes the entire area. Ning plummets straight down to the ground, completely out of control. He crashes hard against a rock, clutching his head in pain. He groans at the massive headache. He wonders if Fuang failed to enter with him, though he felt her teleporting behind him. He thinks they might have been separated upon entry. Suddenly, Fuang speaks up, assuring him that she made it. She tells him to stay calm and wait until she pinpoints his location so they can regroup. Ning breathes easier. The system notifies him that he has entered the mutant battlefield dungeon. Difficulty is A rank, but his current zone is D rank. The danger level here is extremely low. The system then displays the background. 400 years ago, the first mutants invaded. Disguising themselves as slaughtered humans. Once humanity awakened to their powers, they finally launched a massive counterattack. 270 years ago, the human leader was assassinated by lurking mutants, causing humanity to lose ground. Forced to survive under extreme conditions, humans built massive underground cities to escape the nightmare on the surface. The first warning states that mutants control the surface, so players must not leave the safety of the underground city. The second warns that the strongest mutants reside deep within the earth. Going deeper means facing far deadlier threats. Final rewards scale with the depth reached. However, abandoning the run midway results in a 90% penalty. The final reward for this dungeon is a mysterious epic tier gear set. If Yinglong is making a move personally, he must be after this. Ning analyzes the situation. He wonders about this dungeon mode where each floor has its own monsters and no equipment drops during normal fights. It is quite similar to the Gates of Hell, with one main difference: if you give up halfway through, you will lose a massive amount. Quitting means losing too much, but the final reward is an incredibly rare epic gear set. He notes that the demons look exactly like humans. Aside from lacking a reproductive system, they look identical to humans, meaning he cannot trust a single soul. Since there are no quest limits, he has more than enough time to formulate a proper plan. This private room has a very low danger rating, indicating a human survival zone. This safe zone must be where humans stay. He wonders if Yinglong and his team are currently staying on the exact same floor. Suddenly, a photograph on the desk catches his eye. He inspects it, realizing it is an identification card issued directly by the system. His new identity is a rookie demon hunter and an orphan, which is pretty convenient. Suddenly, Ning senses approaching footsteps outside. He demands to know who is there as Ru Yi pushes the door open, asking if he forgot today is the demon hunter exam. She urges him to stop standing around and follow her quickly, warning that missing it means waiting an entire year for another chance. Ning wonders if she is a guide NPC or perhaps his girlfriend. She steps closer to him, asking if he has been paralyzed with fear. She scolds him, saying she warned him not to go downstairs, and asks if he encountered a demon since rumors are spreading near the Lord's area. She mentions that a half-eaten corpse was just discovered in Zone B, so everyone is ordered to stay inside. She understands his situation, though. She knows he wants to grow stronger to avenge his parents, which is why he went exploring downstairs, but warns it is far too dangerous. If she had not saved him last time, the consequences would have been fatal, reminding him that once you are dead, nothing else matters. He listens quietly, thinking this is just scripted dialogue designed to reveal his backstory. Looking at her, he notices her behavior closely. She behaves more like a close relative than a girlfriend, confirming she is just a guide NPC. Here, defeating demons apparently grants power-ups, which is quite similar to the real world. He estimates that her strength is equivalent to Tier 2. If he attends the exam, he can secure his license and finally start farming monsters in the lower dungeons. To provide a female guide with set stats, he realizes how incredibly detailed this dungeon has been designed. To test her authenticity, he asks if she is actually his family member. She casually replies, questioning if he already forgot that her own family members were also slaughtered by those vile demons. Hearing her answer, Ning continues to probe by asking her how much time the upcoming license exam will actually take to complete. Ru Yi explains that it should wrap up within 1 day, and once he qualifies, she can guide him through lower-level training areas. She looks at him suspiciously, adding that he is acting incredibly strange today. Suddenly, Ning takes a step closer. He whispers his final bizarre question, asking if she wants to sleep with him. Shocked and panicked, she screams in disbelief. She stammers that such things are only for people who love each other. As she blushes, Ning's expression suddenly turns murderous. Ru Yi, red-faced and deeply confused, demands to know what he means. Without hesitation, Ning prepares to strike her down. He delivers a fatal blow, reasoning that since she refused his advances, she must definitely be a demon masquerading as human. He apologizes to the corpse, explaining that his time is too limited to slowly play along with her scripted guide sequence. He promises that if he ever restarts this dungeon, he will follow her storyline. Right after his status notification pops up, the system alerts him that he has successfully slain a key demon, rewarding him with a rare demon core fragment. Collecting 10 fragments yields a complete core, and killing this high-priority demon first boosts his dungeon completion progress by 13%. Reading the screen, Ning curses in absolute disbelief, amazed that a completely random test actually paid off so easily. But it makes sense for a high-ranked dungeon where a guide NPC's disguise is specifically designed to lower a player's guard. A massive trap was waiting for him from the very start. Traveling with a demon companion would have guaranteed his eventual demise. He realizes that focusing all his energy on scheming against Yinglong was incredibly risky when the dungeon itself is this deceptive. His sword god system reacts, confirming this demon core fragment is indeed a crucial material needed for his next big upgrade. 10 fragments are required to synthesize a whole core, and normal demons rarely drop them. Since she was a key boss, she had one, but demons are supposed to lack reproductive organs entirely. Examining the body, Ning is suddenly shocked. Deciding to perform a quick autopsy to understand this mystery, he discovers she possesses normal organs and a human skeleton, yet she truly lacks a reproductive system. The missing part was just a realistic simulation tool attached to her outer skin. This means that if you want to verify whether someone is a demon, a simple physical inspection with the naked eye is not enough. He finds human teeth inside her stomach, proving she recently consumed human flesh. Suddenly, Fang pushes the door open. She asks if this corpse is a demon. He simply greets her, asking if any monsters have appeared near her location, or is it some kind of guiding NPC? She tells him no. Ning deduces that the enemy is likely working together as a team. If that is the case, then Yinglong's side must also have someone on the inside. He wonders if Yinglong's sharp alertness will help him notice it. If the guy fails to spot the trap, this will turn out to be an incredibly powerful trump card to play. Fang then speaks up next. She explains that this underground city is absolutely massive, easily spanning the size of 2 giant metropolitan areas. This is the structure of the place. The human shelter is located around level 12. While the first 3 levels are completely safe, things get way more dangerous the deeper you go. They are currently right at the border of the mysterious invasion on level 6 Zone C. Word is the real nightmare begins below level 12. That is where the real battlefield lies. Ning nods, asking if she noticed any active surveillance on her way over to him. She nods, confirming there are plenty of cameras. The infrared imaging tech is quite outdated, but it is still spread all over the place. Suddenly, Ning smiles, announcing he has a solid plan to trick them. Li Fubi appears right on cue, asking his master for orders. The spirit is more than happy to help. Ning whispers the plan, and Li Fugi instantly agrees, promising to get right to work. He tells his master not to worry since he was practically born to trick people. Ning tempts him with a massive reward once the job is done. 10,000 points. Hearing that number, the spirit gets incredibly excited, promising his beloved master that he will get the job done. He calls out to 009 to move out. They need to hijack the camera controls first to monitor every single move Yinglong makes. After that, they will secure the cash and recruits. This elaborate scheme requires quite a few moving parts and direct help from several NPCs. With Sui Ying acting as an inside agent, they have everything lined up. If they still cannot trick Yinglong, they are done for. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming reports. He informs his boss that everyone else has been notified to gather at the testing site in Zone B. They are currently on their way. Yinglong nods, then asks if the squad who entered the dungeon last time also encountered a guiding NPC when they first came in. Zhang Ming confirms they did. They reported that following the standard guide process works fine, but things got too difficult later on. Most of them ended up giving up halfway through. To play it safe, Yinglong orders a message to be sent to Sui Ying. He wants her to come over and double-check this strange NPC. Zhang Ming acknowledges the order just as Brother Zhang urges them to hurry. If they miss this trial, they will have to wait an entire year for the next one. Yinglong agrees to speed up, but right then Shui Ying accidentally stumbles directly into Brother Zhang. While no one is looking, her hand quietly slips toward his pocket. He blushes deeply and quickly steps back, asking if she is okay. Sui Ying apologizes loudly, claiming it was a total accident. Another guy nearby asks with concern if she got hurt. Shui Ying quickly reassures them that she is completely fine. Brother Zhang nods in relief, realizing that they must already know each other. He tells Yinglong they need to focus on the test. Yinglong agrees. Meanwhile, Shui Ying quietly observes them, thinking that the guide is likely just a regular NPC rather than a dangerous entity. To guarantee her own safety, she decides that following him through this new dungeon is definitely her best option. Still, the communication device Ning gave her has been completely silent. She wonders if he actually decided not to enter. With only a 10-second window to enter, it is incredibly tight. If he fails to make it, she is on her own. Suddenly, a voice crackles in her ear, asking if they are currently on the 6th floor and if they met the guide yet. She realizes with relief that Ning actually made it in. She quickly replies, giving him their exact location in Zone B. She explains that Yinglong has already met the guide and they are currently following him to the designated testing site. Ning is pleased, realizing Yinglong has fallen for the trick. This buys them at least half a day to prepare. She asks when he plans to strike, but Ning tells her not to worry about the specific details of the plan. The less she knows, the safer she will be. She just needs to do as told. Suddenly, system notifications begin to chime. They list out their measly credit scores of 16, 19, and then a slightly better score of 690 points. Ning sighs, realizing that aside from the ghost girl, they are all completely broke. This tiny amount will not cut it. Yinglong is incredibly cautious, and they will only get one shot at using Li Fugui, so the trap must be flawless. To reel in a big fish like him, they need to lay down irresistible bait and make him comfortable enough to bite. Ning points out that besides cash, they will also need a massive stockpile of equipment and resources from this world. That is the only way to avoid raising any suspicion. Conveniently, the high-grade gear is usually kept by top military officials. He tells Fang they must split up. He will handle the cash, surveillance, and gathering information on the targets. Meanwhile, her job is to secure the military gear. He advises her to use any means necessary to get it done. Fang nods in agreement. When night finally falls, Ning stands before a massive building looking up at the Debo Club. It clearly looks like a playground reserved for the wealthy elite. Even in the apocalypse, the rich still find ways to play. No matter what happens, human nature never really changes. A guard speaks up, welcoming him to the Emperor Club and asking for his identity card. The guard apologizes, stating that according to his card, he does not have permission to enter this exclusive place. He is told to visit a lower level first or upgrade his rank before returning. But Ning just unleashes his terrifying power. He asks if peak tier 2 power is enough to get inside. The two guards instantly freeze in pure terror. They quickly apologize, opening the doors for him. Ning immediately states his business, demanding to know who their biggest client is. The staff points him toward President Luo, the absolute tycoon behind the company supplying underground water to the entire subterranean city. When asked about his intentions, Ning simply nods, claiming he wants to pledge his allegiance to this powerful boss. The guide politely escorts him upstairs. Stepping inside, Ning looks around and silently judges the luxurious surroundings. The party inside is so loud they do not even notice him opening the door. Ning knocks, telling them to hold on. Annoyed by this sudden interruption, President Luo snaps, asking who the hell he thinks he is before throwing a glass bottle. Seeing Ning easily dodge the bottle only makes him angrier. Realizing this visitor means trouble, President Luo yells for help. He calls for his guards to protect him. The bodyguards rush in, but Ning just looks at them with pure contempt. He mutters that dealing with level 2 weaklings does not even require any of his skills. The party girls instantly scatter in panic. The boss shivers as Ning knocks out the escaping girls, telling them to sleep if they want to stay alive. Overwhelmed by the pressure, President Luo falls to the floor, screaming, asking if he is a Tier 3 master or a monster. Ning pins him down, warning him to answer his questions or die. Shaking with fear, the boss begs for his life. Satisfied, Ning demands to know his credit score. Specifically, how many anonymous credits can he transfer within 10 minutes? The boss screams that he has 200,000 credits on him, pointing to his pockets and revealing the passcode is 47998. Ning stomps on him, saying 200,000 is a lie. If he offers less than 10 million, he will gouge his eyes out. Terrorized by the threat, Luo Wei begs for mercy, crying that 7 million is the absolute maximum he can pull together right now. He cries that even if he is killed, 10 million is impossible. Ning looks down coldly and issues his next order. He commands him to transfer the 7 million to an anonymous account immediately. Terrified, the boss eagerly complies as Ning continues. He asks if the boss has any government connections, specifically within the police department. Luo Wei quickly screams out a name. He mentions the deputy chief of police. 30 minutes later, heavily armed guards are patrolling outside the residence of Chief Chen. Inside, Chief Chen receives an urgent call from Luo Wei, who claims he has an incredibly important matter to discuss in private. It is about a massive water filtration project. Chen mutters to himself, wondering why the fat boss is calling him so suddenly. He complains about the man greedily causing issues. Suddenly, Ning crashes right through the ceiling, landing heavily on the desk. Chief Chen points in utter shock, but Ning cuts him off, telling him to answer his questions or die on the spot. Terrified, Chen agrees to cooperate. Ning pulls out a photo, giving him two choices: die now or face something much worse. If he chooses death, Ning will expose his bribery files and ensure his beautiful wife and adorable child join him in the grave. He mentions his child Chen K by name, causing Chief Chen to completely panic, begging him not to touch his beloved family. Chen quickly chooses the second option. Ning calls him smart, explaining that his job is simple: cooperate and work for him. He promises to pay the 1 million credits Luo Wei owed him, offering 500,000 right now as an anonymous deposit. The rest will be paid upon completion. Swallowing his fear, Chief Chen asks what exactly he needs to do for him. Ning reassures him it is simple. First, he needs access to the city surveillance cameras. Second, he needs some specific information. He wants files on survivors whose families were killed by monsters, especially wealthy targets who cannot seek revenge on their own. Chief Chen is surprised that the requests are so minor. Ning nods, giving him exactly 1 hour to get it done. Chen agrees to do it. Ning then asks if he can quietly cover up the death of the late Luo Wei. Chen assures him it is a minor issue. Meanwhile, the Monster Hunter exam results are announced, echoing through the busy hall. Long has topped every category: speed, strength, and overall score. His loyal followers immediately erupt into loud cheers of praise. They flatter him, claiming that when it comes to pure physical power, nobody in the entire country can match his beastly strength. Long tells them to save their flattery, stating he has only revealed a tiny fraction of his true power so far. He only displayed Tier 2 strength. In the shadows, Brother Zhang steps forward to praise his incredible, unmatched talent. Zhang admits Long is far stronger than him. Long then asks about the secret monster hunting operation they discussed earlier. He mentions making great progress, reminding Zhang of the massive monster nest they had recently managed to track down. He suggests they prepare a bit before heading out, running off to get ready and saying having everyone around guarantees success. Long watches him leave with a smirk, noting that while this guide NPC's combat stats are trash, he still makes a decent guide. Right then, someone taps his shoulder from behind, asking if they are the ones who just passed the Demon Hunter trial. The stranger asks to commission them for a task, making Long wonder if this is yet another quest-giving guide NPC. Long coldly asks what he wants, and the man begs to hire them to hunt a monster to avenge his family. He explains the target is a Tier 2 anomaly hiding out on the 7th floor of the Great Xia commercial building. Lacking the strength to do it himself, he offers 2,000 credits, but Long instantly rejects him without a second thought. Telling him to find someone else, Long is about to walk away when Sui Ying stops him, pointing out something crucial. She notes that the building is exactly where they are heading, so they might as well take the quest, since it is on the way. She figures even small side quests boost their overall dungeon completion rate, but Long remains skeptical since the system is dead silent. With no system notifications, he reasons this NPC is acting on his own and asks if they encountered such occurrences during their last run. Zhang Ming shakes his head, suggesting that maybe Yinglong's outstanding performance triggered a unique interaction because he is just too strong. He adds that the system probably scales challenges differently for top-tier players, customizing unique quests to match Yinglong's insane off-the-charts power level. Accepting the logic, Yinglong agrees to tag along, figuring it's a minor detour that won't interfere with their main objective anyway. The relieved client bows in gratitude, asking them to send a photo of the dead monster as proof so he can wire the payment. Yinglong casually orders Zhang Ming to handle the registration and verify the details, and his subordinate immediately gets to work. Meanwhile, up in the high-security surveillance room, Ning watches his monitors with a satisfied grin, whispering that the fish has finally bitten. He invites them to verify all they want, knowing the absolute best lies are always woven together using a seamless chain of truths. Yinglong's squad advances through the abandoned building, weapons drawn and senses sharp as they hunt for their target. One of the men pauses, catching the wet tearing sounds of flesh being eaten, confirming the monster is likely just ahead. Yinglong tells Zhang Ming to go handle it quickly, and the scout nods, stealthily creeping toward the source of the noise. Zhang Ming confronts the shadowy figure, but the crazed creature instantly bolts, prompting the hunter to leap after him in hot pursuit. Yinglong watches, fascinated by how closely this Tier 2 creature resembles a normal human, and orders Zhang Ming to strip its clothes. The scout complies, and Yinglong confirms that beneath the human disguise, the creature completely lacks any normal biological features. He asks for the client's communicator, grumbling that 2,000 credits are useless here anyway, making this quest a waste of time. Shui Ying explains she only wanted to see if they would trigger a secret system reward, plus taking a quick photo is effortless. She suddenly gasps in shock while looking at her communicator, prompting Yinglong to narrow his eyes and ask what happened. She reveals that the reward sent by their suited client is not 2,000 but a whopping 100,000 credits. Intrigued, Yinglong asks if she received any official system notification, but she shakes her head, pointing out another strange detail. Instead of the system, she received a government alert stating this monster had a 98,000 credit bounty on its head. She wonders if this counts as a system reward, prompting a smirk from Yinglong as he analyzes the hidden mechanics. He muses that the system might be pushing them to interact with locals, hinting his presence is actively altering the dungeon rules. When he asks what those credits can actually buy, Shu Eng explains it can get them a basic white-grade item. Since dungeon gear can be brought back to the real world, even basic items carry real value for normal players. Yinglong tells her to keep the reward since it means little to him, making her bow happily in deep gratitude. Brother Zhang points out their next destination is Zone B on the 7th floor, home to a whole nest of Tier 2 anomalies. Yinglong nods, checking his reflection in a shattered mirror before a sudden wave of dark, corrupted energy erupts nearby. Desperate voices cry out for help, begging the demon hunters to save them and promising anything in exchange for vengeance. Little do they know, Ye Ning and Fang Fang are watching from afar, and yes, everything is going exactly to plan. Ye Ning notes that after 6 dummy missions in 3 days, even someone as paranoid as Yinglong has let his guard down. With the setup nearly complete, it is time to sweeten the pot, and Fang Fang confirms the blue-grade gear is ready to go. Ye Ning smirks, knowing that while Yinglong might ignore basic trash loot, his greedy, power-hungry subordinates certainly will not. He is conditioning the powerhouse to act purely on instinct, but a sudden bizarre anomaly on the radar screen catches his eye. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Zhang gasps in sheer shock as Yinglong effortlessly deletes a Tier 3 monster with a single strike. He stammers, asking if Yinglong is actually a Tier 3 master, completely blown away by the casual display of absolute power. Tier 3 monsters drop valuable shards here. Too bad they didn't collect enough last time, leaving them clueless. What are they for? Zhang Ming suspects they are linked to the disaster from 27 years ago. He quickly activates his soundproof barrier. Outside screams echo. Suddenly, Shui Ying recalls a terrifying old legend. The corpse tide that almost destroyed the frontier. Yinglong nods. The strongest back then were 4 mutants. They were led by the Corpse Breaker and Mountain Destroyer. He also mentions a creepy flying humanoid monster. These are absolutely no ordinary dungeon creatures. In reality, they are actually giant and horribly mutated humans. Shui Ying, did you know? He earned his fame by slaying that flying monster 27 years ago. But she has absolutely no idea. He actually barely survived a direct encounter with an eerie creature. Zhang Ming gasps in shock. Back then, Lord Yinglong was only a mid-level Tier 3 fighter, yet he still survived. And he even had the strength to slay the beast. Yinglong explains those peak mutants were truly terrifying. Before the massive catastrophe struck, witnesses actually saw these creatures slowly crawling out of deep-ground fissures. A massive horde of zombies and other mutants followed them. Yinglong suspects they hide a dark secret. He genuinely hopes that gathering enough shards this time will finally allow them to uncover the whole hidden truth. Back in the dim room, Brother Zhang eagerly asks Ying Long what top-secret matter they were just discussing. He witnessed their battle. Now he desperately wants to know if they are all powerful Tier 3 fighters. Ying Long nods. Thrilled, Brother Zhang asks if he would be willing to go down with him. He wants him to meet another hunter. That man found the secret realm and desperately wants to explore it. With Tier 3 fighters, they can easily wipe out the Eerie. Ying Long realizes his patience paid off. And just like that, the hunt is on. From afar, Ning silently watches and reads their lips. Do Tier 3 Eerie really drop shards? He wonders if those mutants can help upgrade his sword god system. Fang Fang suddenly suggests they split up. Is it finally time for them to take separate action? Ning agrees completely. Since Tier 3 Eerie drop shards, staying together in one spot would only waste their precious time. He tells Nine to monitor the security cameras. Meanwhile, he will go hunt the monsters. She readily agrees to it. Heading out, Ning recalls reports of a Tier 3 Eerie nesting at the wastewater plant on the 9th floor. This is the exact place. He unleashes his spiritual perception to scan the entire wastewater area. The target is surprisingly clever. She devoured her victims but carefully staged the scene to look safe. But the stench of blood is far too thick to hide. This is definitely her main lair. Seeing how they preserve food, Ning is disgusted by their strange taste. Fortunately, he soon locates his target. The creature has noticed him. He decides to act like a helpless rookie to keep her off guard. Now watch closely. She speeds right toward him, but to his absolute surprise, she actually runs away from him. He poses absolutely no threat to her, so why run? Suddenly, a complete stranger approaches and warns him of danger. She asks where his comrades are and urges him to leave. Ning immediately analyzes her strange behavior. She didn't flee or attack. Instead, she is trying to trick him. He quietly decides to just play along. Getting close only makes her easier to eliminate. The strange woman once again urges him to follow her. Pretending to be absolutely terrified, Ning claims his legs have turned to jelly, acting completely helpless in front of her. Suddenly, someone screams to not trust her. Another woman quickly rushes in and pushes Ning aside. She warns him of the danger, shoving him away so hard that he stumbles backward with a soft groan. He realizes they really want to save him. Meanwhile, the first woman's eyes turn blood red. Her claws extend as she morphs into a demon. Zhang Ke quickly activates her silver arrow skill. She fires a barrage at the monster before grabbing Ning's wrist to drag him away safely. She warns him it is a level 3 demon, but he calmly stands there asking her why they must run. He gently pushes her aside, telling her to back off before unleashing a powerful and burning fiery spell. The creature screeches in pain and flees, but Ning quickly chases and freezes it solid. He follows up with a storm of wind blade slashes, quite disappointed by its weak defense. This level 3 threat is far weaker than expected. Slaying a low-level mutant took almost no effort at all. To 10% spiritual energy. His status panel shows he got another mutant core fragment, now 2 out of 10. Zhang Ke asks in utter confusion, is he really level 3? She is shocked because he has not even passed the hunter exam. Didn't Sister and Ya say she would help him take the level 1 intermediate test? Ning is stunned to hear the name and Ya. Isn't she the key mutant demon from the very beginning of everything? Do they actually know each other? He looks her dead in the eye and asks if she wants to sleep with him. Instantly, Zhang Ke tenses up. She screams, calling him a pervert and saying she wants out. Ning just scoffs, asking if she really does not want to sleep with him. He claims she is just too scared, which means she must be a demon. She stammers desperately, insisting that she is not a monster. She says she can prove her innocence because her teammates are on their way, but Ning coldly tells her that her teammates cannot prove anything. If she wants to prove it, she needs to strip down. Zhang Ke argues back, asking how on earth that would even prove anything. Mutant demons can easily fake human anatomy anyway, so doing that is completely pointless. In the end, it really does not prove a single thing. Ning tells her that he won't touch her, so she has to show him her own way of proving it. Her face instantly pales. She is sweating bullets in absolute terror when a group of people suddenly runs up. They yell out, asking if Captain Zhang Ke is all right. They demand to know who Ning is and what he wants. Zhang Ke quickly explains that he is Ye's friend and she wants him to join their squad, but he currently suspects she is a demon. Her men immediately step up to Ning, trying to intimidate him. They bark at him for daring to suspect their captain, pointing out she just killed a demon today. On top of that, she is the one who uncovered the secret origin of the mutant demons. Ning ponders this carefully. The origin of the demons, Zhang Ke then speaks up. She tells Ning that while she does not know how he suddenly reached level 3, he is still welcome to join their squad. Her men are completely speechless, unable to believe this young kid is actually a level 3 powerhouse. Zhang Ke keeps speaking, suggesting that if he thinks they are too weak, they can just part ways. They have a mission to complete and need to keep moving forward. Ning coldly agrees to join them, catching her completely off guard. She asks if he is serious and he demands she explain the demon origin first. Zhang Ke explains that down on the 10th basement floor, there's a highly classified research laboratory. That is where it all started. Inside, a secret tunnel leads straight to the underground origin of the mutant demons. Supposedly, they can find a way to suppress the monsters there. Ning is surprised by the underground tunnel. This means they can completely bypass the massive brutal battles waiting on the lower levels. She nods, confirming they would bypass floors 11 and 12. However, before they can get there, they still have a few obstacles. Floor 10 still has several extermination quests that need clearing. Her team cannot handle those level 3 demons, but he definitely can. Ning secretly reflects on how everything went completely off track after Anya died. His entire plan has been completely derailed. This girl is almost certainly a replacement character spawned by the system. Whether she is human or demon does not even matter anymore. These people pose absolutely zero threat to him anyway. He might as well use them to locate the research lab first. Based on the current flow, the real trap is likely waiting at the very end. He can figure things out once they get there. If things go south, he can easily wipe them out before then. Right now, Yinglong is still chilling on floor 10. But once they hit floor 11, surveillance cameras and bait will be useless. To pull off his plan, he needs to go down first. He has to stage an epic entry for Li Fugi, making this shortcut absolutely perfect. Meanwhile, floor 10 is in complete chaos. Yinglong's henchmen keep showering him with praise, marveling at his insane power. That single gunshot was absolute perfection. Even a high-tier level 3 demon would be vaporized instantly by that. Standing nearby, Shui Ying watches in absolute shock. Snipe a mid-tier level 3 demon from dozens of meters away with a casual shot. Yinglong is way stronger than expected. Yinglong casually asks what rewards this NPC quest offers. His lackey reports that besides credit points, there is some blue gear. The system officially rewards them with rare blue equipment. However, they first need to turn in 2 demon eyes as proof. Yinglong scoffs at the request. Demon eyes are utterly worthless to him, so he tells them to just rip some out. As for that rare blue gear, the level requirement is way too low for him, so he tells his men to split it. Once they are done, they will head down to floor 11. Meanwhile, Zhang Ke notes that the deeper they go, the uglier it gets. The demons down here do not even bother pretending to be human anymore. She warns her team to stay on high alert. There are still several level 3 demons lurking in the shadows. While her squad can handle the lower tiers, they need him for the boss fights. Ning watches them completely lost in thought. To maintain their disguise, these creatures are actually slaughtering their own kind. If he had not accidentally stumbled upon this secret earlier, nobody would ever suspect that they are actually monsters. What is their actual goal here? Are they really going this far just to lure him into a trap further down? He senses a presence approaching, noting it feels slightly stronger than the last one. But when it comes to raw speed, he reigns supreme. Ning refuses to lose to anyone. He unleashes his massive sweep skill, Angry Flame. One demon clutches his severed arm and screams out. The demon yells for backup to surround him. Ning just sneers, asking if they are really only low-tier rank 3. Both sides prepare to clash and brutal fight. Ning marks his targets and immediately summons his devastating flame dragon. Terror grips the demons as they scream to run away. Only now do they realize they are completely outmatched. They scatter and run for their lives. Ning notes that while they lack physical power, their intelligence is surprisingly high. But he wonders how strong their mental willpower actually is. Focusing his mind, he prepares to test them. He unleashes his domain control and finds their mental defense is pathetic. The demons scream as their heads feel like exploding. Even Zhang Ke clutches her head, groaning in confusion. Ning quickly apologizes for letting his power splash onto them. He promises to finish this quickly, combining his skills to launch extreme ice spikes. The system confirms another rank 3 demon kill. His core collection rises to 5 out of 10. Suddenly, dark energy swirls around Zhang Ke. She turns around terrified. She screams for Ning to save her from a high-tier rank 3 threat. Biting her lip, she faces a cold-eyed opponent. It is Fang Fang staring back coldly. Ning yells for them to stop, explaining that they are on the same side. Fang Fang freezes her fist inches from Zhang Ke. Surprised, she turns to ask Ning if they actually know each other. Ning nods, confirming she is a friend. Zhang Ke sighs in relief, admitting he continues to blow past all their expectations. Meanwhile, Fang Fang sends him a private message reporting that their ally handed over the gear without raising any suspicion. They even handed over the extra junk requested. Ning smiles, the bait is set, and Li Fugi is next in line. She presents some items she gathered along the way. Ning is thrilled seeing his collection grow even larger. He now has 8 fragments in total, and adding their targets might just finish the set. Fang Fang asks if they are demons too. He tells her they will find out soon enough. Turning back, he orders the group to lead them to the research institute. Zhang Ke quickly agrees. Soon they arrive at the desolate, ruined remains of the abandoned facility. Walking inside, he notes that many lives were lost when the lab fell. He finds reports on artificial life and blood extraction. None of these documents offer any real clues. Zhang Ke has searched the maps, but the secret passage she mentioned is nowhere. There are no files left, and even the computers are completely destroyed. She begins to panic at the dead end. As she stammers in disbelief, Ning loses his patience. He demands to know why she wasted half an hour of his time. Zhang Ke stands speechless, but her subordinate steps in, yelling to ask what he thinks he is doing to their captain. Right then, a strange figure suddenly steps out of a spatial portal, waving his hands and pleading for them to stop. Ning is taken aback as the man emerges directly from the wall, demanding to know his identity. The man introduces himself as the manager, explaining that the wall behind him hides a secret path leading straight to their goal. He says they must grab a stone from an altar first. It acts as a key to enter the final demon battlefield. This stone is also the ultimate weapon against the demon emperor. Curious, Ning asks what rank this emperor actually is. The manager reveals it is rank 4, shocking Ning. Suddenly, his system interface flashes with a brand new emergency alert. The final quest has begun. Defeat the demon emperor to claim an epic tier equipment set. Ning stares at the screen. It is strange that Yinglong has not triggered this quest yet. Oddly, the system does not even list the emperor's rank. If a target were truly rank 4, this dungeon difficulty should be S rank instead of a mere A rank. That means there must be a trick to winning, which explains why the old man brought up the magic stone. It makes sense, but if Zhang Ke is secretly a demon, this old man probably is too. His advice is likely a trap, and that trap is almost certainly the stone itself. After all, he has no real reason to lie about the passage. Confirming if the stone is a key is too easy to test, so he wouldn't risk lying about that part. The real lie must be that the stone weakens the emperor. Reversing that logic, the threat might be completely different. The boss is definitely not rank 4, otherwise the scaling is wrong. The stone might actually do the exact opposite. Instead of weakening the demon, it probably suppresses human powers instead. But to verify any of this, he needs proof. He suddenly fires a blast of flames and demands to know if they are actually demons in disguise. Zhang Ke stumbles back in panic, screaming to ask why he killed the man when he is clearly not a monster. Ning coldly replies that they are next on his list. Fang Fang immediately charges forward to strike her down. Left completely confused, she demands to know why. Ning smiles as his system confirms his dark suspicions are correct. It is a mutant, and a key mutant at that. Defeating them drops core fragments. Since he now has 10 out of 10, those other non-player characters do not matter anymore. The system screen confirms all core fragments are fully collected, asking if he wants to synthesize immediately. He locks in his choice, yes. The system screen flashes continuously as it consumes the rare special materials. The upgrade progress reaches 3 out of 4. Material 1, Mountain Breaker. Material 2, Human-Faced Falcon Bone Liquid. Material 3, Shattered Fetus Beak. Material 4, the Thunder Mutant. Ning pumps his fist in pure excitement. Awesome now, he only lacks that human-faced falcon. He summons Li Fugi, saying it is his turn to shine. The servant appears. I am here, master. Ning whispers that their previous scheme was a bit too primitive. They need an upgrade. First, Fugi has to do this. Then he must execute the rest. Fugi understands, nodding in agreement. Ning grabs his collar, threateningly asking if he can actually fool a peak level 3 powerhouse. Fugi quickly reassures him, saying it is easy to trick a target at the peak of tier 3. Even if Master wants his underwear, Fugi will swindle it. Meanwhile, down on the 11th underground floor, Yinglong warns his squad. There are 23 low-tier and 11 mid-tier level 3 beasts, which is quite a crowd. He orders everyone to gather near him. The subordinates shout in agreement. But suddenly Zhang screams out, begging Yinglong for help because he is completely cornered and stuck. In desperation, he triggers his Blood Shadow Spear skill, releasing a devastating beam of energy that violently shakes the surrounding space. Thick white smoke blankets the rubble-strewn floor. Amid the debris, an enemy beast gasps in sheer shock, unable to believe its eyes. Zhang Min yells that a single blast just wiped out 3 mid-tier level 3 monsters. He urges the survivors to move immediately. He tells them to retreat behind Lord Yinglong to stay out of his way. Zhang quickly nods. Meanwhile, Yinglong stands calmly. He unleashes his signature Blood Shadow Dragon Soul, sending a massive dragon roaring forward, carrying an overwhelming destructive surge of power. The force of his attack completely obliterates everything. Watching from the sidelines, Shui Ying is stunned. He cleared the field so effortlessly. Yinglong is clearly far more powerful than she ever anticipated. Can Ning really pull this off? She begins to worry. Just then, Ning contacts her. He asks if they are reaching the 12th floor, instructing her to lead Yinglong there. They must head to the Central Research Lab at coordinates 104-27-9. Shui Ying listens as Ning continues, telling her to claim they received a hidden quest containing the secret to defeating the Mutant King. But Shui Ying warns him. Yinglong is incredibly dangerous. She asks if Ning has a real strategy, questioning if he intends to strike on the 12th floor. Ning simply smiles, telling her to just get there and find out. Right then, Long approaches Sue Ying, asking if she is doing okay and if she was hurt. She replies that she is fine, just amazed by his power, thanking him for checking on her. Long laughs proudly, saying this level was easy and wondering if the next floor will bring stronger, high-level enemies. Seizing the moment, Shu Ying tells him that she just triggered a hidden quest in the Central Research Lab. Apparently, this quest holds the secret to defeating the Mutant King. Hearing this, Long strokes his beard, finding it quite curious. Why only she would receive such a mission, while the rest of the group got absolutely nothing from the system. He asks to see her system panel so they can verify the details for themselves. Shui Ying freezes in absolute silence. Her heart begins to race, realizing Long is getting suspicious. She must quickly find a way to defuse the situation. She tells herself to stay calm and clear his doubts before trying anything else, otherwise the whole plan will fail. She quickly smiles and replies that of course he can see it, but explains that this quest is not from the system. It was actually given by a non-player character they helped earlier who offered it as an exclusive reward for their assistance. Long is surprised, but Jiang Min chimes in, reminding the boss that the non-player characters they helped did give bonuses. It is highly likely that all those separate clues are actually meant to chain together for this final master quest. Having it lead directly to the main storyline seems to make perfect sense given how the system operates. Long agrees that there is some logic to that. Sui Ying praises him, adding that with his immense strength, they could easily clear the dungeon anyway, but Long insists on completing every single quest to ensure they miss nothing. Missing out on the final gear set is not an option. He has no problem taking a quick detour, especially since it mentions secrets of the Mutant King and ultimate gear. He commands the squad to move to the 12th floor. The group shouts their compliance. Soon they arrive at the abandoned research facility on the 12th underground floor. Long confirms the landmarks match. He orders Jiang Min to take a team and thoroughly scan the surrounding area. They must watch out for traps. Jiang Min obeys, leading a few men inside while ordering the rest to patrol outside. Everyone choruses their agreement. Watching Long take charge, Jiang is deeply impressed by his careful planning and absolute dominance. So strong, yet he still plays it incredibly safe. Long replies that caution is key, without it he would never have reached his current level of power. His companion praises him, admitting he deeply admires such vigilance. Actually, he also heard rumors about this facility. Long answers that he cannot confirm the truth yet, so they must tread lightly. Wait until they get inside. Right then, Jiang Ming reports that the area is clear of monster ambushes, giving the green light. Long accepts this report and leads the way, but they find absolutely nothing here. No monsters, no humans, just total emptiness. Long wonders where the guide Shu Ying mentioned is. Shu Ying falls silent, wondering what Ye Ning is actually plotting. What would he even gain from lying to them? Zhang Ming turns to Shu Ying, asking for her take on the situation. She suggests it might just be bad intel, and if there is nothing here, they should leave immediately instead of wasting time. But suddenly, a massive wave of energy erupts right before their eyes. The source of this overwhelming, blinding light is none other than Li Fugui. Everyone panics, but Long quickly analyzes the newcomer, a mysterious, non-playable character. He definitely feels like one, yet he seems completely out of place for this dungeon. Zhang Ming and the scouts had not detected him at all. Did he teleport straight through space? How strong is this guy? Long slowly looks up, cautiously asking who he is. The figure looks down like an arrogant Gao. Zhang Ming barks out that Lord Long is speaking to him, demanding if he is deaf. But Long snaps back at his men, ordering them all to show some respect. Li Fugui speaks up, noting that traveling from the Hell Gate was no easy task. Long is stunned. The Hell Gate is a legendary underground dungeon in Huaxia. How could a character escape one dungeon and enter another on his own? Are these two dungeons somehow connected? It makes absolutely no sense. They are thousands of kilometers apart. Li Fugui sneers at them, calling them mere humans. He remarks that a Tier 3 Peak Master is just a slightly larger bug. But then he looks directly at Long, pointing out that this little insect's soul seems to have a serious problem. Long freezes, wondering what he means by a damaged soul. Did this guy actually detect his abnormal divine energy? Even in the real world, absolutely nobody has that kind of perception. He did not just see through his suppressed power, but his core divine energy. Could he be Tier 4? Meanwhile, Li Fugui shares his vision with Ning, who watches Long squirm. The psychological pressure is working perfectly. Even though Li Fugui is actually shaking in his boots, facing a peak Tier 3 powerhouse, his long cloak hides it flawlessly. Talk about an elite poker face. By calling out his divine power, he has Long completely convinced that he is facing a godlike Tier 4 entity. Long lets out a heavy, defeated sigh before addressing him with deep respect, asking who he is and how they might assist him. Li Fugui scoffs mockingly, asking who they think they are. Ordinary mortals are not worthy of knowing his name. assist him. A bunch of bugs would only slow down his hunt for the Demon King. In reality, Ning had instructed him to act as arrogant as possible to keep the cautious Yinglong guessing. One slip-up and they are finished. Offended by this blatant disrespect, Yinglong's loyal subordinates start whispering angrily, demanding to know who he thinks he is talking to. Zhang Ming steps forward telling Yinglong that this mysterious character does not seem willing to cooperate. He senses something is off and offers to launch a test strike. Inside, Li Fugi is absolutely screaming for them to stop. If they attack, his disguise will instantly shatter, exposing him as Ning's weak summon. Luckily, Yinglong immediately snaps at Zhang Ming to stand down, commanding everyone to shut their mouths. Zhang Ming quickly backs off, obeying the order. Li Fugui quietly exhales in relief. Ning was completely right about these overly cautious powerhouses. They overthink everything, making them insanely easy targets for simple mind games. Yinglong unleashes a fraction of his aura, admitting their strength is indeed limited compared to his, but they all share the same goal of defeating the Demon King. He argues that they can surely be of some use to him, to help him. Shui Ying watches anxiously, knowing that overly cautious masters always overthink, making them vulnerable to simple tricks. It is a terrifying realization. On the contrary, Li Fugui remains dead silent. Yinglong closely studies the quiet entity, convinced of his immense power. Even under the pressure of Yinglong's full aura, the being shows no emotion at all. Yinglong tentatively probes, asking what he thinks. Li Fugui scoffs arrogantly, admitting they have a tiny bit of competence, but it is still far from enough. Meanwhile, behind that cold exterior, Li Fugui is secretly dying inside. His bladder is absolutely killing him. He desperately needs to pee. Keeping his cool, he asks Yinglong if they even know the Demon King's true power level. To a god like him, a Tier 3 peak is nothing but cannon fodder. Yinglong gasps in pure shock. Tier 4. Watching from a safe distance, Ning sends a telepathic message directly to Li Fugui, telling him the trap is set. Li Fugui speaks up immediately, confirming it is indeed Tier 4. Only those with extreme speed can hope to lend him a hand. Any other skill is completely useless in our battle. Yinglong ponders silently, remembering how a monster back then almost destroyed everything. Back then, a mere peak Tier 3 demon almost wiped out the entire border. A Tier 4 emperor would easily destroy the world. It is a world-ending threat. Without system support and clues, clearing this A-rank dungeon would be an absolute impossibility. The system never gives out impossible quests. This mysterious NPC has to be the ultimate key to passing this trial. He is just like the initial guide and those two Tier 3 demon hunters who join their party later on. Every side quest NPC met along the way is clearly a calculated piece of assistance provided by the game system. This NPC represents the final most powerful support. Recruiting him personally is just another layer of this quest's high difficulty. Sir, my maximum speed can reach Mach 3. Please, trust me. I will definitely prove useful in the upcoming battle. Yinglong reassures him quickly, unleashing a powerful burst of explosive energy to showcase his impressive capabilities. He guarantees he is an expert at hit-and-run tactics, promising he will not let the legendary master down. In his heart, Li Fugui scoffs. That display was not even half as impressive as the Blood Shadow. Yinglong notices. He is completely baffled by this cold reaction. How insanely powerful is this NPC to ignore such a perfect strike? Does he not even qualify to clear this quest? Li Fugui merely gives him a pretty cold, detached look. It is decent, but what good is a fancy shot? I need speed. Tell me, have you ever hunted anything fast? Have you ever hunted a monster known for extreme speed? Yinglong quickly speaks up, desperate to prove himself. He mentions the human-faced bird, claiming he once took one down. He asks if that is enough proof. Floating mid-air, Li Fugui scoffs. He has heard of those tiny pests, admitting they are fast but words are cheap. Yinglong reaches into his blue inventory screen, pulling out a physical piece of proof to silence the doubts. Presenting the human-faced bird's remains, he explains he killed it when he was much slower. Behind them, Sui Ying watches. She realizes Ning does not plan to fight. He is just setting a massive trap to scam this guy. She cannot believe they are actually pulling this off. Meanwhile, Li Fugui is thrilled that the scam is almost complete. Ning warns Li Fugui to stay calm during this critical moment, instructing him to keep acting and inspect it. Li Fugui confidently plays along, telling Yinglong he needs to inspect the remains to verify his combat qualifications. Yinglong hands over the bone, urging him to take a look, but he notices something strange about the master. The mysterious expert's fingers seem to tremble slightly just now. Why would such a powerful entity be so excited? Why would someone who views him as a mere insect care so much about this bone? He questions the master. Li Fugui panics internally, realizing his trembling hand gave him away. He needs a quick excuse to cover it up. He claims he is only curious because his vast collection is missing this specific, rare specimen from his troves. He demands the bone in exchange for the slot. Yinglong hesitates, telling the mysterious expert to wait up. Just proving he killed the beast should be enough. Why does this powerhouse insist on keeping the bone? The human-faced bird is just a Tier 3 mutant. Why would a legendary Tier 4 expert care about collecting such trash? He only kept it as a personal souvenir. Something about this entire exchange is starting to feel incredibly off. The physical force the master used to take the bone was also surprisingly weak. Yining's eyes flash with warning. He tells Li Fugi to stay perfectly calm, advising him to play hard to get instead of pushing further. He instructs Shui Ying to back them up, warning her that they all go down if their cover is blown. He tells her to distract Yinglong by bringing up the hidden system quest requirements they received earlier. He promises there is no real danger and the official system quest will be triggered very soon. Meanwhile, Li Fugi feigns anger, claiming Yinglong lacks sincerity and threatens to cancel the joint raid altogether. He coldly turns away, leaving them to their fate. Shui Ying quickly rushes forward, calling out for him to wait. She reminds Yinglong of the various junk items other NPCs made them collect throughout their journey so far. She suggests this item acts as a token fitting the hidden rules of this particular high-tier dungeon quest. Without handing it over, they might miss out on the lucrative hidden rewards entirely. Yinglong ponders her words. Her explanation actually makes perfect sense. He realizes he might just be overthinking things during this intense mission. Besides, prior intel confirmed no other players entered this dungeon. Why would a native NPC ever try to scam him? Is it because he doesn't need to show off his true strength? Besides, he wasn't even the first to bring up the human face manual. He was the one who brought it up first. Missing the final appraisal reward over such trivial things is just not worth it. But if that is indeed the case, why has there still been no announcement for any quest up until now? Without any system quests being triggered, there is absolutely no way to be completely sure about any of this. Shui Ying speaks up, telling Commander Yinglong that she has received another special quest requiring the help of someone, specifically killing the mutant king with the protector's aid, shocking Yinglong. He asks why she was the only recipient. A subordinate suddenly speaks up, pointing out that none of them received it, making Shui Ying's exclusive notifications highly unusual. She replies aloud, admitting that she has no idea why she is always the only one receiving these notifications. She wonders if it is because of her frequent interactions with various NPCs along the way. Her subordinate then agrees. That is quite possible, but to reassure Lord Yinglong, she should share her quest panel for everyone to see. The system screen pops up in front of Shui Ying. She explains it came from the protector while cursing Ning internally. She panics that her cover is about to blow, urging him to act. Talk about a high-stakes moment. Li Fugi pretends to be sick of watching these bugs bicker and play games, declaring he has no time to waste. He turns to leave, forcing Yinglong to quickly reach out his hand and urge the distinguished guest to wait. Yinglong pleads for patience, promising their sincerity, but is cut off when someone suddenly shouts about the legends being real. They wonder if the Research Institute has truly discovered the secret to defeating the Mutant King. Just then, the system activates. It announces the quest to defeat the Mutant King with NPC help, offering an equipment appraisal. Yinglong stares in disbelief. He stares at the system screen in total shock, realizing this quest is almost identical to the one Shui Ying received. Since she had close contact with NPCs, getting the quest early makes sense. Handing over the human face manual seems fine. Giving the item to this Tier 4 NPC is no longer an issue. Shui Ying smiles with relief as the system works. The notification is finally sent. Ning says it is perfect while she asks when they will strike down Yinglong. She warns him not to double-cross her. Ning tells her they will assess everything on the central mutant battlefield. He's glad his quest was set up first, allowing him to manipulate them perfectly. But Yinglong's quest is slightly off. It is a bit different from his own quest. He wonders if it is because Yinglong's first NPC Zhang En is still alive. Something still feels off. When they first entered the dungeon, the system clearly stated that there were no active quests. Yet their quest was suddenly triggered by a single sentence from Zhang En, who is actually one of the mutants. This raises a terrifying question. Are these quests created by the mutants? Why would they issue a self-destructive mission? If so, every single system quest might just be a trap, which honestly makes things way more interesting. Ning decides to focus on the task at hand. In Yinglong's grip is the bone crucial for his upgrade. If there is a trap, it will likely wait until the main battlefield. Yinglong apologizes, presenting the bone to him. Li Fugi accepts the bone casually, stating that since Yinglong apologized, he will let the past slide this time. Ning quickly claims the artifact. Li Fugi then activates a dimensional tear, opening a portal right behind his back. He bids them farewell, calling out that he will show up again when they finally face off against the Mutant King. He steps through the rift to make his escape. Back at safety, Ning praises him for a job well done. Li Fugi dramatically hugs his leg, complaining that his most loyal servant almost died out there to secure the prize. Ning chuckles and reassures him that his promised reward is fully safe, telling him to go rest for now. He even promises him a long vacation in 2 years. This makes Li Fubi absolutely thrilled, praising his generous master. Ning then begins to refine the bone using his raw spiritual power to completely crush the valuable material. Bright green light envelopes him as the system interface flashes, confirming the core materials for the upgrade are all present. With the human face marrow fluid ready, the sword god system asks if he wishes to initiate the upgrade process. Without a single moment of hesitation, Ning firmly commands the system to proceed with the major power upgrade. The system announces that new teleportation pathways are opening as a massive column of light suddenly lifts him up. Fang rushes over in a panic, seeing him writhe in pain, and quickly deploys a soundproof protective barrier. She channels her energy to stabilize the barrier. 3 minutes later, the system alerts him that the upgrade is complete. Ning finally drops back down, gasping heavily for air. Fang rushes to his side, asking if he is okay. What happened? Were you attacked by some mysterious power? He answers in a trembling voice that he is fine, just having a hard time absorbing the materials. It is really nothing. Fang, please help me patrol the area to make sure no danger gets close to us. She acknowledges the order. Soon after, the system announces the quest is complete, rewarding him with 1,000 spirit energy and boosting his sword skills. The power boost scales with the host's actual combat strength, and the cooldown is slashed to 12 hours. A new skill function also unlocks. Any two skills can now be fused into one to elevate their tier. Ning lets out a sigh of relief at this incredible news. The cooldown is cut in half. Plus, fusing his skills will even free up a valuable skill slot. Best of all, every single sword skill can finally be enhanced. He can use his very own attributes now. This is a massive power-up. Since he completed the quest in under 3 months, the system rewards him with a hidden bonus. He can upgrade any skill of his choice directly to S tier. Ning is ecstatic. An S tier upgrade is absolutely wild. If he upgrades Divine Wrath, can he jump from summoning a pseudo tier 4 beast to a genuine tier 4 creature? He checks the system analysis. Go big or go home. To make the most of this, he obviously needs to choose the absolute strongest option. With zero hesitation, he taps the screen to confirm. As the upgrade completes, he is blown away by the sheer weight of tier 4 power. Divine Wrath has surged all the way to SSS tier. He can now summon a projection of a tier 4 entity, but only lasts for a single second, and a slight activation cost. The system is demanding 100 million points. The duration dropped from 10 seconds to 1, and he must kill 10 same-level enemies first. Plus, it drains all his spirit energy. Talk about a catch. Aside from being free, this skill is basically unusable. Did the system just pull a fast one on him? Still, with conditions this brutal, the actual output must be insane. He decides to wait for a real fight to test it out. If it can instantly obliterate a peak tier 3 opponent, then it is totally worth it. Luckily, he still has that fusion option. He can combine 2 sword skills to clear a slot, but choosing which ones is tough. This is a one-time shot, so he must be careful. What if he combines Rift Light Slash with Blade Storm? Imagine thousands of light slashes raining down inside that raging storm. Or what about combining Kangyuan Strike with Skyfall? He could teleport through space and instantly vaporize an entire area. Ning is tempted. Should he try fusing Yama of the human world? He quickly shakes the thought away. That skill is already incredibly strong. Plus, the original requirements to trigger it were extremely demanding from the start. If a fusion ends up adding even worse activation conditions, it would be an absolute disaster. He cannot afford to take that risk. It is far more practical to combine his weaker early-stage skills into one powerful attack. Now, what is the best choice here? Deciding is tougher than it looks. Just then, a message from Shueying pops up, asking where he is and when he plans to move. Where are you? They are approaching the altar to grab the stone, and she needs to know his ambush plan right now. To enter the final core, they absolutely must secure that stone first. Once the final battle starts, there is no joining midway. If he wants to pull off a successful ambush, he has to beat them to the punch. Sure, he could run, but he is strong enough to fight. He is fully prepared to take on this final showdown. Back on the line, Shueying is growing anxious, demanding that he answer her. She asks if he is planning to back out and leave her to die. Ning quickly reassures her that he is on his way. Skill fusion is basically his ultimate wildcard anyway. He can just adapt and fuse what he needs on the fly. He charges forward. He heads straight for the research center at the heart of the battlefield. Fang keeps close pace right behind him. As night falls, darkness blankets the area. The two of them move silently like ghosts through the shadows. Ning speaks up. He points out the altar. That glowing stone on the wall is definitely the item they need for the quest. He reminds her to discard the stone immediately after they enter. She nods in agreement as a strange blue light begins to glow. Together, they step through the barrier. Suddenly, a powerful force pulls them in, prompting Fang to yell out in alarm. Ning unsheathes his sword to steady her, telling her not to panic since it is just pressure. They soon arrive at the altar. A dark ritual is taking place with rows of red-eyed beasts standing in formation. He tells her to look ahead. That creature floating above the altar must be the Abyssal King. She notes that the beast is not moving a single inch. It looks completely dead, yet the pressure radiating from it is unreal. Ning concludes that the monster is definitely still alive. It is likely sealed or in a deep slumber. Since the Guardians did not attack them, they must be waiting for someone else. The beast will probably wake up when Yinglong and the others arrive. For now, they need to hide and wait for their move. Fang Fang nods. The entire chamber is dead silent, heavy with an oppressive, dangerous atmosphere that keeps them on high alert. Just then, a voice echoes outside. Someone tells Yinglong that holding the stone will grant them entry to the central battlefield. They must hold on to the stone as it is the only key to suppressing the aberrants and their king. Yinglong buys the lie, then turns to Lady Shui Ying. He asks if her quest info has updated and if that Tier 4 NPC is around. Shui Ying admits she has not received any updates yet. She figures the details will just pop up later like usual. Yinglong sighs, wondering if they are jumping into another mid-progress battle. Facing a Tier 4 aberrant means they cannot afford any mistakes. But as Yinglong looks up, he notices 2 stones are missing. Did someone get here before them? Panic sets in for Sui Ying, immediately suspecting that Ye Ning must have already taken them. He only brought one companion. Could that be the mysterious NPC? With Yinglong close to realizing the truth, she desperately needs a cover story. Just then, a subordinate pipes up, suggesting the stones were either always missing or snatched by other demon hunters. They could even be with that mysterious Tier 4 player. He urges Yinglong to stop hesitating and grab the remaining stones. Shui Ying breathes a sigh of relief. Thankfully, their NPC guide is more impatient than they are. Yinglong nods, finding the logic sound. He agrees and orders everyone to grab their stones and prepare for combat. Facing them are 12 elite Tier 3 aberrant guards. Along with mid-tier threats and 100 low-tier minions, it is a massive horde. Yinglong decides to take on the leader himself. He leaves the rest of the mob to the squad, urging everyone to hold their stones tight and charge. The team moves in perfect unison. The warrior wastes no time, unleashing his devastating 8 Desolation strike. The enemy fights back, summoning massive iron chains and shards of sharp ice. Yinglong refuses to back down, countering their elemental attacks with his ultimate strike, the Blood Shadow Venom Dragon Drill. A massive dragon materializes, unleashing pure devastation as it rips through the enemy ranks. Screams of agony echo through the cavern. The monsters are torn apart with ease. Meanwhile, hidden safely behind a thick, solid wall of rock, someone is watching the entire chaos unfold. Ning observes from the shadows. Yinglong has 10 Tier 3 warriors, which is the exact number he needs to trigger his divine wrath. Their team is split between 6 melee fighters, 3 ranged attackers, and 1 elemental support. He starts running the numbers. If he hits them with his Mind Storm crowd control, then combines his Dimension Slash with Heaven Rift Flash, it might just work. That combo could wipe out the entire squad in one clean hit. Yinglong himself is tougher, meaning Divine Wrath is required to finish him. But if the sleeping aberrant king wakes up, things will get incredibly dangerous even for him. He decides to play the waiting game. The best move is to let both sides wear each other down before stepping in. Still, the behavior of these aberrant NPCs is highly bizarre. Why are they putting on such a convincing show? They are literally throwing away their lives just to keep up this strange act. What could they possibly be trying to achieve? Back in the fight, an enraged Yinglong yells out as he targets the final enemy. He finishes the job. A panicked subordinate runs over to report that only 2 other demon hunters survive the onslaught. Just then, the true horror awakens behind them, the leader of the undead. Yinglong gets slammed into the ground, completely overwhelmed. He gasps at the creature's insane power. Someone yells for him to grab the stone as they prepare to launch a joint attack. They need to strike before the aberrant king fully awakens. Yinglong rallies the survivors, ordering a full-force charge against the beast. The squad coordinates their strikes, focusing all their firepower on the monster's protective barrier. Yinglong urges them to move faster. They must shatter its defense now, or the king will fully awaken. Watching from afar, Ning narrows his eyes, sensing something off. Something is seriously wrong here, and Ning is the only one who sees it. While everyone is completely distracted, they missed a critical detail. There is a strange energetic link between the stones and the aberrant king's barrier. As the squad's attacks grow more intense, the barrier absorbs the impact, causing the stones to glow even brighter. Ning finally realizes their sinister plan. It is a trap. The undercover aberrant never planned a last-minute betrayal. Instead, its goal from the very start was to trick everyone into attacking. That shield isn't protecting the boss at all. It's actually an energy-harvesting barrier designed to feed on their human attacks. It acts as a reverse seal. The harder they hit it, the more energy the aberrant king absorbs, accelerating his revival process. They are literally breaking the seal. At this rate, he will reach full power in no time. This is a genuine Tier 4 boss under a seal, making an outright battle practically impossible. Yet this is an A-rank dungeon. The key to clearing it isn't fighting the boss after he wakes up, it's exposing the scheme and stopping the awakening beforehand. He has to put a stop to this madness immediately. If that monstrosity fully awakens, everyone in this cavern is dead. Standing at a safe distance, Sui Ying watches the desperate struggle. Suddenly, Yi Ning speaks right next to her, startling her completely. He instructs her to fake a fall, drop her stone, and somehow knock Ying Long's stone out of his hand as well. Sui Ying acts fast, tossing her stone aside and stumbling directly toward Ying Long with shaky, uncoordinated steps. Ying Long quickly catches her, asking if she's all right. She plays along perfectly, murmuring that she's feeling suddenly faint. He speaks up, "Miss Sui Ying, your level is far too low and this fight isn't for you. Hurry back to the bridgehead. Go rest or your presence here will distract everyone." She then walks away. Blood Ying warns Yi Ning that without a solid reason, she has no way to make Ying Long drop that stone. But Yi Ning tells her to forget it since he cannot explain right now, and it is better she stays away. Right then, Ying Long issues a new command. To keep the stone safe from dropping, he suggests tucking it directly into his chest. His loyal subordinate immediately agrees. As long as it touches skin, they must hurry. Watching from the shadows, Yi Ning realizes Ying Long is completely walking into a trap. This non-player character is setting them up. Severing their connection is impossible even if he tells Sui Ying. Ying Long will never believe her anyway. Yi Ning knows he has no choice but to strike first. He needs to kill 10 of Ying Long's men to trigger his wrath skill. To deal massive damage without being detected, he must use an instant cast stealth skill. Only 2 abilities fit this sneak attack. It has to be Heaven Rift Light or Dimensional Slash. Right on cue, the system alerts him to confirm the skill fusion. Yi Ning wastes no time. He accepts. The screen flashes, confirming a successful fusion as a massive aura washes over him. He bathes in a brand new spiritual energy. The system details the newly fused effects, placing him in an accelerated state. He is utterly amazed. Despite still being rated triple S tier, this fused move feels as destructive as a mortal god of death. Once he slips into the alternate dimension, he can strike freely for 10 whole seconds, while only a single second passes outside. Every single attack he unleashes during that time will instantly hit the target at the exact same moment. It is the ultimate hidden trump card. Just then, Yi Ning spots a strange dark mist creeping toward them. What is that? Meanwhile, Ying Long panics, believing the powerful Emperor monster has finally awakened. The system corrects him, stating it is not fully awake yet. There is still time to strike, so they must move fast. Ying Long shouts for Jiang En and the others to stay back. Looming before them is a terrifying beast with a glowing central eye. The creature unleashes a massive shockwave of pure devastating energy that sweeps across the entire battlefield. Ying Long clenches his fists, yelling for everyone to back off while he takes the lead. Watching from above, Yi Ning analyzes the situation. The barrier is shattered. It seems the seal required an external force to break open. The beast's power is rising fast, but it is not tier 4 yet. It is still weaker than Ying Long, so there is no immediate danger. Fang Fang nervously asks if they should jump into the fight now. "Wait," he says. "Let the Emperor Beast and Ying Long completely wear each other out first. The more exhausted they get, the safer their cleanup operation will be. Even now, enemy spies are sacrificing themselves as bait. It is clear they are still playing a long game." Yi Ning guesses there must be another seal hidden inside the Emperor's body. They will make their move right before the next seal is broken. Until then, he tells Fang Fang to stay hidden. She must not move or do anything unless it is an absolute emergency. After all, if they get exposed now, they are done for. They will have to face both the Emperor Beast and Ying Long's fury at the same time, which is a losing battle. Yi Ning knows his divine wrath can only trigger once. Taking down both the Demon Emperor and Ying Long together is the ultimate goal. But if he has to choose, the Emperor Beast dies first. Defeating the Emperor will yield a set of legendary equipment. Meanwhile, Ying Long continues to clash with the monster, finding his movements severely restricted by its strange power. The demon sneers, mocking Ying Long for daring to challenge it before ordering him to die. Ying Long roars in fury. His body undergoes a massive violent transformation, unleashing a colossal crimson shadow that pierces the high sky. Ying Long unleashes a wave of pure destructive energy, raising his staff to execute his lethal blood soul spear. The strike lands heavily, making the monster howl in agony. Up above, Yi Ning evaluates Ying Long's immense combat power. Ying Long is definitely at the peak of tier 3, but this Emperor Beast is definitely holding back its true strength. It is almost as if the beast is merely acting to lure its prey into a deadly trap. Talk about a massive setup. Calling him a mere insect, it boasts that he has successfully angered it. A bright green light shines from its chest. The monster activates its flesh regeneration skill, cackling wildly as Ying Long's frustration reaches a boiling point. He realizes the beast is too stubborn to die easily. Ying Long has no choice but to unleash his ultimate move. He fuses with his blood shadow, executing the devastating shadow unity technique. He winds up a magic-infused punch. The monster counters with its own Emperor Fist. The collision of their massive powers causes the surrounding space to warp violently. Yinglong warns his men that the bridge is about to collapse, shouting at everyone to move to the main platform. With a ferocious grin, he unleashes a blood shadow storm, combining his deadliest skills to end this battle once and for all. Yinglong's staff begins to rattle and shake. He glances at the fallen beast, muttering in pure tense disbelief. Did he actually win? He immediately leaps up as the beast draws another breath, shouting for it to die. But its guard is up. It is frustrating because victory is still out of reach. This monster's aura is about to break through to Tier 4. It has only reached Stage 2 after half a day of heavy fighting. Yinglong's energy is seriously drained. He wonders if the mysterious NPC will help, but he cannot rely entirely on outsiders. He yells to call everyone. He orders them to break the defense. His men quickly obey. Right then, Ning senses a second layer of the seal. The perfect time has finally come. He decides to clear the field first to activate his divine wrath. He unleashes a strike right through the dimensional space. Here the enemies are slowed down to a crawl. They are practically frozen while he moves at normal speed. It is basically like chopping wood. That is one down. Ning slips back with absolute confidence. That is two. He darts forward, completely bypassing the enemies in his way, counting 3, 5, 8, 10. With 3 seconds left, he wants to test his power on Jiang Ming and Yinglong. Ning stops and finishes. It is a pity he cannot use other skills during this dimensional strike. To stay safe, he still needs to put on a show. He tells Li Fugui to prepare stealth and short-range teleportation items. Li Fugui immediately complies. Ning moves like absolute lightning. Inside, Jiang Ming quickly deploys his full defense. Blood begins to spill from Jiang Ming's mouth as he clutches his neck. Yinglong is completely stunned. He wonders if his own passive defense was triggered. Turning around, he sees Jiang Ming in agony. Then his key subordinates fall. Huang Yuan's red blade strikes with a wide-range attack, yet the source remains completely invisible. He wonders if the monster emperor has already recovered or if some hidden force is actively trying to stop him. He struggles to break the light barrier when suddenly another massive Tier 4 aura flares up. Talk about a bad time. Yinglong is low on mana and fears a pincer attack. Running seems smart. Just then, Li Fugui approaches. He laughs, calling Yinglong a tiny worm who is struggling to survive. Yinglong is thrilled to see him. The NPC offers to take out the beast himself. Yinglong is ecstatic and immediately accepts the generous offer. He asks the master to handle it while he takes his injured subordinate away for urgent treatment. He secretly plans to watch from a safe distance. If things go south, he will run away immediately. If the fight goes well, he can steal the kill. Sui Ying asks Yinglong about Jiang Ming's condition. Yinglong assures her that his meridians are temporarily sealed and his life is not in immediate danger. However, Jiang Ming still needs urgent healing. She sits down to treat him, telling Yinglong to leave it to her. Sui Ying realizes that surprise attack looked exactly like Ning's sword technique. Has he actually grown this incredibly strong? And that mysterious NPC was supposed to be a total fraud. Who is that Tier 4 aura behind him then? Could it be Ning himself using a stealth item? Meanwhile, down below, Ning is struggling hard in battle. The raw energy is almost too much for him to handle, causing intense pain throughout his body. As his real body and duplicate combine, the system announces that he has officially entered the state of divine wrath. He only has 3 seconds left to swing. These 3 monster emperors are desperate and going completely all out. Ning tells Li Fugui to get ready, and they charge the monsters together with fierce determination. Harnessing divine wrath, they fuse to summon a Tier 4 body. Ning's single sword slash shakes the 3 realms. A massive explosion rocks the entire battlefield. The beast is engulfed in flames and screams in absolute agony. Once the dust settles, Li Fugui is left speechless. Ning smirks, highly impressed with this Tier 4 power. It has a few strict requirements to activate, but the payoff is insane. Too bad Yinglong was too clever. If only he could have taken out that sneaky jackpot too. Meanwhile, Yinglong is completely dumbfounded by the display. This mysterious NPC just one-shotted the Emperor. Sui Ying watches in disbelief. Yinglong feels glad he gave away the human face album. It was a worthy trade. Had he kept it, he would never have escaped this place alive. Without her help, this Tier 4 NPC would never have saved them. Yinglong feels incredibly lucky. She modestly credits his great wisdom instead. Still, she points out they missed the final kill credit. The quest remains incomplete. Yinglong assures her that an NPC probably has no use for system rewards anyway. Sui Ying is still uneasy, noting the lack of any system notification. Yinglong suddenly gets a terrible feeling. He can't mess this up now. They had wasted so much time and lost so many lives. Leaving empty-handed would be a total disaster. Losing that gear set would be a massive blow. Yinglong quickly steps up, asking if the Abyssal King is actually dead and what about their loot. The guy just sneers in response, asking if Yinglong is blind since he can't even tell the beast is dead. Yinglong still has his doubts, but Li Fugi proudly assures him that any boss is just an insect when an expert like him steps in. They are all just bugs. Why is Yinglong just standing there blankly when he just had his life saved and his biggest threat wiped out? He demands some appreciation for the favor. Yinglong hesitates, absolutely boiling with rage inside because this stranger stole his final kill. This guy snatched the boss loot and now wants blackmail. Is he playing games, or is this some hidden step to finish the quest? Yinglong asks directly, wanting to know what the expert wants and if their quest is officially over. Ning speaks through his puppet. Not quite done yet, he tells him it all depends on what kind of tribute Yinglong can offer. He looks pretty broke anyway, so he should just hand over 100 high-grade spirit energy fruits. Yinglong panics. 100 high-grade fruits. His mind is screaming in absolute horror at the absurdly high price. Those rare fruits boost tier 3 attributes. They are almost impossible to buy on the open market, even if you have cash. Finding 100 is completely impossible. This is straight-up extortion. What kind of crazy NPC is this guy anyway? What should he do? Should he fight back or swallow his pride? If they attack, will they even get their gear rewards? But that massive attack from earlier was way out of their league. Nearby, Shui Ying watches, thinking the whole situation is completely absurd. Is Ning really letting him off that easily, or is he just setting him up for another massive scam before running? She figures Ning probably drained his mana with that last move, so she decides to stay quiet and not cause trouble. She glances at Jiang Ming, lying injured on the ground. He sends her a message saying he suspects their gear is locked behind this NPC. He thinks they might only get the dungeon clearance rewards if they satisfy this shady NPC's absurd demands first. Sui Ying just scoffs at him. Even severely injured, he is still overthinking things. These guys are getting played so hard right now. And honestly, Ning's plan here is just pure beautiful evil. Yinglong looks at the system, realizing Jiang Ming might actually be right. He decides to play along and quickly pulls out some rare yang crystals, carefully laying them down in front of the expert. He apologizes for lacking the fruits and asks if these crystals will do instead. Li Fugi immediately sweeps them into his inventory. He acts generous, saying since Yinglong showed such great respect, he will let him off easy and throw in a final clue. He tells him that their dungeon progress is still missing 100 tier 3 aberrations. Yinglong instantly bows in deep gratitude. He really bought it. Meanwhile, Ning's system starts spamming notifications about defeating the ultimate boss of this dungeon. He unlocks epic gear, rare epic materials, 300 reputation points, and an incredibly unique title called King's Gear. Now it's time to run. While Yinglong's squad is busy hunting down those tier 3 monsters, they need to make their move. Ning wants to head back to the 6th floor and destroy all the remaining evidence before anyone starts investigating. Fang stops him, mentioning she already took care of that 6th floor NPC before she even came down here. Ning is surprised and asks how she managed that. She calmly looks at him and says 2 simple words, arson. Ning warns her that starting a fire like that could collapse the entire dungeon around them. She shrugs it off, saying they already got the loot anyway. Ning sighs, realizing they need to escape immediately. The system prompt pops up asking if they want to exit even though the dungeon is not fully cleared yet. Ning grabs her hand and hits confirm. He knows they cannot get greedy if they want to make it out alive. If Yinglong figures out the truth too late, he might end up trapped here forever. Suddenly, the system settlement screen flashes. For defeating a higher tier boss, he earns 6 blue equipment draws alongside 1 elite A-rank skill draw. He also gets 6 free attribute points and the exclusive Demon Hunter gear set for this dungeon. Sorting through this incredibly massive mountain of loot is going to take him at least half an hour. He tells 009 to find a nearby abandoned building to guard him while he handles the inventory. As night falls, Ning looks over his epic gear. The quick movement skill it grants is perfect for agility classes. Too bad it doesn't really fit his own build. He figures he might just gift it to Lin Ruo later. The Abyssal Marrow Fluid can boost demonic transformation powers, but he really does not need to use it just yet. Now it's time to roll his blue gear and skill rewards. He hopes to land a powerful new sword technique. The gacha system rolls. He pulls a blue bear hood. He stares at the stats with a completely deadpan expression. The system tooltip reads, Dragon Spine. Defeating a target lets him absorb their energy. Ning quickly throws the blade. He controls it with his mind to strike. Instantly, a massive pillar of power shoots straight into the sky. He's quite satisfied. It's actually pretty perfect for assassinations. Now he can finally replace his old dagger since the other loot is useless to him. He'll probably just sell or gift the rest once he gets back. Li Fugi packs the items up and stores them away. Fugui cheerfully obeys. Right after the system, Gacha succeeds, rewarding him with an A-rank skill called Earth Flame Eruption. Ning grits his teeth in frustration. He wonders if this trash really deserves to be an A-rank skill when he actually had high hopes. Activating the underground fire takes way too long to cast, and the actual explosion is even slower. Plus, it fires straight up. There's no lock-on, it drains a ton of mana, lacks cool visual effects, and honestly just looks super disappointing. Any terrain buffs it does get are extremely limited. His final verdict, pure garbage. Right then, Lee Fugui pops up. Fugui jokes that he's his master's most loyal trash can. Yi Ning sighs, most dungeon rewards are totally useless. He decides to check the gear set instead. The system displays the Mind Riot set. Yi Ning realizes his mental power will now convert into physical damage. That's actually way more useful than Psychic Storm, which is pretty cool but has drawbacks. It inflicts mass confusion, but the cooldown is pretty long and the accuracy is just not there. Now that he has this new gear, he won't have to rely on Psychic Storm as his ultimate trump card anymore. As he activates the fusion, a massive surge of energy rushes straight into his forehead. He starts to analyze the feeling. Before equipping this, his mental power felt scattered and wild, but now all of his psychic energy is completely focused. It gathers right in his forehead, fully charged and ready to fire like a loaded gun sitting inside his skull. His eyelids are the trigger. Yi Ning immediately unleashes his Psychic Storm to test it, and the sheer power is insane. He's absolutely amazed. A single glare literally blows everything away. Honestly, who wouldn't love an overpowered skill like that? The only real downside is that it doesn't boost his stats. At his current level, he can only insta-kill 3 same-rank opponents, then he's totally drained. Still, it's pretty useful against lower-level mobs, especially when he needs to wipe them out quickly. Whether it's regular enemies or hordes of zombies, he can pop thousands of heads with a single thought. He moves on to the next item. The system displays the stats for the Mind Light set, and Yi Ning curiously initiates the fusion. The 15 stamina points completely cover his physical weaknesses. Better yet, the Mind Light skill also provides a nice team buff. Once he reaches the 4th stage and unlocks the aura, even normal people under its influence could probably reach stage 3. With a quick snap of his fingers, he activates the aura. Under the glow, his physical strength instantly shoots up. His stats only increase by 6 points, which doesn't seem like much. He summons Lee Fugui to test it out. Fugui immediately appears, asking if his master called for him. Yi Ning asks if he feels any different under the aura. Fugui panics, saying he isn't even married yet, so why is there a glowing green halo floating over his head? He begs him not to judge him by his short height since he's a real man inside. Yi Ning sighs. He tells him to shut up and show his current strength stats instead. Suddenly, Fugui freezes with a look of pure shock. He screams that his strength has reached 19 points. 19 points. He was only at 15 points just a moment ago. He happily yells that he got stronger. Yi Ning silently realizes that this glowing aura must have some hidden mechanics. The weaker the target, the bigger the stat boost. He only gained 6 points, but Fugui got a whopping 14. The aura's range is only 20 meters. It's pretty small, but it can easily cover dozens of allies at once. With this buff, a peak 2nd stage fighter could easily rival a 3rd stage. Their core mana doesn't increase, but their combat effectiveness skyrockets. This is an absolute cheat code for the battlefield. Yi Ning quickly pulls out the Mind Lock chains. He tests out Mind Lock on Lee Fugui, who suddenly bursts out screaming that he is the absolute strongest. Yi Ning observes him closely. This second skill essentially locks his summons in a fanatical state of absolute loyalty. That means he'll have an army that will never betray him. He decides to test how the set bonuses synergize. After all, a deck's real strength comes from synergy, not just individual cards. The system suddenly notifies him that the set effects are active. The Soul Devourer set is fully activated. He's incredibly pleased to unlock a broken skill called Spectre Transformation. This skill is honestly pretty broken. Yi Ning turns and stares intensely at Lee Fugui, making the little guy extremely nervous. Yi Ning crosses his arms and sighs. Never mind, he is still too weak to waste this OP skill on. Fugui whines about his master being too cruel before quickly slinking back into his pocket dimension. Suddenly, Yi Ning's mood shifts. A brilliant blinding light surges directly into his body. Right away, the system chimes in to explain that his level has just gone up. This dungeon run was absolutely worth the trouble. Leveling up now allows him to convert up to 100 mutant ghosts at once. With his spiritual energy doubled, he can now execute at least 10 consecutive sword skills on top of his ultimate move, Divine Wrath. At this crazy pace, he will probably break through to tier 4 in less than half a year, twice as fast as his past life. Suddenly, a notification pops up as Xiao Hai appears on screen in a total panic, frantically calling out to Commissioner Yi Ning. He begs to know when the commissioner is returning to the capital, reporting that something terrible has happened to their spiritual energy mine. Liu Tianming's 3rd Legion has completely plundered all their resources, even going so far as to brutally assault both him and Wang Tian. Without Commander Cheng stepping in to protect them, they would have been locked up. The thieves even seized the entire quota of the operations department. They even snatched the share reserved for Commander Chen, leaving nothing behind after running off with the stolen spiritual ore. To make matters worse, they are selling it off for a massive profit, while publicly accusing Yi Ning's people of selfishly stealing national assets. Hearing they are framing his team for harming national interests, Ning cuts the call, telling Xiao Hai to focus entirely on recovering. A deep fury burns inside him as he vows to get justice, thinking that Lu Tianming has really crossed the line this time. They are clearly terrified of how fast he is growing and want to slow him down. He immediately heads over to Tianlang Station. Inside the Shuing safe zone, Lin Ru sits quietly in a dark corner. Sensing a sudden movement, she wonders if he has finally returned. He approaches her and asks why she has been cooped up inside, only for her to sharply remind him that he ordered her to wait. Ning smiles and gets straight to the point, asking if she has finally made up her mind to join his side. She scoffs, questioning what an influential powerhouse like him could possibly want with her, mocking if she is just meant to serve him. She asks if he wants her as some caged canary, unable to see what other real value she could possibly offer someone of his status. In response, Ning tosses down a heavy sack, asking if she truly wants power, promising to give her all the gear she needs. He can provide her with skills and resources, leaving her completely stunned. This is far too valuable for a mere servant. Confused, she demands to know his true intentions. Ning simply states that he needs loyal followers to help secure the dangerous borders. His only condition is absolute, unquestioning loyalty to him and him alone, which causes Lin Ru to deeply furrow her brows. She asks if he understands the dangerous implications of demanding absolute personal allegiance given his highly prominent position in the military. Ning nods with absolute certainty. Lin Ru points to herself, demanding to know why he chose her out of everyone else. She asks what he even saw in her given her dark past. Growing slightly impatient, Ning tells her not to overthink things. If she gives her life to him, he will hand her the perfect weapon to finally wipe out the bastards who ruined her. She can completely forget about the so-called bigger picture and slaughter every last enemy to her heart's content. And once the bloodbath is over, she will become his ultimate sword. Lin Ru realizes that becoming a weapon is a small price. To her, being his weapon means absolutely nothing as long as she gets the raw power to make things happen. Ning smiles. He tells her he will return in about 2 weeks, casually adding that he expects her to stay alive until then. As heavy storm clouds roll in and block the sky, Shui Ying's frantic voice suddenly cuts through the communicator, demanding answers. She urgently asks if he has escaped the dungeon, warning that Yinglong is still searching inside for Tier 3 mutant ghosts. If Yinglong realizes he has been played, she will be under heavy suspicion, desperately pleading for Ning to reply. Ning apologizes, explaining that he already arranged for Li Fubi to step in and clear her name of any lingering doubts. Given her incredible survival skills, he is confident she can easily handle herself, which only leaves her feeling completely stunned. Ning adds that the dungeon collapse actually plays to her advantage, though exploiting it will depend entirely on her own wit. He wishes her good luck, prompting a furious Sui Ying to curse him out over the line for being such a jerk. Ning simply laughs it off and tells 00 it's time to head home, while Fang Fang watches on with curiosity. She asks if Sui Ying will be fine. Ning calmly notes that a swordmaster with no distractions always strikes the sharpest. Back at the capital Special Ops headquarters, Commander Cheng Yuan is already waiting to warmly welcome him back from his long journey. He reassures Ning not to worry if he failed to get the items, promising that the military will find another way. Cheng Yuan then mentions a massive local anomaly that just cropped up, asking if the young prodigy has any interest in investigating. Ning cuts straight through the polite small talk, telling Uncle Cheng that he already knows exactly why he rushed back home. He demands the list of names of those who stole his ore, but Uncle Cheng quickly warns him to tread very carefully. The supreme leaders are currently abroad, preparing for major summits, and Deputy Commander Fang is stationed far out in the northwest. He warns Ning not to act recklessly, since failing to endure minor setbacks could ruin their entire plan. Besides, this time Lu Tianming is claiming the ore under the military's name, leaving no procedural loopholes. Ning asks if he implies the entire military faction led by Lu Tianming is corrupt. Cheng Yuan quickly urges him to stay calm. The military will definitely fight this battle, but not right now. At least they must wait until the top commanders devise a meticulous plan. Besides, 10 years is not too late for revenge, so he should wait until he reaches the peak of Tier 3 or even commander level. But Ning counters that a gentleman seeking revenge cannot afford to wait that long. He plans to initiate a life-and-death battle with Lu Tianming tomorrow. Hearing this, the older man steps back in sheer horror. He gasps in shock, but Ning just pats his shoulder and asks Cheng Yuan if he wants this perfect chance to crush Lu Tianming's faction. With the looming civil war, this is actually the ultimate opportunity. Cheng Yuan hesitates, pointing out that even if that is true, Ning is oversimplifying. Lu Tianming is extremely powerful, meaning Ning stands no chance. However, Ning is determined, asserting that a single strike from his sword will be more than enough to end him. Meanwhile, inside Lu Tianming's new residence, the commissioner is deep in thought while smoking. Ever since Lin Lan left for the borderlands, there has been absolute silence from her. He dismisses her as useless trash, not even worth pitying. He is done waiting 3 months and wants to force Ning to fight a life-and-death battle immediately. Just then, a subordinate rushes in to report that Ning has officially returned to the capital. Ning is currently visiting the bureau. Now get this, Lu Tianming actually thinks the boy is just running to file a complaint. He eagerly asks if the kid's strength has improved, but the subordinate reveals that their informant noticed absolutely nothing different. Making a massive leap in power within a single week is virtually impossible. It seems the brat only traveled to the borderlands to search for some rare materials, but he likely came back empty-handed. Lu Tianming nods, realizing he might have overestimated his opponent. The subordinate hesitates, mentioning that despite the lack of progress, Ning appeared incredibly calm and unfazed upon his return. He dismisses the calmness and instructs his men to monitor Ning closely, while also sending some thugs to actively provoke him. He also orders them to deliver an honorary banner to Ning's house, sarcastically thanking him for supporting the military. He wants to test if the brat can actually maintain his composure. The loyal subordinate salutes respectfully and prepares to leave. Suddenly, the subordinate returns in utter shock, revealing that Ning has just filed an official application for a death battle. The showdown is set for tomorrow. Believe it or not, Lu Tianming just bursts into laughter, thinking the kid has lost his mind. Since he wants to die so quickly, Lu Tianming is more than happy to oblige. Meanwhile, Ming Luo is visiting Ning. He hands over detailed intelligence on Lu Tianming from Cheng Yuan, hoping the crucial data will prove useful in the fight. Ning thanks him warmly, telling Ming Luo to drop the formal titles and just call him by his name. Ming Luo hesitates, asking how he expects to survive against a peak Tier 3 expert in a death match. But Ning calmly reassures him. He urges Ming Luo to have some faith in him. With a heavy sigh, Ming Luo yields and begins explaining the old intelligence. The records date back 6 years when Lu Tianming was an advanced Tier 3 warrior and recognized as an exceptionally talented fighter. He possesses dual strength and body attributes, mastered dual blade techniques, and is even rumored to have highly advanced defensive skills. Ever since he climbed to the position of standing commissioner 6 years ago, his combat files have been kept strictly classified. Rumor has it that he received an exceptional promotion to peak Tier 3 last year. This detail immediately sparks Ning's curiosity. He asks what an exceptional promotion actually implies. Ming Luo clarifies that although Lu Tianming's base stats are not quite maxed out, he compensates with an incredibly unique talent. Ning is intrigued, urging him to explain this secret ability further. Although it is unconfirmed, experts suspect he can seamlessly shift his stats between pure offense and heavy defense at will. In defensive mode, his guard becomes twice as strong as anyone else at his level, and his offensive power scales similarly. This effectively makes him as formidable as 2 advanced Tier 3 fighters combined. Hearing this, a confident smile spreads across Ning's face. So that is his little secret. The files further indicate that drawing his dual blades signals a shift into his offensive stance. Conversely, sheathing them transitions him to defense. The records also list his movement speed as rather average, but that might be bait. It is highly likely a calculated deception to fool his enemies, and falling for it would prove fatal. Ming Luo looks surprised. Ning explains that the commissioner likely transitions between forms, flawlessly, making him highly versatile despite his average baseline speed. Even if agility is not his main focus, his explosive power burst cannot be underestimated. Still, none of that actually matters, because in the end it will still only take a single sword strike to finish him off. Staring at the files, he mutters that his only real focus now is tomorrow's battle at the military arena. He feels absolutely no anxiety knowing the outcome is already set. Getting to see Commissioner Lu fight again is worth every penny. I bet he ends it in a single strike. Nobody knows who gave Ning the nerve to challenge him. Maybe being in the spotlight lately has gone straight to his head. He has clearly lost his mind. Suddenly, a promoter approaches the crowd, shouting that the betting pool is open and inviting everyone to play. 6 major merchant guilds back this pool, so the funds are fully guaranteed. But a soldier looks at him with deep suspicion. You are not a soldier, so how did you sneak in here? The promoter chuckles, saying he knows this death match is military only. It is officially private, but everyone knows there is no actual limit on spectators. They cannot keep a massive fight like this quiet. A death match is too big to hide. Getting in was easy for him, which just proves he has powerful connections up top. Let us get to the point. Do you want to bet? The current odds are 1 to 84. If you back Commissioner Ning and he wins 10,000 credits, gets you 840,000. Even robbing a bank is not that fast. The soldier snaps, yelling how dare they run a scheme like this here. The promoter tells him to relax since their backers make this completely safe. Just then, another spectator stares at the screen and gasps. The odds just jump to 1 to 90. What do you think about putting money on Commissioner Ning? Turning 10,000 into 900,000 is a total gift from heaven. But the other man crosses his arms and scoffs. A gift from heaven. With ridiculous odds like that, even an idiot knows you are just throwing money away. Since I am with the army, I am backing my own guy. Put 100,000 credits on Commissioner Lu. Winning does not even matter, it is about supporting our commissioner. Master, he steps up next. He calls out for 100,000 credit bet and swipes his card. Jia agrees to set it up. Privately, he thinks the guy seems a bit slow but definitely knows how to calculate. He wonders if the guilds will run out of money. Nobody makes bets this small. If Commissioner Ning pulls off a miracle, where will you get the funds to pay us back? The promoter calls to clear the air, telling them to relax because 6 massive merchant guilds will never run dry. There are plenty of other options that people are already betting on, like whether Ning can last longer than 1 minute. Under a minute is 80 to 1. 30 seconds is 40 to 1, and under 10 seconds is 13.2 to 1. You can even bet on injuries, defensive breaks, or a surrender. Hearing this, Master, he immediately regrets his quick choice. He wants to switch his bet to under 10 seconds. Just then another man steps up and throws down his cash. He bets 170,000 credits on 15 seconds. A bystander scoffs, saying 15 seconds is way too generous. 10 seconds is too generous. Wang Lu joins in, betting 1.6 million credits on under 8 seconds. Someone yells out, asking Wang Lu if he has gone mad and where he got that many credits. He proudly states that as a Tier 3 warrior, he obviously has savings. Plus, he recently killed a mutant monster for extra cash. The crowd whispers that a normal Tier 3 warrior should not have this much extra cash lying around. Rumor has it, he manages the company equipment. Another person whispers that skimming off the top is pretty common. He would do the exact same thing in his shoes. It is basically free money. Meanwhile, Master, he gets incredibly hyped up. He bets all 3 million credits that the kid will not survive a single slash, putting his full faith in Commissioner Lu. He silently begs Ning to fail quickly and lose as painfully as possible since his entire life savings are on the line. The more brutal the loss, the better. Up on the observation deck, General Ji is watching the whole scene unfold. Ying Hao steps up and asks if the general is actually interested in this betting pool. The general chuckles, saying they should probably send someone to look into it. Running bets on a death match is incredibly bold. The merchant guilds are playing with fire, and if Commissioner Lu finds out, they are going to face some serious trouble. Ying Hao explains that Lord Lu actually set this up himself to share some of the profits with his inner circle. If Ning somehow manages to last a whole minute, it means Lord Lu held back and spared him a brutal beating. But nobody makes any money that way. 30 seconds is a bit risky, suggesting a highly competitive and violent struggle. That is where the real cash is made. If it ends in 5 or 3 seconds, it is an instant kill. The payouts go even higher if Ning gets severely injured during the match, keeping the tension incredibly high. Even in a death match, the military will definitely step in to protect their prized young genius from dying. If Ning loses an arm or a leg instead, the payout odds are absolutely insane. General Gay finally understands the game. In other words, with military protection in place, the chance of Ning actually dying is as low as him winning. Who could have ever predicted that Ning would end up dying on the arena stage? Commissioner Lu is playing an incredibly wicked game. Lowering his own status to open this business angle secures massive profits while pulling in heavy support. Just think about it for a second. If the referee or a betting faction wagered that Ning would get severely wounded, what would they do? Think about it. All they need is to delay the rescue by a few seconds, and with the insane amount of money riding on this, billions vanish, gone. While the real powerhouses might ignore this pocket change, what about their greedy kids and relatives? Without this massive payout, those people would not care who wins or loses, let alone whether Ning lives or dies on that stage. But with these astronomical profits on the line, everything completely changes. Standing nearby, Ying Hao asks with a deeply curious look, "Generals, do you also want to support Commissioner Lu?" Honestly, half of the great Huaxia families and every major merchant guild have already placed their bets. Those private factions are getting ruthless, and the money pool has already skyrocketed past hundreds of millions. He gasps in shock, hundreds of millions. The generals realize that with this kind of money, the schemes run incredibly deep. It is no wonder Lu Tianming has managed to gather so many loyal supporters. This dark trap was set long ago, starting the very day Ning proposed this fight to the death. The insane betting ratio is Lu Tianming's grand gift to his inner circle. Anyone who aligns with him makes a fortune. Ying Hao asks Jiu what the situation looks like. Jiu explains that how they bet is up to them, but Commissioner Lu plans to teach that brat a painful lesson. One strike, and blood will definitely spill. The generals pull out their card, betting 10 million credits plus their salary for the next 10 years, betting absolutely everything. They bet the match ends in 7 seconds with all 4 limbs severed. Elsewhere, Chang Yuan is running and cursing. He runs while cursing, asking what on earth those scattered squads are doing. He clearly ordered the military to sit in the lower row with Fang Hao for quick rescue access, yet they still shoved him into the very top row. Just then Lu Tian reports that according to the coordinator, the military dispatched 2 elite Tier 3 guardians specializing in heavy defense to secure the match. while preparing the most advanced protective gear to ensure Ning can be pulled out safely at a moment's notice. He grunts in frustration. Fine, even if he dislikes the setup, has Fang Hao arrived yet? The match is starting soon. The duel is about to begin, and Ning is still missing. Lu Tian reports that Commander Fang is on his way and will arrive before the fight, but nobody knows where Ning is. He is not even answering his messages. The aide asks the commander, "Why does everyone seem so hostile toward Ning? People are whispering that he crossed lines he never should have touched." Cheng Yuan snaps, ordering him to go find out what is actually going on. Lu Tian nods and quickly heads out. Left alone, the commander wonders if this sudden wave of hostile public opinion is another one of Lu Tianming's dirty schemes. Outside, the sky turns pitch black. Suddenly, Lu Tian rushes back in a panic, yelling that someone has opened a massive betting pool. Everyone is wagering that Ning will lose. He will lose horribly. Cheng Yuan grabs the screen in shock. 1.8 billion against 1,300 points. A ratio of 1 to 698. Lu Tian probes carefully. Lu Tian asks if they should support Ning. The commander sighs and orders a bet of 1,000 points to show support. Lu Tian hesitates, wondering if betting 100 points is too cheap, especially since Ning secured that valuable ore for them. Cheng Yuan sighs. He only bet a little because he feels bad. The ore that Ning brought back was already snatched up by those greedy bastards. If they throw money around now, they will run completely dry later on. Besides that, kid spends money like water. The researcher's son he dumped on us is just a bottomless money-eating beast. He is burning through massive amounts of their budget. Lu Tian sighs, realizing the commander is right. The commander then instructs him to tell Fang Hao to bet. That guy is loaded. Make him drop 100,000 points on Ning. After all, he always claims Ning is just like him in his youth, so he should show some real support. Meanwhile, at the capital military hospital, Ning walks in and asks Uncle Xiao if everything is finally ready. Xiao Hai reports that the total is 144 billion. The entire nation has gone absolutely mad over this. Lu Tianming is secretly pushing the stakes behind the scenes exactly as predicted. According to their gathered intel, Lu Tianming himself has thrown in massive personal funds. Ning frowns. 140 billion is still too low. Once it hits 300 billion, they will jump in. He tells Xiao Hai to inform Wang Tian and Chen Kailai. Grab every single cent available. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, Ning mutters. They dared to steal his property. They even hurt his people. A worthless dog's life like theirs is not even close to paying back what they owe. The current enemy. Elsewhere, Ning's status screen pops up right as his single slash slays Lu Tianming. At the North China military region headquarters, cards are scattered across the table. Sitting there, Chen Jiao speaks up, her voice filled with doubt. She questions if they can really trust Ning. Chen Yong quickly warns his sister to stop, saying he fully believes in the guy. He also trusts their grandfather's judgment, who made it very clear that they have no other options and there is no need to choose. Whether they win or lose, whoever stands by Ning in this round will officially become one of his closest people. It is not just about whether they trust him, but that Ning is actively filtering and testing them as well. She then reminds him that grandfather almost died helping Ning last time. Now he's even betting his coffin and embezzling military funds. If things go sideways, losing their entire fortune is the least of their worries, as they could face a military court. She admits she is genuinely terrified. Chen Yong sighs, telling his sister that while she does not understand, maybe he does not fully either. He asks if she remembers that battlefield miracle, mentioning he recently visited that village to check on the descendants of those soldiers. He might not know much else, but he knows Ning is a truly good person. Even though grandfather took a massive risk, helping Ning save Donghai, he has absolutely no regrets. Grandfather said he saw a rare and profound spark in Ning. It is a kind of courage that most people lost long ago, or perhaps an almost unimaginable sense of duty. He often wonders who would step up to save them under such immense pressure if they were the ones living in Donghai. Compared to the crushing weight Ning carries, their own burden is nothing. Besides, trash like Lu Tianming and his crowd are just parasites. They cannot change this broken system, but Ning might actually do it, and they must not forget what he did before. Even back when he was only a low tier 2, his combat power already rivaled a tier 3. He might actually win. Chen Jiao falls deep into thought, her face heavy with worry. She then notices Wang Zhang and asks if he bet everything too. Wang Zhang nods, admitting he even wagered the mutant dungeon they acquired last time. His father firmly believes in Master Ning. His father thinks Master Ning is likely taking this risk to gather massive amounts of resources, all to prepare for an even greater upcoming disaster. Meanwhile, at the capital military hospital, Xiao Hai is thrilled to see 299.6 billion. He finds it hard to believe that the awakened in Huaxia are this incredibly wealthy. But if they are so rich, why are the common people still suffering so much? With this much capital, they could easily build dozens of safe zones. and easily arm millions of citizens, especially since the government could only provide 1 billion to resettle the refugees from the Donghai disaster. Ning calmly responds that this is completely normal. Since the apocalypse began, all resources have continuously concentrated in the hands of the elite and powerful, asking them to use their own wealth to build safe zones or rescue the poor is like pulling teeth for them. But when there are massive profits on the line, they will happily throw down 3 billion or even 3 trillion. He dismisses this, asking about their own bet pool. Xiao Hai reports they have gathered 37 million so far, which is more than enough to cover the entire payout. Ning turns around with a satisfied smile. He orders them to place the bet in 3 minutes, declaring it is time for him to enter the arena. He silently reflects on his past life when the government tried to mobilize the major factions. Without exception, every single one of those powerful groups chose self-preservation, completely ignoring the government and the people. Even the relief funds were heavily pocketed by corrupt officials at every level, leaving absolutely nothing for those at the bottom. When the beast and zombie tides erupted, millions did not even die from monsters, they tragically starved to death. As a result, those who genuinely tried to save the world but lacked resources and supplies found their efforts entirely useless. The ultimate irony is that when the major military zones collapsed, mountains of precious supplies simply sat there rotting, locked away in the warehouses of corrupt officials. Over several decades of recovery, humanity should have been much better off. But with extreme wealth inequality and heavy hoarding, their overall situation became far worse than when the apocalypse first started. Clearly, hoarding serves absolutely no purpose. If they had simply distributed those unused weapons and resources to the lower classes, humanity's collective strength would have skyrocketed. Instead, blinded by power and greed, those elites acted like parasitic leeches on society. They bled the common people dry. Compared to the mindless monsters that rarely attack cities, these corrupt humans are the real devils. Additionally, they secretly spent massive funds behind the scenes just to block the distribution of awakening potions to ordinary people. It was only a few billion, but one of those corrupt masterminds had hunted him across both of his lifetimes. In his past life, he had plenty of chances to test his talent, but being completely broke, he could never afford it. He simply could not afford the fees. But in this current lifetime, he boldly broke into the testing area. He sneaked in without using any protective potions whatsoever, ready to change his destiny once and for all. This was a flat-out gamble with his life. No one really knew him anyway, but the guy had been tested 2 full years earlier than in his past life. Would his energy explode? Suddenly, his system flashed an incoming call from Wang Tian. The man spoke up, asking if they were seriously going to swallow up that massive pile of credit points. Even if he believed Ning would win, what would happen to the losers afterward? Ning simply asked if it even mattered. Even if he did not need the money himself, the final fortress, the Void Mothership, and the Super Soldier Army absolutely did. Without this duel, he would still have found another way to squeeze every last cent out of those greedy high society bastards. If they did not like it, they could challenge him to another deathmatch. He would gladly slaughter another batch of them. Meanwhile, in the military arena waiting room, a subordinate reported to Commissioner Liu that everything was set up perfectly. They wanted to ensure no mistakes, though they worried the kid might forfeit. Just as Ning arrived, Cheng Yuan approached. They tried desperately to convince Ning to back out, but Liu Tianming just chuckled with absolute confidence, saying it was fine. If the brat chickened out now, he would never make waves again. Ning would be branded a coward forever. He would forever wear the label of an arrogant, boastful weakling. Even if he eventually reached the peak, he'd still be a joke. No one would ever support a coward to become commander. His subordinate quickly flattered him, praising the commissioner's brilliant foresight. But if the kid actually dared to step onto the stage, Liu Tianming needed to finish him off within 7 seconds. That was the only way to maximize their profits. Most people bet on 15 seconds, thinking his combat style was too slow. They assumed he lacked the speed for an instant kill. Liu Tianming sneered, calling anyone who doubted his speed a total fool. If it were not for those idiots, how else would he rake in all this cash? The match was about to begin. He ordered his men to dump all their pooled cash into the bet that Ning would be crippled within 7 seconds. He wanted to give the audience a massive surprise. His subordinate nodded obediently. Meanwhile, the announcer declared the match would start in 2 minutes, telling both fighters to get ready. Ning walked forward, telling Uncle Cheng he was heading up. Cheng Yuan snapped. Why was this kid so incredibly stubborn? He had warned him so many times, yet Ning refused to listen to a word. Ning reassured him, asking if he remembered what they discussed earlier. Trust me, he said, and bet on my blade. The onlookers behind them watched in absolute disbelief as the referee announced that the match would begin in 60 seconds. He laid out the rules clearly. This death match had no time limits and absolutely no restrictions on lethal force. If things went completely out of hand, the referees would intervene. With a swift gesture, the countdown officially began. Liu Tianming smirked. He told Ning that while he understood young people were hot-headed, there was always someone stronger out there. It was not too late to back down. All the kid had to do was kneel and apologize to end this. Ning merely drew his blade, asking if the old dog was finally done barking. Only one of them was leaving alive. As Ning unleashed a mid-tier 3 technique, Lu Tianming gasped. How had the kid already reached mid-tier 3? Jumping from low-tier to mid-tier in just a single month was flat-out impossible. The sheer speed of his growth was terrifying. Thank goodness this death match was happening now. In a few more months, the brat would have caught up to him. Shaking off his shock, he scoffed, asking if this tiny bit of progress was where the kid got his arrogant confidence. Ning snapped back, telling the old dog he talked way too much. Meanwhile, the spectators were buzzing with shock. A mid-tier 3 level. They wondered if the kid was hiding even more secrets, but immediately brushed the thought aside. A single sub-tier gap in tier 3 meant a tenfold difference in power, and they were separated by 2 whole sub-tiers. Even at mid-tier, the kid stood absolutely no chance. Ning calmly analyzed his surroundings as the pressure mounted. Normally, the referees could pop up a psychic barrier at any second to block a peak tier 3 strike. But since they had money on the line, they would definitely delay saving him if he got into trouble. That was fine, but if Lu Tianming ended up in danger, they would instantly step in to save him. He needed a single strike that surpassed a peak tier 3 level, something he could not normally achieve on his own. Before Ning could finalize his strategy, Fang Hao suddenly broke into the arena, shouting for Ning to stop this madness. He urged the kid to follow him immediately, arguing that everything was spinning out of control and the duel was off. Then Fang Hao paused in absolute shock, sensing Ning was already mid-tier 3, actually almost high-tier. It made no sense, especially since the kid spent all his time chasing girls in Yuan Gang. The referee warned him. He reminded Commander Fang to respect his position. Once a death match officially began, there was no stopping it. Ming chimes in, saying that since Ning himself requested this death match, Commander Fang's intervention seems like a massive abuse of authority. Fang Hao snaps in anger, telling him to shut up because he has no time for their garbage schemes. He warns them that he is talking to Ning, and anyone else who dares open their mouth will get punched. The referee stands completely frozen. Clueless. He has absolutely no idea how to handle this crazy situation. Fang Hao urges the young man to just surrender, reminding him that staying alive to fight another day is what matters. But Ning calmly replies, "Uncle Fang, I understand this death match was always meant to end with a casualty. But that dead person won't be me." He adds that Uncle Fang should trust him and place a bet on his victory. He explains he still has a trump card, so if the commander believes in him, he should bet on his sword. Ning then demands the match continue. Fang Hao is forced out of the arena, screaming the boy's name as Lu Tianming laughs. Lu Tianming mocks him, praising his arrogant youth for choosing the road to hell when heaven had an open door. The referee officially resumes the deathmatch with a 3-second countdown. Outside, Fang Hao is absolutely fuming. He curses, declaring that if he cannot stop him, he will risk it all to betting 200,000 coins on Ning. As the battle kicks off, Lu Tianming immediately triggers a chain of moves: Burning Blood, Metal Frenzy, and Maximum Speed. He stacks heavy divine defense buffs. Ning blocks the assault while analyzing his opponent's ridiculous stats. Lu Tianming has active buffs totaling at least 300,000 stat points. He is definitely not holding back. His careless attitude outside was a complete facade. Pure deception. The old man is incredibly cunning. The ground shatters as the enemy leaps into the air like a tempest, unleashing a devastating slash technique. Ning frowns. This old dog was definitely hiding his true strength, as the angle of his wrath slash is slightly off. He must be guarding against a mental assault, hoping this initial strike will bait out Ning's trump card. Ning quickly deploys a defensive barrier. Lu Tianming mocks him, asking if this weak shield is his ultimate defense. He easily pushes the boy back, calling him pathetic, but Ning remains unfazed and prepares another skill. He activates his secondary phase. Boom. He launches into the sky like a rocket, as Tianming screams after him. He laughs, asking if the kid thinks flying will save him before summoning a massive web of energy blades. The sky-splitting web instantly closes in to shred Ning's body, unleashing a flurry of rapid slashes in midair. Lu Tianming swings his sword, confident that even Commander Fang won't find a single opening to save the boy now. And trust me, the crowd below is holding its breath, wondering if this insane fight is already over. It has not even been 3 seconds. This is total suppression, and even if Ning wants to surrender now, it is too late. A worried onlooker comments that this move is brilliant, forcing anyone who tries to save the kid to take the blow first. Another spectator curses, complaining that he bet the match would last 15 seconds, calling Ning a complete loser. Commander Fang clenches his fist in frustration. Suddenly, Ning roars his dimensional strike skill and instantly vanishes. Everyone below is left completely speechless, staring wide-eyed as Ning suddenly reappears right behind him. He strikes, telling his foe to die, delivering 2 swift slashes aimed straight at the old man's neck. The enemy blocks, but the next strike pierces through his skull, followed by multiple blades stabbing into his vitals. Piercing spikes then skewer both of his arms, his legs, and finally lock his entire body in place. The sharp spikes completely trap Lu Tianming. Ning mutters that once this skill ends, the damage will be catastrophic. But despite the old man's arrogant behavior, he is incredibly cautious and is wearing tons of hidden armor. If he cannot shatter that defense immediately, the old man's fast reflexes might actually allow him to survive. Furthermore, the activation conditions for Divine Wrath are too strict to be utilized in this specific situation. Ning smiles as he attacks, planning to trigger a storm sword cascade right as the skill ends. He needs to make it look like a seamless one-shot kill. If he fails and the opponent survives, he is finished. He calculates that his dimensional slash still has 3 seconds left, which translates to 0.3 seconds outside. Lu Tianming has likely sensed the looming danger, already pulling back to transition into a full defensive stance. Resting his heavy blade on his shoulder, Ning wonders what would happen if he activates Dimensional Strike again. Instantly triggering the Storm Sword Cascade would grant him an additional 10 seconds of Dimensional Strike time. That would technically still count as a single moveset. He grins to himself, deciding to give it a shot. No losses anyway. Ning immediately turns around, declaring a retreat as he leaps upward. Below him, Tianming is left completely baffled. Vanished into thin air. Did he use a stealth item, or is he masking himself with spiritual power? If he drags this out for 10 seconds, then even a loss would not bring any major consequences. Immediately, he lowers his head and positions his blades. Laughing out loud, Tianming unleashes a flurry of slashes forward, roaring for him to get the hell out. Fang Hao watches with his jaw dropped. Ning is gone, leaving him with absolutely no clue where to even throw a lifeline. 4 seconds remain, and he knows Commissioner Lu will never let him escape. Nearby, the girl smiles faintly. Good job, Ning, just survived 10 seconds like this before you die. But these incoming shockwaves are relentless. There is absolutely no blind spot to hide in. Yet, in a flash, Ning materializes right behind his opponent's head. Catching him completely off guard, Ning rains down rapid slashes, triggering his storm as he vanishes into the air once more. He slips right through the dimensional shockwaves, suddenly reappearing right in front of the commissioner to strike. He dives down in a rapid assault. Talk about a mind-blowing combo. This is a flawless sequence of front and back attacks. Even the storm sword flow effect is flawlessly connected. Keeping up the pressure, Ning refuses to stop his onslaught. Unleashing his Frostwind blade, he mutters that he will freeze his opponent's weapon first before dealing with the rest. No matter how much armor the man stacks, he forgot to protect the crucial gaps between his fingers. Striking relentlessly, Ning tells him to get ready for absolute agony once the freezing effect fully triggers. Spotting a fatal weakness in his opponent's stance, Ning notices a vulnerability right as his skill is about to burst. He presses the attack, declaring that running away is futile. His 6-7 swords technique is more than enough to lock him down. Even half a second is enough to leave him completely frozen. Instantly, Ning appears behind him once more with his flame wind elements. Striking from the blind spot, Ning warns him that his back is wide open. He is dealing a full 360-degree assault. Smirking, Ning realizes this is the true potential of dimensional shock. And honestly, it's downright broken. It basically turns this high-level fight into hitting a stationary target. Unfortunately, this brief window leaves no time to stack more skills. He will definitely need to research this combo later. Right then, his opponent leaps into the air. Ning murmurs that this combination of ice and fire packing nearly 100 triple S-class slashes is unstoppable. Even a peak tier 3 master would be completely helpless here, let alone Lu Tianming, who just recently reached this level. If the man survives with a single scratch, Ning will consider it his loss. Tianming is left thoroughly shaken. The kid was right above his head a second ago, but vanished right as Tianming prepared to launch a counter skill. Looking ahead, his skill fails to trigger. What kind of sick joke is this? He begins to panic. A suffocating sensation of being completely surrounded closes in on him. Tianming realizes he must act immediately to ensure his safety. He prepares to teleport first, intending to lock onto the kid with his innate talent the moment he reappears. Leaping high into the air, Tianming screams for him to show himself. Down below, Ning looks up with a cold smile. Announcing his arrival, Ning charges up with his storm sword flow, forcing his stalled skill to reignite. Tianming tries to trigger his escape, only to look down and realize his legs are completely encased in solid ice. The freezing frost quickly climbs up his weapon, sending a sharp biting pain through his fingers as his sword slips away. Left completely defenseless, he is instantly bombarded by a relentless storm of sharp slashes. Ning screams for him to die. Tianming screams in absolute agony as the sharp wind blades slice across his body, even carving deep cuts into his face. Desperate, he curls up and conjures a defensive barrier, but the barrage of strikes continues to batter his shield. Ning smiles coldly, seeing right through his attempt to buy time with spiritual energy. Suddenly, a purple crystal glows on his forehead. Activating his mental blast, a dark, ominous wave of psychic energy erupts from the center of Ning's brow. Hundreds of devastating slashes smash directly into Tianming's barrier, instantly cracking the defensive wall to pieces. The shield shatters and the blades tear through his flesh as he lets out a desperate, blood-curdling scream for help. A final brutal strike pierces his forehead, tearing his physical form apart as he is ruthlessly sliced to pieces. The crowd of onlookers gasps in sheer horror at the gruesome sight, screaming out in panic for Commissioner Liu. One man rushes toward the barrier, frantically yelling to save him. The entire crowd descends into utter chaos. They crowd around, desperately trying to activate the protective dome. But as someone reaches out to touch the barrier, another voice shouts to stop them. They tampered with the system earlier, and getting it online now will take precious time. He almost forgot about this. Seeing his men hesitating, the commander barks out for them to unleash their attacks directly. They must grab whatever they can. Watching everyone scramble in such a desperate panic, Ning can only smirk with utter contempt. If his skills had not been superior, he would be the one needing a rescue right now. Reaping their own karma, they must still play along. Truly ridiculous. He looks right through the protective barrier to assess the situation. Liu Tianming is long dead, so this barrier can only do so much now. It merely keeps his shattered remains from scattering. For this kind of shield, they might as well use glue to piece him back together. Just then, another figure appears in the distance, slowly making his way toward the arena. Suddenly, Commander Wang Feng leaps high into the air. He throws a devastating punch right at the crowd in front. Wang Feng is in a panic. He bellows for that useless Liu Tianming to get out of his way. A soldier runs up. He stammers that Commissioner Liu is dead, but he cannot even finish his sentence. Wang Feng cuts him off. He barks at him to get lost, promising severe punishment once they return. His men stand frozen, submissively agreeing to the order. Meanwhile, Wang Feng steps up to inspect the barrier. Seeing the carnage inside, he shudders. This is worse than Lang Ji's fate. How could any human do this? Standing outside the barrier, he howls in anguish. How will he explain this to Tianming's father? Suddenly, Wang Feng erupts with massive killing intent. He roars at Ning for being so audacious. How dare a brat kill a standing commissioner? But Ning is completely unfazed and simply lets out a soft chuckle. He asks which commander this is. He mocks him for crying foul over a fair and square life-or-death duel. But Wang Feng completely ignores the logic. He fiercely demands answers from a mere mid-tier competitor. How could he kill a peak Tier 3 master with one slash? He accuses Ning of having outside help. Ning merely scoffs at him. Is this high-ranking commander just a sore loser throwing a tantrum? He boldly challenges the commander to a direct duel. But Wang Feng does not even let him finish speaking. The furious commander lunges forward, but check this out, his strike gets completely shut down in an instant. Feng Hao suddenly intercepts the blow, grabbing his wrist. He angrily shouts at Wang Feng for acting so shamelessly. He points out that a commander shouldn't bully a junior. Fight a real opponent instead. Wang Feng's face darkens instantly. He glares at the man who dared to step in and block his strike. He accuses Commander Feng of shielding the boy. In response, Feng Hao simply tightens his iron grip. He tells the sore loser to stand tall and accept his defeat. He refuses to tolerate any more whining. With a powerful shove, he hurls Wang Feng back. He dares him to fight or wait for the marshal's return. Stumbling back, Wang Feng snarls. He warns Feng Hao to stop using the marshal as a shield to threaten him. He rants about the past. The marshal only got his rank thanks to the sacrifice of Tianming's father. Feng Hao's blood boils at the disrespect. Still, he refuses to waste another second arguing with a madman. He tells the bitter commander he has no time for nonsense. Turning around, he calls for Ning. Enjoying the free entertainment, Ning happily follows Uncle Feng out. This leaves Wang Feng gritting, his teeth in absolute fury. He glares after them, swearing that this humiliation is far from over. Meanwhile, the spectators are left in utter shock. Did Commissioner Liu really just get obliterated? How is this even possible? Whispers of dread ripple through the crowd as they witness such overwhelming power. A one-shot kill against a high-tier master. They must be trapped in some kind of bizarre dream. Walking quietly behind Feng Hao, Ning is deep in thought. It is time to wake these fools up. He casts a cold glance over the messy arena. Meanwhile, Wang Feng kneels down among Liu's scattered remains. Seeing the horrific mess, he laments. The body is completely pulverized. How can he even bring this home? Even spatial storage rings can't help with this. Suddenly, a mysterious force causes the gory chunks to levitate. The bloody pieces rise and clump together. A grotesque mass forms in the air, horrifying the commander. Grinning slyly, Ning triggers his hidden skill. With a sudden snap, the massive ball of flesh begins to detonate with a deafening blast. A horrific shower of gore rains down onto the terrified spectators below. Inside the private viewing room, a man watches. An unusual sight unfolds on the stage. Spitting out a massive mouthful of blood as his strength quickly faded, he froze. He finally realized the truth. This was Liu Tianming's lifeless corpse. His own body then collapsed to the ground, paralyzed. He was finished too. He had no way of surviving now. Up in the stands, the spectators screamed. They had lost everything. They risked their entire family's lives on this fight. Below the arena, two spectators watched the departing duo. They could not help but sigh as Yi Ning and Fang Hao left. Did he really win in one strike? The companion next to him scoffed. If he had known, he would have bet everything on the boy. 1,000 points is still a lot, Commander. Be happy with what you got, the younger man argued. Most importantly, Yi Ning was safe. As they walked away, Fang Hao could not stop bragging about the cash. That crazy kid was amazing. Including the outside bets, he had just made Fang Hao 1 billion. Yi. Ning chuckled softly at the boast. Did you really bet that much? Fang Hao observed his calm face. He leaned in and whispered in his ear. Why so calm? Something is fishy. Did you bet on yourself? How much did you win? Yi Ning did not deny it. He smiled and said it was not much. He won under 4,000. Hearing this, Fang Hao gasped in doubt. 4,000 is too little. Any missing zeros? Then Fang Hao realized something was wrong. With those insane odds, 4,000 made absolutely no sense at all. Who would bet pocket change like that? Wait. Did he mean 4,000 of a much higher unit? He hesitated, then whispered the staggering number. 400 billion. Yi Ning quickly gestured for him to keep quiet. Actually, only 380 billion. Meanwhile, a group gathered at the old commander's house to watch. They replayed the fight. The old commander was impressed, noting that single sword strike was quite a fascinating move. The dark third eye was also very intriguing. Behind him, a subordinate stepped forward to ask a question. Should they avenge Lu Tianming? The old commander dismissed it instantly. There was absolutely no rush for that. He was just a useless piece of trash anyway. Besides, the dead man still had an influential father, right? Wasn't he a former deputy commander? Suddenly, a painful scream echoed through the military sanitarium headquarters that night. Lu Tianming's father, Lu Haishan, roared out in agony, his face twisted in pure rage as killing intent erupted. He vowed to slaughter Yi Ning. Blazing with fury, he immediately turned to his men to issue an order. He ordered the army to march on the capital. His loyal soldiers saluted, shouting their agreement to Commander Lu. Meanwhile, at a hotel in Country B, Jiping noted that while they had agreed to contain Country Y, their strength might not last long. Hearing this, Xuan Guo could only sigh deeply. Things were moving too fast. They originally had 3 months to prepare, but this sudden death match brought the schedule forward. Storm ahead. He feared the crisis would strike early, but if trouble was coming, there was simply no way to escape. That bastard Lu Tianming had blatantly stolen the resources. He wanted to force Yi Ning to challenge him first. Yi Ning had risked his own life to secure those materials. Anyone else would have lost their mind. Who could swallow such humiliation? Honestly, Xuan Guo was far more worried about the boy's personal safety now. Jiping tried to reassure him. They had already deployed several high-level guards to protect him throughout. With strong allies like Fang Hao and Cheng Yuan present, the duel should end without any serious incident. Suddenly, Shu Qi rushed in with urgent news. A massive incident had just occurred during the death match. Jiping spun around, his voice filled with panic. Was Yi Ning hurt? How bad was the damage? Xuan Guo frowned, questioning what the guards were even doing. Shu Qi stared at her screen, completely bewildered. She stammered that Commissioner Lu was dead. He was completely obliterated by Yi Ning in a single devastating blow. Both leaders froze in place. Jiping shook his head in absolute disbelief. This was completely impossible. Lu Tianming was a peak Tier 3 powerhouse. Surrounded by elite guards, how could Yi Ning bypass them? Xuan Guo pressed her for details, demanding to know if Fang Hao or Cheng Yuan had helped him. Shu Qi quickly pulled up the footage. No, Yi Ning fought and won entirely on his own strength. She showed them the recorded video of the duel. Xuan Guo stared at it, his brow furrowing in deep confusion. The boy vanished mid-fight and ended it with one strike, leaving nothing behind. What skill was that? He jumped from low tier to mid-tier in just one short week. What on earth happened to him? Jiping spoke up with a suggestion, asking the commander if they should consult Nine. But Tuyen Kwok dismissed it. He insisted the priority right now was tracking down Lu Haishan. Yanning is in grave danger, he ordered. We have to head back immediately. Shu Qi quickly obeyed, promising to arrange it, but then added one more urgent report. Before the death match, massive bets were placed all over the capital, and Yanning ended up winning the absolute biggest jackpot. Tuyen Kwok cursed in frustration. No wonder their defenses failed so easily. This meant a massive disaster was brewing. He barked out orders to hurry up and tell Fang Hao and Cheng Yuan to move Yanning to the underground bunker. They had to stay by his side. Shu Qi acknowledged the command and immediately set off to carry it out. Deep inside the bunker, Yanning, Fang Hao, and Cheng Yuan waited. Cheng Yuan gave Yanning a stern warning. He was not allowed to go anywhere or leave their sight for even a single second until the commander returned. Even Yanning's family was already secured under the protection of Ming Luo and Agent 009. Still, Yanning was curious. Was this Lu Haishan really that terrifying to warrant such massive precautions? Fang Hao answered him with absolute seriousness. Yanning just did not understand. Lu Haishan was a legendary survivor from the earliest days of the apocalypse. He once commanded the entire northern region as a deputy commander holding the exact same rank as Fang Hao. In fact, under the old military system, he ranked even higher and was the most famous candidate to succeed the commander. Unlike Lu Tianming, this man was a battle-hardened, genuine peak Tier 3 master. Fang Hao had heard his legend since childhood. Yanning frowned at this description. A real peak Tier 3 powerhouse, so what did that make Lu Tianming then? Fang Hao explained that Lu Tianming was actually just an advanced Tier 3 fighter who used a special talent. His unique abilities allowed him to temporarily mimic peak Tier 3 strength, which was why he always claimed that rank. But as anyone could guess, there was a massive gulf between a fake and a true master of that level. Yanning quietly crunched the numbers. Facing a genuine peak Tier 3 master in his current state would be incredibly dangerous. His only remaining free skills were Yama of the Underworld and Wrath of God with just enough energy for one-dimensional strike. Sensing his tension, Chang Yuan stepped in to reassure him, telling Yanning not to worry with both of them there. Even if Lu Haishan showed up, they would protect him. Fang Hao agreed, urging him to rest after his exhausting battle. Yanning nodded and sat down, immediately crossing his legs to start recovering his depleted energy reserves. He triggered his spiritual light to jumpstart his physical recovery, prepping himself in case he needed to absorb a massive blow. Seeing the strange energy swirling around him as he healed, Cheng Yuan and Fang Hao could only stare in absolute shock. It looked less like traditional recovery and more like a high-tech system auto-repairing armor on his body. Meanwhile, high above the city, supersonic jets began cutting through the clouds, sending panic through the streets below. Confused citizens looked up, wondering why military fighter jets were filling the skies at 3 in the morning. The massive mobilization of Tier 3 fighters made everyone worry that a full-blown zombie invasion was underway. Down on the ground, the capital defense team watched the skies. Huangzun frowned, demanding updates on Lu Haishan. Cheng Yi quickly checked his monitor, reporting that the target was 7 minutes away from entering their restricted airspace. He was bringing 48 high-speed units consisting of 6 advanced, 14 intermediate, and 20 beginner tier players. Huangzun growled through his teeth, demanding to know if any ground forces were moving alongside them. Cheng Yi shook his head. While there were initial signs of troop mobilization, the old general had halted them. Huangzun sneered inwardly. The cunning old veteran wanted to stage a show of force while pretending to play nice. Han Yi pointed out that it was a relief they did not bring infantry, or they would be completely overrun. With just a few of them, they would never stand a chance. Honestly, this whole situation is completely spiraling. Huang Lin complained that this was all Yanning's fault, pointing out that no other awakened had caused this much trouble. Despite all the geniuses in the country, Yanning was the only one constantly dragging everyone into his messes. He would have died 1,000 deaths without the military's protection, yet they were left cleaning up his latest disaster. Huangzun snapped at him, reminding him that the commander-in-chief only wanted them to buy some time. Huang Lin scoffed at the idea, asking how a handful of them were supposed to stop a legend. His expression darkened with hatred as he remembered how Yanning had ruined his life by killing Lu Tianming. He could not fathom why this rookie kid deserved so much protection while his own world lay in ruins, demanding justice. Right then, inside a fighter jet cockpit, a pilot reports that the capital's no-fly zone is directly ahead. They suggest slowing down to avoid any dangerous misunderstandings. But inside the cabin, General Lu Haishan is absolutely boiling with rage. He screams out, misunderstanding that he is some kind of traitor. He orders them to push the engines to full throttle. He wants to see who actually dares to stop him. The pilot obeys immediately as warning sirens begin blaring across the ground. Fighter jet B-988 has breached the restricted airspace without clearance. Instantly, the Capital Guard defense team scrambles into the air. Huangzun yells to activate the air defense system and deploy fighter jets immediately to intercept the rogue aircraft. He orders his squad to follow him for negotiations. Back inside the jet, a soldier reports that they are officially blocked. They ask if they should open fire, but Haishan coldly tells them to wait and see what the interceptors want first. Huangzun approaches with a very tense expression, welcoming the general back from the exhausting northern battlefield at this late hour. He suggests that Haishan head to a military rest zone, first promising a meeting with the commander first thing in the morning. But Haishan's anger is burning like a wild furnace. He snaps at him to cut the small talk immediately. He demands to know where Ning is hiding. Stuttering in absolute panic, Huangzun asks if he really came for Ning. He tries to explain, but the furious general cuts him off with a roar, demanding to know the kid's exact location. He wants that bastard brought to him right now. He snaps, asking if they are trying to protect his son's killer. Or maybe they played a part in Tianming's death too. Feeling the general's terrifying pressure, Huangzun tries to stay calm. He begs the general to calm down, claiming they have absolutely no idea where Ning is hidden right now. He promises the commander will provide answers, but Haishan's face goes completely dark. Hiding the killer is their only answer. Just then, check this out, a secret notification pops up on his device and he smiles smugly. Without wasting a single second, Haitian rockets straight down toward the target, telling his men to follow his tracking signal. They acknowledge the order immediately. Meanwhile, Huang Zun watches him fly off in sheer panic, wondering how the general found out. He realizes someone must have leaked the classified location. It's the only explanation for how he knew exactly where to go. Behind him, Huanglin smirks with absolute malice. He gloats silently. Ning is finally going to get torn to pieces. Once the kid is dead, whatever bets they made won't even matter anymore. Suddenly, Haishan crashes right through the building ceiling. He smashes straight through the heavy underground defenses, roaring for the brat to come out and face his death. Seeing the general charging directly at Ning, Fang Hao leaps forward, raising his arm to block the incoming strike. Cheng Yuan jumps in as well, forming a shield in front of the kid, while yelling out for him to be careful. Standing behind Cheng Yuan, Ning can feel the raw shockwave, and honestly, peak Tier 3 power is no joke. Fang Hao yells, asking if he's actually trying to start a rebellion right here. Haishan just bursts into a mad laugh. He mocks them, realizing that the spineless Li Shuangguo has absolutely no intention of giving him justice for his son. Fang Hao warns him to watch his mouth, but the grieving father is way past the point of caring about rules. He screams back, where was this concern when his son was killed? He orders them to move if they value their lives. He vows to tear Ning apart with his own hands, unleashing a massive shockwave that shatters the surrounding stone walls. Looking up, he calls out to his deceased son, telling Tianming to watch closely as his father finally gets bloody revenge. His voice echoes through the cavern, commanding Ning to die as he unleashes a devastating high-speed palm strike. Fang Hao yells in disbelief that Haitian is actually launching a lethal attack inside the sacred walls of the parliament. He warns the general that he won't be holding back anymore, instantly summoning his Azure Dragon sun-melting technique. A massive wave of emerald energy erupts, slamming directly into Haitian's incoming palm strike with a deafening bone-shaking crash. The collision secretes a foul purple sludge that instantly begins eating away at the concrete floor. Ning watches closely. He realizes the old general's energy has a highly corrosive element, making him infinitely more dangerous than his late son. He notices Uncle Fang is holding his power back, opting to defend rather than unleash a full counter-offensive strike. Ning decides to lay low and analyze the battle. Haishan points a trembling, angry finger directly at Fang Hao. He demands to know if Fang Hao is truly ready to oppose him. Frowning, Fang Hao warns him to stop. He warns him not to force a real fight, but the old general just laughs coldly, completely unfazed by the threat. He challenges him to strike, knowing it would shatter the trust of the military veterans. Fang Hao hesitates under the pressure. A civil war is the last thing they need right now, and hurting a veteran would turn public opinion against them. Even if Fang Hao cannot fight with full strength, he cannot let Ning get hurt. Haishan roars out, asking Fang Hao if he really thinks someone like him can actually block his path. Haishan unleashes his aurora-splitting slash, instantly splitting his body into 4 distinct clones, surrounding them from all sides so no one can escape. He taunts them to try and protect the kid, leaving Fang Hao deeply worried. Seeing this, Cheng Yuan curses at how insidious the attack is. He yells for Ning to raise his defenses immediately, and the boy complies. Ning activates his 3-form demon defense while Cheng Yuan draws 2 spiked maces. Roaring, he unleashes his heavy mace domain to protect them, absorbing frantic blows from 3 of Haishan's clones. Soon, deep cracks begin to spread across the defensive barrier. Cheng Yuan narrows his eyes with fierce determination, refusing to let them break his defense. He boldly charges forward to strike, unleashing his heaven-shattering, earth-breaking mace. A massive, earth-shaking shockwave erupts, completely obliterating all of Haishan's clones. Watching this, Ning is utterly amazed, thinking that Uncle Cheng is surprisingly strong. It makes sense, though, since they are both peak Tier 3 fighters. In a 2-on-1 fight against this old fool, they definitely hold the advantage. He even stands behind them, openly taunting his enemy. He mocks the old man, calling his attacks weak and pointing out his own defenses wide open. This drives Haishan completely insane. Wondering why everyone is standing in his way, he draws his sword like a wild beast, screaming that he must kill the boy. Across from him, Fang Hao yells, asking Lu Haishan if he is truly prepared to die here. If so, he has no choice. Haishan unleashes his sky-shattering slash, sending purple energy tearing through the air, while Fang Hao counters with his 800 dragon fists. Fiery, powerful punches rush upward, forming a solid defensive wall. Then Fang Hao activates his ultimate technique, combining all those fists into one. A single colossal fist forms, flying upward to shatter Haishan's attack, before rapidly charging straight toward the old general. The blow slams directly into him, dragging his feet several meters back and carving a long trench in the dirt. Ning witnesses this and realizes something. He always knew Uncle Fang was a top-tier fighter in Great Xia, but this is next level. Fang Hao steps forward calmly, advising General Lu to stop before he completely ruins whatever dignity and reputation he has left. But Haishan merely screams back, asking how he can stop when his own son's body is not even cold yet. Just as the tension peaks, reinforcements arrive from a distance, shouting to General Lu that they have finally made it to help. Grinning with pure malice, Hai Shan orders them to kill Yi Ning immediately, prompting the soldiers to charge forward without hesitation. On the other side, Fang Hao warns them that attacking an official commissioner is a capital offense of the highest order. That is treason, and the punishment is death. Hearing this, the advancing reinforcements immediately freeze in their tracks, suddenly terrified. But Hai Shan barks out another order, claiming he can easily handle the consequences of killing one insignificant honorary commissioner. He screams for them to kill. Fang Hao fights them off while shouting for Cheng Yuan to get Ye Ning out of there. Cheng Yuan swings his heavy mace, clearing a path through the soldiers, and tells Yi Ning to follow him closely to escape. But Yi Ning feels a surge of spiritual energy, realizing these Tier 3 soldiers are actually perfect sacrifices for his god's wrath. Combined with his mind blast, none of these fools will survive. He asks Uncle Cheng if killing them counts as self-defense. Cheng Yuan is completely dumbfounded by the question. Before he can answer, Yi Ning raises his sword, his aura exploding outward. Just as he prepares to unleash his psychic attack, a booming voice echoes from the distance, commanding everyone to halt immediately. Yi Ning stops, sensing an incredibly heavy pressure. He recognizes the newcomer as Commander Xuan Guo, who approaches with a stern face. Xuan Guo calmly suggests that the old general step aside to talk elsewhere, promising that the military will provide a proper explanation. But Hai Shan completely loses it, screaming back that he does not care about explanations or promises from the military. He refuses to believe Yi Ning alone could kill his son, demanding they hand over everyone involved so they can pay with their lives. In response, Xuan Guo pulls out a tablet with a video, reminding the general that this was a fair deathmatch on the arena. It was a fight to the death with clear rules, which the old man should know well. Enraged, Hai Shan smashes the tablet to the ground. He screams that he does not care about rules. He claims his son held back for the greater good, yet the boy showed no mercy. He accuses Yi Ning of using cheap tricks to murder his son. Xuan Guo loses his patience, frowning deeply as he tries to speak. But Hai Shan cuts him off, laughing bitterly. He rants about serving the country for 30 years while his loyal son did the same. Yet his family is being bullied by a mere brat and the military. He demands to know how this kid could ever compare to his son. He asks what contributions the brat has ever made to the nation and why the military is so eager to protect him. He refuses to accept this injustice. Hearing this, Yi Ning scoffs, calling out the old man's absolute hypocrisy regarding those contributions. He exposes Lu Tianming for abusing his power, hindering the East Sea rescue, stealing resources, and framing innocent officers. Yi Ning demands to know why the general is keeping quiet about those crimes, declaring that his corrupt son got exactly what he deserved. No regrets. Even if I had to do this 100 or 10,000 times, I would still kill that useless trash. Failing only to blame circumstances. Didn't you think your son was so untouchable that I couldn't end him? Come on, now it is my turn to fight to the death. Do you dare accept? Seeing Yi Ning act so aggressively, Hai Shan immediately points his sword forward and roars. He screams at him, "You beasts, say that one more time if you dare." Yi Ning raises his sword and shouts back, "Say it again." Again. "Oh, are you hard of hearing because of your old age? Accept the death duel. I will even let you bring 10 more men, making it me against 11 of you." Enraged, Hai Shan grips his sword and charges. "You beast, if you want to die, let me help you." Die. Fang Hao rushes in to intervene, shouting for everyone to stop before activating his war god boundary domain to trap Hai Shan in place, making him roar in anger. Blocked from his target, Yi Ning also snaps, shouting for Uncle Fang not to stop him, as now is the absolute best time to kill this old dog. Fang Hao bellows back, warning Yi Ning to stop making trouble anymore. Inside the barrier, Hai Shan frantically unleashes his void slashes, sending purple sword energy to shatter the barrier walls. Right at Li Shuangguo throws down a magic scroll and shouts, "Stop this at once. This is parliament. Fighting here is strictly forbidden." The magic scroll instantly expands into a powerful barrier, completely freezing everyone's movements. Locked inside the glass cage, Yi Ning still screams out, declaring that a death match is a death match, demanding they announce it to all of Hua Xia and head to the arena. "Old dog, do you dare accept?" Across the room, Hai Shan roars back, "You beast, do not think I will hesitate to kill you. If you have the guts, let us arrange it now. Whoever backs out is a coward." Just then, Ji Ping receives an urgent message through his earpiece and whispers to Commander Li Shuangguo, reporting that he just received word from the secretary that according to record 009, it seems Yi Ning has somehow summoned a Tier 4 shadow. Shocked, Li Shuangguo gasps what he quickly pulls back the entire magic scroll and announces, "Since you both insist on a death match, let me lay down the ground rules. This is a voluntary duel to the death, taking place on the arena. Life and death are final and no revenge is allowed afterward." Yi Ning is quite surprised, wondering why the commander suddenly flipped his stance. No longer caring about the big picture. Well, with official government backing, he will definitely have the upper hand. On the other hand, Hai Shan grows uneasy. This is wrong. Li Xuanguo came here to protect Yi Ning, yet now he is agreeing to a deathmatch. Does this kid have a hidden trump card that he knows nothing about, or is the military setting a trap? Behind him, an ally whispers a warning telling General Lu not to fall for the trap as that punk is likely targeting his current injuries and depleted spiritual energy. Hearing this logic from his subordinate, Hai Shan grows more confident, mocking the brat in his head. Brat, out of respect for the commander, I will give you 3 days before I personally end your life. Enjoy these last few days of freedom. With those parting words, they rocket into the sky, triggering minor shockwaves as they retreat with Hai Shan commanding them to leave. Let us go. Meanwhile, Yi Ning is left totally baffled, wondering why they just ran away like that. Watching them, Li Xuanguo quietly chuckles, calling the general a sly old fox. Juping walks over, patting Yi Ning's shoulder and telling him to visit his office tomorrow morning so he can rest up today. Nodding, Yi Ning agrees, though he secretly realizes that a 3-day delay is actually not in his favor. Triggering his Divine Wrath skill in a one-on-one duel is incredibly difficult, and fighting a single target is just far from ideal. Fortunately, he still has an open sword skill slot, meaning he must find and master an S-rank skill as quickly as humanly possible. Back at his residence, Wang Tian runs out to greet him from afar, gasping in relief that Lord Yi Ning has finally returned safely. Yi Ning quickly tells him to move to the study to keep his family from worrying. Once inside, Wang Tian eagerly presents the report, proudly announcing that after deducting the system's steep transaction tax, their total net profit has reached an incredible sum of 377 billion, with 240 billion of that in credit points, alongside elite gear skills, items, and even some slave contracts. Liquidating all these assets into physical cash will take almost a month. Scanning the incredible figures on the screen, Yi Ning smiles and expresses his deep gratitude for all their hard work. Out of his fortune, 1 billion credits will go directly to Chen Kailai, 1 billion to Xiao Hai, and another 1 billion to you. Hearing this, Wang Tian gasps in utter shock. 1 billion. Is that not far too much? Yi Ning chuckles, explaining that compared to the massive fortune everyone just won, this reward is practically nothing at all. Take it with a clear conscience. Moved to tears of joy, Wang Tian declares that dedicating his life to Yi Ning was the best decision they have ever made. Yi Ning explains that with this wealth they will fully fund Sun Licheng's extraordinary blueprint on one hand, while, on the other hand, they will recruit elite talents and master engineers in the specialized field of building heavy aircraft carriers. Furthermore, as previously discussed, they need to gather the refugees from the East Sea as fast as possible. He hopes that, within 2 months, a fully functional team will be assembled and ready for action. Wang Tian immediately bows, swearing to get it done. With that settled, Yi Ning adds one last crucial instruction, asking Wang Tian to scour the market for any S-rank sword skill manuals. Wang Tian is slightly taken aback. A sword technique. He remembers a private faction reaching out offering to trade an S-tier sword skill to clear their 900 million debt, which seemed way too absurd to accept. Hearing this, Yi Ning questions him. What happened next? Get in touch with them right now. Tell them to bring that sword technique tomorrow so I can take a look. If it fits, 900 million is nothing. Wang Tian quickly complies, and the next day, Yi Ning enters the marshal office. Marshal Xuanguo looks up, his deep voice breaking the silence. So you have arrived. Take a seat, Yi Ning. I have 2 things. First, about Lu Haitian. Second, your own burning questions. Hearing this, Yi Ning interrupts, asking if the marshal is already regretting his choice. Are you trying to convince me to back down from this fight? Sorry, but my mind is made up. Xuanguo lets out a soft sigh. Look, just hear me out first. I am not trying to stop you. But Yi Ning, there are some secrets you are still not clear to know. Yet, seeing how far things have escalated, I have no other choice but to finally lay out the absolute truth for you. First off, in the Huaxia region, there are actually 93 peak Tier 3 elites. Hearing this, Yi Ning is completely stunned. What? He gasps in utter disbelief. Wasn't it widely known that even counting the most remote borders, there were barely a dozen nationwide? The marshal explains that in reality, if they factor in all the peak Tier 3 powerhouses hiding within private factions, that number skyrockets. If there are really that many peak combatants, Yi Ning cuts straight to the point, then how did the apocalypse turn so disastrous? In his past life, humanity should have easily held the line. Xuanguo shakes his head, telling him he is still too young. There are dark truths that have been completely wiped from history. More than 60 years ago, when the apocalyptic pandemic first broke out, Huaxia had fewer than 10 peak-level masters. But once the Awakened began to emerge, humanity's combat strength started multiplying at an insane rate. By around the 13th year of the apocalypse, major safe zones were finally established in various regions to protect the survivors. By year 30, the population surged past 700 million, with the number of awakened individuals climbing over 20 million. Peak Tier 3 experts constantly emerged, and by the 40th year their ranks had grown to well over 100. That makes no sense. Ning cuts in. If they were growing that fast, why is Wuxia struggling so badly today? Xuanguo looks at him. Ning, have you ever heard the fable of 33 Tales of Silver? In this harsh world, humans can be more ravenous than zombies. 33 Tales of Silver was an ancient imperial tax representing the exact amount a commoner had to pay throughout their lifetime. It was a brutal, invisible, and highly sophisticated system of oppression designed to drain every drop of value from the population. While squeezing every last drop of surplus labor from them, it tricked the common people into working even harder. It gave them the grand illusion that a better life was just around the corner if they simply put in more effort. That same predatory tax system was recreated after the apocalypse, orchestrated entirely by the very first generation of peak Tier 3 elites. Once the zombie threat stabilized, absolute corruption took root, and over the next 30 years, they stripped everything away. Almost all of the vital resources painstakingly gathered by the military were systematically looted and hoarded by those greedy elites. Those early peak Tier 3 masters formed massive clans sitting comfortably at the top, bleeding the entire war zone dry. This crippled the army's fighting force and drained their funds. Hearing this, Ning slams his fist onto the table. So they bled the military dry and then immediately moved on to ruthlessly exploit and suppress the defenseless survivors' right. They seized the spirit mines, shut down key industries, and even cut off critical awakening serums from the lower classes. Didn't anyone ever try to fight back? Xuanguo nods. Of course we did. We even waged an all-out war. Over 10 years ago, we mobilized our own peak Tier 3 forces, but unfortunately, we suffered a crushing defeat. After Ning was assassinated, our old chief was forced to step down and the founding elites retreated into the shadows. I had to endure years of humiliation just to secure my current position. Ning asks a blunt question. If you had such massive ambitions, why did you stay completely quiet after taking office? Xuanguo sighs heavily. Because most of my authority was stripped away. I had the will but lacked the raw power. Let me give you an example. Remember that recent Asian regional dungeon? There were plenty of suitable peak fighters available before you, but every single one of them refused. It was their way of squeezing us. If we wanted their help, we had to pay an absolutely outrageous price. Ning scowls. They hoard power for their own selfish greed while refusing to step up for the greater good. Instead, they force the military to scatter its limited forces. They are targeting me because I completely shattered their cozy little balance. Xuanguo frowns, nodding. Exactly. Lu Tianming and Lu Haishan are both key figures of that corrupt old faction. Ning silently realizes that the military from his past life was likely the battered remnant of this fierce internal factional war. That explains why so many top-tier powerhouses were completely absent back then. Xuanguo speaks up. Ning, killing Lu Haishan is, you are the symbol of completely wiping out the old faction. Look at me and tell me, is your current combat power on par with a peak Tier 3 fighter, right? Your talent is clearly way beyond what you claimed. Right? Ning hesitates for a moment, then lets out a sigh. He asks, what will I have to face if I join? The general explains that in this upcoming national war, every nation will send at least 6 peak Tier 3 fighters. If the old faction refuses to send anyone, the military can only dispatch at most 4 peak Tier 3 fighters. His eyes harden with pure determination. He points out that if he kills Lu Haishan, then in next month's war, he will have to fight at least 2 peak Tier 3 warriors. But that is a price Ning can easily pay. The general, leaning over his desk, says he does not ask for much, only that Ning can stall the enemy. That way, they will not suffer a total defeat, and as long as their rank is not too low, they can endure the system's penalty. Ning smiles, clenches his fist, and tells the commander that he has absolute faith in his strength a month from now. The commander smiles in proud approval, glad he did not misjudge him. Cut to the study room at Ning's house, where Uncle Wang rushes in with exciting news. The sword technique book has finally arrived, and he hands it over. Ning is thrilled. He takes the book, a smile spreading across his face. The Sword of Judgment, what a cool name. Its system panel pops up showing it is an S-rank skill. It consumes 6,000 points of spiritual energy and mental energy to maintain the power of judgment for 3 seconds. During this time, it grants a perfect lock-on effect, breaking stealth and tracking the target. On top of that, it inflicts armor penetration, extreme heat, crushing impact, suppression, and melting. It targets both physical matter and spiritual energy, ignoring 50% of spiritual defense. Traveling at 3 times the speed of sound, the relentless attack will continue even if the target dies mid-activation. Ning is amazed, realizing that breaking stealth completely ruins any sneaky trick an opponent might try. The supersonic strike guarantees a 100% hit rate, and 3 seconds of judgment acts like a god's wrath. It is absolutely insane. Suddenly, Ning freezes as a realization hits. Wait, does that mean this skill is just as broken as his god's wrath ability? If he activates this sword first, then stacks dimensional impact twice. He can keep stacking massive damage within those 3 seconds of judgment. He smiles, thoroughly pleased. He tells Uncle Wang that he is keeping this technique. The old man is worried, reminding him it costs 900 million. The technique seems highly impractical on paper, which is why others ignored it, but Ning just smiles with absolute confidence. He reassures him that it is perfectly fine, telling him to rest. Uncle Wang nods and quietly leaves the room, gently shutting the door. Ning immediately activates his spiritual energy to set up a soundproofing barrier, then touches the manual. His system immediately triggers, letting him learn and upgrade the skill as surging blue light fills the entire room. The enhancement is a success, upgrading the technique to triple S rank final judgment. Ning stares in pure shock. This triple S rank system panel looks completely different from the others, carrying a dark, eerie vibe. The blue light turns blood red as a new prompt appears, requiring a massive 40,000 spiritual energy and 20,000 mental power points. He needs to maintain 70% of his status to unleash it, or else his life force gets drained. Once that dangerous sacrifice is made, he will enter the first arbiter state. He can only let out a dry laugh. Aside from God's wrath, these are the most brutal activation requirements he has ever seen. But then the benefits show up. First, Arbiter form grants a flat plus 10 boost to all attributes, massive movement speed, and 50% damage reduction. Every strike triggers an explosive shockwave, while the fifth effect heavily suppresses any enemy unfortunate enough to face him. The sixth effect applies an inescapable forced lock-on. Reading through these insane stats, Ning is completely blown away. This is absolutely ridiculous. The sheer number of buffs is heaven-defying, and this is merely the first form. Then comes the final Arbiter mode. Locking onto a target for 3 to 10 seconds unleashes the ultimate Divine Sin strike. It summons an invisible blade that deals cataclysmic damage straight to the target. Ning smiles as he reads it. This Divine Sin is basically a second God's Wrath. This upgrade is easily 10 times more powerful than even his Dao Tian skill. Clearly, the higher his base level, the more broken the system's upgrades become. He closes his status window and stands up, wondering just how much destructive power he can unleash now. He needs to find a strong opponent to test it on. Deep inside the military zone's underground training arena, Ning stands before Fang Hao, who looks incredibly annoyed to see him. Meanwhile, over at the underground training grounds, Ning stands directly before an incredibly annoyed Fang Hao. "Did you think I was an easy target, kid? Why come to me instead of Cheng Yuan?" Ning just smiled in response. He replied, "Uncle Fang, you are the strongest, so sparring with you gives me the confidence to face Lu Haitian." Hearing this, Fang Hao smirked with pure confidence. It was true, at Huaxia's absolute peak, his strength easily ranked in the top 10. No exaggeration, on a real battlefield, he could put down Lu Haishan in under 10 seconds flat. You might not even survive a single second, so think carefully. Ning did not say another word, just gripping his hilt. "Uncle Fang, I want to try." Fang Hao did not waste time telling the brave kid to bring it on. Right after, he shouted, releasing a massive wave of blue spiritual energy that surged directly toward Ning's crimson aura. Feeling the raw weight of that force, the kid was amazed. No wonder a peak Tier 3 master carried such insane pressure. Across from him, Fang Hao gestured with a cocky grin, telling Ning to take the first shot. "Even though defense is not my specialty, if you can land a single scratch, you are ready to fight Lu Haishan." Ning did not hesitate. Gripping his sword tight, he charged straight forward, telling his uncle that he was coming. He unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp strikes in a sword tempest, making his uncle yell that he was still talking. Fang Hao scrambled to raise a defensive barrier, admitting he highly respected the kid's direct no-nonsense attitude. Activating the Azure Scale Shield, he braced hard as the relentless attacks slammed directly against his barrier. This kind of wide-range damage was incredibly powerful for a mid-Tier 3 fighter. Blocking with one hand, he smirked. "An ordinary high-tier warrior might fall to this, but these strikes are not enough to shatter my absolute defense." Right after a bright pillar of light shot into the sky. "Still got a long way to go," he laughed. Raising the Azure Scale Suppressor, Fang Hao taunted, "Is this all you have, Ning? Bring out that vanishing trick of yours." Hearing this, Ning wasted no time, instantly triggering his dimensional strike. Fang Hao looked up in disbelief as the kid vanished. Did he really just disappear? Suddenly, Ning lunged down from above, apologizing to his uncle as he struck hard. Real combat meant taking things seriously. Dropping down, Ning added that while he trusted his uncle's immense power, he was highly curious if his dimensional strike could actually bypass a peak Tier 3 expert's defenses. Suddenly appearing right behind him, Fang Hao gasped, realizing he could not sense even a shred of the kid's presence. This was not just a basic stealth skill like he originally thought. He felt an imminent, terrifying threat closing in. What was going on? Instantly, his entire body erupted with heavy spiritual energy. This technique was too strange to ignore. Activating Azure Dragon Tempest, he doubled his defense just as Ning initiated a double-dimensional strike right behind him. Spotting him for a split second before the kid vanished again, Fang Hao realized it was exactly how Lu Tiaming died. Next, Yi Ning reappeared below, unleashing his wind element blade in an extreme cold 3,000 slashes technique. Razor-sharp wind blades instantly locked onto Fang Hao. Vanishing a second time, the faint traces of spatial distortion left him shocked. Faint fluctuations of spiritual energy rippled through the air, warning him of hidden sword chi waiting to detonate at any moment. He braced for the final impact. Realizing this was the delayed eruption, he finally understood how Lu Tianming had met his end. Looking around warily, Fang Hao wondered what would come next. A mental blast, or maybe a direct spiritual disruption. Was he going to trigger both skills at once while his energy was stalled, easily shattering his ultimate defense? Shouting into the void, he admitted this combo was incredibly sharp and hard to counter, but insisted it still could not breach his shield. Suddenly, Yi Ning materialized from above, driving his strike directly toward the weak points of his uncle's barrier. He thrust his blade forward, shouting for the barrier to open as his full force penetrated deep inside. Fang Hao immediately noticed the kid's tactical genius, recognizing that every chaotic slash was aimed at a vital spot. Blocking the wild strikes, he gasped as a slash suddenly ripped from the inside out. Activating his defensive ki, Fang Hao roared, unleashing his heavenly shield and outward surge. Looking around, he finally let out a heavy breath. Kid, you actually managed to drain so much of my energy. It is no wonder Lu Tianming died to this power. Fang Hao laughed, noting that it was a shame the boy did not use a mental shockwave on him. What were you afraid I could not handle it? Even with a mental shock, you still cannot break my second barrier. He continued his relentless taunting. If this was all the kid had, he would only scratch the surface against Lu Haishan. Yi Ning raised his blade calmly, admitting that this move might not kill Lu Haishan, but what if he used this strike instead? With a determined look, Yi Ning leaped high into the air, ready to unleash a whole new level of power. High above, brilliant red spirit lines gather like deadly darts. From behind Yi Ning's back, a truly terrifying phantom begins to take shape. This is the final judgment. Fang Hao looks up in absolute shock, wondering what kind of monstrous phantom he is even looking at. How can a phantom be this terrifying? In a flash, Yi Ning slashes downward, shouting for Uncle Fang to take this head-on. The heavy blade smashes straight into Fang Hao's defenses, but the vice commander is quick, activating his green scale shield. But the shield instantly shatters into pieces, blasting him backward. Fang Hao doesn't waste a second, immediately preparing his next defense. He summons the Rising Dragon defense to block the strike, but Yi Ning is already charging and ready for another clash. Another strike cuts clean through, completely shattering all of Fang Hao's defenses. The vice commander drops to one knee on the ground. He smiles, calling Yi Ning impressive, a dignified vice commander of the 4 elites, yet actually getting suppressed by a kid. Fang Hao laughs with pure excitement, warning the kid that he won't be holding back anymore. It is time to get serious. A massive green dragon materializes behind him. The dragon descends. Yi Ning quickly points his blade down to lock onto his target. An energy ring locks Fang Hao in place. He grunts in surprise. Has he really been pinned down by some mysterious force? But the commander doesn't hesitate for a second. He raises his fist, channeling the powerful green dragon strike. But the overwhelming pressure of this ability forces Fang Hao to buckle. He cannot believe he is unable to break the lock. Suddenly, Yi Ning vanishes and reappears right behind him, launching the blazing cloud technique. Fang Hao gasps at his insane speed. Now watch as the clash intensifies. Fang Hao barely conjures a defense barrier to block the strike, but the sheer force is overwhelming. The vice commander pours all his strength into holding back the blade, but the impact still sends him sliding backward. Fang Hao laughs with excitement, amazed that the kid actually injured him. He asks if Yi Ning is still holding back. Standing tall, Yi Ning calmly admits that yes, he is holding back, knowing his ultimate strike is just too dangerous. The Divine Sin skill is simply too overpowered. Even if it does not kill Uncle Fang, it would severely injure him. Seeing the boy hesitate, Fang Hao looks totally confused, asking if Yi Ning is seriously worried about accidentally killing him. The vice commander yields with a sigh, telling Yi Ning to wait there while he goes to fetch the commander. Yi Ning smirks, confident that taking down Lu Haishan will be a breeze, but his thoughts are interrupted by a ringing phone. Suddenly, a phone call from Wang Tian disrupts the moment, with the caller urgently addressing him as Lord Yi Ning. He shares some bad news. Sun Liqing's extraordinary project has run into some major trouble. Yi Ning is totally shocked. What? Shifting to Research Lab number 7, a crowd of worried staff stands outside, relieved to see Yi Ning arrive. They greet Commissioner Ye Ning, glad he made it on time. An anxious senior researcher steps forward to introduce himself. He is Zhao Wu, explaining that Sun Liqing causes over 10 explosions a day and is nothing but a total fraud. He warns Yi Ning not to get scammed. Keeping his cool, Yi Ning simply asks where Sun Liqing is. Zhao Wu points inside where smoke is rising. Tied to a chair, Sun Liqing desperately calls out to Yi Ning. Staring at the bound researcher, Yi Ning calmly asks the staff if they were the ones who tied him up. Zhao Wu confirms it, calling the man a scammer who will eventually blow up the entire institute if left unchecked. Zhao Wu complains that Ning previously approved tens of millions in funding for this absolute liar's research. He argues that their academy has plenty of real talent who could utilize those resources way better. He claims the liar deserves punishment, revealing that Sun Licheng has already burned through an insane amount of cash. He blew through 1 million credits in just 2 weeks. Sun Licheng panics as Ning approaches with his sword. Sun Licheng begs Ning to listen to his explanation, while Zhao Wu keeps complaining about the damaged equipment behind them. The damage might even total tens of millions. But before he can finish, Ning suddenly swings his sword forward. The slash perfectly cuts the ropes. Ning calmly asks a trembling Sun Licheng if he is alright. The researcher stammers that he is fine. An outraged Zhao Wu yells that Sun Licheng is not doing actual research. He claims the man is just wasting rare materials and they had to block his latest request to prevent more losses. Otherwise, the losses would be astronomical. But Ning looks at him coldly, asking if they were trying to save him money. He demands to know when the funding was cut. Zhao Wu answers it was 3 days ago, yet he caught him stealing yesterday. Zhao Wu rants that scientific research is a serious art while Sun Licheng is just a useless janitor. Pointing a finger at the man, he demands to know if he has any professional training or qualifications at all. He openly suspects that the valuable spirit materials allegedly blown up in the lab were actually embezzled by this fraud. Sun Licheng panics at the accusation, desperately crying out that he would never embezzle any funds before instantly dropping to his knees. He begs on the floor right in front of Ning, explaining he has no idea why the materials fell short this time. He even offers his own life if the next batch fails, but Ning just smiles and pulls him back up, telling him that a few tens of millions is practically pocket change. Ning refuses to blame him, leaving Sun Licheng completely speechless. Ning tells him to stand because he trusts him, offering another billion or even 10 billion if that still is not enough. Tears well up in the researcher's eyes while Zhao Wu stands nearby in absolute shock, unable to believe what he is witnessing. Zhao Wu steps up to argue that Commissioner Ning should just hand the entire research project over to their team instead. He promises results within a single year while his sycophants chime in, calling Sun Licheng nothing but a lying fraud. Zhao Wu gets closer, bluntly telling Ning that he clearly does not understand technology and is just being taken for a ride. He condescendingly suggests that admitting the mistake and redirecting the funding to their group would easily solve all his current problems. They promise to split the future profits evenly with him if he just lets their superior team take over the operations. But before they can celebrate, an oppressive wave of spiritual energy floods the room instantly, forcing everyone to shut their mouths. The pressure is so intense that they collapse to the floor, terrified as Ning warns them that he sees right through their schemes. He points out that real talents are busy working with the veteran professors, not wasting time trying to steal credit and funding. Ning calls them out as greedy frauds, but a defiant Zhao Wu snaps back, questioning his actual knowledge of tech. He mocks Ning for being a simple fight-happy brute who has been completely blinded by a smooth-talking con artist. He sneers, asking if martial artists can do anything other than make threats when they are too proud to admit they got scammed. He laughs at Ning for being too stupid to realize his own foolishness, which completely snaps Ning's patience. Ning draws his blade with a cold smile, mockingly praising Zhao Wu's brave act of defiance against authority. Zhao Wu finally pales, backing away in sheer terror as the powerful young commissioner slowly closes the distance between them. He offers the arrogant man two simple choices: die right here and have his team inherit the project, or pack up and leave. The second option means getting banned from the research field forever, a brutal ultimatum that leaves Zhao Wu completely stunned. Giving him just 3 seconds to decide, Ning starts counting down 3, 2, and Zhao Wu is frozen. He desperately stammers that he is just a scholar who cannot fight back, but Ning refuses to let him finish. With a single strike, Ning sends him flying, deciding that Zhao Wu has chosen the second option before turning to the crowd. He asks the rest of the schemers for their choices, prompting them to instantly resign and run for their lives. Sun Licheng watches in absolute awe, but Ning just grins and tells him to be much more confident from now on. With the young commissioner backing him up, there is absolutely nothing to fear, but elsewhere trouble is brewing. Fang Hao rushes into the commander's office to report a massive discovery, claiming Ning hides a terrifying secret trump card. Showing off his deep wounds, he warns that this hidden power could easily take down the powerful Lu Haishan. Xuan Guo remains perfectly calm, delivering the shocking news that defeating Lu Haishan in the arena is no longer an option. When a confused Fang Hao asks why, the commander explains that their target has unexpectedly canceled the scheduled deathmatch. Instead, he is using a far more devious and powerful method to ensure Ning's demise, leaving Fang Hao deeply unsettled. Meanwhile, Ning reviews his current plans, confident that the superhuman project is moving forward at an incredible pace. Thanks to Sun Licheng, the grand project should be fully operational in less than 3 short months. This breakthrough will dramatically upgrade the Huaxia war zone, paving the way for their ultimate aerospace carrier to take shape. However, the suspicious movements of the old faction mean he can no longer afford to act entirely on his own. The impending national war is a clash between top-tier powerhouses, and his current level is barely enough to survive. Even if the commander is ready, failing this system-imposed war carries catastrophic consequences for the entire nation. The penalties could permanently slash their rate of awakening new heroes while dramatically increasing dangerous monster outbreaks. This brutal global event is forced upon every single country, and refusing to participate means absolute immediate ruin. While some nations might survive the initial punishments, the cascading side effects will inevitably destroy their future. History remembers how the ancient Great Xia fell to these disasters, external invasions, and relentless internal conflict. Determined to protect his land, Ning vows never to let history repeat its tragic mistakes on his watch. To secure their survival, they must win this war and let their rivals face the crushing wrath of fate. He would crush them during the national war and completely level them afterward. But right now, the key issue is how to survive the wrath of the old faction after killing Lu Haishan. With only 1 month left before the national war breaks out, where should he go to level up? Suddenly, the system screen flashes. "Oh, Shuiying, are you out of the demon battlefield already?" Shuiying calls out from the screen, pleading, "Help me kill Yinglong." "I know you can do it. It is not easy for me to contact you, so please promise me now." He asks where she is. Was she captured again? She fires back, "Stop playing dumb. I got the materials for you and you already took the gear. So will you agree to my request or not?" Meanwhile, Yinglong had gone through pure hell just to slay 100 demons, only to find the gear gone and the dungeon completely destroyed. Around him, the towering buildings are already engulfed in flames. Seeing no reward in sight, Yinglong roars in absolute fury, "Where is my prize? Where is my legendary armor set? It is fake, all a lie. Who dared to trick me?" He grabs Zhang Ming by the head, seething with rage. "Who is plotting against me? Is it you?" Terrified under his iron grip, Zhang Ming stammers out a desperate no. Before he can finish, Yinglong crushes his skull. Cursing in rage, he turns to Shuiying and snaps, "Get moving." "What reward did you get?" Lady Shuiying, terrified, she stammers out that she got nothing as tears stream down her face. If she had not faked an injury to gain his sympathy, she would be dead. "Yining, you heartless jerk. You dragged me into this misery. Do you even have a conscience?" Yining merely smirks at her tears. "Conscience? Sorry, mine hasn't quite grown yet. Besides, there's definitely more to why Yinglong spared you, isn't there?" Shuiying sighs in defeat, admitting that Yinglong only spared her because he lacks solid proof of her betrayal. "Are you really this cold-hearted?" Yining flatly replies, "Yes, I am." His casual response drives her insane. "Damn you, Yining. You caused me all this suffering. Do you really have no soul left in you?" He bursts out laughing. "You're probably right. Well, if that's all, I'm hanging up." Shuiying quickly stops him. "Wait, I know his actual weakness. If you take him down, you will get an unbelievable reward from him." Yining smirks. "Now we are talking. What is his real weakness? Is it that he lacks mental energy?" The real reason Yinglong lacks any psychic power is because of a special item he carries called the Blood Shadow. This Blood Shadow artifact is highly unusual because it instantly converts his entire willpower attribute directly into physical raw power. Because of this, Yinglong is not actually a true Tier 3 peak expert. He's just a fake peak combatant. Shuiying explains that his natural talent is absolute trash and his combat power relies entirely on this single artifact. Yining chuckles, realizing this is massive news. Converting willpower to physical power sounds exactly like his own soul ring effect. However, his ring has a strict Tier 3 conversion limit of 10 points, whereas the Blood Shadow artifact has absolutely no limits. Right now, his willpower attribute is already vastly superior to his other stats, plus he has that insane talent, which boosts his power by 100% for 3 seconds during a mind storm. If he can secure that artifact, his physical body would easily rival a Tier 3 peak cultivator. He asks Shuiying why they must act right now. He can hunt down Yinglong whenever he wants, but what exactly does he gain by stepping in to save her life? Shuiying explains that the Blood Shadow artifact has a permanent, irreversible drawback, and she is the only one who knows the cure. Yining remains skeptical, asking how he can be sure she isn't just lying to save her own skin. He demands she share the method first, and only then will he consider whether she is actually worth saving. Furious, she asks why she should trust him. He coolly replies that he already took care of Lu Tianming and secured her sisters. Hearing this, Shuiying chokes up, her tears overflowing. Unable to find words, she finally agrees to tell him everything. The Blood Shadow's safe zone belonged to her family. Yinglong killed her father, whose unique talent was the Blood Shadow itself. That horrifying artifact was crafted directly from her father's skull. Yining is stunned, asking her to clarify immediately. Whose father was it, hers or Shuiying's? Isn't her real identity supposed to be Lin Lan? She sniffs, admitting that Lin Lan was merely a disguise. The previous Shuiying was actually Sister Xiao Yan, who acted as a decoy to protect her. It is a long story, but she is the true Shuang. Kill Ying Long and the Blood Shadow Zone is all his. The skull artifact is his and she will be his too. Ignoring her desperate plea, Yi Ning feels completely satisfied. With the puzzle pieces finally coming together, the intel is solid. She asks if he will finally come to her rescue. Yi Ning coldly hangs up the call, leaving her stranded as he mutters that he will think about it. Shui Ying stares at the screen, fuming with helpless rage. Damn it, she mutters, is this a yes or a no? Yi Ning is deep in thought. The offer is tempting, but this critical moment is just too damn complicated. His life and death duel with Lu Haishan is the day after tomorrow. Waiting until that finishes would be too late. Maybe Uncle Fang can go instead. So he calls Fang Hao, who picks up with bad news. Yi Ning, something huge just went down and Uncle had to leave. He had to rush to the border, so you need to find the commander. Soon Ye Ning is at the commander's office. Commander Xuan Guo delivers the news. Yi Ning Lu Haishan canceled the duel and the Old Guard military factions have launched a secret rebellion. A secret mutiny. Yi Ning is stunned. What does that mean? The commander explains that the forces in West, East, and South Huaxia, along with Puqin, Shanshang, Qinggan, and 12 other military districts are making highly unusual movements, which happen to be our weakest zones. With our control there at its weakest, Yi Ning asks the obvious question, is this a clear declaration of all-out war? Xuan Guo sighs, it has not come to that yet, but things are incredibly bad. Several veteran rank 3 border lords have resigned, resigning under the guise of poor health. Yi Ning asks, so they are still trying to avoid an open clash. What is their goal then? The commander responds that they want to force a choice. Either we hand you over to die, or they will force us to abandon the national war, tearing our military and the nation apart. Naturally, Yi Ning asks what they decided. The commander looks at him. Yi Ning, do not overthink this. We chose you and we will stand by you until the very end. Yi Ning stands up and turns to leave. So our main hurdle is lacking a peak combat power for the national war. In that case, I will go alone. Talk about a badass move. Seeing this, Xuan Guo slams his hands on the desk in anger. The commander snaps in anger, Ye Ning, if you think like that, you are playing right into their hands. They want to force you to die in the national war, then drag your name through the mud, claiming you died of arrogance. To them, killing you is easy. We would rather abandon the national war as planned than let anything happen to you. They are playing this card because they know we care about our citizens more than they do. If the pressure gets too high, I will personally take them down. But before he can even finish his threat, Yi Ning calmly cuts him off. Commander, do not get worked up. First, I am absolutely going to the national war. Second, I am completely confident. Xuan Guo frowns, asking if he is serious. Yi Ning beats his chest, declaring that he is absolutely dead serious. But right now I need you to assign me some high-level rank 3 fighters. I must head to the far border immediately. Yi Ning reasons that once he slays Ying Long and obtains the Blood Shadow item, his physical power will match a peak, rank 3. The national war, to him those countries are just trash. Just wait until he returns to wipe every single one of them out. They will all fall before him. Meanwhile, in the far border desert, the powerful Ying Long issues a cold warning. This is the territory of the Blood Shadow Legion. You are not welcome here, so pack up and get lost. The intruders are from Pankatusev, led by Kichi. He chuckles, reminding Commander Ying Long of the old saying about welcoming guests, especially when he has come to discuss cooperation. Ying Long sneers mockingly, asking what kind of partnership involves stealing his resources. Kichi quickly waves it off as a simple misunderstanding, claiming they had no idea this land belonged to the Legion. If Ying Long is willing to cooperate, they are more than happy to fully compensate him for any prior losses. Kichi even offers to cover all past losses. A second later, he pulls out a glowing red crystal. He notes that he knows the commander has been collecting resources and items to boost his willpower attributes. While this blood crystal is not top tier, it is still highly useful. If Ying Long shares the spirit mine, they are willing to keep supplying him with an endless, steady stream of their country's unique blood crystals. Ying Long murmurs, admitting that he does indeed need the crystal before suddenly raising his voice in anger. But your real goal is not just the mine, you want to seize this entire territory, do you not? This is a heavily guarded border with troops stationed nearby. You picked the wrong place. Kichi bursts out laughing. The army, they can barely protect themselves. Why is Commander Ying Long playing the fool and deceiving himself like this? Even if the military attacks, our country will back you up and they will not stand a chance. Ying Long grins. He unleashes his immense pressure, growling that this cooperation is nothing but treason in the eyes of the military. After all, he is still a Huaxia awakened. Kichi just chuckles deviously, asking if the commander really needs to be so dramatic. Has he not killed enough soldiers already? Treason means absolutely nothing when there is enough wealth on the table. Kichi dumps a pile of blood crystals on the table. Make your choice, a 40-60 split in your favor. With the blood crystals fully provided and our backing, building your own nation will be a breeze. Hearing this, Ying Long smiles with satisfaction. That sounds fair, but before we officially partner up, you must first Destroy the Construction Legion to prove your sincerity. Without a single second of hesitation, he readily agrees with no issues. It is a deal. But just as they celebrate, Yi Ning's squad suddenly ambushes them, triggering instant mutual suspicion. Ying Long demands to know if Kechi is planning to kill him. A stunned Kechi snaps back that Ying Long set him up. Yi Ning quickly directs his squad to wipe out the Blood Shadow Legion first, and they immediately obey their commissioner. Sensing extreme danger, Ying Long orders his men to scatter and activate their spirit shields, realizing these military newcomers are all high tier 3. Kechi figures the army is after Ying Long and commands his forces to stand down. Meanwhile, a furious Ying Long gears up to strike. He screams in rage at the cheap trick, thrusting his spear forward. Yi Ning instantly warns his team of the incoming danger. Yi Ning tells them to lure the elite forces away while he personally handles Ying Long. He then charges straight at the boss. Yi Ning greets him with a cold smile, asking if it has been a while, Commander. Blocking the blow, Ying Long demands to know who he is. He calls it absurd for a mere mid-tier 3 to challenge him, declaring that whoever he is already a dead man. In response, Yi Ning simply flashes his ring, asking if the commander at least recognizes the monster bound to it. Right on cue, Fugu materializes from the ring, calling Ying Long a little worm. The commander instantly recognizes the tier 4 boss. He panics, wondering how a game boss can exist in reality, giving Yi Ning the perfect opening to activate his dimensional strike. Time itself seems to grind to a halt as Yi Ning effortlessly tears through Ying Long's entire army with a swift follow-up. Unleashing his devastating 10 slashes, Yi Ning focuses all his remaining energy solely on the commander, preparing a brand new finishing move. He invokes his Frostfire Fury. Trapped in a void, Ying Long can only stare as his opponent completely vanishes from sight. He realizes the tier 4 boss must be Yi Ning's summon, but it makes no sense for a low-level fighter to tame such a monster. Convincing himself that this must be a massive deceptive illusion, he refuses to let his guard down even for a moment. Ying Long unleashes his full-blood shadow to shield his mind and fiercely charges forward to strike at Fugu. Screaming at them to die, Ying Long closes in, prompting the petrified summon to beg his master for help. Yi Ning immediately recalls Fugu into the safety of the ring, thrusting his hands forward to cast his ultimate spell. Triggering his dimensional shock, Yi Ning leaves Ying Long staring in horror at his freshly decimated crew, realizing who cleared his dungeon. As Yi Ning unleashes a relentless barrage of slashes, the commander desperately clings to his blood shadow barrier for survival. Grunting in pain, the boss stacks another defensive spell while Yi Ning calmly shifts his stance to prepare something even deadlier. He commands his Divine Wrath Lock to summon a tier 4 avatar, and a massive ghostly shadow instantly materializes right behind him. With a cold command to strike, the avatar lunges forward, forcing the panicked boss to trigger his tier 4 illusions in response. He desperately fuses with his own shadow, but Yi Ning's overpowering force completely shatters his defenses, forcing him to beg Kechi. Watching from his safe distance, Kechi hesitates, wondering if saving his partner is truly worth risking his own neck. Sensing his hesitation, Yi Ning snaps his gaze toward Kechi, firing a laser-like psychic blast directly at his head. He warns Kechi that any interference will cost him his life. Barely dodging the blast, Kechi watches the destruction in absolute shock. Realizing Ying Long is a lost cause, Kechi decides to sit back and watch, hoping to scavenge some easy loot later. Left entirely to his own devices, the commander's weapon shatters into pieces, sending him crashing heavily onto the dirt. Coughing up blood, Ying Long forces himself up to invoke his blood god Descent for protection, but his desperate shield is useless. Yi Ning's massive tier 4 summon effortlessly slices right through the shield and the commander's body, eliciting an agonizing scream. Following up with another quick psychic blast to seal the deal, Yi Ning leaves the dying commander completely speechless. Recognizing the legendary set gear of the Ghost Emperor, the commander's head explodes under the raw pressure of the blast. The brutal display leaves the onlookers completely frozen in horror, prompting Kechi to quickly step in with a flattering smile. He asks for Yi Ning's name, proposing they partner up, only for Yi Ning to glare back with a chilling grin. Yi Ning admits he was actually looking forward to discussing their cooperation as well. Kechi praises his extraordinary strength, offering a deal. He promises high pay and an instant promotion to vice commander provided the young fighter signs their sole contract. Yi Ning chuckles, asking if Kechi is delusional enough to think his squad is somehow stronger than Ying Long's forces. He doubts Kechi could survive even a single ultimate spell, but the veteran simply laughs, boasting of his peak tier 3 status. While admitting he is no match for Ying Long, he confidently reminds the kid of the massive gap between their ranks. To unleash an ultimate move like that is seriously mind-blowing. But no matter how you spin it, your spiritual energy must be completely dried up by now. He then presents a sphere crackling with purple lightning. He sneers, boasting that he is a dual-system, spiritual, and agility user. He claims Yi Ning's spiritual attack won't work on him like it did on Ying Long, so right now he is offering him a single chance to survive. With a sinister smirk, he demands submission or death, but Yi Ning just bursts. out laughing. He roars that this joke is funny enough to last a lifetime as a massive aura of crimson energy erupts from his body. He mockingly asks who told him his energy was depleted, secretly scoffing that he didn't even use any of his actual spiritual reserves for that move. Kechi panics in disbelief, wondering how a mere Stage 3 intermediate cultivator could have more energy than a peak Stage 3 master. Then Ning leaps high, lunging straight down at him. His judgment lock activates as Kechi's men desperately cluster together to form a barrier. But within seconds, the purple, lightning orb in his hand shatters. Shocked, Kechi realizes this suffocating pressure is completely different from the move that killed Yinglong. Ning roars that it is now Kechi's turn to choose, submit or die. Yet, even now, Kechi tries to act tough, which is laughable. He barks that as a proud peak Stage 3 cultivator he will never submit. Ning coldly responds that if he's unwilling then he can just die. He slashes his sword forward, sending a massive shockwave tearing through them. Kechi's defense instantly crumbles, and he begins to beg, screaming for Ning to wait. Hearing this, Ning pulls back his blade's power. Kechi quickly pulls out a scroll, admitting he is terrified of dying but points out that even if he submits, Ning would never truly trust him. He begs him to let them go, offering to sign a secrecy contract instead, to ensure they never speak of this day. He even offers to hand over everything he owns from gear to rare items. Sheathing his blade, Ning tells him he is overthinking things. He has his own ways of securing absolute loyalty. Kechi looks on nervously, wondering what kind of method that could possibly be. Suddenly, Ning unleashes a menacing eerie green light, demanding a simple answer: submit or die. Otherwise, he will beat them to a pulp and force them to yield anyway. Terrified, Kechi stammers, asking what this power is. But Ning remains silent, treating his silence as a choice for the painful route. Seeing no way out, Kechi and his men drop to their knees and bow. Stuttering, Kechi grovels, saying he chooses to submit. But secretly, he is scheming, planning to just survive first and break whatever contract Ning places on him later on. Ning then activates his Mind Devourer set effect, using the aberrant conversion skill to invade Kechi's mind. The man screams in agonizing pain as the skill corrupts his thoughts. The rest of his men soon suffer the exact same fate. Ning whispers that they all have a new master now. He counts 2 high tiers, 6 mid tiers, and 8 low tier fighters, slating the low tiers as cannon fodder while the rest will serve as sacrifices. With that done, he flies back to base with them. They panic, screaming in terror. Why is my rod gone? My little Kiki is missing. Oh my god, I am still a virgin. Seeing Ning return with these strange cultists, his teammates are left utterly dumbfounded, wondering if something went horribly wrong with their commissioner. They rush over to investigate. Ning lands, ordering them not to kill these high-tier captives and to leave them to him. A curious comrade calls out to Commissioner Ning. But Ning cuts him off, telling them they are no longer needed here. He orders them to head back to the capital immediately to report to the commander-in-chief. They quickly salute and comply. Once his allies depart, Ning begins converting the captives, activating Mind Devourer and Aberrant Conversion. Instantly, the dark magic erodes their minds. As they scream in agony, he holds out his lin and ring, pulling them all inside. Ning smirks, highly satisfied with this massive haul. With so many sacrifices secured, he can now unleash his wrath skill anytime, whenever he wants. Just then, a tearful Kechi whimpers over, crying about his missing rod and his beloved little Kiki. Smacking him across the face, Ning snaps at him, telling him it is just a rod and that it is no big deal. Kechi groans softly. Ning scolds him, calling him pathetic for a peak stage cultivator, and threatens to sew his mouth shut if he utters another word. He tells him to open his status panel to see how much stronger he has actually become. Kechi quickly complies, calling him master, then stares at the screen in pure delight. Although his willpower attribute dropped slightly, his physical strength and constitution have spiked massively. Ning points out that it is a simple matter of balancing out weaknesses. Holding up the storage ring, Ning commands him to return to the storage dimension, promising to summon them when needed. Acknowledging the order, Kechi retreats inside and Ning sweeps the entire group back into the linen ring. Inside the ring's storage space, Fugi stands with hands on his hips, bossing around the new recruits. Noting that fresh meat has arrived, he demands they call him Big Brother, first promising to assign them rooms once they learn the rules. Outside, Ning returns to Yinglong's lifeless body. Recalling Shui Ying's words, the blood shadow artifact must be embedded right into his back muscle. Since it relies on external energy, finding it should be quite easy. Standing before the dead body, he observes it closely for a short moment. Then he drives his blade deep inside, pulling out a triangular red object. He smiles, realizing this is indeed his prize. Suddenly, a system screen flashes, confirming he has acquired an ownerless special artifact. The first effect is Authority Breakthrough. Once equipped, it can extract mental energy directly from the host and convert it into any desired attribute instantly. The upper limit of this conversion can easily surpass the user's current level. The second effect, Blood Shadow Phantom, allows him to draw mental power from storage during battle, consuming it to completely nullify damage. It can block up to 10,000 damage points. However, a warning screen appears. An unknown curse resides within. Once bound, the user cannot manually adjust the conversion rate, meaning it only triggers passively. Ning chuckles, realizing Sui Ying was absolutely right about its rule-bending power. If a mere high tier 3, like Ying Long, could use it to dominate, then so can he. Ning quickly gathers all the valuable spoils into his storage ring. The curse carries a heavy price though, so he decides to tuck it away safely for now. He will consult Sui Ying first. If they can somehow lift the curse, facing peak, tier 3 opponents will become incredibly simple. After that, he can use his aberrant conversion skill to raise a peak tier personal army. When that day comes, conquering the national war will be a walk in the park. Meanwhile, deep inside Ying Long's private villa, Sui Ying remains locked away, suddenly catching the sound of footsteps. She tenses up, wondering who could possibly be approaching. Could it be Ning, or is it Ying Long? She laughs bitterly at her own foolish hope. Even if Ning agreed to help her, there is no way he could have arrived this fast. Sinking into despair, she slams her fist on the floor. Ying Long never lets anyone near this place, so it must be him returning to end her life. Her time is up. But outside, Ning calmly steps onto the estate grounds. Two guards block his path immediately, demanding that he halt. They demand to know who he is, shouting that trespassing on Lord Ying Long's private property will cost him his life. The guard declares that anyone approaching must be arrested. In response, Ning simply holds up a token and asks if they recognize it. It is the official Imperial Guard token of Ying Long himself. Inside the cell, Sui Ying stares at the heavy door in suspense. As the lock clicks and Ning walks inside, her eyes light up. Ning draws his sword and smiles playfully, teasing her. He asks who else she expected, then unleashes two decisive strikes, instantly shattering the heavy iron chains on her limbs. Still in shock, she admits she just did not expect him. Ning drops a heavy sack to the floor, revealing Ying Long. He nods, confirming her suspicion. Overwhelmed, Sui Ying covers her mouth, weeping as she realizes her long-awaited day has finally arrived. Memories of that tragic day flood back. Her father's voice echoes, begging old Zhang to take good care of his little girl. Both of her parents had sacrificed their lives to protect her, screaming for her to run and never look back. Clutching a small piece of metal in her hand, she prays silently to her parents, telling them that the traitor is finally dead. Though she could not end him with her own hands, she did everything she could. She hopes they can finally rest in peace. Unable to contain her emotions, she rushes forward to hug him. However, Ning coldly pushes her away and makes a demand. If she wants to show real gratitude, she must explain how to lift the curse on the Blood Shadow artifact. She blinks in complete confusion. Ning hates waiting, urging her to hurry because he is on a tight schedule. Her face turns red. She stammers, completely flustered. Ning holds out the triangular object, trying to guess how to resolve the curse. He asks if it requires virgin blood or some weird physical union like in those ridiculous trashy novels, or maybe he needs to resolve her family grudge. If so, they should save time and she can just do it herself. Sui Ying's face burns with pure embarrassment. She grits her teeth, cursing this insensitive, dense, and borderline perverted man. She mutters that before doing anything, she still has one crucial question to ask. Ning looks at her calmly. He demands to know what it is, openly wondering if she's just tricking him and has no real solution. She frantically waves her hands, clarifying that she is not lying and can resolve it, but some things are incredibly important. Ning sits up, ready to listen. He asks what she is so curious about, prompting her to unleash a flurry of questions. She asks what he plans to do with the Blood Shadow safe zone now that Ying Long is dead, and whether the military will take over. She wonders if Yuan Gang can be stabilized and if she can meet Ying Long's killer. Instead of answering, Ning eyes her thoughtfully. He counters by asking if she wants to return to the Blood Shadow Legion. Did she really want to replace Ying Long? Was she trying to negotiate with him or make a deal with the military? She had absolutely no right to negotiate with him. He had killed Ying Long for her, and she was going to lift his curse. That made them even. As for the military, they would stay quiet for now. And the powerful lord she wanted to meet was standing right in front of her. Sui Ying's eyes went wide as the pieces clicked together. What did he mean by that? Was he really the one who killed Ying Long? Ning nodded, lifting her chin with a sharp look. That was right, so she had better not test his patience. He demanded she break the curse herself, and maybe he would consider her demands later. But if she tried to use this to threaten him, he had plenty of ways to force it out of her. Deciding to skip the games, she spoke plainly. The only way to break the curse was for him to sleep with her, since the blood from her pregnancy would lift it. He thought she was joking, but it was real. Talk about a wild method. Before doing anything, Ning gave her a cold warning. She should not think she could use a child to threaten him because he had no feelings for her. Besides, waiting for a pregnancy would take 9 long months. She began shedding her clothes, saying it was not necessary, since he'd awakened a day or two of bonding was all it took to give birth. That was her story, but secretly she was laughing. This method was a complete lie, but she had no choice because he was just too strong. To steal his heart, she had to resort to this sneaky trick, while she silently handled the real cure in the background. And so what happened next was kept entirely behind closed doors, hidden from view as the hours slowly ticked away. 2 hours passed in a flash, and Sui Ying finally cried out in exhaustion, asking if he was supposed to be busy. Ning only gave her a sinister smirk, telling her to hurry up. It seemed like the seed of peace had been planted. Sacrificing oneself for world peace was a tough job, but someone had to do it. Suddenly, the glowing orb burst with light. Lightning struck its core, forcing it wide open. The next morning, Ning watched with excitement as the system initiated its repair. Over in the corner, Shui Ying lay completely paralyzed, weakly, mumbling an incantation to the great desert gods and the ancient spirits. She called upon her father's blood to cleanse the impurity and lift the curse. Ning glanced over at her, realizing the truth. The actual method was combining her blood with the chant. But it did not matter as long as the curse was gone, he was satisfied. The crystal began to glow intensely in the middle of the room, and the system announced the repair was fully complete. The unknown curse had vanished. A prompt popped up asking him if he wanted to install the new settings. Without a single second of hesitation, he selected Install. Immediately, a massive surge of power slammed into Ning's back. The energy erupted, forcing a pained groan from his lips as the shockwave blew everything in the room apart. Shui Ying was launched into the air, crashing hard against the wall. Gritting her teeth, she yelled at him to control his power. He needed to pull back his spiritual energy and recall his blood shadow. He quickly reined it in, asking if she was okay. Shui Ying coughed, speaking as if she had just escaped death. Other than almost blowing her to pieces, she was doing fine. She wondered how his blood shadow could be so much stronger than Yinglong's. Ning raised an eyebrow, reminding her of the obvious. He was a soul awakener, naturally possessing spiritual energy that far surpassed any other class. Sui Ying stubbornly shook her head, though. Even so, a Tier 3 mid-level should not be stronger than a Tier 3 peak level. Hearing this, he sensed something was off. He questioned her immediately. A Tier 3 peak level, had she not previously claimed that Yinglong was just a Tier 3 high level? Caught in her own lie, she quickly looked away, claiming she had said no such thing. Besides, she had not expected him to win. His quiet questioning hum was enough to crack her defenses. She finally confessed that Yinglong fought like a Tier 3 peak level. She admitted she lied because she was terrified he would not show up to save her if she told the truth. Ning laughed it off, letting the matter slide since she had successfully helped him break the curse. He held out an emblem. This was Yinglong's command token. Handing it to her, he hoped her capabilities could match her massive ambition. The Blood Shadow Legion was now hers to command. Shui Ying stared at the token in utter shock, barely believing his words. Was he really handing over the entire legion to her? He quickly corrected her to ensure there were no romantic misunderstandings. He only needed a reliable, loyal subordinate. But she stepped closer, reminding him of their intimate encounter the night before. How else could she possibly hope to prove her absolute loyalty besides being his woman and carrying his own child? Ning crossed his arms, coldly telling her that unless there was a contract, he had other ways to ensure her obedience. He could easily render her sterile and turn her into a loyal demon thrall forever. She flinched but quickly regained her composure. She looked closely at his dark armor, asking if he could really transform her into one of those monsters. Ning flashed a terrifying, menacing grin. Did she want to find out? She quickly backed away, declining his offer. She waves her hand in sheer terror, pleading that even without a soul contract, she would never betray him. But he doesn't wait for her. He simply hands over a new task, telling her he has no use for these high-grade gears and spiritual fruits, so she should take them. He leaves her with plenty of gold and a pack of high-tier mutant demon underlings to secure this remote border region. On top of that, he assigns 2 trusted allies to assist her, Lin Ru and Tang Hai. With their formidable support, even if news of Yinglong's death spreads, the Blood Shadow Legion won't have to worry. They won't be overthrown. Sui Ying immediately sees through his calculated move, realizing he set all of this up just to keep her in check. But then a sudden realization hits. Is he actually leaving the borderlands? Ning nods, coldly confirming her suspicion with zero hesitation. He has no time. Furious, she stomps her feet, demanding to know how he can be so completely heartless. He simply turns away without a shred of sentimentality, telling her that instead of wasting tears, she should focus on her duty. Building a powerful empire is what matters, and he promises to return later to check on her progress, warning her not to disappoint him. Heartbroken, Shui Ying can only watch. No words come. Meanwhile, Ning heads toward the portal, calculating his next move. With the Blood Shadow faction now under his control, his combat power is already on par with peak-tier elites. Even without unleashing his ultimate sword skills, Before the national war begins, he can easily stir up a massive storm in this world. From conquering rank 3 dungeons and secret realms to acquiring divine gear and advanced sword skills, he will crush them one by one. He mutters that before heading to foreign territories, he must secure absolute control over this borderland region first. High up on a ruined rooftop, a female archer keeps a sharp eye on him, drawing her bow and commanding him to freeze. He is mildly amused. Even in these forgotten ruins, the sentries are remarkably alert, and he can't help but smile. From above, she coldly demands to know if he is here to pick a fight, warning him that she won't hesitate to shoot. Suddenly, a commanding voice rings out, ordering her to hold her fire. Below them, Ning calmly looks up toward the speaker. Bing Sui gestures toward Ning, shouting that he is with her. She orders the guard to immediately stand down. The archer quickly lowers her bow, saluting her commander. A moment later, Ning studies Bing Shui with genuine admiration, praising her progress. He is impressed that she reached rank 3 beginner so quickly, while managing to build up her very own squad from scratch. He commends her stellar work. Bing Shui remains humble, admitting she could never have achieved this without the rare resources he previously supplied. She cuts the small talk, getting straight to business. Who exactly does he want her to eliminate this time? He can't help but laugh. Her sharp intellect and blunt attitude prove she truly has what it takes to become a queen. However, this mission isn't about assassination. He explains that Shui Ying has officially taken charge of the Blood Shadow Sanctuary for now. He instructs her to take her unit and rendezvous with her. Bing Shui is stunned to learn that Shu Ying is working for him too. Taking over the Blood Shadow Zone means Ying Long is likely dead. Amused, Ning challenges her to guess their next move. He asks what her plan is once she connects with Shui Ying. Without missing a beat, she answers that she will monitor her. If the girl remains loyal and capable, she will secure her authority. If she steps out of line, she will execute her. He beams with pure satisfaction. Dealing with geniuses is effortless, but realistically, her current force isn't strong enough. To ensure her success, he unloads a massive cache of top-tier equipment, strategic supplies, and a fortune in currency. He also hands over a fanatically loyal rank 3 commander, 8 rank 3 beginners, and 2 high-tier rank 3 powerhouses. This formidable vanguard is more than enough backup. The Shadow Warriors immediately drop to their knees, saluting Commander Lin in unison. Bing Shui instantly recognizes their sinister origin as mutant soldiers. Ning reassures her that if this still isn't enough, the 4 high-tier rank 3 guards protecting Shui Ying inside the Blood Shadow Legion are also under his direct command. She smiles, completely struck by his terrifying level of planning. She deduces that every single one of these fighters answers only to him. He places his silent finger over his lips. Sheesh. See through it, but don't say it. Bing Shui solemnly declares. Although everything she has witnessed today is beyond belief, she has no intention of prying into how he pulled it off. She pledges her unwavering loyalty. Working with him is the first time she has ever felt truly thrilled in life. Meanwhile, over at the Kanglang Sanctuary inside the Grand Wolf Temple, the disgruntled former commander of the region, Mu Luo, speaks up with heavy irritation. He questions why a simple trade deal with outsiders is causing so much trouble for grown men. Mu Luo demands to know why an old master must step in. The current commander of the sanctuary, Kang Lang, quickly tries to soothe his father's temper, explaining that this particular trade is of critical importance to their survival. The broker insisted both father and son attend because the deal involves not just raw ores but high-grade combat equipment. Dai Li. He smirks evilly. Gearha, then I definitely need to take a trip down there. Where is Ha Kichi? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Right then the door creaks open. Ning steps inside with Kichi's squad shouting out at the top of his lungs. Commander. Old Commander Chief Keiichi is here. Beside them, Tang Hai grins from ear to ear, greeting Kang Lang and the old chief. Long time no see. Then Ning snaps his fingers. Bam. The door slams shut. Tang Hai freezes in utter confusion. What are you doing? Ning calmly replies, just trapping the dogs inside. Tang Hai completely freezes. Up on his seat, Dai Li glares. He speaks in a cold tone. Ha Kichi, this underling of yours is way too disrespectful. Kang Lang quickly chips in. If a mere servant behaves this arrogantly, where is your sincerity to cooperate? Kechi just looks toward Ning with a smirk. He is not my subordinate, Kechi scoffs. He is my master. What? All three of them gasp in absolute shock. What? They blurt out. Ning steps forward, getting straight to the point. I am Ning, top ranker of the Huaxia list. As honorary commissioner, I am here today to take over the Kanglang safe zone. I suggest you all cooperate with me. Tang Hai cannot believe his ears. Ning, he panics internally, cursing Fang Hao for getting him into this mess. If the boss finds out, he is doomed. So Tang Hai fake collapses to the floor, groaning that his heart is failing. Better to play sick for now. Military dad, we have been tricked. Di Li stands up, his expression darkening as he glares at the intruder. This kid means trouble. Ning just smiles. If you surrender and serve me willingly like Kichi did, you can keep your roles. The Kang Lang safe zone will still be yours to run. So what is it going to be? Kang Lang raises his massive mace. He roars. What kind of stray dogs dare to bark at us these days? Who cares about the military or some commissioner? You are nothing but a weak Tier 3 intermediate brat. With a furious shout, he charges straight ahead. As a proud peak Tier 3 commander of this territory, there is no way he will submit to a kid. But Ning immediately unleashes his blood shadow form. A massive wave of dark, crushing energy instantly floods the room. The impact blasts Kang Lang back, sending him sliding across the floor. He snarls. Blood shadow, that is Ying Long's ultimate technique. How can you use it? Dai Li roars. What is your connection to Ying Long? Ye? Ning smiles. I killed him. Kang Lang gasps in utter disbelief. What? That is impossible. Dai Li is equally stunned. Ying Long was a legend. He was one of the strongest peak Tier 3 fighters around. You were just a mid-tier. How could you defeat him? Kechi steps forward to clear the air. Why is it impossible? I saw it with my own eyes. Otherwise, why would a peak Tier 3 powerhouse like me willingly become his servant? Down on the floor, Tang Hai freezes. Oh man, did young Master Yi really kill Ying Long? If that is true, then thank goodness I was polite to him. Kechi puts his hands on his hips, giving them a fair warning. You should really accept my master's generous proposal, unless you prefer getting beaten to a pulp first. Besides, submitting to him actually makes you much stronger. Sure, you lose your manhood, but your stats shoot up. Kang Lang looks completely baffled. Our power goes up. No manhood, but we get stronger. Dai Li also pipes up, demanding to know how such a thing is even possible. Ning shoves Kichi aside. That is enough, you idiot, you are talking too much. Kichi just whispers back with a grin. You will understand soon enough. Yes, master. But Dai Li and Kang Lang charge forward anyway, yelling in fury. Ridiculous. What kind of man lives without his manhood? Kechi is actually proud of this. Absolute madness. I would rather die with dignity than live as a slave. Hearing this, Ning slowly draws his glowing sword. It seems you prefer the hard way over the easy way. Are you guys really sure you are stronger than Ying Long? Strong or not, we will find out. Dai Li swings his massive mace, roaring with absolute rage. Kang Lang closes in right beside him. Even if we cannot beat Ying Long, we still do not believe a kid did it. Ning frowns, calling out his orders. Kichi, take the kid. I will handle the old man. Kichi salutes immediately. Understood, master. Instantly, Ning's rising blood shadow energy erupts, blowing the temple walls to pieces. Inside, two forces clash. Peak spells collide. Kang Lang's shattered rock versus Ning's blood shadow wind blade. Over in the corner, Tang Hai struggles. He blocks the flying debris with a fragile shield, trembling at the sheer pressure of their mana. This power wave is insane. Damn it, Kang Lang looks around annoyed. This tight space is restricting my skills. Let's take this fight outside. Agreed. Kechi nods. Meanwhile, Ning's intense battle with Dai Li is reaching a boiling point. Ning's eyes flash as he triggers his stat conversion skill. The system screen instantly pops up in front of him, transferring 153 willpower points into strength, boosting his power to 247. Now he unleashes his strike. He lunges at Deli with Blood Shadow Mountain Collapse. Thanks to his deep experience, Deli easily blocks that heavy attack. His Xuanling armor activates. You are only a mid-tier 3rd rank. How do you have this kind of physical power? Ning smugly points at himself, to brag. Of course it is because I am naturally blessed with a powerful will. Are you satisfied? Old man Deli feels heavily insulted. He raises his heavy axe to strike back. Satisfied, my foot. A mere will user like you dares to match strength with a dual strength master. Did you think my 80 years of training was a joke? With those words, a massive magic wolf conjured from pure energy lunges forward. Behold, Shadow Poison Wolf. Ning remains completely calm, activating his armor to shield his body while converting his physical attributes. The beast bites down hard, but only ends up breaking its own teeth against his iron body. Ning sneers, is this all 80 years of your hard work gets you? He swings his sword with immense force, easily blowing away the oversized wolf, while the wind and Fire Master Deli refuses to back down, summoning dozens of wolves at once in his Blood Wolf Moon Howl formation. Ning clenches his fist as power gathers. He unleashes his blood shadow to convert his attributes, summoning a massive tribal spirit. Behind him, the Judgment Spirit takes its place. Ning swings his sword down, releasing a devastating wave of magic that floods the battlefield. The wolves hesitate and back away, but the blood shadow Judgment acts instantly, spreading web-like threads to wipe out the entire pack with ease. Deli resists desperately behind his massive ultimate defense, the Iron Wall of the Wolf. But all his struggles are completely futile. His shield is shattered into pieces and his body is blasted away once again. Deli is cornered to a dead end, coughing up blood. Meanwhile, get this, the battle between Kang Lang and Qi Chi is still going. On. Kang Lang uses shattering music, but Keiki easily dodges the weak strike. It is the same move, but his strength is far weaker than your father's. He slips behind him quickly, forming a lightning orb with his hands. Lightning illusion prison. Too slow to react, Kang Lang takes a heavy fatal hit. Now both father and son are utterly defeated and thrown together. At this moment, Ning finally unleashes his ultimate move. The external soul devourer skill is now activated. Mind control magic spreads as he orders them to transform. Helplessly, both father and son let the magic penetrate deep into their brains, losing their humanity. Right after Ning withdraws his magic, both are turned into his submissive servants, bowing down to greet their new master. Ning nods in total satisfaction. Now this is more like it. All right, go back and heal up the Kang Lang safe zone. Will still be managed by you two. Both bow their heads and call out in unison, yes, master. Right after Ning turns to him to offer a few words of praise. Yuan Gang is no longer a big issue. Kechi, your performance was not bad at all. Kichi immediately squats down like a loyal dog, panting as he thanks his master, promising to work harder. But he suddenly realizes something is off. Wait, why is he acting more and more like a literal dog? Could his pride and dignity have vanished along with that massive cone fish? From a corner of the ruins, Tang Hai watches, his spine chilling. Is Ning even human anymore? What should he do now? Surrender or try to escape? Would he also be turned into a mindless demon? While lost in his panic, Ning suddenly calls out to him, asking if that fight almost made him wet himself. Without waiting for a reply, the utterly terrified old man immediately bows his head and begs Ning not to transform him. This catches Ning off guard. Smiling, he bends down to help Tang Hai up, telling him he is being far too polite. Since he took such good care of him, he is only grateful. Hearing these words, the old man feels a massive wave of relief. He stammers his deepest thanks to Lord Ning. Yet Ning still releases a cold, threatening aura while asking him to look around. The Heavenly Wolf Palace is completely destroyed, so do not rebuild it. Additionally, all those captive girls must be set free. Tang Hai dares not argue a single word, quickly agreeing. To him, keeping his life is infinitely more important than seeking pleasure. Ning also lays down some extra conditions, ordering him to take full charge of managing and distributing their supplies. If Shui Ying needs anything, you must support her fully. On top of that, Yinglong's death must not be leaked to the outside world. Do you understand? Tang Hai nods repeatedly, promising to immediately contact Miss Shui Ying. Left to his own thoughts, Ning looks at his stats, realizing that with the Blood Shadow buff active, his raw physical power can temporarily match the peak level of any powerhouse for a short time. However, due to his high will attribute, the cost of using Blood Shadow is too massive. He calculates that he can only safely activate it 3 or 4 times a day. With his current power, taking on 2 ordinary peak tier 3 opponents at the same time is not a huge issue. But during a large-scale national war, if he has to face dozens of peak opponents at once, his current level won't be enough. He must use his remaining 20 days to increase his strength as fast as possible. Since resources at home are quite limited, he wonders which country he should visit to level up next. The country-wide war zone is the closest option, possessing a massive number of tier 3 targets. Their peak tier is likely on par with China. High risk, but the rewards will be massive. No time to overthink. Ning calls Wang Tian. The elder answers, asking if Ning is still looking for those top-tier sword techniques. He reports that a neighboring nation is launching their God Martial Warrior selection. A system panel pops up, showing the details. The selection is restricted to those under 35. Anyone below rank 3 mid-tier is barred from entering. Rewards include the legendary Amaterasu sword skill and the Kusanagi sword. Such massive resources actually surprise Ning. He asks if this plan is just a cheap knockoff of China's own system. Wang Tian nods in agreement. He explains that because of Ning's dominance in the zombie dungeon, the enemy is getting desperate. Since he is China's top warrior, they assume his insane strength was entirely built on national funding. This enemy nation is betting big to quickly train a champion who can match him and reclaim their lost honor. Ning folds his arms, highly amused. He tells Wang Tian that this event is practically tailored for him. He asks Uncle Wang to arrange everything immediately, warning him to keep this entire plan a strict secret. Wang Tian quickly agrees. Left alone, Ning starts looking over his current skills, feeling a bit conflicted. An S-rank sword skill and the Kusanagi are highly tempting, but his 6 skill slots are already full. Right as he is worrying, the Sword God system issues a new quest to claim first place in the tournament. The rewards are skill fusion and an unlocked slot. Ning clenches his fist, thrilled by the timing. This is exactly what he needed. First place is as good as his. Shortly after, he contacts the commander. Commander Xuan Guo is surprised by the call, asking if the young warrior is returning to the capital soon. Ning explains that he is secretly heading abroad to prepare for the upcoming national war, asking for special equipment. He needs a high-grade national disguise item that even peak rank 3 experts cannot possibly see through. Xuan Guo hesitates, but to reassure the commander, Ning quickly promises that he will be perfectly safe. He insists there is no need to worry, instructing Xuan Guo to hand the disguise tool directly to Wang Tian. Not wanting to push him further, Xuan Guo agrees, asking only that the young man keeps himself safe. The commander promises not to pry any further. With everything set, Ning departs feeling highly satisfied with his plan. Before the official war starts, he can easily eliminate a massive chunk of the enemy's lower-level combat forces. Now, using this selection tournament, he can openly wipe out a whole new batch of them without any issue. Later, at a border port, Wang Tian follows Ning closely, reporting on the smugglers they have contacted. This smuggling group from the target nation has their own safe zone led by a rank 3 high-tier expert. A small squad of Awakened is arriving tonight, consisting of 3 low tiers and 1 mid-tier leader. They hold direct nomination rights, bypassing the first 3 rounds entirely. To keep Ning's identity hidden, this is perfect. Having a local powerhouse sponsor them is their safest bet. Ning nods in agreement, asking what cover story they used. Did they offer military supplies in exchange for spiritual ore? Wang Tian nods, explaining that it was the only way. They would not have agreed to meet otherwise. After walking a bit further, they finally arrive at the meeting spot. A guide introduced by an old friend is waiting there. Spotting them, the guide nervously steps up to introduce himself. He introduces himself as Wang Dekun. Ning gives a relaxed smile, thanking him for all the hard work. Thrilled, Dekun salutes, stating it is an absolute honor. He then points ahead, announcing that the targets have arrived. Their leader is Jiro Hirata, a rank 3 mid-tier warrior. Landing with a cold glare, Jiro complains about the delay. He demands to know why they are in such a rush, pointing out how dangerous this night meeting is. He warns that next time, simple money won't fix it. Dekun quickly waves his hands to smooth things over. He explains that selling military gear urgently is highly risky, promising to arrange a lavish celebration after the trade. Appeased by the offer, Jiro's expression softens. He warns Dekun to make sure the entertainment is top tier. He demands young awakened girls for their party, then suddenly brings up a massive price hike for the ores. They must pay 30% more. Dekun is completely stunned, left speechless by this sudden and greedy extortion. Before the panic can fully set in, a calm voice suddenly rings out, cutting through the tense silence. It simply calls them too weak. Insulted, Jiro points angrily at Ning, demanding to know what that means. Without offering a single word of explanation, Ning unleashes a brutal mind storm, instantly striking the entire group. Caught completely guard, they are quickly defeated in the ambush. His magic weighs so heavily on their minds that they can do nothing but groan. Ning enjoys teasing them while shifting his magic again. So, do you finally get what it means to be too weak? Demon transformation. Soon the luxury plane lands in the Chusai safe zone of Country L. Seeing Hirata enter, the guards swarm around him, asking why he is back so early when it usually takes days. Did he not find some girls to have fun with, or did they just not treat him well? Annoyed, Denjiro snaps and yells for them to shut up because he has a major report. Inside, the boss sits blankly on his chair, asking Hirata what on earth happened. This is Tsuyukuchi, the high tier 3 leader of Chusai. The powerful leader curiously guesses, asking if there was a trade issue or if they rejected their proposed price. But Denjiro says that is not the issue, urgently asking if there are any nomination slots left for the Divine Warrior project. He has a very important person to recommend, but Tsuyukuchi gets annoyed that Denjiro is making such a big deal. The slot is gone, given to a local seed. Tsuyukuchi scoffs, asking if this supposedly important matter is just about that. He points to the kid standing next to Denjiro, wondering if his talent is really that special. But Ning cuts him off. Special or not, he says you can test it yourself. Under the crushing pressure of dark magic, no one can resist. Ning steps forward, pointing his blade as he delivers a simple ultimatum: surrender or die. Tsuyukuchi is utterly baffled. Before he can even process the situation, he is cornered. He begs Ning to wait and talk things out. Ning shoulders his sword, taking that as a yes. With no other choice, Tsuyukuchi bows down to his new master. Resting his hand on his hip, Ning tells him to rise. Immediately, the young man orders them to fetch their top seed. He also demands all the documents and information regarding the Divine Warrior program to be brought to him right away. Tsuyukuchi rushes to obey. 10 minutes later, everyone is assembled and a heavy, tense atmosphere settles over the room. The top seed steps forward and asks if the boss was looking for him. Tsuyukuchi simply gestures toward the mysterious Ning. He explains that someone wants to duel him for the nomination slot. The elite seed frowns in pure annoyance. Judging Ning by his young appearance, he scoffs, asking if a kid who is not even tier 3 expects to fight him. Ning merely glances at him, instantly analyzing his stats. He has an A+ rank dual talent in willpower and agility. He specializes in explosive short-term burst skills, and other than weak observation, his stats are quite solid. Yotakumi notices Ning's dual swords, scoffing that they share the same weapon before raising his face in pure disdain. He barks, asking if anyone ever taught the kid manners before a powerhouse. Ning's face darkens with silent malice. Without wasting words, Ning instantly slices his soul away. He asks if this is the polite greeting he wanted. Suyukuchi stands frozen in shock, instantly realizing the truth. A single fatal slash, could this kid be a peak tier 3? Denjiro feels incredibly glad that he surrendered so quickly. At least he still has some value left to offer. Ning sheathes his sword, admiring the dead warrior's build before pulling out the mysterious faceless mask from thin air. He presses it onto the corpse's face to scan the features, triggering a powerful crimson glow of blood sacrifice. Once finished, Ning wears a sinister grin. He lifts the mask and presses it directly onto his own face. Activating the transformation, he instantly morphs into Yotakumi, examining his new form with immense satisfaction. From now on, he is Yotakumi, and not even peak tier 3 experts or high-grade detection items can pierce his disguise. Denjiro quickly holds up a mirror, inviting his master to take a look. Ning happily inspects his perfect disguise. He muses that though Yotakumi is dead, his name will at least achieve the legendary title of Top Divine Warrior. That is a grand honor even in death. Sometime later, Suyukuchi respectfully hands over the complete tournament contestant files. He invites his master to review the tournament documents, where the first competitor shown is a massive, bulky warrior. The file claims to nurture the finest talents of Country L to restore their former glory. Ning finds it utterly laughable. A tournament to select the ultimate divine warrior and reclaim national glory is a joke. He tears up the paper. He promises to recreate that glory himself by claiming the S-rank sword skills and national treasures, leaving the others dead. His deadly elimination hunt is finally starting. Meanwhile, at Nakata Arena, an energetic voice welcomes the massive crowd. Host Misako kicks off the qualifiers for the Divine Warrior project, announcing that she will broadcast the entire event live. Today marks the first round of the one-on-one arena qualifiers. Up in the stands, the fans are absolutely ecstatic. Hearing this, Ning finds a live broadcast in the middle of a brutal apocalypse completely hard to believe. Jiro spoke up, asking if the situation in our zone was really so good that they still had time for television. Jiro respectfully asked if his master was curious about L Zone's live broadcasts. He then explained that since not all survivors had their own screens, they had to gather together in different secure zones. They watched the broadcasts in safe zones organized by different factions. Additionally, their entertainment industry remains highly developed. Even during the dark times of the apocalypse, they actively promote idols. They have even built on this foundation. They created specialized awakened idol groups. Furthermore, L-Zone suffers from an incredibly severe and deep-seated class division. Descendants of the elite always inherit their high status, while children of conglomerates take over their operations. This easily breeds deep resentment among the lower classes. Because of this, the elites believe that creating awakened idol groups will help stabilize their absolute control. Idolizing a few powerful individuals is a calculated strategy to divide and weaken the collective willpower of the lower classes. Ning interrupted, realizing this entire setup was just a distraction to relieve pressure from their class divide. However, he knew this approach only treated the symptoms rather than the root cause. They want to use martial artists to manufacture pop stars, yet they would never dream that the biggest star would be him. The host Mizuko continued next, praising the 76 spectacular matches and calling Kimura's performance absolutely and completely breathtaking. It left everyone in the crowd utterly mesmerized. Did you all love it? Next is Arena 3 for the 77th match. Stepping onto the stage is Yotakumi, the genius representing Chusai's Safe Zone. His opponent is the formidable Ichiro Hanso. The genius of Safe Zone 1, Ichiro smugly introduced himself as the absolute most elite Yakuza ninja in our zone. He urged everyone to vote for him, promising a visual feast right before a friendly content warning popped up. Viewer discretion was advised for bloody content. Ning sighed, wondering if this guy suffered from severe 8th grade syndrome. Did he seriously think he was destined to be a star? Misako hyped the crowd, noting both fighters were tier 3. She asked the audience who would win, admitting that while they seemed matched, she believed Sir Hanzo would win. He was just much more handsome. Ning muttered, annoyed that such a serious death match was treated like a joke. This was typical for L-Zone. Was this really their version of hope? No wonder they fell so fast back then. No wonder their civilization was wiped out so quickly in his past life. With introductions complete, Misako cleared the stage. She signaled the start of the battle, reminding them that they could surrender at any time to save their lives. Ichiro Hanzo politely bowed, offering his greetings, but his polite gesture was met with absolute silence. Offended, Ichiro barked, asking the kid if he lacked basic manners. Ning calmly spoke up in response. He replied that his back was naturally stiff, making bowing difficult. This instantly enraged Ichiro, who raised his weapon. He swore to punish the disrespectful brat, but Ning merely shrugged with a casual reply. Ichiro plotted, knowing that while killing this kid was easy, the real challenge was doing it with absolute style. He needed a flashy victory to draw in more adoring fans. Meanwhile, Ning was also reflecting. He knew he could easily insta-kill this opponent, but decided to hold back to avoid drawing any unnecessary attention. The starting bell echoed, and Ichiro Hanzo immediately went on the offensive, initiating his signature illusion technique. Multiple afterimages appeared as he ordered his opponent to yield, while Misako enthusiastically hyped the match. She urged the crowd to watch closely, but wait, none of them were ready for what happened next. Ichiro's flashy strike had completely failed, and instead of hitting Yotakumi, he was struck and sent sliding backward. Sliding across the floor, Ning sighed, shocked by how fragile his opponent was even without attribute conversion. He had not even activated his stats, yet one casual kick defeated him. The audience erupted into confused murmurs. They wondered if Hanzo was dead from a single blow, unable to even track the lightning-fast movement. Deaths were rare in these matches, and Misako was completely traumatized, wishing she could just escape home. Ning knew he had to quickly handle the narrative, deciding to pass it off as an instant cast skill. He needed a solid excuse to explain the massive power gap, leaving the entire arena completely stunned. The spectators concluded it was a rare instant cast move, believing Hanzo was just far too careless. His attempt to look flashy had cost him. Half an hour later, the announcer declared the next matchup. Match number 113 pitted Yotakumi of Chusai Safe Zone against Hiroshi Fujino of Choco Safe Zone. The commentator Manhwa eagerly announced the match, knowing the crowd was still reeling from Yotakumi's devastating display. Many people witnessed Yotakumi's performance in his last match, and surely he is still feeling shaken by it. Everyone is completely stunned. Will he be able to secure another victory with such overwhelming power? Let us wait and see. The starting horn sounds. The match begins. Fujino Hiroshi activates his challenge mode, yelling for Yotakumi to show him what he has got. In an instant, Ning charges forward like lightning, shouting that he is coming, launching a high-speed strike right at his chest. The brutal punch drives Ning's hand straight through Fujino Hiroshi. The crowd erupts in absolute chaos, shocked by his extreme speed. He is fast and incredibly strong, another instant kill. They wonder if a literal god of death has entered their selection bracket. But wait, look at his hand. This time he actually took some damage. His explosive skill power is high, but his defense is lacking. Ning tells himself that getting slightly hurt is a fair trade-off to mask his otherwise completely broken god-tier abilities. Even though this entire tournament feels like a walk in the park, it does not mean there are absolutely no challenges. His plan is simple: one-shot kills. Give them zero chance to surrender while convincing them his only weakness is his defense. Meanwhile, an official notes that Yotakumi's performance is indeed brilliant, but letting him die here would be impossible to explain to higher-ups. Jin Xia commands a subordinate to tell the referee to quietly alter the rules, canceling the initial agility-focused matchup. Instead, they want Yotakumi paired with a brutal powerhouse opponent who possesses dual attributes in strength and physical defense. The subordinate complies. Half an hour later, Manhwa steps up to announce the 144th match. He crowns the fighter as one-punch obliterator. Ning mutters to himself, wondering when they started giving him nicknames. His opponent is Toyo Hiruto, a berserker. Ning realizes they secretly changed the match type to a strength defense class. The berserker schemes, believing that if he can just survive Ning's instant cast skills, he can drag him into close combat. He thinks Ning can only bully agility types. Against a defense build like his, the advantage is clearly on his side. The starting signal sounds. Ning decides to show some respect and use dual swords for this match. The berserker quickly casts his defensive barrier Golden Rock Shield, while Ning unleashes a barrage of rapid sword strikes. But the attacks do no damage. Ning purposely holds back his strength just to put on a convincing show. Seeing this, the berserker gloats, thinking Ning cannot break his guard, and immediately launches a counterattack of his own. Now watch, he launches his mad axe slash, making the crowd go wild, thinking Yotakumi has finally met his match. Manhwa comments that everything has a natural counter, predicting a brutal showdown with an unpredictable outcome. Before he can even finish his sentence, Ning easily finishes off the warrior with a cool, mocking question. Leaping high into the air, Ning executes his dual sword void slash, instantly following up with his shield-shattering technique. The warrior watches his defense shatter in sheer panic. Without stopping, Ning immediately unleashes his next combo strike. Under the relentless cross slash, the man tries to surrender, but Ning apologizes, stating he is too late to stop. The audience is left speechless. Even a dual-spec berserker could not withstand a single instant skill from this guy. Ning tells the staff to send up the next challenger immediately, wanting to skip the breaks to save time. Hearing this, the remaining fighters run away in pure terror, shouting at the top of their lungs that they forfeit. Manhwa has to announce that due to Yotakumi's terrifying dominance, every remaining contestant has withdrawn from the matches. This massive forfeit sends him directly to the second round, scheduled to take place 3 days later. Ning smugly thinks to himself that he was actually holding back. He finds this crowd incredibly cowardly and boring. Back in the safe zone, Jiro informs him that countless people are desperate to meet him, with some even offering marriage. Jiro arrives with a crowd of women, explaining that the hopeful fathers have already brought their daughters along. Ning replies that they can accept any resources and agree to terms, but there is no need to meet anyone. He figures that once he claims the title of ultimate martial artist, he will vanish anyway, so promises mean nothing. When he asks about the daughters, another associate explains that these are tricks played by low-tier wandering hunters. Lacking backing, they only stumbled into Tier 3 status and now desperately seek a powerful patron to survive. Their best option is either becoming a loyal servant or arranging a marriage with a highly promising awakened warrior. He adds that these girls are actually adopted orphans, suggesting Ning can use and discard them as he pleases. Ning declines, ordering him to send them back. He quietly reflects on how utterly corrupt this class system is. With some free time ahead, he decides to use their offered resources to focus purely on boosting his stats. But he must pace himself, delaying any high-level breakthrough to avoid exposing his identity too early. Instead, he stays in the mid-tier range, focusing entirely on fundamental attributes. In a flash, 3 days pass by. Manhwa speaks. Welcome everyone who tuned in right on time for the second selection round. This round is a free exploration contest in the dungeon with 300 participants, where only the top 30 players will qualify. This is a deathmatch, and during the tournament, any players who surrender midway will be teleported out of the dungeon immediately. Ning silently thinks a chaotic battle format like this means a massive slaughter. That is perfect. If the top 30 qualify, then I can just kill until only 30 people are left. high-octane points out that the members of the high-octane guild are teaming up immediately. Wait, should not genius selection be done individually to ensure fairness? Hino replies that calling this fair is ridiculous, since the descendants of high-ranking officials always bring protective squads just to secure their spots. He casually continues, saying he even suspects that the final divine warrior spot has already been decided way in advance. His teammate cuts him off, whispering, "Sheesh, do not speak without absolute proof, or we will get in trouble." high-octane then suggests they form a team because sticking together raises their odds slightly for survival. Nearby, Shinichi from the Kyokuan Alliance sneers, saying that forming a team now is completely foolish and to just ignore them and focus on their own plan. Once inside, they will anchor around Shinichi since he carries a very unique tracking item that displays his exact coordinates at all times. Once the group gathers, they will sweep through one side and wipe out everyone in their path. Their absolute priority targets to eliminate are Mahakun, Fukuda, Abusinim, and Kudo Takakume, while keeping a very close eye on Yotakun. He is extremely powerful, so they must stay cautious. high-octane also speaks up and tells his captain that he watched a video of him. The guy only has a brief burst of explosive power on stage, but that was inside an arena. Inside this massive labyrinth, the moment he tries to charge will give them plenty of time to focus fire, especially with his incredibly weak defense. If they strike together, they can easily take him down instantly. While Ning silently smiles, it is honestly better if these guys team up and gather in one spot to make his killing spree easier and way more satisfying. Suddenly, the system announcement blares and the second round officially begins as players are teleported into the labyrinth at random locations. Although the map is unrestricted, the broadcast cannot show every single player's viewpoint, but we can track the progress and combat matches through the red dots and player numbers on the main map on screen. A disappearing red dot means the player surrendered and retreated, while a dot turning black means they died on the battlefield. Right now, Inakun number 147 has been teleported to the very center of the labyrinth, and while his raw power is average, his speed is incredible. This gives him a massive edge in chaotic battles inside the maze. Now, Okamoto. Number 259, another speed-type warrior, is rapidly closing in on Enakun at the corner, and he could not widen the gap. Okamoto directly wounds him, forcing Enakun to forfeit. Unfortunately for the victor, Okamoto immediately runs into a squad of 3 and gets eliminated. Meanwhile, the crowd is anxious for Yotakumi, fearing he might struggle. But wait, he just pulverized someone with one punch. There he is, Yotakumi, number 7, teleported directly into a dead end inside the labyrinth. Ning mutters quietly that the walls seem to be built with a special high-density material that is impossible to break for anyone below a Tier 3 peak level. These walls also severely weaken mental scanning abilities. He realizes that if he unleashed his full power, he could easily blast a way through and make an exit, but that would draw away too much attention. Although his scanning range is compressed from hundreds of meters down to just dozens, it is still fine. He decides to walk slowly, hunting target by target, waiting for that group to gather so he can wipe them out in one go. The commentator screams in excitement about Yotakuma's surgical precision. as he continuously tears through enemy lines with insane strength. In a one-on-one duel, encountering him means absolute defeat, without a single chance of winning. Ning looks surprised, finally spotting an actual team of players. This is perfect, since hunting solitary targets was getting boring. Outside, the commentators gasp. Wait, did Yotaku just charge headfirst into a trio, by himself? That is extremely reckless. Even the strongest individual cannot hope to overcome a coordinated team, on their own. But before the host can even finish, Ning unleashes his twin blades, slicing down every single enemy, as his kill count skyrockets. The commentator is losing his mind, screaming what he wiped out the whole squad. By himself, is Yotakumi even human? But the monster does not stop there. He immediately goes on to destroy another team of 4, ambushes a third team of 6, and annihilates them all. He is not human, he's a god of death, risen in our nation. Yotakumi is completely unstoppable, and now he is charging straight toward the elite Cayenne Guild, which is a massive challenge. The Cayenne Guild has 30 active members, including a formidable mid-tier Stage 3 expert, led by Shinichi, the son of the Cayenne Safe Zone commander, whose gear and combat power are top tier. Can Yotakumi really take them all alone? Charging in to fight them, all I can say is no matter how strong you are getting, too arrogant will only get you killed. It is a tragedy. A brilliant rising superstar is already about to fall, and it leaves everyone feeling nothing but pity. An authoritative voice rings out as the squad finishes gathering. Everyone protect Master Xin Yi at the center, and get ready. Time to sweep them out. The soldiers shout their agreement just as Ning charges in from afar, yelling that they finally finished gathering. He says he has been waiting for ages. Shinichi gasps in shock, while another fighter barks that they were just looking for him, and now he just delivers himself to their doorstep. The man rallies his team, yelling not to fear because numbers make this easy. They need to focus their fire, unleash freezing energy, and summon crimson flames to take down this beast without underestimating him. Ning sighs internally. His storm wind sword could easily wipe them out in one strike, but he still has to maintain his disguise. Holding back makes this drag on. He calculates that fighting these 30 opponents needs to look like it takes at least 6 minutes. He must make the battle look incredibly intense, preventing his enemies from giving up and running away. As his opponents charge forward with murderous intent, Ning suddenly realizes that nobody from the outside can actually see this footage. Since the cameras cannot capture this area, he decides to unleash his devastating psychic attack, the Mind Storm. The sudden mental assault sends the enemy squad reeling in agonizing confusion. Smiling, Ning begins pacing out his kills. 6 minutes and 30 seconds total means he should take exactly 10 seconds per kill, leaving no room for standing around. He needs to keep them moving using mind control, forcing them to dance around him. Meanwhile, the outside commentator Manhwa watches. Manhwa excitedly reports that although Yotaku secured an early kill, he is now completely surrounded by the allied forces. Escaping this trap seems completely impossible. Yet high above, Ning's helpless targets are merely floating in midair, completely at his mercy. While they struggle, he calmly plans his execution rate. The clock is ticking, and he needs to average 10 seconds per kill. He cannot make the timing too perfect, or it will look staged. Killing 2 targets simultaneously during a 15-second window works. Then he will stretch the next gap to 30 seconds, making the battle seem increasingly brutal and difficult to win. To sell the act, he shouts out, urging them to fight harder. Meanwhile, the commentator outside is losing his mind. He screams that Yotaku just took down 2 more opponents. The display of power is insane, but this will surely provoke them. The Cayenne Alliance is bound to lash out in pure rage now, making their next waves of attacks far more dangerous. As the tension reaches a boiling point, the announcer suddenly cuts himself off, pointing to something strange on the radar. Multiple red dots are rapidly closing in on Ning's position. The commentator notes that another group seems to be arriving. A coalition of 20 players is entering the fray, raising the question of whether this is about to become a massive brawl. Fighting completely alone, Yotaku seems utterly doomed. Leading the incoming pack is number 38, a hunter named Asamori, who yells out. He detects the sounds of combat ahead and assumes multiple teams are clashing, urging his squad to move in quickly. They plan to hide, wait for the combatants to exhaust themselves, and then clean up the survivors. His followers quickly acknowledge the command. As they approach, Ning immediately senses their presence and realizes another sizable group is about to join the party. Since their numbers are quite high, he decides to get creative. Meanwhile, Asamori creeps closer, whispering for his team to hold back. He tells them to stay put while he scouts ahead. His squad agrees, letting their leader slip away to assess the situation. After watching the clash, Asamori realizes the entire Cayenne Alliance is ganging up on Yotaku, which strikes him as incredibly bizarre. With such an overwhelming advantage, they should have secured the kill instantly. Yet the attackers are just leaping around aimlessly. They are not even landing real strikes, which makes absolutely no sense. He frowns, noticing something deeply wrong with the Cayenne members. Several fighters are floating in the air with their eyes tightly closed, sending a chill straight down Asamori's spine. It looks as though they have completely lost consciousness, letting Yotaku slash through them like defenseless practice dummies. How is this even possible? Ning decapitates a target, sending the head flying straight toward Asamori, who barely ducks in time. He panics, wondering if he has been spotted, but looking closer, he realizes the terrifying truth about the mind-controlled fighters. Every single one of them is being controlled. Yotaku must be a hidden Tier 3 expert, maybe even at peak level. A nearby subordinate notices his pale face and asks what is wrong. Asamori immediately turns around, eyes wide with pure terror. He screams for everyone to run and find cover immediately before bolting away, leaving his confused squad scrambled in his wake. Wondering what could possibly terrify their leader this much, the soldiers quickly follow, only for his shadow to cut them off. Ning stands right in front of them, asking where they think they are going. The horrified soldiers instantly recognize him. Smiling, he asks if they would rather team up with a powerhouse like him to crush the remaining Kaiyan forces together. Asamori stammers in panic, begging them to stop, while his subordinates behind him draw their weapons to fight, with one shouting that facing us alone is a death wish. Another chimes in, saying that with 20 of them against one, there is nothing to fear. They charge forward together, screaming kill in their minds, while Asamori watches the scene unfold, breaking into a cold sweat. He stammers out a plea to retreat, but a black four-pointed star suddenly glows on Ning's forehead, his eyes shining brightly. Ning smiles, asking if they really think they can escape, before unleashing a mental blast that sends them screaming into the air. Standing tall, he orders his spectral summons to ally with the Kaiyan Association and slaughter the rest. Outside, the commentator shouts in excitement. Yotaku finally breaks out, and get this, he teams up with Asamori's 20-man team from Group 38. Asamori's squad is locked in combat with the Kaiyan Association, and with Yotaku joining them, their forces now hold a clear advantage. The Kaiyan Association is completely wiped out, and the newly formed alliance sweeps through the maze tunnels, obliterating everything in their path. They take down 6 consecutive teams, though Asamori's squad pays a heavy price, leaving only 6 survivors standing. Then a strange blue light flashes from Ning, sinking directly into their foreheads. He notes that Asamori's squad is practically finished anyway. It is time to deploy his specters to finish them off, ensuring not a single person besides himself makes it out alive. Meanwhile, the observers outside panic as they realize other teams are clashing, turning the entire labyrinth into a brutal bloodbath. The death toll has already skyrocketed to 153, and several high-ranking officials are starting to grow highly suspicious. They watch in growing unease, and the labyrinth director questions how the mortality rate could have risen so drastically in an instant. He wonders why these young contestants would choose death over withdrawal, and how Yotaku could possibly achieve all of this alone. The boy has single-handedly slaughtered dozens without showing a single sign of exhaustion, raising doubts about whether his spiritual energy is limitless. Realizing this senseless slaughter could easily wipe out the entire generation of local talents, the director decides he must intervene immediately. He turns to his subordinate Hui, ordering him to report the emergency, demand a halt to the match, and submit Yotaku's file. Hui. He quickly acknowledges the command, and 30 minutes later the arena announcer's voice echoes throughout the entire arena. He announces that due to unforeseen events, the labyrinth trial will end in 10 seconds with rankings based on current progress. With everyone about to be forcefully teleported out, all remaining contestants are instructed to cease hostilities and prepare for departure. Ning pauses, realizing the organizers must have reached their absolute limit, though he notes that very few survivors actually remain. A wicked smile spreads across his face. Why stop now? He completely drops the act to clean house before time runs out. He plans to execute one last mass slaughter before the teleportation kicks in, intending to blame the sudden lag for the casualties. As Ning flashes through the maze, lives are snuffed out, his mind set on leaving absolutely no surviving witnesses behind. Meanwhile, inside the State Council of Shinking in L Country, the atmosphere is incredibly tense as political leaders hold an emergency meeting. Vice Chairman Harafuji addresses the assembly, revealing that a critical message was received from the central Nakata combat zone an hour ago. Pointing to the screen, he explains that an unprecedented awaken has surfaced during the trials, introducing the terrifying genius known as Yotaku. Representing the Chosai battle zone, this single contender has managed to eliminate nearly 70 opponents in just the second round. A military officer gasps, arguing that defeating 70 foes alone is impossible even for a top-tier rank 3 expert. Another politician questions if there was a clerical error, wondering if the being described in the reports is even human. He claims it is far more believable that the local coordinators fabricated the entire story to cover up some other issue. The officer agrees, pointing out that other regional qualifiers have barely started while Chosai has already been virtually wiped out. Fuji quickly intervenes, explaining that Yotaku is not as invincible as they think, having suffered serious injuries before escaping the trial. Surviving witnesses report that while the young man possesses immense explosive power, he also excels at manipulating battlefield alliances. His practical combat prowess is estimated to be at the absolute limit of a mid-tier rank 3 awakening. Even with that explanation, his achievements remain staggering, prompting the military to dispatch high-ranking naval officials to investigate. Once they arrive in Chosai, the full truth behind Yotakuma's power will finally be brought to light. Fuji slams his hand on the table, declaring that if there was no cheating, they have found an absolute prodigy. Even if he is a high-ranking awakener, operating under a disguise, his potential is exactly what their nation needs right now. He believes this genius could help them reclaim everything they lost after their devastating defeat in the Tangxi Kingdom. The assembly erupts into cheers, fully agreeing that a supreme genius is worth far more than thousands of ordinary soldiers. If this is true, their great nation is destined to rise again and dominate the global stage. Meanwhile, back inside the grand hall of the Chosai safe zone, Ning calmly prepares his next move. He sits casually in his chair when an aide rushes in announcing that the naval chief of staff of the coastal forces has arrived. He wants a face-to-face meeting. Ning muses if this is an investigation or just an early attempt to recruit him. Anything is possible, the aide replies. After all, his second-round performance was absolutely spectacular, and now the entire country is buzzing about him. His die-hard fans have already gone ahead and formed a dedicated fan club in his honor. Hearing this, Ning stands up. The commotion is getting out of hand, but whatever comes his way, he cannot avoid it. Bring him in, he commands, telling his team to fall back to their posts and keep their mouths shut. The men salute, acknowledging the order. Moments later, an officer enters the room offering a sharp military salute as he speaks. He introduces himself as Hiroshi Harano, Chief of Staff of the 2nd Naval Corps, requesting Yotaku's guidance for their first meeting. Ning crosses his arms, asking what business brings him here. Harano is instantly struck by the sheer intensity of his aura. It is incredibly overwhelming. He quickly clarifies that the military does not suspect Yotaku at all. Rather, they just want to re-verify his talent grade to determine their next move. Harano leans in slightly, continuing with his explanation. Yotaku has already been designated by the cabinet as one of the 10 divine martial artists. If his test results are outstanding, his ranking could rise even higher. Harano suddenly bows low, pleading for his cooperation as he is only following orders. Seeing this display, Ning is a bit stunned. This guy is being so overly polite that it is hard to refuse. But it does not matter. He really is a mid-tier tier 3 fighter, so he has nothing to fear from a test. He glances away, calculating his options. If Harano is telling the truth, having a higher recognized talent grade could actually benefit him. The problem is talent grades are supposed to be fixed. How can he explain upgrading from an A rank to SSS? Not to mention a SSS rank is bound to cause an absolute shockwave. Plus, using a sword might draw unwanted connections. Seeing him hesitate, Harano glances up, wondering if the young man is secretly using some cheat item to fake his power. If he refuses the test after all this reassurance, it will definitely raise suspicions about his true source of power. Harano slides the testing device forward, gently inquiring if there is some kind of issue holding him back. Ning waves it off, thinking he just needs to suppress his talent to S rank or SS, then invent a solid excuse. With his mind made up, he places his hand onto the device, deciding to test his overall cultivation rank first. The results flash mid-tier tier 3 bordering on high tier. Seeing this, Harano practically vibrates with excitement. It is no wonder his performance was so spectacular, having peaked mid-tier tier 3 strength already. Now it is finally time for the talent test. Ning turns to Harano, speaking with casual confidence. Surely the chief has read his file. His talent was originally A+, but after reaching tier 3 things changed. A mutation occurred inside a mysterious dungeon. He warns Harano that his current rank might be vastly different from the records. In fact, even he is not quite sure what it is now. Harano gasps in absolute amazement at the news. He urges Ning to proceed, saying that if Yotaku achieves greatness, it will bring immense glory to country R. Ning finally presses his hand onto the scanner, unleashing a sudden blinding light that floods the entire room. The system registers the energy and the talent, reading shoots up instantly, bypassing S rank and soaring straight to SSS+. He pulls his hand back in disbelief. What on earth went wrong? He was sure he suppressed his talent to S rank. Why did it register as SSS+ anyway? He wonders if Country R uses a different calibration standard than Great Shia. Or perhaps his talent in this life is fundamentally different, growing dynamically alongside his physical power. Suddenly, the machine flashes a violent crimson warning. Alarms blare, warning of a severe energy overload and demanding immediate cooldown. Harano stands utterly paralyzed. A SSS+ rank is completely unheard of. Overwhelmed with shock, his knees buckle, sending him crashing to the floor. Has such a monstrous awaken ever existed in Country R's history? Ning hesitates, asking the chief of staff if he is all right. Harano frantically waves his hands, assuring him that he is fine. Ning mentally curses himself for overdoing it. The chief is looking at him as if he were a literal god. Harano clasps his hands to his face in pure adoration, crying out that Yotaku is an absolute miracle. Such power has never existed in their nation before. Ning merely scratches his cheek, offering a tense, awkward smile. Honestly, he claims, even he was startled by the result. He quickly reaches out to help Harano stand up, but the chief refuses, insisting on remaining on his knees in total reverence. He raises his hands high, pleading with Yotaku to join their imperial army. He bows his head all the way to the floor. The future of our war zone is entirely up to you. From now on, I, Harano, am your most loyal dog. Hiroshi Harano suddenly bows, repeatedly begging Ning to accept him. Watching this, the young man can only think to himself, Japan's obsession with worshipping the strong is definitely no joke. First it was China being shocked, and now them. What a massive pain. Ning realizes this crazy guy might actually bow until his head splits open if he refuses. Turn him into a mutant? No way. Not only does it waste a slot, but controlling a freak like him is a nightmare. He's too likely to expose the secret. Better to pass for now. Ning finally decides to accept, lifting Hiroshi Harano up and telling him to stand. Harano looks up with pure excitement, loudly shouting his deepest thanks to the legendary Lord Yotakun. He begs his new master to stay here and stay safe while he heads back to report the situation. Ning gives a stiff nod in response. 3 hours later, military helicopters are circling the sky. In the air, Prime Minister Hashimoto frowns, demanding to know if this SSS plus talent is real. His assistant confirms it, stating they absolutely need a second verification to be entirely sure of the results. Hearing this, Prime Minister Morimoto raises an eyebrow and laughs, asking if he is truly a genius. Tokyo stands with his hands behind his back, laughing. There is no need for modesty, Prime Minister. Our new super genius is easily on par with China's Ning. Their scoring systems differ anyway. The Chinese only look at raw potential, completely ignoring actual combat capability. He bows deeply in respect. Our comprehensive ranking is the only one that matters. Yotakun is built for real warfare. If he ever clashes with Ning on the battlefield, he will win without a doubt. Morimoto ponders for a few seconds, finding the logic solid. Curiosity starts to get the better of him. He is glad he launched the Divine Martial Warrior project, otherwise this gem would have remained buried. Tokyo smiles, assuring him that a personal visit from the Prime Minister will recruit the boy. Then he leans in closer and lowers his voice. Sir, the latest intelligence on Yotakun is quite shocking. His combat power after the mutation is absolutely terrifying, though he operates like a classic glass cannon. Morimoto smiles. Perfect, he points up. We will place Yotakun directly into the top 3, fast-tracking him straight to the tournament finals. Let us see how the public reacts, though we cannot just hand him the champion title easily. Meanwhile, in the Chinese High Command Office, Commander Li Shuangguo reads a highly classified report. An SSS plus talent has surfaced in Japan, and he is projected to easily dominate their entire tournament. His assistant confirms the news, stating it came directly from their deep cover spy inside the cabinet. This mysterious kid appeared out of thin air, and the Japanese military is claiming a mutation. Shuchi presents the details. Despite being mid-tier, rank 3, his actual combat power is pushing peak rank 3. He is highly likely to participate in the next PvP battle, so we must prepare. An SSS plus sword-wielding monster with monstrous strength. Why does this profile sound so incredibly familiar to him? It is practically a carbon copy of Ning. Then a sudden realization hits him like a truck. Before leaving, Ning did ask for high-grade disguise gear. Could this Yotakun actually be him? Did he really sneak into Japan's tournament? Commander Shuangguo grips the report tightly with a serious face. Nobody else would slaughter contestants so mercilessly, but if it is Ning, how did he get backing? How on earth did he secure the backing of the Tosai Safe Zone leader? If Ning is wreaking havoc in Japan while being hailed as a genius, that is absolutely brilliant. Stealing their sacred national treasure right under their noses is just legendary. It is too good. Shuchi snaps him out of his thoughts, urging him not to stress. Shuangguo smiles in response. He assures her he is fine, ordering her to keep a close eye on any new developments. She bows respectfully, confirming the order before quickly turning and leaving the command office. Once she leaves, Commander Shuangguo rests his chin on his hands, deeply lost in thought. To keep Ning safe, the fewer people who know the better. Cut to the Tosai Safe Zone. Ning walks home, letting out a massive yawn. He never expected the Prime Minister to personally recruit him, let alone hand him a direct ticket straight to the finals. Tonight's networking with the top brass was more draining than killing mutant variants on the battlefield. Finally, he can rest. Suddenly, a sharp wind from an attack cuts right past him. Ning looks over in confusion, immediately raising his guard. This powerful aura belongs to a peak tier 3 warrior. Not only did they bypass the heavy military patrol, but they even evaded his own perception to teleport right in front of him. This is a hostile intruder. Ning tightly grips his sword, demanding to know who they are. The uninvited guest remains silent. and quickly changes the subject, saying it is an honor to meet Lord Yotaku and apologizes for the sudden intrusion. The stranger claims to bring good tidings, inviting him to join the Yamaichi Association. Hearing this, Ning scoffs and asks how joining them helps him secure the title of #1 divine martial artist. Yamichi Taro looks up and claps, with complete confidence, promising that if Ning marries the chairman's granddaughter with the backing of their cabinet ministers, he will easily win the title. If not, he might suffer a sudden fatal accident before the final match. Footsteps click softly against the floor as a young woman approaches, calling out to him by his alias Yotaku. She walks closer and introduces herself as Sakurako. Ning slowly relaxes his posture, sizing her up, and murmurs that Sakurako is a very beautiful name. Yamichi Taro suddenly cuts in, boasting that among the chairman's granddaughters, Sakurako is by far the most charming. Countless noble heirs have begged for her hand only to be rejected. He smiles slyly, telling Yotaku that the lady is his now, and asks if he is satisfied. Ning, sharp as ever, senses the underlying threat. Behind those polite words hides a dark, murderous intent. If he refuses, the man will attack immediately. It is a simple choice of submit or die. Ning quietly weighs his options. The Prime Minister is a clever player indeed, acting like a savior while sending thugs with bribes and threats to do his dirty work. These waters run incredibly deep. Ning smirks, knowing that even if they fight today, he has absolutely nothing to fear. But there is no need for unnecessary trouble. Agreeing to their terms costs him nothing, and playing along is easy. Ning turns back with a warm smile, accepting her company. Yamichi Taro quickly replies that she will stay to serve him, as she belongs to him now, to do as he pleases. He adds that if Ning prefers more than one companion, he can easily arrange for a few more. They are highly trained to please men, promising to ensure he and Sakurako have a truly wonderful night. Ning suddenly turns and scoops Sakurako up in his arms, saying she alone is more than enough. Yamichi Taro smiles and quickly departs, wishing them a night worth 1,000 gold pieces, leaving them to their privacy. Ning is secretly shocked by how fast the man vanishes, leaving absolutely no trace of his aura beyond 10 meters. Besides teleportation, the man can also turn completely invisible. His power cannot be underestimated. Once Ning wins the title of divine martial artist, he will surely eliminate him. Meanwhile, Sakurako rests in his arms, accepting her fate as a political pawn. Yet looking up, she realizes he seems incredibly young. Her cheeks flush with a bright red, wondering if his youthful strength means a raw intensity her body might not be able to handle. Ning carries her into the bedroom. She gently touches his collar, asking if she should help him undress, but Ning suddenly grabs her hand, pointing out how tense she is. Sakurako stammers nervously that this is her very first time. Ning leans in close, gently telling her to relax and just turn around. Shyly, she complies with his request, but a massive question mark fills her mind. Is he really being this direct? She was taught to take things slow. Ning chuckles softly at her response while she whispers for Yotaku to please be gentle with her. Ning flashes a sly grin, raising his hand and telling her not to worry. As soon as the words leave his mouth, he knocks her out cold, murmuring that he will be gentle. Standing up with hands on his hips, he sighs, noting that with her fragile constitution, a single strike would kill her. Besides, he is in no mood for games. He carefully tucks her in, telling her to sleep for a few days to avoid any unnecessary body inspections or suspicion. Once he claims his rewards as the divine martial artist, she will finally be completely free. He even creates a protective barrier, a small psionic shield that will easily sustain her physical needs. For the next few days, Ning rubs his chin in deep thought. There are too many eyes watching his every move. Going outside before the final match is too risky, especially since his previous crystal energy absorption was far too rushed. Why not use these few days to compress and purify this spiritual energy? 1 week later, at the Yamai Association, a sudden voice warns that things have changed. Yotaku will not take first. An anxious subordinate asks what happened. President Jamichi sits on the main chair, gently stroking a strange beast in his lap as he prepares to answer. He explains that General Dakin's son was pushed directly into the top 3 and is already pre-selected for the top spot. Yamaichi Taro quietly notes that while the son's double S-tier talent is weaker than Yotaku's, his lifelong resources make up for it. Currently, he has almost reached high-tier tier 3, so his sheer strength easily justifies fast-tracking him to the finals. Still, Taro is confused and points out that he knows Daito-kun's strength, which is nowhere near Yotaku's level. Frankly speaking, Yotaku is terrifyingly strong. He might easily sense when someone is watching him. Even from a distance of a few meters, the sheer difference in their power levels is simply too massive to ignore. Jamichi quickly adds that while a general's son holds massive political power, things are not so simple. After all, everyone from cabinet ministers to the deputy speaker supports Yotaku alongside their own powerful Yamai Association. The president calmly disagrees, explaining that the general commands both military force and heavy royal family backing. Their combined influence is vastly superior to ours, and besides, the legendary Murakumo sword was originally their prize of war. Letting it be used as a tournament prize was already pushing their absolute limits. The president then poses a question. He asks Taro if he honestly believes those high-ranking elites would sit back and let their prize weapon be taken. He discussed this with the prime minister and deputy speaker. It is best to just back down. Taro hesitates before bringing up another concern, pointing out that the finals are supposed to be fully public. With the tournament claiming to be strictly fair and transparent to the public, how can the clearly weaker Daito-kun actually secure the top spot? The president raises a hand, dismissing the question and calling Taro far too naive to understand such a simple matter. During the match, the government can easily rewrite the rules under the guise of minimizing unnecessary casualties. The president notes that aside from Yoda-kun and Daito-kun, there is one more brutal prodigy who fought his way to the top. This third fighter acts as a symbol of balance for the public, but the three of them will not actually fight. Instead, they will be thrown into separate specialized combat scenarios to battle against dangerous mutated variants. Leaning back in his chair, he explains that Daito-kun and the other prodigy only have to defeat a mid-tier Tier 3 mutant. Meanwhile, Yotakun will be forced to survive against a near-peak mutant for 3 minutes, despite only being high-tier Tier 3 himself. It looks completely fair on the surface, does it not? Taro rubs his chin in contemplation, realizing the dark truth. On paper, surviving for 3 minutes sounds easy, but being hunted by a high-tier Tier 3 monster is a death sentence. It is a direct setup. They want to force Yotakun into conceding the top spot. The president laughs, having foreseen everything. Since the outcome is locked, they must simply play along with the government. There is simply no use fighting it. Do you understand what needs to be done now? Taro nods in surprise, agreeing that keeping Yotakun alive to serve them is far more valuable than winning a single tournament. But he wonders what they will do if Yotakun refuses to back down and insists on fighting. The president smirks, noting that if he chooses to die, then he is simply an arrogant fool they do not need. Someone like that only brings ruin. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the crowded arena of the finals. The announcer bellows that Fujiryu Ichi has defeated 28 opponents in a row to become a prime title contender. Once the medical team fully restores his spiritual energy, he will advance straight into the final stage. There he will go head-to-head with the other two top contenders, Daito-kun and Yotakun, to claim the ultimate championship throne. Watching from the spectator stands, Ning tries to figure out who this mysterious Daito-kun actually is. He had never heard of him in the earlier rounds, meaning this newcomer must have some serious backing. Taro quietly approaches Ning. The entire situation has changed, causing Ning to laugh. So as long as I meet the required conditions, the top spot is still mine. Right. Taro nods in approval. He warns that the government will do anything to prevent an unexpected slip-up. A total surprise. The high-level mutant Ning faces is far stronger than he imagined. Facing such an opponent, it is basically suicide. Yet Ning just leans against the railing, grinning with absolute confidence. Tell Taro Yamachi his granddaughter is great. He likes her. The old man just looks incredibly awkward. 3 hours later, the announcer's voice echoes across the arena. The grand finale of the God Warrior project is finally here. The grand prize is ready and waiting. Footsteps echo down the hall. Let's give a warm round of applause to our 3 finalists. He steps out with a confident smirk. It's Fujiryu Ichi, who literally carved his way through the competition to get here. Ning stands tall with equal intensity, competing as Yotakun after a special promotion for his bizarre skills. And next, strutting out as his name is roared, the true favored son of heaven, Lord Daito-kun. Ning looks at the prize pile, calculating. At least that main prize must be his. Packing it all up and leaving sounds great, but it's not that simple. There are at least 6 peak Tier 3 experts watching. Forget it. The runner-up prizes aren't worth the risk. Then the MC's voice booms. In 10 seconds, the 3 contestants will be teleported to a one-on-one combat space. Everything in the arena will be shown on the big screen to avoid casualties. Missions will be assigned based on the unique abilities of the 3 combatants and characteristics during this phase. Suddenly, a massive monster appears right in front of him, along with a combat prompt. Fujiryu Ichi must fight a mid-tier level 3 mutant, the Steel Crusher. The swordsman faces his beast with total confidence. Daito-kun is also facing a similar beast, the Steel Crusher. But as for Ning, his matchup is on another level. Competing as Yotakun, he must face a high-tier level 3 mutant, the Thousand-Faced Insect. Yet he remains completely calm. Who will claim the ultimate glory for Area L? Everyone is holding their breath. Meanwhile, an official watching the match frowns. He thinks to himself, this is not a PvP duel, but a PvE monster hunt. Is this really about minimizing casualties? These 3 are top geniuses. If any of them die, it would be a massive loss. Isn't this setup highly unfair? Aren't they supposed to face the same difficulty? The man asking is Hoshino, the chief coordinator of the finals. The other official smiles, calling it perfectly fair. The overall difficulty is balanced. Even though the monsters differ, Fujiryu and Daikun must actively slay their beasts while Yotakum only needs to survive. Strictly speaking, his task is easiest. But the crowd below erupts in anger. Who are they trying to fool with this official explanation? Everyone watching isn't awakened. Who among them cannot see right through this blatantly rigged game? This obvious setup only tricks ordinary survivors who don't know any better. Keep your voice down or you will invite trouble, they quickly whisper among themselves. Odo-kun is up against a standard mutant, while Fujiryu got a special one. Fujiryu is a guaranteed winner. Exactly. The only question remaining now is whether Yotakum will just surrender. Absolutely. If he does not quit, he is basically begging for death. Meanwhile, the beast on stage begins its assault. Ning glances around the single-use simulated arena assessing his options. Since this match is broadcast live, he cannot use his signature wind blades. Calmly, he draws his twin swords. Against a high-tier level 3 mutant, these twin blades are more than enough. The crowd watches in absolute shock. What, he is not running? Does he not know his victory conditions? Look at his stance, he actually wants to fight. Shocked guild leader Yamaichi turns around and demands answers from Yamaichi Taro. Did you not explain the rules to him? Yamaichi Taro quickly reports that he made everything clear, but the boy seems utterly determined to fight. Hearing this, the guild leader can only remain silent, staring down at the arena. Just then, the monster strikes. The thousand-faced insect unleashes its move. If he does not run now, he is dead. Yet Ning stands firm, fearless. Crouching low, he mutters that the beast has quite the aura. Though clueless to his words, the monster gets even wilder. Spectators in the stands gasp at the speed, wondering if this human-faced worm has already reached peak tier 3. They watch Ning in absolute disbelief. Look, Yotakum is charging straight ahead, moving incredibly fast as well. Guild leader Yamaichi leaps to his feet and screams. A madman, he is a total madman. Does he really think he can win? Yamaichi Taro also loses his cool. In just a few seconds, relying purely on raw speed and devastating power. Strong enough to smash an army defense line, Taro analyzes the fight. Unless there is direct level suppression, the best approach is using long-range firepower. Charging in like this, Yotakum is going to get shredded alive. Nearby in the VIP stand, a high-ranking man sneers. He originally planned to wait until the match ended and let his son Odo-kun recruit Yotakum. This man is General Odo, and he cannot believe his own eyes. He is so incredibly foolish, marching straight to his death. Behind him, the vice speaker and prime minister whisper in concern. To recruit him, they even came in person. If this disaster continues, they will become a complete laughingstock. If things get truly out of hand, they will have to step in and stop the match at any second. At all times, Ning keeps his focus locked on the fight, dumping points into agility stats while constantly analyzing the battle. Next, he maxes out his strength. Even if his swords are dull, they can still break its legs right. Monster suddenly roars. Sensing trouble, Ning dodges instantly, switching to agility and directly drives a heavy downward strike, switching to strength. He unleashes a barrage of slashes, lands, and swings his twin blades. Ning grips his hilts tightly, shouting to flip the beast. The ground shatters, launching it into the air. As it crashes down, it falls flat on its back. A stunned silence suddenly falls over the entire arena. Everyone looks on in complete disbelief. Oh my god, that was way too fast. What just happened? I only saw Yotaku moving lightning fast, dodging left and right, then that worm froze and got flipped over. President Yamaichi stands up, demanding to know what happened as Yamachiro stands behind him to explain. Yotaku didn't just freeze the worm, he swiftly sliced off all its limbs. If that were me, I would never dare to use such a risky fighting style, he says, his eyes wide with shock. Is he a monster? Does he feel no fear? At the very least, his speed is on par with a high tier 3, while his battle control is nearly at peak tier 3 level, Yamachiro asserts. He is a true genius. Hearing this, President Yamaichi bursts into a satisfied laugh. They didn't misjudge him. Even the vice speaker and the prime minister rise in sheer amazement. What an incredible turn of events. Let us quiet down for a second and focus on the match. The crowd starts whispering. Since the worm is immobilized, isn't this the perfect chance to hide? He only needs to wait 3 minutes. But wait, does he actually intend to kill that terrifying beast? Seeing it stand back up sends shivers down everyone's spines. Is Yotaku literally dancing on a blade? How is he doing this? He's dodging every attack flawlessly, knowing one hit means instant death. Ignoring the risk, he charges forward with his swords. At this rate, the worm might crush him to death. This is unbelievable. What we are watching is a textbook battle playing out. The crowd leaps to their feet, cheering for his flawless, precise, and ruthless combat. If everyone fought like this, even the most terrifying monsters wouldn't pose a threat anymore. An aide behind General Odo speaks up. General, if that worm is actually killed by Yotaku, then what will happen to young Master Odo? General Odo remains silent, lost in thought before turning. He orders his subordinate to contact the manager, demanding to stop the match and declare a draw. The aide quickly leaves. Meanwhile, the tournament manager Hoshino stares angrily at his screen. How can he call a draw now? The public would go wild. He angrily shuts off the monitor. The contrast between these fighters is painful to watch. The match has barely started for 10 seconds, yet Yotaku is already locked in a brutal clash. Hoshino looks over at Toriochi, who is acting like a clown, faking moves to test the waters while Dakun struggles and Tun acts like a monkey avoiding the fight. But Ning is completely calm, driving his strikes forward. Every single move utterly shocks the manager. Is this a joke? Yotaku is about to kill that beast. If they stop the match now, the military loses face. Hoshino panics, dreading the worst. Even if he can't offend the general, he refuses to be the scapegoat. Luckily, Yotaku has a cabinet minister's backing. Dealing with this supreme genius makes him suddenly foam at the mouth. The only solution now is to fake a seizure. The assistant beside him is shocked, screaming, "Lord Hoshino, what is wrong with you?" He quickly catches him, shouting for a nurse, while General Odo gnashes his teeth in fury, calling them useless. Trash. Hayashi Morimoto crossed his arms and smiled, praising the manager's quick thinking, as Ning leaped high into the air ready for a finishing blow. It is time to end this instant cross slash. He delivered a brutal downward cross slash. The worm crashed heavily onto the floor, but Ning dived down to execute an aerial descent strike. As he attacked, he yelled out, "Die." The beast writhed in absolute agony, while Ning let out a cold laugh. Your struggling is useless. Shifting his stats to trigger another power, he delivered a massive vertical slash right down its spine. Try wriggling out of this. Take my momentum burst slash. He spun around, casting a final gaze before his final strike. Go ahead and struggle all you want. He uses the beast's momentum to power a devastating slash, turning back. 2 cross slashes slice the air. Shield slash, then cross slash. He stops hesitation. His mind screams, "One thing, chop. Clean off." The monster's head drops with a dull thud. Ning calmly lands, knowing he must fake an injury. He sheathes his sword. The creature's blood is highly corrosive, and he realizes he can use this to play the part. Smearing some acidic blood onto his face, he fully disables his defenses. It is time to make this act look real. Instantly, he drops to his knees and clutches his head. A system screen flashes to announce the special zone is cleared. The Tier 3 mutant worm is officially dead. In the stands, the crowd sits in total stunned silence. Did he really do it? A 2-level gap completely bypassed. 19 seconds. That was all it took for an absolute masterclass of terrifying efficiency. People cannot believe their eyes. Jamich Taro remarks loudly that discarding all defense for raw power and speed is incredibly reckless. Failing to block basic corrosive blood seems foolish, but Chairman Yamaichi is completely thrilled. He absolutely loves the boy's raw ruthlessness. Risky, but highly decisive. That is the ideal modern warrior. Up in the VIP booth, the Prime Minister bursts into laughter. "We bet on the right genius," he cheers, demanding a grand banquet. Only one man sighs as his schemes completely crumble. He is utterly ruined but cannot deny the truth. General Otto realizes that some talent gaps simply can never be closed. Shaking his head, the old general stands up. He mutters that it is too late to change anything and orders a retreat. An aide carefully asks his thoughts on his own son's performance. General Otto only grunts in pure, unfiltered irritation. "There is nothing to see," he snaps. Next to Yotakum, his son looks like nothing more than an absolute joke. Meanwhile, Ning clutches his leg and groans, squinting one eye to keep the performance flawless. Medical squads suddenly sprint out. Yamaichi rushes to his side, screaming for the healing team. Ning lets himself be supported, playing his part perfectly. He weakly whispers that he needs rest. The chairman quickly agrees and urges him to go recover. Morimoto stands up immediately. "I declare Yotakum the true winner of the divine martial trial," he announces, loudly challenging anyone in the crowd to object. No one says a word. The crowd cheers, fully accepting this monstrous rookie as their champion. Morimoto walks up to him warmly. "Go rest, my boy. I will have your rewards sent to your room and make sure you attend the glory ceremony." Morimoto then turns to his guards, ordering them to immediately dispatch an elite security detail to protect their new star. Togo salutes in silent compliance. Meanwhile, over on the sidelines, Hoshino is still twitching and foaming at the mouth. The kid is a genius. Hoshino only had to pretend to seize for 10 seconds. He abruptly sits up, sighing in relief. He waved off the doctors, saying he is suddenly cured. Meanwhile, the broadcast shifts to Daitak and Furyu Ichi's combat zone. Their slow-paced, methodical duel has finally begun. Normally, this level of tactical combat would have kept the audience on their toes. Now, compared to Yotakum, they just look painfully slow. 3 minutes in, a sweating Daitak finally brings his monster down. He collapses onto his knees, gasping that it is finally over. Looking up, he smiles, absolutely proud of his flawless performance. No damage taken. He is certain this feat will draw massive adoration and make his father incredibly proud when he returns. An exit portal opens behind him. He stands up tall, fully expecting to walk right into a wave of roaring applause. Some doubters thought he only got selected due to his father's rank. Today he will prove he is the absolute best. He shoves his hands into his pockets and confidently steps through the portal. Silence. Where are all the cheering fans? People are staring at him with the most bizarre, pitying expressions. Did he perform so incredibly well that they are shocked? Where is his father? He cannot find his family anywhere. Confused, Daitak marches directly over to Hoshino to demand answers. He demands to know why the stadium is dead silent since he was clearly the first warrior to emerge victorious. Hoshino scratches his head in deep embarrassment. Apologizing, he gently congratulates Daitak on securing a solid second-place finish. Daitak stammers in absolute disbelief. Second place. Is this some joke? Hoshino nervously explains that Yotokome cleared his area first. The young noble demands to know if they are mocking him. He stares at the monitor, his eyes widening in horror. He really did it. The monstrous worm is dead. Daitak cannot wrap his head around how such a feat was even possible. Overwhelmed by pure shock, Daitak faints flat on his back. Meanwhile, back in the Grand Commander's office, papers are reviewed. An aide reports that the newly selected champion of Zone R is Yotokome, whose ridiculous combat power seems to match Ning. Shuchi asks if they should prepare any special countermeasures or dispatch an official diplomatic response to this development. The commander simply smiles. Of course, they have the exact same combat stats. He notes they are the same person. President Xuanguo looks up at her calmly. For now, there is no need to make any moves. They just need to watch. Leave the situation be, he instructs, leaving Shuchi completely baffled and raising an eyebrow at his mysterious attitude. Look at that, those top third-tier commanders of the previous generation immediately went the diplomatic route after receiving the news. They had their diplomats issue congratulatory statements. The commander slams his hand on the desk in pure rage, shouting, how dare they do this under the official government name? What are they even celebrating? Are they congratulating the massive pressure piling up right at our borders? Kangchi chimes in next. Commander, I highly suspect they are doing this solely because of Ning, or maybe, more accurately, to target us. They want to show that this world is full of prodigies and many of them are even better than Ning. Hearing this, the commander gasps in realization. Is that so? While tightly crumpling the paper in his hand. We will not show our hand just yet, otherwise those foreign factions will easily exploit the situation and mess with our stability. Go and order the 1st Aerial Legion to immediately pull back to the capital and help monitor the surrounding military districts. Compared to external wars, a civil conflict is something we absolutely cannot afford to ignore. Kanki nods, turns, and walks away, replying, understood, Commander. Left alone, the commander rests his hand on his chin in deep thought. Congratulations. Indeed, Ning becoming a divine martial artist is truly worth celebrating. Just wait, once the truth finally comes to light, I want to see if you all go completely mad. Meanwhile, at the top National Hospital, loud and endless chatter keeps echoing down the hallways. Ning, these premium supplements are special gifts from the Prime Minister and Vice Speaker. You must rest up and recover well. And make sure you attend the grand awards ceremony once you return. Once your injuries heal, I hope you can visit my mansion as a guest. Ning lies on his hospital bed, sighing deeply. The constant stream of visitors trying to win him over has finally left. He gets up and steps off the bed, finally able to inspect his rewards. As he opens the item bag, system screen pops up. He has received the epic tier Murakumo sword and an S-class sword technique, leaving Ning completely thrilled as he shouts, "This is awesome, he can finally learn a brand new skill." The system screen then displays the stats of the Crash Epic Murakumo sword. It grants +9 strength and agility +2 willpower and has a special dual-wielding stat for his left hand, boosting attack speed by 100%, while the right hand adds 30% bonus damage. Weapon skills include Drawing Sword, Art II, Slash, and Divine Wind. Reading this, Ning marvels at the legendary national treasure, which completely outclasses any weapon he has ever laid eyes on before. Even though this is an epic-grade weapon, just like his Windblade, its effects are much more powerful. No wonder they wanted to secure it first. If it were him, he would never let this go either. He examines it curiously, wondering how powerful the skills really are. Scanning the detailed system breakdown, he reads about the first skill, Drawing Sword Art. It unleashes a massive energy wave upon drawing, boosting damage by 1000% based on attack range. This deadly strike guarantees a critical hit with a high chance to ignore enemy defenses and completely sever their limbs. The cooldown is 12 hours. This move is incredibly effective against arthropod-type mutants such as giant multi-legged insects requiring 0 spiritual energy. But is that long cooldown really necessary? A 12-hour cooldown is probably due to its sheer overwhelming power. He then shifts his gaze to the next skill, II slash, which instantly unleashes a swift, devastating physical strike that ignores 50% of enemy defense. Upon hitting the target, it leaves a deep tear and can trigger a dismemberment effect. This brutal dismemberment effect completely bypasses the target's healing capabilities, applying a powerful and absolute instant kill status. With a 1-hour cooldown, this healing negation and instant kill technique is so deadly that the wait time is actually pretty reasonable. Next, Ning looks at the final skill on the side, Divine Wind. Once activated, the user enters a special, completely untargetable state for 0.5 seconds while gaining 100% movement speed and ignoring all physical obstacles. Once this skill ends, his very next attack triggers a powerful storm shockwave that deals heavy extra damage. The cooldown is only 30 seconds, offering 1.5 seconds of untargetable high-speed movement and boosting his next attack. With such a short cooldown, if he manages to use it right, this skill is honestly close to God tier. He simply cannot stop marveling at it. However, the Warzone rewards here are too limited, and he cannot stay in. Warzone R forever. The Warzone reward trait states that within this specific area, damage dealt to all mutant targets is increased by 20%. Furthermore, he can sacrifice an Awakened to claim 10% of their attribute points. With a 24-hour cooldown, he decides to pass. Those 3 skills are already plenty. Ning gently touches the sword. Even without flashy active skills like other blades, its instant guard break and high-speed untargetable state make it virtually custom-made for him. Staring at the system screen, he ponders as a prompt asks him to select his equipping preference: option A, left hand; option B, right hand. Left hand boosts speed, while right hand boosts raw power. Although left hand offers slightly higher bonuses, if he wants to finish opponents in one single hit, the right hand is still far better. Ning quickly, binding complete. He equips the Murakumo sword to his right hand, raising the blade with pure confidence. A brilliant setup. Weak mobs are easily cleared with elemental wind blades, but when facing much stronger opponents, peak tier 3 powerhouses, the Murakumo sword will put them down. Solo or crowd, it does not matter. No weaknesses. None. After testing his moves, Ning immediately shifts focus to the S-grade sword technique. This is the main event, Evil Reflection. And trust me, this next part gets truly wild. The book floats. System panels appear. Activating this S-grade sword technique triggers a 30-second preparation phase, 10 seconds per upgrade. During this crucial window, sacrificing any living creature will amplify the skill's effects. Divine Descent begins. Maintaining this state provides a massive continuous boost to all of his base attributes. Ning analyzes the mechanics. On paper, it looks highly similar to his Wrath of God skill. Both require sacrifices beforehand. But 30 seconds is way too long. Just then, more system notifications pop up. The stages go from 1 to 8, where he summons the Evil Reflection to host a demigod. This state grants lawless Tier 4 combat power. Reading this, Ning frowns. It is another summon. Powerful, yes. But summoning a Tier 4 entity takes nearly 2 minutes. The process is too damn complicated. This makes the skill a total double-edged sword. A critical warning suddenly flashes in bright red on the screen. Reaching the final descent stage leaves the caster severely weakened physically. Definitely not a move to spam. It only works inside this war zone. Step outside and the 7 active stages collapse within 10 seconds. The biggest kicker: if the user dies, this powerful skill is lost forever. Talk about high stakes. Ning literally yells out. The price is brutal. A crippled body is basically a death sentence here. Dead, and then it drops for the next lucky bastard. For this war zone, it is a gamble. It acts as a massive trump card. Ning looks down in deep thought. It is powerful but unenhanced. No Sword God system buffs yet. But with Wrath of God and Final Judgment in his pocket, taking this gamble will not hurt. He reaches out to tap the icons, merging his weaker skills first. He needs to clear those skill slots. The system immediately prompts him with a final confirmation for the fusion. Merging the triple S-grade Sword Torrent Storm with the triple S-grade Fallen Sky will permanently consume both original skills. He does not hesitate at all. He hits, confirm, and 2 blinding streams of light begin to weave together. A crisp chime echoes. Success. He has unlocked a brand new triple S-grade skill, Fallen Sky Storm. Cast Method 1 has a 12-hour cooldown with 0 cost. Method 2 consumes 20,000 spirit energy and 6,000 mental power to trigger absolute defense. The moment an enemy attacks, the shield deploys. Following the block, he is launched high into the sky, crashing back down with a devastating strike. It deals high-impact damage across a 3-kilometer radius. Honestly, who wouldn't be hyped about a nuke like that? This fused skill covers defense and massive crowd control. It expands his storm range to 3,000 meters. Ning reaches out toward the air, absorbing the new sword skill as a deep purple light floods his mind. The violet energy swirls around him. Unique. His Wrath of God skill always radiated a blood-red aura. That meant pure fury. Final Judgment was pitch black, holding a mysterious authority that crushed everything. Extending his hand, he watches the energy crackle. It seems triple S-grade sword techniques possess their own distinct emotional signatures. The stronger the skill, the more it embodies a concept. He taps the screen, wondering what violet signifies. The evil god's ritual. The name alone oozes pure malice. System text begins detailing its terrifying effects right away. This double S-grade technique designates a sacrifice zone. Once active, any living thing that dies inside is automatically sacrificed. The life force of every single fallen enemy is stored directly within the spell, fueling the dark ritual. Depending on the harvested life force, Ning will receive a massive surge of dark divine energy. Under this effect, he is completely immune to death until all the harvested power is fully depleted. Souls are stored in the sacrificial area or completely drained inside. Under the second evil god power, each rebirth gives a 10% boost to spiritual energy upon recovery. Plus, within the area designated by the evil god ritual, you can choose to resurrect at any location. Then there is the third evil god power, triggered when death is absolute and final. You automatically become a vessel for that evil god. The horror only stops once all life in the area is completely wiped out. Ning feels a bit dissatisfied, but this kind of resurrection ability is simply too heaven-defying. He places his hand on his chest, letting out a deep sigh of relief. With a skill like this, who needs defense? What does high damage even matter anymore? Ning smiles, thinking about the lack of any cooldown. As long as enough dead creatures remain within the area, he can resurrect thousands of times. He could even carry a nuclear bomb on a suicide run, wiping out massive waves of enemies before resurrecting to detonate it all over again. He gets so excited that his eyes light up. With this card in hand, he theoretically never has to chase after any other skill again. As long as his burst damage is high enough to wipe out enemies before dying, he is basically invincible. Human wave tactics are completely useless now unless some high-level master can instant kill him in a one-on-one fight. Walking over to the window, Ning looks down, dying to test it out immediately. But with heavy guards patrolling every corner, he decides to wait until the Warring States event begins. Crossing his arms over his chest, he wonders if this final evil god possession is actually meant for mutual destruction. Wiping out every single living thing nearby makes no distinction between ally and enemy. He must handle this with absolute caution or something truly terrifying might happen. Looking down, Ning calculates the days. Only 1 week remains until the Warring States event. He needs to reach Tier 3 first. The Warring States civil war is coming and they better get ready. But first, he needs to secure a massive loot haul. With his underlings growing by the day, he needs resources. Cut to 2 days later at the Yamachi Guild. Yamachi. Taro speaks up, asking Yotaku if entering this special secret realm is truly the key to boosting his strength. Ning nods, confirming that by sacrificing rare special materials inside, he can rapidly increase his power. He explains that this is a unique reward just for him, one that took a long time to unlock. Yamachi Taro nods in understanding, clarifying that what he needs prepared is a single space ring to carry a mountain of resources into the dungeon. Once he reaches high Tier 3, he can bring others with him next time. Ning spreads his arms, confirming that is the plan. While sacrificing any high-grade gear works, using rare items upgraded to Tier 3 attributes yields far better results. Hearing this, President Yamachi rubs his chin in deep thought before slamming his hand onto the armrest. He gives his word, telling Yotaku not to worry about the resource supply. The president gestures, promising that within 3 days the guild will mobilize everything he needs. Ning smiles, placing a hand over his chest and playing the family card. Since they are practically family now, he will gladly defer to his grandfather-in-law's choice next time. The president laughs heartily, noting how fond Yotaku is of his granddaughter, feeling honored by the match. Meanwhile, inside the Shinkyo cabinet conference room, the prime minister addresses him directly. He asks if Yotaku is really requesting 10,000 sets of standard military-grade gear. Hayashi Morimoto adds that the 7-piece sets must contain at least 2 blue-tier pieces each. Ning gives a firm nod, confirming the massive demand. The prime minister asks if he realizes that this gear could equip an entire elite force of 300,000 soldiers. Ning reassures him, promising to return every single piece of equipment. He explains that a certain stage of the dungeon is overrun by a massive zombie horde, and he must arm the local NPCs to stand any chance. The room falls dead silent as the officials trade uneasy glances. It is a massive risk. If things go sideways and the gear is lost forever, who takes responsibility for the devastating hit? Ning notices their hesitation, realizing they are still playing their cards close to their chest. Time to dial up the pressure. Standing up, he leans over the table and makes a bold offer. He suggests bringing 2 of their own peak Tier 3 experts along to supervise the operation. Though the dungeon's overall difficulty and rewards will scale with their presence, He adds confidently that with their full backing reaching peak, Tier 3 will be a breeze. He vows on his honor that he will repay the nation and the military district twofold. Hayashi Morimoto quickly raises his hands, telling Yotaku that he has completely misunderstood their intentions. Since you are our top martial artist and the one we are fully nurturing, whatever you need, we will absolutely do our best to provide. We will support you to the very end. But crossing his arms, he adds that 10,000 advanced gear sets is simply too massive of a demand. Their military influence is limited, so even stripping gear from active soldiers would only yield a maximum of 8,000 sets. Ning rubs the back of his neck, muttering that 8,000 is barely enough and he will just have to risk his own life. That is his public face, but inside he is grinning. He knows he has pushed them to their absolute limit. It is time to cash out this massive profit. Ning turns to leave, telling them they will set out in 3 days. He asks them for full coordination. Behind him, the two guards salute, telling Yotaku to rest easy and put his trust in them. Everything will go smoothly. Ning has a sly grin. In 3 days, he is making a run for it, taking all the gear and resources. He also gains 2 peak Tier 3 powerhouses. Ning is ready to dive straight into their nation's chaotic civil war. Swept away by the surging waters, Ning and his team quickly depart. Taro looks around in surprise, asking where this secret realm is. Ning nods in agreement. Saiden, the trusted advisor of the cabinet prime minister and a peak Tier 3 combatant, still feels highly skeptical. He points out that Yotaku seems to have been leading them in circles across the endless sea for quite a while now. They are almost in international waters. How far away is this secret realm anyway? Ning calmly turns to the anxious pair. He tells them they are very close, but first they must shut down their communication devices immediately. Though highly suspicious, they have no choice but to comply. Taro speaks up, reminding Yotaku that the cabinet assigned them to protect him. He claims they are completely trustworthy. Ning keeps his face neutral, stating it is not about trust but the signal. Active comms can disrupt the sensitive magnetic field at the rift's entrance. He asks if they truly believe in him or not. Hearing this, Taro yields and turns off his device. They obviously trust Yotaku. Saiden nods along in agreement, doing the same. He confirms everything is offline and that they are totally off the grid. A sinister smirk creeps onto Ning's face. Exactly, only they know. They have arrived. Just as the words leave his mouth, a violent monstrous wave rises from the ocean. Shocking, the two guards, the massive crest reveals the portal. Suddenly, Haki manifests out of nowhere, drawing everyone's eyes. Saiden instantly senses the trap. The overwhelming aura belongs to another peak Tier 3 warrior. He yells at Taro to protect Yotaku. Saiden jumps right in front of Ning, raising his blade. He yells for Yotaku to fall back and stay safe. Ning nods, stepping back. The newcomer steps forward, introducing himself as Haki, the fearsome guardian of this forbidden territory. Observing Haki's foreign outfit, Saiden realizes this is an elite outsider. But instead of backing down, he charges straight ahead. "Guardian, my foot," he screams, calling Haki a filthy thief trying to steal their realm. Haki doesn't flinch, raising his weapon. Haki counters instantly. Saiden unleashes his supreme water strike, but his opponent simply sneers, mocking the attack as mere water spray. Haki unleashes his ocean-clearing art. Looking down coldly, he asks who said his attack was limited to just water. Thunderlight Phantom Prison. Thunderous lightning merges with the water, completely catching Saiden off guard. Dual elements, water and lightning. Desperate, he conjures up a solid energy shield to absorb the shock. But the sheer force of the blast is immense. Saiden grunts in pain, realizing the lightning carries a hidden mental assault. He struggles because his close combat build is terrible against ranged magic. He quickly looks back at his teammate, urging him to swap places and handle this magic user instead. Taro steps up to take Saiden's place, telling Yotaku to fall back further to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Ning nods smoothly, telling Taro to focus on the fight. Wasting no time, Taro grips his weapon and charges forward. And here is the twist. The moment Taro's back is turned, Ning activates his deadly blood shadow form to strike. Taro senses a sudden massive spike of energy behind him. He spins around, eyes wide, realizing another powerhouse is launching a sneak attack. But when he sees Ning's face, he is paralyzed with shock. It is already far too late. Ning unleashes Divine Wind. The strike is blindingly fast, leaving Taro zero time to react as he screams in absolute despair. "Why is it him?" Taro shrieks, realizing this monstrous power cannot belong to a mere mid-tier 3. Who is he really? Ning raises his blade, his face completely cold. He whispers that Taro will find out exactly who he is very soon. Ning executes Blood Shadow Drawn Slash. With his back against the wall, Taro has to use everything to defend himself. Taro uses Divine Concealment to vanish completely. Ning looks around, annoyed that his target escaped using a teleportation trick. Taking advantage of the chaos, Taro sneaks behind Haki and unleashes Absolute Cold. The brutal backstab makes the Guardian roar in pain, leaving a massive wound across Haki's back. Ning leaps into the fray, annoyed that an ice user tried to bypass him. Relying on ice to get past him is futile. Taro immediately shifts his focus back, unleashing Ice Age to freeze the entire ocean. On the side, Sidon coordinates an attack with his ally, but the lightning is quickly neutralized. Furious, Sidon glares right at him. Calling Ning a damn traitor, Sidon vows to destroy him on behalf of the cabinet, but Ning simply raises his sword to block. He blocks the attack. Sidon won't back down, activating his shield as their massive powers clash. The clash is terrifying, shaking the entire area. Yet Ning holds the upper hand. He mocks his enemy. With a powerful swing, Ning blows Sidon back in sheer agony. He grips his sword. The next strike is ready. The final judgment begins. Sidon's face pales instantly. He is completely paralyzed by the bizarre technique. He realized that if he did not go all out, he would surely die. But it was already too late to react. Burning his soul and channeling his spiritual energy, Ning points his weapon forward, unleashing his ultimate world-shattering strike. Leaping high into the air, Ning begins the judgment, sending an incredibly terrifying wave of energy sweeping through the entire battlefield. Sidon is blown backward in absolute agony. Pointing a cold finger at his fallen enemy, Ning declares he must submit or die. Terrified by the sight, Sidon begs for mercy, swearing his submission. Ning smiles in satisfaction and triggers a dark demon transformation. On the other side, Yamaichi Taro charges with a lethal strike, forcing Kechi to desperately beg his master to save him from being countered. Ning immediately raises his weapon to intervene, activating another final judgment to lock onto his target, blocking their escape. He dares the enemy to try teleporting now. Ning's power is absolutely terrifying, even as Yamaichi Taro continues his assault. In mere seconds, Kichi's body is completely frozen. Sensing the sudden change from behind, Yamaichi Taro begins to grow incredibly anxious. The pressure is just too immense. Realizing Sidon has already failed, Yamaichi Taro knows he must instantly eliminate the enemy in front of him. Otherwise, he will be trapped from behind. But Ning's voice suddenly echoes, reminding him that beating a dog requires facing its master. Shocked that his ultimate move was so easily blocked, Yamaichi Taro is sent flying backward with a simple wave of Ning's hand. The sheer force of the blow leaves him completely stunned. Turning back to Kichi, Ning summons the sharp blades of the wind element. Raising his sword high with raging flames, he makes Kechi scream in terror, asking if his own master is trying to kill him. But the gentle heat only thaws the ice, leaving Kichi relieved and grateful for his master's careful help. Ning coldly tells the useless trash to get lost, warning him that next time he will be left to fend for himself. Kichi scrambles away with a quick thank you. Meanwhile, Ning notes that the lock-on time has exceeded 3 seconds, meaning victory is close. Yamaichi Taro tries to regain his composure, realizing he cannot win a direct head-on clash against such overwhelming strength. His plan is to use extreme cold to weaken his target first, then teleport behind for a stealth ambush. He immediately unleashes his Extreme Cold ultimate, but Ning calmly stands his ground, waiting to counter the powerful strike. He counters with raging flames, sending fire and ice clashing into each other in a spectacular chaotic collision. Dense steam fills the air, making Yamaichi Taro laugh at how perfect the thick mist is for a sneak attack. Activating his stealth teleportation, he suddenly freezes in sheer horror as he realizes his body refuses to move. He wonders if he was completely suppressed and locked down. Ning raises his sword high to deliver the final judgment. Not wanting to waste another second, he brings his sword down in a sudden brutal stroke of divine punishment. As the blade looms, Ning demands submission or death, leaving him petrified by a pressure that feels like Tier 4. Yamaichi Taro drops to his knees, bowing his head in total defeat as he formally surrenders to his new master. Only then does Ning halt his strike, dispersing the divine punishment to channel a dark demon transformation instead. A mysterious force invades Yamaichi Taro's body, making him scream as both he and Sidon fall to their knees. They both pledge their absolute loyalty to their new lord, who casually orders them to stand back up. After telling Kechi to return to the inventory space, Ning orders Sidon and Yamaichi Taro to follow him back to Great Xia. They must prepare for the upcoming national war, a command they both accept immediately. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Yoshiharu border. Standing next to Chang Yuan, Ming Luo asks if the commander-in-chief is certain about meeting Ning here. He wonders if they really have to wait another 6 hours. Chang Yuan firmly nods, though the situation remains highly puzzling. The designated time has already passed, making him worry if something went wrong along the way. Chang Yuan quickly snaps back, telling him to stop jinxing them since Ning is far too strong to be defeated. Sudden warnings flash as a peak Tier 3 creature is detected rapidly approaching their current location. Multiple high-energy objects are closing in fast, forcing Ming Luo to draw his weapon for an incoming attack. Chang Yuan curses under his breath, knowing the hostile factions have been launching ambushes ever since border troops were redeployed. Enemy attacks are growing more frequent, and this time they even deployed 3 peak Stage 3 powerhouses. Meanwhile, Ning, rushes forward with his two newly acquired disciples. Ming Luo looks increasingly anxious, muttering that they are facing two Stage 3 peak powerhouses. Cheng Yuan notices something strange and asks the commander why two peak Stage 3s are being led by a mid-tier Stage 3 fighter. He quickly warns them that this terrifying aura is definitely peak Stage 3, telling Ming Luo to quickly alert the armed forces to activate the nuclear lock so they can at least hold down one of those peak fighters. With that, Cheng Yuan charges ahead to block them himself, while Ming Luo obediently nods and says he is on it. As soon as Cheng Yuan spots Yi Ning, he screams in anger, demanding to know who dares trespass across their borders. But Yi Ning just flashes a familiar smile and calls out Uncle Cheng. This catches the old commander completely off guard. He thinks it's a fake surrender to catch him off guard coldly, shouting that he won't fall for such cheap tricks. Just as Cheng Yuan launches an attack, Yi Ning easily blocks it and asks in total confusion if Uncle Cheng has betrayed them. The old man furiously snaps back, "What nonsense! If you are going to disguise yourself, at least do it right." Only then does Yi Ning realize the issue. He is still wearing his Yotakumi disguise. He completely forgot about it. Backing away, Yi Ning instructs his two subordinates, Sidon and Jamish Taro, to hold him back without causing any harm. They immediately obey. Taking this quick chance, Yi Ning pulls off his mask, revealing his familiar face with a grin. He tells Uncle Cheng to look closely because it really is him. Cheng Yuan stares in absolute disbelief at the young man. It really is Yi Ning, but Cheng Yuan looks back at the other two in confusion, prompting Yi Ning to order them down. They quickly step back, calling him master, which leaves Cheng Yuan completely dumbfounded by what he is hearing. Yi Ning laughs and explains they are his new servants, willingly following him because they were captivated by his natural charm. This only shocks the old commander more. Wait, aren't they top-tier powerhouses from the R war zone? One of them is even on Daxia's most wanted list. Hearing this, Taro suddenly clutches his head in realization. He can't believe his master is actually Yi Ning, the genius who shocked the world. Sidon nods along in agreement. That certainly explains everything. Still, Cheng Yuan remains deeply skeptical, asking if Yi Ning really plans for them to join their side and fight in the national war, wondering if they actually betrayed their own nation. Taro places a hand on his chest, saying it is an absolute honor to join Daxia. Sidon quickly chips in to agree as well. They both deeply admire Yi Ning's unmatched charisma and have always dreamed of visiting the great nation of Daxia, so they chose to leave the darkness behind to fight for justice, leaving Cheng Yuan with his mind completely blown. What kind of crazy brainwashing did Yi Ning pull off here? This is just totally and utterly ridiculous. While the old commander stands there completely stunned, Yi Ning tells him to take his time digesting the shocking news. He needs to head back to report to the commander-in-chief. The scene then shifts to a high-ranking military sanatorium. There, Zhang Qiang hesitantly calls out to the old commander, wondering if they really have to go this far. The old commander coldly asks if he is getting scared, but Zhang Qiang quickly shakes his head to deny it. He's just worried about Li Xuanguo's faction getting desperate, since Fang Hao's puppet forces still have some fight left. Hearing this, the old man chuckles, saying that Zhang's generation never had to survive the very first apocalypse. That is why they worry so much. His tone suddenly sharpens, asking what is wrong with cornered dogs desperate for survival. To put it bluntly, that desperation is exactly what he wants, and he has absolutely no intention of backing down. If they lose their cool and strike first, their only asset to oppose them will be wiped out in an instant. Zhang Qiang turns to him in realization, asking if the asset the old commander is referring to is the people's support. The old man nods in agreement, pointing out that when it comes to pure military strength, they are far behind. Zhang Qiang nods, planning to relocate all border defense forces under a clever excuse 3 days before the war breaks out. He will also recall the high-tier Stage 3 fighters protecting the cities from beast tides back to the capital to apply pressure. This strategy will force Li Xuanguo's stubborn faction to face a massive and critical shortage of military manpower. He calculates that by then the enemy will only have two miserable options left to choose from. Either side with them, abandoning Daxia's stability for civil war, or desperately spread their forces then to defend. The old commander analyzes that this is an open trap. Whichever path they choose leads to absolute death. Whoever strikes first is a traitor, and without a righteous cause, wiping them out will be completely effortless. Zhang Qiang bursts out laughing. A mere pest like Yi Ning has angered way too many people by daring to challenge his superiors. Those of the older generation will make him pay. If they lose the national war and the decent punishment falls, it will all be blamed on Li Xuanguo. But the old chief replies that those fools acted recklessly on their own, completely discouraging the veteran heroes who came before them. With a chuckle, the old chief tells him, "Xiao Zhang, you are being a bit too dramatic." He wants to see how Li Xuanguo plans to keep his seat. Suddenly, Zhang Qiang offers a quiet warning. The public opinion in the East Sea is turning, but the old chief doesn't care, brushing it off as nothing. Are there not millions of refugees there? Cut off their relief supplies. The old chief already has a brutal plan. He will send in private agents disguised as mercenary forces to slaughter at will. It will throw them into absolute terror. Once their sheer resentment peaks, a tiny push will make them turn on their own government. The masses are always blind. Even if Ning is completely innocent, the public will always despise him for bombing the East Sea. The old leader's voice grows increasingly cold. Anyone who dares to continue protecting Ning will end up dead. Once they lose the people's trust and fall into utter chaos, that will be our golden moment to step in. We will play the saviors. Meanwhile, at Ning's home, the young man is still focused on his cultivation. He acts immediately. Compressing and extracting his spiritual energy, his power suddenly explodes with absolute raw force. Breakthrough. He successfully reaches the advanced Tier 3 level, but his massive mental strength begins to wildly overflow. Quickly, he raises his hand to contain the wild energy. Reaching this advanced Tier 3 was no easy feat. This is his slowest growth phase yet. Still, forcing himself to extract chaotic energy now is completely worth it. Only 3 days remain until the epic national war, and absolutely everything is falling perfectly into place. Just then, little Xiao On calls out to him, "Big brother, dinner is ready." Ning smiles and happily walks over. The delicious dinner smells absolutely amazing. Seeing Ning arrive, Xiao Xin smiles warmly as the braised pork is served. "Your mother taught Robot 009 how to cook it. Ning, come have a taste." He quietly hesitates for a moment, wondering if this peaceful life is about to end. Taking a small gift from Fang Fang, he feels like he is dreaming. He smiles warmly, thanking her for protecting his family during this time. Suddenly, a massive storm begins to brew outside. The sudden downpour catches everyone by surprise. Xiao Xin sighs in confusion at the weather, while Ning silently watches. This is just the calm before the storm. But it doesn't matter, the real apocalypse is rapidly drawing near. Fang Fang suddenly rushes over with urgent news. "Master, the commander is requesting your presence right away. Something major has happened at the Beihai border." Ning immediately stands up to leave as the scene shifts. At the stormy Beihai border, a battle is raging. Arrogant enemy soldiers sneer at Great Xia's weak artillery defenses. "These Great Xia fools are dreaming if they think they can stop us. Let's slaughter them all." He brutally strikes down the retreating soldiers, mocking their desperate escape. His men burst out in cruel laughter. They mock Great Xia's futile heroism, knowing from their inside sources that the camp has almost no defenders left. The arrogant enemy leader is highly thrilled. He has been eyeing the safe zone behind them for a long time. He wants to pillage and destroy everything. But suddenly, a massive and unexplainable tidal wave surges toward them. Tsunami. The commander panics in confusion as a colossal shadow begins to rise from the roaring waves. It is a terrifying peak, Tier 3 sea monster. The once arrogant soldiers freeze in absolute helpless terror. "Run!" The leader screams at his men to retreat and wait for the beast to breach the safe zone. But his teammate screams in panic, "Captain, it isn't attacking the city, it is targeting only us." The leader is completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? A mindless sea beast shouldn't be able to distinguish human targets. Back at headquarters, Ning watches the live screen and chuckles. Under normal circumstances, the beast definitely wouldn't. But with his massive mental strength and the East Sea Awakening token, commanding the creature is incredibly simple. In just a few minutes, the entire enemy force is completely wiped out. Still, Ning's expression grows cold. This Awakening token is a single-use item, and wasting it on these small fries is a massive loss. How dare they conspire with those old fools to invade Great Xia before the national war? He coldly declares that wiping their entire country off the map is only fair. The scene immediately transitions to the rainy coastline of Country Sea. Standing tall, Ning delivers his final ruthless command: summon the beast tide and crush Country Sea completely. Those bastards are arguing they are absolute trash, and those old military relics do not deserve to be called soldiers. Guo! Ping shouts in anger. They did not just withdraw troops from the border, they also pulled forces out of the safe zones that were guarding against the zombie hordes. Ping was absolutely furious too. On top of that, these redeployed military units are currently moving toward the capital under the cover of military drills. Commander Xuan Guo, however, remains completely calm. "Gentlemen," he says, "we have only two options left. First, we abandon the capital to preserve our forces and reinforce the borders and major safe zones." His expression darkens. "Second, we recall every single soldier, consolidate our power, and fight them head-on." He sighs deeply. "I am afraid both of these choices are just dead ends. The first path drags us to death, while the second will have us drown in the public spit." The room falls dead silent. After a long moment of contemplation, Ping speaks up. "No, there is actually a third path. We have Ning bow his head to the old military warlords. Only then can we prevent massive casualties." He hesitates, but Xuan Guo interrupts him, knowing very well that this is just like drinking poison to quench thirst. "Take one step back, and you will take 10 steps, 100 steps back. Without Ning, there will be another." Ping sighs, agreeing that if they want to stand on the side of the people and righteousness, they must choose the first option and hold the line. Guo slams his hand on the table. It is decided everyone will execute option 1. We protect the borders and the safe zones, and we absolutely do not make the first move. He commands them to focus on stabilizing the situation, betting that the rebels will not dare to spark an open civil war. Right now, they lack any legitimate reason to strike, and any move will only happen after the national war. Xi Ping looks deeply troubled. He sighs, noting that this leaves them with barely any power to support Yi Ning in the national war. It is basically sending Yi Ning to his grave. Overhearing this outside, Yi Ning knows a national defeat means a massive system penalty damaging the entire country's fortune. The opposition will definitely seize that chance to launch their attack. This is exactly what Yi Ning has been pondering. Pushing the thoughts aside, he slides the door open and walks right in. Spotting him immediately, Guo welcomes him, saying he arrived just in time to discuss the upcoming national war. But Yi Ning abruptly cuts him off. "Commander, there is absolutely nothing to discuss about the national war." He declares with absolute confidence that he will win, a claim that immediately draws skepticism from Guo Ping. Xi Ping chimed in as well, asking if he realizes that no peak Tier 3 experts can accompany him. Yi Ning nods calmly, stating he knows, but he has a solid plan. Guo looks on in surprise. Asking what it is, Yi Ning leans in and whispers the details. After listening, the commander bursts into stunned laughter. Exclaiming in utter disbelief, Guo calls it amazing before barking out orders for everyone to prioritize maintaining total stability. Everything else can wait until the war is won. He is confident those rebels are just paper tigers and victory will ultimately be theirs. Burning with curiosity, Xi Ping asks the commander what great news he can share with them. Guo instantly shuts it down, saying they do not need to share every single little detail right now. Knowing that hope still remains is more than enough. As the meeting wraps up, Guo gazes out over the city. He suddenly speaks. "Yi Ning, I only said those things to boost morale. While it is incredible that you secured 2 foreign peak experts for this war, I am still deeply concerned. External power is just external power after all. They're not going to put their lives on the line for you. The military cannot give you peak Tier 3 fighters, but we can offer 80 high Tier 3 combatants." Yi Ning turns it down without a single second thought. "Just give me 10 high-tier combatants. With our nation currently struggling, bringing any more would be completely pointless anyway." Guo turns to remind him that even if his strength matches a peak combatant, they are still at a major disadvantage. Having only 3 peak fighters is not enough. Without a solid escort of high Tier 3 guards, you will be easily overwhelmed when other nations team up to hunt you down. But Yi Ning already gets it. "Commander, those 10 people are not for my protection, they are just to meet the system's minimum player requirement. Honestly, going entirely alone would be ideal, since a larger group makes it harder to ensure everyone is trustworthy." His bold words leave Guo completely stunned. Suddenly, an assistant rushes in with an urgent report. The threat of invasion at the North Sea border is gone. A massive sea beast tide has hit Country C instead. Since they are struggling to survive, they cannot launch an invasion anytime soon. And that is not the only update. So a conflict broke out on the Yuanguang border between foreign forces, the Kanglang Safe Zone and the Shuang Safe Zone. This conflict completely relieved the pressure on the Yuanguang border along with help from El Capsac. Guo found it hard to believe. Could this all be too much of a coincidence? Is heaven truly watching over us? Yi Ning calmly replied to his question. Heaven always favors those who stand for the greater good. The old man suddenly realized something. "Yi Ning, did you do all this?" But the youth just turned to leave. "Commander, please arrange 10 death-sworn soldiers for me and get some rest since it is late." 3 days quickly passed by, and at the Beihai National War Dungeon of Daxia, Yi Ning led his team inside the mystical realm. A system notification popped up. The Asian National Tournament had officially started, and the teleportation sequence was automatically initiated. This dungeon was set 12 years after the apocalypse overrun with zombies. The participating war zones included Daxia and several other countries. They were L country, H country, N country, Y country, and the Dai Alliance. Hai Shan sneered, wondering if Yi Ning really brought those weaklings. Bringing only Tier 3 high-level fighters into this war meant the military had completely abandoned the kid. The old general snorted in pure disgust. He deeply regretted not being able to personally slaughter that little bastard. His cold gaze turned absolutely terrifying as he glared into space. But he had already tipped off the other nations participating in this battle. No matter whose hands that brat fell into, his end would be brutal. His subordinates secretly trembled, and honestly, can you blame them? Colluding with foreign enemies is pure treason. General Liu went way too far. Reading their expressions, Hai Shan glared at his men and asked them if they had a problem with his decision. He calmly declared that they were fools, explaining that the old chief had already made it clear this was the right path. Daxia only existed today because they had risked their lives to build it. It was only fair that they reap the rewards. If the founders could not even enjoy the fruits of victory, who would ever risk their lives for this nation in the future? His face twisted with intense hatred. He claimed that Li Shuangguo and his stubborn faction were simply using Ning to target them. They wanted to destroy the very foundation of Daxia. In this brutal world, the strong ruled, and anyone who broke the rules had to die. All resources belonged in his hands. Hai Shan turned to his men and commanded them to make sure those fools learned their lesson. They needed to show those traitors who the real masters of Daxia were. Without them, this country would have fallen long ago. His subordinates quickly agreed, praising General Lu for his wisdom. Meanwhile, as Ning and his group set foot inside the secret realm, an intense force suddenly blasted everyone backward. Ning groaned, realizing the teleportation force of this national war dungeon was incredibly violent. Even with his massive willpower stats, he could barely maintain consciousness as his body was violently thrown through the air. Landing hard, he looked up in disgust at the approaching horde of zombies. Sensing fresh prey, a nearby monster immediately lunged forward. Unwilling to waste any time, Ning unleashed a powerful psychic blast, completely obliterating the zombie in a single strike. He then activated a protective energy barrier to shield himself. Scanning the ruined environment, he let out a frustrated sigh. It was highly annoying to be immediately ambushed by disgusting zombies right after entering. But as he turned around, he noticed something else. All his teammates were still unconscious from the rough teleportation. Sighing, he realized he had to protect them first before they woke up. He expanded his psychic shield to its maximum capacity, forming a massive protective dome to keep the incoming zombies at bay. Charging forward, he sneered that this trash was not even worthy of his sword. With just a few rapid punches, he shattered them. He unleashed another psychic blast, clearing the area. The system announced the current dungeon for the Asian national confrontation was apocalyptic virus. The world info loaded. This was an extremely low-difficulty post-apocalyptic world with no mutations and zero special events. There were no superpowered monsters or supernatural threats here. The global collapse was caused solely by a standard virus outbreak. After 13 years of strict containment and control measures, the spread of the virus was managed and society functioned almost normally. Standing on a high rooftop, Ning analyzed the situation. An infectious virus without any mutated variants meant the difficulty was incredibly low. There was no need to rely on the local faction's strength. This was purely a massive battle royal between the awakened of different nations. New system alerts kept popping up detailing the confrontation details. Based on the calculated combat power of all participating factions, the Daxia war zone had the absolute lowest rating, granting them a 4-hour head start. Next were the rules of engagement. Eliminating an enemy awakened earned corresponding honor points. After 120 hours, rewards would be distributed based on the highest scores. Wait a 4-hour head start. Ning frowned immediately, realizing something was very off about this calculation. On paper, Daxia had 0 Tier 3 peak fighters. He wondered if this system had factored in his summoned monsters as well. He stared at the foreign competitors appearing on the system screen, realizing they could not hide their true strength from the system. Fortunately, he had only brought a few high-level Tier 3 units. He quickly calculated Daxia's strength at 3 Tier 3 peak fighters. Along with 11 high-level Tier 3 combatants, the strongest rival nation likely possessed 3 to 4 times that fighting power. There were likely at least 9 peak Tier 3 fighters and over 100 high Tier 3 enemies. He suddenly recalled his current standard. Ultimate skill, which was only enough to handle 2 or 3 peak Tier 3 opponents. If all 9 of them attacked him at the exact same time, he could easily lose his life. Ning glanced back to break this deadlock. He had to eliminate them one by one. Fight to grow stronger. Looking ahead, he knew if he wanted to quickly pinpoint the exact locations of the intruders, he first had to seize control of the satellite surveillance system. He observed the area closely. The rooftop over there was likely a transmission tower where a helicopter had probably landed to rescue some VIP. If he wanted to control the satellite surveillance, that was his starting point. Right then the others woke up dazed, realizing Lord Ning had been awake for a while. Looking around, they saw a massive pile of dead zombies. They couldn't believe it. They were all high Tier 3, yet Lord Ning's mental strength was shockingly powerful and unmatched, proving he was a true will-type genius. He turned and asked if they were awake, telling them to follow him to the building opposite to investigate. Shijun stepped forward, introducing himself as the captain of the Special Combat Unit. Shijun asked if he had seen the system announcement. They were currently rated as the weakest faction. He stepped forward, suggesting they immediately leave the city and retreat to an island to avoid direct confrontation. He assured him that they were all elite death warriors who would protect him to the end. Ning chuckled at this, realizing that the commander had kept them in the dark just to protect him. He waved his hand, saying he appreciated their loyalty, but he had a completely different plan and they just needed to follow. With that, Ning headed out to secure satellite access before another country entered. He declared that whoever crossed over first would be wiped out first, leaving everyone completely stunned. Seriously, what are they thinking? Wang Hao asked in confusion what they should do now, but Shijun snapped back, asking what else they could possibly do. Soldiers obey orders, so they had to protect Lord Ning. Landing on the streets below, he spotted zombies swarming everywhere. Not wanting to waste time, he rushed forward with a psychic blast, instantly clearing them out. Having dealt with the horde, he called out, telling whoever was hiding to show themselves. Inside, a terrified employee asked his manager what they should do and if they should open the door. The manager shook his head in terror, but Ning simply blasted the door wide open, leaving the man trembling from head to toe. He gasped, asking if Ning was some superhuman. Ning told the three of them to only speak when asked and cut any nonsense. The group instantly fell to their knees, begging him to ask, and he would receive answers. He then asked who among them was a government official or held the highest rank. The general manager stepped forward, introducing himself as the head of Nuofi Pharmaceutical, adding that he also held a temporary commission in the military. Ning wasted no time and ordered the man to lead them straight to the local military satellite base. 1 hour later, at the Agu commercial port, a brutal scene unfolded. Ming Hai was busy slaughtering a horde of zombies, clearing the area with a tired groan, complaining that this war zone teleportation always made his head spin. But before he could catch his breath, a pack of zombies lunged at him. Fortunately, he reacted just in time to blast the beasts away. Sighing in relief, he cursed under his breath. But as soon as Li Quan arrived, the rest of the group began to laugh in relief. Li Quan grinned, mocking that Captain Ruan's willpower attribute seemed a bit lower than he had expected. Wu Lang stepped in to mock him further, claiming Lord Ruan was so terrified by mere weaklings that he had used his ultimate skill on them. Ruan snapped back, telling his defeated rivals to shut their mouths, because he was still the overall commander. Glancing at the system interface, Ming Hai chimed in that according to the notification, they were the second faction to enter the war zone, meaning their overall power rating was near the bottom. Wu Lang was genuinely confused, pointing out that even though they only brought 3 peak Tier 3 fighters this time, and 80 high Tier 3 elites, they still shouldn't be ranked dead last. The other nations must be going completely all out this time around. Li Quan sighed, explaining that many of their elite forces had been deployed to protect the border instead. Wait, the weakest faction here was actually Daxia. Can you believe those rumors were actually true? Ming Hai immediately ordered his team to move. Daxia had entered an hour ahead of them with only 1 or 2 peak Tier 3 fighters. He commanded everyone to locate them as fast as possible, wiping them out before any other nation arrived to secure easy points. The squad was incredibly thrilled, realizing they could use this chance to extract vital secrets from Daxia, paving the way for a full-scale invasion once internal chaos broke out. They would completely wipe them out and crush Daxia. Li Quan then shared his senses, pointing out where he believed their targets had teleported to. Min Hai calculates they are not too far away, at most 100 miles. If he were them, he would run. Unless they are incredibly stupid, their absolute best move is to head out to sea and find some tiny island to hide. He quickly orders his men to split into 2 separate groups to thoroughly search all the offshore islands to be absolutely safe, while the other group takes control of the city, cameras moving as fast as possible. But suddenly, Da Ning's familiar voice echoes. "No need to search," he says, "I am already here." Min Hai looks around, utterly confused by the voice. And Zhou Lang fully deploys his spiritual shield. Lai Qian senses danger, wondering how someone approached without them detecting a thing. Da Ning steps right in front of them with a confident smirk. "Of course it is me, who else did you expect to see?" Seeing him, Min Hai immediately sneers in contempt. Their leader is really just some Tier 3 high-rank kid standing before them. No sneak attack, is this a joke? But Lai Qian feels uneasy, wondering how a kid bypassed his high-rank Tier 5 senses. And how did he ambush them here? And Go Lang laughs, saying they were just careless. He's just a weak kid. A Tier 3 high-rank kid is just playing tricks. Da Ning looks at them. If they are smart, they will surrender. They should realize his spiritual power is far beyond theirs. He gives them one chance to submit to him and live. Min Hai laughs like he just heard a joke. Submit and he won't kill them. This kid must be completely insane. Even Ngo Lang is surprised, noting that in all his life he has never met anyone this unbelievably arrogant. Lai Qian braces himself, warning the others that this kid feels extremely strange and they must tread very carefully. But Min Hai ignores the warning. He used those cheap tricks back at Tier 1. He just wants to crush him. The soldiers of the Heavenly Nan Mansion quickly tell everyone to form a 3-cornered defensive formation to protect Lord Da Ning. But he calmly tells them not to panic. No time to waste. He instantly unleashes the dimensional strike. Da Ning leaps into the air to execute his technique, blood shadows bursting everywhere. It all happens way too fast. Min Hai and his men cannot even react. Da Ning commands his allies to instantly kill 10 Tier 3 high ranks as sacrifices. If anything unexpected happens, they should activate Divine Wrath or the Evil God Resurrection Ritual. Then he slips behind them, spending 8 seconds to focus down Captain Yu and Min Hai. Without a leader, they will collapse and become easy demon puppets. Ning takes them out one by one, using the last second to stop the remaining two peak experts from helping. The onslaught is so rapid they cannot react at all. Now watch, because things are about to get really crazy. The enemy forces are sent flying back, screaming in agony. None of them can believe how they are dying so suddenly. Manhwa struggles to resist the massive force, quickly deploying an invincible defensive barrier to protect his body from the impact. Lang is still completely confused, wondering why their legs are suddenly frozen. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Quian screams out in pure despair, asking why they could only react after the sword had already cut them. Manhwa collapses to the cold ground in disbelief. He only saw a shadow flash before being severely injured like this. How could this even be possible? Ning stares down at him, noting that when Manhwa is still breathing. He realizes his standard attacks are still a bit too weak when facing a peak tier 3 powerhouse like this. He decides he has to deliver one more strike instantly, lunging forward to unleash his quick-draw sword technique. Manhwa screams in agony as his men watch in horror. Their captain was just killed by a tier 3 kid. Ning is clearly a monster, and they cannot just stand there. The remaining soldiers immediately charge forward. Lang curses angrily, yelling at them to stop panicking, because he is taking over as their new captain now. Quian nods in agreement. That kid has likely used up all his tricks, so they must strike together now. Watching them rally under Captain No's command, Ning smiles. They are really trying to put up a fight. But he is not afraid at all, inviting them to bring it on with an excited smile. 3 against 2. Kai rushes to his side, warning him to be careful. Suddenly, Lang's expression shifts to pure shock. He recognizes a peak tier 3 alien and cannot believe it. This is getting completely out of hand for them. Kai confronts them, offering 2 choices: either submit and join their ranks or face a painful death. Ning is amused that Kai has already learned to steal his lines, but Quian snaps back angrily. He tells them to stop bluffing. Even with 3 peak tier 3 experts, they still have 70 high ranks. They can easily wear them down. Hearing this, Ning just smiles and asks if they are really sure. He leaps into the air and unleashes a massive mental shockwave, while Kai grins. In just a single second, recognizing what this dark light was, their heads felt ready to explode. They quickly dropped to their knees, desperately agreeing to submit. They begged for mercy and spared lives. Ning wasted no more time, activating his soul devour and aberrant ghost conversion. Post-transformation, they all bowed flat to the ground, saluting their new master. This sudden turn of events left Lang completely stunned. He wondered what kind of dark sorcery these aberrant ghosts were. Terrified, Quian asked what to do, while Kaki just burst out laughing. He laughed heartily, telling his brothers to stop struggling and join them. Following their new master was going to be a much more liberating experience. Not only that, but transforming into an aberrant ghost actually boosts your physical power. So really, why would anyone say no to that? Hearing this, the determination of the 2 completely crumbled. They quickly threw down their weapons, realizing submission was far better than dying. Survival was always the priority. This sudden change of heart actually caught Ning off guard. Kaki was proving to be surprisingly clever. He certainly knew how to read the room. Right after the 2 rival leaders fell to their knees, with Lang pledging his loyalty. Quian quickly followed suit, bowing deeply to his new lord. Watching this, Jun could only ask blankly if this was actually happening. It had not even been 10 seconds. Hanji clutched his head in pure confusion, wondering who he was and where he even was. He was seriously starting to doubt if this was actually the terrifying life-or-death Warring States battlefield they had prepared for. Wang Hao stepped forward and asked his captain for a hard slap to wake him up from this dream. Hanji joined in, suggesting they test it together. The moment Jun delivered a stinging slap to both of them, Wang Hao cried out in actual pain. This was definitely not a dream. Their captain laughed in pure excitement, finally understanding why their commander held this young man in such high regard. He was no ordinary human, the kid was an absolute monster. Rubbing his sore cheek, Hanji asked if they should just follow Ning and tear through the Warring States together. Jun did not even hesitate to agree. That was a complete no-brainer. Meanwhile, Lang slowly realized something was off, feeling as though he was missing a vital part. Quian nodded in agreement, staring back at Kaki with pure rage, demanding why that bastard had not warned them about this loss. Kaki simply grinned, replying that he wanted to keep it a surprise. The revelation drove them absolutely wild with anger. He cursed him out in sheer frustration. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Korea, where crowds are gathered to watch their top 3 peak rank experts set off. Bak Chan was finally entering the fray, making this the most star-studded lineup they had ever seen. A bald man stepped up to present a wreath to Fan, wishing him victory on behalf of all the citizens. He hoped they would dominate the Warring States right from the start, showing all of Asia the true glory of their great nation. Fan smiled confidently, declaring that their past failures in the Warring States only happened because their top group had sat out. The incompetent government had dragged the country down, but this time the corporate giants were taking charge. With their forces leading and the military playing backup, they were fully prepared to completely dominate the entire battlefield. Du Lang grumbled in frustration, blaming their previous military failures on private corporations hogging all the valuable resources. Wang Hu agreed with annoyance, pointing out how even the president was treated as nothing more than their puppet. Yet here they were acting like heroes. Kim Chen snapped at them to shut up, reminding them they were teammates. Baek Chan turned around with a cold smile, warning them that if anyone had an issue with his leadership, he would happily demonstrate his raw, overwhelming power right then and there to easily shut them up. He raised his hand, summoning a massive lightning dragon that tore through the sky in a terrifying display of power. The crowd went absolutely wild at the sight. To them, this was a straight-up miracle that guaranteed their absolute victory. Wang Hu secretly cursed the show-off, annoyed that the idiot was wasting energy before even stepping onto the battlefield. Kim Cheon was equally speechless. Everyone only had a limited amount of energy to use within a set time frame. Wasting it on a pointless demonstration was incredibly foolish. Baek Chan then led the way toward the glowing portal. With the teleportation gate active, the entire squad followed him right through immediately, warping to the other side. They materialized inside a ruined wasteland. Spotting a horde of zombies, Fan clicked his tongue in disgust and stepped back to attack. Activating his lightning eye skill, he wiped out the entire horde in an instant, utterly obliterating the threat. The easy victory only fueled his arrogance, making him believe this survival trial was going to be a total joke. Since the system actively encouraged direct PvP, they knew other nations had to be spawned extremely close by. Suddenly, a system notification flashed on the screen showing the entry order for all the participating countries. Seeing them ranked only third, Baek Chan demanded an explanation while Don Ho quickly stepped in with a flattering laugh. He urged his captain to calm down, explaining that the system only calculated raw numbers rather than actual combat skill. When it comes to actual combat, he is confident they won't lose to anyone. This makes him pretty happy considering their captain's power. Against opponents like Dong Jia, their leader can easily fight 2 or even 3 at once. It makes sense, even though they lack numbers. Do not have many high-tier level 3 fighters, they still have 6 peak level 3s. Plus, they already partnered up with the United War Zone. Facing the strongest nation, why no problem? Then a sudden system announcement pops up. The entry order is Great Xia Nation N and Nation H. Park Chan cannot believe that the weakest country is actually Great Xia. It is ridiculously weak. Du Hyun smiles. He suggests they hunt them down right away to catch them early. Since Nation N entered before them, they might have already cornered Great Xia. He updates the rest of the team. If so, that is even better. Nation N is not strong either, so they can easily kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The team nods in agreement, praising his wisdom. But suddenly, Kim Cheon warns them that something is very wrong. But get this, they need to look at the scoreboard. Great Xia is leading, meaning they likely killed several high-level players. Wang Hu cannot believe it. Nation N has 0 points. Great Xia completely wiped them out. Du Lang quickly wonders, could Great Xia have sent a hidden expert undetected by the system? While the group argues, Park Chan cuts in. Park Chan claims this only proves Nation N is weak. If Great Xia were truly that strong, how could they explain the combat details? Why did so few people actually die? He clearly does not care about this minor detail. He guesses Nation N was too confident and walked into a trap. They lack strength and are probably too scared to fight back. That is why they did not dare to pursue. Go-woo nods quickly, agreeing that this is the only logical explanation. He bursts out laughing. Totally pathetic. Cowards like mice afraid of every little thing. He is mocking the players from Nation N. Du Lang steps up to argue. Go-woo needs to watch his mouth. Kim Chan warns them to stay cautious despite their confidence. Park Chan gently places a hand on Go-woo's shoulder. He tells everyone that Nation N's defeat is actually good. Great Xia's trump cards definitely exhausted. Now they can easily reap the benefits by splitting into 2 teams to search. He tells Kim Cheon that if he is so cautious, he should lead a team to check the surveillance feeds. The rest will follow the captain to search nearby gathering once they find anything. Kim Cheon nods, but he already has his own plans in mind. If their Song Tin group finds them first, they will simply eliminate everyone and claim all the credit. Wiping out 2 countries in this battle makes taking over the military incredibly easy. A total breeze. Meanwhile, in an underground surveillance room in City A, Ning laughs. Luckily, he did not kill too many level 3s from Nation N, otherwise his true strength would be exposed. Nation H barely has any players left, yet they split into 2 groups. Perfect. He orders his team to go and prepare a little surprise for Park's squad. Kiki bows, addressing him as master. Tai Jun smiles in anticipation, asking Yi Ning what their team should do. Yi Ning thinks for a moment before telling them to go to the shopping mall and buy some snacks, specifically some sunflower seeds. His request leaves everyone stunned. Wang Hao asks in confusion if they are seriously doing this. Taijun angrily reminds him that Yi Ning has recruited plenty of helpers, so they are not needed for combat. He tells everyone to follow him to the mall to find some seeds. Meanwhile, up on a rooftop, Park Chan's group is waiting silently for Zhou to finish tracking. Suddenly, Park Chan asks Zhou if he senses any energy fluctuations. Zhou calmly announces that he has detected them very nearby. But in an instant, his entire face turns pale. Before he can finish speaking, an unseen attack takes him out, instantly killed. Park Chan reacts immediately. Li Quan rushes in from a distance, throwing weapons that look like boomerangs. Park Chan immediately braces himself. Recognizing the attack, he realizes it is the peak level 3 from Nation N. Li Quan smiles and nods. This makes Park Chan absolutely furious. Nation N is pretty bold to sneak attack them after failing to hunt Great Xia. He wants to see their confidence. Suddenly, Kechi appears. Along with several others, they demand Park Chan's surrender. Du Hyun's face instantly turns pale. This is bad. 5 peak level 3 players from Nation N have teamed up with Kichi, an outsider. Go Wu realizes the danger. He warns the captain that this will be a brutal fight. Park Chan yells, ordering them to message Kim Chan and tell them to return for backup. Kichi calmly mocks them for holding onto useless illusions of escape. He orders the attack. Watching this unfold, Yi Ning laughs. Having strong subordinates makes everything too easy. Having the win on his side feels pretty nice, letting him conserve his energy and keep his defensive trump cards ready. With the battle exploding right before them, Park Chan is forced onto the defensive. Wu Lang decides to tackle the 2 melee fighters. Meanwhile, 3 high-tier stage 3 fighters focus their fire on Kaki, leaving Renho to deal with Li Quan while Go tackles the black-robed foe. They quickly obey. Captain Yining amusedly notes that trying to restrain someone with only 3 high-tier fighters is simply not going to work. He orders all 3 high-tier fighters from the Nuongyeo Nation to charge together. As both sides clash, he directs Kaki to stay flexible. He tells him to adapt to the situation and prioritize staying alive. Kaki smiles and nods in understanding, replying that he clearly hears his master. Not wanting to waste any more time, Park Chan raises his hand toward the sky, cursing the damn Nuongyeo monkeys as his gaze shifts. With a meteor step, a deafening bolt of lightning strikes. Taro quickly raises his firmament shield to block it. Seeing this, Park Chan laughs. That big guy has some pretty slow reflexes, doesn't he? So he decides to finish him off first, unleashing a very familiar attack. He summons a giant lightning dragon that dives straight toward Taro, forcing him to scramble for defense, but a sudden opening appears. Catching Park Chan off guard, Wu Lang charges in. Spinning around, he unleashes a devastating gale slash, but unfortunately the attack is blocked. Park Chan somehow intercepts it using his lightning ward. Wu Lang finds it hard to believe his fierce gale slash was stopped so easily. At that moment, Kaki seizes the chance to strike from the side, invoking his lightning cage. Suddenly, Wu Lang's expression darkens with dread. The lightning energy frequency from his opponent is way higher, completely overwhelming him despite sharing the same attribute. Park Chan laughs in triumph. He sneers that the other guy's lightning is pathetic compared to his own. Observing this, Ye Ning has to admit Park Chan wasn't exaggerating. His power is truly top tier for a peak stage 3. Having Taro, a melee fighter, go head-to-head against him would be a huge disadvantage. Yi Ning quickly calculates. Since they both use lightning, Kaki's raw power is still inferior, meaning they absolutely need a brand new strategy. He immediately barks out orders, telling Yamachitaro to find a way to switch targets and go after Go instead. The tactics shift on his word. Li Quan and Yamachitaro will team up against Park Chan while Kaki moves to control Renho. Kaki obediently complies with a quick nod to his master. Watching them rush forward, Park Chan sneers at their attempt to switch formations. He thinks they are delusional to try that in front of him, swiftly launching his 10,000 Thunders Tribulation at Li Quan and Taro. Things are getting out of hand, and Yi Ning knows it. He stands up, deciding it is finally time to join the fray. It will be a massive pain if their main squad returns. This overpowered lightning mouse Park Chan is someone Yi Ning must deal with personally. Yi Ning orders his subordinates to capture Renho and Go alive. Kaki nods in agreement, knowing his master has stepped onto the field. Assuring his master, Kaki retreats. Meanwhile, Yi Ning instantly appears right before their strongest opponent, telling them to leave Park Chan to him. Park Chan's face pales instantly. He silently realizes that Great Xia and Nong Ao have joined forces, which spells serious trouble for him. But why would that peak stage 3 alien refer to this kid as master? Yi Ning coldly tells him that indeed his opponent is now him. Park Chan finds it absolutely hilarious, asking if the kid is here to make him laugh. How could a mere high-tier stage 3 challenge him? Wasting no time, Yi Ning swiftly strikes with a psychic shock. However, Park Chan manages to dodge the mental assault with ease. He scoffs at the attack, but before he can react, Yi Ning switches tactics, unleashing a mental storm of pure mind control. An immense pressure crushes Park Chan's mind, making him scream out in pure agony about his head splitting open. Ning looks away to plan. He decides to seize this moment to capture Renho and go. Renho watches in absolute shock, utterly bewildered by what is happening. How could Captain Park Chan possibly be suppressed by a mere high-tier stage 3? He screams in terror that they are completely doomed. Facing a 5-on-2 battle, they stand zero chance. Meanwhile, Park Chan desperately struggles against the mental lock, refusing to yield. He roars that he is a peak stage 3 agile lightning user. His energy violently explodes as he focuses his entire mental strength to break free. Ning finds this pretty intriguing, noting that the guy's mental willpower is actually quite strong. This is getting interesting. It looks like he will have to beat him into submission first. He unleashes his signature move, Final Judgment, locking onto his target. An invisible crushing pressure weighs heavily on Park Chan. He wonders what kind of evil trick this is, feeling completely bound and suppressed. Realizing this kid is no ordinary opponent, he knows he cannot afford to hold back. He prepares to unleash his ultimate trump card. Park Chan activates his lightning domain, pointing directly at Ning. A massive lightning dragon roars to life and charges, but Ning remains unfazed. With absolute calm, he counters with preliminary judgment and gale blades, summoning a massive ice dragon with a single fluid movement. The terrifying ice dragon manifests, instantly setting up an epic clash as the two elemental beasts collide head-on in the sky. At first, Park Chan's lightning beast seems to hold the upper hand. He boasts that simple ice cannot possibly hope to stop him. He summons multiple lightning dragons, sending them crashing down toward Ning in a violent, dazzling display of raw electrical fury. Ning calmly shifts his strategy, invoking the glacial period. Watching this unfold, Kaki can't help but chuckle at his master's ridiculous power. Our master's ice is incredibly powerful too. It seems just as strong as your own frost ability, he remarked as Yamashiro smiled in response, smiling as he replied that it was not just equal, but likely far stronger. Kiki silently pondered, but even with frost this powerful, could it really block Park Chan's lightning? He continued to speculate, knowing that Park Chan was the absolute peak of the peak in both mana capacity and skill, but he still believed in his master's superiority. Park Chan still refused to back down, shouting that a little ice could never block his lightning tribulation. Ning calmly replied that he never expected to win with just this skill, only needing to stall him for a few seconds to prepare his ultimate move. Park Chan scoffed in utter contempt, yelling that ultimate moves were absolute garbage while daring to talk tough before unleashing his devastating thunder spell. Ning found it highly amusing, noting the incredible coincidence. Since his own move was also called Divine Punishment, he loudly declared they should see whose strike was truly superior. With a swift motion, Ning unleashed his ultimate strike, Divine Punishment, clearing the clouds to see the sun shattering the skies. Park Chan's face paled instantly. His lightning tribulation was shattered, an impossible feat for a mere high-tier 3 opponent. Holding his blade like a god of war, Ning radiated overwhelming power. Park Chan trembled in terror under the crushing pressure. Then came Ning's cold, familiar choice, submit or die. Yet Park Chan refused to yield, declaring his peak tier 3 status. As the strongest in Daehan, surrender was not an option. Ning simply snorted in response, unimpressed by the stubborn defiance. Since he chose the hard way, Ning decided to finally unleash the true untested limit of his Divine Punishment skill. With the final sentence passed, he struck with the ultimate slash of Divine Punishment, sending a terrifying wave of energy forward. Park Chan desperately burned his remaining mana to erect a defense, but his efforts were far too weak against such power. His myriad thunder web was completely obliterated, leaving him to scream in absolute despair that this could not be happening. The surrounding area was utterly decimated with debris flying everywhere. Kichi laughed in triumph at his master's world-ending final strike. Yamachiro urgently yelled for everyone to retreat from the danger zone. Watching the chaos, Sai Den realized how fortunate they were. If they had not submitted quickly, they would have been turned to dust. Talk about a lucky escape. He muttered in surprise at the insane level, ignoring damage, realizing he would have been caught in it without his speed. The surviving Daehan soldiers had no choice but to turn around and flee for their lives in complete panic. While the peak tier 3 fighters could evade the blast, the high tier 3 recruits had no chance of survival. Surveying the devastated ruins, Ning wondered if Park Chan had survived the blast, hoping the man was still breathing. After all, a powerful aberrant subordinate like him was hard to find. Beneath the heavy rubble, Park Chan groaned in agony. Sensing the faint life force, Ning smiled with satisfaction, glad to see his target possess such incredibly resilient vitality. Pulling Park Chan up, he told him to follow first and prepare for conversion, but a sudden sound interrupted them. He stared at Park Chan's broken and battered state, but quickly brushed it aside as he initiated the shadow conversion. As the system devoured his mind and mutated his flesh, Park Chan shrieked in agony from the intense physical transformation. Suddenly, Renhao dropped to his knees, catching Ning's attention as he desperately bowed his head to beg for mercy. He admitted their foolishness and swore their loyalty while Go Wu pleaded for their lives, offering their complete submission. Meanwhile, the Daehan military reinforcements rushed forward, urging their squad to move faster after receiving urgent updates from the front. They knew Park Chan had engaged Country N, yet only Great Shia's score was climbing, leading Kim Cheon to a realization. A three-way battle was likely unfolding, and if Great Shia teamed up with Country N, Park Chan would be in grave danger. Their nation's ranking was on the line, and trust me, things are about to get intense back in the monitoring room. Han Ji looked up in surprise, noting that the Daehan military squad was closing in fast on Ye Ning's position. Tai Jun merely nodded, asking why he was panicking since the enemy was only rushing toward their own doom. With 8 peak Tier 3 fighters facing 3 and over 13 high Tier 3 recruits, losing was practically impossible. Instead of worrying, they decided to grab some snacks, relax, and enjoy the show as Han Jie took a chip. He asked his captain if they were really going to breeze through the tournament like this, feeling like a dream. Taijun agreed, laughing that this national battle felt more like a vacation, though they had little else to do anyway. Their presence on the battlefield might actually end up getting in the way of Yi Ning's grand plans. In a flashback, Xuen Guo placed a heavy hand on Taijun's shoulder, telling him they had to prepare to sacrifice their lives to protect Yi Ning at all costs. Remembering those words, Taijun could only smile. Sighing deeply, he doubts if even their commander truly knows the real extent of Lord Yi Ning's power. It's crazy. For them, this fight is an absolute joke. They can just sit back, relax, and easily coast to victory. In just moments, Yi Ning completely crushed Pan's squad. He quietly senses Country H's military force heading right for them. Looking around, he notes that while Park Chan's severed limbs regenerated after his mutant ghoul transformation, he's still out cold. Total mana depletion left him unconscious. Donho is also heavily injured. Yi Ning glances over at his battered comrades. His peak-level subordinates have fought back-to-back, leaving their spiritual reserves severely drained. And there's more. 4 more countries are waiting to jump into the fray. He needs to conserve his ultimate moves and mental energy. Dealing with this next wave requires absolute strategy. Meanwhile, Kim Chao's group has finally arrived at the scene. Wang Hu grows anxious. He warns the captain that their targets are drawing closer with absolutely zero signs of life. Shaking his head, the captain admits they have completely gone silent. Suddenly, Go Yu appears right before their very eyes. Go Yu smiles, proudly asking if everyone is all right and announcing that Country N's forces have already been chased away. Go Yu keeps probing. He asks if they found any trace of Great Xia yet. The captain is completely blindsided. Their points are still at 0 and everyone is injured. He demands to know where Park Chan is. Country N's surprise attack failed to take down even a single enemy. Seeing the awkward tension, Duen Ho quickly acts. Don Ho sends a telepathic plea to his master, asking how to respond. Yi Ning realizes Kim Chuon actually has brains. If only Great Xia's score keeps skyrocketing, it will raise major suspicions. Yi Ning quickly makes a decision. He commands them to skip the talking and attack immediately. Go Yu catches the hint and instantly declares war. He unleashes a massive galaxy-heavy blast. The unexpected devastating strike catches everyone off guard, sending Kim Cheon flying. Wang Hu roars in fury, asking Go Wu if he has lost his mind. But Go Wu calmly laughs it off. He declares they now serve Great Xia. Don Ho joins the assault, offering a simple choice: surrender or die. Clutching his heavily wounded body, a desperate Kim Cheon demands to know why they betrayed their own nation. Yi Ning quietly pulls the strings, ordering Don Ho to spin a terrifying tale. Don Ho loudly declares the truth. Great Xia has summoned an invincible evil god. Disobedience means being sacrificed. Even Country N is captured. Kim Cheon's face pales instantly at the word sacrifice. Don Ho slowly begins to recount the entire horrifying story. Ever since the apocalypse struck Country H, rumors of this evil god have transcended any standard anomaly. Their rituals devour countless lives, transforming vast regions into forbidden zones. Once completed, they birth indestructible nightmare entities. Kim Cheon tries to argue. In all of Country H's history, no human has ever actively become an evil god. How could Great Xia possibly achieve this? Dropping all pretenses, Yi Ning steps out from the shadows. He calmly tells them that nothing is impossible. Shocked by his sudden arrival, they watch as he smiles warmly. He introduces himself as the evil god Yi Ning. They instantly recognize him as Great Xia's legendary prodigy. He has no time to waste. Activating his evil god ritual, he launches a devastating mental assault on everyone. The ritual is fully active. Yi Ning ruthlessly dominates the joint battlefield. His overwhelming might is simply unstoppable. No one can resist. One by one, their very souls are slowly being drained dry as the harvest begins. He unleashes a terrifying roar that commands the entire area. Kim Cheon realizes with horror that it is real. Those sacrificed souls belong to high-grade Tier 3 elites. This suffocating pressure is worse than any historical nightmare. Don Ho wears a smug grin, asking if they believe him now. Go Yu chimes in with a warning. Submit immediately or prepare to become the next offerings. Kim Chaeun feels completely cornered by the impossible choice. Submitting means their nation is doomed, but seeing only 3 enemies before them, he sees a desperate chance. They can risk their lives to make a run for it. He immediately orders his squad to move out, but to his absolute horror, everyone's bodies drop to their knees simultaneously. Kim Chaeun's mind completely breaks. His men quickly apologize. Their families are deeply religious and bowing before a literal god is only natural. They prostrate themselves before Ning swearing absolute loyalty. This bizarre turn of events leaves Kim Chaeun furious. He screams asking if they are still soldiers. Ning is highly amused by their quick survival instincts. Knowing when to surrender is a true art, he silently notes how fortunate it was they knew the lore. His imposing ritual worked perfectly. Country H's absolute fear of the evil god made this victory incredibly easy. Everything goes exactly according to Ning's calculations. This battle is basically a bloodless victory, leaving everyone with plenty of spiritual energy. Their energy depletion is kept to an absolute minimum. Meanwhile, Kim Chaeun desperately tries to fight back, refusing to give in. If he falls, his homeland is doomed. Ning nods in approval, praising Kim Chaeun for having the true pride of a soldier. Ning knows the man is still secretly hoping to escape. A terrifying grin creeps onto his face, signaling sheer danger. But unfortunately, all this struggling is completely useless. There is absolutely no way he can escape this place, not even half a step. Ning waves his hand and orders them all out. Ki-Chi immediately charges forward, answering the command of his master. A swarm of powerful summons surrounds Kim Chaeun, paralyzing him with fear as the grim reality of his situation sinks in. To break someone's spirit, you must push them into absolute despair. Ning watches his target crumble, quite pleased with himself. Combining the evil god ritual with mental suppression was definitely a smart move. He just hopes the next battles go this smoothly. With a cold voice, he orders everyone back into the spirit ring to rest up and prepare for the next round. They need to heal their wounds and recover their energy as fast as possible to be ready for what comes next. His subordinates bow in agreement. Meanwhile, Chi-Jun is left completely speechless, unable to believe what he just witnessed. He wonders how Lord Ning can transform so many times. Wang Hao steps up, completely starstruck by their master. He claims Lord Ning is not even human but a god. 30 minutes later, a system announcement flashes. The L Country sector and the United sector have officially entered the zone. This unexpected double entry catches Ning off guard. This makes things a bit messy. Back at the capital headquarters, Shu-Chi steps into the commander's office. Seeing him awake, she asks why he stayed up all night again and urges him to get some rest. Xuan Guo shakes his head, asking if anyone has confirmed Lu Haishan contacting foreign forces to interfere in their war. She nods to confirm it. The commander lets out a bitter laugh, disgusted that they would sell out their own nation. They are willing to do anything just to win this civil war. Xuan Guo sighs, deeply worried. He worries that Ning faces an uphill battle. Shu-Chi quickly reassures him, hoping heaven watches over their hero. The commander sighs, hoping for a miracle. Even if they lose the war, he just wants Ning to survive. He just wants him back in one piece. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Ning asks Bei Chan a direct question. He asks if H country is allied with the Ni sector. Bei Chan bows and confirms their alliance. They apparently formed the alliance before the war even began. This piece of news gets Ning quite excited. He orders Bei Chan to send a message to lure them here. The subordinate immediately obeys his master. Suddenly, a bright light flashes in the sky, catching the attention of L Country. Mayosi laughs with pure excitement. He finds it hilarious that the system considers another team stronger even though they entered at the same time. Morton turns to his captain, saying this system must have underestimated their true elite combat power in real battle. After all, they can easily take on 2 opponents at once. He asks if they should wipe out their rivals first. Mayosi shakes his head, warning him not to get ahead of himself before studying the current map. Morton nods and checks the system interface, noting that there are 3 other nations currently in play. Great Xia entered first at an impossibly early time, but the intelligence reports show it is actually true. It is quite clear that Ning pissed off way too many people and got used as a sacrificial pawn. Internal conflict within Great Xia must be severe to set up their top genius like this. Mayosi quickly decides they should target Great Xia first, not only for easy points but also to extract intel about their internal conflicts. This will help them plan the perfect time to invade. But suddenly, Morton spots something strange on the screen. The 3 early teams seem to have already fought. Great Xia has over 100 points while the others have 0. Morton is completely baffled by this bizarre score. Mayosi steps closer to inspect the leaderboard himself, looking quite calm. He dismisses it, figuring Great Xia simply used their head start to ambush N country for some easy points. He deduces that while N country was trying to fight back, H country entered the zone and cleaned up both weaker teams. That would explain the lopsided scores, and the thought of a chaotic free-for-all only makes Maozi more excited. He assumes Great Xia is currently struggling trying to ally with N country just to survive against HK country. He figures they are probably waiting for a new faction to arrive and break this tense three-way deadlock. Maozi actually finds it pretty clever. He admits Great Xia is weak, but their diplomatic scheme is quite impressive. It really seems like something they would pull off. Moreton praises his intellect, no wonder he is the captain. It makes perfect sense. They must be fighting somewhere right now, meaning they can swoop in and wipe everyone out. He immediately makes a decision, even so they must stay on guard in case those three factions decide to team up. To be safe, they should ally with Team NE first, then wipe out the three weakest factions in one swift blow. With that, Emos decides to secure the alliance first. His subordinates quickly agree as the scene shifts to Team NE landing. Deputy Captain Wang Wei steps forward to report that Team G is heading their way, asking if they should cooperate. Zhang Wu immediately analyzes the situation with both Team H and Team G offering alliances, making the choices tough. Although they already signed a pact with Team H, Team G is far stronger and offers much better terms. Wang Wei shares his thoughts. He believes they should stick to their original plan of allying with Team H. Since Team H is being targeted by Great Xia and Team N, they will be too busy to plot against them. He seems to have it all figured out, especially since Team H holds valuable clues regarding Great Xia and Team N. Joining them is a safe bet, especially since Team R is highly ambitious and could easily target them next. Zhang Wu's torn Team G promised to split half of the elimination rewards and even sign a system contract. Meanwhile, Team H only offered a measly 1/4. Knowing none of these groups are saints, Ning senses their hesitation. With Team G making their move, they are wavering out of pure self-interest. Ning quickly calculates his next move. If Team R and Team NE unite, his army can still fight, but it would face a massive drain on resources. Even with his trump card, the Mutant Beast Legion, the losses would be far too severe, giving him quite a headache. On the other hand, if he goes all out, he might end up scaring the entire crowd of enemies away. If they leak his true power to the stronger teams behind them, it will cause nothing but trouble. After all, 3 elite teams have yet to enter, and an alliance between them would be catastrophic. Ning turns to give orders. He tells Park Chan to message Team NE immediately, promising them everything and agreeing to a system contract to pull them in. Park Chan swiftly obeys. Understood, master. Meanwhile, a pleased Wang Wei delivers some shocking news to his captain. He reports that Team N only wants Ning, offering them all the rewards along with a system contract. With terms like that, there is no reason to refuse, but he still grows suspicious about the deal being too good. Zhang Wu agrees they need to proceed with caution and inspect the situation in person first. He orders his men to move out and rendezvous with Team H as planned while keeping their guard up. The subordinate nods obediently. Shortly after, Imos and his squad arrive at Team NE's landing site only to find it empty. Moreton is stunned to find Team NE gone, throwing him into a rage over those fools rejecting their alliance. How dare they reject Great Team G? He immediately orders his troops to halt right where they are. Without knowing who they partnered with, rushing in blindly like this is far too dangerous, as Imosi quickly points out. He orders everyone to take cover and observe, waiting for the other factions to wear each other down first. Once they are weakened, they will trace the energy fluctuations and finish them off. His men quickly agree. Ning quietly chuckles at their little scheme. Blocking the alliance worked, forcing Team G to temporarily back off. Their caution plays perfectly into his hands, giving him all the time he needs to fully recover his strength. Meanwhile, Zhang Wu meets up with Park Chan on a rooftop. He is deeply puzzled by Park Chan's pale complexion. He wonders if Park Chan is injured, if someone that strong got hurt. Great Xia must be insanely dangerous. Park Chan smiles and explains that he simply had a minor setback before the war, so there is no need to worry. Zhang Wu nods in understanding secretly, realizing why Team H suffered such a devastating defeat right at the start. Park Chan passes a document forward, urging Zhang Wu to sign the system contract first to put his mind at ease. Zhang Wu is quite suspicious, wondering why Park Chan is alone and where the rest of his team is hiding. He wonders if the others were severely injured too, fearing that this entire cooperation might actually be a trap. Just then, 2 of his subordinates appear from behind, prompting Park Chan to smile warmly and reassure them. To show sincerity, he had them wait downstairs, but he is more than happy to call them up if needed. Zhang Wu finally sighs in relief, seeing that everyone is safe and unharmed puts his racing mind at ease. He laughs off his paranoia, realizing he was overthinking things before bringing up another very pressing matter. Do you know where he is? He suggested we form an alliance to capture Ning first, who will belong to you, but could you share the details you extracted with us? The man nods, saying it is no problem. Then a familiar voice suddenly echoes in their ears. Excellency Zhang Yu, are you looking for me? He looks up in pure shock, his heart freezing in terror. How could someone appear right above him without him realizing it? Is this guy's mental energy really that much stronger than his? Introducing himself as Ning of Great Xia, the young man wastes no time and launches a direct attack on them. He unleashes a psychic blast. The sudden strike makes the leader scream in agony as his head feels like exploding. Wang Wei and the others rush over. The captain Ning smiles and orders his subordinates to surround them and let absolutely nobody escape. Right on cue, his men charge in from all directions. Zhang Yu curses in anger at the wretched kingdom. How dare they team up with Great Xia to plot against them? He swears he will never let them get away with this. Ning glares at him with cold, murderous eyes. Seeing him still struggling, he fires off another heavy barrage of psychic blasts. The brutal force of the attack crushes Zhang Yu, leaving him helpless and crashing heavily onto the cold ground. His eyes are wide open like a lifeless zombie. Ning squints at his fallen enemy, wondering if the weakling actually died. But he soon realizes the man just passed out from the mental damage. Still, his Tier 3 defenses were surprisingly flimsy. Outside, the subordinates panic the instant they hear the news. Their powerful captain has just been completely wiped out. Suddenly, Ning appears right in front of them coldly, stating that since they saw everything, it is their turn next. Only then do they realize they have walked into a deadly trap. Absolute chaos erupts as a brave warrior steps up to defend. He tells everyone to get back while he tries to break the seal, but he cannot shatter the barrier at all. Another one screams that their only hope of survival is to charge out together. Ning sighs. He was not finished talking. Cowards like them will only cause trouble later. Harky calls out, asking his master if they should just wipe them all out. Otherwise, some might slip through the cracks. Ning firmly orders them to block everyone and execute them without hesitation. They shout their agreement in unison. Immediately, a fierce battle breaks out as they unleash a devastating lightning prison. Another powerful attack follows with rapid teleports and a glacial freeze, driving Wang Wei into a furious fire-releasing frenzy. He leaps forward with a heavenly soul blast. Ning observes the fleeing deputy captain Wang Wei and sighs. He admits he underestimated the man's slippery escape skills, so he will have to handle this personally with a dimensional strike. Even with his stealth technique, Wang Wei cannot dodge the slash. Multiple deep cuts carve into his body, making him scream. The agonizing pain leaves him in sheer panic, suddenly realizing his legs have been completely immobilized without him even noticing. Ning growls that since he loves to jump around, he will convert him first, activating his reincarnation mutation. A surge of dark energy floods Wang Wei, intensifying his agony before he suddenly bows down in absolute devotion. He greets his master Ning, who immediately orders him to control his men and make them surrender to avoid more casualties. Wang Wei complies instantly. He turns and bellows a loud order for all his soldiers to cease fire and kneel. The men immediately drop to their knees in submission, declaring their absolute loyalty to the deputy captain's command. Only one soldier stands completely bewildered, wondering what on earth is happening when Harky steps forward to threaten him. He tells the stubborn fools that refusing to submit to Master Ning means their only destination is hell. They panic even more, questioning what this means and realizing they are not just allies but are all controlled by Ning. Wang Wei furiously barks the order to kneel again, adding that surrendering beats dying uselessly here, and they finally yield. One by one, they drop their weapons, accepting defeat. But Ning is not done yet and continues to channel his power. He unleashes his full mental energy to convert the entire field. The massive drain leaves him heavily fatigued and exhausted. This large-scale conversion has completely drained his reserve. Suddenly, his balance falters and he begins to fall from the sky. Harky gasps in shock, rushing over to catch him. He frantically asks if his master is all right. Ning replies that he is fine, but silently notes he needs to find a quiet place to hide and recover. One of the new converts steps up to introduce himself, but Ning cuts him off, saying it does not matter. There are too many of them to remember. He instructs Harky to assign simple numbers to each of them instead. He can just label them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Harky gladly accepts the duty, promising to handle it. Ning then orders everyone to head back and reorganize. They comply in unison, deeply awed by his sheer power. To think that Ning single-handedly brought 3 nations under his control, acquiring 18 high-level fighters in the process. Not a single one of our great Xia fighters was injured. They whispered that even their wildest dreams could not predict this. Exactly, they wouldn't even dare to dream it. It seemed everyone shared the same thought. If this news got out, all of Asia would be completely shocked. No, the entire world would tremble. Suddenly, a heavy footstep landed right behind them. They quickly bowed in respect, asking if Lord Ning had returned. He asked if Country R had made any moves. Someone reported detecting a massive burst of spiritual energy from Country R's side hitting his battlefield, but they didn't cross over. Ning spoke in a pretty serious tone. He guessed that once they saw the battlefield, they wouldn't dare move for a while, at least not for half an hour. Wang Qijun acknowledged loudly, "Yes, master," while Yamozi's squad finally fully gathered. Yamozi was incredibly surprised. Did the battle end so quickly, he wondered, and are we actually too late? Yamozi scanned the area. Most casualties were high-tier rank 3 fighters from Country D along with high-tier rank 3 fighters of Country H. Morton checked the data and noticed both Country H and Country N had 0 points. He hurriedly called out to his captain to look at the scores. He pointed out that Country N's score corresponded to 11 corpses of Country N and Country H, and Great Shia's score also rose. This matched the 13 casualties exactly. Morton genuinely wondered what kind of fight could produce such strange scores. Yamosi also agreed that the situation was pretty bizarre, suggesting they hide first and figure it out slowly. Ning calmly sat in the corner of a room looking forward to it. He leaned back comfortably in his chair. He wondered what kind of answers they would deduce. Outside, the scene remained chaotic as Morton grew increasingly anxious. Could Great Shia and Country H have teamed up to deal with Country N? He wondered if Great Shia wiped out them, and Country N destroyed Country H's people. But Morton shook his head. That still didn't explain who killed Country N's men. Where did Country N's points come from? Similarly, they could rule out Great Shia and Country N teaming up against the others. So he analyzed further. There was only one case left. Great Shia, Country N, and Country H formed an alliance. One country must have lured the others into a trap under the guise of an alliance, launching a massive ambush. The more Morton thought, the more his head hurt. Why would the weakest country, Great Shia, get the points? While the stronger nations got 0 points, talk about a head-scratcher, even Yamosi found it hard to grasp. They calculated every possible alliance scenario, yet still had no answers. Suddenly, Morton thought of another possibility. Captain, could Great Shia have limited their soldier count but sent only their absolute strongest elite warriors instead? Yamosi shook his head. Impossible. The intel was reliable. Great Shia only sent 10 people along with Ning. He asserted the system did not lie. Based on entry times, Great Shia could not exceed 3 peak rank 3 fighters. In fact, they might not have even one. Even if one of them could fight 2, it would not explain this. From there, Morton deduced, did Great Shia use their early entry time to search for something in this world? Did they receive help from local NPCs? Otherwise, why would other zones ally with them and even hand over points? Yamosi did not agree at all. What kind of joke is that? This is supposed to be a war. I am absolutely certain. This is the simplest system scenario ever, with no NPC factions involved at all. He suddenly froze mid-sentence. Wait, did you say giving up points? Yamosi burst into laughter. I have got it. Based on all the clues, there is only one truth. Morton listened, deeply curious. On the other side, Wang Qijun was extremely restless. Oh no, did they actually figure it out? Seeing the tense situation, someone asked if they should call Ning to discuss their next moves. Wang Qijun replied to wait a bit since Ning was very tired. He had his own plans. If Country R really figured it out, they would notify latecomer nations. If 4 great powers allied against them, it would indeed be highly problematic. Meanwhile, Yamosi was ecstatic, convinced he had uncovered the exact truth. Ning of Great Shia used bribes to trade points with Country N and Country H. He concluded that practical national benefits are more attractive than war rewards. Ning did not care about his nation's survival, only wanting to return home safely. Hearing this, Morton excitedly clapped his hands together. He cheered, realizing everything made sense now. No wonder he was the captain and pillar of Country R. In contrast to them, Wang Qijun's side was extremely tense. They completely lost control, standing right at the doorstep, yet somehow making a sudden detour to another master's house. We were basically worrying over nothing about this truth, which no one could ever imagine, even in a dream. Yet Ning still sat there completely relaxed. Even while resting, he realizes he still overestimated their imagination. The system then announces that District L has officially entered. Arrogantly, District L's Captain CMA yells out to the battlefield, have all the little mice run and hidden. The Lu Nation has arrived. Watching from inside, Yamosi's group senses their terrifying strength. He has waited so long for this very moment. Finally, a strong country has arrived. They are weaker, but they can still serve as decent allies. Yamosi eagerly leads his legion down to meet them. Talk first, fight later. That is the plan. Right off the bat, Kuzman mocks Yamoko Ichi of District R, asking since when did they start relying on weak alliances. With deep seriousness, Yamosi urges Kuzman to value this cooperation and pay close attention to the anomalies. Something is definitely off with Great Shia, far beyond his previous speculations, and they cannot ignore it. He adds that tonight's battle should be raging, yet it remains completely silent since Great Shia went into hiding. This silence is completely unprecedented. Kuzman finds the warning highly amusing, laughing as he addresses Yamako Ichi. If he is really that terrified of Great Shia, then they should simply join forces and wipe them out right now. Scoffing arrogantly, he believes that no matter what schemes they use, they are nothing before absolute overwhelming power. But Yamosi proposes another idea, suggesting they should wait until all the battle zones have successfully entered before dawn. By waiting until dawn, they can see if there is another faction to ally with before taking action. Kuzmin just bursts out laughing, mocking District R for turning so cowardly when they used to be so extreme. Warning that if they fear such weaklings, he might reconsider their partnership, Yamuzi remains dead serious. If they strike now, Jesse and District Y could easily join forces to launch a massive counterattack. Asking how Kuzmin plans to deal with that, the arrogant leader is suddenly forced to pause in silence. Right on cue, the system announces that both the Jesse Joint Battle Zone and District Y have finally entered. Every single faction has officially entered now. Talk about perfect timing, speak of the devil, and they shall appear. Kuzmin finally steps down, admitting that his points are actually quite reasonable and require some very careful consideration. Meanwhile, Ning finally wakes up. Good, everyone has entered. His war axe is still not fully repaired. Fortunately, his mental energy is completely restored. He knows the enemies have the numbers and a massive head start. A direct clash is pretty reckless right now. He decides to make them turn on each other instead. Ning immediately orders his loyal generals Wu Lang Li, Quan Bei Chen, and Zhang Yu to step forward. They salute, awaiting their lord's command. Ning instructs them to each lead a team for some special negotiations. In unison, they all shout that they understand. Go now. The grand hunt has officially begun. Vowing to wipe them all out in one clean sweep, the scene shifts back to the Capital Defense Bureau. An officer reports that everyone has assembled and is waiting for Civil Defense General Sui Qiang to announce the mission. General Sui Qiang steps up, reminding them that they are all deeply loyal to the old chief and former general. Getting straight to the point, he states the capital's defense forces will rotate shifts within the next 48 hours. By then, everyone must disguise themselves and infiltrate the command center. Their mission, he explains, is quite simple. They must seize the main defense cannons and air defense systems to block any escape during the battle. Crucially, they have to stop Li Xuanguo and his lapdogs from using innocent survivors to blackmail them. This leaves the soldiers utterly confused. Why act so fast? Shouldn't they wait until the Warring States event ends? They whisper among themselves, wondering if infiltrating the command center means they are launching a decapitation strike. Since Li Xuanguo represents the official government, why would he ever use innocent survivors to blackmail them? Xu Xiang clears his throat, asking if they think Xuanguo is in the right while their chief is overreaching. Firmly, he reminds them that they were backed into a corner, forced into this position by Li Xuanguo. After their retirement, the old leaders diligently and voluntarily dedicated their entire lives to serving this nation. Yet what did they get in return? Absolutely nothing. The moment Li Xuanguo took office, everything changed. By immediately slashing military funding and cutting off vital supplies, he clearly broke the older generation's hearts. General Sui remains deeply resentful, especially since General Liu lost his only son, and Li Xuanguo defended the killer. Protecting the killer, Ning is simply outrageous. Who could ever accept such a massive, painful insult? Shui Qiang is absolutely furious, asking who the real pillars of Great Xia actually are. It is them, and certainly not them. This is no rebellion, let alone a power grab. It is simply correcting a massive mistake and steering Great Xia back on track. He believes that without this move, the lives of the lower classes will only worsen. His loyal subordinates cheer in unison, shouting that General Sui is right. But then one soldier steps forward with a question. They wonder if they should wait for the Warring State phase to end first. After all, did they not need a proper excuse to launch an all-out assault? Right now, the Warring State period has only lasted 24 hours, with plenty of time remaining. Shui Qiang loudly cuts him off. Declaring war after the phase ends is just a trick to deceive the enemy, he explains. As for public opinion, he shrugs. Ning is going to die during this war anyway. Making a fuss afterward will be completely useless. Even if Ning somehow miraculously survives, he will face a dead end. A massive army will hunt him down. Shui Qiang already smiles at the thought, using his target's severed head as an offering. Meanwhile, at the Jesse Allied team camp, their commander rallies them. He notes that they and Country Y entered last. This clearly proves they are the strongest of all. The soldiers roar back in agreement to their captain. He is Captain Jesse Nanda. He quickly warns his men that the nations arriving earlier have already formed tight alliances. They cannot afford to be careless. Before facing their most dangerous rival, Country Y, they must preserve their strength. Finding a reliable ally to forge a brand new alliance is easily their safest bet to survive this chaotic war. The system board updates. Great Xia has 237 points, Ni has 100, while the rest sit at 0. This includes Country R, Country L, and Country Y. Nanda analyzes the scores closely and finds the rankings highly suspicious. He easily deduces that Great Xia must have hidden its true strength, while Country N and Country H first fought then teamed up. Watching silently from the side, Ning hears the entire discussion. He notes that Nanda's theory is actually incredibly spot on. He reasons that besides being highly intelligent, they probably have not received any news about the traitors back at home. After all, Great Xia was never considered weak in past wars. Following the flow of the battle, Nanda continues his analysis. He predicts that Country R must have set up an ambush upon entering. Their best bet now is partnering with Country L. Since Country L entered right after them, tracking the other nations who arrived earlier has become a pretty difficult task. Suddenly, a massive energy signature catches his attention, the grand arrival of Country Y. Deputy Captain Jesse Tees calls out. He shouts that the captain guessed right. Looking at the energy waves, Country R and Country L have indeed launched an attack. They teamed up to strike Country Y, causing massive shockwaves to ripple through the air. Tiz can only watch in absolute awe. He wonders how a result could come so fast, but Nanda believes it is likely just a probing skirmish. He checks again. He closely monitors the shifting scores on the system screen. Country Y has wiped out 30 high-tier 3 opponents already. Meanwhile, Country R and Country L together took out 29 high-tier enemies. Nanda admits Country Y is still incredibly powerful. Even with their combined forces, the attackers gained absolutely no advantage. To keep other teams from taking advantage of this, both sides chose to withdraw their forces quickly. Tiz suddenly remembers something and asks his captain about the Ni team. Nanda quickly nods. It is true that only Ni remains solo. Their power is decent, and they pose no real threat. This makes them the perfect targets. Meanwhile, Ning continues to watch their every move from the shadows completely unnoticed. Since they are so interested in Ni, Ning smirked and immediately activated his system to give them exactly that. Suddenly, the Ni forces march straight toward Nanda. Caught off guard, the Jesse team quickly sounds a defensive alert. Wang Wei calls out, telling Nanda not to be so tense since they only came to discuss a potential alliance. Nanda sounds highly skeptical, questioning if Ni truly wants to partner up. Wang Wei quickly confirms the offer. Surrounded by Great Xia Country N and Country H, they desperately need allies. Surely Nanda understands their tough position. They are the perfect fit for each other, but Nanda argues that his team is far stronger than theirs. He demands to know why they should even bother cooperating. They must show enough sincerity or the deal is off. Wang Wei eagerly agrees, offering valuable intelligence first. He claims Great Xia is actually extremely weak this time around. The only reason they scored so high is because they used dirty tricks to steal points from other nations. Hearing this, Nanda is genuinely surprised. Wang Wei then drops another bomb, stating they found their hidden camp. After their previous trade, those three countries are now highly suspicious of each other. They can easily eliminate them. Even if they team up again, victory is basically guaranteed. To prove his good faith, he offers a deal. They will leave 2 hostages behind and sign a system contract with a 70-30 split, giving Nanda the majority. Hearing this, Nanda simply cannot refuse such a sincere offer. It is a deal leaving only Ning to leisurely watch the show. Next, let us throw everything into absolute chaos, the messier the better. In another corner, the L country captain, Kussman, gets furious the moment he hears the news. What does your H country really plan to betray Great Xia NN country to join our L country? With us, the Tier 3 peak expert of H country's Zhen. He quickly confirms, that is right, Master Kussman, you did not hear wrong. 2. Prove our absolute sincerity, we have brought along several valuable hostages. Kussman replies in a serious tone, pointing out that they already agreed to partner with L country. Zhen, he tries to persuade him. You must be joking, because in the warring states there are only eternal interests, and never any eternal alliances. He guarantees that their joint cooperation only targets Great Xia and L country, meaning it will not affect your ongoing alliance with L country at all. Who knows, we might even support you when you eventually face our country in the final battle, or are you simply afraid that we will end up in conflict, driven by his own pride? Kussman immediately agrees to the deal, finding it quite amusing. Do it your way then, he says. Meanwhile, at this very moment, another pair of nations are forming a secret alliance. The N country Vice Captain Li Quan and our country Captain Yamaoka Ichi speak in unison. Lord Yamaoka Ichi, let us keep it that way. A promise is a promise, we strike on time tonight. Then Li Quan bids farewell to show his sincerity, leaving 2 of his men behind as hostages. They accept, and Moritan cannot help but feel incredibly excited. Even though N country is incredibly weak, our chances of winning will be much higher if we ally with them to fight against Y country. Mayosi feels extremely thrilled about this, knowing the benefits do not stop there. Since N country knows the exact location of Great Xia and H country, both sides will collapse. He eagerly looks forward to exploiting Great Xia tonight and perhaps even reaping real benefits that go far beyond the warring states itself. Besides, even if we fight to the end, we have no fear of N country turning on us, since we can eliminate them anytime. Meanwhile, 2 more nations happen to run into each other. Y country captain and Han proudly boasts that they have 9 Tier 3 peak and 11 Tier 3 high-level members, making them the strongest team in this warring states. A weak nation like N country has no right to ally with them. But Nam country captain Wu Lang calmly replies, asking An Han not to underestimate their strength. If other nations were to ally and launch an attack, even an equal fight might leave them overwhelmed. However, teaming up with us is entirely different. For example, take the ambush by our country and L country. Seeing him pause, and Han interrupts and urges him to continue and finish his thought. Wu Lang then reveals his plan, proposing to lead them to wipe out Great Xia tonight. You will get to keep the majority of the spoils, and we will never compete with you because we simply cannot anyway. He lowers his voice, explaining that their goal is simple: tagging along with a powerhouse like him to secure second place. This pleases Han, who praises his straightforwardness and readily agrees to form an alliance right then and there. Meanwhile, Ning is extremely satisfied with the chess game he set up. Excellent, all war zones will head toward the final battlefield he prepared for tonight. Everything is moving according to plan. Ending the warring states in just 48 hours will surely be a wild surprise for the elders back home, making it something truly worth looking forward to. Down below, someone is walking in a massive hurry, urging their leader to follow because Great Xia is hiding on the 73rd floor. Their scouts are already lying in wait, prepared to launch a coordinated strike on the quiet building rising above the battlefield. Wang Tiejun enters to report, warning Ning that forces from 4 different nations are fast approaching, led by their hostages. Ning simply nods and acknowledges it, but Hanji remains deeply anxious about whether this plan is actually safe. Leaving Ning completely alone in the skyscraper feels incredibly risky, but Wang Tiejun maintains absolute faith in his master. After all, Ning has already manipulated 3 nations and deceived the rest. Still, Han Jie cannot help but feel uneasy. Just thinking about the scale of this terrifying operation makes him shiver, a sentiment that Wang Tiejun completely agrees with. Taking on 7 nations single-handedly is an insane idea that nobody but Ning would ever dare to attempt. Left alone, Ning initiates the Dark God ritual, gradually activating a massive magic formation that surges with dark power. As the Dark Altar grows stronger, Maozi arrives at the scene, commanding his forces to charge and secure key positions. They must prioritize capturing Ning first. Kussman leads his squad with fierce momentum, ordering them to leave no survivors. Meanwhile, Nanda commands his team to maintain formation and apply pressure from afar, while Han unleashes a devastating strike. They aim to crush Great Xia completely. Now multiple armies converge on Ning's position, but he remains completely unfazed. Activating his stealth item, he watches the show begin. Suddenly, our country captain Yamaoka Ichi senses an unexpected presence nearby. He immediately turns on his allies, demanding to know who else N country sold this valuable information to. The hostage from Nation N suddenly shows a sinister smile as they aggressively charge forward. Lord and Han, I successfully lured them here. Now it is your turn to strike. Hurry up and strike. Yami Mausi is absolutely furious. What did you bastards from Nation N and Nation Y throw yourselves into this trap just to ambush us? At the same time, Nation Y's captain and Han is completely thrown off. Wait, was our ambush target not Great Xia? Why is Nation R here, and who is screaming like that? The hostage of Nation N seizes the chance to charge, calling out to Lord Kussman to join forces and wipe out Nation Y. This only fuels Han's rage toward Nation L for teaming up to ambush him. Furious, Han unleashes a massive, devastating attack, roaring that a pathetic ragtag bunch like them could never hope to defeat them. Meanwhile, Nation L's Captain Kussman is completely caught off guard. What did Nation R's plan change without anyone telling them? Just then, the hostage from Nation H rushes forward, shouting to Lord Nanda that they should wipe out Nation L first. Forces are frantically scrambling to defend. Damn it, I knew you people from Nation H had absolutely no good intentions. Meanwhile, Captain Jesse Nanda senses that something is seriously wrong since every single nation has arrived. The hostage of Nation I suddenly charges in, calling for Lord Yoko Ichi. Let us team up to take down Jesse first, then we talk. And just like that, another massive clash erupts with orders to prioritize defense. No one make any reckless moves. Ning simply stands in a corner watching with a satisfied grin. Perfect, it is now absolute chaotic madness. It is a complete mess, and everyone must be losing their minds. He exhales in relief as the entire chain of trust completely crumbles. Everyone is plunged into absolute despair, turning this place into a living hell. Tricking those high tier 3 experts into being hostages was definitely worth it. But this Jesse Nanda seems to react quite quickly and remains pretty cautious. Ning watches him very closely. He is only defending, which is not what Ning wants, so he makes his move, unleashing his dimensional shockwave. Ning carefully plans to take out the high tier 3 fighters first to harvest their life force for his evil god ritual. This will also accumulate sacrifices for his divine wrath. He quickly deploys the sleeper agents he had prepared beforehand. They strike amidst the chaos, driving the enemies to fight even harder and fuel his evil god altar with more nutrients. The battle spirals into utter madness. Who is it? Who is attacking us? Moritan screams out in pure raging anger. It is Nation L. He yells that Nation L is attacking them, leaving Yamimao C completely baffled and shouting what in disbelief. Has Nation L betrayed us too? Other areas are just as chaotic, with cries that Jesse is attacking while some scream, Nation Y is attacking us. Across the battlefield, they curse violently, swearing to tear those Nation L bastards to pieces. First, let us farm points off these sewer rats. Not a single one of you survives today. Damn, what a massive headache. Forget which nation they belong to, just wipe them all out. Nanda deploys a barrier, activating their grand defensive array. Everyone focus on long-range attacks. Ning laughs in sheer amusement, even though all four nations suspect something is off. They have no choice but to blindly strike first. After all, if they do not act, no one can guarantee that others won't strike first. Once this chain of suspicion is forged, it is almost impossible to break. He counts. The Fallen. 1 high tier 3, 2 high tier 3, 15 high tier 3. They just keep spamming their skills like crazy. Take my twin shadows, strikes, you betrayers, die. With every single person that falls, Ning calmly keeps counting them. Another peak tier 3 down, and the battle shows no signs of slowing. Dual arrow execution. Ning adds more to his collection. Over on Han's side, it is just as loud. Ice Spike scream. Ning is just waiting for this. 3 peak tier 3 down, followed by massive destructive attacks. Phantom Spear piercing. Ning marks down 4 peak tier 3 targets. He gathers the peak tier 3 life force, reasoning that even if they pose no threat, he can still easily finish them off. After all, they will all be his undead soldiers eventually, and these chess pieces are actually quite decent to have. Yami Maosi suddenly tries to negotiate. Wait, Kuzman, maybe there is a misunderstanding between us, but Kuzman is not having it. Hamfyoko Ichi, do you still think you can trick me? I will not fall for it. Yami Maosi raises his voice. Everyone pull back to your defensive positions and temporarily stop attacking. What are you afraid of me? Kuzman sneers. Afraid of you? What a joke. You stop first. Yami Maosi quickly realizes that something is very off here. Why are there only our 4 nations here? Where are the others? Could someone be trying to sow discord among us? Only to wait in ambush somewhere and clean up the mess. Kuzman pauses. That actually makes sense. How did you get here anyway? Yami Maosi admits honestly that they were tricked by Nation N to come here and destroy Great Xia together. Kuzman gasps, what a coincidence, we were tricked here by Nation H with the exact same story. Nanda shrewdly notices and warns Lord and Han that they have likely fallen into a trap. If they keep wearing each other down, they will suffer heavy losses. And Han agrees. He also feels that something is seriously wrong. Clashing with each other will only make us suffer a massive loss. And Han agreed, feeling that something was definitely wrong. Country N lured everyone here, but not a single hair of Great Xia can be found. Looking at this, Nanda concludes that if that's true, then they've all been tricked into coming here, manipulated by hostages, filled with suspicion, and forced into starting a war. This only proves that Great Xia, Country N, Country H, and Country D are collaborating. And Han deeply reflects on this, realizing it's true, but who could have set up such a massive trap? Meanwhile, other areas are also in an uproar, completely unable to spot anyone from Great Xia. Everyone suspects Great Xia is behind it all. Hearing this, Ning suddenly smirks with a devious grin, his sharp instincts kicking in. It's finally time for him to make an appearance. Down below, the crowd screams out, demanding the mastermind behind Great Xia step forward. They shout that his plan is ruined and he should come out and die. Without keeping them waiting, Ning leaps right down to confront them. Instantly, they are all shocked to find out the shadow mastermind is Ning of Great Xia. The moment Yossi sees him, he immediately scoffs with pure disdain, looking down at the mere high tier 3 kid. Kuzman mutters, asking if this is really the 14th ranked rescue patrol member Ning. His gear is far from simple, and Han is astonished, noting that his equipment set looks even more lavish than the Warring State's reward. Nanda is completely speechless from shock. Before they can even process what is happening, Ning decides to make his first move. Activating his Dark God ritual, he leaves everyone in total disarray. They wonder what kind of incredibly evil and terrifying power this is. The dark magic swirls around like a grim reaper, draining the very life force out of them. Nanda is deeply shaken, demanding to know what Ning of Great Xia is trying to do. Ning coldly orders them to drop their weapons and submit so he can spare their lives. And Han shows absolutely no fear, mocking his big words and asking if he really thinks he can do this alone with just that creepy shadow. Kuzman laughs hysterically, asking if he is insane, pointing out how many peak tier 3 fighters are gathered right here in this place. Yossi is the first to charge in, aggressively telling the others to leave Ning to Country J as he strikes. The other 3 team captains immediately charge forward as well, eager to claim the kill and snatch his top-tier gear. They shout at each other to get out of the way. Watching them, Ning quietly muses that greed is indeed a deadly poison. He used himself as bait, and just as expected, not a single one of them is trying to run away. His voice turns deadly cold. Since Yossi rushed in first, he will serve as the perfect warning. Ning unleashes his full mental storm ability right away. This single strike instantly sends Yossi into pure agony, while the others below desperately clutch their heads and scream in pain. Nanda quickly conjures a protective barrier, feeling the incredible mental pressure even while safely shielded inside his holy light defense. Kuzman struggles to resist, gritting his teeth and admitting the kid has some real skill, but declaring this won't be enough to defeat them. And Han stands firm on the field as Yossi is caught completely off guard. But right after falling, Yossi quickly forces himself back up. He burns his spiritual energy to break free, refusing to let himself be controlled. Ning simply lets out a soft murmur of interest. Since his mental shockwave did not lock him down, Ning wonders how Yossi will handle his swift sword draw technique next. Yossi counters with his ultimate heaven-shattering strike, sending the two massive forces crashing into each other with a violent shockwave. Yossi instantly recognizes the legendary 10,000 Thoughts technique, demanding to know how Ning got his hands on it and who he truly is. Ning smirks, mentioning Country J's invincible genius, making Yossi freeze as a terrifying realization hits him. He stammers, asking if Ning is actually Yotak. Down below, Moritan is completely dumbfounded to hear that Country J's top martial artist is just Ning in disguise. He curses, realizing they were tricked out of their nation's sacred weapon. Ning raises his voice, asking if they are ready to submit now. The stubborn Yossi refuses to back down, arrogantly declaring he no longer intends to keep him alive. He unleashes his triple fork boundary cleave secret art, refusing to let Ning overpower him as he launches a massive counterattack. Ning shows absolutely no fear, calmly stating that since Yossi feels that way, there is no reason to spare his life anymore. Yossi shifts stances, unleashing his absolute heaven-shattering blow with every ounce of his raw power. But Ning has zero intention of holding back. Unleashing his divine wrath, he forces Yossi to struggle against an incredibly heavy and suffocating pressure. Ning keeps pushing his limits, burning spiritual energy and life force to maximize his output. The collision is so violent that the ground itself ruptures, engulfing Yossi in a blazing inferno. Moritan screams in terror, watching his captain get completely vaporized by a single sword strike. The other three captains stand frozen in utter disbelief, wondering what kind of monstrous skill they just witnessed. To one-shot a peak, Tier 3 warrior with a Tier 4 aura seems impossible. They wonder if they are just seeing things. They count themselves lucky they did not charge first, otherwise they would be dead. Ning looks around, addressing the stunned crowd. He makes it clear that he wields Tier 4 combat power, giving them a simple choice between submission or death. The entire battlefield falls dead, silent as nobody dares to utter a single word. Nanda realizes that while submitting is out of the question, acting recklessly is also not an option. To avoid unnecessary casualties, they must tread carefully from here on out. He wants to test the waters first, tricking someone else into taking the lead. He loudly analyzes that Ning's ultimate must be a one-time move that is already spent. Otherwise, why would he demand their submission? Hearing this, and Han agreed. It made sense. Kussman then began to egg them on, asking if Nation R's captain was really killed by Ning, without anyone here daring to step up for revenge. If that is true, they should never mention their national divine weapon. This was truly pathetic, though he secretly had a backup plan. Even if Nation R ended up defeating Ning and took his gear, he could always steal it later. Hearing this, Moritan fired up. Damn it, for the glory and honor of great Nation R, they could not back down. He ordered his warriors to follow him, charging to avenge their captain and reclaim what was theirs. Moritan charged first. Shadow Dance Mo Tung in a flash. He vanished, but the assassin class Ning countered with Fallen Heaven Storm to defend. He thought to himself. He had combined Blade Stream Storm and Fallen Heaven into this new skill, but never tested it. Today was the perfect time to sacrifice Moritan. As Moritan drew closer, his Shadow Dance solitary spell was blocked at the defense barrier. Before he could strike, Moritan was blown away. Blocked impossible. Meanwhile, Ning controlled the spell, launching Fallen Heaven Storm into the sky before unleashing consecutive strikes that rushed downward, knocking the crowd below off balance. Huge pressure. This time, Ning prepares a deadlier attack. Fallen Heaven Storm slash. Helpless lackeys were swept up by the attack. Within seconds, they all lost their lives on the spot. Moritan's face turned green with rage. To injure so many of us at once and wipe out our high-tier Tier 3 experts. Unacceptable. The other three got into position, convinced their theories were absolutely correct. His ultimate skills are strictly one-time use, and though this attack has a wide range, its destructive power is weaker than his previous move. Quickly forming a plan, they agree to attack together from afar to stay safe. To them, he is dead meat. Nanda proposes this as the safest option, to eliminate him first, leaving the spoils for later. Yet Ning remains completely calm, wondering if the final big battle has finally arrived. Time to show them whether the evil god at his back is truly just a cheap trick. Kussman aggressively unleashes his double dragon chain strike, while Nanda refuses to be outdone, raising his staff with incredible force to summon the demon-subduing Vajra chain. Inspired by this, the surrounding warriors also begin to unleash their own spells. Fireballs, ice arrows, and earth-splitting strikes fly in rapid succession. All these devastating attacks are aimed directly at Ning. Amused by the sheer scale, he knows this onslaught means certain death for anyone else. So why not just relax and enjoy it? He lets his body absorb the full force of their combined attacks, feeling his bones shatter under the agonizing, suffocating weight of impending death. Seeing him like this, and Han is absolutely thrilled. Dead so quickly, he could not even survive a single blow. Tiz also believes victory is theirs. Mocking that the rumored Tier 4 power was just a joke, Nanda can't help but scoff, noting the boy did not even activate his defenses, as if he knew death was inevitable. Looking at the ashes left behind, they approach to inspect, only to realize something is terribly wrong. Nanda is shocked. Wait, where is his equipment? Our attack could never destroy epic-grade gear, let alone the highly durable relics he wore on his body. And Han also looks around in confusion, agreeing that the situation is incredibly bizarre. But while they are bewildered, a massive magic circle appears right above their heads. Staring at the divine figure before them, their faces instantly pale. What is that? Nanda panics, recognizing the phantom of the evil god that previously stood behind Ning, and wondering what it wants. As the evil god raises its weapon high, everyone's minds are suddenly shattered by an overwhelming pressure. Under the evil god's absorption, Ning begins to reclaim his strength, feeling incredibly refreshed as vitality floods back. Opening his eyes wide, he casually greets the crowd. Nothing can stop him. We meet again, he says. Nanda stumbles back in terror. He's resurrected. Kuzman is dumbfounded, while Han notices something profound, claiming that only a god could possess such a terrifying ability. Ning nods in approval, confirming that he is indeed a living god. He asks if they have made their choice, submit or die. Naturally, they refuse to back down, claiming gods are just a belief they have never actually seen, so they refuse to believe that a true god actually exists. And Han agrees, saying this is simply a bizarre ability they have never witnessed before, and a real divinity would not have died so easily in the first place. Finally, Nanda loudly declares that he won't believe. He can resurrect constantly, but if they killed him once, they can do it again. The three of them prepare. They charge together. Energy blasts slam into Ning's body, bringing agony, but it doesn't stop him. He regenerates instantly, untouched. Ning turns his head, staring them down. Even if they can't kill him, this is getting annoying. He warns them not to blame him for what comes next. He reaches his hand back. No more wasting time. It is time to summon the King of Hell. Death Rise activates. His plan is already in motion. Luckily, the ritual doesn't affect his undead control. He commands the massive horde of spirits to attack. And Han is shocked. Kuzman can't believe it either. The kid controls spirits. Kuzman quickly orders all peak rank 3 fighters to form a line and hold those spirits back. He rallies them to charge. But Ning is done playing. Blood Shadow fully activates. Final Judgment activates. Ning locks onto Kuzman, preparing a devastating blow. The giant sword of judgment appears, hurtling toward Kuzman so fast his eyes can barely keep up with it. Left with no choice, he desperately burns spiritual energy for a full defense, but that shield is useless. Heavily wounded and broken, Kuzman quickly begs for mercy, yelling for him to stop. He swears he'll submit. Secretly, he just wants to survive first and wait to turn the tables. Ning smiles, letting him live. And Han glares back, cursing them all as useless cowards. Ning turns his focus to his next target, the self-proclaimed strongest peak, rank 3. He swings his blade, daring and Han to survive the devastation of rank 4 divine wrath. The pressure is overwhelming, and Han is paralyzed, wondering how this monster has such power. He desperately summons a golden barrier, but just like Kuzman, his ultimate defense shatters like glass. A single strike leaves, and Han gravely wounded. Nanda pales. He is rank 4. Another warrior screams. Resurrection is the secret of rank 4. He must escape to spread the word. Kuzman panics. Staying here means certain death, but he cannot bring himself to submit. The remaining fighters scatter, split up and run. If anyone can survive, let it be. A dark smile spreads across Ning's face. The harvest is wrapping up. He barks out orders. Kaki said and Yameshi Taro capture them. If even a single enemy escapes, you pay with your heads. Kaki promises their master not to worry, calling the fleeing enemies nothing but stray dogs. Baek-chan laughs, eager to test his healing. Nanda screams in despair. Why are they obeying him? Wang Wei snaps back, stating that Ning is their master after all. Kuzman is utterly baffled. Baek-chan calmly tells him to take it literally. And Han seethes with rage because honestly, who could believe a single kid just controlled 4 entire nations? Kaki smirks, telling him that is nothing. Soon their master will pull the strings of 7 more. Moritan senses trouble. Why are Lord Yamichi Taro and Lord Seiden standing there? Taro smiles. Their goal is far larger. The poor guy stares blankly. Meanwhile, Ning surveys the battlefield, seeing everyone is exhausted. He decides to give them a quick hand. With a simple thought, he prepares his magic. In the next second, he activates demon transformation. A thick, suffocating fog rolls in, blinding everyone. The mental pressure is agonizing. Those unable to stand instantly fall to their knees, surrendering. They bow, chanting greetings to their master. Just then, a system notification flashes: the war is over. Great Xia has secured first place. The survivors stare at the reward screen in disbelief. Wang Hao rubs his eyes, stunned. Clearing a war in 48 hours is unheard of. Qi Jun is equally bewildered, wondering if Lord Ning is even human because no normal mortal could do this. Nobody should possess this power. But a massive wave of relief washes over them. Thank goodness Lord Ning is on their side. Qi Jun tells them they can head home soon. As Ning approaches, they cheer his name in pure admiration. He gives them a polite nod. Everyone worked hard. The elder shook his head. No way. Not at all. Ning was in a stellar mood. Under your leadership, we just sit back and win. Qi Jun cheered. He was thrilled, but reality quickly set in. A brutal battle lies ahead of us. Master Ning, before we entered this national war, we were so worried. We were terrified of a civil war. Qi Jun sighed in relief. But now, those worries are completely gone. You captured hundreds of high-tier rank 3 fighters, 47 at peak power. Qi Jun suggested bringing them back. With this force, we can crush those old warlords. Ning nodded. But what would the commander-in-chief say? If he knew, he would be ecstatic. Ning silently hoped so. Still 50 peak, rank 3 troops in his hands. Crushing the capital's rebels should be a breeze with his power. Yet his expression remained deep in serious thought. The commander once said the old warlord factions had nearly 100 peak, rank 3 powerhouses at their disposal. Only half guarded the capital's perimeter. The rest would take several hours to mobilize and join the fray. He calculated the odds. It was still a tight squeeze to wipe them out completely. He needed even more. Once back, he would strike immediately. He would use that time gap to quickly convert a fresh batch of aberrants. Suddenly, blinding light enveloped Ning. The system pulled him into the sky. Welcome to the settlement space. And just like that, things are about to get interesting. Ning felt victory was finally within his grasp. Great Xia achieved the prestigious title of the continent's strongest nation. A massive list of rewards began to display. Disaster rates dropped by 1%, while all survivors in the war zone received a stackable physical fitness boost. All active participants gained +3 to all attributes, and captains received a sweet +6 bonus. He unlocked a hidden achievement: one man against a nation, earning him the world's strongest powerhouse title. That came with 100 reputation points and 1,000 war points exchangeable in the confrontation shop. Another hidden achievement for bloodless victory got him a guaranteed epic gear draw and an S-rank skill card draft. Plus, any skill could be upgraded instantly. The sheer volume of system notifications left Ning completely stunned. This was a massive haul. He never expected the National War to offer so many hidden quests and rewards. With this boost, he was right on the cusp of peak, rank 3. He immediately ordered a full retreat. They withdrew into the dungeon instance. Meanwhile, at the capital, rebel headquarters, leaders gathered in a secret meeting room. General Hai Shan addressed the conspirators with a smug grin, announcing that their infiltrators had successfully surrounded the capital. With the war ending in 3 days, tomorrow night is our best chance to strike, Yu Han suggested. But Commander, I just heard that Fang Hao has secretly returned to the capital with a Demon Slayer Corps. Should we strike tonight instead? But General Hai Shan quickly cut him off completely, dismissing the threat. Even if Fang Hao is back, Li Xuanguo has fewer than 5 peak, rank 3 experts defending him. At most, they have a dozen fighters. We have nearly 60 peak, rank 3 powerhouses. We will crush them. He sneered, incredibly smug. Striking tonight is too rushed. We need more time to manipulate public opinion first. Yu Han immediately agreed with the general. But right then, a sudden system announcement flashed across their screens. The Asian regional war has concluded early. All nations prepare for the upcoming global national war confrontation. Wait, what is happening here? Hai Shan paled as Gu Huai panicked, wondering how the war ended so quickly. Which war zone pulled off such a masterstroke? Wang Qiu quickly chimed in with a much darker theory. Maybe Ye Ning and his squad got wiped out so fast that the other nations lost interest in fighting. That made perfect sense. Several powerful nations had formed alliances, while Yi Ming's team was laughably weak. Wang Qiu scoffed, calling Li Xuanguo incredibly foolish for sending such weaklings and ruining their country's chances. Their chatter only made Hai Shan more smug. It was rushed, but the perfect leverage was now in his hands. With this card, the neutral factions will easily sway to our side, he declared to the room, grinning wickedly. Usually players are teleported back within 30 minutes of the broadcast ending. His eyes gleamed with cold anticipation. In previous years, Li Xuanguo always personally welcomed his soldiers at the portal. This year would be no different. Except this time, he will only be welcoming back cold corpses. Hai Shan roared his orders to his men. We move out immediately, seize control of the narrative, then wait for the perfect moment to strike. They all saluted. Meanwhile, in the capital command office, Li Shuangguo looked deeply worried as Xi Ping questioned their next move. Should they still wait at the National War Gate? He worried that going there meant never coming back, and Fang Hao agreed. Yes, their side had likely already lost. As Yi Ning fell into deep thought, Xi Ping spoke up with another warning. Commander, let us guard this place and announce that Yi Ning is dead. If they dare cause trouble, it is treason. We can expose their crimes to the entire nation. That is how we will rally the public to our side. Winning the neutrals over is our last hope. Xuan Guo's tone grew heavy as he began to question his own path. He often wondered if all their struggles and sacrifices had been for the right cause. Seeing the commander walk away, Fang Hao felt completely blindsided. But the commander suddenly paused, sharing that he had actually come from a military family. It was not a low-class upbringing by any means. Xuan Guo recalled that both his parents were powerful awakened ones. Naturally, he inherited quite a bit of talent. As years passed, his stellar performance in the army earned him recognition. He became a top priority for military training, fully believing that hard work alone could take him to the absolute top. He wanted to climb higher and fulfill his grand ideals. Xuan Guo was driven by a burning desire to succeed. He wanted to become an unstoppable warrior and build a better nation. So he pushed himself past every single limit. Remembering those days, he sighed heavily, admitting he used to look down on the struggling lower classes of society. They always seemed to be desperately struggling just to survive. Back then, their desperate fights over scraps disgusted him, fighting like wild dogs because they lacked effort. Xuan Guo remembered watching so many awakened ones fail to progress. Stagnant at lower tiers, he assumed it was their own fault. He believed the world was inherently fair to everyone. Work hard, get stronger. Simple as that. He turned to his companions, realizing how naive he had truly been. One day, he realized his absolute arrogance had blinded him completely. He had been living a lie this whole time. He was like royalty asking why the poor did not just eat meat. But get this, everything changed after one competition. Xuan Guo continued his story. During a massive military tournament, he had fought his way to first place, yet the crucial reward to help him break through tiers never actually came. It was a brutal slap of reality. After behind-the-scenes manipulation, the prize went to an elite's son. Xuan Guo tried to protest. The recipient had not even entered the tournament. His voice began to tremble with anger. On that day, he finally understood the old captain he had always dismissed as a total failure. That man stuck at rank 2 forever was once just as brilliant as him. Regret began eating Xuan Guo alive. Having offended the higher-ups, every path for advancement was blocked, leaving him with absolutely no hope. He had no choice but to give up. Later, Xuan Guo was ordered to guard an official's privileged son. During a dangerous mutant hunt, many died. They were all elite soldiers, the absolute best from various squads. Some were far more talented and hardworking than him, and he himself barely made it out alive. Then he noticed the official's son sitting safely in the back, calmly watching the slaughter unfold. He waited until they were completely exhausted to steal the credit. Xuan Guo stared out at the barren landscape. After that, he was transferred to a training camp to manage resources and select newly awakened recruits. There, he discovered elite children received 10 times more resources than any of the ordinary recruits. It was a massive wake-up call. He remembered seeing incredibly talented commoner kids training night and day. They put in triple the effort of any privileged child, yet their chances of awakening were practically zero. Xuan Guo's face darkened with regret. In that exact moment, the ugly truth finally became painfully clear to him. There was absolutely no fairness in this world. Returning to the present, Xuan Guo let out a bitter laugh. Believing that hard work alone could change fate was just a naive, foolish dream. How could a nobody survive? When someone is starving, how can they even think about climbing the social ladder? Fang Hao remained completely silent. The commander sighed, admitting his success only came because he was lucky enough to be born into his family. Awakened, he feels deeply heartbroken. That tiny shred of privilege was what decided the massive difference in fate between himself and most other people. Li Shuangguo silently ponders that if his own parents had not been awakened, and had not been military, he would not have had the chance to become awakened. Fang Hao suddenly speaks. Up, Commander, I never knew you had such a past. But Shuangguo raises a hand, signaling him to let him finish. Not only that those elites controlled the number of Tier 3 fighters and monopolized supplies. Things got worse. They would rather He believed letting those supplies rot in some warehouse was far better than handing them over to prop up their privileged class. He knew those elites looked down on the lives of ordinary people, caring absolutely nothing about the fate of the lower class, or the future of this country. To them, only their own class interests mattered. It was then that Li Shuangguo made a choice. A critical decision, because he finally realized that if things kept going down this path, the entire nation would eventually fall apart. He swore a solemn oath to change all of this, his voice carrying a genuine glimmer of hope. At the very least, he wanted to give this apocalyptic world a tiny spark of light so the people would still have hope. Yet things did not go the way Li Shuangguo envisioned, his eyes filled with deep sadness. Suddenly, Ji Ping stood up to interrupt him, saying it could not be done, and that ever since he started following his commander, everyone perish, yet you always did things differently. Ji Ping voices his thoughts saying since taking office you have always been humble and patient, immediately distributing the awakening medicine so everyone, regardless of their background, could survive, equally in the safe zone. Ji Ping feels incredibly proud. You do not hold back, choosing only raw talent, appointing people from poor backgrounds like me and Fang Hao, helping us rise to peak tier 3 and hold major positions to serve the nation. Fang Hao nods in agreement, saying that is right. He also came from an ordinary family and would have never awakened without him. A bright, proud smile finally appears on Fang Hao's face. You reformed the military and built the Special Operations Bureau so even those from impoverished backgrounds could rise up. You even overcame all doubts to push the Spark plan forward, constantly training a new generation of elites. But Li Shuangguo's mood remains incredibly dark. That is right, it sounds like everything was going so smoothly, he says, as if my dream was about to come true, but in the end, the cold reality is that we still lost. He blames himself, muttering that it is all his fault for putting such a massive burden on a child. Ning is not even 20 years old yet. How could they dump responsibilities on him that they could not handle? Li Shuangguo completely loses his composure. It was my foolish dreams and my sheer impatience that killed that boy, he cries. I even dragged the country into this civil war. I am nothing but a sinner who deserves no mercy. Fang Hao quickly tries to comfort him, insisting the commander did nothing wrong. Ji Ping immediately chimes in as well. Indeed, the real villains are those greedy old military warlords. Li Shuangguo wipes his tears away with a sigh. There is no turning back now, he says. Let us go find his body and give him a proper burial. His gaze turns incredibly resolute. If those warlords really want to push us to the brink, we will surrender. His subordinates look at him in shock. Calling out his name in disbelief, they watch as Li Shuangguo's expression turns cold. The global tournament is starting soon. We cannot become the nation's greatest sinners. The two fall silent, absorbing his heavy words. Shortly after everyone gathers, they assemble at the suburban teleportation platform. The moment the three arrive, Hai Shan bursts into a mocking laugh. Li Shuangguo actually dared to show up. 3 peak tier 3 experts, yet they look completely ready to surrender. Hilarious. When Shuangguo remains silent, the opposition laughs even louder. They clearly know that any resistance is entirely futile now. They mockingly suggest sparing his life if he kneels and barks like a dog. But Shuangguo stays perfectly calm. There is no surprise here. Once the news of the global tournament hits, these fools will be the ones begging. Suddenly, the massive spatial portal screeches open. Hai Shan immediately barks orders to his men, yelling that they have arrived. Impeach Li Shuangguo immediately. The subordinate nods. Meanwhile, General Shuangguo completely ignores them, turning to Fang Hao, asking if he has settled everything for Ye Ning's family. He promised the kid to take good care of them. Fang Hao nods, assuring him that all is set. Hai Shan continues his loud, obnoxious mocking at the commander. The Warring States faction is defeated under your command. Who pays for this loss? Fang Hao grows extremely furious. He snaps, asking what the hell they think they are doing. Even Ji Ping steps up to defend them. The Warring States rankings are not even out yet, you are already rebelling, he yells. Hai Shan screams out, calling out all officers and representatives, accusing Li Shuangguo of treating veterans like trash and denying their sacrifices. His utter bias and reckless actions have dragged the entire country into absolute chaos. Hai Shan points dramatically. Pointing at Li Shuangguo, he calls it pathetic that Great Xia has fallen into such a pitiful state. As veterans, we demand his immediate dismissal. But before he can even finish, Ye Ning suddenly cuts in. He demands to know what they are proposing. Hai Shan looks over in absolute confusion while even Shuangguo is stunned. They can't believe their eyes. Ye Ning steps right up to the crowd. Hey old dog, who exactly are you trying to fire? Everyone is completely stunned. Ye Ning is back. The happiest one there is Li Shuangguo. Ye Ning, you are still alive. Lu Haitian is in absolute disbelief. Ye Ning, you are not dead. Just then a World War announcement flashes. In the Asian theater, the Great Xia region takes first place, receiving the title of strongest intercontinental nation. Great Xia's national fortune rises by 1% and the combat power of all survivors increases by 1%. Everyone is totally dumbfounded. What? Great Xia is first? Lu Haitian's face instantly twists. First place? How is that even possible? How can it be first? Not wanting to waste a second, Ye Ning immediately charges. Fang Hao laughs with pure joy. Look at you. Kid, you really did not die. Not just you, but all our brothers returned safe and sound. Damn, this is what a real miracle looks like. Fearing he might be in danger, Li Shuangguo yells out, Ye Ning, do not come over here, run away right now. Before they can even finish, Lu Haitian launches a surprise attack. Since they have already crossed the line, he decides to go all the way. All troops hear my order, kill Yi Ning immediately. The subordinates standing behind him quickly swarm forward to strike him down, charging straight at the boy. But Li Shuangguo's side refuses to be outdone, shouting for everyone to move fast and protect Ye. Ning Jiping charges forward, acknowledging his commander's orders. Meanwhile, Lu Haishan urges his men to block them and kill everyone on the spot. Leave absolutely no survivors. Jiping raises his weapon, warning everyone to protect the commander as he conjures a massive barrier to hold back the enemy onslaught, casting his azure scale shield. But Li Shuangguo does not seem to care about his own safety. Ignore me, break through their lines, protecting Yi Ning is our top priority. His lieutenant feels a bit conflicted about this request. Still, Jiping nods with a smile. Do as the commander says. Fang Hao quickly runs toward the young man, calling for Yi Ning to join them. Hold on, he is still dealing with these trash mobs. But Lu Haishan blocks his path, sneering that escaping is nothing but a pipe dream. No one gets out of here alive today. Realizing their malicious intentions, Yi Ning finds it incredibly annoying. You want to kill me? How convenient. I have wanted to wipe out you guys for a long time now. Not wanting to waste any more time, he immediately starts the battle. With his soul blast, his technique completely devastates everyone's mental state. Lu Haishan whips his head around in absolute shock. What, over half our forces wiped out in a single hit? What kind of move is this? Huang Li steps forward to suggest. Old Lu Li Shuangguo's group is not the threat here. We must kill Yi Ning first to be safe. Lu Haishan nods in agreement. Old Huang is absolutely right. Everyone swarm Yi Ning, terrified for his safety. Li Shuangguo screams out, Yi Ning, run away, but Yi Ning simply reassures them. Commander, Uncle Fang, Uncle Hu, just protect yourselves and you will be fine. Don't worry, they cannot kill me. These arrogant words only infuriate Lu Haishan even more, making him roar with rage. I will personally tear you apart today. Of course, Yi Ning is not the least bit afraid. They think numbers will save them. Yi Ning instantly summons his own disciples to the field. Lu Haishan's face turns completely pale. These are peak third-rank experts from top countries. What is going on? Why are they here? And why are they obeying Yi Ning's orders? Leading them is Kechi, who immediately orders his men to follow him and kill. Both sides clash, and the entire battlefield descends into total chaos. Seeing this, even Li Shuangguo cannot help but nod in approval. Great job, kid. We can actually win this fight. Fang Hao feels a sudden surge of pride. No wonder the kid talks so big. Are these the combat forces he recruited from other nations? Jiping chimes in, wondering just how many more mind-blowing surprises this kid is keeping hidden from them. Yi Ning charges ahead, shouting to the crowd, Get back, everyone. That miserable old bastard Lu Haishan belongs to me. I will handle him myself. Gripping his twin swords tightly, he unleashes Dimensional Strike. Lu Haishan's expression instantly shatters. Something is very wrong, but before he can even react, it is already too late. Yi Ning unleashes a barrage of sword strikes. His drawing technique combining spatial slash, frost slash, and burning heaven slash. Before anyone can process what is happening, he spins around. Lu Haishan is completely baffled, wondering when the kid even got over there. Sensing danger, he tries to throw up his defense first, and crouches down, casting Toxic Mana Shield. Yi Ning glares at him, thinking it is absolutely pathetic that the old man believes this will save him. Hundreds of sword slashes rain down, making Lu Haishan scream in absolute agony. He desperately tries to fight back, unleashing burning mana to try and block the assault. But Yi Ning raises his sword high, activating Judgment Mode to lock onto his target. An ominous dark god suddenly materializes behind him, releasing a crushing pressure that forces Lu Haishan straight to his knees. Lu Haishan realizes with sheer despair that he cannot move an inch under this aura. Yi Ning is done playing around. Final judgment. The devastating blow crashes down. He desperately screams for Huang Li to save him. Huang Li is in the middle of his own fight when he suddenly senses the danger. He quickly shoves his opponent aside, yelling at them to get lost as he rushes over as fast as possible, shouting for old Lu to hang on. But it is already too late. Lu Haishan is completely blown away by Yi Ning's ultimate strike. Yi Ning flashes a pretty smug grin at his fallen foe. He reminds old dog Lu of his promise to personally send him straight to the afterlife. Meanwhile, seeing his comrade crumble right before his eyes drives Huang Li to absolute despair. Screaming for old Lu, he glares at Yi Ning with pure hatred. Calling him a miserable brat, the old man charges, swearing to kill him. But Yi Ning just laughs. He tells the old man he arrived just in time since the body count was getting a bit low anyway. Pointing his sword, the evil altar of the evil god activates, sending hundreds of swords slicing toward Huang Li. Seeing this madness for the first time, Li Shuangguo is completely stunned. Sensing a dark evil energy, he wonders what kind of formation this is, but it suddenly vanishes. Huang Li charges forward again with his warhammer, dismissing it as a cheap illusion meant to slow him down. Waiting for backup is just too naive. Yi Ning immediately orders Taro to block him, With a quick nod, the ninja obeys. As Huang Li storms and Taro unleashes his signature shadow step, vanishing into thin air before shielding Ning from the oncoming blow. He warns that to touch his master they must get through him first. The old man attacks wildly. Taro easily blocks the freezing strike with a barrier. Seeing his window, Ning calls out, telling Taro that he has bought enough time. He tells him to stop playing defense and go eliminate his own target. Taro immediately obeys, slipping right back into the shadows. Huang Li looks around in utter shock, completely gone. He processes Ning's words about having enough time, realizing too late what they meant as a massive evil deity looms right behind the boy. With a terrifying smirk, Ning unleashes divine punishment. Instantly, Huang Li freezes in horror. Desperate to survive, the old man burns through his spiritual energy to erect a heavy barrier, praying it will shield him. But he severely overestimated his own strength. The shield instantly shatters, forcing Huang Li to frantically take flight and flee. Ning notes that this old guy is actually pretty tough. Huang Li's raw power is clearly on another level compared to Lu Hashan. He even managed to break out of the targeting lock and block a divine punishment strike, which is honestly quite impressive. Ning is not worried. He can only run so far. He prepares to launch a brand new attack. Spotting the threat, Huang Li attempts to counter. But the old man completely misjudges his own limits. Meanwhile, Long Hu is busy fending off enemies left and right. He unleashes his exploding golden spear technique. But as he looks over, he sees Huang Li collapse and cries out in panic. Long Hu rushes over to support him, promising to get him medical help immediately. But the dying man tells old Cheng is too late. He urges him to listen closely, pointing out that Ning has used up his trump cards. This is the perfect moment to strike. With those final words, Huang Li takes his last breath, leaving Long Hu utterly devastated. Watching from afar, Ning is honestly quite surprised. He marvels at how the old guy could still deliver a speech after being sliced in half. These seniors really have some insane vitality. He reminds himself to never underestimate his opponents. Gently laying his friend down, Long Hu vows to get revenge, but with a smarter plan. He apologizes to his deceased friend, knowing he cannot just charge in blindly. He begins analyzing the battle with a cold, calculated focus. Ning's combat prowess has clearly far surpassed that of a typical Tier 3 advanced martial artist. And given how ridiculously calm he is, the kid almost certainly has more hidden tricks up his sleeve. Taking him down is going to require a much smarter approach. Over on the other side of the field, Li Xuanguo is busy tearing through Lu Haishan's remaining forces like a hurricane. Long Hu watches him, realizing that Li Xuanguo and his team would make the perfect bait to throw Ning off his game. If they can disrupt the boy's rhythm and force a single mistake, they can use their secret weapon to blow him to pieces. He quickly orders his Tier 3 peak long-range fighters to rally. He directs them to focus all fire on Li Xuanguo first. Once Ning rushes back to save his allies, he will inevitably expose a critical weakness. That is when their suicide squad will strike him down. His soldiers immediately charge straight toward Li Xuanguo. Ning is actually pretty surprised by this sudden change in their combat strategy. They abandon their revenge to target the commander instead, but deep down he knows they still want his head more than anything. This whole diversion is just a ploy to bait him into a mistake, setting up a deadly surprise counterattack when he lets his guard down. Raising his sword high, Ning scoffs at their simple distraction tactics. Today, he is going to teach them a brutal lesson about absolute power. When you possess overwhelming strength, petty schemes are completely useless. With a cold command, he begins summoning his army of fallen souls. He summons the underworld legions to protect the commander. The ghostly spirits quickly surround Li Xuanguo's group in a defensive barrier. The barrier they form is completely impenetrable. Witnessing this incredible shield spring up around him, Li Xuanguo can only laugh in disbelief. He recognizes the souls of Lu Haishan and Huang Li acting as his personal guards, leaving him wondering how the boy even pulled this off. Standing nearby, Fang Hao is equally stunned, muttering that nothing the kid does will ever surprise him again. Meanwhile, Zhu Ping looks on proudly. With Ning around, the future of Great Xia would surely be incredibly bright. But that was also the exact moment Cheng Longhu realized his plan was in ruins. He was actually controlling the souls of his old comrades. He definitely had a trump card up his sleeve, and it was a massive one. This trump card had a massive history behind it. Even so, the old man refused to give up, declaring that they could not just sit around and die. He immediately shifted his strategy to target the weak before the strong, planning to wipe out the Tier 3 army first to clear a path. The old man unleashed a devastating blow, sending Li Xuanguo's men flying like dry straw. But while he was distracted, Ning suddenly appeared from behind. He quickly cleared out the minor lackeys. Enraged, Cheng Longhu roared that those were the subordinates he worked so hard to recruit, warning them not to interfere. Seeing the young man arrive, Cheng Longhu immediately barked out an order. It was time for his suicide squad to strike, while others provided cover. Numerous assassins instantly surrounded Ning. He just stared back coldly, sizing up the hostile crowd without showing even a hint of fear. Sending a few high-tier 3 fighters to surround him was honestly a joke. Suddenly, a buzzcut thug dragged a tactical nuclear bomb right before him. Ning was slightly surprised by the desperate move, realizing they wanted to take him down with them, completely ignoring the safety of the capital. They were willing to stop at nothing just to kill him. Before he could react, 3 suicide soldiers hugging the nuclear warhead rushed straight at him. Seeing this, Li Xuanguo screamed for his men to save Ning at all costs. Fang Hao was also completely taken aback by the sheer madness. He cursed Cheng Longhu, shouting that those bastards would destroy the entire capital. Ji Ping scrambled to intervene, yelling for everyone to stop them. Qi Jun simply snorted at the chaos, muttering that it was already too late anyway. But he knew Lord Ning would surprise everyone once more. And here is where it gets absolutely crazy. A massive, terrifying explosion suddenly tore through the battlefield, shaking the very earth. As the evil god, Ritual activated, his body transformed right before a massive blast completely engulfed him. He quickly triggered a unique defensive item. It was the legendary Spirit Cauldron. Seeing the horrifying detonation, Li Xuanguo screamed in absolute horror, calling out Yi Ning's name in despair. He cried out that the boy was the sole hope of Great Xia and could not die. Ji Ping quickly tried to keep him grounded. He urged the commander to stay calm because even without Yi Ning they had to keep fighting. Fang Hao also stepped forward, teeth gritted. He declared that even if they died, they should at least take a few of those bastards down with them. Behind his shield, Cheng Longhu laughed. He taunted Li Xuanguo for losing, suggesting they charge over now so they could all keep each other company in the afterlife. Suddenly, a strange object appeared. A large cauldron materialized out of thin air, rapidly drawing all the lingering flames from the blast inside. Li Xuanguo gasped, utterly bewildered by the sight. The magical vessel absorbed the destructive force within seconds. Staring at the clearing smoke, Li Xuanguo finally smiled as the nuclear energy completely vanished. He wondered if Yi Ning could actually still be alive. Ji Ping was equally stunned, muttering that perhaps it was just a final parting gift. Hearing this grim assumption, Li Xuanguo whirled around, shouting in anger, refusing to accept that their young savior was truly gone. Ji Ping quietly urged his general to keep his composure. Meanwhile, Cheng Longhu stared at the hovering cauldron and let out a disdainful sneer. He mocked the cauldron as a cheap reward item, scoffing that Yi Ning was trying to play the hero even in death. It was fine, it would be theirs soon anyway. The villain's arrogant declaration only fueled Li Xuanguo's rage, pushing him to his absolute limit as he gritted his teeth in sheer hatred. Calling him a shameless bastard, he told his men they were absolutely right. Even if they had to die, they would take down as many as possible. Cheng Longhu ordered his men to slaughter them all, letting them be buried alongside the dead brat so he could claim his ultimate victory. But then a familiar teasing voice echoed through the air, asking if the victory really belonged to him. The old villain froze in sheer confusion. Now watch this. A mysterious green mist slowly condensed right in front of them, gradually solidifying into a human shape. He asked if they honestly believed a simple nuclear warhead could kill him. The enemy soldiers cried out in terror, recognizing his face immediately. Cheng Longhu stared in complete disbelief, stammering that it was impossible since he had literally watched the boy turn into nothing but dust. Tears welled up in Li Xuanguo's eyes as he realized the kid was still alive. Gu Huai also wept tears of pure relief at the sight. Seeing their savior alive, Li Xuanguo smiled, whispering that Great Xia still had hope. Nearby, Qi Chi was helping Qi Jun walk. The warrior muttered that these onlookers were so foolish as there was absolutely nothing surprising about their powerful master returning from the dead. Qi Jun quietly agreed, recalling that their very first encounter had played out the exact same way. High above, Yi Ning looked down at the crowd. He noted that there were still dozens of peak tier 3 elders and hundreds of high tier 3 fighters left, making it too early for his ultimate ritual. If he caused too massive a shock, now the remaining enemies would likely scatter in a panic, and rounding them up afterward would be a massive headache. Relying solely on raw power might let some of them slip through his fingers. Once they got away, hunting down the rest of the rebels would be difficult. To prevent any escape, he needed to make them let their guard down while quietly shifting his approach to guarantee a perfect victory. Drawing his blade, a brilliant flash of green light erupted from the steel. He raised his voice, commanding all of his direct subordinates to retreat. He ordered them to return to his spirit peace ring immediately. His loyal followers complied in unison, vanishing into the magical accessory. Watching this unexpected move, Cheng Longhu was thoroughly bewildered, wondering if the boy had lost his fighting spirit and was simply planning to run away. Alone, even as his soldiers stare at him waiting for orders, General Longhu remains deep in thought. Listen up, everyone. Yi Ning just used a teleportation item or faked his death. He didn't actually resurrect. Right now, he's terrified and wants to use our fears to slip away. We cannot let him intimidate us. Turning to his troops, he barks a direct order to strike now and crush him once and for all. Hearing this, the soldiers cheer wildly, shouting that the general is absolutely right. They prepare to focus all firepower on Yi Ning. Seeing the enemy move, Li Xuanguo barks his own order to protect him. We must protect Yi Ning. Even if it costs us our very lives, we cannot let anything happen to him. Suddenly, Yi Ning's eyes glow a deep purple, casting a mind control field. Li Xuanguo looks on in absolute shock. He transmits his voice through a barrier only his allies can hear, calling out to the commander and his uncles. He tells them he can resurrect one more time and doesn't need protection. He wants them to isolate this area, block off the perimeter, and make sure absolutely no one escapes. From here on out, the kid is taking off the kid gloves. Having allies nearby will only hold him back. Hearing this, Li Xuanguo fully realizes the situation and immediately commands his men. I understand. All soldiers hear my command, take this opportunity to fall back with me. Behind them, Yi Ning watches quietly. Everywhere they step, Long Hu's soldiers are blown away in violent explosions. Let me clear the path, everyone follow close behind. Long Hu is instantly suspicious. Something is off. Li Xuanguo would never just run away. A nearby soldier can't help but speak up. He suggests sending a squad to block them, but General Long Hu just immediately rejects the idea. This is obviously a trap to lure us away. Even if Li Xuanguo comes back, they still stand zero chance of winning. It only prolongs the inevitable. Killing Yi Ning is our main priority. His soldiers salute in agreement. Two massive blades suddenly materialize in Yi Ning's hands as he unleashes a devastating move, Fallen Heaven's Storm. He dares them to bring it on, unleashing a blinding wave of sword strikes that rapidly closes the distance on his targets. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Long Hu backs away and orders his men to activate full defense and dodge immediately. But Yi Ning isn't done, immediately launching his second skill, Dimensional Strike. There's absolutely no escaping this. He charges straight into the crowd with Blood Shadow fully active, converting his entire stat pool into raw attack power. The front lines are decimated in seconds. Quickly shifting his stats back to speed, Yi Ning easily sweeps the outer perimeter. With the small fry taken care of, he has only 1 second left to summon his forces and seal their escape. He orders his summons to surround the enemy, making sure not a single soul slips past their line. Failure means paying with their lives. His shadow army charges forward into the fray, shouting their absolute loyalty. Long Hu's troops scream in agony as Keqi and Tilong enter the battlefield, leaving Li Xuanguo completely stunned. Keqi quickly explains that their master cleared this path for them, urging the commander to stand behind their guard. Li Xuanguo smiles, tossing his staff into the air as he orders his men to follow Yi Ning's lead and surround the enemy. Surrounded on all sides, Long Hu desperately summons a protective shield, screaming at his men to burn their energy to block the attack. Yi Ning just scoffs at the weak defense. Trying to block the Fallen Heaven's Storm is absolute suicide. Seconds later, the earth shatters. Long Hu's defensive shield explodes into pieces, leaving him heavily wounded. Li Xuanguo can't hide his grin, completely blown away. What kind of insane move is this? Keqi proudly replies that whatever it is, their master is basically a god-tier existence. He tells him to watch closely. Yi Ning keeps up the pressure, condensing spiritual energy into a massive rock armor. He mocks the old man. Now watch as Yi Ning activates God's Wrath and charges his skills at blinding speed, pulling off some absolutely insane highlight plays. He decides to sacrifice 10 high-tier enemies. Long Hu quickly rallies his remaining troops to block him. Long Hu screams in rage, furious that he was forced to waste his best defensive trump card on a brat. But Yi Ning ignores him, busy calculating. God's Wrath still needs 3 seconds, meaning he needs one more clean hit. He delivers a rapid series of heavy slashes using Fallen Heaven's Storm, leaving Long Hu completely dumbfounded. He wonders if this kid has infinite energy as he desperately tries to withstand the crushing downward force. Activating his earth-heavy armor and Shield of Heaven and Earth, Long Hu still feels the shield cracking. He's pinned down, unable to move. At this rate, his energy will run completely dry in a matter of seconds. Just then, veteran peak General Xia Jiang yells a reminder. They have to hold no matter what. After this massive attack, the brat's energy is bound to be completely drained. Long Hu gets his second wind. Exhausts his energy and we win, they yell. But Yi Ning does not even care. Are you guys really sure about that? He roars with glowing eyes, warning the kid not to get too cocky. Long Hu swings his spear, launching rocks and debris straight ahead. Earth Spear Ban Shan Xuan Guo loses his cool, screaming out for Yi Ning to watch out because this next attack has a crowd control effect. Yet he just calmly waits for the old man to finish. Gui Shui Kunlong speaks up and Duan Yi Ning smirks with interest. Turns out there was a hidden trick after all, but no matter how strong, it is only fit to become food for the heretic god. He quickly summons his divine soul to strike back, fully unleashing his divine wrath. Long Hu is absolutely shocked by this sudden counterattack. How is this even possible? Rocks surge up to bury him underneath as the laughter of Yi Ning echoes with mockery. He scoffs that this crowd control effect is actually pretty good. The irony is the one trapped in the end is the user himself. A panicked Xie Jiang rushes with all his strength to save old Cheng, but Yi Ning has absolutely no intention of holding back. You came at the perfect time, he mumbles, let us not waste this divine wrath. He slashes heavily right at the shield and the pupils of Xie Jiang shrink in helplessness. Old Chang can barely believe the terrifying power Yi Ning possesses, wondering where it even came from. Seconds later, the divine soul behind him slowly fades away. Xia Jiang stands stunned, utterly shocked, as he stammers that it has disappeared. Yi Ning frowns, sighing internally that while divine wrath is extremely powerful, its duration is simply too short. Next time, even if he expends all his energy, he might not be able to pull it off. Watching from below, Fang Hao feels his heart skip a beat. Damn it, that brat is really trying to scare us to death today. Xuan Guo cannot help but burst out laughing at the comment. I almost forgot he can literally revive me, he chuckles. I nearly had a heart attack right then and there. Just then, Qi steps in to offer a warning. Commander, you must take care of yourself at all costs. If anything were to happen to you, we will never be able to bear the consequences. Besides, he notes that Qi and his men are actually all peak tier 3 experts from different nations. So why are they so devoted to Yi Ning? He merely waves his hand, giving a cryptic response. Just keep watching and you will understand. Back in the battle, Xie Jiang barks orders at his entire army. Yi Ning is completely out of options, so everyone focus your fire now. Show us all your cards, Yi Ning, as we finish this with a single ultimate strike. However, his subordinates are hesitant and terrified. All 3 generals and Old Cheng are already wiped out and the rest of us are injured. Charging in now is just a death sentence, who knows? What other trump cards Yi Ning is holding? Old Xia tells us to use our ultimate moves, yet he is retreating. He and us are of the exact same rank, so what right does he have to order us? These complaints drive Xie Jiang into a massive rage. Shut up, you fools, I am a secret commander appointed by the old chief himself, and disobeying this order is like disobeying himself. Anyone who disobeys will be executed immediately. There is no turning back today, so deserters better think twice about the consequences. The chief's brutal methods. The 3 huddle up to inspect it and realize it is indeed the genuine command. Understood, General Xia. Yi Ning smiles, calculating his next move. Even though he has enough resources prepared for another resurrection, now is still not the absolute best time. It is better to wait until they fight themselves to the absolute limit and get wiped out, then he can make his move to wipe them all out. With glowing red eyes, he prepares to unleash his final judgment. Fully unleashed, Xia Jiang quickly draws his bow and aims straight at Yi Ning, swearing that the move won't work on him. This simple trick is going to work on me. Soul-shattering, cloud-piercing arrow. The shot flies, packed with highly amplified spiritual energy and speed. He quickly dodges and strikes back with divine wind as a swirling gale barrier erupts around his body, with violent howling wind force. Xia Jiang laughs mockingly, asking if the kid is running away out of pure fear. This time he unleashes an ultimate move of pure condensed energy, soaring dragon, shouting that Yi Ning is scared and ordering everyone to focus fire. His soldiers quickly trigger their own abilities, launching devastating strikes like Soulbreaker, Blazing Inferno, and Mountain Cleaving. A colossal dragon phantom rushes Yi Ning head-on, but he does not flinch, unleashing an even stronger shockwave of dimensional energy. Yet Yi Ning feels a bit of pressure, knowing that once these 2 moves are done, his spiritual reserve will be completely depleted, leaving only Blood Shadow, the Heretic God Ritual, and Mind Blast available. But that does not matter because once he breaks free, his final judgment will be fully charged anyway. He instantly unleashes a barrage of slashes upon those pests, saving the absolute best for Xie Jiang himself. Final judgment, divine punishment. A blinding flash of light erupts from his blade, shattering the shield completely. Left with no defense, Xie Jiang takes the devastating hit dead on. Right then, Yi Ning boldly declares that Xie Jiang is finished, demanding if anyone else wants to step up. His leaderless army panics, completely screaming to retreat because Yi Ning is not human and has infinite energy. They must flee to fight another day. The commander does not want to see our entire army wiped out. Hurry back and inform the old commander. Call for reinforcements. But within just a few steps, their retreat is blocked by Xuan Guo. He roars out a challenge. You think you can escape? No way. Seeing themselves completely surrounded, they realize in panic that all communication signals are dead. They cannot send any messages. The only choice left is to break through, or they will all end up dead. They prepare to force open a gap with everything they have, while Bei Chan stands outside, brimming with supreme confidence. This foolish move instantly infuriates him. You are all idiots, he sneers as Bei Chan activates his devastating lightning domain. He unleashes his ultimate technique, Thunder Dragon Surge. Panic spreads. This guy Fan possesses a terrifying level of strength. They yell to fall back, Bei Chan is determined to get his revenge, summoning a storm of 10,000 thunderbolts. He wants them all dead. They desperately activate their spiritual shields, but this single strike completely drains their energy. Yet the onslaught is far from over. Next comes a barrage of spiritual arrows, pushing everyone to their absolute limits. On the verge of collapse, panic forces them to change plans. This crowd control is too strong, they must redirect elsewhere. They pivot to find another escape route, and Han watches them in pure rage. "You think we are the easy target? Pathetic." Standing nearby, Nanda agrees. "Lord and Han, these fools are seriously underestimating us." He unleashes his Demon Vajra strike. Nanda coordinates perfectly, raising his staff of burning heavens to spark another chaotic clash. The combined raw power of these two is terrifying. Watching the battlefield unfold, Wu Ling grows deeply anxious about their situation. Charging forward like a disorganized mess will only get them killed. Wu Ling steps up, shouting for everyone to follow. He orders them to form a defensive circle around him. They must locate the weakest point and coordinate a breakthrough. They will strike hard in a spearhead formation. But suddenly, Yi Ning appears, mocking their desperate attempt to escape. How naive. He commands all peak Tier 3 experts to stay mobile. His eyes burn with absolute cold determination. He will not give them a single opening. Xuan Guo steps forward, oozing absolute confidence about their superior battlefield mobility. Nobody handles high-speed maneuvers better than them. Beside him, Xi Ping nods. There's no point in saving their energy anymore. Fang Hao agrees, let's just wipe them out now. They notice the enemies are aiming for the weak Ni Nation sector. Xuan Guo immediately charges down with terrifying force, unleashing his devastating heaven-shaking tornado technique to seal the path. The ground explodes into 1,000 shattered fragments as he puts his life on the line. Nobody is getting past him today. Gripping his sword, he blocks their path completely. The enemy realizes with dread that this sector is heavily guarded as well. From above, Fang Hao rains down his Azure Dragon technique. Their escape is sealed. They are completely trapped like rats in a cage. Yi Ming smiles inwardly. The commander and Uncle Fang are truly the ultimate heavy hitters of their faction. He can finally take a brief moment to catch his breath. Meanwhile, the enemy forces are starting to fall into utter despair. They report to their leader that the encirclement is like an iron fortress. Casualties are mounting rapidly. Breaking out is virtually impossible. Wu Ling looks up toward the sky, insisting there is still one final desperate move left. Yi Ning has been quiet. He must be completely exhausted. If they can just eliminate him, the entire siege will collapse. The surrounding foreign Tier 3 experts will lose their leader and scatter. With that, Wu Ling locks his sights on Yi Ning. He orders a full-scale assault with his ultimate slash, commanding everyone to focus all remaining firepower on Yi Ning. They rally behind Wu Ling, combining their power. Little do they know, Yi Ning has been waiting for this very moment. He mocks them for being so slow. Activating his evil god ritual, he prepares to end this fight in an instant. He is completely ready. Dual-wielding his swords with an imposing posture, he calmly stands his ground, waiting for their charge. He looks down at his pathetic enemies. "You think you can kill me?" He thinks you have no idea who you are facing. He is already completely invincible. Wu Ling and his men gasp in absolute horror. Is this guy actually immortal? With victory assured, he crushes their remaining hope. Unleashing Mind Shockwave and Spectre Transformation, he shatters their mental defenses. The closer they get, the more violent the repelling force becomes. Wu Ling suddenly realizes this is a massive spiritual assault. He warns them to activate their defensive barriers, but it is too late. They all fall to their knees before Lord Yi Ning. He nods with a satisfied smile. "Capture everyone who still dares to resist," he commands. Wu Ling looks around, utterly horrified. His own men reply with absolute obedience. "What are you doing?" Wu Ling stammers, watching them submit completely to Yi Ning. They turn on him, calling him a traitor and demanding his surrender. Wu Ling is completely lost. Are we not comrades? Xuan Guo watches this unbelievable scene unfold from the sidelines. What kind of insane technique did the kid just pull off? He immediately turns to ask, "Qi, is it possible that everyone else is too?" He replies right back, asking where else would such deep loyalty come from. Xuan Guo is truly amazed by Yi Ning. No wonder the kid declared himself undefeated, because he really is completely invincible. He even lets out a deep sigh of relief, glad that the kid is on their side. Then Yi Ning suddenly dives down, catching Xuan Guo by surprise. "Commander, the situation here is settled and I am exhausted," Yi Ning says, leaving the rest of the interrogation to everyone else. Naturally, the commander immediately agrees, telling Yi Ning he worked hard to go rest and not to worry about the rest. Suddenly, a thought flashes in Yi Ning's mind. With speed being the key, once he secures the rebel list in the capital, he must return to execute a massive purge. Cut to Wu Ling's men, who are now tied up. They scream out that they are rebels and criminals. But Wu Ling still tries to resist, shouting that Xuan Guo is the real traitor and that they will all regret trusting this monster. He curses at Yi Ning, calling him a monster who is destined to rot in hell. Yi Ning finds these words highly annoying. Go to hell. Then I will just slaughter my way back from there, Ning mutters before asking the commander to handle them. Once the questioning is done, just execute them all. Jiping then steps forward to offer his opinion, asking the commander if they should return to the capital to discuss first. After all, too much bloodshed might cause a major backlash. Hearing this, Xuanguo falls silent for a long moment. Ning thinks to himself that if even the commander lacks resolve and confidence, then there is no need for him to help. But the commander immediately rejects Jiping's cautious idea, insisting they immediately execute Ning's plan. They only fell into this trap because they were too soft in the past. How could they not learn from their past mistakes? Ning has performed a miracle and they absolutely cannot let him down. Jiping quietly nods in agreement, acknowledging his orders. After that, Xuanguo begins assigning specific tasks to each of them. Old Hu is put in charge of the interrogation, while Fang Hao must immediately contact the garrison troops in the beast capital. They must completely lock down all communications inside the capital, banning any survivors from leaving. The men immediately obey. Ning watches the scene unfold, feeling that his hard work has finally paid off. Half an hour later, he finds a quiet spot to rest and recover. Suddenly, he senses someone standing right behind him, wondering what they want. It turns out Jiping was looking for him, needing to discuss something in private. Jiping pulls out a piece of paper. The commander wanted me to hand this blacklist over to you, Jiping says. Ning is not surprised, though it is still incredibly shocking. Right, Uncle Jiping, I bet even you did not expect the country's internal situation to be this rotten, did you? Jiping admits he felt the same, explaining they initially thought it was just the old chief's faction, but many on the list were supposed to be completely neutral, which they have verified multiple times. Ning, you do not seem surprised at all. I had a strong feeling beforehand, though I did not expect all of this, Ning replies. According to the list, a high-ranking official in Northern Border Sector 43 has secretly mobilized garrison troops to march to the capital. Meanwhile, General Si Chang, the civil defense general, has secretly sent infiltrators into the command center. Shen Yuan, the deputy minister of the resource department, the commander of the southern district, the division leader of the righteous army, and even the rat hiding right under the nose of Uncle Fang. Even the deputy commander and the legion leader are actually Uncle Hu's relatives. Right, Jiping sighs and admits that is true, expressing his shock at their betrayal, promising that once he returns, he will execute them himself for the greater good. Hearing this, Ning is relieved, saying those words are more than enough and that he is fully rested. He casually throws the list away. Let's go meet up with the commander, he says. Both Jiping and Fang Hao are stunned by his incredibly relaxed attitude. When Xuanguo meets Ning, he gets straight to the point, asking to know his future plans. Everyone listens in silence. Ning unsheathes his glowing, powerful sword. Since everyone is so curious, he is ready to reveal his ultimate goal to them. First, they must return to clean up the capital, ensuring no one on the list escapes. After that, they will march from the north to the south, from the west to the east, clearing every obstacle. A final call will be sent to all awakened. The Daxia war zone will immediately enter the highest state of alert, and he will lead them to launch a massive nationwide war until they unify all of Asia and eventually the entire world. This shocking declaration leaves the commander utterly dumbfounded. What Ning immediately reassures them, telling them not to be shocked as he knows exactly what starting this war means. He explains that he has prepared extensively for this, and since time is running out, there is no need to explain any further. There is simply no time left. In short, from this day forward, he will not allow any opposing factions to exist anywhere. From now on, the entire Daxia will speak with only one voice, as he plans to build a completely new military power. He is going to overthrow all the old regimes, asking them to follow him if they truly believe in his vision. Then I will make sure to protect the position that everyone has rightfully earned. Everyone falls completely silent after hearing Ning's grand plan until Ping suddenly cries out in shock. Fang Hao is left utterly confused, wondering whose voice that actually is. Everyone else is completely frozen. Isn't this a blatant power grab? If they oppose him, will he end up killing them all? Commander Xuanguo immediately raises his hand to quiet them down, saying that human nature inherently fears and distrusts the powerful, but achieving greatness has always required defying that very nature. After a brief pause, he finally agrees. He promises that once the capital is fully cleared, he will issue a public broadcast to every war zone in Daxia. He will give Ning the answer he wants, announcing to everyone that from this day on, nobody can control him anymore. Handing over the sword, he entrusts Daxia's future to the young man. Ning is absolutely thrilled to receive it once again. He tells the commander that Daxia is incredibly lucky to have such an outstanding leader, swearing he will never let them down. Meanwhile, over at the civil defense facility, evacuation is in full swing. Quickly board the combat aircraft. They assure the refugees that the military has arranged an escort, promising that they will all be completely safe. Nearby, a quiet conversation is taking place. They trust the army, but what exactly happened to Yi Ning? Little Xiao An grows increasingly worried about her older brother. Didn't he just leave the national war? Didn't he secure the top spot? If he won, then why are they the ones running away now? She wonders if some wicked enemies are trying to harm him. Ming Luo can only try to comfort her, gently reminding Xiao An that as Ye Ning's sister, she is no ordinary girl. He decides to be completely honest with her, advising both her and her aunt to prepare themselves for the worst possible outcome. He explains that while Yi Ning surviving the harsh national war and claiming first place was an absolute miracle, there is still a major problem. With all communications completely cut off, they have received zero updates, meaning the situation out there is highly critical. Yi Ning and the Supreme Commander are likely surrounded and under heavy attack by the rebels, a thought that terrifies everyone. Yi Ning's mother panics while Xiao An restlessly snaps that he's talking nonsense and her brother will be fine. Fang Fang tries to clarify, asking Ming Luo if there is any chance their side actually won, considering they survived such a brutal war. She reasons that perhaps they are just keeping the victory quiet or simply do not have any spare time to contact them. But Ming Luo shakes his head. No chance. The odds are incredibly slim. Even if they did win, the rebel force has way too many peak-level powerhouses for their group to break through. Regardless of the outcome, leaving the capital remains their only option. It's time to put speculations aside and get moving. Ming Luo immediately orders them to board, shouting at Huang Yun and Lin Bin to open the main gates and prepare for takeoff. They quickly obey. But Huang Yun runs back, pale with fear. The gate is locked tight. Panic sets in. Ming Luo orders everyone to help blast it open, determined to fulfill their promise of keeping Yi Ning's family safe. But they hit a massive roadblock. This reinforced custom-made door is far too sturdy to be breached in a hurry. Still, Ming Luo refuses to yield. He desperately commands his team to keep blasting. Meanwhile, outside the door, a soldier reports the chaos to General Sui Chang. He scoffs in disgust. Pathetic struggles. Just the final writhing of dying rats. He cold-bloodedly orders the furnace to be preheated, intending to roast everyone alive inside. Next to him, Lu Luo smiles wickedly. Back inside, the sweltering heat rapidly rises, making them feel like they are trapped in a burning oven. Realizing they cannot hold out much longer, Ming Luo urges them into the aircraft's cooling cabin, while Fang Fang channels all her spiritual energy to shield them. Ming Luo then addresses his squad, declaring that today is the day they must lay down their lives. He tells them that even if they must detonate their own spiritual cores, they must ensure the family's survival at all costs. Outside, Shui Xiang laughs, gloating that while this trap was meant for Commander Xuen Guo, it ended up catching the aircraft. He mocks them, saying that dying alongside the commander's personal elite squad is actually a grand honor for mere trash like them. Seeing the severed communications, he is certain their rebellion succeeded and that General Lu has taken full control of the capital. Believing Xuen Guo, Ye Ning, and Fang Hao are all dead, he rallies his men to seize the committee headquarters and claim glory. Lu Luo instantly salutes, but just as the words leave his mouth, Yi Ning suddenly materializes behind them, asking who is dead. Shui Qiang stumbles back in absolute terror at the sight of him. He stammers out Ye Ning's name, unable to believe his eyes. Yi Ning coldly tells him to ask the ghosts of his dead leaders in hell if he wants answers, leaving them utterly terrified as he unleashes his blood shadow divine wind slash, completely wiping them out in a single devastating blow. The rest of the group is collapsing. Still, Xi Chang desperately resists, genuinely believing he can somehow defeat Yi Ning. Yi Ning has absolutely no mercy for anyone targeting his family. With a brutal mental blast, Xi Qiang screams in pure agony. The overwhelming force snaps his neck instantly, delivering a clear message: mess with his family and you die. At the very end, he still tries to trigger the device, but Yi Ning spots it and stomps it into pieces. Back at the main gate, Ming Luo and his comrades are burning their very souls to hold the line. Pure, desperate survival. Suddenly, Huang Yun notices something strange. The flames are dying out and the wall is cooling down. Ming Luo is completely baffled by this. Could someone actually have come to save them? That should be completely impossible. Then the massive door trembles under an invisible pressure as Yi Ning calmly walks out, asking if they underestimated him. Ming Luo is absolutely stunned, asking if Master Ye Ning is truly alive, while Huang Yun lets out a sigh of relief. She asks if they really won. His incredible power is far beyond anything they could have imagined. Ming Luo is so ecstatic he slaps his own face. Is this an illusion? He cannot believe his eyes. Huang Yun just shakes her head. Yi Ning tells them to stop, confirming he wiped out every rebel at the pier. This is no illusion, it is a straight-up miracle. Seeing her son, Xiao Xin runs forward in tears. Little Xiao An clings to her brother. Seeing them safe brings a rare, genuine smile to Ye Ning's face. He gently comforts her. Everything is fine now, be good. Beside them, Xiao Xin weeps with quiet relief. Xiao An proudly brags that she knew her brother would win even though the others doubted her and hid. Yi Ning chuckles, agreeing that the others clearly lack her vision. He jokingly promises to teach them a lesson later. Ming Luo can only sigh in defeat. This family is dangerous. You absolutely do not want to mess with them. Yining scoops up his little sister, happily announcing he finally has a day off to play with her. Xiaoan squeals. Yining sincerely thanks Ming Luo and invites the entire team over for a warm dinner. Ming Luo still hesitates, pointing out that plenty of dangerous rebels are likely still hiding throughout the capital city. Yining calmly assures him that someone is already handling it, leaving Ming Luo to realize he worried for nothing. He gladly accepts, admitting they are absolutely starving. Meanwhile, Xiaoan eagerly waves over their friend Fang Fang. With a warm smile, she thanks her comrades and invites them along. Fang Fang has no reason to refuse. She happily agrees. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to another corner of the city where a brutal hunt is underway. Qi Zheng corners Lin Shu, who desperately screams about his high rank and how he only follows the commander. He threatens them with treason, but Qi Zheng remains completely cold, unfazed by his empty, desperate arrogance. He reminds the traitor that his true allegiance is obvious, and the commander ordered immediate execution for them all. The Zigong faction should have been purged long ago. With one swift slash, the traitor's run ends right here. Deep underground in the Xinhai military region, the conference room is dead silent. Late at night, Mosey is fuming with rage. Old Chief, we have completely lost contact with all our forces, and it has been 4 hours. Not a single report has come through. Another officer chimes in, equally tense about their complete lack of updates. It is not just Lu Haishan, but top fighters like Huang Li Longhu and Xia Jiang have also gone dark. Even the elite capital guards are unreachable. Mosey slams a final baffling transmission onto the table. The old chief stares at the screen, deeply unsettled. It reads a monster, not human. The anxious officers look at the chief, begging to know if he has answers. After a heavy silence, the old chief breaks the truth. It is time to face reality. Their top commanders are gone. How could this be possible? They deployed so many peak tier 3 experts. The old chief tells them to stop lying to themselves. Every single bit of data on those men has vanished. Their profiles were completely erased from the military database, which leaves their death as the only logical explanation. Nearly 60 peak tier 3 warriors and 500 tier 3 soldiers were wiped out in less than 10 minutes. Satellite images show massive cloud shifts right before the blackout. Whoever did this literally commanded the weather itself. This power is far beyond ordinary peak tier 3, almost matching the chief himself. This is Yining's doing, a true monster who destroyed their entire army. The chief immediately orders his men to contact their international allies. They need to find out exactly how many of their foreign allies actually survived. Just a minute later, Mosey panics. How is this possible? The crowd there is completely shocked by the status of the two nations' territories. Entire armies were completely wiped out, while some countries only had 2 tier 3 survivors return. It is quite a spectacle. Only 10 people in total made it out, and every single one of them is a high-level tier 3. The old commander is starting to find this highly amusing. Either their entire military forces were wiped out, or just 1 or 2 high-level tier 3 survivors returned with not a single peak tier 3 in sight. This seems to be the work of someone, deliberately manipulating and planning everything behind the scenes. It seems whatever happened in the national war is far more horrifying than the old commander ever imagined. He orders Mosey to prepare to notify their comrades in other war zones to quickly gather at the Luhai war zone. The old commander predicts that within 3 days, Xuanguo and his subordinates will launch a massive full-scale purge across the land. Mosey finds this hard to believe. He asks if Xuanguo actually has the courage to launch a full-scale war against them. Mosey believes that hypocrite who always talks about prioritizing the bigger picture is ultimately too much of a coward to act. The most likely outcome is they will try to negotiate instead of fighting to the bitter end. But the old commander knows better. The old commander warns that while Xuanguo is indeed predictable, they absolutely cannot rule out a dangerous variable like Ning. He tells Mosey to prepare thoroughly for battle. Although disappointed, Mosey can only nod and comply, stating that he understands. The old commander then orders him to relocate all survivors from the surrounding areas to a secure base as soon as possible. These survivors will not only help push their research forward, but can also be used as leverage or hostages in critical moments. The old commander eagerly anticipates this showdown. Now watch, everyone is dying to see what kind of plan Ning has prepared. Even though his dark research is not yet fully complete and requires more time, the old commander is willing to do whatever it takes. If Ning dares to push him too far, he will make sure millions of innocent coastal residents are dragged down to the grave with him. He will stop at nothing. Deep beneath the ocean, the old commander has already made calculations, and his sea god beast is no pushover. The scene shifts to Yining's house, where the young man is currently resting peacefully in his own comfortable bed. Yining finally wakes up from his deep slumber, though his mind is still quite groggy. He sits up and silently wonders to himself. He has no idea how long he has been asleep. Standing up to stretch, he realizes it has been ages since his last good rest. The chaotic noise outside has died down significantly, indicating that the massive cleanup operations are probably nearing completion at last. Just then Xiao Xin and Xiao En walk into the room. Xiao Xin gently asks if he is awake and Xiao En tells Ning to get up for dinner. He replies that he will wash his face and head right out. Ning truly cherishes this warm atmosphere and wishes for such peaceful days. Although total peace is not yet possible, he has at least taken the crucial first step toward achieving his goal. Suddenly, the system chimes in with a reminder. It informs Ning that the cleanup is done, urging him to move if he is rested. He needs to head to the Parliament Hall soon as the Commander-in-Chief will address the entire nation in 4 hours. This definitely sparks his curiosity. He wonders what kind of answer the leader will provide. Meanwhile, at the remote frontier in the Blood Shadows safe zone, Shu'er runs in looking incredibly anxious. She tells sister Shui Ying that the capital is locked down and a civil war has broken out. Since the national war started, there has been zero news about Ning. She fears he was ambushed by the old militarist faction. Fearing the absolute worst for Ning, Shu'er simply cannot calm down. She reminds Shui Ying of the cruel methods of those warlords. Having dealt with those corrupt warlords before, Shui Ying knows their ruthless nature better than anyone. To preserve their own legion, Shu'er suggests they immediately betray Ning and surrender to the old warlord faction before it is too late. She urges Shui Ying to stop hesitating. But wait, Shui Ying firmly refuses, stating that they absolutely cannot betray Ning. Shui Ying warns Shu'er that she has no idea how terrifyingly strong Ning truly is. If he survives this, they and the entire Blood Shadow Legion will certainly face total destruction. Suddenly, Bing Sui kicks the door open and storms inside. Interrupting their conversation, Shui Ying demands to know who dares to break in so boldly, ready to face the intruder. Stepping forward with her sword drawn, Bing Sui coldly warns Shui Ying that she should be glad she made the right choice. She points her blade directly at Shu'er, who instantly stands her ground. Sui Ying demands to know why she is threatening her comrade. Bing Shu finds their indignation absolutely hilarious. Since they are clearly harboring treacherous thoughts, eavesdropping is only natural. Shui Ying tries to de-escalate, arguing that they are not a real military force and are just trying to survive. Shu'er chimes in, claiming she was only trying to protect them. She asks if anyone can even prove that Ning is still alive. If he is dead, has no one else here considered the absolute worst-case scenario for their future? True loyalty is judged by actions, not private doubts. If thoughts are judged, no one in this world is pure. Besides, Shu'er has not taken any action yet. Bing Shui coldly replies that she cannot verify if Ning is alive or dead. Since she is setting conditions, why not make a bet? If Ning is still alive, they get released and everyone acts as if nothing happened. If he is dead, they are at her mercy. Shu'er anxiously turns to whisper, "Sister Shui Ying, why don't we?" But she already made up her mind, telling her to keep quiet because she trusts her own judgment. Bing Shui does not want to argue anymore. Fine, she says she will take that bet, hoping they can actually win. Suddenly, the TV screen flickers to life with Commander Xuan Guo starting a statewide broadcast across the entire battle zone, sending a message to all the surviving compatriots of Great Xia. Bing Shui is a bit surprised because this is the commander's first national address. He announces to everyone that he is Xuan Guo, commander of Great Xia, speaking on behalf of the Capital Battle Zone Command, representing the Central Command, the military, and the General Office to greet the entire nation. Greetings to all citizens. First, let us warmly congratulate Comrade Ning on winning the first place in this national war. This massive victory for Great Xia breathes new life into national pride. The Central Committee has decided to commend and award Comrade Ning the following titles. His teammates are incredibly moved. Did you hear that old Chen Ning is alive? They did not lose. Tyranny and brutal oppression from those old warlords is over. He announces that the Capital Politburo and the Central Military Command have unanimously decided to ensure the long-term stable development of Great Xia while dealing with the rising global threats, resolving the post-apocalyptic crisis. Listening closely, Kai Lai signals for total silence. Xuan Guo finally gets straight to the main point, announcing they will award Comrade Ning with the highest honor, officially appointing him as the Commander-in-Chief and Supreme Commander of the Great Xia Battle Zone, Chairman of the Standing Committee and Foreign Affairs Spokesman. Hearing this, Kai Lai is completely shocked by the massive announcement. Are they mad? Is the commander actually handing over his entire seat? But the person nearby disagrees, pointing out it is not just about giving up power but using himself as a stepping stone. How can anyone stay calm about this? The Joint Commander Standing Committee Chairman and Spokesperson. Ning is only 19 years old. It is madness. He controls everything. This kid Ning, no rather, Lord Ning, is basically covering the sky with one hand. Flashback to 3 hours ago inside the Parliament Hall packed with people. Mohan is furious about this decision, arguing that while Ye Ning is strong enough to lead the army, but other powers are unnecessary. Xu Ning, standing nearby, strongly agrees. He points out that Ye Ning is still too young and impulsive, so they cannot just hand over. He cannot agree. We must not treat our nation like a game. It is simply too reckless. Xu Ning continues, warning that if Ye Ning decides to destroy a safe zone again, and his judgment is wrong, who will stop him then? But Xuanguo refuses to change his mind, reminding them that without Ye Ning they would already be dead. Do they not see it? They made a massive mistake from the very beginning. They refused to trust. They did not believe an individual's judgment could ever surpass the majority, doubting Ye Ning entirely. They hated that a low-class kid was worth more than Tian Ming. Because of that injustice, Ye Ning fought Zhang Yang and Zhang Ming, disobeying orders to bomb the East Sea. They constantly obsessed over their so-called big picture, forcing him to clash with Tian Ming. How many times must they repeat this mistake? Ask yourselves honestly. Is it about the big picture, or has their courage simply withered from constantly weighing pros and cons? Too afraid to admit a teenager is superior, they compromised just to survive. They took detours and backed down constantly to survive, but it bought them absolutely nothing. They have persisted, struggled, and fought relentlessly for 10 long years, yet absolutely nothing in this war-torn world has ever changed for the better. Yet Ye Ning took less than 10 days to completely turn everything around, forcing them to finally admit the truth, including himself. Myself. In this world, there is a kind of person who, from the moment they appear, is destined to save a collapsing empire, achieving what ordinary people never could because they are born with an absolute, unmatched, legendary, heavenly talent that places them above all. Lu Wen and his group did not care about the judging eyes of the world, never flinching before danger or hardship. They possessed an extraordinary courage, and unshakable ideals capable of leading humanity on the right path. They feared neither the so-called big picture nor the need to be understood by the world. All he wanted was people willing to follow him to the death and absolute unconditional trust. I believe his name is Ye Ning. The room fell into dead silence as everyone listened to Xuanguo speak. The commander presented a gift to the young man. Comrade Ye Ning, I have given you my answer. Are you satisfied? Ye Ning stared at the item, completely taken aback. He never expected the commander-in-chief to give him an answer like this. Even in his past life, when humanity stood on the absolute brink of extinction, he had never received such unwavering, unconditional trust. To make this kind of massive decision without a prophet's foresight required an almost unimaginable level of raw courage. Right now, it seemed the elaborate explanation he had so painstakingly prepared to deliver at this meeting was completely unnecessary. The commander had successfully cleared away all lingering suspicion for him. Holding the item close, Ye Ning sincerely thanked Xuanguo. I am incredibly satisfied with this answer, he said, promising to prove the commander's decision right with concrete results. He immediately turned to face the crowd. Listen up, everyone. I do not care for empty words or useless fancy speeches. Though we have managed to temporarily turn the tide of this massive battle, this is still far from enough. Our next move is to thoroughly purge every single one of those rebel factions across the country, wiping out their bases. Of course, I know you all harbor deep concerns that a full-scale offensive might deplete our national strength and invite foreign invasions. But hear this, within a single month, I can restore Great Shia's military power back to its peak. In fact, I can raise a massive army of awakened warriors in just 3 days to replace our losses. Hearing this, Xu Ning stood below in absolute disbelief, wondering how anyone could possibly pull off something so impossible. Mohan was just as shocked, wondering if Master Ye Ning was pulling their leg. But Ye Ning meant business. To earn their trust, he decided to show them a special product created through their top-secret transcendent project. This threw the crowd into an even deeper state of shock. A transcendent project? Nobody had ever heard of it. Wait, is that liquid spiritual energy in his hand? How is that even possible? He pulled out the vial. Yes, it was indeed liquid spiritual energy potion. Ye Ning began releasing the concentrated energy stored inside the flask. Using his spiritual power, he catalyzed the fluid, letting a fierce, concentrated energy disperse throughout the entire room. The pure, dense energy was fully absorbable. Everyone felt it and gasped, asking if this was concentrated essence. Had he actually found a highly effective way to extract and preserve liquid energy from those raw ability ores? But Ye Ning smiled. That was only the tip of the iceberg, and the efficiency was much higher. Standard airborne absorption is simply way too slow, he explained, leaving the crowd completely puzzled by his words. They whispered anxiously among themselves, wondering how he could possibly call this incredible level of purity low efficiency. In just seconds, the ambient energy radiating from this single vial completely crushed their normal training speeds. But wait, if external absorption is the slow way, then how else are they supposed to use it? Holding the bottle up, Ye Ning confirmed their unspoken suspicion before suddenly downing the entire liquid in one gulp. The entire room immediately erupted in panic as Xuanguo rushed forward, desperately screaming at him to stop. Xu Ning and Mohan were practically jumping out of their seats, utterly powerless to stop the young man. Mohan covered her eyes, unable to watch as Ye Ning drank something far more volatile than raw uranium. Xu Ning shook his head in absolute despair, fully expecting a horrific explosion to happen any second now. The crowd held their breath in sheer terror, waiting for the inevitable blast, and yet absolutely nothing happened. How is he not blowing up right now? They wondered, eyes wide, as Ye Ning calmly smiled back. Do not panic at all, Ye Ning said, reassuring them that this potion was completely safe to drink. Anyone in this room, even completely ordinary humans, can consume this to instantly boost their power in combat. It even acts as a perfect recovery tool in battle, automatically adapting to the user's specific elemental attributes. Even with his highly reassuring words, the crowd still felt a lingering sense of terror at the display. Realizing the massive gravity of this invention, Xuan Guo immediately ordered a total information lockdown of the facility. Anyone below rank A was ordered to display their status panels immediately, the commander looking both thrilled and furious. You crazy little brat, the commander grumbled, demanding why Yi Ning had not revealed this world-changing breakthrough sooner. A treasure with this kind of crazy strategic value, Fang Hao turned to him, admitting he had heard of the Transcendent project before. He had never actually taken it seriously, and never imagined it could be this terrifying. Meanwhile, Ji Ping was completely baffled, wondering how ordinary humans could absorb it unconditionally and automatically convert their attributes. A piece of the puzzle finally clicked for him, realizing a small fraction of its true power. This proved the liquid could turn any survivor into an awakened, making it a priceless treasure. The old director rushed over in a panic, begging Ye Ning, calling him Commander Yi and asking if he could let this old man have just one tiny lick of that test tube. Yi Ning was thrilled that someone finally believed him and offered a fresh vial. He offered it to the excited old director first. The old man could not believe Yi Ning had even more of this legendary stuff on him. The old director held the vial, gently cradling it like the ultimate treasure. But out of nowhere, Huang Xuan stepped in to stop him. He warned the director that his elderly body was different from Yi Ning's, worrying that at his advanced age he might not be able to endure the energy, so he should let him test it instead. But the director adamantly held onto the liquid, calling his warnings nonsense and asking if he was trying to steal his precious treasure. There was no way he was letting go of this gold mine before tasting it. Huang Xuan quickly tried to explain that he didn't mean that at all. But the old director completely ignored his warnings, saying that at his age he didn't fear death. He was happy to let his old bones serve as the guinea pig. Hearing this, Fang Hao also stepped forward to try and stop him. He urged the old director to let him go first, since his strong body could easily handle the pressure, stating that the research institute still needed him. Seeing them bicker back and forth, Yi Ning was completely amused and asked what they were doing. He told them to just drink it up, reiterating that even ordinary people would be perfectly fine. But they still looked highly skeptical. Deciding to speed things up, Yi Ning activated his mind control skill, ordering the old director to stop hesitating and just chug the thing down directly. Under the spell, the old director instantly complied, swallowing the glowing liquid down without a single second thought as it seeped into the old director's body. Seeing the old man start coughing violently, a worried Huang Xuan rushed over to ask if he was doing all right. He kept asking how the old man felt. Suddenly, a massive, undeniable change began sweeping through the director's entire body, visible to everyone. His hands surged with newfound physical power, and his eyes grew remarkably sharp, as if his body had just been injected with a burst of raw, overwhelming energy. The old director gasped, realizing his vision and hearing had instantly improved, feeling as though he had the endless strength of a bull. Huang Xuan stared in utter amazement, calling the transformation absolutely magical and begging for his turn to taste the divine fluid. Beside him, Mohan was also practically drooling. Seeing the old man's sudden upgrade, everyone else got greedy, especially Xu Ning, who begged for just one last sip before it was completely gone. Once they swallowed the remnants, their bodies began shifting too, experiencing an unbelievable feeling they had never experienced in their lives. They even tried licking the glass to ensure not a drop was wasted, which brought a satisfied smile to Ye Ning's face. He assured them there was no need to go that far. Meanwhile, Xuan Guo shook his head in embarrassment because they had not even left a single drop for him. Yi Ning then stepped up to the platform, announcing that there was zero need to fight over the technology. This technology is now successfully developed and will soon be mass-produced. Not only will everyone present have it, but all the survivors and awakened across the country will also get to share in it. This announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd, making them wonder if they heard correctly. Mass-producing enough for everyone seemed impossible, but with this, soldiers would never have to worry about mana distribution during intense battles. Indeed, they whispered in disbelief. With a miracle potion like this around, soldiers would never have to worry about mana distribution during intense battles. Theoretically, they could spam ultimate skills non-stop to obliterate any enemy. However, Xuan Guo still had one major concern and wanted to ask a crucial question. He turned to Ning, asking if mass-producing this powerful formula would require a continuous massive supply of precious mana ore. Ning, of course, already had a solution. He reminded the general that he possessed rule-level system authority over the zombie realm dungeon, where the supply of mana ore was completely infinite and endless. Hearing this, Xuan Guo finally remembered and smacked his forehead, wondering how he could have forgotten such a massive detail. He praised the kid, asking how many terrifying cards he was still hiding up his sleeve. He even joked that the kid was probably some illegitimate favorite child of the system itself. Compared to this kid, the general felt he had completely wasted his life. Ning gently patted his shoulder to comfort him, telling him not to say such things as he deeply respected him. Suddenly, the old director raised his hand, begging Commissioner Yi to please join their research institute. If he was willing to join, the old director was ready to resign immediately just to work as his humble assistant, hoping to learn his revolutionary manufacturing secrets. He claimed he could die happy if he could just learn the formula. Ning was forced to decline, explaining that while he understood his passion, he wasn't the one who created it, but rather a brilliant researcher he had rescued. Thought the boy was dead, but Ning calmly explains that the research was actually done by Li Cheng, whom he saved. Dong Hai is currently working at the 7th Research Institute. If you want to know anything, just contact him directly. The old director immediately turns on Huang Xuan and Li Cheng. He remembers the 7th Research Institute all too well. They had sent him a report claiming someone incompetent was hogging expensive equipment and constantly blowing up the lab. The director had even been asked to reject his application. Talk about a major face slap. Li Cheng desperately apologizes. He claims he had no idea what was actually happening there and simply trusted the faulty reports from his subordinates. Admitting his negligence, the old director steps up to apologize on their behalf directly to the newly appointed Commissioner Ye. He promises no more empty excuses. Once he gets back, he will personally deal with this mess once and for all. He will personally apologize to Li Cheng, submit his resignation, and do whatever it takes to support him moving forward. Ning offers a respectful salute in return, saying he places his full trust in the old director's word. The room falls dead silent. Xuan Guo steps up, announcing to the quiet crowd that this is true unity. He declares the inauguration ceremony for Commissioner Yi officially complete, letting the tension finally drain from the room. Later in his private office, Xuan Guo brings Ning some alarming intel from highly classified, reliable sources. The old chief declared war before retreating to Tanhai, and massive rebel factions are now gathering there. Xuan Guo asks if they should launch an immediate full-scale military strike directly on the Tanhai zone. Ning is already analyzing the board. Retreating instead of fighting for more land makes absolutely zero sense. He points out they must be guarding something highly valuable there, or maybe they are holding an ace. He reminds Xuan Guo of a chilling theory he brought up before regarding the rebels' true nature. What if the old chief is actually the host mother body of the terrifying sea beasts themselves? Xuan Guo remembers the warning about a potential sea beast-tied counterattack, and Ning refuses to take chances. If true, a direct victory would cost them almost everything and threaten every survivor along the coast, so they will hold their ground for the next 3 days, keeping the military completely still. Xuan Guo will leak fake news about wanting peace talks, while Ning slips into Tanhai alone. His main goal is to gather vital intel, and if he finds the old chief, he will end him immediately. An assassination is their best bet. Meanwhile, at the enemy base, rebel forces are actively deploying their men. Sorting survivors into different bases, the enemy is busy, and Ning watches everything unfold from the shadows. Why did they relocate coastal civilians? Using innocent people as human shields seems like the obvious play here. It would stop the government from launching nuclear strikes on the area, but something still feels off. If they just wanted hostages, they already had the city. There must be a darker motive. Fortunately, his disguise is flawless. He can easily blend into the massive crowds of evacuees entering the base. Sneaking inside like this is his best shot at uncovering the enemy's deepest secrets and trump cards. To test their security, Ning instructs Ming Luo to approach the guards and put on a show. They need to see if the guards bite. Ming Luo nods, immediately ready to play his part. He walks up to a guard acting confused and asks why they are suddenly being moved out. He presses for info, asking which base they are heading to, base number 1 or number 2. The question instantly annoys the officer Lin Yu. He barks at Ming Luo to shut up and get back in line. Terrified by the officer's fierce glare, Ming Luo backs down immediately and turns away to leave without another word. But a sharp voice stops him in his tracks. The guard demands he declare his identity as a Tier 2. Ming Luo whispers to Ning. He didn't expect these rebel forces to keep such a tight grip on low levels. Ning keeps him steady, advising him to stay calm because their cover identities are solid. Nodding, Ming Luo turns back to Lin Yu, claiming they are part of the Zhenhai Shaft Fire Snake Guild. He presents their registration badge, hoping the fake credentials will satisfy the suspicious officer. Lin Yu inspects the badge with narrow eyes, muttering about the Fire Snake Guild under his breath. The The badge looks real, but he wants to know why they didn't evacuate with the rest of their guild. The guy is highly suspicious. Ning can feel the heavy killing intent radiating from the guards. One slip-up, and they will be shot. Ming Luo keeps his cool and tries to explain. Look at how filthy we are. Didn't we just get back from scavenging supplies over at Tan Kang? You can smell it yourself, sir. Smell that? The stench of mutant blood is still fresh on me. A small squad like ours basically lives on the road. We are just risking our lives to scrape by. How could we return so fast, officer? We even left a truck out on the city outskirts loaded with some pretty good loot. We only moved because we saw some action and thought we should move. But Lin Yu is completely out of patience with these excuses, demanding they cut the crap and show their system panels. The demand leaves him stuttering in absolute panic. This is a massive problem because while they can easily disguise their appearance, their system is a different story. They can hide their faces, names, and even power levels, but the system itself cannot be faked. Sneaking in quietly is officially off the table. Ning realizes he has to make a move even if it alerts everyone. But right then, a sudden shout echoes from outside the gate. Guard voices scream out to catch her because she is a spy. Nifei is running for her life, quickly running out of options. She swings her sword wildly to keep them at bay while the crowd descends into chaos. Ming Luo catches a glimpse of her figure and gasps. That lightning-fast speed skill is unique to the elite action team. There is no mistaking it, she has to be one of theirs. But why is she wearing a rebel uniform? Ning wonders if she could be an undercover agent sent out years ago who went missing. Either way, they have to save her first. Ning whispers to Ming Luo to slowly follow the chase and pretend to help out. Ming Luo immediately leaps into action, running after the guards and shouting that the Fire Snake squad is here to help catch the spy. The guards buy the act and order them to attack from the right flank. Ming Luo quickly shouts back aloud, "Yes, sir." Moments later, they realize she is escaping past the city walls. Up above, the heavy level 3 energy crossbows are loaded and ready to fire. Watching from a distance, Ning calculates her chances. Her speed is incredible, but there is no way she can dodge heavy artillery like that. He has to assist her from the shadows. Just then, the wall defense units unleash a barrage of deadly energy bolts right at Nifei. Arrows rain down as she desperately dodges, gasping for air. She refuses to let her journey end in a place like this. Is this where she dies? After lurking in the shadows for so long without even getting any solid intel back to her team, it is almost tragic. But just when hope seems entirely lost, a strange power suddenly intervenes, catching everyone off guard. She continues her desperate sprint, wondering who could possibly be aiding her. Suddenly, a calm voice echoes in her mind, warning her to stay relaxed. The voice tells her not to resist his mental connection and promises she will survive. Nifei frantically asks who he is in her mind. Ning simply replies that he is an ally who can get her out of this alive. Up on the wall, Lin Yu is watching in absolute shock. A mere level 2 target is somehow pulling off insane speed bursts, dodging spiritual energy arrows left and right. This makes absolutely no sense. Refusing to let her escape, he commands another heavy volley. As the deadly projectiles rain down, Nifei tightens her grip on her blade. She unleashes a wild flurry of sword strikes, deflecting the incoming energy arrows in a brilliant, chaotic clash of raw power. Lin Yu is left completely speechless at the sight, but executing such high-level defensive moves takes a massive, agonizing toll on her exhausted body. Ning starts to worry. Her physical constitution is simply too weak to handle his direct mental control and the brutal recoil of her own moves. If he keeps pushing her like this, her body will collapse entirely. Meanwhile, the pursuing rebel guards only grow more aggressive, closing in fast. The commander yells for everyone to charge and finish her. With the enemy on their heels, Ning quickly relays a desperate plan to her. He tells her to fake a spiritual self-detonation while he uses a smokescreen to pull her into his storage ring to escape this mess. Nifei realizes it is her only shot and agrees. Instantly, Ning rushes forward, putting on a show and shouting to the guards. He yells that she is at her limit and he will finish her off. Right on cue, Nifei triggers her fake self-detonation sequence. As her spiritual energy erupts, Ning activates a blood rain illusion item, masking the area while unleashing the spatial magic of his ring. Utilizing the specialized spiritual ring leaves him completely winded. He quickly tells Ming Luo that they need to play along with the act. If they can pull this off, they are home free. But Ming Luo is far more worried about Ning's physical state. He asks if Ning is alright, just as the guards catch up, demanding to know if the spy just blew herself to pieces. Ning plays his part perfectly, claiming the spy realized there was no escape when he closed in, choosing to take him down with her. He adds that he barely dodged her suicide blast. The guards buy the story, completely praising the Fire Snake squad for their efforts. Seizing the moment, Ming Lu asks if the officer can finally grant them entry into the city after such a loyal performance. The guards hesitate. Protocol still dictates they must scan their system panels as usual, leaving them in a tight spot. The guard asks why they are so hesitant if they have nothing to hide. Ning quietly weighs his options, dreading a direct confrontation. Turning into a demon would drain too much mental energy, and taking over a mere foot soldier yields little useful information while risking exposure. It is a massive risk, but they are fresh out of options. Luckily, they are still outside the city gates where the crowd is thin. Time is short. Ning has zero desire to hang around any longer. Since they want a show so badly, he is happy to give them one. He channels the massive surge of energy building up inside him. If they want a taste of his real strength, they are about to get it. The entire crowd immediately descends into pure panic. It is their very first time seeing Ning unleash a mere fraction of his power. Yet, it is already enough to bring several high-level fighters straight to their knees. He gives them two choices now: submit or die. Lin Yu is completely trapped. With no other option left, Lin Yu surrendered. Instantly, Ning reigned in his overwhelming energy, leaving the entire group trembling in shock. Ming Lu notices something terribly wrong and shouts out. Several of the fallen men are on the ground, struggling to catch their breath. Even Ning is surprised by his own power. His explosive spiritual shockwave is way stronger than before. He barely managed to hold back. Fortunately, those Tier 3 fighters are still breathing. If he had gone any harder, a massive commotion would have easily drawn unwanted attention from the outside. Zhang Feng is the first to struggle back to his feet, still looking incredibly dizzy. Watching this unfold, Ming Luo cannot help but feel deeply anxious. Things are getting a bit messy. Ning gestures for the captain to come over, silently wondering if his own raw power has truly grown this insane. His sudden attack caught them completely off guard. Their mental defenses were totally unprepared, leaving their minds completely shattered. Ning looks down at the captain. He asks the man if he is the wall guard captain and if he is still conscious enough to speak. Zhang Feng slowly nods. He acknowledges Ning as his master, admitting his mind is pretty hazy, but he can still understand. The young man feels a wave of relief. A hazy mind is fine, it will clear up soon enough. Ning tells him to answer his questions, and the captain quickly agrees to comply. He gets straight to the point, demanding to know the veteran commander's ultimate plan and the total military strength of the entire Xinghai war zone. Without any hesitation, Zhang Feng admits he is just a low-level gatekeeper. He has no access to the High Commander's classified strategies. He cannot get near any core secrets. However, he does know that the Xinghai reserve forces consist of roughly 360,000 troops, but that is not the full picture. Ning sighs, realizing this line of questioning is pretty useless. If finding secrets were that simple, he would not have disguised himself. Instead of infiltrating, he could have just walked in. Turning to Ming Luo, he instructs her to pull the guard captain aside for a private chat. They need to align on a cover story to keep their tracks hidden. He also tells her to clean up the rebel bodies left on the ground. For now, his only remaining lead is the undercover agent. He calls out to her, saying she is safe to come out. Suddenly, his ring glows. A figure emerges from the dimensional space within the ring. It is Ni Fei. Her mind is racing with a million questions about his true identity. She demands to know how he pulled off such an impossible feat. But Ning keeps his cards close, telling her not to guess who he is. Instead, she just needs to answer his questions. He asks if she is the undercover agent sent by the Special Task Force and when she arrived. He wants to know what intelligence she has gathered so far. But Ni Fei is highly suspicious of this mysterious savior standing before her. Sure, he saved her life and seems to know her cover story, but this could easily be an elaborate trap to win her trust. She cannot risk leaking vital information until she can verify his true identity. The intelligence she holds is simply too dangerous to share lightly. She refuses to utter a single word about it unless she is face-to-face with a highly trusted high-ranking military official. Ning watches her closely, reading her defensive body language. It is quite obvious she is guarding a massive game-changing secret. He decides to break the ice. Speaking calmly, he tells her he highly respects her professional caution, but insists she has no need to hide anything. Ning carefully weighs his options. The military authority token is a rare item that most common soldiers have never even laid eyes on. If he tries to force her, she might panic and shut down completely. To gain her trust, he decides to pull out his Class A token. He asks if this high-level clearance is enough to prove his identity, urging her to take a close look. Ni Fei gasps in shock. She immediately recognizes the prestigious Class A token, realizing this young man is actually a high-ranking military official in disguise. Ning presses on. He asks if she still thinks it is a fake, but she quickly shakes her head. She remembers her father teaching her how to identify them. With trust finally established, Ning tells her they have no time to waste and demands the core details. Ni Fei gets straight to it. She introduces herself as Ni Fei from the 3rd Special Action Unit. She explains that she made a horrific discovery just 2 days ago. The rebels are actively practicing cannibalism. Hearing this, Ning is completely stunned. The situation is far worse than he imagined. He repeats the word cannibalism in disbelief. But Ni Fei assures him her investigation was thorough. Over the course of 12 long years, of her deep undercover operation, the rebel forces have been shipping thousands of awakened humans into base number 2 every single day. Yet, not a single one of those captives has ever walked out alive. Piece by piece, the terrifying reality begins to sink in for Ning. Over 12 years, that totals over 4 million people sent to base number 2 with 0 survivors. He asks if they are just stockpiling troops. He also wonders if she actually witnessed the horrific acts herself. Nifei slowly shakes her head, admitting she has not seen it directly. But she is absolutely certain this goes far beyond just building up an army. Just 2 days ago, while the capital was under siege, she managed to slip into their database to check their resource consumption files. What she uncovered in those logs makes her blood run cold. For 10 years, this base's food and soda consumption stayed incredibly low, yet the population did not stop growing. How could their consumption stay completely unchanged? On top of that, she also found some secret records about massive clothing burnings. Can you even imagine it? The entire base has absolutely no daily trash yet. Clothes are piled so high they must burn them in bulk. Ning starts analyzing. According to population data after the fall of Daxia, the entire nation only had about 1 billion people. Based on the rate of those awakened, the maximum ratio is 1 in 100. In just 10 years, this base swallowed a third of Daxia's awakeners. He had underestimated them yet. Not a single piece of news ever leaked out. Ning turns and asks why she did not send word out instead of choosing to run away herself. Nifei explains that the rebels constantly check their system, and that is why her superior's information was exposed. She only survived because she came here as a child with her father, was a specialized undercover agent with a completely clean record in the system. Not long ago, he passed away during a devastating sea beast attack. Since then, she was trained by the rebels, became one herself, and secretly took over her father's mission. It was thanks to her absolutely clean record that she could hide until now. Moreover, even if she wanted to risk sending a message, she could never be sure if the recipient was someone she actually knew. Ning understands her situation. He asks Nifei if she had ever seen the old chief or knew where he was. She shakes her head in response, explaining he is not someone of her low level could ever hope to meet. He nods in understanding, then orders his 2 men to immediately escort Nifei back to the capital to report to the Supreme Commander. Nifei notices the ring on his hand and wonders, is this man not the Supreme Commander of Daxia, Lord Ning himself? Shouldn't they report to him first? Hearing her words, he realizes his oversight. Ning had not paid attention to this. How could he forget Lord Ning's whereabouts are the ultimate secret of Daxia, so she likely won't meet him anyway. He tactfully explains that reporting to the Supreme Commander is basically equivalent to reporting to Lord Ning. Nifei nods and bids them farewell, but still asks if he is absolutely sure he does not need her at base number 2. Ning has already decided. She is already exposed, and following him only brings more danger. Meanwhile, his sharp senses clearly detect someone approaching, filled with deep suspicion. Why are they taking so long? The guards decide to check outside. Ning quickly instructs his men to leave immediately. The guard bids him farewell, warning him to be careful. He also mentions that entering base number 2 requires a blood test, so they must prepare in advance. Peng runs over anxiously, asking Zhang Feng why dealing with 2 Tier 2 targets was such a struggle. Zhang Feng just sighs tiredly. The spy had a Tier 3 powerhouse backing them, causing heavy losses. They barely survived by risking everything. His men died in a massive self-detonation. If it were not for the timely help of Ning and Ming Luo from the Firewolf squad, he would be doomed. Peng is relieved. Killing the spy means rewards, but he wonders how Zhang Feng will repay the squad. Zhang Feng whispers that they have a truck full of supplies to bring in, but going alone is tricky. Since he has to return to base number 2 to report anyway, he might as well lead them in. Peng reminds him that bringing people is fine, but those supplies are a different story. Zhang Feng quickly catches on, satisfying Peng with his cleverness. Standing nearby, Ning reads their thoughts, realizing how incredibly wicked they are. The clear implication is that Zhang Feng will betray their trust. It seems he believes that once they enter base number 2, there is absolutely no way out alive. Nifei's intel is likely just the tip of the iceberg. To uncover the truth, he must go in. The scene shifts to the Binhai War Zone base number 2. Zhang Feng leads Ning deep inside, right toward the entrance. He turns around with a smile, offering to lead them all inside. Ning is surprised by its sheer size, but the moment he steps inside, he senses something unusual. There is a hollow echo beneath the ground, indicating a massive hidden structure. Ming Luo calls out to Zhang Feng, asking what is going on down there. He quickly shakes his head in denial, explaining that his duties are strictly limited to the surface level. Ning can only sigh at this revelation. That useless trash knows absolutely nothing. He instantly decides his only option is to take a risk and investigate this himself. Initiating a mental probe, The space deep below immediately catches his attention. This massive underground structure seems to have spread across half of Sinhai's underground territory. The mental barrier actually grows stronger the deeper it goes, specifically designed to block external mental detection. Even with his incredible psychic power, he cannot see what is happening inside. Ning suddenly realizes that while breaking through this mental barrier with his raw strength is actually pretty easy, doing so will absolutely alert the enemy. Creating a massive psychic barrier of this scale requires mental power that might equal his own. He simply cannot afford to take that risk. Suddenly, he senses another space. He just heard the faint sound of running water. This facility likely leads to the ocean, meaning the secrets of base number 2 are hidden deep underground. Ming Luo leans in close and whispers, "What did you see, sir?" He shakes his head. "It's too blurry. Let's move. We need to get inside first. Once we are in, watch your words and how you address me and use telepathy to communicate." Ming Luo obediently nods. Suddenly, remembering something, Zhang Feng quickly warns them that entering base number 2 strictly prohibits carrying weapons or storage equipment. Are they ready for this? Ming Luo's face instantly pales. What, they actually have a rule like that? Ning just smiles. "Do not panic, I have a way." He slides the ring off his finger. In the next second, right before his companion's eyes, he swallows it whole. Ning even tells him, "Swallow your storage ring first, then use your telekinesis to retrieve it once we are inside." Ming Luo nods in silent understanding. Zhang Feng then adds another warning: "There is also a blood test to verify identities." "Master," Ning sighs. Mi Fei warned him about this too, and a blood test is indeed a major hurdle. For now, they will observe the situation and adapt. He plans to control the target and swap the blood samples when the time comes. With that plan, the group heads deeper into the facility. The moment they enter, a manager barks out a cold warning. "Hand over all your weapons and line up straight." The men are split into groups of 30 to go in and undergo screening. The guards repeatedly emphasize that everyone must strip completely naked once they pass the gate. Every single person silently complies before heading to the blood draw. Ming Luo is shocked. Do they really have to strip? Was this always a rule? Zhang Feng is utterly bewildered, shaking his head. No, they never did this before. He looks back at Ning. "Master, do they already know we infiltrated? If they keep this up, our cover is definitely going to be blown." Ning calmly reassures him, telling him not to panic. They are using the most advanced disguise gear Great Xia's military has to offer. Even a Tier 3 probe cannot detect anything suspicious on them. Sharing his deduction, Ning points out that if they were truly exposed, this would not be a mere inspection. Instead, the enemy would have deployed an army of Tier 3 experts to eliminate them. After all, these rebels have slaughtered millions of awakened already, so killing innocent bystanders is nothing to them. They are likely just being extra cautious to prevent any infiltration. Hearing this, Ming Lu finally calms down. "You are absolutely right, sir, but under all these watchful eyes, swapping the blood samples is going to be incredibly difficult." Ning scans the room and notices there are far too many surveillance cameras, leaving absolutely no blind spots. Forcing a swap is highly dangerous. His expression turns grim. They need a crowd that is much smaller and far more private. Ming Luo suddenly realizes something. The female awakened queue is significantly smaller. Ning immediately shifts his attention to the women gathered on the other side. Ming Luo whispers that they even have private booths, only letting 2 people enter at a time. Apparently, there is only one inspector inside, but they cannot exactly disguise themselves as women. Ning cuts him off. "There is a way, but it would make them look like bad guys and drag an innocent girl into danger." Ming Luo stares back at him. "What way? What does dragging a girl into this mean?" Suddenly, Commander Wang barks out, "You there, Fire Wolf Squad, what are you standing around for?" And Zhang Feng from the City Defense Department, "Why are you with them? Get them in line right now." Ning smiles and whispers, "Zhang Feng, go on, just do as I instructed." He obediently nods. "Understood, Master." Zhang Feng calls out to Commander Wang. Seizing the distraction, Ning dashes forward, urging Ming Luo to follow him. Ming Luo quickly nods. Behind them, Zhang Feng desperately points back and spins a wild story to Commander Wang. Hearing this, Commander Wang actually laughs in surprise and yells out that those 2 should join the women's line. Ning smiles and shouts back, "Understood, sir." Ming Luo just stares at him in sheer bewilderment. "Master, what are?" The guard reminds him to line up, promising to arrange someone to substitute his blood test. Immediately, the crowd reacts with anger. "Strip searching us is bad enough," they complain, "but why force us to line up with people like them?" Wu Ran firmly refuses to go inside. Instantly, the guards on both sides draw their weapons ready for a fight. This is an order from above. Officer Wang warns that any refusers will be arrested immediately. He annoyedly reminds everyone not to resist so much. These 2 have special circumstances, so everyone just needs to bear with it. Besides, didn't our base already agree to have a female inspector conduct the search? If any of you still have objections then, do not blame us for getting rough. The female group is highly displeased, but they really have no other choice. Wu Ran glares at Ning, calling him a disgusting creep. He just chuckles and replies that he has no choice either. Ming Luo turns around to look at him in confusion. Ning explains simply that he asked Zhang Feng to speak with that captain. The story was that he really liked this girl, but since his long pursuit had failed, he was extremely frustrated and wanted to force himself on her instead. His voice sounds quite proud. Offering a piece of blue-tier gear in exchange was a steal for that captain. Since everyone faces inspections and eventual death anyway, there was no reason for him to refuse. The plan worked perfectly. Ming Luo nods, finally understanding the scheme. He praises Ning for sacrificing so much for the greater good. Ning calmly tells him to stop being sarcastic. He knows this method is pretty disgraceful, but there is simply no better option. He promises he will not actually cause physical harm to the girl, though. She will certainly have to suffer some humiliation. Ming Luo quickly waves his hands, clarifying that he is not mocking him. He genuinely admires Ning. Throughout history, many great figures have secretly done shady things while pretending to be highly virtuous. Ning willing to sacrifice his own reputation to get things done is a rare trait indeed. Ning cuts him off, saying his praise is only making it more embarrassing. Just then, the officer calls for the next group. As they step inside, Q frowns in deep annoyance upon seeing him. Why is a man allowed in here? He calmly explains that the higher-ups assigned him to assist with this inspection, and she can verify it herself. She coldly orders them to proceed. The two begin taking off their clothes. Q silently fumes, thinking this wretched man must have bribed his way in. Although these awakened test subjects are basically on a path to certain death, she refuses to let this arrogant scoundrel have his way. Talk about a tense standoff. Wu Ran speaks up in sheer embarrassment, hesitating over the situation. Ning turns to her, telling her to strip. He says if she goes too fast, he might not catch a clear view. In his mind, he silently apologizes, knowing that turning her into an aberrant is hardly what she wants, but he has no other choice but to offend her now and make it up later. He vows to save her if an opportunity arises inside. Q snaps at her to hurry up and strip, promising that Ning can only watch without touching. She refuses to inspect both of them at the same time, planning to send Wu Ran out first. Wu Ran nods timidly in gratitude and slowly begins to shed her clothes. Drowned in sheer embarrassment, Wu Ran is left with no choice but to remove the final pieces of her garments. As the last piece drops, Ning teases from behind, commenting on how fair she is and demanding a turn. Face flushing crimson, she curses him out as a total pervert. Meanwhile, Ning silently activates his telepathic focus. He diverts his physical vision. He silently hopes she knows that despite appearances, he is not actually looking at her. He glances at Yakuwaya, realizing he must seize this exact moment to fully exploit the inspector's heightened emotions. Only then can he manipulate her mind. The stronger her anger, disgust, and wariness, the easier she is to break. These intense negative feelings create massive emotional cracks, making her mind vulnerable to his psychic control. Ning carefully calculates his next moves. He will pretend to ogle the girl, then slowly creep closer to the female officer. Once the inspection ends, he will instantly seize control. He must apply his power with extreme precision, ensuring she submits without crying out or dying. Seeing him step closer, Wu Ran screams in pure rage, unable to take it. Xiu warns him to back off, reminding him that even Fire Wolf members have boundaries. Ning just smiles, claiming he is not doing anything wrong by just looking. Utterly helpless, Wu Ran breaks down in tears and begs to be tested first so she can escape the nightmare. Xiu sighs and nods, agreeing to finish up quickly. She tells Wu Ran to leave immediately after her blood test. Wu Ran keeps weeping, whispering her gratitude to the officer. Once the draw is complete, Xiu tells her to get dressed and wait nearby for the test results. Ning has no choice but to grab her things and scramble out of there. Noticing Ning staring, she snaps angrily. She asks if he has stared enough and tells him it is his turn. He shakes his head, still not enough. Xiu tries to keep calm. She thinks if he wants to stare, he can look at himself. Stripping down, she wonders if a little money and power makes him this bold. She wants to see what he is actually made of. But Ning immediately registers her glare. She looks ready to kill. She is looking at him like he is already a corpse. This situation is getting way out of hand. His expression turns cold. He needs to keep this mental attack incredibly gentle or her brain will fry instantly. Seeing Ning hesitate, Q loses her patience. She snaps at him to move faster, demanding to know why he is dragging his feet. The second she prepares to strike, Ning seizes his chance. He lunges forward, locking eyes with her. She flinches. Not wanting to waste a single second, he unleashes his mental lock, completely freezing her body. Her posture shifts under the gentle control setting. Yaqiu's eyes turn glazed and vacant as Yi Ning exerts his power. Just 10 seconds later, she drops to her knees, calling him master. Only then does Yi Ning finally let out a breath. That was exhausting. Controlling someone like this is way harder than fighting 3 peak tier 3 beasts. Yi Ning reaches out, retrieving a ring hidden in his mouth. He instantly orders Li Fui to find 2 low-level aberrations and draw their blood. Fugi nods obediently. Even though they can alter the lab results later, Yi Ning knows it is better to be safe. He definitely wants to avoid using his own blood. Turning back to Yaqiu, he commands her to stand. He tells her he will provide 2 blood samples, one for him and one for old Luo. She must swap their real test results, with normal, flawless data. Asking if she understands, she quickly scrambled up and gave a firm nod of obedience. Yi Ning smiles, signaling old Luo that the coast is clear. Hearing this, the old man finally lets out a sigh of relief. Old Luo marvels at Yi Ning's absolute capability. It seems there is literally nothing in this world the young man cannot do. Once Ming Luo finishes his screening, he asks where they should head next. Soon the entire group is ushered into a different hall. Whispers echo through the crowd. No one seems to know what's happening, and many have been left waiting with zero instructions. Some have been sitting around for over 2 hours. They figure they are just waiting for today's entire batch to finish testing. Ming Luo keeps close to Ye Ning, whispering his doubts. He admits that something about this entire setup feels incredibly off. He expected to see heavy security locked cells or maybe being thrown straight into some secret underground laboratory for close examination. Looking around, though, there are absolutely no guards in sight, and everyone is freely chatting without any restriction. Yi Ning nods quietly, sharing the same suspicion. This loose atmosphere contradicts the tense warnings they received earlier. Ming Luo looks down at the physical number badge pinned to his chest. Even their registration numbers seem completely randomized. Yi Ning points out that the sequence isn't based on arrival times. Instead, it is likely categorized by power levels. Ming Luo grows increasingly anxious, finding the whole setup incredibly sketchy. He keeps scanning the massive hall for clues. He points out a high prominent platform nearby, guessing it is meant for some upcoming speech from the rebel leadership. He gestures towards some bizarre machinery flanking the stage, admitting he has never encountered tech like this. Suddenly, an authoritative voice booms over the speakers, instantly silencing the crowd. Yi Ning looks up to see a man arriving. Soldiers quickly salute as an announcement welcomes the commander of Base Number 2, Colonel Huang Yuzhang, to the stage. The colonel steps up, casually tapping the microphone with his finger. He clears his throat and addresses the gathered crowd. He speaks into the mic, addressing the awakened of the Xinhai War Zone, acknowledging their confusion regarding their sudden relocation. He knows they are wondering why the military brought them here and what the army ultimately plans to do with them. He mentions the recent broadcast from the capital, assuming everyone knows about the major victory in the regional war. Hearing this, Ming Luo whispers to Yi Ning, highly amused that the speaker immediately started praising Yi Ning's actions. Yi Ning merely snorts in response, telling him to let the man finish speaking before they jump to conclusions. Yu Zhang then drops a bombshell on the crowd, calling the capital's grand announcement nothing but a massive fabricated lie. He explains that while a true victory would be worth celebrating, this entire narrative is completely fake. The crowd goes pale. Whispers break out as people wonder why the capital would ever lie about something so massive. After all, the absolute system itself announced the war results, and everyone knows the system is completely impossible to manipulate. As the room erupts in confusion, guards quickly shout to restore order so Yu Zhang can continue his address. He continues, acknowledging how hard this truth is to swallow, and claims the military is equally heartbroken. When the ugly truth finally drops, this massive national victory is actually a treasonous conspiracy planned a long time ago. The capital army only won this war by agreeing to hand over key coastal combat zones to foreign nations. And why? It was all to prop up their puppet. Suddenly, Yi Ning's face pops up on the giant screen. Yu Zhang screams in rage that top-ranked kid Yi Ning is just a fraud who has been handed everything. He acts completely furious, claiming this wet-nosed brat was falsely hyped up as the greatest talent in human history. Don't buy it, it is all a total lie to forge a fake weapon for their own corrupt gain. Listening to this wild rant, Yi Ning stays completely chill, but the panic-stricken crowd starts whispering. Rumors spark some recall Yi Ning killing Zhang Meng and his son, then blowing up Dong Hai to challenge the council. This explains it all, they whisper. That is why the national war ended so unbelievably fast. Still, some are skeptical. Why would the capital military commit treason? Is it really just for cash? Just then B-106 shouts out it is all true, he can testify to it. He claims he managed border cargo and was terrified of government retaliation when the war news first broke. His voice drops to a dark whisper as he urges the crowd to guess what actually happened next. The curious crowd begs him to spill the details, so B-106 delivers the shocking punchline: nothing. Absolutely nothing. The army was celebrating like they won and even openly mocked the local soldiers. They laughed, claiming the borders would soon disappear. He asks if that is not blatant treason. The crowd gasps at the accusation. Hearing this, Ming Luo is absolutely fuming at those lying scumbags. They spin lies and turn black into white. He wishes he could just slaughter them all right now. Ning quickly holds him back, telling him to stay cool. Ming Luo just looks at him totally lost. He asks if his master is not angry at all. Ning just lets out a quiet, relaxed scoff. It is the same old trick they play every single time. There is no reason to let it get to them. Besides, the neighboring countries would spread these lies anyway because nobody wants to admit they lost. Looking ahead, Ning admits he is more concerned about why they are trying so hard to rile everyone up. This smear campaign is just the opening act. The real trap is coming. Sure enough, Yu Zhang shouts to the crowd. He claims they would never expose these traitors if Daxia was not on the very brink of collapse. But now the capital's relentless oppression of Xinhai has gone too far, and they have no choice but to fight back. The furious crowd instantly roars in agreement, screaming that they must fight back and kill every last traitor. Seeing his brainwashing work, Yu Zhang raises his hands and praises their passion but warns their strength is limited. He claims their beloved chief refuses to let them become mere cannon fodder with their current low strength levels. With a firm voice, he announces the military has designed a special plan to fix this. It is a project that will instantly boost their strength and help them easily reach Tier 3. Everyone gasped in utter disbelief. Could anyone really reach Tier 3 so easily? What kind of plan is this? Why was it kept a secret until now? They wonder if the recent test was meant for this breakthrough. Ming Luo completely loses his cool, whispering to Ning if this rebel plan is actually his master plan. He worries their top-secret project leaked and urges to contact the commander immediately to hunt down the traitor. But Ning remains completely unfazed, quietly telling his companion that a leak is highly unlikely. He advises Ming Luo to stay calm since it is probably a completely different project anyway. Besides, even if their secret plan leaked, these guys would never have enough time to pull it off. Ming Luo absorbs this advice. Up on stage, Yu Zhang calls for order to present his project. He proudly announces their massive breakthrough project, declaring it is officially called the Mind Resonance Initiative. It syncs brainwaves with a mysterious living entity to test and rapidly multiply their mental power. By pairing this with enhancement potions, they can bypass the trial tower completely and reach Tier 3. Hearing this, Ming Luo lets out a massive sigh of relief, realizing their own project remains safe. Their secret is secure. But Ning is deeply analytical, wondering what kind of creature they are syncing with. This mind resonance relies on a living host. He silently hopes they are not experimenting on sea beasts. The analysis continues. As everyone knows, 3 things prevent you from reaching Tier 3. First, standard attributes are too low. Second is the failure to clear the trial tower. Third is natural talent limitations causing a massive bottleneck. That is why this plan targets these exact 3 issues. Hearing this, the crowd immediately starts buzzing with their own stories. One says they are stuck at peak Tier 1 because their stats will not budge. Another is stuck at peak Tier 2. They cannot pass that trial tower because talent limits them. No matter how many rare resources they consume, they still cannot level up. Suddenly, one awakened projects a question through thought resonance, asking if these deep-seated problems can actually be solved. Yu Zhang nods with absolute confidence. That is correct. Their long-term research shows that once an awakened breaks past one specific limit, they can easily shatter the limits of every other attribute. The crowd listens to this revelation in dead silence. He explains that it is like the classic wooden bucket theory, except for the awakened, the rule is totally reversed. In other words, the maximum limit of your strength is that single longest wooden plank. This is why single-element users easily reach Tier 3. They are much more likely to break through. Suddenly, Yu Zhang points a sharp finger forward to address the next phase. As for breaking through all stats, they have found the fastest shortcut using spiritual energy to shatter limits first. Using mind power as the catalyst, they trigger a chain reaction across all other attributes. A sinister smile creeps onto his face. He calls it enlightenment. The crowd instantly explodes into chatter, wondering if boosting spiritual power is actually the hardest path. Can they really break through? Another voice chimed in from the back, saying this is the first they have heard of this. If it can truly unlock their limits, it would be a dream come true. Meanwhile, Ning silently observes from afar. Did the rebels realize the importance of spiritual power this early? In his past life, that realization came much later. Only during the late apocalypse did people care about mind power. Did his own regression and actions accidentally tip them off? Seeing their hesitation, Yu Zhang pushes further, asking if they want to become Tier 3 warriors to fight for Xinhai and justice. If so, prepare for a compatibility test first. The higher your compatibility score, the faster your breakthrough will be. You will reach Tier 3 in no time. Of course, the test might involve a little bit of pain, but do not worry at all. The researchers will monitor the entire process closely to guarantee everyone remains completely safe. Naturally, the crowd grows uneasy. A test with pain involved never sounds like a good sign to anyone. Some whisper that they should wait and let others go first, while a few think risk is normal for such power. After all, this is a golden ticket to Tier 3. Overhearing this, Ming Luo panics and leans closer to Ye Ning. He whispers anxiously, "Lord Yi Ning, these naive people are falling right into the rebels' hands. A little pain, he thinks it will straight up kill them. Those heartless beasts do not care if these people live or die." Yi Ning steps in to calm him down, telling him to keep his head because asking questions would be completely useless anyway. Before the trial begins, those researchers will never speak the truth. Even so, Ming Luo remains incredibly restless and frustrated. He begs Yi Ning to stay safe and avoid any risks. Hearing his concern, the young master simply flashes a calm smile. He tells him to rest easy because he knows his own limits. They should just stand back and watch how things unfold first. Meanwhile, the rest of the crowd gets hyped up. Some shout that nothing in life comes without risk, volunteering to go first. They see the military offering this shortcut as a massive blessing from above. Another eager voice quickly chimes in with agreement. That is right, they are not just doing it for themselves, but to crush those dirty traitors back in the capital. Cowards will never reach Tier 3 anyway. Seeing the crowd practically begging to join, Yu Zhang smirked, knowing his trap worked. Since everyone is so eager to fight for their nation, he officially declares the start of the compatibility test. Massive pod chambers slowly hiss open as the mob gets wilder. One screams that he is peak Tier 2 and demands first. Another pushes him away, claiming he is from the Blazing Fire Squad and has been stuck in Tier 2 for years. Another cuts in yelling that he must go first to serve the country. Seeing the chaos, the coordinator steps in. He tells them not to fight because everyone will get a turn. They can test several people at once. Yi Ning quietly snickers to himself. It is always the same clueless victims taking the bait. Once the pods are loaded, scientists quickly slam the heavy chamber doors shut. No time is wasted as they initiate the testing sequence. The reactors hum to life, sending a chill through the audience. One spectator takes a step back, sounding completely terrified. Yu Zhang immediately steps in to reassure them. He tells them not to be afraid of a little baseline pressure. This pressure is totally normal and will not last long. But watching silently, Yi Ning knows the real horror is about to start. Scanning their mental states, Yi Ning verifies the truth. Nothing. There is absolutely no mutation inside the chamber. The test subjects are mere actors playing a part. Yet the gullible crowd grows ecstatic, with one person shouting that they feel the exact same way. He keeps babbling, finding hope after just a few minutes of testing, thanking the military for an opportunity he never even dreamed of having. His mental limit is loosening. He actually believes it. He thinks he can genuinely break through and become a Tier 3 combatant. A subordinate reports to Colonel Yu Zhang. Their test results are Class C, Class D, and Class D respectively. Yu Zhang quickly orders them underground for registration to be sent to corresponding enhancement zones based on their ranks. "Yes, Colonel." The subordinate nods, but suddenly the crowd rushes forward, begging to be tested next, prompting the colonel to demand order. "Quiet down." He commands them to form 4 neat rows and wait. Watching this unfold, Ming Luo cannot help but feel amazed. He never expected the rebel forces to actually possess such advanced methods. But Ye Ning calmly explains that those test subjects are complete frauds. The real test starts now. Ming Luo whips his head back, shocked. His expression instantly darkens as the truth sinks in. Why would they bother staging a show? If the entire plan is fake, it will quickly be exposed anyway. He speculates on their motives. Yi Ning suggests this might be a precaution. The plan is likely real, but the risks involved must be incredibly high. Staring at the machine in front of them, Ming Luo nervously warns that this next round is the real deal. Jin Zhou steps inside. Now watch as the mental testing device starts up. Her entire body begins to warp and she suddenly grabs her throat as if suffocating. She screams in absolute agony and desperation, but her cries are ignored. Outside the glass, Yi Ning watches closely, analyzing the bizarre transformation. He notes that her mutated form does not resemble a sea beast at all but looks exactly like a zombie. Could it be? The blood-curdling screams echoing from the chamber draw everyone's attention. They turn to look at Jin Zhou, realizing this sound is highly unusual. This sounds less like a breakthrough and more like brutal torture. People begin to panic, wondering what is actually happening to her inside. Some even claim they can smell blood. Sensing the tension, Colonel Yu Zhang steps forward and asks if there is a system malfunction. "Shut it down." He orders them to inspect it immediately. His subordinate nods and quickly commands the technicians to cut the power. After a moment of thought, the colonel tells them to inject the subjects with stimulants before releasing them to the public. He orders them to play along to distract the crowd, reminding them to lower the machine pressure next time. Zian nods obediently. Listening in on this shady conversation, Yi Ning is surprised to realize that they are using their mental energy to send telepathic messages. Yu Zhang furiously scolds them, calling them absolute idiots and reminding them that he explicitly ordered them to secure the testing process. Zian awkwardly tries to explain that they might have accidentally messed up the operational settings while the machine was running. Pointing at the control panel, he reassures the colonel that they will guarantee a smooth process with absolutely no more mishaps. Meanwhile, Jinzhou has been tortured so severely by the machine that her entire body is completely limp and unresponsive. Ning spots the telltale signs of powerful stimulants. The crowd rushes forward to help her out, urging everyone to be extremely careful. People anxiously surround her, asking if she is still alive and what the test felt like. Surprisingly, Jinzhou tries to reassure them. She claims that nothing is seriously wrong, and despite the immense pain, she feels as though she has actually become much stronger. Another subject agrees, mentioning that even though his arm broke, it will heal quickly, though he had a bizarre nightmare about zombies. Hearing the growing unease, Colonel Yu Zhang steps in to quickly calm the crowd and manage the rising anxiety. He lies, telling them the parameters were just set a little too high, but have now been adjusted to prevent any further issues. But get this, the crowd cheers in relief, thrilled that the process actually works, though they secretly hope their own tests will not be as agonizing. Standing to the side, Ming Luo whispers to Ye Ning, noting that the horrifying sounds from earlier did not seem normal at all. He adds that it sounded as if the test subjects were being eaten alive by monsters, asking if Ye Ning can see what is happening. With a grave expression, Ye Ning nods and confirms that the situation is indeed far worse than it looks. He explains that he detected a powerful mental wave of pure voracious hunger radiating from inside the machine, matching the exact frequency of a zombie. He suspects the rebels are stripping the consciousness of zombies and forcibly implanting those violent urges directly into the minds of innocent humans. Staring closely at Jinzhou, Ye Ning adds that he noticed corpse spots forming on the skin of everyone who underwent the test. He strongly believes the rebel forces are attempting to mass-produce awakened zombies and dangerous mutant variants to build an unstoppable army. Ming Lu instantly grasps his meaning, asking if the rebels have somehow found a way to bypass and awaken humans' natural poison resistance. Worried about the scale of the threat, he asks if they should transmit this vital intelligence back to the capital immediately. Yi Ning advises waiting to see how things unfold first, wanting to avoid a false alarm that could trigger unnecessary chaos. After thinking it over, Ming Luo suggests that Yi Ning should slip away first while he goes ahead and takes the test himself. We can still gather critical intel from right here. You just command from afar, I guarantee it. Next up, it was his turn to step inside the testing machine. Yi Ning flatly refused. The situation here was too complicated for him to handle alone. Ming Luo tried to argue, insisting that of all the people in Great Xia, Ye Ning was the one who absolutely could not get hurt. If their leader ran into trouble, Great Xia was doomed. But Yi Ning simply waved his hand. Stop worrying, he insisted. A simple test like this could never do any real damage to him. Seeing his absolute resolve, Ming Luo fell silent. Suddenly, Yu Zhang coughed loudly. That incident back there, he announced, was just a freak accident. He urged everyone to trust the military because the experiment was completely safe. He kept trying to persuade the skeptical crowd, promising that anyone scoring B tier or higher would receive 1,000 to 10,000 credit points. The higher the rating, the bigger the reward, Yu Zhang announced. Of course, the test was totally voluntary. Anyone too afraid could back out right now, but once they quit, they would never get another shot at this. His words quickly won them over. Since they had already come all this way, missing this chance would be foolish. Yi Ning had to admit it was a pretty brilliant psychological play. By pretending to let them back out, he ensured the awakened would eagerly volunteer despite the obvious dangers. Just as he predicted, the crowd scrambled forward. Sign me up, I want in, they shouted, and with that, the massive testing machine went right back to work. When Ai Wei finally stepped out, her mental power was completely suppressed. Her body wobbled, drawing everyone's worried gaze. Immediately, Ai Wei proudly announced that she had broken through, feeling a sudden raw surge of power within her mind. She claimed she had gotten much stronger, but deep down she knew something was off. During the test, she felt herself turning into a mindless zombie, yet she somehow retained her consciousness while her entire vision was stained blood red. Her heart had been consumed by a wild urge to devour everything, but the feeling faded, leaving her hesitant to speak. Sensing her fear, Fei Bai stepped in to comfort her. Do not worry, he said, everything you saw was an illusion. It was merely a simulation designed to measure her mental strength. In fact, she had done incredibly well. Scoring B tier meant she had a massive chance of breaking through to stage 3. She was stunned. Really, she gasped. Yu Zhang was pleased. 2 people from this batch reached B tier. He ordered his staff to hand out the promised rewards. Fei Bai brought the prizes over, congratulating them and promising they would soon become stage 3 awakened warriors. One lucky guy grabbed his new credit card with absolute excitement. This feels like a dream, he cheered happily. Seeing this, the others felt a sharp wave of envy, muttering that C tier meant they would never reach stage 3. Some lamented their D tier results, calling themselves trash. Yu Zhang walked over to console them. Do not be discouraged, he said. They were just slower than the B tiers, not unable to break through. He reiterated his reassuring promise to everyone. Everyone taking the test would eventually reach stage 3. It was only a matter of time. The crowd was stunned. Really, that was incredible. They could not wait any longer, realizing they had absolutely nothing left to worry about. Stop hesitating. Let us get back to testing. Ai Wei stepped forward and made a sudden request. Commander, I am not feeling very well. Can I stay here and watch the others take their tests for a bit? Yu Zhang nodded. Of course. If she felt worse, she should just report it and rest. She smiled with gratitude. The guy next to her also requested to stay. Meanwhile, Ning closely observed the two of them. There were no visible corpse spots on their bodies and they looked normal, but the machine still reacted abnormally. The anomaly was just slightly weaker this time. Ning realized that to uncover the truth, he had to take the test. With his monstrous physical constitution, he could easily neutralize any virus or even revive himself if things went wrong. Ming Luo stepped up, offering to go first to test the waters for him. Ning immediately waved his hand. No need, he said. You standing right behind me is the only way I can truly feel at ease. Suddenly, a glob of spit splashed directly onto his face. A harsh voice sneered, calling him a spineless coward. Ning turned around in utter confusion. He stared at the crowd only to find a familiar, angry face. It was her. Yu Ran pointed an angry finger at him, shouting that he was the Fire Wolf squad member who had tailed her during the blood sample collection and humiliated her. Standing beside her, Lai Huo was absolutely burning with rage. He comforted his sister, telling her to wait while he dealt with this coward. Ning let out a heavy sigh. He had no idea she had a protective older brother. Since he was at fault, first he would just have to endure it. Stepping close to Ning, he sneers that the coward is hiding in the back to avoid the test. Ning calmly explains that honestly, he has not seen anything yet and has no desire to cause trouble, but this calm response only makes the guy even angrier. Isn't he just acting like a coward? Grabbing Ning by the collar, he warns him that nobody bullies Lai Huo's little sister. He must be tired of living. Who cares about the Fire Wolf team anyway? Lai Huo boasts that as a combat reserve he wants to see if a fancy title holds any weight here. Seeing things get ugly, Ming Luo quickly steps in to stop it. He warns Lai Huo to back off because Ning is holding back. Sensing a strange shift in the air, Lai Huo freezes. Isn't this guy just a rank 2? How can he have such an overwhelming aura? Ning turns and tells his friend Lao Luo to stay out of it. The man helplessly nods in agreement. Turning back to Li Huo, Ning repeats that he wants no trouble. If they feel like they are being used by others, then they should listen to his advice and skip this test entirely. Furious, Lai Huo swings his fist, calling the warning complete nonsense. Yet Ning remains calm, his voice filled with absolute certainty, telling him that this is for their own good. Sensing a hidden threat, Lai Huo shivers and backs away in fear. Yu Ran rushes forward, asking anxiously if he is all right. He shakes his head, reassuring his sister that he is fine. Watching the commotion makes Yu Zhang highly annoyed, and he snaps at everyone to line up properly or get thrown out of the facility immediately. Yu Ran quickly waves her hands apologetically, telling the officer that they would not dare to cause any more trouble. Lai Huo is still deeply shaken. That guy Lin Feng is only a mid-rank 2, so his actual strength should be lower than his own, yet that crushing pressure was absolutely not from a mere rank 2. His expression turns incredibly dark. Does the Fire Wolf team really have someone that formidable? Why did a single glance terrify him so much, seeing his reaction? Yu Ran is totally confused, wondering if the colonel was the one who pressured him or if it was actually Lin Feng. Realizing something, Lai Huo rationalizes that the terrifying pressure must have come from the colonel's gaze. It was just a sheer coincidence. After all, how could another rank 2 overwhelm him like that? Smiling, he reassures his sister that he is perfectly fine. Even if now is not the time to make a move, he promises her that this grudge is far from over. Staring determinedly at the testing machine, he plans to use a few hidden tricks to secure an incredibly high evaluation score. Once he gains higher clearance, teaching those fools a lesson will be as easy as snapping his fingers. But Yu Ran still senses that something is off. That man's fierce gaze just now was completely different from how he acted in the room. He did not look like a common thug at all. Suddenly looking up, she urges her brother to just drop the matter. She is terrified that something terrible will happen, pleading with him to heed the warning. Before she can finish, Lai Huo interrupts. He snorts and tells her not to listen to that kid's garbage. If they back out now, they will never succeed in life. Although still deeply worried, Yu Ran reluctantly nods. Watching them from the back, Ning quietly reflects on the situation. He has offered all the advice he possibly can, and the rest is entirely up to them. Forcing them to safety will only blow his cover, making it impossible to uncover the dark truth. If that happens, even more people will die. Just then, Tai Un calls out the next group, prompting Lai Huo to confidently step forward. It is finally his turn. He smugly plans to secure an A-grade rating and use his newfound power to absolutely crush that bastard Lin Feng. Ning can only sigh in pity, realizing it is impossible to save those determined to walk into their own graves. Good luck to them.